Who understands this, guys? I time traveled to a post-apocalyptic world and just got rescued by Zhiyi when I found out that females have 3 guardians. I was planning to latch onto a big shot, but I stumbled upon a wealthy woman abusing a child. After saving the little beast man, my abilities skyrocketed, and Zhiyi actually volunteered to be my guardian, and I even tackled him. This plot is too dramatic. Let me tell you guys who understands this. I just time traveled and encountered a grand drama of child abuse in a wealthy family. A well-dressed lady was viciously stepping on a little beast man's bloodied hand with her deadly high heels. That little guy was all purple, clearly poisoned and close to death, and she was cursing. Giving birth to such a despicable thing makes me sick. Dying is just right. After saying that, she turned and left, looking so graceful. I stood there completely dumbfounded, thinking, what kind of cyberpunk hell is this? But this story has to start from when I was blasted to this hellish place. One moment I was fighting for my life against zombies in the apocalypse. The next moment, boom, everything went black. And when I opened my eyes again, I had been teleported to a new map. My whole body felt like it had been burned, and I was in so much pain that I couldn't help but grimace, my head ringing like a gong. While I was wondering whether I was dead or not, I heard footsteps, and then a deep and cold voice came from above me. "You're seriously injured. Don't move." I struggled to open my eyes and saw a tall, handsome guy over 9 meters tall, with features that looked like they were crafted by an AI modeling expert. His deep blue eyes seemed to hold a galaxy. But when I focused on him, something was off. Why did he have 2 furry ears on his head? And that thing behind him, is that a tail? My mind just short-circuited. What is this? A new mutant species? He looked at me as if I were a rare animal and asked, "Why are you here?" I immediately went on high alert, lying on the ground and retorting, "Who are you?" After all, I had survived in the apocalypse. I was no rookie. To my surprise, he introduced himself. "I am Zhiyi, the Chief Executive Officer of the Interstellar Alliance, an S-level mental power user." Upon hearing this, I thought, female? Beastman? Interstellar Alliance? Goodness, what kind of future zoo have I time traveled to? My mind was racing, and I quickly established a persona for my self-amnesia. I said my name was Zhiyi and that I didn't remember anything, so he could handle it, and please take me to a hospital. Zhiyi seemed surprised by my calm demeanor. He took off his military coat to cover me, but I instinctively shrank back. That reflex. Who would understand? As a result, he seemed to misunderstand, thinking I was going to put on some "don't touch me with your dirty hands" act. Seeing his expression, I realized he must have been tormented by those so-called females before. It seemed that in this world, the status of females was absurdly high. Sure enough, he explained to me that every female must have 3 guardians responsible for serving them, protecting them, and they could also become partners first. I thought, isn't this just the state providing partners? And 3 at once. Looking at this top-notch S-level handsome guy, I tentatively asked, "So can you be my guardian?" To my surprise, as soon as I finished speaking, he jumped back several steps like a cat that had its tail stepped on, his voice cold enough to freeze. "I want. And please don't force me." I was stunned. Does this guy have some serious PTSD? I quickly apologized repeatedly. Sorry. I didn't mean it. I just don't know anyone else. I offended you." My apology seemed to fry his CPU. He stood there, speechless for a long time. His beastman soldier beside him quietly added fuel to the fire, saying, "Chief, if you keep treating the little female like this, you'll get locked in a small dark room again." I couldn't help but laugh. This world actually has a place that can discipline straight men. Later, when I boarded the starship, I realized how amazing this interstellar world was. The starry sea outside the window was simply breathtaking, far beyond anything I'd seen in any sci-fi movie. Zhiyi, the big white wolf, was awkward along the way, but finally managed to say, "If you really can't find a suitable one, I can help you for a while." When we arrived at the hospital, the spectacle was overwhelming. A group of doctors and nurses with cat ears, dog ears, and rabbit ears surrounded me, looking at me like I was a national treasure panda, murmuring, "Oh my God, how did this little female get so injured? Which bastard did this? Report him." I felt amused. These beastmen were quite adorable. When I woke up, Zhiyi's mother sent him a voice message that I could hear from far away, with the main message being, "You better take care of this pure, human female. She is an important resource. But don't get too attached. She's just a useless human without mental power. Hurry up and go date the young lady from the ED family." TSK, wealthy families are all the same. Zhiyi ignored his mother and even voluntarily helped me implant a light brain chip. Let me tell you, that thing was incredible. Just stick it to my wrist, and boom, a holographic screen appeared. This was way ahead of the broken phone I picked up in the apocalypse. I spent the whole morning catching up on the settings of this world. In simple terms, humans, in order to survive, mixed their genes with animals and gave birth to beastmen. Females can soothe the violent mental powers of beastmen, so their status is elevated. Most importantly, I discovered that each female can register 3 guardians, and the guardians can directly become partners. Guys, this heavenly wealth has finally come to me. I immediately decided to cast a wide net and try to recruit several S-level and S-level big shots as my guardians to absorb their mental power to restore my own healing abilities. Once I regained my powers, I would say goodbye to everyone and ensure a good parting. Just when I was happily planning my future, I stumbled upon the scene at the beginning. I really didn't want to meddle. The first rule of survival in the apocalypse is to avoid trouble. But I don't know which beast kid shouted, "Miss Lou is here," and suddenly all eyes turned to me. The little beast man on the ground crawled over to me with his last bit of strength, crying out, "Miss Lou, please save me. They'll do whatever you say." Sigh, he looked so much like a younger brother from my old apocalypse team. That little brother was just as small and ended up infected with zombie poison, and we had to throw him out. My heart softened, and I couldn't resist following him. Jingchuan grabbed my arm and said, "It's useless, the bug poison can't be cured." But the ability inside me thought otherwise. It was pulsating wildly, urging me to go. I shook off Jingchuan, grabbed a cup of water, and walked over to the little beast man who had been tossed in the corner to die. I set the water down, and in that instant, my ability uncontrollably overflowed, shimmering like fireflies falling onto him. And then, guys, here comes the key point. I clearly felt that the ability not only didn't deplete, but actually absorbed the bug poison from the little beast man, multiplying several times and rushing back into my body. Holy crap. It turns out this bug poison is my exclusive experience pack. Jingchuan's wolf-like eyes were like searchlights, clearly seeing everything. He didn't say anything and just took me back to the ward. That night, he knocked on my door. I thought he was going to interrogate me about my abilities, but after a long pause, he asked me, "Why did you go to see him? Do you think he's pitiful?" I replied, "He is quite pitiful, just like me." He laughed at that moment, with a hint of coldness and a touch of self-mockery. "How could you be the same?" In his eyes, the female was high above. How could she be compared to them, the struggling males? I looked at him seriously and said, "It's all one life, there's not that much difference." Jingchuan, you clearly are strong, yet you live like a prisoner. My words seemed to leave him stunned. As a result, that night, this guy seemed to have transformed into a different person. The next day, I was discharged from the hospital. He helped me with all the procedures, then walked in front of me, slowly squatted down, and looked straight in my eyes with his deep blue eyes, his white wolf ears drooping down. In a low, hoarse voice, with a hint of cautious pleading, he asked me, "You said you wanted a strong guardian. Look, can I be one?" I immediately reached out and ruffled his fluffy wolf ears. The feeling was amazing. I was puzzled. "I've seen your dark history on the forum, saying you hate females and are a frequent visitor to the small black room. What is this act you're putting on?" He actually looked aggrieved and told me, "They look down on me. Want to insult me? Is it wrong for me to resist?" Let me tell you, my mind was blank at that moment. Aggrieved? What does that word have to do with the formidable Jingchuan? But I discovered a secret. As long as this big-tailed wolf was by my side, the little bit of sealed abilities in my body would occasionally pop up like a mobile signal. Although the recovery was slow, it was still a glimmer of hope. Now, since he was willingly coming forward, I wouldn't even need to look for a backup. Look for other strong ones. I immediately put on a sweet smile. "Then it'll trouble you to take care of me." As I said this, I wanted to stand up and help him. But my family didn't understand. With my poor body, my left foot stumbled over my right foot, and I made a flying leap, directly knocking this handsome guy down. Luckily, I reacted quickly and braced myself with both hands. Otherwise, it would have been a standard idol drama opening. Our noses were touching, our breaths intertwined, and his face turned bright red in an instant, his big tail curling up like a mosquito coil. I hurriedly rolled over, sat on my knees, and pressed my hands together in a frenzy. "Apologies. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to offend." He turned his head away. His ears were so red, they looked like they could bleed, and his chest was heaving like a bellows. When he stood up, his legs were a bit wobbly. I glanced at his tightly clenched and slightly trembling tail. And hey, it was kind of cute. As soon as we stepped outside, wow, it was quite a scene. 2 starships were parked in front of the mansion, and a large group of people surrounded them, led by a woman in a red dress with an imposing presence. My heart sank. Who would enjoy being blocked at their door early in the morning? Jingchuan's face darkened instantly, and he whispered to me, "It's the Alliance people and my mom." I hadn't even had time to process that information when the door opened. A hawk-like orc claiming to be the director of the Alliance Information Bureau, named Ying, came up and started praising me enthusiastically, with an attitude that was incredibly humble, holding a large gift box. He said, "Miss Liu, your identity is noble, and we have specially matched several candidates for guardians for you, all of whom are gentle in temperament and outstanding in appearance." I immediately realized that his words were implicitly criticizing the one beside me for not being gentle. I retracted my hand that was about to receive the gift, and my smile faded. Jingchuan has already submitted the Guardian application. Didn't you receive it because of slow internet connection? Huaying was momentarily speechless. Before he could respond, the woman in red, who was He Jingchuan's mother, Hiying, spoke up. Let me tell you, she delivered a speech that rolled out all of He Jingchuan's dark history since childhood, claiming he was an untamable evil wolf, colliding with females, and was a VIP client of the Discipline Bureau. In the end, she looked at me with a pained expression and said, Miss Liu, you deserve better. Choosing him makes me feel you're worth less. I was like, are you okay, lady? I retorted, isn't he the youngest SS-level CEO of the Galactic Alliance? Guess how she responded? She said, call it what you will, he's just a war machine for the Alliance. Upon hearing this, He Jingchuan's fists tightened, his nails digging into his flesh, blood dripping down. It hurt me to see that. His mother, in front of everyone, belittled all his efforts and achievements. I got angry and immediately shielded him, prying open his tightly clenched fists, holding his fingers, and said to his mother, since you despise him so much, why not hand him over to me? He Ying's face instantly lost its composure, constrained by the presence of the Alliance people. She could only hold back her anger and said, Miss Liu is joking. Jingchuan already has an appointment with Miss Idisha. You're too late. He Jingchuan immediately rebutted. That was your appointment, not mine. Family members, who understands? At that moment, the mom completely broke down and shouted, you little brat. She picked up her bag and threw it at He Jingchuan. He Jingchuan didn't even dodge. In a split second, I don't know where I found the courage, but I stood in front of him. Ouch! That bag hit me squarely in the stomach, and I let out a muffled groan. But my mind was racing. I had done my homework. The Alliance absolutely protects females. If you can't beat them, join them. If you can't act, go all out. Today, I'll show you what textbook-level drama looks like. My eyes turned red, I bit my lip, and looked helplessly at Huaying, then at Hiying, my voice quivering with tears. If Mrs. He has any dissatisfaction, she can come at me. Please don't hurt Jingchuan. You must not like me. That's why you arranged for someone else. Huaying panicked. Miss Liu, He Jingchuan was also anxious, quickly holding my hand. Don't listen to her. As soon as he held my hand, my tears flowed like a dam breaking. Are you all bullying me because I have no family? I suddenly pushed him away, stumbled a few steps, squatted down, hugged my knees, and cried like a heartbroken little thing abandoned by the whole world. Why are you all trying to save me? Woo-woo. I cried and acted. You all don't need to say anything. I'll just leave. Saying that, I walked toward the front door. At this point, He Jingchuan was completely at a loss, and he rushed from behind to hug me tightly, his voice softening. I'm sorry, I didn't handle it well. The scene was chaotic. I was crying, his mother was scolding, he was comforting me, and Huaying was in a corner trying to connect with others in a panic. His superior's message was, stall them, but don't provoke He Jingchuan, this madman. In the end, it was He Jingchuan's cold statement that knocked them out. He said to Huaying, tell Zhiyi that if this matter doesn't reach the outcome I want, I won't be the executive officer anymore. Great, the madman is about to go berserk. Huaying was so scared his legs went weak, and he hurriedly promised to handle our application immediately, dropping the gift and fleeing with his people. Once everyone left, only the two of us were left in the mansion. I had to think of every sad thing from the apocalypse to squeeze out those few tears, and my throat was hoarse from crying. He Jingchuan, looking particularly guilty, knelt down in front of me on one knee, rubbed my hand on his head, and then rambled on, the main point being, his mom is a control freak who even treated his brother as a gift. He only managed to avoid being sent away because he could fight. Today's incident was his failure to handle, and he was sorry for me. I ruffled his furry wolf ears, feeling incredibly complicated. Forget it. Let us take it one step at a time. I said, let's go inside. I'm tired of standing. He quickly got up, called out little Q, and a round-headed, round-bodied robot ran over, pulling out a rose from its belly and sweetly calling me Miss Liu. The room He Jingchuan arranged for me was right next door, with balconies facing each other, beautifully decorated with a touch of girliness in a light luxury style. Just as I was about to say thank you, I turned and bumped right into his arms. He insisted on preparing food for me, but when he opened the fridge, I was dumbfounded. Rows of nutritional supplements. Dude, your life is worse than my apocalypse. I steeled myself and said I would cook. He immediately exploded, pressing his back against the fridge, saying that letting a female cook was a sign of a guardian's weakness. After much coaxing, cuteness, and calling out Jingchuan, he finally agreed to cook with me in a daze. What ended up happening was that he turned the kitchen into chaos, chopping meat like he was dismantling a Gundam, and even broke the cutting board. In the end, I was the head chef, and he was my assistant. Watching him gulping down saliva at the sight of several home-cooked dishes, I knew I had won over this big-tailed wolf's appetite. After dinner, I had just stood up when my vision darkened, and I almost couldn't stand. This awful problem struck again. Jinchuan was terrified, muttering Lulu, and picked me up horizontally, taking me straight back to my room, insisting I lie down and rest. The next day, our guardian's information was updated. He took me out to the street, and wow, I felt like I was in a zoo, surrounded by a crowd of people. Passing by a toy store, I immediately spotted a white wolf plush toy that looked just like him. I held the toy and howled like a wolf to tease him. He said it didn't look like him, but his ears turned red. In the end, he obediently took out his wallet to pay. Who knew that as soon as we stepped out of the store, chaos erupted on the street with someone shouting that a leopard had gone wild. It was an orc losing control of their mental power. He placed me in a safe spot and told me to hold the gun while he rushed into the fray. But things were not peaceful on my end either. I felt a chill behind me as a giant dark red python lunged at me. I raised my hand and fired a few shots, but the strange thing was that the giant python seemed to have no intention of hurting me. It just kept trying to rub against me, like a giant cat wanting to be petted. I noticed that it was shrouded in a black mist that others couldn't see, which resonated strangely with the powers within me. The moment its head gently touched my hand, I watched as that black mist was absorbed into my body, transforming into my energy. But the energy was too overwhelming for my small frame to handle, and everything went dark. I lost consciousness. When I woke up again, I was already in the hospital. A video of me calming the giant python had gone viral on StarNet, and everyone was praising me for being so cool. However, the hospital was in an uproar. An old doctor was pulling his hair out in frustration because they had used all their instruments and couldn't detect any mental power fluctuations in me. Somehow, the news leaked out, and the public opinion on StarNet changed immediately. Jinchuan, looked as dark as a pot bottom and directly sent a message to his mother, Hang. His voice was cold enough to freeze. You can dislike me, but don't involve her. On the other end of the line, his mother was gloating. That's just the truth. Now, it seems the Alliance is also not keen on you two being tied together. Jinchuan's anger flared, and just as he was about to say something more, the call ended abruptly. The next second, his light brain dinged with an invitation. A summer banquet. This summer banquet, let me tell you, was clearly a trap. Hosted by the Edie family and the He family, as if they were about to engrave the words kill you on the invitation. After I woke up, the first thing I did was to check my abilities. Wow, my powers had finally recovered to level 1. Although I was still far from my peak level 10 in the apocalypse, at least I wasn't completely powerless. I had a ton of questions in my mind about what the relationship was between interstellar mental power and my abilities. Both the black mist and the insect venom could recharge me. What were they? Forget it. It's too confusing. I opened my light brain to check some information, only to have my personal data slapped in front of me. Mental power, none. Fine, as long as you're happy. Right after, another invitation popped up. Edie, ugh. The smell is too strong. While I was thinking, Jinchuan's voice floated in from the doorway, telling me not to mind him. I glanced over and saw him carrying several plates of food, all the same dishes I had made yesterday. He carefully set the food down and cautiously handed me a glass of water, looking like he was afraid I would explode at any moment. What happened to your hand? I asked while drinking water, catching a glimpse of his wrist, which was red and swollen. It's nothing. He instinctively hid his hand behind him. I switched to interrogation mode. Did you burn it while cooking for me? He denied it, insisting he had treated it. I made him show me. He hesitated and finally rolled up his sleeve. Wow, that burn looked painful. I asked if he had applied medicine, and he honestly shook his head. He had just finished cooking and brought it over. He didn't have time to take care of himself. Little Q, medicine kit. I shouted towards the door. The little robot ran over, and I patted the edge of the bed for it to sit down while I treated his injury. Honestly, that moment had a rather subtle atmosphere. Under the warm yellow light, he sat obediently like a big puppy while I applied the medicine, and he peeked at me secretly. Sigh. Caring for my guardian is the least I can do. The next day, the vice president of the Alliance, a person named Zhiyi, personally came to deliver an invitation. The face he gave, if I refused again, wouldn't that make my big wolf dog uncomfortable? It seemed I had no choice but to attend this trap banquet, and my eager heart to grow stronger stirred a little more. 5 days later, on the day of the banquet, Zhiyi held the gilded invitation with both hands and spoke beautifully. Miss Liu, this is a welcome banquet we specifically organized for you. I couldn't help but smile sweetly. Wasn't this just a pre-wedding banquet for my Jinchuan and Miss Edie? Family who understands. My words were as pure as they could be, but that old fox's face twitched visibly. He quickly denied it, saying it just happened to be their turn to host. Fine, I accepted the invitation and then switched gears, turning on my innocent mode, blinking my big innocent eyes at him. Mr. Jew, you know I'm all alone in Central City, and everyone in the galaxy knows I have no mental power. If I go and get bullied, will the Alliance help me? This moral kidnapping left him speechless. In the end, he could only pat his chest and assure me that if anyone dared to touch me, the entire Alliance would back me up. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. After he left, Jingchuan quietly told me that I didn't have to force myself. I immediately took his large hand and sat down beside him, saying I didn't want to make things difficult for him either. Besides, these people were watching me. I could hide for a while, but not forever. I would eventually have to confront them head on. As soon as I said this, the cold aura around him dissipated. All right, accompany me to pick a dress. Sure. As night fell, the summer banquet was filled with people. All the dignitaries from Central City gathered, and I chose a simple black strapless long dress. Casually pinned my hair up with a wooden hairpin, aiming for a low-key style. Jingchuan came as the chief executive officer, dressed in a black military uniform, the insignia on his shoulder dazzling to the eyes. Standing together in all black, can you understand what a couple's outfit pressure feels like? Half of the audience's gaze was like spotlights shining on us. Just as I was thinking about this, the owner of the voice, Edie Shah, arrived. That girl, with red lips and a purple dress, towering in high heels, looked like ambition was about to be stamped on her forehead. She called out Jingchuan's name, but her eyes held no affection, only calculation. She came over with 2 glasses of wine, swirling 1 glass of red wine for herself, and handing me a glass of juice, saying, I heard Miss Liu isn't of age yet. Juice is more appropriate. I graciously took it and took a sip. Thank you, it tastes good. Jingchuan immediately leaned in and whispered in my ear, if you like it, I'll have little Q prepare some at home. The intimacy made Edie Shah's face turn green. She forced a smile and said, oh, by the way, I forgot to share with everyone that my mental power has broken through to S level. Wow. The moment those words came out, the room erupted in flattery. Jingchuan's mother, Haing, also popped out from a corner, acting as if she were Edie Shah's mother, the 2 of them singing in harmony. Mocking Jingchuan, aren't you going to come over and worship our galaxy's only S-level female? Otherwise, who will comfort you when your mental power goes out of control in the future? Jingchuan, being a straight man, simply replied, Mother, you remembered wrong. I am SS level, not S level. The implication was clear. She wasn't qualified enough. Idish's face instantly lost its composure. Her fingers gripping the wine glass turned pale. Just as I was about to mediate, she broke down, pointing at me and cursing, a useless person hiding behind. Jingchuan dares to talk to me. She then smashed the wine glass onto a passing waitress. I thought this girl was too emotionally unstable and suggested she should see a doctor. The next moment, an S-level mental pressure covered the entire scene. Let me tell you, except for me and Jingchuan, everyone else looked like they had been hit with 1,000 times gravity, their faces turning purple, bending over and gasping for breath. But what was the most explosive thing? It was me. I stood there as if nothing was wrong. Idish's eyes were about to pop out, with a look that could win the 2025 award for confusing behavior. Wondering why I wasn't affected. Before I could answer, the closest little girl to her burst into tears from the pressure, pointing at her and shouting, You're bad. The little girl even tried to rush over to hit her, but lost her balance. I quickly stepped forward and scooped the girl into my arms. And guess what? The pressure on her disappeared instantly. The whole place was dumbfounded. Idish's face turned from green to white, more colorful than a palette. Opportunity knocked, ladies. I immediately switched into Oscar-winning mode, taking a step forward, half my body shielding Jingchuan, my eyes reddening, my voice trembling. Miss Idisha, if you have any dissatisfaction, you can come at me. It's fine to bully me, but you can't bully Jingchuan. My look of grievance almost convinced myself. Public opinion instantly reversed, and the whole place was whispering, feeling sorry for me, this weak little thing. Jingchuan looked at me like he was heartbroken, his gaze at Idisha like a knife, directly stating, Idisha, I will go to the disciplinary office to plead guilty tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Idisha cowered. She knew that this madwolf, Jingchuan, was capable of doing it. Not wanting to ruin the occasion, she could only grit her teeth and have someone bring a wooden box, claiming it was an apology, and then unceremoniously threw it at me. Jingchuan was quick and caught it in one hand. His mental energy swept over it, and his expression changed. S-level star stone. This thing is a huge boost for S-level powerhouses, but for those without mental power, it's a death sentence, capable of draining a person dry. This was no apology. It was a threat to my life. Just as the whole place gasped in shock, an old man in an old military uniform walked over, radiating a presence of nearly 3 meters, and directly scolded Idisha. Idisha, you're being outrageous. He Jingchuan called out teacher, and I realized this was Idisha's grandfather, He Jingchuan's mentor, a retired general. But I wasn't afraid at all. I had long guessed that my ability was the ancestor of your mental powers. I bypassed He Jingchuan and directly reached for the box. No way, he acted like he was coaxing a child, even extending his wolf tail to wrap around my wrist and nudge it. It should be fine, I insisted. He couldn't resist me and could only carefully open a box. Inside, the blue star stones sparkled brilliantly, as if alive, flying into my palm. The expected devouring didn't happen at all. Instead, the star stone transformed into a gentle, warm current, slowly seeping into my body, giving me a recharge. Awesome. I sweetly smiled at Idisha, whose face had already frozen. Miss Idisha is really generous, handing out good person cards. She was so angry that she turned and left, and He Jingchuan had already slipped away. The old general named Hong Yin came over and handed me a medal, saying that if anyone bullied me in the future, I could take this to the military district, and staying there for 10 days or half a month wouldn't be a problem. This was a super talisman. Now, everyone's gaze towards me changed. They were probably imagining me as some hidden big shot. Idisha was hiding in the shadows, watching everything through the surveillance. So angry that she smashed her wine glass. I felt that gaze, looked up, and accurately found the surveillance camera, then raised my juice cup and winked at it. I just love that you can't stand me, but can't take me down either. Later, the border planet was attacked by the Zerg, and He Jingchuan was sent to command the battle, gone for more than half a month. As for me, I stayed in his basement filled with rare treasures, finding a few star stones to cultivate, and my ability finally restored to the 2nd level. One night, just as I was preparing to sleep, the estate's alarm suddenly blared. Little Q's voice sounded like it was about to be demolished. Chief, he is back. Chief, he has lost control. Young master, hide. My heart sank, and I hurried downstairs. The living room was pitch black, and I saw He Jingchuan standing there like a ghost, his eyes blood red, cornering me against the wall step by step. He didn't hurt me. It was like a large dog sniffing around my neck, his restless aura making me a bit nervous. I tugged at his clothes and discovered he was wearing a hospital gown with Central City Military District Hospital printed on the chest. Wow, he had escaped from the hospital. He seemed to have completely lost his rationality, rubbing and licking at my neck, and in the end, couldn't help but take a bite on my shoulder, his fangs piercing my skin, making me wince in pain. Damn, are you a wolf or a dog? I endured the pain to check him, only to find he had an injury on his chest and had been poisoned by the Zerg. I quickly used my ability to heal him under the green light. Strands of black mist were drawn out from his wound, making me feel like a purifier. Once the poison was cleared from his body, he directly fainted in my arms. Exhausted, I had little Q taken back to his room, and I also hugged a pillow and went over, planning to make do on the sofa in his room for the night. But when I pushed the door open, I froze in place. Where was the person on the bed? Only a massive white wolf sprawled across the entire bed. I curled up on the sofa and dozed off. The next morning, the sunlight was blinding, and I felt uncomfortable as I turned over, only to tumble down from the edge of the sofa and land on a fluffy, warm meat pad. Rubbing my eyes, I propped myself up, thinking this meat pad was quite soft. Then, I belatedly looked down. A huge wolf head was slowly turning towards me, those icy blue eyes gazing at me. Let me tell you, I just sat there, my mind blank, feeling like a husky that had strayed into a wolf's den. The next second, a flash of white light, and the big wolf transformed back into He Jingchuan himself. This guy stood there, sunlight perfectly hitting his neck, where I had bitten him last night, leaving 2 small blood holes that were glaringly obvious. He stared at me, and I stared back at him, the air thick with awkwardness. His expression was tangled like a twisty pastry, and I could tell he had played out 800 episodes of love and hate in his mind, and after holding it in for a long time, he finally squeezed out, I didn't mean to. Good heavens, that made me laugh. Big brother, you're stuttering. What else can I say? I saw him tugging at his fluffy tail, almost pulling it out, so I quickly held him down. I said it was fine, then yawned and slipped away. If I didn't leave, I was afraid he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. I went back to my room to catch up on sleep, but He Jingchuan wasn't idle. He dove into the bathroom, probably wanted to cool down physically. However, when he pulled off the bandage around his waist, he was stunned. Where are the wounds? His skin was as smooth as new. Even the old scars have been beautified. Family, who understands? This guy had directly activated his self-improvement mode. He instantly connected this incident to the little orc I saved earlier, realizing that my ability was simply a game-changing bug. Then I started to imagine, thinking that someone as cautious as me actually revealed such a big secret in front of him. Is this love? Let me tell you, his heart must have been beating like a drum at that moment, feeling completely captivated. He was also pondering how to keep his doctor friend Lin Xian from blabbing everywhere. Just as I was thinking about this, my phone rang, saying that his doctor friend Lin Xian, along with 2 assistants, had already stormed downstairs. When Lin Xian arrived, the scene was something else. He didn't look like a doctor at all, hands on his hips, pointing at He Jingchuan's nose and unleashing a barrage of words. His mouth moving like a Gatling gun. He Jingchuan, you really have some nerve. SS-level mental power out of control, and not only did you not blow up the planet, but you also managed to fly your starship back home safely? Did I dig up your ancestor's grave in my past life to have to serve such an ancestor in this life? He was cursing with great enthusiasm. His little assistant Su Zhe was wide-eyed. He had already heard about my calming the giant python, and upon seeing the lively He Jingchuan, he became my little fan, boldly speculating whether my mental power had grown so strong that the instruments couldn't measure it anymore. I have to say, this little assistant had some ideas. He suddenly raised his hand weakly and said that many orc soldiers in our military hospital have been left disabled because their mental power went out of control and couldn't be calmed down, asking if I could lend a hand. Just then, I happened to walk downstairs and overheard this. Well, wasn't that a coincidence? I walked out from the corner of the staircase and said, I can't consider it. At that moment, the 3 people in the living room all stood up in unison. Lin Xian, looking like a gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses, greeted me politely. I wasn't polite either and sat down next to He Jingchuan, getting straight to the point with my terms. I said, if I help you, then I will be one of your military district people. If anything happens to me in the future, your military district must stand by my side without any reason. I emphasized the words without any reason quite heavily. I added, I also need a relatively high position. I don't like being told how to do things. What I wanted was not an offer, but a partnership, you understand. Lin Xian seemed to be a sensible person. After thinking for a moment, he agreed and said he would report to the military district. As soon as we finished discussing this, He Jingchuan was unhappy on the side. Watching me and Lin Xian, along with his little fan assistant, add a star to our names, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Once Lin Xian and the others left, he immediately stopped pretending and transformed back into his original form, a giant white wolf that directly pinned me to the sofa. Goodness, I almost got sent away. I was so angry that I hit him, but he, like a giant dog, rubbed his face against mine, his tail wagging like a propeller. What could I do? I could only surrender. Looking at his fluffy white fur, my hands itched, and I said, wait, I'll brush your fur. I immediately ordered a wooden comb online, and a drone delivered it in a flash. I sat cross-legged in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, the sun warm and cozy, giving him an immersive fur-brushing session. The feeling was simply a stress relief miracle. The little robot Q was also considerate, filming the whole time, focusing on a peaceful moment. As I was happily brushing, He Jingchuan, this big dog, was so comfortable he kept humming, even flipping over to show me his belly. Of course, I wasn't polite and placed my hands on it. So soft. It felt amazing to touch. However, this warm moment didn't last long. A life-and-death communication from the military district called He Jingchuan back, saying since he was healed, he should hurry back to work. I watched the old man on the screen, painting a big picture for He Jingchuan, almost laughing out loud. He Jingchuan turned back 3 times, looking so reluctant, as if it were a heartfelt farewell. I sent him off to the starship, and only after he left did I dare to laugh. This guy was getting more clingy. Just as he left, little Q sent me the video of the fur brushing, asking if I wanted to send it to He Jingchuan too. I said yes, definitely send it. On He Jingchuan's side, he had just finished a very serious meeting and was feeling down because I hadn't messaged him. When he opened little Q's video, his mouth instantly broke into a smile that reached his ears. Back in his office, the first thing he did was project that video onto an entire wall, play it on loop. While he was there laughing to himself, his colleagues walked in, including Zhang Yuan, Xiao Tai and several other officers, all of whom saw it. Those rough men were instantly dumbfounded, all looking as sour as lemons, enviously chattering about how lucky he was. He Jingchuan was saying it was nothing, but if his tail were still there, it would probably be wagging like a fan. This wave of a sigh made him understand. Guess what? This guy was spurred on by his colleagues and actually posted the video on the Star Network. No caption, just the video. Overnight, the entire network exploded. The comment section was full of wailing, saying He Jingchuan had struck some ridiculous luck. Soon after, the official military district account added fuel to the fire. posting a formal announcement thanking me for calming the SS level General He and officially inviting me to join the military hospital as a senior physician. Now, this was great. I occupied 3 spots in the trending top 10 all by myself. The next day, He Jingchuan took me to the hospital for work. He chattered all the way, like an old father sending his daughter off to her first day of kindergarten, almost stuffing 2 eggs in my pocket. When we arrived at the hospital entrance, wow, there was a red carpet, banners, and everything. The 100-year-old Dean Yen San personally led a group of people holding flowers, as if welcoming a queen, with several robots filming from all angles. These people thought I was there to be a decoration and arranged the top office in the entire interstellar hospital for me, asking if I wanted to take a few days off to adjust. I put the flowers down and said directly, no need. Bring me all the medical records of the out-of-control beastmen. Just then, Lin Xian walked in, carrying a thick stack of reports. I took them from him and smiled at the astonished Dean. I was joking. I was there to work, not to vacation. So, as soon as I put on this light blue, special protective suit, I dove straight into the office to start working. Let me tell you, when I got that report in my hands, my heart sank. Just in this military district hospital, there were over 100 out-of-control beastmen, 10 of whom had been locked up for decades, with no one caring for them anymore. The hospital was about to carry out euthanasia on them. In a regular hospital, these 10 would have long since perished, but the military district still considered them heroes from the battlefield, which is why they kept funding their care. Fortunately, these 10 had mental power levels that weren't outrageous, all between B and A, theoretically making them easier to soothe. Just as I was pondering this, there was a knock on the door. I looked up and saw Lin Xian, impeccably dressed in a white coat, with his sleeves rolled neatly as if measured with a ruler, always exuding that elite vibe. As soon as he sat down, he got straight to the point. What is the plan for today? I'll support you fully. I pushed the report in front of him and flipped to the page with the 10 death row inmates, saying, it's them. Lin Xian's expression instantly became serious, saying that these guys had been out of control for too long and were as stubborn as old rust, making them difficult to handle. He wanted to persuade me to start with a few that had just lost control a couple days ago, saying it would be easier. I shot back. How can that be? If we don't soothe them soon, those 10 lives will be lost. I have a try first. What if it works? That S10 living lives. Lin Xian looked at me, his expression complex. I figured he was thinking, no wonder people online envy He Jingchuan. I'm the only fool in the entire interstellar community. He probably had his passionate moments too, but reality had long since worn him down. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, okay, I'll go with you. But don't push yourself too hard. His gaze was as if he were looking at some rare endangered species, as if he thought my mental power limit was definitely not just SS. To keep things quiet, Lin Xian only greeted the dean and the medical team that specialized in managing the out-of-control beastmen, referred to as the SU team. Family who understands. That SU department is built on the 2nd basement level. As soon as we entered, there was no sunlight, and the cold air hit my face, making me shiver, my breath turning white. I said, is this environment suitable for humans? A normal person would go crazy after being locked up for too long. Lin Xian explained that this was the best environment determined by countless experiments, as low temperatures could suppress their madness. Just as I was complaining, there was a sudden loud crash, followed by all sorts of beastly roars. As we entered, we seemed to have set off a riot in this zoo, with everyone pounding on the iron bars like they had gone mad. The SU staff remained calm, picking up their walkie-talkies and shouting, number 7, number 10, number 30. Spray the sedative. With a hiss, the spray went off, and the world instantly became quiet. As Lin Xian and I walked in, both sides were lined with transparent glass rooms, each enclosed with an extra layer of iron bars for double security. The beastmen living here had no names, only codes. Some lay sickly on the ground, some stared at the ceiling like they were turned to stone, and others restlessly scratched the ground, their heavy breathing sending chills down my spine. Finally, Lin Xian stopped in front of a room, pointing and saying, here we are. I looked up and saw a cold number on the door. 62, species, Guro beast. To put it simply, it was a wild boar plus version. Let me tell you, that guy looked quite unfortunate, all black and rough, the kind that would be instantly swiped left on a dating app. But who am I? I've dealt with zombies for so many years. This little visual shock was nothing. Inside, the Guro beast seemed to sense something, looking up with its blood-red eyes. The sedative kept it from standing, so it could only lie on the ground and grunt at me. I squatted down to meet its gaze, speaking in my gentlest voice. Don't be afraid, and reached out my hand, pressing it against the cold glass, softly calling to it, come. At first, it ignored me, but once I activated my ability, a green light burst forth. The beast instantly seemed to be magnetically drawn to my hand, its big head coming over to rest against my palm. I tell you, my energy field is all about companionship and healing. The vitality was so strong that Lin Xian beside me was stunned, his fists clenched tight, probably trying to suppress his urge to rush over. Even the beastmen on both sides began to inch closer to me. The dark mist surrounding this guy was indeed, as Lin Xian described, peeling off in clumps like psoriasis. Quite a struggle. The SU staff surrounded us, treating it as if they were watching a giant panda, not daring to breathe. The instruments nearby beeped frantically, and the out-of-control value plummeted from off the charts to 0 in an instant, just as I breathed a sigh of relief. The red veins in the Guru beast's eyes faded, and its gaze became clear. In a flash of white light, it transformed into a human shape, a chubby middle-aged man. He looked a bit confused, glancing around in bewilderment, muttering, "The Zerg are ambushing. Run." Wow. His memories were still stuck on the battlefield from 20 years ago. Number 62 is restored. Long live Miss Lu. One staff member shouted in excitement. The man finally raised his hand, repeatedly chanting, "I'm awake. I'm awake," until he suddenly fell to his knees, crying out with all his heart, "Ha! I'm awake. I'm not dead. 20 whole years. Living without consciousness for 20 years. At that moment, I felt a pang in my heart. What is the difference between these out-of-control beastmen and zombies? It seemed like the apocalypse had ended, yet it felt like it continued in another form. Just as I was lost in thought, Lin Xian pulled out a handkerchief to wipe my sweat, but halfway through, he realized something was off and froze in midair, stuttering, "It's clean, I haven't used it." I took it, thanked him, and just as I stood up, feeling dizzy from squatting too long, the Beastmen staff members surrounded me more tightly than Lin Xian. "Miss Lu, take a break. What does Miss Lu want to eat or drink? We'll get it for you right away." I don't know who it was, but someone instantly produced a chair, kindly placing a soft cushion underneath me. Another guy slapped him on the back of the head. "You fool. We should take Miss Lu to the lounge." I was truly amused by this group of lively characters, quickly saying, no need, I'll just rest here." I pointed to the one across from me, number 63, and said that I still needed to comfort it later. As soon as I said this, the orcs from SU exploded. "What? We have to continue? No way. It's too tiring. Lin Xian, you're being unreasonable. How can you make Miss Lu so tired? Lin Xian, are you an undercover agent, trying to wear us out on purpose?" Well, that blame was directly thrown on Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also helpless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I quickly stood up to protect him. "It's my own decision. I know my body. I just need to rest for a bit." Lin Xian's words shut them up. "If you keep making noise, she won't be able to rest. I tell you, my physique is quite strange. The black mist I absorb turns into my abilities after a round in my body. That little bit of tiredness dissipated in an instant, and I felt ready to go again. So, for the entire morning, the sounds of astonishment from those orcs echoed in the underground level 2. Wow, whoa, oh, and the orcs who had been healed, crying uncontrollably. "Thank you, Miss Lu. Boo-hoo, I'm not a monster anymore. Miss Lu, from now on, I'll be your little brother." I barely had a few bites of lunch before rushing back. It's not that I'm particularly competitive, but today my abilities surged like I was on a rocket. It felt amazing. By 3 in the afternoon, all 10 death row inmates on the list were taken care of. My abilities successfully returned to level 3. But as a person, I was already exhausted. I plopped down on the ground, wiping the sweat from my face with my sleeve. The next second, 7 or 8 colorful handkerchiefs were handed to me, and someone even tried to shove a cushion under me. What is wrong with being a little rough sometimes? I picked out Lin Xian's handkerchief and thanked him. Under everyone's teary-eyed gaze, I was supported by Lin Xian as I left the underground level 2. As soon as I walked out, I could imagine the lonely scene of those big guys staring at each other in confusion. Just as I reached the door of the lounge, I saw the old director Yin San waiting for me with a bowl of cut fruit, his eyes red. This old man must have cried. He insisted on treating me like an ancestor, asking me to call him by his name, personally opening the door for me, and when he left, he was so unsteady on his feet, mumbling about how good it was. My achievement of healing 10 uncontrollable orcs that day sparked a huge wave on the Star Network. The military hospital was quite cunning, releasing a video with an official post. I wonder who doesn't recognize our military hospital senior physician. Lu Zhiyi, Miss Lu. Miss Lu is amazing. They were so proud. It was as if they wanted to engrave "this amazing person is from our hospital" on their foreheads. That guy Jingchuan saw it in the military district and immediately retweeted it with the caption, "Mine." Well, the comment section was filled with wails. As a result, When I got off work, there was a huge crowd of orcs blocking the entrance of the hospital like a fan meeting. I was feeling a headache when my peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a suspicious figure in the crowd, dressed in black, with a hat and mask covering him tightly. He looked as thin as a monkey. I tugged at Lin Xian's sleeve and whispered to him, "That guy, something else off?" Lin Xian looked in the direction I pointed, his expression instantly turning cold. I directly gave Lin Xian a look and quietly said, when I pass by him later, "Can you take him down while he is not paying attention? I want to put on a show for everyone, exposing his crime to the fullest." Lin Xian understood immediately and replied with 2 words, "Sure." I felt reassured. The security team cleared a path for me, and I wore a sweet smile, like I was walking down a red carpet. As I passed the black-clad boy, I deliberately turned my head towards him and raised an eyebrow. The boy panicked. His eyes closed and suddenly splashed the special sulfuric acid he was holding towards my face. It was a split-second reaction. Lin Xian grabbed his wrist, twisted it, and all the sulfuric acid ended up splashing on his own face. Ah, that scream was heart-wrenching. The boy rolled on the ground in pain, his face instantly a bloody mess with pits and bumps showing white bone. He still tried to crawl towards me, shouting, "Miss Liu, I was wrong." Lin Xian stepped on his back, his gaze icy enough to freeze ice shards. "Don't come near her." I immediately acted, covering my mouth and retreating several steps, my voice trembling. "Who told you to kill me? Did I do something wrong?" As soon as I said that, the version of the orcs present automatically changed to, "I saved those uncontrollable orcs. Did I do something wrong?" Instantly, the orcs were ignited. "Kill him. Apologize to Miss Liu. Quickly say, who instructed you?" The little wolf cub still tried to gain sympathy, crying, "Look, I'm just like General He. I'm also a wolf." I almost laughed out loud, pointing at him, trembling with anger. "Shut up. You're not like him." He started to play the victim again, saying he needed 10,000 star coins for treatment, and if he didn't do this, he would die. I couldn't be bothered to respond, just acting terrified and keeping my distance. "No way. I'm not interested in playing the saint." Just then, Jingchuan rushed over with a team of soldiers like a god descending from heaven. He ran in front of me, nervously scanning me from head to toe, relieved only after confirming I was okay, then reached out to smooth my furrowed brow. The little wolf cub was directly shackled by the soldiers with iron chains and dragged away mercilessly, leaving a trail of blood. This farce finally came to an end. That evening, I leaned against my bed replaying the events. On the surface, the ones who held a grudge against me were He Ying and Edie Sha. He Ying was for her brother, and Edie Sha was purely jealous that I stole the spotlight of the strongest female in the interstellar world. The Wanderers and the Zerg might also be involved, but this kind of small-scale probing seemed more like something a proud and sore loser like Edie Sha would do. So, I guess it was Edie Sha. Just as I was thinking, Jingchuan knocked on the door and came in, holding a cup of milk, looking out of place with his military uniform. He glanced at me and said, "I'm going to interrogate that werewolf. I'll give you news tomorrow." He put down the milk, adjusted the room temperature for me, and reminded me to rest early. I could tell he was filled with guilt, thinking he had protected me well. "Sai, my wolf is really silly and good." I watched him fly off in his starship, disappearing into the night sky, feeling quite warm inside. Meanwhile, in the cold underground basement, the little wolf cub was hanging up. Jingchuan's mental pressure made it hard for him to breathe. And then with each punch, he vented all his anger on him like hitting a sandbag, causing him to spit blood. When his emotions calmed down a little, Jingchuan coldly asked, "Who instructed you?" The boy had been tortured to the point of seeking death, repeating one sentence, "Kill me." Jingchuan suddenly laughed. "It was Edie Sha, right?" Well, he directly pulled out the answer. Edie Sha used the uncontrollable father of the little wolf cub to threaten him, promising to soothe his father after the deed was done, and that he would die if it failed. Jingchuan systematically broke down the little wolf cub's final psychological defenses. The boy laughed despairingly, confirming Jingchuan's guess. But the problem was, Edie Sha was an S-class female, a treasure of the Alliance, and they couldn't touch her. Xiao Taiwei was still nearby, advising Jingchuan not to act impulsively. As a result, Jingchuan fell silent for a moment and ordered, "Cut off his wolf tail and throw it away to let it rot in the garbage star." A scream pierced the night sky. Then, the white wolf, holding the bloody wolf tail, grabbed Xiao Taiwei by the collar and said, "I'll take you to do something fun." Xiao Taiwei's face turned green at that moment. Let me tell you, Jingchuan is really someone who knows how to deal with things. He truly gets revenge on his enemies. He took the unwilling Xiao Taiwei and stealthily sneaked into Idish's estate, directly throwing the bloody severed tail into Idish's most treasured garden. The next morning, I watched the live broadcast of Edith screaming and going crazy through the tiny surveillance camera secretly installed by He Jingchuan. Looking at that disgusting severed tail and the blood-stained precious flower, her delicate face twisted into an expression like a meme, and she exploded on the spot, even dismantling a butler robot in the process. Ha ha! The speed of that transformation was even more exciting than a color palette. The surveillance camera self-destructed under her mental pressure, leaving nothing behind. My little Q robot next to me shook all over, probably scared, and quickly listed Edith as a maximum level danger object. I laughed so hard my stomach hurt, and I looked up to ask He Jingchuan, "So what happened to that little wolf cub?" Let me tell you, this guy He Jingchuan really knew how to handle things. Giving it a good beating and packing it off the garbage started to fend for itself. As for whether it died or not, that depended on the little cub's fate, but I completely didn't care. After this was settled, I slumped back onto the sofa, feeling so comfortable. But then He Jingchuan, that big wolf with a tail, came over again, his fingers restlessly scratching my palm, asking what I wanted to eat. I rolled my eyes and thought, hey, let's tease him a bit, and blurted out, fries, roast chicken, milk tea. And guess what? This guy, the dignified interstellar commander, actually couldn't handle it. The whole wolf seemed to crash, standing there with a look of I'm useless, unable to satisfy my little female's frustration. Family, who understands? Interstellar people know how to treat their mouths poorly, leaving so many delicious foods aside and munching on cold nutrient solutions every day. Seeing his little expression, I thought, fine, I'll do it myself. I jumped up from the sofa and hopped into the kitchen. Let me tell you, during the time he wasn't home, I had already thoroughly studied the kitchen and stocked the entire freezer with ingredients. He Jingchuan followed me in, and as he passed our smart butler, little Q, it suddenly yelled and hugged its own head, fearing He Jingchuan would turn it off, also shouting that it wanted to record a video for us to commemorate. Goodness. As soon as He Jingchuan heard about recording a video, his eyes instantly turned dangerous, probably afraid of being seen by the entire interstellar community while cooking poorly. Little Q saw the situation wasn't right and quickly dove into the kitchen, hugging my leg. Now, it was even worse. He Jingchuan saw a robot hugging my leg, and his eyes practically looked like they could burn little Q's CPU. I hurried to smooth things over, pulled out a potato bigger than my head from the freezer, and asked him to help me cut it into strips. As soon as he heard he could help, he instantly cheered up again, even kindly patted little Q's head, telling it to be our photographer. The speed of this emotional transition was incredible. So what happened? Just as I wanted to show off my cooking skills, I was gradually squeezed out of the workspace by him. While frying fries, he seriously explained to me, I'm a good wolf, and a good wolf can feed a little female well. I laughed at that moment. The familiar aroma and his childish yet persistent demeanor were simply amazing. When the golden fries were out of the pot, I dipped them in ketchup, took a bite, and burned my mouth but felt an instant sense of satisfaction. Because of the previous matter, the military hospital gave me a long leave and arranged an incredible job for me. 3 days on, 4 days off, with a monthly income of $1 million. Family, who understands, this sky-high fortune finally came to me. While munching on fries, I was scrolling through the interstellar web, seeing everyone concerned about me, which warmed my heart. But then that big wolf next to me started emitting sour vibes again, insisting he was better than those people online and could protect me well. Fine, you're the best. I pinched his fluffy ears, coaxing him like a little dog until he obediently wrapped his big tail around my arm, filled with possessiveness. Just then, ding, a new message popped up on my light brain. I opened it, and wow, a big golden headline, Huaxing Starship Military Academy. This is the most prestigious military academy in the entire interstellar realm, and He Jingchuan graduated from there. They actually invited me to enroll, to learn about starship piloting and mecha combat. He Jingchuan asked me if I wanted to go, and I almost replied in a second, yes. Of course, yes. I'm not the kind of delicate flower that can only stay in a greenhouse. In this world, how can I not have self-defense skills? I'm a stand-up. The academy replied instantly, arranging my schedule at lightning speed. Monday to Wednesday at the hospital, Thursday to Saturday at the academy, and Sunday off. I counted on my fingers. Wait a minute. My blessings hadn't even warmed up yet, and they directly turned it into a single day off. Moreover, when I looked at the professor's list, one name made my heart skip a beat. He Lanqing, the S-Class Psychic White Tiger, one of the guardians I had considered. I instinctively glanced at He Jingchuan. Luckily, this guy didn't know anything and was happily picking out a new rookie starship for me. That afternoon, while I was taking a nap, a strange star signal came in. I groggily answered, and a cool voice on the other end said, Hello, Miss Liu. I am He Lanqing from Huaxing Starship Military Academy. I sat up straight in bed, my brain instantly clearing. family, who understands I was sleeping so soundly, and being called awake by my future mentor was a social death scene. Professor, he didn't waste any time, directly telling me he had sent me a simulation chip for basic starship piloting training and said he would personally check the results later. Wow. And the homework started before school even began. Little Q quickly delivered the chip. I changed into my training suit and walked into the simulation training room at home. As soon as the chip was inserted, the entire room instantly transformed into a vast starry river, and I felt like I had entered a game world. The system started, and I directly replicated the data of the 728 starship that Zhiyi had chosen for me. It went smoothly at first, but then the system complained that I was flying too slow, saying that a speed of 50 miles per hour was no different from running. Before I could react, automatically accelerating to minimum speed 200, I exclaimed, and the powerful thrust almost knocked my soul out. The whole world was spinning, my head buzzing. I quickly called for a stop, emphasizing to the AI that I would handle it myself and not to do any surprise attacks. The AI even sounded a bit disdainful. Almost wanted to put practice more on the screen. What followed was hellish training. As soon as I increased my speed a little, a bunch of asteroids appeared ahead, supposedly integrating evasive reaction training. I blurted out, "Who the hell designed this program?" Then guess what? The AI coldly replied, "Your request has been forwarded to Professor I. Crisis." I quickly tried to make up for it, saying we should proceed step by step and not do surprise attacks. But it was dead silent on the other end. Great, might as well keep practicing. I practiced for a solid 5 hours from day to night, only stopping when my stomach started protesting. As soon as I exited the training room, I saw Zhiyi leaning against the sofa in a black tank top, his muscle lines and masculine hormones hitting me right in the face. It suddenly hit me that I had always seen him as a big white wolf and almost forgot he was still a man. He saw me looking exhausted and was so heartbroken, even cursing he launching with me for being a pervert. The next day, something happened. Let me tell you, I had a dream about Zhiyi, and it wasn't some pure love, fresh, sweet dream. It was, a dream with some substance. In the dream, he was my combat coach, pinning me down on the ground, getting really close, that breath, that wolf tail. Anyway, I woke up scared, my face burning hot enough to fry an egg. So embarrassed, I wanted to dig into the ground. Then the next morning, lo and behold, he came out of the training room wearing the exact same black tank top from my dream. He said good morning to me. I felt dirty right on the spot. My CPU was about to burn out. My mind went blank. I grabbed a sandwich and stuffed it into my mouth, then rushed into the training room without looking back and locked myself in. When I finally came out at night, starving, I saw that big wolf sitting there alone, radiating an aura of "don't bother me, I'm falling apart," and he had even been drinking. As soon as I sat down, he kept his head down and ate, ignoring me. It dawned on me that he must think I was deliberately avoiding him in the morning and was angry. Just as I wanted to explain, he interrupted me. "Eat first." After dinner, he suddenly said in a very aggrieved tone, I was wrong. I was taken aback. I thought, bro, what did you do wrong? Just say it. But he just kept saying with red eyes, "I was wrong. Don't avoid me." I really wanted to shout, "You did nothing wrong. It's me who's too SE." But I didn't want to lose face. I could only hold his handsome face and explain that I had an incredible dream, which made me act a bit off. Then this guy ran upstairs and, with a bang, transformed into a giant white wolf, coming back with a comb in his mouth, squatting in front of me, his big tail wagging like a propeller and his head nuzzling against me. Who could resist that? Fine, let us groom. I sat cross-legged and groomed him for a full hour before smoothing out his little grievances. Before sleeping, I couldn't help but kiss his fluffy big head. This was simply the legendary task of a master, except this time the task was to comfort him. Anyway, that was the end of that, and the atmosphere turned sweet and loving again the next morning. After breakfast, I went to work at the hospital, and Yin San and the others came to find me, looking quite serious. They said since I could calm the SS level Zhiyi, they were very curious about where my mental power limit was, so they wanted to test my mental power again, assuring me that the results would be kept absolutely confidential. I thought, why not? After all, I also want to know what level my restored Tier 3 abilities were at. So I followed Yin San and the others to the top floor of the military hospital. Let me tell you, that laboratory looked like something out of a sci-fi blockbuster, super advanced. I lay down, and a cold helmet was placed on my head, with a chaotic array of data streams filling my vision, making my head spin. Guess what? The moment the device started beep, my mental power data shot up like it was on a rocket and broke through the S-level line. But just like that, it seemed to hit a wall and bang, bounced back, and then the damn machine went black and crashed. Does anyone understand? It was just burned out. Goodness. Lin Xian, next to me, burst out laughing, saying Yin San's precious gadget was useless. That old man was still unconvinced, puffing out his cheeks and glaring. Then he leaned over and told me he guessed I was at least SS level, maybe even the unprecedented SSS level. He even said he could help me capture a segment of data and forge an S-level report for me. I laughed at that, saying I was familiar with this. We used to do it in college papers, mainly focusing on effective data filtering. However, I still refused, saying it was better not to provoke that young lady, Idissa. It was good for her to live in her own world. As soon as I mentioned her name, Lin Xian's face looked like he'd eaten a fly. My gossip radar went off, and I quickly asked him if there was some story. Guess what? Yin Xian answered right away, saying Lin Xian had once hidden on a remote planet for a whole year to avoid that girl. I laughed so hard. It turned out to be the previous generation's licking dog syndrome. I hadn't even finished that juicy gossip when there was a huge bang, and the whole building shook like an earthquake. I lost my balance and fell right into Lin Xian's arms. He reacted quickly and caught me. Just then, the hospital alarm went off like crazy, and a video popped up on Yin Xian's wristband saying that the Wanderers had blown up several hospitals in the central city. Let me tell you, I had never seen that old man Yin Xian look so serious. The killing intent was palpable. He shouted a few commands to activate the highest defenses and rushed out. Lin Xian then let go of me, looking a bit embarrassed. I didn't have time to care about that. I asked him what was going on. Were the Wanderers that bold? He told me that these people had already allied with the insect race, and this had been kept under wraps. Wow, wasn't this the 2025 version of a biological republic? While I was pondering, Lin Xian thought I was scared and said he would protect me. I tilted my head and smiled, replying that who knew who would protect him. After this, He Jingchuan was so busy he barely had time to touch the ground, and we didn't get to see each other. When we finally met again, he was there to send me off to the Huaxing Starship Military Academy, arranging a special training teacher for me named He Lanqing. He Jingchuan was extremely worried, saying that teacher was a pervert, stuffing me with a bunch of laser guns and energy bullets, as if to say that if I felt wronged, I could just go home. But when I met that He Lanqing, wow, he had white hair and golden eyes, looking like a cold, aloof iceberg. He was undeniably handsome, but his face clearly said, "Don't mess with me." When he saw He Jingchuan, he directly told him, "You can go back," and sent him off. He Jingchuan probably felt quite pleased, thinking this guy definitely wouldn't steal his corner. Then my nightmare began. This He Lanqing didn't waste any words. He directly took me onto the starship, marked an incredibly difficult flight route for me, right through those mountains that looked like swords piercing the sky. After I completed a lap, he reset me with a bang. We did this over and over for a total of 35 times. I was numb. It felt like I was an NPC stuck in a game bug. At the end, he even asked me if I was tired. I said yes, and he replied, "Then why don't you rest?" I said, "You didn't say I could." The look he gave me was quite complex. He probably had never seen such an obedient student before. That night was even more ridiculous. It was pouring rain, and he tossed me a tent and 2 nutrient packs, leaving me to fend for myself. Just as I set up the tent, I heard movement outside. I peeked through the crack in the door and saw 3 giant, ugly bugs crawling toward me. Damn it. These things looked way too abstract, even worse than zombies. Without a second thought, I rushed out and fired 2 shots. But one of the bugs lunged straight at my face. I panicked and instinctively pulled out the energy bullets He Jingchuan had given me and threw them. With a boom, that bug exploded into a pile of debris, and a shockwave knocked me to the ground, sending the tent flying. Only then did He Lanqing come out his tent, looking shocked at me, probably thinking, how is this new student even fiercer than me? He told me to go back to the starship to rest, and we stared at each other for a while. He even kindly reminded me that the attack he arranged was just this one time, but real insect races might still come. Thanks a lot. I ended up staying up all night, even more spirited than him. The next day, I was going to open the starship again, and this guy finally spoke up, but all he said was that I was too slow and needed to speed up. I missed the mute version of him from yesterday. Anyway, after the special training ended, I was exhausted and went home, only to find that He Jingchuan was not there. Xiao Qiu prepared a table full of delicious food for me, but the house felt empty. I checked and found out that He Jingchuan hadn't come back at all last night. Thinking about him gnawing on that awful nutrient supplement at the military district made me feel sorry for him. So, I decided to make him a bowl of beef noodles and took the starship straight to the military district. Guess what? The soldiers at the gate saw me and their eyes lit up green, as if they had seen a long-lost relative. They didn't even need to register me. They treated me like one of their own and almost got into a fight over who would take me in. In the end, they sent a guy named Brother Bao, whom I'd saved before, to guide me. He was so excited he almost bowed to me, saying he wanted to repay me with his life. I quickly gave him a lesson, saying that his life was for protecting the country, not for me. When I reached He Jingchuan's office door, he was still in a meeting. Let me tell you, I found out later how terrifying that meeting was. The military officers, including He Jingchuan, were furious about the issues with the wanderers and the insect race. The pressure in the conference room was so low it could freeze a person. When He Jingchuan opened the door and saw me, his expression changed instantly, transforming from the king of hell to an excited golden retriever in just a moment. Rushing over to me in a few steps, there was also an old general peeking around the corner, looking on enviously. He Jingchuan took my hand and pulled me into the office. I placed the warm thermos in front of him, opened it, and shoved the chopsticks in his hands. He Jingchuan was stunned, staring fixedly at the steaming bowl of beef noodles, his eyes reddening instantly, and his shoulders trembling. Goodness, a big man almost made me break down. I quickly patted his hand, urging him to eat before it got cold. Then like a big puppy, he grinned and dug in. On the way home, he started rambling about how dangerous Central City was recently, mentioning that there were insect race infiltrators and suspicions about traitors in the upper echelons of the Alliance. He told me to stay away from that crazy beauty, Idissa, and to contact Lin Xian or He Lanqing if anyone got close to me. Who understands family? He suddenly turned into a dad, treating me like a 3-year-old. The next day, my perverted mentor, He Lanqing, took me to the Qishir Mountain to practice opening the starship. Let me tell you, I flew around that pile of rocks for a whole morning, and by the end, I felt like a delivery drone with a malfunctioning navigation system. He barely nodded and said, "Okay, this speed is just enough for you to escape." Finally, I made it a lunch break and rushed to the legendary best cafeteria in the galaxy, the Huaxing Military Academy, ready to explore a new map. Guess what? When I pulled up a screen, it was all nutrient supplements. Honey flavor, lime flavor. I was silent. The galaxy's #1 cafeteria, and it specializes in nutrient supplement flavors, right? Just as I was worrying, the cafeteria manager, a burly orc in his 50s or 60s, came over, rubbing his hands together. His posture was so humble, he looked like he was about to kneel. When he saw I hadn't ordered anything for a while, he panicked and frantically recommended their newly developed oolong honey tea flavor. Fine, I'll take that. When I tasted it, wow, my eyes lit up. It was refreshing and not greasy, with a hint of tea fragrance. It was simply the best in the nutrient supplement world. I immediately ordered 2 more, stuffing them into my wrist space. The manager was peeking from the corner, as excited as if he had just won 5 million, probably already planning how to turn the Miss Deer flavor into a bestseller of the year. In the afternoon, it was shooting class. He Lanqing handed me a laser pistol and told me to give it a try. I raised my hand and fired a few shots, all hitting the bullseye. Just kidding. Back in the day, let us just say I was gifted. He Lanqing was stunned, looking at me with a different expression, and his tones softened a bit. Then he cranked up the difficulty. The target not only shrank by half, but also started flying around, and the floor vibrated like it was at a disco. I finally understood how he got the nickname, He the Pervert. He noticed my grip on the gun was off and came over to help me adjust it. Let me tell you, when his fingertips touched my arm, it was icy cold, but he stepped back immediately after adjusting it, maintaining a proper distance. This guy, although a devil during training, was still a gentleman at heart. As we continued, the number of targets varied randomly, and various virtual obstacles popped up. I had to shoot and dodge at the same time, exhausting me. During the break, I sat cross-legged on the ground, chatting with a friend. I must have said something funny, because I was laughing so hard my face turned red. He Lanqing was like a curious baby, peeking over. Eventually, we ended up sitting on the ground chatting. He asked me if it was true that others said he was abnormal. I told him that was called being aloof, a family trait, and he should just live comfortably and not care about what others said. He seemed quite touched by that, but then I let my mouth run and casually mentioned that Jingchuan was really good, and his face immediately fell. He got up and said, "Today's training is over." Goodness, his mood changed faster than flipping a page. I shouted goodbye, professor to his back, but he didn't turn around as he walked away. I just lay flat on the floor, too tired to move a finger, giving him a stamp of approval. Not only aloof, but also a strange old tiger. I quickly messaged He Jingchuan. "Other kids have already been picked up. Why hasn't My Guardian come yet?" He replied instantly, "Arriving in 10 minutes. Please give the big white wolf a little more time." And so the days went by until today. While practicing combat with He Lanqing, I felt restless all day, my chest heavy. Sure enough, as soon as we took a break, my light brain exploded with messages from friends in the hospital, each one more shocking than the last. "Miss Deer, Dr. Lin had an accident. He was seriously injured, and they say they might not be able to save his hand. General, he is also in the hospital. He brought Dr. Lin back from planet G153 overnight. The star net is in an uproar. My mind went blank, and the cup in my hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Lin Xian had an accident? That gentle, jade-like Dr. Lin, who always patiently taught me various things. I immediately told He Lanqing that my friend was in trouble and that I had to go to the hospital right away. He was kind enough to take me there in the starship without a second thought. When I rushed into the hospital room, the atmosphere inside had dropped to freezing point. Lin Xian was lying on the bed, his face as white as paper, surrounded by He Jingquan, Director Yin San, and others, each one looking desperate. I immediately kicked them all out and locked the door. Don't be scared, Lin Xian. I'm here to save you. I walked to the bedside, crouched down, and gently placed my hand on his pierced hand. He looked at me with trust in his eyes and nodded. My heart trembled. Without saying a word, I summoned all my abilities. A green light began to glow in my palm, transforming into countless rays that drilled into his body, healing his wounds and absorbing the toxins. I could feel my energy rapidly depleting, so I quickly pulled out an S-class star stone from my space, absorbing energy while frantically outputting it. Lin Xian, a big man, burst into tears, unable to speak clearly, hoarsely calling my name over and over again. As I continued to channel energy into him, I reassured him, Lin Xian is worth it. Our genius doctor still has to use his hands to save many more people. When I healed all his injuries and my last bit of ability was exhausted, I collapsed onto the floor, my legs giving way. Lin Xian suddenly jumped up from the bed, not even bothering to put on his shoes, and scooped me up in a horizontal embrace. Wow, his recovery power was amazing. I was so tired that I couldn't even open my eyelids. Leaning against him, I mumbled a sentence with He Jingquan's name, just as I said, "Speak of the devil." The door to the hospital room was pushed open, and He Jingquan and Ding Yin Sen walked in. When He Jingquan saw Lin Xian holding me, his face instantly darkened. He rushed over and gently pulled me back in his arms. That look in his eyes, TSK, TSK. It was as if he wanted to carve my name on Lin Xian's forehead. I was really too exhausted. Leaning in his arms, I mumbled for Xiao Qiu to prepare some delicious food for me and fell into a deep sleep. After that, I didn't know what happened. Only hearing that Ding Yin San was circling around the lively Lin Xian, constantly muttering about how unscientific it was, that it was simply a miracle. He Jingquan probably feared my secret would be exposed and dragged the noisy Dean away. Lin Xian was quite decent, insisting that he had healed on his own, helping me cover up. Ding Yin slapped his arm in anger. Speak honestly. Only then did Lin Xian admit that it was she who saved me. When he said this, his eyes sparkled, so gentle they were about to drip with water. Let me tell you, he was living a peaceful life here, while the Dr. Yin San next to him was going crazy. He was spinning around like a top, flailing his arms and shouting, "Miracle! This is simply a medical miracle. How'd she do it?" Goodness, the two beasts eavesdropping at the door were almost wide-eyed, their jaws dropping. One asked, "Dude, am I hallucinating?" The other was also confused. How would I know? So, it was truly Miss Liu who saved him. It can't be that Dr. Lin operated on himself, right? It has to be. Wow, Miss Liu is amazing. Amazing plus. After Yin San calmed down, he grabbed Lin Xian and pressed him back onto the bed like he was a little chick. Come on, let me do a full body scan. I need to see what kind of unbelievable operation this is. Lin Xian had a helpless face throughout. He was lying down, but his soul had already floated to Lu Zhiyi. And guess what? After the scan, all the data showed completely normal. Yin San was dumbfounded, muttering to himself, "This isn't scientific." He squinted, looking Lin Xian up and down as if he were an alien. "Your recovery speed is just like using a cheat code. Tell me, have you been reincarnated?" "Yes, this isn't a sterile operating room." How did Lu Zhiyi pull him back from the gates of hell in such a shabby place? Moreover, there wasn't a single scar to be found. It was simply outrageous. Suddenly, Yin San slapped his thigh, right? There are surveillance videos in the room. Lin Xian rolled his eyes almost to the sky, getting out of bed while saying, "You just thought of that now? I'm telling you, with your dawdling, He Jingquan has already taken the footage away. You won't see a single hair of it. Hey, where are you going?" "To change clothes. I'm filthy." Lin Xian didn't look back as he walked to the door, even shouting back, "Oh right, remember to approve my sick leave." "Just kidding, this is a precious sick leave. It must be utilized. First, get rid of the obstacle that is He Jingquan, and then, a life-saving grace should be rewarded with a body." Jensen was so angry he jumped on the spot, hands on hips, shouting, "Are you crazy? Getting better faster than anyone else and still wanting sick leave." Then he turned to the two onlookers at the door and waved. "What are you looking at? Got nothing to do. Go away." Just like that. A top-notch medical team hastily formed for Lin Xian disbanded on the spot. On the other side, Lin Xian had already arrived at He Jingchuan's mansion. He Jingchuan looked at him with a cold wolf face through the heavy iron gate, clearly indicating, spit it out quickly, and then get lost. Don't think about coming in. Lin Xian wasn't angry. He waved the thank you gift in his hand, smiling proudly. I came to thank Zhiyi in person. Leaving the gift, he could leave. Lu hadn't woken up yet. He Jingchuan was simply a gatekeeper. Thanking in person shows sincerity. Lin Xian smiled, even more brilliantly. And I believe Zhiyi wouldn't want you to keep me out, right? He Jingchuan took a deep breath. He knew that this sly fox would meet Lu sooner or later. What if this guy reported him behind his back? Once it involved Zhiyi, our He General's principles were as fragile as paper. He gritted his teeth and secretly ordered, Xiao Q, open the door. Goodness, once inside the living room. The two sat on the sofa 8 feet apart. One was a big white wolf looking very unhappy, and the other was a grinning nine-tailed fox. The atmosphere was simply surreal. He Jingchuan fired the first shot. Warning, don't entertain any crooked thoughts. Lin Xian laid it all out. Wanted to be with Zhiyi. How can that be called crooked thoughts? Let me tell you, Lin Xian is an S-class, and he still has 2 spots open for guardianship. He is fully qualified to take the position. Besides, fox fur is much softer than wolf fur. He Jingchuan tried to awaken his conscience. We are friends. Lin Xian looked sincere. Yes, we're the kind of friends who can trust each other's backs, so why not take a step closer and be family? He Jingchuan was so angry he felt pain in his liver and directly stormed upstairs. He wanted to go guard Lu. Out of sight, out of mind. If he stayed with this sly fox any longer, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist biting someone. The scene shifted, and our Lu woke up. She groggily sat up in bed, rubbing her eyes as she got out of bed. As soon as she stepped down, soft and fluffy. Let me tell you, at that moment, her mind was still muddled. She just thought the sensation under her feet was nice and couldn't help but step down a couple more times. Family. Who understands? She sat there dazed for quite a while before finally waking up completely, turning on the light to see. Goodness, she was stepping on a huge white wolf. I'm so sorry, Jingchuan. Zhiyi quickly pulled her feet back, her toes awkwardly curling together. The white wolf just shook its head and continued lying by the bed. Seeing it so still, Zhiyi thought it was still sleepy and went to the bathroom to change clothes. When she came out in a fresh home outfit, her hair in a bun, ready to go downstairs for food. Jingchuan, I'm going downstairs now. As soon as she said that, the white wolf sprang up, blocking the doorway completely, clearly not wanting her to go down. What's wrong with you? Zhiyi squatted down, rubbing its fluffy big head. The white wolf cooperatively nudged against her palm, but wouldn't budge an inch. But I'm hungry. Zhiyi's words directly knocked the big white wolf out. The tall white wolf, reluctantly moving aside, created just a tiny gap, then squatted by the door, scratching the floor with its paw, venting its little emotions. Seeing this, Zhiyi realized that eating was a small matter, but comforting the wolf was a big deal. Then I'll eat later. I'll accompany you to eat. He Jingchuan instantly transformed back into human form, his tail drooping, just as gloomy as his face. Lin Xian had arrived downstairs. Oh no, Zhiyi finally understood. Lin Xian was here, so you were unhappy? She tilted her head, puzzled. Aren't you good friends? Did you have a fight? He Jingchuan fell silent directly. As soon as he went downstairs, Lin Xian saw Zhiyi and his eyes lit up instantly. Standing up, Zhiyi. He Jingchuan spoke first, his words so sour they could be dipped in dumplings. Lin Xian is here to say thank you, Lu. Quickly accept the gift and let him go. Don't delay our Dr. Lin's recovery. He is still here. Speak nicely. Zhiyi lowered her voice and secretly pinched He Jingchuan's waist from behind. Got it. He Jingchuan immediately grabbed her mischievous little hand. Lin Xian watched the whole scene, feeling a mix of envy, jealousy, and hatred in his heart. When did he start to have feelings for Zhiyi? It's hard to say. Maybe it was just that feelings developed over time. As a result, after narrowly escaping death this time, those hidden emotions erupted like a volcano, no longer able to be contained. You've been waiting for a long time, right? Zhiyi quickly had Xiao Q prepare a cup of hot tea for Lin Xian. Now that your injury has healed, you should rest more. He Jingchuan, on the other hand, sat next to Zhiyi like an ornament, and when she wasn't paying attention, he secretly glared at Lin Xian several times. Lin Xian found it amusing. He had known He Jingchuan for so many years and had never seen him act so childish. According to our Chinese tradition, one must express gratitude for saving a life. Lin Xian pushed the gift towards Zhiyi, hoping she would like it. Thank you. As soon as Zhiyi accepted it, He Jingchuan couldn't sit still any longer and stood up. All right, the gift is received. Lu wants to eat now. You can leave. Before he could finish, Lin Xian interrupted. Just in time, I haven't eaten either. Can I stay? Earlier, you sent food to Jingchuan, and he took pictures to show off. It looked really delicious, and I haven't tried it yet. Once these words were out, Lu Zi felt too embarrassed to chase him away and readily agreed. Sure. Then I'll disturb you. Lin Xian smiled contentedly. On the way to the dining room, He Jingchuan suddenly grabbed Lin Xian from behind and deliberately draped his arm over his shoulder, pretending to be good friends. When Lu Zi turned around to look, she thought, well, as long as they're not arguing. Little did she know that the two were exchanging fierce glares. He Jingchuan, I warn you, keep your bad intentions to yourself. You sly fox, don't seduce my Lulu. Lin Xian, you big wolf, such strength. I'm not seducing anyone. I just want to eat. When Lu Zi sat down, she saw the two still pushing and shoving each other. Dinner is ready. Xiao Qiu brought out 4 dishes and a soup. Come and sit. Lu Zi called to them. As a result, under He Jingchuan's threatening gaze, Xiao Qiu sat on Lu Zi's right side, while he himself sat on her left. Lin Xian had no choice but to sit across from them. With this seating arrangement, Lu Zi felt it was a bit odd. It was like they were isolating an outsider from their little family. He Jingchuan noticed her thoughts and enthusiastically picked up a big piece of meat for Lin Xian. Don't be polite, eat. You just recovered. You need to replenish. The underlying message, don't be weak. Lin Xian, in a considerate gesture, serve him back. You worked hard to save me. You should eat more too. The underlying message, take care of yourself. Isn't this just pure acting? Lu Zi couldn't understand the childish rivalry between the two. She was really hungry and focused on eating. Slow down, little master, don't choke. Only Xiao Qiu was quietly concerned about Lu Zi. Okay. Lu Zi stuffed her cheeks like a hamster, even freeing a hand to pat Xiao Qiu's head. Our little Qiu is the most lovable. Instantly, He Jingchuan and Lin Xian shot death glares at Xiao Qiu. Xiao questioned. After finishing the meal, Lin Xian burped from being too full. He Jingchuan casually commented. No ambition. Try being hungry for a month on G153. Lin Xian shot back without reservation. After the meal, He Jingchuan extended 2 fingers and made a walking gesture on the table, which was quite obvious. Lu Zi slapped his thigh under the table. Lin Xian pretended not to understand and sincerely asked, It's already dark. Can I stay? Jingchuan, the room you reserved for me is still available, right? My injury just healed. It's too exhausting to go back so late. He Jingchuan's face darkened, but Lu Zi signaled him with her eyes to make a decision. What could he do? He was afraid that if he was too petty, Lulu wouldn't be happy. In the end, he could only squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. The room is still there. You can handle it yourself. Thank you. Lin Xian smiled like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Well, let these two males sort out their own issues. That night, after Lu Zi finished her bath and came out in a camisole nightgown, she opened the door, and lo and behold, the big white wolf was lying at her door again. Jingchuan, are you guarding me tonight? The white wolf let out a howl and nodded. Good night then. Lu Zi rubbed its big head and closed the door. Outside, the big white wolf moved a bit closer to the door. That's right. Tonight's mission is protect Lulu and prevent Lin Xian from getting close. However, in the middle of the night, Lin Xian couldn't sleep and wanted to find He Jingchuan to discuss official business. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a lump of white at the entrance. He chuckled. After so many years of brotherhood, He Jingchuan actually didn't trust his fox qualities. Did he look like someone who would sneak into a female's room at night? Suddenly catching a whiff of the fox scent, the white wolf opened its eyes wide, revealing its fangs. The white wolf, if you don't leave, I'll bite you to death. Lin Xian innocently raised his hands in surrender and conjured a holographic screen in the air, displaying serious official business from G153. Brother, I'm discussing important matters. The white wolf, not sleeping at this hour? Lin Xian, can't sleep. You're not asleep either. The white wolf, you woke me up. Lin Xian displayed a meaningful smile, and with a flash of red light, he transformed into a fiery red 9-tailed fox, lying right next to the white wolf. The white wolf, get out of here. 9-tailed fox, aren't you going to sleep? Then let us talk when we wake up. The white wolf, who has we with you? Get up, let us go to the study and talk. The 9-tailed fox closed its eyes, ignoring him. The white wolf, irritated, simply turned its back to him. The 9-tailed fox, also feeling disdain, turned away, presenting its rear to the wolf's backside. So, the next morning, when Lu Zi opened the door, she saw a wolf and a fox lying at her door, both with their backs turned to each other. Oh my gosh, am I running an interstellar zoo? She tentatively called out, Lin Xian? The 9-tailed fox nodded, its 9 tails swaying. Just as this stinky fox was about to start seducing Lulu again, The white wolf panicked and bit down on the fox's paw, dragging it toward the study. Aren't we going to discuss official business? Let us go. The nine-tailed fox, not as strong as him, could only watch helplessly as Zhiyi disappeared from view. Downstairs, Zhiyi was having breakfast and asked Xiao Q, "Did Jingchuan get along with Lin Xian like this before?" Xiao Q replied, "Director, he used to be quite aloof, only speaking a few words to Dr. Lin occasionally." Zhiyi understood. The friendship between these two relied entirely on Lin Xian's thick skin. After a while, she asked Xiao Q to prepare 2 breakfasts to take upstairs for the two of them. However, just as Xiao Q brought it out, she took over. Xiao Q silently messaged He Jingchuan. 5 minutes ago, He Jingchuan, bring 2 breakfasts up. Just now, Xiao Q. The little master said she would take it up. He Jingchuan, what do I need you for? Xiao Q shrank his neck in grievance. In the study, the atmosphere was tense. Lin Xian pulled up all the data from G153 with photos and videos that were shocking. I suspect that the Wanderers are collaborating with insectoids to capture people for cruel genetic modification experiments, trying to solve their problem of uncontrollable beastmen. He Jingchuan's face was so dark it could drip water. I will report this to the military district as soon as possible. His fingertips tapped on the table. But Lin Xian changed the subject. Given the current severe situation, you can't be with Zhiyi all the time. Why not consider having me around? TSK. He Jingchuan looked disdainful. What use would you be? Your medical skills aren't as good as Lulu's, and you can't fight either. If you come, Lulu will have to save you. These words are like knives, stabbing Lin Xian's heart. Your mouth is truly poisonous. To be honest, it doesn't matter if I stop you. As long as you can get Lulu to nod, anything I do is pointless. At that moment, He Jingchuan's mother, Hiying, started bombarding him with messages. He hung up one call, and another came in. Finally, Hiying sent a message that was entirely commanding. The He family has raised you this long. It's time for you to repay us. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., on the top floor of the central building. This is the last chance from the He family and the Yi family. He Jingchuan clicked his tongue in annoyance. And whether it was a slip of the hand or intentional, he forwarded the message directly to Lin Xian and Zhiyi. The next second, the study door was slammed open. Zhiyi stormed in, sat down directly on the coffee table, and placed her hand over He Jingchuan's hand. Don't pay attention to her nonsense. But she's so annoying. He Jingchuan instantly pouted in grievance. Lin Xian watched in shock from side. This wolf is acting so dog-like. Who cares about her last chance? Zhiyi's little face was puffed up with anger. What's wrong with 3 p.m. tomorrow? Let's go. Let's make things clear. This broken He family is not worth our time. Great. The smile in He Jingchuan's eyes was about to overflow. Forget the He family, as long as we have our family. Yes, that's it. Zhiyi reached out and rubbed his wolf ears. Lin Xian silently revealed her own fox ears, only to receive a proud look from He Jingchuan. So annoying. I'll go help tomorrow too. Lin Xian quickly interjected, supporting Jingchuan. Sure. Zhiyi clapped her hands, and it was settled. At 3 o'clock the next afternoon, on the top floor of the central building. As soon as the elevator doors opened, wow, it was packed with people, with members of the He family and the Ed family surrounding the area, making it almost impossible to get through. It was like a max version of a grand banquet. Oh, what's going on here? If you didn't know better, you might think you were trying to trick Jingchuan into coming here. Zhiyi smiled and casually walked through the crowd, sitting down directly across from Hiying. Lin Xian and He Jingchuan stood behind her like 2 bodyguards. Hiying's face turned pale. Miss Lu, are you here uninvited? You invited my guardian, so of course I had to come. Zhiyi replied softly, but her aura was imposing. Now, what is this so-called last chance of yours? According to interstellar regulations, I have the right to intervene in everything concerning him, which means that whatever you want him to do, you must first ask for my permission. Hiying exploded on the spot. Ridiculous. The Ed family member beside her, Yiddisha, also spoke up, her tone warning. Miss Lu, this is not something you should interfere in. As soon as she finished speaking, the bodyguards behind her raised their guns, all aimed at Zhiyi. Want to make a move? Go ahead. Zhiyi stood up nonchalantly, even leaning her forehead toward one of the gun barrels. TSK, don't shake. She grabbed the gun. The guy holding the gun looked like he was about to cry. Who told him that Zhiyi was a delicate little girl? Put them down. Yiddisha shouted sternly. At that moment, as the beast man lowered his gun, Zhiyi twisted her wrist, and the gun was in her hand. She pointed it back at the beastman's forehead. Zhiyi, don't go too far. Yiddisha completely lost her composure. Too far? Zhiyi said casually. Who is really going too far, him or you? Or are you trying to kill me? It's his own idea. Yiddisha quickly tried to shift the blame. Then why are you so nervous? Zhiyi tilted her head, smiling like a little devil. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet grazed the beastman's cheek and embedded itself in the wall. The entire place fell silent. No wonder the gun developed by the Edie family was so powerful. Zhiyi casually threw the gun on the ground. Fortunately, Miss Edie didn't intend to kill me. Otherwise, I would have had a few more holes in me. Lin Xian and Jingchuan were dumbfounded behind her. Cool. Explosive. Let's continue our conversation, Zhiyi said leisurely as she sat back down. Her gaze turning cold as she stared directly at Yiddisha. You have your eyes on Jingchuan's SS-level mental power, but you, as an S-level, are you worthy? He lost control. Can you calm him down? What do you want from him? The power of the He family? Each sentence struck at the heart. Yiddisha was left speechless, and in the end, she angrily took her people away. The scene instantly emptied by more than half. Zhiyi then turned her gaze to He Ying. And you, Mrs. He? Jingchuan, are you just going to watch your mother being treated like this? He Ying began to play the emotional card. Jingchuan, turn around. Zhiyi waved her hand without looking back. Jingchuan obediently turned around. There, now you can't see her, Zhiyi said seriously. Lin Xian was holding back laughter to the point of injury. Zhiyi, He Ying trembled with anger. Mrs. He, Zhiyi's voice was not loud, but it was firm. Jingchuan is my guardian. He belongs to me, not to the He family, and definitely not to you. This is not your last chance for him. It is my final warning to you. She leaned forward, grabbing He Ying's wrist, forcing her to meet her gaze, and said word by word, don't do anything that will make you regret it. He Ying finally managed to squeeze out 2 words, madwoman. Wow, my beautiful mental state. I know you have another son named He-She, Zhiyi said with a calm smile. But in He Ying's eyes, that smile was even scarier than a devil's. What do you want to do to little She? He Ying instantly became agitated. He-She is your favorite son, right? Unfortunately, he was injured early on, lost control, woke up and was poisoned, and now he must be paralyzed and unable to move. Zhiyi's eyes were filled with mockery. Yiddisha, wasn't he originally prepared to be a partner for He-She? If it weren't for his accident, and you couldn't bear to let go of the Edie family support, Jingchuan wouldn't even have had a chance. As soon as these words were spoken, He Ying's face instantly collapsed, her chest heaving like a bellows. Gripping the edge of the table tightly, asking what I wanted to do. Let me tell you, to deal with this kind of person, you have to be tougher than her. I directly poured her a cup of tea, leisurely pushing it over, clearly stating the conditions. It's simple. Let's make a deal. You post a video on StarNet, publicly announcing that the He family and Jingchuan are severing ties, and that you will no longer harass or insult him. If you can behave for 2 years, I will save your precious son He-She. I can't promise he'll be lively, but at least I can let him live like a normal person. This cup of tea is a choice. Accept. Your son has hope, and Jingchuan gets peace. Don't accept. Fine. Your son will continue lying there as a vegetable. She softened completely, slumping on the sofa, her expression as complex as a kaleidoscope, asking me why she should trust me. I simply pointed to Lin Xian behind me. Look, there's a living example right here. At that moment, Jingchuan, who had been facing away from us, quietly said, that video is in my hands. Wow. I hadn't even asked him to turn around, and he was quite considerate. Upon hearing this, He Ying's eyes lit up, and she immediately took the teacup, saying she wanted to see the video. I patted Lin Xian on the shoulder, and we decided to leave, giving space to the mother and son. It's better for them to clear up their family drama themselves. We waited in the small hall next door, and soon Jingchuan came out. The moment he saw me, the gloom that had engulfed him just moments ago vanished instantly. I tell you, the way he looked at me was bright like a searchlight. He told me that He Ying agreed. It turned out that years ago, Jingchuan's father was a very powerful soldier who offended a group of terrorists called the Wanderers. As a result, they retaliated, originally targeting Jingchuan. But due to a twist of fate, it was He-She who was harmed. Just 10 years old, he lost control and was poisoned. So, He Ying, as his mother, vented all her grievances on Jingchuan, who understands family. His biological father was bitten to death by the insect race, and she watched coldly. In the end, she felt it wasn't enough and daily PUA'd Jingchuan, calling him a lowly and cursed being. In the end, Jingchuan still made a name for himself, becoming SS level, which made her even more defensive, feeling that this should have been her younger son's glory. Unbelievable. This kind of mother makes me angry just listening to it. Jingchuan quickly walked over, and for the first time, so boldly, he hugged me from behind, his hands trembling slightly, burying his head in my neck and muffling, Lulu, I only have you left. In that moment, my heart softened, and I gently patted his hand. Okay, let's go home. That night, I sat cross-legged on the sofa, with Jingquan and Lin Xian on either side, looking at me like two door gods, hesitating to speak. I teased them, "What's wrong? Did I scare you today? Do you think I'm too terrifying?" They shook their heads like rattles. I had to surrender. All right, just ask what you want. I promise to be honest. Jingquan spoke first, asking how I knew about He-She. I told them that the Alliance had sent me all the data on everyone to help calm other out-of-control beastmen, and I saw He-She's name in it. Later, I unintentionally pieced together the secrets of the He family from some words I got from the professor. As for Idisha, it's easier to handle. That kind of proud young lady can't stand losing face the most. I just need to stoke her fire a bit. Make her think the He family is not worthy of her, and she'll explode on her own. When I laid out the whole plan, the two of them were stunned. And guess what? Idisha couldn't sit still and directly hired internet trolls to create an account called Interstellar Garbled Code to slander me. She claimed that my appeasement of the orcs was fake, that Jingquan had found a dozen little females to help in the background, and that all the credit was attributed to me. She also said that Lin Xian wasn't heard at all, and that we staged the whole thing just for publicity. Wow, what an imagination. It's a shame she doesn't write novels. The military hospital exploded with anger. Yen-san immediately released all the surveillance footage from that day without any edits onto the Star Network. Those orc brothers I saved also rushed to the front lines, attacking that interstellar garbled code with a barrage of traditional culture. Soon, someone dug up that the troll's IP address was located in the D building, which everyone understood was Idisha's property. Idisha didn't even bother to pretend anymore. Jingquan and Lin Xian were worried about me, afraid that if I released the video of saving Lin Xian, it would expose my abilities and bring danger. Jingquan sat on the carpet, nervously gripping my fingertips, saying, "I'm afraid you'll be in danger." I sat up and patted his head, feeling like I had a commanding presence of 2 meters and 8. I believed in myself and in them. From the moment I saved Lin Xian, I never intended to hide my powers anymore. Powers? They were both confused. It was Lin Xian, who was well-read, that recalled he had seen something in ancient texts saying that before the interstellar era, there was a chaotic time called the Apocalypse, during which humans awakened various powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth to survive. He looked at me, his eyes sparkling, exclaiming, "The meaning of healing must be the rare healing type ability, right? Oh my god, that is just too unfair." Seeing Lin Xian's little fanboy demeanor. Even a 9-tailed fox's tail was about to wag into a blur, and I couldn't help but laugh. I told him, as for that video, I've decided to go live in the afternoon and deal with it personally. Idisha wants to pressure me with public opinion, then I'll be right at the center of the public opinion, giving her a live slap in the face. At 2 in the afternoon, once the live broadcast started, wow, over 1 million people flooded in instantly. That interstellar garbled code also showed up, being quite arrogant, convinced I had no cards left. I split the screen in half. With one side live, streaming while on the other side, I began playing the complete 3-hour unedited video of saving Lin Xian. I told the viewers, to prevent some petty people from claiming my video is fake, let us watch the original version. Thank you all for your patience. Idisha probably turned green with anger. While the video played, it was lively on my side. Jingquan was cutting fruits, feeding them to me with a fork. Lin Xian, unwilling to be outdone, immediately ran to the kitchen, squeezed a glass of watermelon juice, and brought it over. The bullet comments in the live stream went wild, all shipping the CP, with some shouting for Dr. Lin not to be timid, saying that taking the initiative would create stories. As the video reached a crucial moment, when that green light appeared in my hand, the comments exploded. A student from the Ancient Academy immediately showed the live stream to their professor, and the professor was so stunned that he directly projected my live stream onto the classroom screen for a live demonstration, saying this was the legendary healing type ability, the ancestor of mental powers. After the video ended, I smiled and asked, "That friend, do you have anything else to say?" "Forget it. I know you'll definitely say this is fake." As soon as I finished speaking, I pulled out a dagger from the space. "Dear," meaning, Jingquan and Lin Xian simultaneously grabbed my hand. Before I could react, Lin Xian snatched the dagger and made a cut on his arm. Wow, this little fox was too quick. I hurriedly gathered a ball of green light, which jumped to his wound like a little sprite, and in the blink of an eye, the wound healed perfectly. The live stream went completely nuts. Idisha was so furious that she reportedly exploded at her little minion on the spot. TSK, what a madwoman. As for me, I happily logged off and went to eat. Jingquan was also quick, directly contacting the Alliance to take all those online trolls to the disciplinary office for tea. That evening, I was sitting on the swing in the garden enjoying the breeze when Lin Xian came over, hesitantly saying he wanted to talk to me. Talk about what? He actually asked if he could be my guardian. I'm telling you, he looked so nervous, his voice trembling like a frightened little animal. He said it wasn't he, just because of the life-saving grace, but also out of selfishness. I straightforwardly asked, if I can't give you anything, would you still want to come? He lowered his head even more, saying he was afraid he couldn't give me anything. When I looked up, wow, there was a huge shadow on the balcony. Jingchuan was standing there like a stone statue, waiting for his wife. Lin Xian saw I had no reaction and directly squatted down in front of me, his fox ears drooping, eyes red as he pleaded. Your guardian still has 2 spots left. Can you give me one, please? Just being a guardian is fine, honestly. I didn't have those feelings for him. But when you see a handsome guy, especially an S-class fox spirit, crying in front of you, who can resist that? Let us just treat him as another family member. I nodded, and he instantly perked up, excitedly resting his head on my lap, wanting me to pet him. That night was tough for Jingchuan. When I returned to my room, oh my God, curled up in the corner was a drunk Jingchuan. He was hugging his knees, looking like a small bundle despite being a tall guy at 1.9 meters, with the bottles neatly arranged beside him. His ears drooping like a big dog abandoned by its owner, which tugged at my heartstrings. As soon as I walked over, he pulled me into his arms, and I directly fell onto his lap. His eyes were red, holding tightly onto my waist, burying his head in my neck. His voice filled with tears. I can accept him, but you can't not want me. I quickly agreed. The next moment, ouch, my shoulder hurt. Who understands the pain? Family? He actually started biting me. After biting, he still knew to care, gently licking with his tongue, crying out that it didn't hurt. I felt half my body go numb. And that wasn't the end. He targeted my other shoulder and collarbone. This wolf was too skilled. I felt completely soft under his onslaught. By the time I came to my senses, he had already left a red mark on my collarbone. Satisfied as he let out a low growl. For a moment, I seriously doubted he wasn't drunk at all. Then, he tugged at his bathrobe, exposing a large, toned chest, pointing at his neck, looking at me with sparkling eyes filled with expectation and desire. Wow, my CPU nearly overheated. Was he really drunk, or playing a very new game? Anyway, he didn't care. He insisted that I mark him, repeating like a parrot in my ear, dear. Mark me, dear, mark me. I said, dude, we're human, not zombies, we don't bite. And guess what? He started acting with those little eyes saying, well, dear doesn't want me anymore. Wow, who can resist that? What could I do? I could only brace myself. Just a gentle bite, and he was moaning in pleasure. My face turned bright red, and I made a tactical retreat to take a shower. But once I got into the bathroom, I realized something was wrong. Why was I taking a cold shower at night? This script doesn't fit. Looking in the mirror again, I saw that my neck and collarbone were covered in those ambiguous little strawberries. At that moment, I had one thought. Luckily, this guy doesn't have a habit of marking the face. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to face anyone tomorrow. The next day, I opened my eyes, and, to my surprise, a big white wolf was sleeping next to me. It's Jingchuan in his beast form. Yesterday, he had left a bite mark on my shoulder that was both painful and itchy, and he wouldn't let me use my abilities to get rid of it. Unbelievable. This big wolf cub was quite self-aware, jumping straight onto the bed, which was a spacious 4 or 5 meters wide, clearly prepared for his beast form. I was so sleepy that I just treated him like a giant stuffed toy and told him, be good, don't make noise, let us sleep for 5 more minutes. Just as I was about to fall asleep, he suddenly twitched his nose like a radar, and then he became restless. There was something happening outside. Lin Xian's fox had arrived. He let out a low growl, and I reflexively slapped him in my sleep. Don't make noise. He looked aggrieved, but the next second, he actually started scheming. He secretly lowered the air conditioning temperature and kept burrowing into my arms, which made me instinctively hold him tighter since it was cold. Who understands? My family? This wolf knows how to gain the upper hand. When I woke up again, I felt something wet and itchy on my chest. When I opened my eyes, the big white wolf was actually licking me. I pushed away his furry head and complained, you're a wolf. Why are you acting like a dog? Just as I entered the bathroom, he brought me a white spaghetti strap dress that screamed pure desire. The meaning was obvious. Wear this and let that fox outside see the strawberry marks on you. What could I do? I had to put on, but added a little cardigan for some Schrödinger-style coverage. As soon as I opened the door, Lin Xian's handsome face instantly fell when he saw the wolfish vibe I was giving off and the faint marks on my skin. His expression was as if the sky had fallen. Then the 2 guys, one wolf and one fox, immediately bared their teeth and entered a primitive courtship battle. The next second, there was a flash of white light, and they both transformed back into human forms. Jingchuan even specifically showed Lin Xian the bite mark he left on me last night. I tell you, he was so smug. Lin Xian's face turned green with anger, and he coldly threw out a "don't be so smug" before running downstairs. The dining table was like a battlefield. These two were competing to serve me food. "Lulu, eat this. This one's delicious." I directly stuffed a big bun in my mouth. No talking while eating. Everyone shut up. As soon as breakfast ended, Lin Xian started urging people to leave. "Aren't you worried about being late for the military district?" He Jingchuan immediately switched to his green tea mode, holding my hand and started to play the victim. "Lulu," he asked, trying to kick me out. He even said that all his colleagues had partners picking them up after work, while he didn't tea, showing off in front of me for quite a while. My heart softened. "Fine, I have to pick you up." He Jingchuan was very satisfied and left, looking back at me 3 times. Once he left, Lin Xian and I finally had some peace. I thought I couldn't be biased, so I spent the day making a sandalwood comb for each of them, with a wolf head and a fox head carved on them. Lin Xian watched like a little wife all day, and when I handed him the comb, he was so excited that he gave me a big hug. I casually handed him the Guardian registration form, and wow, he filled it out so fast. His hand speed must have reached 250. Now that was good. Just as He Jingchuan left, our house got robbed. That evening, the two of us took the starship to pick up He Jingchuan. As soon as he got on the starship and saw Lin Xian in the driver's seat, his face darkened, and without saying a word, he scooped me up in a princess carry. He sat in the passenger seat while I sat on his lap. I was so embarrassed that I could have used my toes to dig a 3-bedroom apartment. Lin Xian was furious, and he immediately maxed out the starship speed, staging a real-life version of Fast and Furious, and we sped home in 5 minutes. Lin Xian added fuel to the fire, saying I specially cooked a big meal to celebrate his successful registration. He Jingchuan was furious at first. "You actually let Lulu cook." But then he thought about it and realized it was a sign of love for me. These two guys, their thought processes are something else. The meal was spectacular, with both of them competing to peel shrimp, pour juice, and serve dishes. I tell you, having beautiful people serving you is so comfortable. This is the correct way to engage in healthy male competition. After dinner, they even fought over who would wash the dishes and wipe the table, making our little robot Q almost lose its job. The next day, He Jingchuan had to leave early for an emergency mission on planet G153. Before he left, he was quite reluctant and specially instructed Lin Xian to take good care of Lulu while he was away. TSK, these two guys finally have some camaraderie. Lin Xian accompanied me to the academy, and just before I got off the starship, I don't know what got into me, but I had been eyeing his 9 fluffy tails for a long time. I quickly grabbed one and then dashed away at light speed. Let me tell you, when I saw Lin Xian's face through the screen, it turned bright red instantly, all the way to his ears like a ripe tomato. It was hilarious. As soon as I got off the ship, I was surrounded by a group of old professors, and the scene looked like a fan meet and greet. I could only frantically signal my mentor, He Lanqing, for help. In the end, my mentor came through, using a teleportation move to pull me out of the crowd and straight into the training room. He waved his hand, closed the door, and looked at me with a gaze that made me go TSK. Before I could react, he threw a punch at me. Goodness, let me tell you, that punch came at me with a whoosh. I was startled and thought, my mentor really has no martial ethics. He just started hitting without even a greeting. I quickly dodged to the side, but the next second, he kicked out a sweeping kick, not giving me a moment to breathe. The training room was so small, and I was backed against the wall with nowhere to go. I could only cross my arms to take his kick, and oh my, the force made my arms numb. I finally understood that this big tiger really wanted to beat me up. He frowned when he saw I took it, as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" Family, who understands the oppressive feeling at the top of the disdain chain. Taking advantage of his moment of distraction, I seized the opportunity to strike at his neck. But, of course, his hand speed was much quicker, and he caught my fist tightly. I could only blink at him and make a cute face, since I hadn't actually hit him. Then my brain was racing, and I kicked off the wall, using that momentum to grab his wrist and flipped over to his back. Hey, now I had some space to move. But when I looked up, goodness, there was a row of heads crowded at the window. Those old professors looked like they were watching a live broadcast, their eyes wide open. In my moment of distraction, my foot slipped, and I stumbled forward, not knowing what I grabbed in the chaos, but it felt fluffy, warm, and quite thick. Oh no, it was the tiger's tail. Let me tell you, at that moment, the air in the training room froze. He Lanqing was completely still, not moving at all. The old professors at the door coughed a couple of times, and then one old goat professor shouted, "Hey, Helan, be gentle. What kind of professor fights with students like that?" They completely dropped the pretense and started bombarding He Lanqing with comments. As they attracted his attention, I lost my balance and ended up tumbling forward along that tail, crashing into him with a bang, directly knocking him over. I landed on top of him, holding onto his tail tightly. The old professors exploded. No inappropriate behavior. Then they all fled the scene at light speed. The old cat professor even kindly used his own tail to shut the door behind him, calling out, "Miss Liu, we'll come back later." I was so flustered that I quickly got off him, kneeling beside him and clasping my hands in apology. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Professor, it was a mistake. I didn't mean to." Family, who understands the social death, it was real social death. As the ancient said, you can't touch a tiger's butt. But what about grabbing its tail? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. He Lanqing let out a low grunt, his voice deep and hoarse, and just said 2 words, "It's fine." Then he pulled back his tail, using his arm to cover his face, turning his head away to avoid my gaze. But I have sharp eyes, and I saw it. Let me tell you, his ears were red. Red like they were going to bleed. Goodness, I felt my heart was not clean. Why such a big reaction to grabbing a tail? That is strange. I usually grab Jingchuan's tail, and he doesn't react at all. I tentatively called out, "Professor?" He sat up with his back to me, and his tail quickly wrapped around to the front to hide. Let me tell you, his face must have been super red at that moment, and his fingertips were trembling. This was the first time in his 29 years that someone had grabbed his tail like this. He was so embarrassed that he stood up and said, "You practice first. I'll be leaving for a bit." Then he ran off like he was escaping, not looking back. This big tiger is so strange. He was gone for half a day, and when he returned, his face still looked a bit unnatural. I had just finished a round of practice and was sitting on the ground catching my breath. He walked over to the control panel like nothing happened, pulled up the video of my training, and started analyzing the data. I was curious. What did this guy run off to earlier? Is he really that thin-skinned? Then, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, he suddenly asked me, "Is there something?" I jumped in fright and quickly shook my head. No, nothing." He didn't say much, just pointed at the data on the screen, resuming his cold, strict teacher demeanor. "Your strength is still too weak." Great, class is starting again. I leaned over to take a look, and the data was indeed a bit pitiful. I could only shrug. There's nothing I can do. You beastmen are born strong. And I'm just a weak human. How can I bridge the genetic gap? He frowned even more tightly after hearing that, seeming dissatisfied with my answer, and started asking if my abilities had any strength enhancement. I told him I was purely a healer, a super support, and not good at fighting. After hearing this, he shook his head, pulled up a few things on the screen, and restructured my classes. Goodness, he directly added a mecha theory class, saying that this could make up for my lack of strength. Fine, I'll listen to you. I was a bit closer to him and felt him subtly shift a half step away. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw his tail, which had been hanging down naturally, suddenly curl up tightly and hide itself as I approached. I want to grab it again. Is it necessary? I felt like I was being treated as a female rogue. Just as I was about to explain, he seemed to know what I was going to say and pointed at a segment of the video, starting to output furiously. "Your movements are too slow here. And here, only these stupid data points will give you reaction time." He went through my movements frame by frame, nitpicking everything. I seriously suspected he was getting revenge for his tail. The more I thought about it, the funnier it got, and I couldn't help but keep glancing at his tail. He finally couldn't take it anymore, sighed, and said helplessly, "Stop looking around." Then he reached out his big hand and pressed it on my head, forcibly redirecting my gaze back to the screen. I was laughing inside, thinking this isn't about liking to look. I'm just rebellious. The more you don't let me see, the more I want to see. Just then, his communicator chimed. I took a glance. It seemed to be a message from his mother, saying that a troublesome guest had arrived at their home and asking him to hurry back to deal with it. He replied with "okay," and his mother specifically reminded him to keep his composure and not get himself into trouble, embarrassing himself. When Lin Xian came to pick me up, He Lanqing was still standing there, watching me board the starship, leaving only after I was out of sight. As soon as he got home, he ran into a tough situation. A woman named Edie Shaw was sitting in his living room like a hostess. Let me tell you, this lady was really intense. As soon as she saw He Lanqing, she approached him like a cat that caught a scent. He Lanqing's nose was incredibly sensitive. He immediately detected a nauseating smell that made his mental energy start to stir. This woman knew what she was doing. She had used banned substances on herself, the kind that could cause orcs to lose control of their mental energy. She had it all figured out. Once He Lanqing lost control, she would go over to comfort him, feigning concern, and then she would have him. He Lanqing exploded on the spot, his face turning ashen as he distanced himself from her by 800 meters, coldly warning her not to come closer. The woman, oblivious to danger, leaned in and mockingly asked, "What? Have you also knelt at the feet of the dearest will? Goodness, He launching immediately activated the air purification system in the room. The smell was just too overwhelming. His internal mental energy was already beginning to spiral out of control, his fists clenched so tightly they turned white. If it weren't for his sister Helano returning just in time to drive that Edie Shaw away, I reckon He launching would have lost control right then and there. Edie Shaw left with a harsh remark. I hope tonight, He launching doesn't have to crawl to my estate in embarrassment. Helano was so disgusted by her that she had everything Edie Shaw touched thrown away. As for He launching, he didn't dare stay at home and directly fled in his starship. The effects of the drug were too intense, burning through his body like fire. He was sweating profusely and his consciousness began to blur. At the last moment, relying on the last bit of clarity, he set the Starship's destination to my home address, and then he completely succumbed. I was halfway through my meal when the estate alarm suddenly blared, piercingly loud. A holographic screen popped up in front of me, and when I checked the surveillance, I was stunned. It was He launching Starship, swaying as it approached. My heart sank. He never contacts me for no reason, and with this situation, he must have lost control. I quickly had the system grant access and dashed out with Lin Xian. As soon as the Starship landed, the hatch opened with a click, and I almost didn't recognize the person inside. He launching was pale as death. His shirt torn to shreds, with knife wounds on his body and blood around his mouth. To stay awake, he had even stabbed himself with a dagger. When he saw me, he called my name, and then he collapsed from the Starship. I rushed over, and Lin Xian and I caught him on either side. He used his last ounce of strength to grab Lin Xian's wrist, gasping, "It's Edie Shaw. Banned substance, my blood." Lin Xian understood immediately and pulled out a syringe to draw a vial of his blood. Then, He launching completely fainted, his weight collapsing on me. I quickly activated my powers, enveloping him in green light, healing those terrifying wounds bit by bit. Lin Xian looked on in awe, remarking how ruthless He launching was to himself, managing to hold on without completely losing control despite being drugged. We moved him to the guest room, and Lin Xian then educated me. She said the drug that woman used was called Chun, a black market banned substance that could drive orcs insane with just a touch. I asked her what her goal was. What benefit would it bring her to make Lanqing lose control? That old fox Lin Xian smiled meaningfully, leaning in to whisper in my ear, besides calming mental energy, there is a more primitive method. It can also soothe a rampaging orc and simultaneously enhance both parties' mental energy. At that moment, I felt like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Good grief, wasn't this just the dual cultivation for novels? To gain power, one could play like this? Disgusting. It was truly revolting. If Lanqing fell into her hands, he would not only lose control, but also lose himself. The next morning, Lanqing's mother sent over a large pile of thank you gifts. I was in a hurry to get to class, so I left him a note and a set of clean clothes, then slipped away. By the time Lanqing woke up, it was already noon. He looked at the childish note I left and reportedly smiled. Then he went to take a shower, and wow, those 8-pack abs and that V-line, TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly an S-class white tiger with such body management. So cool. Let me tell you, he's emotionally quite dull. But he probably doesn't even realize it. After this incident and countless training sessions, the way he looks at me is no longer just that of a teacher and student. He hopes more than anyone that I become stronger and can stand to the highest place. When he finished getting ready and went downstairs, Lin Xian was already waiting for him with a blood analysis report. Lanqing flipped straight to the last page of the report, where it clearly stated 2 words, addictive. At that moment, the hand holding the report was trembling, and his face was cold enough to freeze. Folks, if that Edie Shaw really got her hands on him, Lanqing would be completely ruined, turning into her addictive plaything. Lin Xian also said that it was fortunate he arrived in time, and thankfully my abilities are impressive enough to completely purify the drug's effects. Otherwise, leaving even a tiny bit would lead to unimaginable consequences. The consequences are indeed unimaginable. But what's even more unimaginable is that I still have to go to school the next day. I tell you, under the pressure of the entire school watching, sitting in the front row being closely monitored by that Professor Muin, I felt like the new, eye-catching exhibit at a zoo, surrounded by layers of people snapping pictures of me. As soon as the class bell rang, wow, the scene was like a top celebrity meet and greet. The door was completely blocked. The orc guy behind me timidly asked if I would come tomorrow, and I just turned back and smiled at him. His face instantly turned as red as a monkey's butt, and he could hardly speak. Oh, a pure love warrior, huh? Professor Muin even joked while stroking his big white beard, saying my popularity was almost catching up with Lady Helan. I hurriedly waved my hand, not daring to accept that. If it got out, the headline would be shocking. Dear Zhiyi collides with the interstellar first goddess. I didn't want to trend. Just then, a savior appeared. A loud shout commanded everyone to get out within a minute, or else they'd lose credits and write a 10,000-word reflection. I tell you, when it comes to college students, it's all about the credits. That kind of rhetoric is practically ingrained in their DNA. The crowd dispersed in an instant. I looked up and laughed. Weren't those the two treasures from the ancient academy? Professor Old Goat and Professor Old Cat. I almost shouted Old Goat, but thankfully managed to stop myself. As a result, these two old men drove the students away and blocked my path, grinning widely. Professor Moo rolled his eyes, saying he saw these two old men peeking in like scouts outside the window during his class. Professor Old Goat was so enthusiastic, saying waiting for me was worth it. I wondered what these two big shots wanted from me, but as soon as he opened his mouth, I was left speechless. He said, "Miss Dear, I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to our ancient academy as a special guest professor." I was stunned at that moment. Me? A professor? I'm just an ability healer who hasn't even taken a college history course. And you want me to teach ancient studies? Teach what? Teach how to generate power with love? As a result, these two old men, like a comedic duo, kept praising me, saying I was the only ability user in the entire galaxy, and no one was more suitable than me. Professor Old Goat even patted his chest and guaranteed that as long as I nodded, the entire ancient academy would be on my side. I thought about it. There were quite a few people staring at me, that crazy Eddie Shah and the wandering bug race. Having another big leg to hold on to wouldn't hurt. All right, this move wouldn't be a loss. So I humbly extended my hand and shook theirs. Professor Old Goat was so excited, bending his back lower than mine and holding onto my hand without letting go, making Professor Old Cat next to him stare wide-eyed, probably cursing in his heart. You old glutton, hogging it all. Then I was taken to the ancient academy by the two of them. Let me tell you, that place was incredible. In a very quiet corner, there was a library filled with physical books. In this era where holographic images are everywhere, it was my first time seeing so many physical books, and the air was filled with the scent of old times. They carefully sealed the real ancient texts, those treasures that have lasted over 10,000 years, in transparent cabinets. Professor Old Cat solemnly handed me a handwritten invitation, and the moment I signed my name, I felt like I had truly become someone of importance. But then I casually mentioned the apocalypse, and wow, I poked a hornet's nest. These two old professors started chatting away like they had opened a floodgate, pulling me into a conversation for over an hour, their thirst for knowledge making me feel uneasy. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore and quickly promised to prepare a piece titled A Brief Discussion on the Development and Impact of the Apocalypse, to escape. Wasn't this just a roundabout way of assigning myself homework? Folks, who understands? Just as I came out of the ancient academy, I received a message from Lin Xian asking if I was done and if he should come pick me up. While we were chatting, suddenly bang, I was bumped into head-on. I quickly took a few steps back. The corridor was wide enough to run a horse, and there was no one around. This was definitely intentional. The guy who bumped into me was named Lu Qi, with a casual smile at the corner of his mouth. But he exuded an aura of coldness that warned others to keep their distance. When my hand accidentally brushed against his fingertips, it felt as cold as a piece of dead flesh. My heart dropped. A snake. Although he looked human, my instincts told me that beneath this skin was something sinister. I quietly activated my ability, and wow, the black mist surrounding him was as thick as unbreakable ink. He was definitely a wanderer. It seemed he was attracted by my ability. The way he looked at me instantly changed, filled with a sickly possessiveness, as if he wanted to pack me up and take me away, hissing, "Don't be afraid, let's be friends." Friend, my foot. I took a step back, and he followed suit. This guy looked quite enchanting, androgynous in a way, but his gaze was too dangerous, making me feel like he would swallow me whole in the next second. Just as my hand was about to touch the light energy bullet, ready to surprise him, He Launching's voice rang out like a celestial sound. Zhiyi. My expression probably couldn't hide my happiness. But then Lu Qi's face instantly darkened, his eyes fierce enough to kill. Without saying a word, he turned and started fighting He Launching. I tell you, when S-Class big shots fight, the effects are something else. Energy waves exploded outward in circles, and the students watching were directly blown away, covering their heads and fleeing. Lin Xian also arrived, quickly shielding me behind him. As Lu Qi saw more and more people gathering, he didn't want to linger. He took a deep look at me, smiled strangely, and said we would have plenty of time in the future, then whoosh, transformed into a dark blue snake and vanished. He Launching also turned into a white tiger and chased after him. I insisted on waiting for He Launching to come back, since he was the one who fought for me. Not long after, he returned, and it was already dark. I could see 2 black blood holes on his arm, clearly poisoned. Without saying a word, I immediately stepped up, activated my ability, and purified the snake venom completely. Qing thanked me and said that for my safety, he would personally teach my mecha theory class in the future. As he left, his silhouette in the night seemed inexplicably lonely. Lin Xian clicked his tongue next to me, probably sensing that sourness in the air. On the way home, Lin Xian told me that Qing was likely going to take revenge on Eddie Sha. I tell you, Qing, with his thick brows and big eyes, has also learned to be bad. He and Lin Xian, with a focus on using his own methods against him, made some special drinks and even prepared a luxurious meal for Edith. Lin Xian was quite pleased and said he was happy to be this accomplice. That evening, the 2 of us were curled up on the sofa when he suddenly asked me what I would do if I saw his bad side. I laughed and said, "As long as you're good to me, even if you're an octopus, I'll accept it. If you don't want me to see it, then I'll just pretend to be a cyberblind person." Everyone who crawls out of the apocalypse has a bit of mud on them. After hearing that, he was really touched and kissed me on the forehead. The next day, big news broke out. It was reported that Idisa went crazy at the Hot Spring Hotel, tormenting her new little puppy to the point of near death, completely draining his mental energy. Now, the whole galaxy knew that Miss Idisa had a peculiar preference, and her bed partners had become a newly high-risk profession. This time, the boomerang hit her right in the forehead. Idisa was furious and blamed all of this on me and Qing, then immediately made an encrypted call to a wanderer named Crow, tipping him off that a beauty had arrived in Central City, asking him to come find me. This crazy woman really wanted me dead. As a result, the next day, I showed up to Qing's one-on-one personal training session with 2 dark circles under my eyes. There was no way around it. I discovered a new game last night and was killing it until 3 in the morning. I was so tired that my head felt like it had springs in it, bouncing up and down. Qing's ice-cold face was right next to me, and I felt like I could ascend right there on the spot. I really couldn't hold on anymore, so I made an excuse to go to the bathroom to splash some water on my face. As soon as I exited the bathroom, I bumped into an orc holding a pile of documents, causing papers to fly everywhere. He looked just as groggy as I felt, so I kindly squatted down to help him pick them up. The guy was shy. He met my gaze for just a second and then blushed, lowering his head to avoid looking at me. Just then, a chilling voice came from behind me. "Awake now? Then let us get back to class." My body stiffened. Oh no, I had been caught slacking off. Let me tell you, Qing's glare was colder than a Siberian cold snap. The orc guy was so scared that his legs went weak. I hurried to explain that we had accidentally bumped into each other. Qing's gaze was like a knife, slicing back and forth over the orc guy. I felt like if he didn't speak up soon, the orc's eyeballs would stick to me. Back in the classroom, he suddenly pulled out a hand-drawn blueprint, showcasing a pair of super cool mech arms that normally looked like bracelets and could turn invisible, only unfolding during combat. He said this was a gift for me. My eyes lit up. Wasn't this my dream mech? I showered him with praise, and his icy expression softened just a little. That evening, his sister came looking for him and found her brother staring at his holographic computer with a dark expression. It turned out that the orc guy had posted a lengthy essay on the Academy forum, praising me for being gentle and fragrant, even saying he wanted to get close to me in his dreams. Goodness, Qing went straight into real-life boss mode and reported the post, getting it taken down for harassment of a female. Folks, the jealousy he displayed could rival that of aged Shangshi vinegar. Later on, I went to help out at the military hospital, and the SU crew saw me with Lin Xian, laughing as if they found a real deal. After Lin Xian finished his tasks, he came to pick me up, and we were just about to go eat when Director Yin San rushed over, telling us to leave through the back door. There was a patient named Su Howren causing a scene at the front entrance, specifically calling for me to save him. This guy was quite the character. He had been poisoned by a bug, lost an arm, and now the toxin was spreading. The doctor said he had to either lose another arm or risk being paralyzed. When he heard that I could heal Lin Xian's hand, he threw a tantrum, saying the most unpleasant things possible. I found it laughable, thinking, who do you think you are? You're getting a bit too comfortable, aren't you? But I didn't want to waste my time with someone like him, so I dragged Lin Xian toward the back door. Director Yin San kept urging us to eat quickly and not let such people affect our mood. Lin Xian also didn't take it seriously and sighed in relief, casually placing his hand on my shoulder. We strolled into a particularly hidden private restaurant next to the military hospital. Let me tell you, this place was run by Lin Xian's mother, almost like his private canteen. The menu was brutally simple. It was either boiled food or barbecued. I randomly selected a couple of dishes, and since Lin Xian didn't object, I placed the order. He even seemed a bit embarrassed, saying he would ask them to add some of my favorite dishes next time. I looked around, and it was so quiet it felt like a library. We were the only customers. I said, "Aren't you going to order more dishes? You'll end up losing money." Lin Xian explained that nowadays, everyone drank nutritional supplements for convenience, and only those wealthy and idle young masters and ladies would dine out. Just as I was about to eat, there was a loud alarm. Warning, warning. The delivery robot was knocked over, spilling all the dishes on the floor. The couple at the neighboring table was immediately displeased. The girl threw her knife and fork with a clatter, and the guy got even more fired up, shouting, "Who let this cripple in? What a piece of bad luck. Get out of here." I followed his gaze, and, oh, what a familiar face. Su Haoran, the unfortunate guy with a missing arm, being held up by several bodyguards, with his father standing beside him. The next second, an old man started shouting my name. Zhiyi. I rolled my eyes, too lazy to respond. The old man, seeing I was ignoring him, got even more worked up, pointing at me and yelling, "My son is in this state, and you still have the face to eat? Where's your medical ethics? Did dog eat them?" Su Haoran chimed in, groaning and sounding like he was about to die. "Dad, it hurts so much. Hurry and let Zhiyi save me. I'm going to die. Is this how you ask for help?" I was truly seeing new heights of entitlement. I hadn't even gotten angry yet when Lin Xian exploded. He shot up from his seat, dragging the chair loudly. He walked over to the old man, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Can't save him? Then let him wait to die. Or I could give your son a ride. You two can work hard to have another healthy child next year." Goodness, that S-level mental pressure hit like a ton of bricks. The old man crumpled to the ground, unable to move. Now I had stirred up a hornet's nest. The old man, being quite the actor, flopped down and started his performance. "Oh no, the doctor is hitting people. This is outrageous." When Lin Xian lifted his pressure, the old man started rolling on the ground, refusing to get up, and a crowd quickly gathered outside. I walked over, and Lin Xian tried to stop me, worried I'd get entangled with this rogue. I immediately unleashed a barrage of questions. "You say he hit you? Where's the evidence? Where's the wound? Or do you think lying on the ground makes you look cooler? And how did you know I was here? Are you stalking me?" A series of questions left the old man dumbfounded, stammering for a long time before finally squeezing out a line. "If you save my son, I want to hold it against you." I pulled out my holographic computer and, in front of everyone, called the Alliance, putting it on speaker. "Hello, Alliance? 23 Lin Restaurant. Military Dr. S. Road. Someone is stalking and harassing me and blocking my way. The charge of harassing a female is not small." The old man turned pale, quickly changing his demeanor, collapsing to the ground, and starting to squeeze out tears, showcasing some impressive acting skills. "Everyone, look. This is Miss Li you all talk about. She wants to save me and wants the Alliance to arrest me. My life is so miserable." Guess what happened next? A few White Lotus types popped up in the crowd, pointing fingers and saying it was a matter of life and death, asking why she wouldn't help. Exactly. Every parent's heart is filled with compassion. I was so angry I wanted to laugh. My fans wouldn't tolerate these old geezers. A military academy student, filled with righteous anger, shouted, "If you can do it, then you go," and rushed up to shove the old man down. Other students followed suit. Goodness. They realized that beating up these old men would only lead to writing a long reflection, and the academy might even give them a commendation for bravery. This wasn't just beating someone up. It was practically boosting their KPI. Let's go, brothers. The scene instantly turned chaotic. Family, who understands? With someone charging ahead for me, I leaned directly into Lin Xian's embrace, aiming for a carefree ride. Lin Xian instinctively wrapped his arms around my waist, secretly laughing in my ear. Just then, a sharp shout came. "What are you all doing?" I glanced over, and, wow, the vice president of the Alliance, Zhiyi, had personally come with a laser gun in hand. Without saying a word, he pointed at the several beaten-up saints on the ground and ordered, "Drag them away." Seeing the situation, Lao Deng decided to give up entirely, holding onto his son and starting to wail, "Zhiyi, you poisonous woman, watching my son die right in front of me." His son, Su Haoran, was also desperate for survival, pushing his father away and crawling toward me like a zombie. His eyes filled with hatred and longing, making me feel nauseous. Lin Xian quickly shielded me behind him. The Alliance's security team immediately formed a human wall, blocking him. Su Haoran went wild, scratching and clawing, shouting, "All of you die." His father also shouted along, but Zhiyi, annoyed by the noise, stuffed a cloth in his mouth. The world finally became quiet. At that moment, a commanding voice, like a queen, echoed from the door. "Miss Liu is our Heelan family's benefactor. Anyone who wants to trouble her should first ask if I agree." I peeked out from behind Lin Xian and saw a stunning older sister in a black qipao embroidered with golden flowers, radiating the aura of someone not to be trifled with. Lin Xian whispered in my ear, "This is Helan Qing's mother, Helan Zhiyi." She was holding a little one, about 5 years old, looking like a glutinous rice ball with 2 little horns on his head bobbing around, melting my heart. This is her younger son, Helan Yi. Once Helan Zhiyi arrived, Yu Yi had to respectfully call her Ms. Helan. She gave a casual glance, and Yu Yi immediately ordered the Su father and son to be dragged away like dead dogs. The farce ended, and Ms. Helan was incredibly warm to me, asking me to call her Aunt Zhi. Her little son, Helan Yi, with his big watery eyes, never took them off me, calling out in a sweet voice, "Sister, you're so pretty." I tell you, who can resist that? I squatted down to fist bump him, and his little face instantly turned red as he hid behind his mother, mumbling softly, "Sister Lu is so beautiful." I noticed that the little kid had a fluffy white tail behind him, and my goodness, it was adorably crazy. I immediately felt the urge to pet it. My fingers started to cramp, and I silently chanted 100 times, "Not my own, can't touch." Before leaving, Ms. Helan even handed me a beautifully designed white card, saying it was a gift. Little Helan E turned back 3 times, secretly fist-bumping me from a distance, and after I responded, he happily jumped up and down. Once they left, Lin Xian's sour tone began to plan how to make me stop thinking about those fluffy tails outside. I tell you, Helan Qing definitely encountered a ghost that night. When he got home, his 5-year-old brother hugged his thigh and showered him with compliments. "Brother, Sister Lu is so pretty, so gentle. When I grow up, can I be your partner?" Just a few words directly left our aloof, big tiger silent, his face darkening. That night, he had a ridiculously absurd nightmare. In the dream, his brother had grown up, holding my hand, with marks on his neck from my teasing, proudly showing off to him. Even more absurd, he found himself hiding in a closet like a voyeur, watching us being affectionate. In the dream, his brother whispered in my ear, "Sister, brother's like a wooden block. I'm better, right?" Then he heard Dreamy say, "Okay." Goodness, this was simply psychological torture. The next day, our usually self-disciplined to the point of being abnormal Professor Helan Qing unexpectedly skipped class. He was like a moving bomb, rushing out to beat up some bug race from who knows where. As a result, one unfortunate student, a little rabbit, drew the short straw and ended up at his villa looking for him. When he turned around, he saw Helan Qing covered in blood, as if he had crawled out of hell, and the rabbit was so scared it almost peed itself, trembling as it called me for help. "Miss Lu, help. Professor Helan Qing has gone mad." The moment the words Miss Lu left the rabbit's mouth, Helan Qing instantly appeared in front of him, grabbing him by the neck and coldly asking, "How do you have her star number?" Just at that critical moment, I arrived. Let me tell you, when I got there, the scene was chaotic. That poor rabbit beast man. As soon as I casually cast a healing spell on him and saw Helan Qing's terrifying face, screamed and ran faster than anyone, probably traumatized for life. Then it was just me and Helan Qing left. This guy was drenched in blood, his clothes stained red, and he stared at me like nothing was wrong. I was just about to ask if he was okay when his big white tiger tail suddenly wrapped around my wrist. Goodness, is this a new type of handcuff? Without saying a word, he pulled me into his villa. I was completely stunned. The floor was dripping with his blood, and my heart ached. I said, "Professor, can we treat your wounds first? Where are you going?" He just wouldn't speak, taking a few steps and glancing back at me as if afraid I would run away. Eventually, he brought me straight into his bedroom. Who understands this, folks? It's the middle of the night, a man and a woman alone, and he's still my professor. How appropriate is that? I was just about to say I'd treat his wounds and leave when his tail wound around my wrist again, looking at me with an almost pleading expression, saying, "Don't go." I was dumbfounded. Was this what I thought it meant? Before I could react, he suddenly transformed back into his original form, a gigantic white tiger. Its snow white fur covered in wounds, which made my heart ache. Then this big cat lay down by my feet, breathing softly, and its golden eyes held no ferocity, only careful affection. Who could withstand this? But my mind was in chaos, and I didn't know how to respond, instinctively turning my head away. I saw his eyes darken instantly from my peripheral vision. Sigh, I could only squat down and silently heal him. The atmosphere was so awkward it could fill a 3-bedroom apartment. Then the big cat took the initiative to rub its head against my leg, its ears twitching. My instinct to pet it kicked in, but reason told me this was my professor. If I petted him, would that be disrespectful? Seeing I had no reaction, he rubbed against me again, looking pitiful. I couldn't take the awkwardness anymore and said, "Professor, I really should go." As soon as I finished speaking, the big tiger jumped up and blocked my way, not letting me leave. Just then, Lin Xian sent me a message asking if I was done and if he should come to pick me up. Goodness. One waiting at home and one blocking the door outside. I felt like the worst person ever. I quickly replied to Lin Xian saying I'd be a bit late, and he immediately responded asking if I needed help, making me feel even more guilty. When I looked back, Heelan was scratching his expensive handmade blanket with his paw, clearly annoyed that I was messaging someone else, ruining a perfectly good blanket. My head was spinning. I just gave up and plopped down on the floor. Can you turn back and we talk it out? The big tiger tilted its head, pretending not to understand. Fine. You win. My temper flared, and I grabbed his tail, threatening him. Guess what? He actually let out a please sound and rolled over, exposing his belly to me. His tactic didn't work, so I sighed and said, I really have to go back. Only then did he release his grip on my pants, his head drooping, and his tail hanging down as he dejectedly walked toward his wardrobe. I called out, then I'm leaving, but no one responded. Fine, since I'm here. I might as well follow him. When I looked inside, who understands? My aloof and reserved professor, an SS-level big shot, had actually stuffed himself into the wardrobe and was sulking. The door was closed, with just a bit of his tail sticking out. Here are my footsteps. He let out a disgruntled sound, and his tail retreated as he tried to pull the door shut completely with his paw. I was both angry and amused. Why are you hiding in the wardrobe? I tried to push the door, but he blocked it with his paw. I could only use reverse psychology. My professor Heelan wouldn't act like a coward. Hey, you know what? This tactic really worked, especially when I used my 2 words. He cautiously poked his head out, his golden eyes wide with insecurity. I sat cross-legged and asked him what was wrong, but he didn't speak. I could only guess. Do you want me to keep you company? He nodded immediately. I asked why. The next second, the big tiger crawled out of the wardrobe, buried his head in my arms, and rubbed his face against my palm. The meaning was very clear, just as I was about to say, but my mouth was covered by a cold hand. Heelan had transformed back, hugging me from behind, burying his face in my hair. His voice hoarse and urgent. Don't say no. He held me tightly and whispered in my ear, I like you. My mind went blank. Let me tell you, I've never seen Heelan so humble yet domineering. He said he was afraid that if he didn't say it, I would be taken away. He even told me to attack his weaknesses, promising not to fight back. My heart softened instantly, and I said, the things you taught me, I would never use on you. In the end, he took a step back and said, then give me a chance, don't rush to reject me. What could I do? I could only say, okay. To be honest, who could refuse a big cat that could turn into a handsome guy? Just then, Lin Xian messaged me again, saying he was downstairs. Goodness, the main character was coming. When I went down, Lin Xian was standing there, looking at Heelan with a gaze full of crisis. Heelan didn't back down either, watching Lin Xian leave while holding my hand, his possessiveness almost palpable. The excitement didn't stop there. The next day, Heelan directly asked Lin Xian to meet, choosing a tea house and even clearing the place out. As soon as they met, Heelan pushed a report across the table, stating a mental strength level assessment, SS. Let me tell you, aside from He, he was the only SS level in the whole star system, practically saying in front of Lin Xian, I've leveled up, come and steal my person. He got straight to the point. I am pursuing Miss Liu, and I hope you get your help. Lin Xian's face darkened immediately, and he shot back, I don't want to help you. The two exchanged barbs, appearing calm on the surface, but beneath it was a clash of swords. As Heelan was leaving, he dropped a bombshell. The interest can not only be between you and He. That was advice Lin Xian had given to He, and now it had boomeranged back on him. This matter wasn't over yet. Heelan immediately announced his breakthrough to SS level on the StarNet. The whole internet exploded, and then he personally went on to like every comment shipping him and Lu Zhiyi while reporting any mentions of other females. His sister was shocked, asking if her brother had been possessed. Meanwhile, I had just come out of the lab when I heard someone say the professor was SS level. I casually praised him, saying he was amazing. But when I turned around, I saw Lin Xian's face, which looked as sour as if he had soaked in 3 pounds of lemons. I quickly comforted him. You're also very impressive at S level. It was useless. This fox had completely shut down. That night, as soon as I entered the house, a figure pounced on me and hugged me tightly. I'm back. It was He. This guy rushed back as soon as the mission ended. He held on to me and wouldn't let go, rubbing against me like a large dog, while pitifully saying, you've monopolized Lu for several days. He was referring to Lin Xian. Lin Xian watched from the side, his back looking so pitiful that his tail seemed ready to drop to the ground. Great. Now I had to comfort both of them. After finally getting He to watch TV, Lin Xian immediately snuggled up to me. burying his head in my neck and stuffing all 9 of his tails in my hands, begging for affection. He mumbled, "Can you not call me Lin Xian? Call me a Xian?" I complied, calling him that, and he was so satisfied that he left a mark on my collarbone. When I returned to my room, wow, He Jingchuan had already transformed into a big white wolf lying on my bed. He was wagging his tail until he caught sight of the mark on my collarbone, and that tail froze instantly. His expression, baring his teeth, was filled with Lin Xian. "You stinky fox." After I finished showering, this scheming wolf had already arranged the pillow and blanket, just waiting for me to go to bed. I hugged his big head and took a deep breath, grooming him, and he was so comfortable he started to hum. However, after I fell asleep, I ended up sleeping until noon the next day. Outside the door, there was a scratching sound. It was Lin Xian. The white wolf reluctantly went to open the door, and the two beasts confronted each other at the entrance. The white wolf had a proud look, as if to say, "You disturbed Lulu's sleep," while the fox looked displeased, as if to say, "What does that have to do with you?" The fox, unable to hold back, swiped a paw over, but He Jingchuan, that scheming wolf, intentionally didn't T-dodge. Got lightly hit, then immediately jumped back onto the bed, howling at me, looking so wronged. The fox looked stunned. Now, I had a pitiful big white wolf on my left and a lonely 9-tailed fox on my right. I pressed both heads down with my hands to prevent them from fighting, took a deep breath, and asserted my authority as their guardian. Speak honestly, resist severely. Who started it? Why did you start? Arg. Yep. They both cried out simultaneously, their paws pointing at each other. I tell you, seeing the scene made my head ache. I thought these two ancestors really didn't consider me an outsider at all. They were arguing as if no one else was around. I really couldn't understand their encrypted conversation of wolf howls and fox calls, and could only suggest, why don't you turn back into humans and argue? Guess what? The white wolf, He Jingchuan, just rolled his eyes up to the sky, turned his head, and let it go. I later realized, wow, this guy was afraid of turning back into human form, thinking I wouldn't let him sleep in bed at night. He really was willing to give up his dignity just to get on my bed. Fine, you two continue flirting. I'm not serving you anymore. I threw off the blanket and went to wash up, leaving the wolf and fox staring at each other on the bed, probably thinking it was quite boring too. I casually had a couple of bites of food at noon, then tossed He Jingchuan and Lin Xian, my two bodyguards, at home and happily went out shopping. I'm telling you, this time I was meeting a new sister, Xiao Taihui's partner, named Shen Xinju, with the online nickname Bamboo. We had chatted for a long time on StarNet, feeling like long-lost sisters. When we met, Bamboo was a bit nervous, not knowing where to put her hands. She looked particularly delicate, with 2 dimples when she smiled, very sweet. I, being someone who can't stand my sisters being awkward, directly hooked my arm around hers and said, "Let us go, Bamboo. I'll treat you to some shopping." Only then did she relax, saying that I was even more easygoing in person than online. Of course, not bringing those 2 guys was so that we girls could shop to our heart's content. We browsed several stores, and our shopping desire soared. In one store, I tried on a stunning red mermaid dress, and when I opened a fitting room door, I swear, Bamboo's mouth was agape, as if she could fit an egg in there. She said I looked so good in it that her eyes were sparkling, and even said no wonder He Jingchuan and the others were fighting to be my guardian. Even she wanted to touch my waist. Family, who understands? This sisterly bond is something we can cherish. Just as I was happily preparing to buy the dress, a suddenly sarcastic voice came from nearby, saying something about how even robots can compliment someone. I turned around and saw a dark-skinned hot girl, looking rather flashy, but her gaze was venomous, clearly not friendly. Bamboo quietly told me that this girl might be from planet C-453 and advised me to ignore her. I thought about it. It wasn't a big deal. But that girl, seeing me ignore her, exploded right there, shouting at me, "Hey, I'm talking to you." I completely ignored her and turned to head back to the fitting room to change clothes, but she dashed over, trying to block me. Goodness, her speed was probably that of a leopard in beast form. I sidestepped and pulled Bamboo behind me for protection. The sales robot couldn't stand it anymore and issued a warning, saying if she acted again, it would call the police. My good mood was completely ruined by her, and my voice turned cold as I said, "Get out of the way." Guess what she said? She said, "You're the woman who opposes my cousin everywhere." Hearing this, I laughed. It was that pesky Idisha who sent her. This dark-skinned hot girl was named Andrea, Idish's cousin. I really didn't want to waste my breath with her, so I directly retorted, "Idisha is much smarter than you. At least you wouldn't go crazy in public." This girl had a peculiar thought process. She didn't even realize I was mocking her and proudly said, "My cousin is of course smart." At that moment, my hands itched. I really wanted to say, "You better get out of the way, or I'm afraid I won't be able to help but shoot you." Her eyes widened in shock. probably never having seen someone so direct. I was too lazy to argue with her any further and told the robot that I would take the dress and proceeded to check out. The robot was quick to comply, saying that to compensate for my terrible experience, the dress would be a gift. Andrea was stomping her feet in anger beside me, her face as dark as a pot bottom. As I dragged Bamboo out of the shopping center, Andrea chased after us like a mad dog, shouting, "Zhiyi, stop." Just as her words fell, the street suddenly exploded. I'm telling you, the scene was unbelievable. A monster with black, stiff skin, looking like a zombie, suddenly appeared on the bustling street, grabbing at anyone in sight. The crowd instantly turned into chaos, screaming and fleeing in all directions. One unfortunate soul couldn't escape and was caught by the monster. With a ripping sound, his arm was torn off, and the next second, it exploded into a mist of blood. Bamboo's face turned pale with fear, her teeth chattering. I quickly shielded her behind me, pulled out my laser gun, and stared intensely at the monster. That thing was absurdly fast. In the blink of an eye, it vanished. And the next target, unfortunately, was the approaching Andrea. The once arrogant young lady now fell to the ground in fear, watching helplessly as the monster lunged at her. Fortunately, her bodyguard was loyal enough to rush up and block the fatal blow for her. At that moment, I sensed something was wrong. This monster was incredibly powerful, definitely S-class. It seemed to get angrier after being interrupted, waving its massive hand, directly sending Andrea flying. Then it scanned the crowd, finally locking its gaze on me. Goodness, that murderous intent was palpable even from a distance. The security team arrived at this moment, but it was utterly useless. The lasers hitting the monster felt like mere tickles. The monster didn't care about the wounds on its body, exposing its flesh and bones as it lunged straight toward me. I tell you, in that situation, anyone else would probably have wet themselves in fear. But I'm not one to back down. I calmly raised my gun and, in the blink of an eye, aimed for its eye and fired. There was a horrible scream, and one of its eyes instantly turned into a bloody hole. Taking this opportunity, I squinted and took a closer look, and I was stunned. Wasn't he that Su Haoran, who should have died in prison long ago? Lin Xian said just yesterday that he was dead, and didn't he lose an arm? Doubting my eyes, I shot at his right arm, and with a crackling sound, a mechanical arm was completely destroyed. So it really was him. Su Haoran had completely gone mad, recognizing me, the woman who had driven him to death. A massive wave of psychic energy erupted from him, toppling the security team. I was pulled back by this force since I was holding on to Zhiyi. The anticipated pain didn't come. Instead, I fell into a very safe embrace. When I looked up, hey, it was Qing. My heart skipped a beat. Somehow, just seeing him made me feel at ease. He had sensed something was off about Su Haoran's death last night and had been secretly monitoring my movements. As soon as he noticed something was wrong, he rushed over. We didn't waste words. I first helped the injured Zhiyi to a safe corner, infused her with some abilities, and handed her a gun for protection before immediately heading back to assist Qing. My professor is truly impressive. Su Haoran was no match for him, continuously retreating. Suddenly, Qing shouted my name. We exchanged glances and understood each other. We were in sync. He slipped behind Su Haoran and restrained his hands, and without hesitation, I raised my gun and shot directly at his heart. The chip inside Su Haoran instantly self-destructed. And from the corner, it seemed I heard a faint voice saying that the experiment subject number 98 had failed. But let me tell you, Su Haoran was just a decoy. The real threat was yet to come. 2 traitors had infiltrated the security team, and while we were dealing with Su Haoran, they seized Zhiyi and Andrea nearby. They crushed some stones in their hands, and the surrounding space instantly warped, a huge black hole appearing out of nowhere, directly sucking in Zhiyi and Andrea. Zhiyi! I panicked at that moment, wanting to rush over to save her, but the suction was too strong, and I was pulled in as well. In the distance, Zhiyi and Lin Xian had just dealt with the monsters blocking their way and rushed over, seeing the scene with red eyes, transforming into their beast forms and charging over. But unfortunately, they were still a step too late. Only Qing, who had been by my side, jumped in right before the black hole closed. Zhiyi's white wolf form exploded in fury, scratching deep marks into the ground. Lin Xian's fox face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he smashed a nearby railing with one punch. The 2 of them grabbed the security captain and unleashed a torrent of scolding. Then one headed back to the military district, while the other returned to his family, using their influence to find people, completely disregarding the useless alliance. As for me, I fell heavily onto a patch of yellow earth, scraping my knees, and Zhiyi and the traitor had already vanished. I healed my wounds, tossed away my troublesome high heels, and changed into sneakers. Before I could even see where I was, a gust of wind carrying yellow sand blew over, nearly turning me into a dirt person. Heelan Ching's tall figure directly shielded me, creating a small windbreak. Once the wind stopped, he stood there with sand all over his face and even in his ears and tail, looking pitifully at me, saying he couldn't see and asking me to help him brush off the sand. Family, who understands? The atmosphere suddenly felt a bit off. I initially wanted to tell him to brush it off himself, but he pulled me into his arms, using Zhiyi as an excuse. Your girlfriend is still waiting for you to save her. Fine, I'll help you brush it off. I started off a bit perfunctorily, just brushing his hair, only to find that his collar was also filled with sand, surely uncomfortable against his skin. I had a brainwave, my mouth moving faster than my brain, and I directly coaxed him. I'll help you clean it up when we get back, okay? The moment the words left my mouth, I regretted it, but that big tiger's tail started wagging, and he happily said, "It's a promise. You have to clean it up." With the benefits gained, Heelan Ching seemed to be energized, grabbing my hand as we searched for clues in this desert. He usually appeared gentle at the academy, but when it came to getting things done, he was incredibly efficient, silently destroying all the surveillance around us. I realized then that the abilities he had shown me before were probably just the tip of the iceberg. He led me to a spot, used his psychic power to shake off a thick layer of sand, and underneath revealed a piece of black, mysterious iron plate, the kind used for military defense. We traced the pattern on top and found a recessed switch. After pressing it, a password screen popped up. I was dumbfounded. Where was I supposed to find a password? Heelan Ching thought for a moment and directly said, 1216. As I inputted it, I asked him how he knew, and he casually replied, I guessed. I thought to myself, bro, are you that brave? If you guessed wrong, wouldn't we be done for? But guess what? Password correct. The secret passage opened. I was stunned and asked him if he really just guessed. He nodded seriously, saying it was the birthday of some leader in the Wanderers Alliance. I asked what if he was wrong. He replied, forced explosion. All right, you're impressive. We crawled into the dark secret passage, which was filled with a strong smell of blood and chemicals. Not long after, we heard footsteps, and we immediately pressed ourselves against the wall and crouched down. Heelan Ching pressed up from behind, tapped a few points on my arm, handed me a gun, then counted down 3, 2, 1. As the patrolling person peeked out, we moved simultaneously. Our coordination was seamless, and within seconds, we took them all down. I proudly raised the gun in my hand and mouthed, "It's mine now." All the way, one of us was responsible for clearing the surveillance, while the other dealt with the guards. It was like killing gods in our path. The guards here had little black mist on them, indicating that there were indeed many pests inside the central city. I stepped on one guy's chest, gun pointed at his heart, and asked where the female was. He was quite straightforward, directly pointing to the big door at the very back and muttering that he wasn't doing it voluntarily. I thought to myself, spare me that story. Trying to wash white after doing bad things? Without a word, I sent him to repent underground. Kicking open the last big door, we entered a massive laboratory, where a shifty-eyed old man stood at the control panel. And on the ground, tightly bound with ropes, was Zhiyi. On the nearby experimental table lay Andrea, covered in tubes, being injected with an unknown serum. Zhiyi, due to her low psychic power, had managed to escape a disaster. The old man didn't take us seriously at all and sneered, saying, just for a waste, risking your own life, it's not worth it. At that moment, the alarm suddenly blared. The entire base lit up in red, and waves of robots emerged from underground. The old man laughed maniacally, seeming to have gone mad, and directly activated all his psychic power. Boom! He self-exploded on the spot. The shockwave from the explosion overturned everything, and Zhiyi and I were thrown away. Fortunately, Heelan Ching reacted quickly, grabbing me and using himself as a cushion. But I still heard the dull thud of Zhiyi hitting the ground, and my heart jumped, feeling pain for that little girl. Just as I was about to crawl off Heelan Ching, he wrapped his large hand around my waist, and with a forceful tug, he switched our positions, pressing me down and shielding me tightly, a heavy iron frame crashing down on his back. Actually, with our skills, avoiding them is not a problem. But this guy insisted on being my meat shield. The robots didn't care about that and charged at us with red lights in their eyes. Heelan Ching got up and pulled me up, taking most of the firepower himself. I stood next to Zhiyi, my scalp tingling at the sight of the dense swarm of robots. Without hesitation, I threw a dagger, which turned into a white light, piercing precisely into a robot's energy core. The sound of sizzling electricity rang out, and without a moment's pause, I shot it again. With a loud bang, the robot exploded, flames consuming it and its companions nearby. Let me tell you, that explosion was just an appetizer. The next second, the entire underground base started collapsing like it had osteoporosis. Huge rocks crashed down, and the dust choked me to the point of tears. This red dress I was wearing looked good, but it was a pure burden in a fight. Without thinking, I ripped the hem off. Survival was the priority. The ground shook like an earthquake, and I held onto a metal frame to avoid falling flat on my face. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that Andrea had already slipped away. I quickly tossed the unconscious Zhiyi onto my back and gritted my teeth to charge out. Luckily, Zhiyi had pushed my physical abilities to the limit with his devilish training. Otherwise, with my weak frame when I first arrived, I would have had to say goodbye to Zhiyi in tears today. Zhiyi stayed behind to cover us. Gunshots, explosions, and the sound of falling rocks created a death metal symphony in my ears. Every step felt like walking on a knife's edge. I hadn't felt it on the way in, but now it seemed like there was no end to this path. Just when I thought I was really going to meet my end today, there was a huge bang, and the heavy iron door was violently breached from the outside. Blinding sunlight poured in, and I could barely open my eyes. Zhiyi and Lin Xian stood in the light. Let me tell you, Zhiyi's eyes were as red as a rabbit's, and Lin Xian's clean white shirt was covered in dust. Zhiyi, being the king of king, without saying a word, directly yanked Zhiyi off my back and tossed her to Xiao Taiwei. Xiao Taiwei immediately turned into a weeping mess, sobbing as he held Zhiyi. Then, Lin Xian and I each grabbed an arm and pulled me out through the hole. But the problem was, everyone was out except for Zhiyi, who was still stuck inside. The collapse was getting faster, sand and dirt pouring in like a waterfall. My heart sank, and I shouted his name at the top of my lungs. Zhiyi pulled me into his arms, reassuring me, "Don't be afraid, that tiger is quite the freak. He won't die. Even Yama wouldn't dare take him." I couldn't hear any of that. I was fixated on the hole. Just then, a deafening tiger roar echoed out. Following that, a majestic white tiger emerged from the ruins, holding a chip in its mouth. I finally let out a breath of relief. The white tiger took a few steps towards me, originally wanting to cuddle, but was blocked by the sobbing Xiao Taiwei, who was begging me to save Zhiyi. I quickly treated Zhiyi, and as soon as she woke up, Xiao Taiwei cried even harder. Then, the atmosphere turned strange. Zhiyi hugged me, saying he and T protected me well, and started shedding tears. Lin Xian held my hand, unable to lift his head in guilt. Goodness, I had two big, dog-like crybabies hanging around me. Just as I was flustered trying to comfort the two of them, I looked up and saw Zhiyi. He had transformed into a white tiger, standing alone in the wind and sand, motionless as he looked at us. For those who understand, my heart ached in that moment. He looked like that friend who never sings at karaoke, just silently sitting in the corner, shaking a maraca. It was heart-wrenching to watch. I immediately pushed Zhiyi's hands away. He was holding on to me like a child, saying I should thank him, and he would go for me. I didn't care. I waved at the white tiger. His eyes lit up instantly, and he ran towards me like crazy, happily placing the chip in my hands. Only then did I see that he was covered in wounds, with a huge gash on his leg, blood staining his white fur. And his back was also covered in scars. He had sustained such severe injuries to cover my retreat and to get that central control chip. I couldn't hold back my tears and squatted down to tightly hug his big head, desperately using my powers to heal him. Now, there was another big white tiger in the manor, and the spot by my floor-to-ceiling window became crowded in an instant. Zhiyi was practically losing it, muttering in my ear that one fox was fine, but now there was a tiger too, and he was going to lose his place. I casually suggested if we should get a bigger manor, and boy, did I stir up a hornet's nest. Zhiyi and Lin Xian immediately began showcasing their property catalogs. 3D models flashing in front of me, each more luxurious than the last. Zhiyi was even more aggrieved, directly turning into a wolf and burrowing into my arms, nuzzling into my neck. Seeing this, Lin Xian and Zhiyi wisely found an excuse to slip away. Only I was left in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with this big wolf dog, acting cute. He cupped my face, his possessiveness in his eyes almost overwhelming me. Then, taking advantage of my daze, he suddenly kissed me. I was completely stunned. My first kiss in 2 lifetimes just vanished like that. I instinctively tried to push him away, but he didn't give me a chance, kissing me until I almost couldn't breathe. When he finally let me go, he started accusing me, saying I brought a fox and a tiger home, and he was afraid he wouldn't have a place anymore. What is this? This is called the villain crying first. What could I do? I had already kissed him, so I could only comfort him. As a result, this wolf got greedy, saying I had to kiss him again to make it up to him. I couldn't resist him, thinking just a peck on the cheek would suffice. But he pouted like an abandoned puppy, wanting me to kiss him on the lips. Fine, fine, I grabbed his wolf ears and quickly leaned in to peck him. But he turned around and bit me. It didn't hurt, but it was so embarrassing. Just as I managed to get this wolf to wag his tail, I looked up and saw Lin Xian standing at the corner like a woman who caught someone cheating. His expression was something else. He rushed over and said, "I wanted to. You can't be biased." He Jingxuan instantly exploded, shoving me into his arms and shouting that it was not allowed. The two of them looked ready to fight, and I was really at my wit's end, so I decisively declared, "Fight." The loser writes me a 10,000-word reflection and kneels on a washboard to recite it. The two of them immediately simmered down. I yanked Lin Xian by the collar and quickly pecked him on the corner of his mouth, and his foxtail perked right up. Done. I quickly found an excuse to slip back upstairs. If I stayed any longer, once that tiger came down, this matter would never end. Serving water is truly an art. After a comfortable bath, I heard scratching at the door. When I opened it, a big white tiger with a bath ball and brush was squatting at the door, leaving me dumbfounded. He directly squeezed past my legs into the room, heading straight for the bathroom, and sent me a message with his brain. "You promised to help me get clean?" Only then did I remember that was indeed a thing. Fine. It was just giving a tiger a bath. How hard could it be? But I found that this job was quite stress-relieving. I applied some shower gel and rubbed his fluffy big head, and he was so comfortable that his eyes squinted shut. Just as I grabbed his tail, his whole body jolted. I suddenly remembered. The professor's tail seemed to be particularly sensitive. Then I could be a little naughty. I pretended to casually squeeze it and then pulled the bubble from the tip of his tail all the way to his backside. He yelped and jumped up. After I finally got him all cleaned up, he simply dried himself off with his psychic energy. I was dumbfounded. This feature was just too amazing. I was about to ask him to go out so I could change clothes, but he leaned his head over and rubbed against my leg, making my already damp nightgown even wetter. When I finished changing and came out of the bathroom, the scene on the bed completely petrified me. He Lanqing had somehow turned back into his human form and was casually lying on my bed in a bathrobe, exposing a large expanse of his chest muscles, clearly putting on a handsome display. He even intentionally shifted angles to let me see better. My mind went blank at that moment, and I stammered for him to go back to his room. He walked over to me step by step, pressing me against the door and whispering in my ear, "You kissed those two. Shouldn't I get a share too? You can't be biased. I tell you, what is this called? This is called obeying my commands." I ordered him not to move, and he directly attacked. Before I could even say yes or no, he took the opportunity to lower his head and bite my lip. This tiger was actually launching a sneak attack. I was kissed into a daze, my whole body went soft, and I ended up sitting right on his knee. He adjusted me to a suitable height and began another round of conquest. By the time he finally released me, my mind was a complete mess, and in my dazed state, I agreed to be fair with him. As a result, the next morning, the dining table turned into a battlefield. The three of them nearly got into a fight over who would sit next to me. In the end, it was Yi Jingxuan, the sly one, who simply picked me up, sat down, and placed me on his lap. This made Lin Xian and Yi Lanqing both unhappy. I couldn't take it anymore, so I directly got off his lap, put my hands on my hips, and laid down the law. Starting tomorrow, the three of you will take turns sitting next to me. If anyone tries to steal my seat again, they'll have to write a 10,000-word reflection and kneel on a washboard to read it aloud to me. Finally, the world became peaceful. After breakfast, Yi Lanqing said he would take me to the academy, and Lin Xian also said he would be responsible for taking me to the hospital in the future. When Yi Jingxuan heard this, he realized he had lost his chance and immediately began to cling to my hand and act cute. I had to lean in and whisper in his ear that I would bring him food, which made him happy, and he planted a big kiss on my face. As a result, Lin Xian and Yi Lanqing followed suit, each kissing me on the other cheek at the same time. I was so embarrassed that my face turned completely red. Who could withstand this? Yi Lanqing, this scheming tiger, wasn't he done yet? After dropping me off at school, he dragged me around the campus, claiming it was to help me familiarize myself with the environment. What he really meant was to announce to the world, "Look, the main wife is here." In the end, he even took me to his luxurious private training room. Looking at the huge soft mat, I immediately dove onto it and started rolling around. I complained to him, asking why he hadn't taken out the good stuff earlier. Hiding it away was just unfair. "Buddy, guess what he said?" He looked at me with those peach blossom eyes and said, "If I had known I would like you this much, I would have given you the best of everything." Goodness, he even playfully poked my nose. Who could handle that? I tell you, there was a hidden meaning in his words. It was because the Alliance wanted to assign him a guardian quota, but it was snatched away by that wolf Yi Jingxuan, and he still felt it was a loss. I ended up wandering around the school with him for half a day, my legs sore. Hearing him say that I decided to act spoiled and casually rested my legs on him, teasingly calling him Professor. He raised an eyebrow, and his gaze deepened, as if he quite liked the title. However, this tender moment lasted only 3 seconds. The next second, he reverted to that devilish instructor persona, coldly telling me to get up and prepare for training. All right, now that was the familiar formula, the familiar professor he launching. He took out a wristband and snapped it onto my wrist. With a click, it was cool and light. He pointed at it, and the wristband instantly burst into a cascade of light, expanding like magic into a super cool mech arm that fits snugly around my arm. I moved my fingers, clenched my fist, and it felt just like my original arm, incredibly light. I was so excited. Wasn't this my superpower accessory? I grabbed his sleeve, urging him to teach me how to use it quickly. He instructed me to test my strength on a power meter. I tell you, my previous highest record was only 670, while the average for interstellar beasts started at 1,000. I took a deep breath, warmed up, gathered my strength, and threw a punch. The number on the screen jumped out instantly. 1,500. Wow. I felt like I could fly right then and there. I felt incredibly cool. He launching also put on a mech arm, and when I sneaked a glance, it looked suspiciously like a couple S design. This guy really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Just as I was lost in thought, he threw a punch that grazed my ear, the wind from his punch startling me. This was a warning. The next punch would be the real deal. I quickly focused and began sparring with him. When our punches collided, my entire arm went numb, but the more I fought, the more excited I became, my heart pounding like a drum. From initially just dodging to later being able to face him head on, I could clearly feel myself getting stronger. I don't know how long we fought, but I was so exhausted that I collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat, my clothes soaked through, and my face as red as an apple. But it was all worth it. He launching sat down next to me, sweat streaming down his cheeks, trickling over his rolling Adam's apple. I tell you, that scene was simply. I quickly lay back to stare at the ceiling, not daring to look around anymore, fearing my thoughts would stray. But this guy wouldn't let me off easily. He said the floor was cold and directly picked me up in a princess carry. I leaned against his chest, listening to his pounding heartbeat and smelling the scent of his masculine pheromones after exercise, my head feeling a bit dizzy. He laid me down on the soft mat and gently wiped my sweat with a wet wipe. I couldn't help but feel that being a guardian had its perks. Back in the day, after training, I was exhausted and he never cared about me. I was enjoying the moment with my eyes closed when I suddenly felt his big hand starting to get restless. I opened my eyes and grabbed his wrist, asking, "What are you doing?" He looked innocent and said he wasn't doing anything, but his tiger tail behind him wrapped around my wrist, tickling my palm with its tip. Driving me crazy, I huffed and grabbed his tail, pulling it playfully. He didn't show much expression, but I was sure he was keeping track of this little debt in his heart, seeing the dangerous look in his eyes. I quickly performed a carp leap and slipped away, calling out that I was going to eat. At noon, he didn't let me wander around and took me straight to his teacher's dorm. It was 100 square meters, folks, with everything you could imagine, like living in a hotel. He even personally cooked me a bowl of noodles, saying he had specially learned it, fearing I would get tired of nutritional supplements. I slurped a bite, and it tasted quite good. This warm atmosphere really felt like life. But then the problem arose. There was only one bedroom in the dorm. How were we supposed to sleep? He boldly said we should sleep together. I immediately sat on the sofa and said I would sleep on the sofa, which was big enough to roll around on. He flatly refused, saying there was no reason for a female to sleep on the sofa, and insisted it was just covering with a quilt and chatting, claiming he wouldn't do anything to me. Who would believe that? As soon as he finished speaking, he picked me up with one hand. He placed me on the bed and locked the door behind him. I had to stand my ground. I pointed at the blanket on the floor and said, "Why don't you turn back into a tiger and sleep on the floor?" However, this domineering tiger didn't bite at all. He simply pulled back the quilt and lay down himself, even kindly covering me with the quilt, then lying on his side to look at me, that gaze. Absolutely stunning. I was still discussing with him about turning back to his beast form, and before I knew it, he reached out with his long arm and pulled me into his embrace. As I struggled to move away a little, he flipped over and pinned me down. He propped his hands on either side of my head, his nose almost touching mine, his breath blowing right onto my face, and asked me, "Is this how we do it?" I pouted and told him he was just pretending to be clueless, pushing against his chest to keep him from getting closer. Guess what he said? He said, "We will be partners in the future. You need to get used to it." I couldn't believe it. While he was saying that, one of his hands was misbehaving, slipping under my shirt and pressing against my waist. I quickly turned my head to grab his hand, but he caught my wrist and held it tightly. At that moment, the only thought in my mind was, He Jingchuan is right. This white tiger is a pervert. All that cold demeanor is just an act. However, in the end, he did let me go and lay back beside me, but he still held onto my hand. I looked at him, eyes closed and seemingly calm, but his sleeping position was a bit strange, one leg bent up, making the blanket rise like a little tent. I didn't think much of it at the time. The aroma in the room was particularly pleasant, and after a long day, I quickly fell asleep. Once I was asleep, this guy was definitely not calm. He probably saw that I was sound asleep and climbed up to kiss and sniff me, and finally, unable to hold back, he ran to the bathroom for a cold shower. Only after the coolness dissipated did he crawl back under the covers. In my dream, I felt cold and instinctively snuggled closer to his warm body. He wrapped his arms around me tighter, even stuffing his fluffy tail into my hand, and kissed my forehead before finally falling asleep contentedly. I slept straight until 3:30 in the afternoon, suddenly sitting up and startling him awake. Goodness, even the person teaching him hadn't woken up yet. I poked his tiger ears and teased him, "Professor, doesn't this count as skipping class?" He lazily squinted his eyes, looking like a big cat just waking up in a good mood with his tail swaying in the blanket, and said no. As for what happened between us, it quickly spread. I later learned that Lin Xian was in a bad mood that day because he overheard gossip at the hospital. They said that now Lan Xing had become my guardian, and Lin Xian's mental power had dropped to the lowest, stuck in the middle, and he would definitely lose favor. These nonsensical words got to Lin Xian, who was already sensitive. He went back to the manor alone, and when we returned, he was probably upstairs listening in. Lan Xing, the scheming tiger, came in and asked me, "Can I go to your room tonight?" I immediately refused, saying I had already kept him company during the nap and couldn't be too greedy. He tried to negotiate, saying it was just to cover with a blanket. I said if he was willing to sleep on the floor, I might consider it. Then I sat down and let him change my shoes. He seemed to enjoy it, kneeling on one knee like a knight, and after changing my shoes, he rubbed his head against my palm, asking if there was a reward. As soon as I heard reward, I quickly slipped away. If I rewarded him any further, things would get out of hand. During dinner, I noticed something was off with Lin Xian. He was silent, burying his head in his food. I asked him what was wrong, but he just hummed in response. I could only softly coax him, saying I would come find him later, which got a slight reaction from him. After finishing my meal, I said I was going to deliver food to He Jingchuan, and Lin Xian's little eyes instantly dimmed. He must have thought that my plan to find him later was because I was still preoccupied with He Jingchuan. After delivering the food and returning, I knocked on Lin Xian's door, but no one answered. I called out a few times and even tried calling him on WeChat, but there was still no response. I sensed something was wrong and quickly had Xiao Hu use the spare key to unlock the door. Once inside, the room was dark, and with the weak light from the wall lamp, I saw him lying on the bed, his face pale, lips devoid of color, calling my name in a hoarse voice and reaching out for me. I was startled and instinctively slammed the door shut. The little fox was crying, and I couldn't let the other two see this. Otherwise, it would be a huge embarrassment for him. I rushed over to touch his forehead, which was burning hot. I thought to myself, this isn't right. He is an S-level doctor. How could he be running a fever? Seeing me standing far away made him cry even harder, his shoulders shaking, urging me to come closer. I said I just come back from outside and was dirty, but he insisted it was fine and wanted me to come over. With no other choice, I coaxed him, saying I would go take a shower first. But he wanted me to wash up right there. He even offered me his clothes. With his little appearance, his eyes and nose all red, if I refused again, he would really break down. I reluctantly went to his closet and grabbed one of his t-shirts to change into. When I came out, he scooted over in bed to make space for me. I sat down and rubbed his ears, telling him not to do this next time, or I would feel heartbroken. He took my hand and rubbed his face against it, repeatedly asking, "Will you really feel heartbroken?" I felt a wave of guilt. I realized I had indeed been neglecting him. Seeing that I was softening, he cautiously made a request. "Then can you give me a kiss?" Family, who understands? His innocent and aggrieved look, especially those tear-red eyes, completely immobilized me. I couldn't refuse at all. I cupped his face and kissed him, and he was even more nervous, his face instantly turning bright red. I mischievously grabbed his foxtail and gave a squeeze, and he immediately relaxed. After the kiss, he melted into me, lying on top of me like a large warm baby, burying his head in my chest and saying how nice it smelled. I originally wanted to push him away, but when I saw his ears and tail drooping down, my heart softened. So I decided to indulge this little darling a bit more. He was incredibly sleepy but reluctant to sleep, so I promised to leave after he fell asleep. Just a short while after I lay down, he quickly fell asleep, comforted by my scent. I quietly slipped back to my own room, and as soon as I opened the door, I met He Jingchuan's resentful wolf-like gaze. He was sitting on the carpet with my pillow, and upon seeing me in Lin Xian's t-shirt, still smelling of fox, his nose almost crinkled in displeasure, he sourly said, "I thought you were so enchanted by that fox you forgot to come home." I hurried to explain that Lin Xian was sick, but he was still unhappy, insisting I had to brush my teeth first, complaining about the stinky fox smell. I deliberately teased him, saying I wouldn't brush, and sat on his lap. Without saying a word, this wolf grabbed the back of my head and kissed me fiercely, determined to cover up his own scent before letting go. After the kiss, he saw that I was indeed tired, so he obediently transformed back in his white wolf form, took my little pillow, and found a corner to sleep in. Sigh. When it comes to solidifying his position as the main partner, this wolf really has some tricks up his sleeve. The next day, it was my turn to have bad luck. Let me tell you, these guys, by day they are domineering, by night they are hungry wolves. And by 5:30 in the morning, they all transform into my dad. He Jingchuan, this wolf, had just returned from the military district, still carrying the aura of killing intent, and sneaked into my room. He probably intended to have some tender moments, but to my surprise, as soon as he pushed the door open and saw all the lights off in my room, just a faint glow of the screen illuminating my face, completely immersed in a game with my headphones on, I didn't even notice he had come in. His expression darkened instantly. "Zhiyi," he roared, startling me so much that my soul nearly left my body, and he quickly turned on all the lights. My reaction, family, who can understand? It was just like being caught playing on my phone at midnight by my mom. I frantically shoved my game console under the blanket. It was over. I was caught red-handed. With dark circles under my eyes and bloodshot, I weakly raised my hand. I can explain. I woke up early today. Even I thought this excuse was ridiculous. He Jingchuan let out a cold laugh, too angry to speak, and directly turned to shout at the door. "He Lanqing, get up." I was dumbfounded. Wait, being caught is one thing, but why are you calling someone else? Is it really the strict and unyielding headmaster shaking me? I hurriedly jumped out of bed, rushed over, and shook He Jingchuan's arm vigorously, my voice rising. No, I was wrong. I won't do it again next time." Without the excitement of the game to keep me awake, I was so sleepy my eyelids were fighting, and I was nearly hanging off him. It turned out to be useless. He Lanqing and Lin Xian had both come over at the sound. He Lanqing was in a loose bathrobe with messy hair, but his gaze was like an X-ray, making me shiver. Lin Xian leaned against the door with a look of deep concern. Great. Now it was a three-person interrogation, focusing on a companion-style education. He Jingchuan straightened me up and made me confess. I pinched my thigh to stay awake, looking at the three of them, each with an increasingly grim expression, and silently raised a little white flag in my heart. I was wrong. I shouldn't have stayed up late, and I definitely shouldn't have played games with the lights off. I mumbled like a mosquito, my voice getting smaller. He Lanqing cut straight to the point. "So, the reason you were dozing off in class was because of this?" Lin Xian added, "Look at those dark circles under your eyes. It's been several days, hasn't it? It's our fault for being too busy lately to take care of you." I shrank behind He Jingchuan, feeling like a little student who had done something wrong. The three of them just stared at me without saying a word, and the oppressive atmosphere almost made me fall asleep right there. I swayed and nearly kissed the floor, but He Jingchuan was quick to catch me. In the end, it was He Lanqing who passed judgment. He sat down on my little sofa with a cold face and said, "Now, write 1,000 words self-criticism. You can go to bed when you finish." Self-criticism? I was dumbfounded. I was already 22 and still had to write a self-criticism for staying up late playing games? How embarrassing. But looking at the three of them, I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep until it was done. I reluctantly went to wash my face with cold water, then came back, spread out a piece of paper, and began to force myself to write. The three of them surrounded me like supervisors. Let me tell you, my brain had already returned to the teacher on the day of the college entrance examination. 1,000 words self-criticism meant 900 words of me being wrong, and the remaining 100 were just various ways of saying I was wrong. The writing was a mess. I yawned after every line, and by the end, I felt like my soul was about to leave my body. Even AI writing would be more heartfelt than what I was producing. He Lanqing held his forehead with an expression of disbelief. He Jingchuan, on the other hand, took out his phone and snapped a picture of me, saying I looked cute. Lin Xian quietly confiscated the game console I had hidden under the blanket. I watched in despair as my treasure was taken away. And just as I was about to shout, He Lanqing coldly floated a sentence my way. "Say one more word, and it's an extra 500. I immediately shut my mouth. Just as I was writing frantically, He Jingchuan suddenly sighed. "What if we have little ones in the future and they have a gaming addiction like yours?" This ignited the imagination of the other two, and they all started fantasizing about their little wolf cubs, fox cubs, and tiger cubs. I had just finished writing and was rubbing my wrist when I said, "If the kids misbehave, just give them a good spanking." He Jingchuan immediately responded, sizing me up. "What if Lulu misbehaves?" I quickly raised my self-criticism and shook it. "If I write a self-criticism, then I can't hit them." He Lanqing glanced at my nonsensical writing and said, "All right, read it aloud. Once you're done, you can go to sleep." Read it aloud. The level of embarrassment was off the charts. There was no choice. I could only sit cross-legged on the carpet and began to read emotionlessly. I was wrong. I deeply reflect on my behavior. As I read, my voice got quieter and quieter, and I eventually fell asleep leaning against the bed. When I regained consciousness, I had been gently carried back to bed by He Jingchuan. He looked at me sleeping and sighed. "Just because you have healing powers, you don't take your body seriously." After my commotion, He Jingchuan lost his sleepiness and went straight back to the military district. Let me tell you, I had just fallen asleep when He Jingchuan returned to the military district to play out a scene from Saw. In the dungeon, there was a newly captured interstellar trader named Seal, who was related to the previous incident with Andrea. It was said that this group, called the Wanderers Alliance, was researching a drug to solve the problem of uncontrollable orcs, and they were kidnapping high mental capacity females to conduct experiments. Seal was still tough, boasting even after being captured, and even dared to mention my name, saying that I was the next target. This directly crossed He Jingchuan's red line. His eyes turned red, and without a word, he pulled out a folding knife and swiftly stabbed it into Seal's lower body. The scream was probably heard throughout the entire dungeon. He Jingchuan was still unsatisfied, coldly laughing as he had someone sew Seal's mouth shut so he couldn't scream. Then, he did something even more ruthless. He ordered his subordinates to bring all the prisoners in the dungeon over, and one by one, they took turns cutting Seal. As long as he didn't die, he would get an extra dose of nutritional medicine at night. Those prisoners went crazy, cutting him over and over again, with blood flowing freely. When Seal fainted from the pain, they splashed him with saline to wake him up, and the life-sustaining medicine was injected into him like it was free, making him unable to live or die. This was no longer the affectionate big, white wolf I knew. This was clearly a demon crawling out of hell. On the other side, a heavyweight madman also made an appearance. That sickly snake, Lu Qi. He somehow learned that the Wanderers had their sights on me, and this guy single-handedly took down an important laboratory of theirs, leaving no one alive inside. While wiping the blood off his knife, he muttered ominously to himself, "Who told you to have thoughts you shouldn't have about Lu Qi? My family. This possessiveness is just something else." Time flew by, and soon it was the autumn banquet, hosted by the Helan family. I wore a black qipao, and let me tell you, I looked like an absolute queen, stunning the entire crowd. At the banquet, I ran into Helanqing's sister, Helano, and brother, Helani. The little lamb, named Helani, was just in kindergarten, dressed in a little suit, looking like a little adult, and when he saw me, his eyes lit up, repeatedly calling me Sister Lu. I thought the little one was quite adorable, so I bumped fists with him. But lo and behold, just for teasing the kid, the three men beside me exploded with jealousy. He Jingchuan leaned in and whispered in my ear, "If you like kids, we can have one ourselves." He Lanqing retorted, "The white tiger is cooler." He Jingchuan shot back, "The white wolf can be cute and fierce." Lin Xian chimed in, "The little fox is the cutest." The three of them started arguing about what kind of offspring to have in front of everyone, and I was so embarrassed that I felt like my toes were about to dig into the ground. I quickly gave each of them a look, signaling them to tone it down in public. He Jingchuan obediently nodded, but just as I was about to retract my finger from his lips, the rascal actually licked it in public. I pulled my hand back as if I had been electrocuted, rubbed it on his clothes vigorously, and secretly pinched him. Halfway through the banquet, I had a bit to drink and felt a little dizzy, so I said I was going to the restroom. The three of them were still worried and insisted on following me. I told them it was just a few steps, but then disaster struck. As soon as I finished washing my hands in the restroom and turned around, I bumped into a wall of people. Upon closer inspection, I was shocked. It was that sickly snake, Lu Qi. He actually dared to enter the women's restroom. His gaze on me was both infatuated and crazed, with an abnormal flush on his face that made my heart race. I instinctively wanted to back away, but when he saw me retreat, his expression instantly darkened, and he grabbed my wrist, his voice dripping with venom. "Don't you dare run away from me." His grip was so strong that my wrist turned red. I winced in pain and cursed him. "You crazy lunatic, you sicko." It seemed my words provoked him. He froze for a moment, and the pressure of his grip loosened. Seizing the opportunity, I tried to run, but he quickly pulled me back, trapping me in his embrace. Sister is no delicate flower. She swiftly pulls out a gun, the cold muzzle pressed directly against his waist, warning sharply, "Let go." He actually chuckles softly, as if he is quite excited. A madman, absolutely a madman. I didn't hesitate any longer and shot him right in the kidney. Blood splattered out instantly, staining my chi-pao red. Just then, I heard the hurried footsteps of He Jingchuan and the others outside. Only then did Lu Qi release me. Before leaving, he even smeared his blood on my neck. As he jumped out the window, he left behind a remark, "So ruthless." I looked at the bloodstains on my neck in a mirror, and I was completely blown away. Isn't this purely a psychological attack on me? When He Jingchuan and the others rushed in and saw the blood on my neck, their faces turned pale. I hurriedly explained it wasn't my blood, and they finally relaxed. He Lanqing sniffed the air and immediately identified it as Lu Qi's snake scent, his face turning darker than a pot bottom. This incident exploded at the banquet, making the host, the He Lan family, lose face. He Lan knew, even specially came to bow to me at a 90-degree angle to apologize, and I helped her up. This matter had nothing to do with her. It was that madman Lu Qi who sought me out. However, there are always one or two clueless people at the banquet. That androgynous Andrea came up, sarcastically saying I must have great charm to attract even a vagabond. He Jingchuan and the others were ready to take action, and I directly pulled out my gun and pointed it at her forehead, saying, "This gun has seen blood today. It doesn't mind one more. Get lost." She was so scared she fled in a panic. You think I was the end? This girl really knows how to court disaster. She hid in the shadows and still wanted to make a move, preparing to have the vagabond they caught placed beside me after the banquet to disgust me. Her little schemes were overheard by the He Lan family members, who immediately came to inform me. I sneered and said, "Okay, you want to play, huh? Tonight is already troublesome enough. You still want to bump into the muzzle of my gun." We exchanged glances and decided on the spot to turn the tables. Andrea wanted to ambush me on my way home, right? Then we would take the initiative and prepare a big surprise at her manor. Lu Zhiyi took out a silenced laser pistol, ready to go. He Jingchuan disabled the defense system. Lin Xian was responsible for destroying the surrounding surveillance. And He Lanqing was in charge of taking down Andrea's attendants. Then Lu Zhiyi would deliver a beautiful final blow, shooting straight through Andrea's thigh. Andrea's screams echoed throughout the manor, but unfortunately, for every rescuer that came, He Lanqing took one down. Under Lu Zhiyi's instruction, He Lanqing didn't use lethal force, only tranquilizer darts. Although the wound wasn't fatal, Andrea wouldn't be able to get timely treatment, and her legs were as good as lost. Andrea fell helplessly to the ground, convulsing, her face pale, hair disheveled, like a ghost crawling up from the underworld. "Let us go home." Lu Zhiyi didn't have time to admire Andrea's miserable state. She casually tossed the handgun, which Lin Xian caught steadily, revealing a proud smile to He Lanqing and He Jingchuan. He Jingchuan, childish. He Lanqing, boring. Lin Xian, what? I rarely get a chance to snatch something. Don't you guys have any reaction? Andrea, I can only say, you reap what you sow. If she hadn't harbored such malicious thoughts later, Lu Zhiyi wouldn't have bothered with her. After Lu Zhiyi left, a rustling sound came from where she had been. Andrea let out another piercing scream. She didn't even have time to curse before fainting from the pain. She had lost her legs. Later, Idisa arrived just in time to save Andrea's life. However, Andrea's legs were already ruined and had to be amputated, replaced with mechanical ones. He Lanqing truly took the rotting corpse of Che Air and bagged it in a burlap sack, sneaking into Andrea's manor in the middle of the night and dumping the contents of the sack in Andrea's room. The stench of rotting flesh was simply disgusting. Andrea was so stimulated that she fainted directly. From then on, Andrea became even more erratic. Her mental state often broke down, and the male pets around her either fled or were left to suffer her torment. They initially thought Andrea was beautiful and easy to deceive, and that she had money, so they tried every means to get in her bed, but they never expected to risk their lives. The mentally unstable Andrea was sent to the hospital for treatment, only to discover she was unexpectedly pregnant. This child, only a month along, exhibited extremely strong psychic fluctuations, destined to never be below S-class in the future. The rats in the shadows caught wind of this news and began to stir. Their experiments on Andrea had progressed quite a bit, and this child must be born. Andrea received a mysterious message. As long as her child was safely born, we would be willing to help her kill Lu Zhiyi. Only a madwoman like Andrea would believe such a foolish lie. Chapter 89. Abandonment in the dimly lit room. There was only one window, through which the bright moonlight cast down several silver rays. It was not difficult to notice the countless photographs hanging on the walls, all featuring the same protagonist. She was an extraordinarily beautiful girl, sometimes lively and cute, sometimes elegant and composed, sometimes gentle and kind. She could also display a cold and angry side. But such a her was an existence he could not touch. The hissing sound of a snake echoed eerily in the deep night. Lu Qi caressed the scar on his waist, his eyes filled with a mad obsession, burning hot. This was the mark left on him by Lu Zhi, and he was reluctant to remove it. Lu Zhi. He murmured her name softly. Lu Qi's fingertips tangled in a few strands of her hair, greedily taking a deep breath as if he thought that would allow him to grasp her. Suddenly, he gasped for air, his legs transforming into a serpent's tail, his gaze becoming somewhat hazy, as if shrouded in a layer of mist. Tonight's bright moon seemed particularly fond of him, the moonlight quietly moving to fall upon him. Lu Qi was unfortunate. From the moment of his birth, he had never been loved. His mother deemed him a monster, his father scorned him as a burden. Coupled with Lu Qi's unstable mental powers since childhood, often on the verge of losing control, his parents naturally abandoned him. What a hideous thing. Get away from me. Just looking at it feels unlucky. Throw out. I won't allow a berserker to appear in the family. It's simply embarrassing. Damn it. I was still hoping to use you to bind the patriarch's heart, but you're just a waste, dragging me down and getting me scolded. The young Lu Qi was abandoned in a dirt pit on a garbage planet. He was adopted by the former leader of the Wanderers Alliance, but unfortunately, he was merely treated as an experimental subject. Oh, a child of the Lu family? Since he's been abandoned, let's just name him Qi. Increase the dosage. If he dies, then he dies. We'll just find another experimental subject tomorrow. By the way, this kid is quite good looking. Let me touch him a bit. The leader shouldn't get angry, right? Play around, dying doesn't matter. You worthless thing, garbage that nobody wants, and you dare to resist? Just watch me kill you. Lu Qi had been injected with countless unidentifiable drugs, teetering on the edge of life and death multiple times. But this had inadvertently allowed his mental powers to maintain a certain balance, though he had also developed a dependency on the suppressants. Lu Qi's heavy breathing came to a stop, his vile desires were finally released, and his gaze gradually became clearer. He curled up, huddled in the corner of the room. He was truly afraid that she would discover his despicable desires. No, she shouldn't be able to discover them. After all, she despised him so much. How could she possibly step into this place? As dawn broke in the east, the rising sun in the sky gave him no warmth at all. Lu Qi disguised himself, trying his best to play the role of a normal berserker. He pulled down the brim of his hat, donned a mask, covering most of his face. Lu Qi rummaged through a box and found a blue and white tracksuit, a gift from Lu Zhiyi to He Jingchuan, which He Jingchuan had proudly displayed on the StarNet, making it hard not to be noticed. He bought an identical one, pretending it was a gift from her to himself. TSK, self-deception. How could someone like him, who barely survived in dark corners, not yearn for light? The streets of Central City were bustling and lively, but Lu Qi felt out of place. The berserkers here were extremely hypocritical. If it weren't for Lu Zhi being here, he would have wanted to destroy this city. Lu Qi found a CAF to sit in. He was in a private room on the second floor, right next to a floor-to-ceiling window facing the entrance of the military hospital. Lu Zhi appeared, and Lu Qi's heart raced wildly. In the next moment, Lin Xian followed closely, reaching out to Lu Zhiyi, who naturally took his hand. TSK. Lu Qi suddenly gripped the cup in his hand tightly, and with a crash, the hard glass shattered into pieces, shards embedding into his palm, drawing a line of blood that dripped onto his clean blue and white tracksuit. Lu Qi remained expressionless, feeling no pain. His gaze still followed Lu Zhiyi's figure. A nearby part-time berserker stared wide-eyed at Lu Qi, as if looking at a lunatic. "Excuse me, sir, you've broken a cup in our establishment. According to the rules, you need to compensate." The berserker was reluctant to approach this lunatic, but out of duty, he steeled himself to walk over. Lu Qi shot a cold glance. His hand raised into the air, then retracted. Forget it. It would be bad if she saw it. The berserker was sweating nervously. He felt like this lunatic was going to kill him. Lu Qi didn't want to waste too much time and directly paid 10,000 star coins. The berserker watched Lu Qi leave with big strides, his mouth agape in shock. This was a wealthy lunatic. What a great lunatic. He would deduct the cost of the cup, keeping the rest for himself. Hee. Thank you, heaven, for the windfall. The berserker immediately quit his part-time job. He had earned enough for tuition and didn't want to continue working to be scolded. Lu Qi followed Lu Zhiyi, but he didn't dare get too close, afraid of being noticed and making her dislike him even more. Lin Xian bought a bouquet of flowers for Lu Zhiyi, who held them in her arms, looking even more delicate than the flowers. Suddenly, someone rushed out from behind Lu Zhiyi, and Lin Xian hurriedly pulled her into his embrace. causing the flowers to scatter everywhere. The passing berserkers all bent down to help her pick them up, eager to catch a glimpse of her up close. Thank you. Zhiyi smiled, a spring breeze, a warm sun, making Lucci feel that there was still some warmth in this world. Lucci, bewitched, followed suit, quickly picking up the last flower from the ground. He presented it to her, but was horrified to find that his dirty blood had stained her flower, leaving a large patch of red. I'm sorry. Lucci quickly lowered his head, fearing that if he hesitated for even a second, he would see her disgusted gaze. She would think this flower was dirty, that she would despise him for meddling. Thank you. Zhiyi was momentarily taken aback, but still smiled at Lucci. Unfortunately, Lucci missed it. When he mustered the courage to look up, Zhiyi was nestled in Lin Xian's embrace, whispering softly, "This kid is really lucky. Miss Lu is using her powers to help him heal his wound. What a waste. This little injury will heal in a few days. You're so sarcastic. Are you envious?" "Envious to death." Ha ha ha. Lucci quickly looked at his palm. "Was there any wound left?" The green glow disappeared in an instant, slowly drilling into his heart. Hey hey hey. Lucci chuckled softly, his eyes unknowingly becoming wet. "So nice. It turns out you would also show mercy to someone like me, a piece of garbage." Chapter 90. Lulu's 23rd birthday on September 27th. The leaves in the manor had fallen all over the ground. Zhiyi was lazily sleeping in her room, while Jingchuan, Lin Xian, and Lan Qing gathered in the kitchen, planning to prepare a table full of Zhiyi's favorite foods. This wasn't a true birthday gift. It was just to make her happy. The three males were unusually harmonious. Yes, today was Zhiyi's 23rd birthday. At the A905 Military District, Military Hospital, Huaxing Starship Military Academy, Interstellar Alliance, Helan family, and Lin family, early on, they posted on the Star Network, each one longer and more extravagant than the last, just to celebrate Zhiyi's birthday. The Star Network was bustling again, with hundreds of new posts popping up every second. 9 out of 10 of them wishing Zhiyi a happy birthday. Interstellar netizens, we're just betting on probability. What if Miss Lu picks us? If that doesn't work, we can be the denominator, lowering the probability for other beastmen to be picked. The only disappointment was that Zhiyi did not hold a birthday party, leaving many prominent families in Central City who wanted to curry favor with her empty-handed. Nevertheless, the birthday gifts prepared for Zhiyi were delivered to the manor early in the morning. Little Q was busy moving the gifts into the basement, waiting for Zhiyi to come and unwrap them. Little Q was exhausted, looking at the mountain of gifts in front of it. Little Q silently took out a star stone to recharge. It not only had to move the gifts, but also had to check if there were any dangerous items among them. Sure enough, it had already identified dozens of dangerous gifts. Little Q calculated and figured that the next day, some beastmen would be beaten badly by General He, Dr. Lin, and Professor Helan. The noon sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, scattering in fragments into Zhiyi's room. Hahu the beauty on the bed buried her head in the pillow and lazily murmured, her voice soft and delicate, making the 3 large beasts on the carpet perk up their ears. 3. The white wolf gritted its teeth. Stinky fox, perverted tiger. How dare they come in and fight him for territory? After finishing his work in the kitchen, Jingchuan specifically returned to his room to take a fragrant shower. Seeing that Lu hadn't woken up yet, he intended to sneak into his own room for a quick nap, but ended up followed in by the stinky fox and the perverted tiger. The fox and the white tiger ignored the childish wolf, fixated on looking at Zhiyi's pajamas, their tails swaying in delight. Zhiyi rubbed her sleepy eyes. Her little face was rosy, a few strands of hair sticking to her face, and her long, curled eyelashes fluttered gently like a butterfly flapping its wings. She pressed her lips together and stretched her arms comfortably to the sides. No work, no school, just sleeping until naturally waking up was so refreshing. Zhiyi continued to snuggle with her beloved blanket for a while longer before finally kicking off the covers and sitting up slowly. She squinted and got out of bed, stepping onto a soft mat. "Sorry, Jingchuan," Zhiyi habitually said. The response was a low growl from the white tiger. "Ow." This low growl from the white tiger completely chased away Zhiyi's drowsiness. "Lan Qing?" Zhiyi turned and took a step back in another direction, only to step on the fox's paw. Cheep cheep. The fox didn't feel pain. It just made a sound to prove its existence. Goodness, here we go again. Should she lie back down and wake up again? Zhiyi carefully moved her foot, but tripped over her own misplaced slippers and fell directly onto the white wolf. Owo the white wolf quickly wrapped its tail around the person tightly, letting out a joyful cry, as if showing off to the fox and the white tiger. Lu Zhiyi sighed helplessly and casually rubbed the white wolf's head. The originally spacious room suddenly became a bit crowded with the three large animals squeezed in. All right, you all go downstairs and wait for me. I'll be ready soon. Lu Zhiyi shooed them all out of the bedroom. She needed to dress up nicely. A birthday should have some sense of ceremony, be exquisite, beautiful, and most importantly, happy. Lu Zhiyi changed into a red off-shoulder short dress, revealing her fair shoulders, with a design that accentuated her slim waist, showcasing her delicate figure. The back had some clever designs, exposing a large area of skin, outlining extremely sexy curves. Her long hair was curled and lazily draped over her shoulders, and her exquisite makeup amplified her beauty infinitely, her lips as delicate as blooming flowers. As soon as Lu Zhiyi stepped out of her room, she was gently pushed by a force. He Jingchuan pressed her against the wall, wrapping her in his arms. Lu Zhiyi smiled calmly, and she proactively raised her hands to wrap around He Jingchuan's neck, their noses touching. Happy birthday, Lulu. He Jingchuan's voice was slightly hoarse, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, revealing a certain desire. He hadn't intended it to be this way, but his Lulu was simply too beautiful, making him unable to help himself. I hope my Lulu is safe year after year and gets everything she wishes for. He Jingchuan silently recited Lu Zhiyi's goodness in his heart 1,000 times, but all he could say at that moment was this one sentence. His mouth was rather clumsy. Thank you, my General He. Lu Zhiyi pulled He Jingchuan down slightly, proactively leaning in. As their lips met, He Jingchuan's mind suddenly exploded with a loud sound, bursting forth with brilliant fireworks. His Lulu kissed him first. He Jingchuan was so happy he couldn't express it in words. At least Lulu had initiated a kiss with him. Though it was always something he had to request. Seizing the opportunity, He Jingchuan extended his tongue to entwine with hers, and the once quiet corridor filled with faint sounds. Lu Zhiyi pushed against He Jingchuan's chest, and he took the hint. If the stinky fox and the perverted tiger downstairs found out, they would definitely come to Lulu asking for kisses. I prepared a gift for you, hoping to wait for you to unwrap it yourself. He Jingchuan and Lu Zhiyi's fingers were tightly intertwined, his affectionate gaze sparkling even more brightly than the stars in the galaxy, openly revealing his love for her. Eyes that love should shine brightly, with twinkling stars. He Jingchuan had given Lu Zhiyi gifts of all sizes, but this was the first birthday gift, and he suddenly felt a bit nervous. Would Lulu like it? Would it be her favorite gift? It smells so good. As soon as Lu Zhiyi stepped out of the stairway, she was greeted by a mouth-watering aroma that stirred her appetite, and her empty stomach audibly rumbled, making her unconsciously swallow. Happy birthday, Zhiyi, Lin Xian and He Lan Qing said in unison. Their faces were beaming with happiness and blatant affection. The hall was still piled high, with exquisite gifts that could not fit in the storage room, but to Lu Zhiyi, these paled in comparison to the feast laid out on the dining table. How can you all be so likable? Lu Zhiyi rushed over to give Lin Xian and He Lan Qing a big hug, then turned and bounced towards the dining table, resembling a lively little sprite in the woods. They all thought she was filled with joy, not knowing that behind her chaotic movements was just a disguise for her unusual emotions. Lu Zhiyi's eyes grew a bit misty. She bit her lip, suppressing the emotions in her eyes. Lu Zhiyi, what virtue do you possess to have survived in the galaxy and welcomed your 23rd birthday? And what virtue do you possess to be loved? Recalling her 22nd birthday, there were no family, no friends, and no birthday cake. She merely survived in a dilapidated hotel with zombies growling outside. Chapter 91. Lulu's 23rd birthday meal. He Jingchuan served it to her. Soup. Lin Xian prepared it for her. Juice. He Lan Qing filled it for her. Little question, you all make me feel so useless. These details were never exclusive to Lu Zi's birthday. Usually, no matter how busy they were at work or how tired they were after work, they always made sure to take care of Lu Zi first. Delicious. Lu Zi stuffed her mouth with meat, her eyes brightening, and she happily shook her head, nodding. If it's delicious, eat more, and I'll make it for you again tomorrow. Lin Xian then smiled faintly, picking up a few pieces of meat he made and placing them in Lu Zi's bowl. He proudly glanced at He Jingchuan and He Lan Qing, his fox-like eyes narrowing. Lu Zi suddenly sensed something was wrong, stopping her chewing motion. Sure enough, in the next second, several pairs of chopsticks intruded into her line of sight with an urge to fight. Lulu, this is delicious. Z, you can't just eat meat. You shouldn't be picky. Try this dish. Lulu. Z. Burp. Lu Zi's loud burp marked the end of this meal battle. Lu Zi patted her round belly, which was particularly noticeable under her tight little dress. Lulu is so cute. He Jingchuan took in Lu Ziyi's little actions. His Lulu was so adorable. Round and chubby. It would be even better if a little wolf was hiding beneath that little belly. After Lu Ziyi rested for a while and her little belly finally shrank back, they used a ribbon to blindfold her. Lulu can't peek. He Jingchuan specially reminded her. Unbeknownst to her, 2 pairs of hands held Lu Ziyi's hands. The one who was a step slower behind let out a soft grunt. Lu Ziyi couldn't help but chuckle softly. She realized she had arrived at an outdoor garden, and the autumn breeze did not sweep over her, with playful petals falling on her shoulders. As the ribbon was pulled away, Lu Ziyi squinted her eyes, readjusting to the bright light. In a daze, she saw petals falling all around her. Nebula flowers, her favorite type of flower. But by autumn, these flowers should have withered. They had spent a lot of effort, finding a suitable spot on the edge planet and spending a fortune to cultivate them long before autumn arrived. They had planned to transplant the nebula flowers to the garden at the right time to surprise Lu Ziyi. However, using this surprise on her birthday was also quite nice. It's often said that romance is everlasting. No gift is tacky as long as the person preparing it is sincere. The same bouquet can bring different joys in different settings. Flower racks lined both sides of the path, filled with their fantasies of a 1-year-old Lu Ziyi, 2-year-old, 3-year-old. Whether it was little Lu Ziyi or grown-up Lu Ziyi, there were always white wolves, foxes, and white tigers beside her. He Jingchuan's drawing skills were somewhat clumsy, and with the support of Lin Xian and He Lanqing, it resembled a child's doodle. Ahem. Lu Ziyi didn't know that the order they drew in was determined by their combat power. They had a quiet little fight. He Jingchuan was first, He Lanqing second, and Lin Xian third. So the white wolf took up a large space on the drawing board. But no matter what, the protagonist of the drawing was only Lu Ziyi. Lu Ziyi's portraits at different ages were evenly divided among the 3, with Lin Xian drawing one more. The cute her, the angry her, the quiet her, the playful her, the eating her, the sleeping her. They poured their hearts into expressing their lover's appearance. This may not be a valuable gift, but it overflowed with their love. Unique and irreplaceable. The portraits ended with Lu Ziyi at 22 years old, while 23 was a blank canvas, representing the infinite possibilities of the coming year, which would surely bring happiness. Lu Ziyi's eyes became wet, and she suddenly turned around to see them, who loved her, following closely behind without competing. Lu Ziyi took a deep breath, wiping the tears at the corners of her eyes with her fingers, her nose twitching, turning red. In the center of the glass flower house stood a 3-tiered birthday cake, which they had made themselves after secretly learning for a long time. The cake was exquisite and beautiful, clearly showing that they had put thought into it. At the top of the cake was a Q-version figurine of Lu Ziyi, with 3 little animals obediently lying in front of her. Behind the birthday cake were 3 beautifully wrapped gift boxes, which were also their prepared birthday gifts. Thoughtful and luxurious gifts were all there. Oh, and there's also a bowl of longevity noodles on the small table beside the birthday cake. They had researched ancient Chinese civilization books to specially find this, guessing that Lu Ziyi would like it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Lulu. A simple birthday song rang out behind her, the familiar melody echoing in Lu Ziyi's ears. The interstellar beastmen found it hard to imagine that such a childish and simple song would come from their lips. They didn't know what magic they used, but 23 candles lit up in an orderly fashion. Woo-woo. Lu Ziyi could no longer hold back. She cried out loud, tears streaming down her face. She was clearly smiling, but couldn't control the warm tears at the corners of her eyes. As she cried, the males behind her were momentarily at a loss. Lulu, don't cry. He Jingchuan carefully took out a clean handkerchief to wipe Lu Ziyi's tears, saying, little birthday star, don't cry. Be happy. Make a wish. He Lanqing gently patted Lu Ziyi's shoulder to calm her emotions and put a small birthday hat on her. Lu Ziyi smiled through her tears, her eyes shimmering with moisture, creating ripples. Lu Ziyi clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and silently mouthed, I hope the ones I love are safe, free from disasters. Let's cut the cake. Lin Xian gently coaxed, handing Lu Ziyi a small knife. The knife cut into the cake, symbolizing a good start, and all difficulties would be easily resolved. Lu Ziyi cut the cake into exquisite small plates. After cutting 3 portions, her hand suddenly paused. Who should the first piece go to? This was another question. Lu Ziyi's mind raced, and in the end, she gritted her teeth and directly picked up 3 plates of cake. She had to keep things balanced. This action amused He Jingchuan, Lin Xian, and He Lanqing, leaving them both amused and helpless, but it was undoubtedly the best way. After all, they also felt a bit petty. After finishing the cake and longevity noodles, Lu Zhiyi began happily unwrapping gifts. He Jingquan gave Lu Zhiyi a brand new starship with a powerful attack mode, all top-notch configurations inside. He Lanqing gifted Lu Zhiyi a piece of black dark iron, or a resource contested by various forces. The most extravagant Lin Xian directly gave Lu Zhiyi a planet, which was already under Lu Zhiyi's name, meaning that 50 of all economic benefits generated by the residents of this planet would belong to Lu Zhiyi. Chapter 92. Temporal Turbulence Galactic News. At noon today, temporal turbulence appeared in the southern part of Central City. Historical records of such turbulence date back 400 years. Several individuals are in a military hospital after being in a coma due to the incident, including Miss Lu. Little Bear Biscuit. Miss Lu can't be in trouble, right? Praying for her safety. The expectant fish. I don't know whether to say Miss Lu is lucky or unlucky. She encountered a once-in-a-thousand-years temporal turbulence. The sneaky cat. It's okay, our ancestors also encountered temporal turbulence, and they woke up after a little more than half a month, with all health indicators normal. In a manner, He Jingquan, Lin Xian, and He Lanqing sat around Lu Zhiyi's bed, their expressions serious and filled with worry. Lin Xian felt the most guilty. He had gone out with Lu Zhiyi but failed to protect her. He lowered his gaze, furrowed his brows, and his eyes turned red. Don't worry. He Jingquan noticed Lin Xian's abnormality and sighed heavily. He patted Lin Xian's shoulder, unsure if he was comforting her or himself. Temporal turbulence typically does not pose a threat to life. The worst-case scenario is just a longer period of sleep. You don't need to blame yourself. Lulu Wu and T want to see you like this. Lin Xian responded softly, his voice slightly hoarse from not having had water for a long time. Lu Qi also arrived, hiding at the edge of the manor, but not daring to come closer. Lu Zhiyi had been in a coma for a day and a night, and they had sat by her bed for that entire time. Xiao Qiu silently stood outside Lu Zhiyi's room, even finding the star stone in his hand unappealing. On an autumn morning, a faint light appeared in the sky, but the night had not yet completely dissipated. He Jingquan hesitated, unsure how to describe the scene before him. He Lanqing stood frozen in place. Even a knowledgeable professor, He Lan couldn't explain what he was seeing. Lin Xian raised his hand slightly, then slowly lowered it. The 23-year-old Lu Zhiyi had somehow transformed into a 5-year-old child. If it weren't for the child's resemblance to Lu Zhiyi, if they hadn't been sitting there without moving a step, and if the child's genes didn't match Lu Zhiyi's completely, they might have doubted that their beloved had been swapped. Temporal turbulence can be this chaotic? He Jingquan rarely showed a confused expression. Yes, Lu Zhiyi, caught in the temporal turbulence, had unexpectedly reverted to her 5-year-old self and briefly lost her memory, although her abilities remained intact. According to the historical records, various strange phenomena are normal manifestations of temporal turbulence and do not endanger health. There is no need for concern, with the longest duration being half a month. If that's the case, they were excited. Who are you? The little deer cub woke up, her small hands clutching the blanket, her big watery eyes wide open. Her chubby face was pink with delicate and cute features, and her eyelashes trembled like tiny combs. Big white wolf. The little deer cub's eyes lit up as she jumped up, stepping on the soft blanket beneath her feet, pointing excitedly at He Jingquan's big tail and smiling. When she laughed, her small eyes curved like crescent moons. Yes, I'm a big white wolf. He Jingquan's lips curled into a smile, radiating joy. Oh my. Lulu was so cute when she was little. He wanted to hold her in his arms and give her a little sniff. Big white tiger. The little deer cub pointed at He Lanqing beside her. And big fox. Although Lin Xian was sitting a bit far away, his 9 red tails didn't escape the little deer cub's notice. Wow. The little deer cub opened her mouth in amazement, as if she had discovered a rare treasure. Her innocent voice echoing in the room, filling it with sweetness and softening hearts. Zhiyi. Lin Xian's unease and guilt vanished with the arrival of the little deer cub, and he quickly moved closer to her. If he had a daughter with Zhiyi in the future, she would surely be just as adorable. Not just Lin Xian, but He Jingquan and He Lanqing also couldn't help but imagine what their children with Lu Zhiyi would be like. They had previously been fantasizing about what Lu Zhiyi would look like as a child and regretting not meeting her sooner. But this once-in-a-thousand-years temporal turbulence had given them a tremendous surprise. The 3 males instinctively opened their arms, eager for the little deer cub to come over. Perhaps still recovering her strength after just waking up, the little deer cub took a few steps, swaying side to side, and suddenly tripped over her left foot with her right, landing directly in He Lanqing's arms. Silly but quite cute. Pet me. The little deer cub decided to stay in He Lanqing's arms, extending her small hand towards him, her eyes fixed on his ears. All right, you can touch little Zhiyi. He Lanqing lowered his head, allowing her small hands to wreak havoc on his head. The little deer cub tugged at his tiger ears, not knowing her own strength. But fortunately, children don't have much strength. Tail. After she had enough of the ears, the little deer cub turned her attention to the white tiger's tail. A light laugh escaped He Lanqing's throat, and his shoulders shook slightly as he voluntarily offered his tail to the little deer cub's tiny hands. Unexpectedly, although Lu Zhi had become smaller, her fondness for petting tails hadn't changed. Lulu, pet me too. He Jingchuan, feeling jealous, quickly presented his big tail as well. Indeed, the wolf's tail was much fluffier than the white tiger's tail. Fluffy tail. The little deer cub immediately shifted her attention and dashed into He Jingchuan's arms. TSK. He Lanqing lightly clicked his tongue at He Jingchuan's shameless behavior, but he felt helpless at how easily the little deer cub changed her affections. Hey, the fox's tail seems bigger and fluffier. The little deer cub's gaze fixed on Lin Xian behind her, but she was reluctant to part with the big white wolf's tail. The little deer cub's eyes twirled as she pressed the big white wolf's tail beneath her bottom and reached out her hand towards Lin Xian. He Jingchuan, dazed? He Jingchuan. If you were 23-year-old Lulu, I would be thrilled by this. But 5-year-old Lulu, you can't be this naughty. Can I touch it? The little deer cub politely asked, her eyes sparkling with desire. Of course. Lin Xian's lips pressed into a straight line, managing not to laugh at the little deer cub's antics. Jingchuan, even though we are friends, I really want to laugh at you. Lin Xian wrapped his 9 tails around himself dramatically and said, feel free to touch. He was a fox with 9 tails, combined. The wolf and tiger didn't have as many as he did. Hooray! The little deer cub unceremoniously gathered all 9 tails into her arms and buried her head in them, rubbing against them. So soft. Chapter 93. The picky fawn. The energy of human infants is always quite vigorous. I wonder if these 3S rank and above male powerhouses can handle it. The little fawn touched their tails in turn, quickly getting tired. She stood up, but the clothes from the deer S intent were quite oversized for her, and her pants had already fallen off when she stood up, leaving only a loose top. The clothes were too big. The little fawn tugged at the hem and looked eagerly at the 3 males. The clothes were too big, covering her feet completely, making it very inconvenient to walk. The entire room fell silent. There were no suitable clothes for the little fawn in the mansion. Q. He Jingchuan called out. After waiting outside for a long time, little Q thought his little master had woken up and hurriedly opened the door and ran into the room. Little master? Little Q's brain was racing, and the chip inside him was almost burning out trying to analyze the situation. This really was the little master. Little Q. The little fawn called out, imitating He Jingchuan, and when she ran over, she accidentally tripped over her clothes and fell. Luckily, He Jingchuan and He Lanqing reached out from either side to catch her. Little Q. What a cool robot. The little fawn pointed at little Q, her expression of curiosity similar to the one she had when touching the tails earlier. Little Q, go buy a few outfits suitable for the fawn to wear. Be careful. We can't let anyone know about the fawn's current situation, He Jingchuan instructed. Understood, Mr. He. Little Q quickly recognized the little fawn's height, accurately calculated the suitable clothing size, and immediately found the currently popular styles, then ran out to buy clothes for the little fawn. Little Q even disguised himself and went to a bustling city several planets away from Huaxing to buy clothes for the little fawn. The little fawn was a bit disappointed that the robot didn't touch her. Can I have something to eat? I'm so hungry, she said, sitting cross-legged on the bed and rubbing her empty little belly. That's right. She had been unconscious for a whole day and night without eating anything. Can I wear this? Lin Xian found a short top in Deer S Intent S wardrobe. Normally, it would expose a little bit of her waist. Lin Xian didn't expect there would be such small clothes in Deer S Intent S wardrobe. How was this designed? This. He Lanqing was taken aback. Can we throw these clothes away now that the intent has shrunk? When did she buy these? He Jingchuan looked confused. He had never seen the fawn wear such revealing clothes. He Jingchuan, Lin Xian, and He Lanqing exchanged glances, each imagining Deer S Intent wearing this little outfit, revealing a sexy waistline, surrounded by a group of infatuated beastmen. I want to see blood. He Jingchuan exclaimed. Never mind. They didn't dare throw away the clothes. They could only keep an eye out when going out to prevent any cats or dogs from pouncing on Deer S Intent. Do you need to change clothes? The little fawn waved her little hand. Yes. Can Deer S Intent do it herself? Lin Xian gently handed over the clothes. Although they all had impure thoughts about Deer S Intent, and had had impure dreams, it was better to restrain themselves in front of the little fawn. I can wear clothes, the little fawn said as she took the clothes. Then she added, resembling a little adult, you all need to turn around. He Jingchuan, Lin Xian, and he Lanqing simultaneously turned away from the little fawn. The little fawn stood on her tiptoes, peeking to ensure they wouldn't peek before hurriedly changing clothes. The little outfit reached just above her knees. She jumped down onto the floor with a light sound, startling them into turning around at the same time. With no suitable shoes, the little fawn planned to walk barefoot off the carpet. Seeing this, He Jingchuan picked her up and held her in his arms. I'm going to cook, Lin Xian said, poking the little fawn's cheek with a calm smile before turning to leave. Lin Xian was quite the home cook. His dishes were better than those of He Jingchuan and He Lanqing. The little fawn obediently sat in He Jingchuan's arms, curiously observing the decor of the mansion, occasionally gasping in amazement at certain stimulating items. Speaking of which, the little fawn was indeed strange. When she was lively, she was truly lively. When she was well-behaved, she was exceptionally quiet. To quickly fill the little fawn's belly, Lin Xian simply made 4 dishes and a soup. Since there were no children's chairs in the mansion, Lin Xian thoughtfully found 2 or 3 cushions to help raise the little fawn up. Can I use chopsticks? He Lanqing asked, though he was thinking of directly feeding the little fawn. Yes, the little fawn nodded. Using the long chopsticks was a bit difficult for the little fawn. Her small hands exerted some effort, and although it was clumsy, she managed to successfully pick up some meat. With the added charm of a lover's filter, everything the little fawn did appeared exceptionally cute in the eyes of He Jingchuan, Lin Xian, and He Lanqing. They were so busy watching the little fawn that they barely ate a few bites themselves, completely forgetting they hadn't eaten anything for a whole day and night. But soon they discovered a problem. The little fawn only ate meat and refused vegetables, being quite picky, although Dearest Intent also liked eating meat. She would eat some vegetables for a balanced diet. Fawn, eat your vegetables, He Jingchuan said, picking up a chopstick full of greens to send to the little fawn's bowl. Upon hearing this, the little fawn quickly covered her bowl with both hands, trying to avoid it by acting cute. Can we eat vegetables tomorrow? Let us eat meat today. Eating meat can help me grow taller. No, He Jingchuan refused, not allowing himself to be swayed by her soft and adorable expression. All right, the little fawn pouted. She saw some greens added to her bowl and reacted as if she had seen an enemy. Reluctantly, the little fawn picked the smallest piece of vegetable and ate it, then promptly transferred the remaining greens to Lin Xian's bowl, seriously saying, Fox brother worked hard cooking, so you should eat more. Okay. Lin Xian was completely smitten by being called Fox brother, without any intention of refusing. He Jingchuan and He Lanqing secretly glared at Lin Xian, the silly fox, who was also slow to realize he had been tricked by the little fawn. Lin Xian said, I can't help it. I only got a little treat after being stingy every day. Little Intent, don't be picky. Ultimately, it was Professor He Lanqing who stepped in. His serious tone made the originally lazy little fawn straighten her back, and she quickly finished the vegetables. After eating her fill, the little fawn neatly arranged her bowl and chopsticks, sitting properly. I'm full. Since I've eaten all my vegetables, you can't spank me anymore. Chapter 94 Secret Friend Little Q brought back the clothes that had been purchased. The little deer found a casual sports outfit among a pile of princess dresses and quickly changed into it, then ran into the garden to play. What flower is this? The little deer picked up a small petal, raised her hand high, and waved it in front of He Jingchuan. Nebula flower, He Jingchuan replied. Since the day of Lu Zhiyi's birthday, they had moved the nebula flowers to the estate and simulated the most suitable climate for their cultivation. It's beautiful. The little deer tightly held the petal in her palm, reached out her small hand to touch the flowers, loving them but unwilling to pick them. In the end, she squatted down to collect the petals on the ground. A sensible child always makes people feel close. If you like it, you can pick it. He Jingchuan knelt beside the little deer, his gaze gentle and smiling. The little deer hesitated. She liked the nebula flowers but didn't want to ruin their beauty. There are many nebula flowers here. Missing a few branches is fine, He Jingchuan said softly, then directly broke off a branch of nebula flower and handed it to the little deer. We planted these flowers to make Lu Zhiyi happy, not just to serve as decoration. Okay, but be careful, not too many. The little deer joyfully accepted the nebula flower, her eyes curved with delight. He Jingchuan smiled and nodded, then took out tools from his wrist space and broke off 3 beautiful nebula flowers. After walking with the little deer in the garden for a while, he was called back to the military district. Lin Xian and He Lanqing had also returned to the hospital and the academy before him. After all, they had taken a day off due to Lu Zhiyi's coma and needed to hand over their work and take a short leave to accompany the little deer. Soon, only the little deer and little Q were left in the estate. Little Q, the robotic butler, had already started the childcare mode. It had somehow found a reference image and learned to wear a cute pink apron, following the little deer with a da-da-da sound. The little deer sat on the swing, her little feet swinging back and forth. The gentle breeze invited the swing to dance along. Little Q, when will Big White Wolf and the others come back? The little deer turned to look at the oddly cute robot standing beside her. The little deer only remembered her name, Lu Zhiyi, and had no other memories, so she was particularly reliant on He Jingxuan, Lin Xian, and He Lanqing, whom she saw for the first time. I don't know, little Q shook its mechanical head, but based on past records, they should be back soon. The autumn sunset came early, casting orange light on the little deer, making her hair shimmer like a little angel from a fairy tale. Little Q has to go prepare dinner now, little master. Don't run around, okay? Little Q looked at the time and specially reminded the little deer before leaving. If anything happened to the little deer, the 3 big shots at home would probably dismantle it or cut its rations. However, the estate had an excellent defense system, so generally, nothing unexpected would happen. The little deer nodded obediently. Little Q took a few steps, looked back, took a few more steps, and looked back again, continuing this until it entered the house. The little deer was a bit worried that the robot's head would fall off if it kept turning like that. The wind stopped, and the swing also ceased to sway. The little deer felt a bit bored and got up to wander around the estate. Who are you? The little deer asked, seeing Lu Qi outside the railing. Lu Qi was a bit surprised when he first saw the little deer. Lu Zhiyi already has a child? Whose is it? He Jingxuan? Lin Xian? Or He Lanqing? Which beast would not let go of a 23-year-old Lu Zhiyi? No, this child did not look like one that could be born recently. The little deer tilted her head, thinking this handsome brother was strange. He kept staring at her without saying a word. She looked down at her small hands, then at Lu Qi, noticing his fair skin, which reminded her of the vampire she saw in his storybook today. Zhiyi? Lu Qi tentatively called out. It's me, do you know me? The little deer sensed that Lu Qi meant no harm and was willing to continue talking. Big White Wolf said I was sick, so I don't remember anything. I know you, Lu Qi replied, hesitating for a long time as a vile thought slowly emerged. He had a strange intuition that this might be his best chance to capture Lu Zhiyi. We are pretty good friends. When we were in the dream, we were quite good, so we are friends. The little deer searched her small brain for a long time before finding that term. We are very good friends. Lu Qi licked his slightly cracked lips, feeling a sense of bitterness inside. We are secret friends, and no one else knows. I know you're sick, so I waited outside for you. Now that I see you are fine, I feel relieved. Saying it nicely is being secret friends. To put it bluntly, it means others can't know, something shameful. Why are we secret friends? The little deer looked up at Lu Qi, her neck getting a bit tired, so she simply sat cross-legged on the ground, resting her chin on her hands. Seeing this, Lu Qi also sat down on the ground. Because they all think I shouldn't be friends with you. Why? Isn't being friends supposed to be for happiness? Did you make me angry? The little deer looked at Lu Qi with pure eyes. Lu Qi's gaze avoided hers. He didn't dare to answer that last question. It seemed he really did make her angry, especially during the autumn feast. Because I'm a wanderer. A wanderer that the stars cannot accommodate. Wanderer? The little deer didn't understand. That word was a bit strange to her now. Does that mean they all don't like you? Have you done anything bad? Bad things? Occasionally having some bloody incidents counts, right? Wanting to kidnap him, but failing. Does that count? No. Lu Qi chose to lie. However, he was a middle ground wanderer. Apart from those who insisted on seeking death in front of him, he hadn't really done anything heinous. Even those parents who abandoned him, he didn't choose to take revenge. Yes, I haven't done anything bad, Lu Qi thought, gradually becoming more confident, the unhealthy possessiveness in his eyes slowly surfacing. But he was good at pretending, playing the harmless role in front of the little deer. Maybe because I am sick, my parents abandoned me since I was little. They all don't like me, thinking I'm a burden. Lu Qi's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and he smiled gently, with a bitter undertone in his smile. This time it's the truth. Chapter 95. You said you would like me. Luo Qi reached out to touch the fawn, but due to the presence of the defense system, his hand stopped mid-air, fingertips gently rubbing together, and ultimately he withdrew his hand. The fawn was truly adorable. How wonderful it would be if he and Lu Zhiyi had such a cute child. He would wholeheartedly care for their child. Even if the child experienced a mental outburst, he would never let his child become a wanderer. However, rather than having a child. He wanted Zhiyi to belong to him. Don't be sad, the fawn said, stretching out its little hand to grasp the railing and inching forward slightly, softly comforting Zhiyi. We are friends, I will like you. This kind of liking was not the same as another kind of liking, but just hearing those words was enough to warm him for a while. As long as you are good to me, I will like you. And others will like you too. Seeing that Zhiyi did not respond, the fawn furrowed its brow, racking its brain to come up with that sentence. Okay. Zhiyi's complex emotions surged within him. Zhiyi, if you say that, I will take it seriously. You said you would like me, and if you change your mind one day, I would really go crazy. If you don't believe me, we can make a pinky promise. The fawn tried hard to stretch its little hand through the defense system so that Zhiyi could reach it. Pinky promise. Zhiyi found himself unexpectedly engaging in such a childish act. Their fingertips gently touched, but just as Zhiyi was lost in thought, the fawn withdrew its hand. Zhiyi parted his lips slightly, but sensed something and quickly got up. Your family is back. I need to go. Zhiyi turned around, dark hues swirling in his eyes, flashing with a possessive light, revealing his true nature. As Qing returned to the manor, he received a warning about the fawn crossing the defense system and quickly checked the surveillance. This wanderer, Zhiyi, actually dared to come to the manor. After discovering the fawn's contact with Zhiyi, Qing felt both angry and helpless. Indeed, children should be taught not to interact with strangers. Suddenly, the fawn was lifted into the air, its short arms and legs flailing, and it turned its head, looking at Qing with a bewildered expression. Why does the big white tiger look so dark? Darker than the sky? Hug me. The fawn opened its arms, trying to act cute. Had its secret friend, meeting, been discovered by the big white tiger? Qing indeed hugged it, but remained silent. The fawn lay softly on Qing's shoulder as he carried it back to the hall and set it down on the sofa. Zhiyi. Qing called the fawn by its full name, his voice calm, but with a serious expression, resembling a father lecturing his disobedient daughter. Do you know you shouldn't talk to strangers? But he meant no harm, the fawn replied honestly. This was a hidden buff of a high-level healing ability, capable of discerning the good and bad in people's hearts. The fawn had sensed Zhiyi's malice before talking to him. A child's heart is small and cannot hold too many twists and turns or grand principles. Zhiyi. Want to be good to Zhiyi is not malice. Do you know what is good and what is evil? Qing's words carried a sense of helplessness as he lifted the fawn and placed it on his lap. The fawn was silent for a moment, its lips slightly parted, wanting to say something but unable to express it. Being good to me is good. Being bad to me is evil. One of the fawn's small hands held onto the back of the other hand, trying hard to answer, resembling a student suddenly called upon by the teacher in class. Qing paused. The fawn's reasoning indeed made sense. Good and evil have never had a clear standard. Zhiyi's love for Zhiyi could be seen as good or evil. When Zhiyi did not like Zhiyi, all of his actions would be seen as harassment. But when Zhiyi did like Zhiyi, she would indulge in all his little thoughts of love. Regardless, you shouldn't casually talk to strangers, especially when we are not present. Qing cupped the fawn's little face with both hands, making her look him in the eye. I know. The fawn nodded. Qing felt that the little girl was being dismissive. Should he really make the fawn write a self-reflection? When Jing and Lin Xian returned and heard about this, they also lectured the fawn. The fawn's feigned compliance gradually showed on her face. Why discuss grand principles with a child? Her mind simply couldn't hold that much. I know, you don't need to repeat it. The fawn covered her ears with her hands. They had already been lecturing for a whole hour. Shall we go eat? Lin Xian pulled down the fawn's hands covering her ears, picked her up with one arm, and walked steadily towards the dining room. Jing and Qing exchanged glances, remaining silent, but seemingly thinking about the same thing. I plan to give him a beating. Jing said lazily, arms crossed over his chest, leaning back on the sofa while casually mentioning something somewhat bloody. Yes, when Jing spoke of a beating, it often meant a fight with knives or a few gunshots. When shall we go? Qing also had the same idea. A normal male would find ways to drive away rivals who were eyeing his female. Jing realized too late, allowing Lin Xian and Qing to enter the house first. Use your fists to solve what can be solved with fists. Tomorrow night, when it's dark and windy, Jing said, after some thought. Okay. Qing raised an eyebrow. After the fawn simply finished dinner, she ran back to her room to take a bath. Occasionally, her cheerful singing could be heard through the bathroom door. Why are you lying on the floor? The fawn, wearing her little yellow duck slippers and making a splashing sound, stepped out of the bathroom, looking curiously at the three large animals sprawled on the blanket. Unfortunately, the beasts in their animal forms could not speak to respond to her. The white wolf gently picked up the fawn by the collar, softly placing her on the bed. Well, human cubs were indeed different from wolf cubs. The fawn felt a bit uncomfortable with the collar, but thankfully it didn't last long. Ow! The white wolf growled softly, urging her to go to sleep. It was now 10 o'clock at night. If it were Zhiyi, she would never sleep at this time. But they couldn't manage Zhiyi. Could they not take care of the fawn? The fox closest to the switch turned off all the lights in the room, forcibly making the fawn sleep. However, an hour later, their excellent night vision allowed them to see the fawn's bright, wide eyes in the dark. Chapter 96. Wolf and Tiger versus Snake. The bright moon shone like daylight, casting a silver glow all around. The evening breeze grew colder, occasionally accompanied by the rustling sound of leaves brushing against each other. Two dark figures swept through the dim alley, dressed in black tight-fitting outfits with long coats. The wind lifted their coattails, dancing with it, exuding a sense of oppression. As they passed through the alley, dilapidated houses lined both sides, with exposed steel bars and iron giving a precarious feeling. "You're looking for me?" A thin shadow was cast under a withered tree. Zhiyi seemed to meld into the darkness, his ominous appearance even darker than the night itself. Zhiyi's frame was much frailier than Jingchuan and Qing, and he was slightly shorter than them, looking like a victim who was about to be bullied. With no intention of hiding his malice, Zhiyi's vertical pupils emitted a green light, and he bared his sharp fangs, warning the two unexpected guests. "You know the reason." Jingchuan lazily lifted his eyelids, casting a sidelong glance at Zhiyi. "You shouldn't disturb her. You are a wanderer. You and he have never been on the same side. Your appearance will only bring her trouble." Qing's expression was calm, his tone cold as he pointed out this fact. "The matters between me and her don't require your judgment." Zhiyi turned his back to Jingchuan and Qing, using the darkness to conceal his bitterness. "Don't forget, you are merely her guardians, not her partners. Your decisions and thoughts do not represent her." A sneer curled at the corner of Zhiyi's mouth, and he used this line to remind himself. He didn't need to care about Jingchuan, Lin Xian, or Qing's opinions. He only cared about Zhiyi, as long as Zhiyi could accept her. Everything Jingchuan and Qing did today would be in vain. In the galaxy, handsome young males were not lacking. They had failed from the beginning to ensure that only they were by Zhiyi's side, and they could not demand that other beastmen stay away. Perhaps one day they would be abandoned. As soon as Zhiyi's words fell, a fierce punch wind rushed towards him. Zhiyi instinctively wanted to dodge, but being only an S-class, how could he escape the encirclement of two SS-class fighters? He dodged Qing's attack, but took a solid punch from Jingchuan to his left shoulder, the force causing his entire arm to tremble slightly. If it were an ordinary beastman, Jingchuan's punch would have been enough to shatter bones. Zhiyi staggered back a few steps, a trickle of blood spilling from his mouth, the crimson line glaringly obvious. He, the chief executive officer, is indeed formidable. Zhiyi chuckled lightly, with a hint of sarcasm. He looked down at his shoulder, which felt numb, sending sharp pain with the slightest movement. "Actually, you're also quite pitiful, not much better off than me. You're just luckier to have Zhiyi's favor. It's truly annoying. Qing, you probably haven't encountered many unfortunate troubles in your life. Your parents love each other, your family is harmonious, you have a high mental strength, and you have the one you love. I find you even more detestable than Jingchuan." As Zhiyi dodged and counterattacked, he continued to taunt, occasionally bursting into laughter, his pale face making him look like a madman. "Oh, and then there's Lin Xian. I really want to kill them all." Zhiyi, as an S-class leader among wanderers, could still inflict some injuries on Jingchuan and Qing even if he was at a disadvantage. This was a doomed, unfair duel, and Zhiyi had no intention of fleeing. In the contest between males for a female, he couldn't afford to lose both strength and dignity. If he dared to run away, it would mean bowing to his rival, and he would lose face in front of Zhiyi. Zhiyi self-mockingly smiled, thinking that death would be the worst outcome. After all, living had always been quite dull for him. Life and death were just like that for him. He was born unanticipated, living in a muddled state. Jingchuan's gaze was somewhat dark, tinged with a hint of blood, his tightly knitted brows revealing his disturbed mind. Zhiyi was a madman, and what if Jingchuan, the weak, would endlessly spout nonsense? Qing kicked out, striking Zhiyi's chest, while his hand bore two dark bloodstains, the result of Zhiyi's snake venom. Zhiyi turned, transforming into a massive snake, its body slithering on the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The snake's body was marked with various wounds, and the scales that had fallen were reminiscent of a person's skin being brutally torn apart, an indescribable pain. Seeing this, He Jingchuan and He Linqing also transformed into their beast forms, engaging in primal combat. The giant python originally had strong defenses and was highly venomous, which made it difficult for the white wolf and white tiger. However, in the face of absolute power, the giant python ultimately ended up battered and bruised. Roar the white wolf stomped on the snake's head, howling up to the sky, echoing throughout the small area. Under the effect of the snake venom, He Linqing's consciousness gradually became hazy, a precursor to the venom's onset. He quickly reverted to his original form and retrieved an inhibitor from his spatial ring, unhesitatingly jabbing the sharp needle into his wound, the cold liquid coursing through his body. Aren't you affected by the snake venom? He Linqing glanced at the white wolf still showing off against the giant python. Childish. He Jingchuan, likely Wu Ti, makes such a trivial move on the battlefield. Whenever anything related to Lu Zhiyi came up, he displayed an entirely different demeanor. The giant python slightly opened its mouth, its tongue hanging out, emitting an unpleasant odor, with very few parts of its body unscathed. Let it be. Whether it can survive depends on its own fate. He Linqing said lightly. To be honest, setting aside personal feelings, he admired Lu Qi quite a bit, unlike those spineless cowards. The white wolf, upon hearing this, flicked its blood-stained tail, stepping on a fallen leaf to clean its claws before leisurely transforming back into human form. If he survives, then that's another disaster. He Jingchuan also took out an inhibitor and injected it into his body. He appeared relaxed and indifferent, but the injuries he sustained were no less than He Linqing's. As He Jingchuan's fighting style had always been reckless. Blood dripped from his long fingers, tracing slender lines in the air, eventually sinking into the soil. Let's go back and let Lin Xian treat the wounds. He Jingchuan tore off his coat, stained with blood and dirt, casually tossing it onto a nearby abandoned trash heap. Chapter 97. Caught while fighting. The manor was pitch black, and in a small corner, Lin Xian quietly applied medicine to two injured individuals. In this plan to beat up the building, the division of labor was clear, and everyone did their part. Xiao Qiu was outside the door of Lu Zhiyi's room, keeping watch to prevent her from discovering their misdeeds. In the middle of the night, the little deer cub woke up groggily. She smacked her lips, first going to the bathroom, then feeling a bit thirsty. The little deer cub shook the water cup at her bedside, and a faint sound of water was heard. She finished in a few gulps, but was still a bit thirsty. So, she ran out of her room with the cup. The big white wolf and the others were not around, and even the big fox who had told her story tonight was gone. So, she had to go downstairs to get water herself. Xiao Qiu? The little deer cub opened the door, only to be met by a white obstruction. She looked up, puzzled as to why Xiao Qiu was blocking her door. Xiao Qiu's mechanical brain immediately sounded an alarm and secretly sent a message to the few who were sneaking around downstairs. Why are you blocking me? The little deer cub tilted her head, holding her water cup and standing still. Can I go down to get water? Little master, I can help you. I can do it myself. All right, Xiao Qiu said, not good at refusing Lu Zhiyi, and silently moved aside. After all, it knew who was the boss in this house. Xiao questioned He Zhongwan, Dr. Lin, Professor Helan. You should take care of yourselves. Xiao questioned, but it should be fine to go down and get a cup of water. Xiao Qiu kindly turned on the wall lamp for the little deer cub. The warm light made her eyes feel better since she had suddenly woken up, and her eyes were not yet accustomed to bright lights. Xiao Qiu thought the little deer cub would go back to sleep after drinking water, but unexpectedly, this little night owl was wide awake. Can you come back to my room and play with me? The little deer cub suddenly lowered her voice, squatting down beside her. She was afraid of being discovered that she was not asleep, while He Jingchuan and He Linqing were also afraid of being found out for sneaking out to fight. Okay. Xiao Qiu nodded repeatedly. As long as the little master wanted to do something in her room, it was fine. It was unclear if the little deer cub was still half asleep or doing it on purpose, but she led Xiao Qiu through the manor, turning left and right. To her, the darkened rooms seemed very safe and wouldn't be discovered. He Jingchuan, Lin Xian, and He Linqing looked at the suddenly appearing little figure and fell into silence. He Jingchuan gritted his teeth, already imagining 100 ways to dismantle the robot. Xiao Qiu felt something was off and trembled behind the little deer cub like an ostrich. Can't see Xiao Qiu, can't see Xiao Qiu. Fortunately, they had already cleaned up the scene, so it should be fine, right? Why are you still not asleep? Disobedient children will get their bottoms spanked. He Linqing pretended to be serious, want to pull the little deer cub back to her room. Why do you smell bad? The little deer cub didn't answer He Lanqing, instead wrinkling her nose and stepping back a bit in distaste. And should we go take a shower first? He Jingchuan planned to use this excuse to slip away. You're hurt? The little deer cub grabbed He Jingchuan's hand, and the bandage on his arm was accidentally exposed. You smell like blood and medicine. The big fox is bandaging your wounds, right? Lin Xian was stared at by the little deer cub and didn't know how to respond. Betraying a brother was a bit immoral, but lying to Zhiyi was even worse. He chose to remain silent. Why are you hurt? Did you go fight? The little deer cub put her hands on her hips, but her small body contained an immense pressure, at least for the three of them. He Lanqing, why are we the ones being questioned? How can a child who doesn't sleep properly be so righteous? While He Lanqing was still thinking about how to fool the little deer cub, He Jingchuan just admitted it. Yes, we want to fight. The wounds hurt a lot. He Jingchuan made a pitiful expression and deliberately rolled up his sleeve to show Zhiyi. He Lanqing, I almost forgot this wolf is shameless in front of her. Lin Xian, you're afraid of pain? Blow, blow, and it won't hurt anymore. The little deer cub instantly softened, her small hand cautiously resting on He Jingchuan's arm. Her little face full of concern, looking adorably serious. The ability within the little deer cub unconsciously overflowed from her palms, quickly healing He Jingchuan's wounds. In front of Zhiyi, it really was okay to be shameless. Zhiyi, I also hurt so much. He Lanqing exposed his wound in front of the little deer cub. Who was so bad? The little deer cub carefully blew on He Lanqing's wound, then puffed up her cheeks in anger. The half-dead building abandoner had a wrong face. Who is the bad one? In less than a moment, He Jingchuan and He Lanqing's wounds completely vanished, as if they were as good as new. However, their wounds were mostly covered with medical bandages, so the little deer cub didn't notice. Very bad. So from now on, when Lu sees strangers, she should stay far away. People here especially like to fight. He Jingchuan took the opportunity to seriously advise Zhiyi. When I grow up a bit, I'll help you guys fight back. The little deer cub waved her small fist. Then we'll talk about it when you grow up. Right now, little Zhiyi needs to sleep. Lin Xian bent down, opening his arms towards the little deer cub. Can I hug you? He Jingchuan stretched out his arm, wanting to intercept the little deer cub. I don't want you. I don't want the big white tiger. The little deer cub kicked her legs and pounced into Lin Xian's arms, sitting on his arm. Even though you're hurt badly, I've already blown on you, so now I want you to seriously reflect on why you fought, and you even lost. The little deer cub pointed at He Jingchuan and He Lanqing. He Jingchuan and He Lanqing were momentarily stunned. Wasn't she just feeling sorry for them? Wait, what kind of logic is this? Getting hurt in a fight doesn't mean losing. We didn't lose. He Jingchuan, who was very competitive in front of Lulu, quickly added, all right, we'll let them stay here to reflect properly. Lin Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Two pairs of eyes looked at the big and little figures leaving with resentment. Why were they the ones who fought, and they were the ones who got hurt? Yet Lin Xian only said a few words and monopolized the little deer cub for an entire night. Enough, don't embarrass yourselves. He Lanqing rubbed his wrist, inadvertently lifting his shirt slightly, revealing sexy muscle lines. He Jingchuan cast a faint glance at He Lanqing and left first. He was just being a show-off in front of Zhiyi. A sudden autumn rain brought a chill. Outside the window, it started pouring heavily, accompanied by a biting cold wind. Chapter 98. Lulu wants to go out and play. The little deer had been locked in the manor for over half a month. Feeling like a little frog dropped to the bottom of a well, staring at the same piece of sky every day without being able to go anywhere. She was about to grow grass. The little grass in the garden had been pulled out by the little deer, leaving only dry, bare soil. She propped her face up with one hand, her little face puffed up in anger, while the other hand was covered in dirty mud. The big white wolf is bad. The big fox is bad. The big white tiger is also bad. They are all bad. They won't let Lulu go out to play. The little deer thought for a moment and made a significant decision in her heart. She would go find the most easygoing big white wolf to act cute. If he didn't take her out to play, she would never talk to him again. Little master, where are you going? Little Q saw the little deer suddenly stand up and start running, feeling confused but still needing to keep up. I'm going to find the big white wolf. The little deer said without looking back. Big white wolf. Big white wolf. Her childish voice echoed through the manor. What's wrong? Did something happen? Lin Xian watched the little deer run past him, but the little girl ignored him completely. Lin Xian stood there in a daze, then sighed helplessly and continued with what he was doing. No matter what the matter was, the one she trusted the most was still He Jingchuan. The little deer ran straight to He Jingchuan's study without stopping. She rested her hands on her knees, panting for a moment before knocking on the door. Big white wolf. Soon, the door to the study was opened. What's going on? He Jingchuan took the little deer's small hand and directly picked her up. He had originally been handling official business. He Jingchuan lazily leaned back in his office chair, the light screen reflecting a faint blue light on his glasses. The top two buttons of his shirt were undone, and the collar was casually pushed to the sides. He lowered his eyes casually and looked gently at the little one sitting on his lap, a smile forming at the corners of his lips. Lulu is so bored. The little deer placed her small hands obediently on her knees, her little eyes spinning around. She had run too fast and hadn't had time to think about how to persuade this big white wolf. So, He Jingchuan rubbed the little deer's small head, curious about what she would say. Whatever you want, just say it, and I will satisfy you. Lulu wants to go out to play. The little deer said loudly, looking up at He Jingchuan with an expectant face. You won't refuse Lulu, right? He Jingchuan was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to respond. Of course, I won't refuse Lulu. What else could he do? It was perfectly normal for a child to want to go out to play. They couldn't keep the little deer locked up until the day she recovered. Hooray! The little deer grinned widely, joyfully shaking her little feet. Lulu can go play by herself, and I'll discuss it with that fox and white tiger. He Jingchuan set the little deer down and took the opportunity to pat her little bottom. The little deer couldn't go out recklessly right now. If those wanderers found out, it would be easy to encounter danger. Umph. The little deer huffed lightly, instinctively covering her bottom with her hand. Forget it. Since he agreed to take her out to play, she wouldn't hold grudges about that slap. The little deer was so happy at the thought of going out to play that she felt like she could fly. She hummed a little song and skipped out happily. A top-level family meeting was held in the study. On the long table, a holographic map of the entire star system was projected, and He Lanqing rubbed his nose tiredly. Let us consider going to a remote planet. Planet C566 could be an option. He Lanqing lightly tapped on planet C566, and the planet instantly enlarged before their eyes. Although planet C566 wasn't as prosperous as Huaxing, its infrastructure was very complete, and there hadn't been any serious dangerous incidents in nearly 100 years. Lin Xian quickly searched for information on planet C566. There aren't many residents on planet C566, and both the He and Lin families have many businesses there. He Lanqing leaned back lazily against the sofa, crossing his legs. If I remember correctly, He Jingchuan has been a planet C566 before. Your troops should be there, right? That adds another layer of safety. Yes, He Jingchuan replied. Then let us decide on planet C566. Lin Xian casually marked the planet with his electronic pen, spinning it with his long fingers. Let us discuss the itinerary in detail. After saying this, He Jingchuan pulled up the light screen he usually used for work and set several layers of encryption. He Jingchuan, Lin Xian, and He Lanqing were engaged in a heated discussion, and anyone who didn't know would think they were planning to attack a certain planet or eliminate a nest of the Wanderers. They were carefully deciding even the smallest details about what the little deer would eat, where, and use on planet C566. However, what they didn't anticipate was that despite all their precautions, they still couldn't prevent Lu Qi from approaching the little deer. Is it fun there? Is there a sea? What's good to eat? Can I eat a lot of meat? Do I have enough pretty dresses? Will you take super nice photos of me? How long are we going to be there? The little deer didn't understand what planet C566 was like. She only knew that she was really going out. The little deer chattered away like a little sparrow, pulling out one beautiful piece of clothing after another, piling them on her suitcase like a small mountain, even putting on several hats. Little Q silently sorted through the messy clothes that the little deer had made. Little Q was unhappy. The little master was going out to play, but little Q couldn't go. Little Q had to stay behind to guard the house. He Jingchuan glanced at the somewhat puzzled little Q. This robotic steward had never shown emotional fluctuations before, but after spending more time around Lulu, his emotions seemed to swing quite a lot. Little Q noticed He Jingchuan's gaze and immediately drew a pitiful and lonely expression on his small screen. All right. After being ignored by He Jingchuan, little Q became even more unhappy. You don't need to bring so many things. We could buy whatever you want when we get there. Lin Xian quickly held the little deer's small hand and gently coaxed her, fearing that this little girl would empty out the entire wardrobe. Just the clothes the little deer had picked out, changing once for day and night without repeating, would be enough for her to wear for 2 months. Okay. The little deer turned to look at the clothes she had chosen, nodding her little head. Realizing it was indeed enough, she suddenly sighed, wiping her forehead with her white little hand as if there was sweat on it. So tiring. Then I'll go bring some snacks. Lin Xian's arms were empty, and the little deer ran out of the room. Lin Xian helplessly put his hand on his forehead, already imagining that she would empty out the entire refrigerator full of snacks. Chapter 99 Departure, Planet C-566. Little Q had somehow found a small handkerchief and stood at the entrance of the manor, waving it sadly at the place where the starship had disappeared, wiping away non-existent tears. "Oh, little master, IQ will miss you every day." Little Q was probably the most emotionally volatile robotic butler in the entire galaxy. However, the little master that Little Q was thinking about had long forgotten about it. Wow, the little deer cub gasped in surprise, her sparkling big eyes reflecting the brilliant starry river. Planets of all sizes flashed before her eyes as Heelan Qing piloted the starship, speeding towards planet C-566. He Jingchuan looked at the little deer cub beside him and, in a daze, recalled the day he met Lulu. At that time, she was also filled with curiosity about this starry river, as if it were the first time she had seen it. However, Lulu's emotions back then were much more restrained than those of the little deer cub, who was currently revealing all her surprises. He seemed to have never asked where Lu Zhiyi came from or why she had been hurt that day. He Jingchuan's heart trembled. It turned out he had never truly understood her, but it didn't matter. As long as she was always by his side, they had plenty of time ahead. Because the little deer cub was on the starship, Heelan Qing didn't dare to fly too fast, fearing any accidents. Normally, the journey from Huaxing to planet C-566 would take 18 hours, but Heelan Qing dragged it out to 21 hours. By the time they arrived at planet C-566, the little deer cub had curled up into a ball, hugging a big white wolf plush toy, obediently nestled in Lin Xian's arms, fast asleep. Lin Xian and Heelan Qing were speechless about the sudden appearance of the big white wolf plush. The little deer cub clearly hadn't brought it. It was Yi Jingchuan who had brought it along and secretly handed it to her while she was dozing off. After 21 hours, Heelan Qing was the one who suffered the most. He piloted the starship. He didn't get to hold the little deer cub, and the plush toy wasn't even his. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. The starship landed at the docking area of Sunset Bay on planet C-566, a property Lin Xian had invested in during his university days. To bring Lu Zhiyi here, Lin Xian had suspended external operations a week in advance, so now, besides the basic staff, only they were present at Sunset Bay. They settled into a private villa that Lin Xian had reserved for himself, which he and stayed in many times. Every day, robots would come in regularly to clean, and the furniture was free of any dust. The little deer cub slept soundly, and Lin Xian didn't wake her. He simply used a towel dipped in warm water to gently wipe her exposed little face and hands. Good night. Lin Xian covered the little deer cub with a blanket and gently kissed her cheek, his gaze soft as water. If he and Lu Zhiyi really had such a cute child, he would treasure her. If it were a male little fox cub, then he would just pretend he never said anything. The next morning, the autumn breeze on planet C-566 was much warmer than that of Huaxing, and one could casually wear short sleeves and shorts to go out. This group of little yellow duck outfits on He Jingchuan, Lin Xian, and Heelan Qing looked somewhat out of place. This was the parent-child outfit that the little deer cub had spotted at a glance on the Star Network. With a white top and yellow bottom, made of comfortable fabric, and importantly, there was a big yellow duck on the back of the top. It was clear that He Jingchuan and Heelan Qing were somewhat resistant to it, while Lin Xian accepted it quite naturally. Heelan Qing rubbed his temples with a slight headache as he looked down at the small deer cub, who was at thigh height, fearing that they would be mistaken for her parents if they walked down the street. After all, given Heelan Qing's age, it was entirely reasonable to have a 5-year-old daughter. We are family. The little deer cub happily shook her head, wearing a little yellow hat, and her fine hair had been skillfully braided into a princess style by Lin Xian. Yes, we are family. Lin Xian's voice unconsciously rose as he bent down to cooperate with the little deer cub. For the first time, He Jingchuan felt that Lu's smile was a bit silly and was somewhat disdainful of Lin Xian, who was in a good mood. Lin Xian, please wake up. This outfit is not a couple's outfit. It's a parent-child outfit. Now there were 3 problems. First, this outfit was really childish. Second, he didn't want to wear a parent-child outfit with Lulu. Third, he just couldn't refuse Lulu. Sigh. He Jingchuan silently put on a pair of oversized sunglasses that covered half his face. Let us go. The little deer cub raised her small fist, declaring that this journey had officially begun. Whoa, the autumn beach was not hot on the feet, the sea breeze was pleasant, and the sunlight was gentle. The little deer cub ran barefoot on the beach, lively and jumping, occasionally making strange calls reminiscent of humans' ancestral traits. The three males silently followed behind the little deer cub, with He Jingxuan carrying her flip-flops, Lin Xian holding her water cup, and He Lanqing preparing a change of clothes and snacks for her. This division of labor was just right, neither too much nor too little. If they were to add a few more members in the future, they would probably have to fight over the work. The little deer cub stepped on the wet sand by the sea, and the seawater, like a mischievous little sprite, occasionally splashed over to wash her feet, teasing her. The seawater was icy cool, making the little deer cub unable to resist stepping on it again and again, causing water to splash and wet her pant legs. Come play with me. The little deer cub tilted her head and gave him a sweet smile. Her brows and eyes curved, her little face flushed with a bead or two of sweat on her forehead. Okay, He Jingxuan responded, but the next second, he was attacked by the little deer cub. As the dignified He Zongguan who had faced bullets and knives on the battlefield, this was the first time he was attacked by water. Moreover, the attack was not high, just enough to wet his pants in that area. Pahaha. It turned out that Lin Xian had misunderstood. He Jingxuan, stop laughing. I know what you want to laugh at. He Jingxuan directly pulled out a water gun and aimed it at the chaos, drenching Lin Xian's clothes. Where did you get the water gun? Lin Xian looked at the weapon in He Jingxuan's hand in confusion. It was surprising that he found a water gun among a pile of real guns to attack him. I just grabbed it casually from the villa. He Jingxuan shrugged innocently. I originally intended to give it to Lu to play with, but unexpectedly ended up using it on you. He Jingxuan shot Lin Xian. Hey, you are really asking for it, look. He Lanqing had originally been watching the excitement between He Jingxuan and Lin Xian when, unexpectedly, he was suddenly attacked by the little deer cub. Big white tiger, take this. The little deer cub, adhering to the principle of everyone getting wet together, splashed water towards He Lanqing with both hands, successfully hitting his pants. Ah, no. And some sand was left on He Lanqing's thigh. Chapter 100. Almost drowned in the bathtub, the entire galaxy believed that He Jingxuan, Lin Xian, and He Lanqing were heartbroken over the incident where Zhiyi fell into the time-space turbulence. But little did they know that the three of them were actually having a water fight while wearing big yellow shorts. This was truly a blow to their image. The little deer did not know if it was her own illusion, but the three of them were soaking each other with water guns, their clothes wetter than hers, with white short sleeves clinging to their chests, revealing sexy muscle lines. Unfortunately, the 5-year-old little deer did not understand how to appreciate such sights, unlike the 23-year-old Zhiyi. The three childish adults were attacking each other, with a bit of personal grudges involved. Panting heavily, the exhausted little deer sat down on He Lanqing's shoes, too tired to run anymore. Lin Xian, who didn't have time to retract his attack, sprayed water right onto the little deer's forehead. Are you okay? Startled, Lin Xian immediately surrendered, quickly squatting down to take out a clean handkerchief to gently wipe the water droplets off the little deer's face. Big white tiger, you owe me for blocking a shot for you. The little deer, already too tired to move, hugged He Lanqing's leg and leaned against him. Tired? He Lanqing didn't mind the little deer being all dirty, especially with sandy little feet. He picked her up, took the handkerchief from Lin Xian, and slowly wiped her down. So tired. The little deer lay softly on He Lanqing's shoulder, but then sat up straight, feeling uncomfortable with their sticky bodies. The energy of the human child had been exhausted and needed recharging. He Lanqing watched the little deer's little movements and couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. Let us go change our clothes, He Jingxuan said. They walked side by side, leaving a row of footprints on the beach. I want to take a bath. The little deer returned to the bathroom and pointed at the big bathtub, sitting on the cold floor as if she had no bones, unwilling to stand and wash. Okay, He Jingxuan gently coaxed, adjusting the water temperature for her. Lin Xian placed the clean clothes the little deer needed to change into on a low rack nearby, while He Lanqing used a shower head to rinse off the sand from her clothes. All right, you guys can go out. The little deer waved her hand at them, giving off a vibe of I want to undress and bathe. You all should hurry up and leave. Okay. He Jingxuan also planned to go back to wash himself. The bathroom door was closed by Lin Xian, the last to leave. The little deer took off her wet clothes and tossed them into the laundry basket, then immersed herself in the bathtub, sighing in comfort. Perhaps because the bath was too comfortable, the little deer became a bit drowsy, her eyelids fighting against each other. So sleepy, so sleepy. She leaned on the edge of the bathtub and dozed off. Is Lu not ready yet? He Jingxuan, for convenience, directly put on a bathrobe and came out, with some water stains still on his short hair, the loose robe tie hanging at his waist. If it weren't for the fact that the little deer was only 5 years old, Lin Xian and He Lanqing would have thought he was trying to seduce someone. Lin Xian and He Lanqing wore loose home clothes, making them seem much gentler and calmer. Not yet. Lin Xian paused, suddenly feeling something was off, and hurried back to the little deer's room. Is Lu Zhiyi done washing? Lin Xian knocked hard on the bathroom door, but he did not receive a response for a long time, and the anxiety on the faces of He Jingchuan and He Lanqing was evident. Let us go in. He Jingchuan directly reached out to open the bathroom door. Just one glance made his heart almost leap out. The little deer had closed her eyes, sleeping soundly, completely unaware that she was slowly sliding down the side of the bathtub, with the water about to seep into her nose. He Jingchuan's pupils constricted as he quickly stepped forward to lift the little deer up. Lin Xian also handed over a bath towel to wrap the little deer securely. The little deer nestled in He Jingchuan's arms, unaware that she had almost drowned in the bathtub, dreaming of eating meat. He Lanqing leaned against the wall, feeling a bit scared, and sighed heavily. This little girl is so carefree. She can even fall asleep while taking a bath. They all had no experience as fathers and had never taken care of children, so they naturally didn't know they couldn't leave the little deer alone in the bathtub. Before Zhiyi recovers, it's better not to let her take a bath. He Lanqing gently patted the little deer's shoulder and slowly placed her on the bed. The next challenge was a bit tricky: how to change her clothes. If it were just the two of them, they would definitely not hesitate at all. Now, with two additional spectators, it felt strange, especially since Lu Zhiyi technically had a somewhat adult body, and the little deer's appearance was just an accident. I'll call a robot, Lin Xian suggested. No way. He Jingchuan and He Lanqing simultaneously rejected. How can we let a robot see Lu Zhiyi's body? Robots, strictly speaking, do not have gender distinctions. Gender is merely a program setting, so many beastmen default to categorizing robots as male. Then don't let her wear anything? Lin Xian felt helpless. He knew exactly what the wolf and tiger were scheming. The room fell into an eerie silence, with no one willing to break the deadlock. How about this? We take away the wet towel, raise the temperature a little, and wait for Zhiyi to wake up and dress herself. Lin Xian stared at the two stubborn ones in front of him. Usually, the two of them benefited the most in front of Yi, and they were the most petty. All right. He Jingchuan and He Lanqing agreed, unable to think of another good method. He Jingchuan first covered the little deer with a thin blanket before slowly removing the bath towel, looking quite sneaky. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. What was this stupid wolf being so cautious about? When the little deer woke up again, it was already evening. The sound of waves occasionally came from outside the window, and the sunset twilight seeped through the curtain seams, casting a warm glow in the little deer's room. The little deer yawned awake, looking down at her bare little body, squinting her eyes, still appearing half asleep. Why am I not wearing any clothes? The little deer mumbled to herself. Suddenly, she realized that she had accidentally fallen asleep in the bathroom. Feeling a bit shy, the little deer hid back under the blanket, then cautiously poked her head out, discovering that there was no one else in the bedroom besides her, which made her feel at ease to leave the blanket. Little yellow duck pajamas? I don't want that. The little deer ran to the already organized wardrobe, found a small stool to stand on, and tiptoed to pull out a piece of clothing from the top. Lulu wants to wear pretty clothes and go out to play again tonight. Chapter 101. Night Walk. Originally, there were no plans to go out at night, but under the expectant gaze of the little deer cub, He Jingchuan, Lin Xian, and He Lanqing decided to take the little deer cub out. The autumn wind was chilly, and the once mild daytime temperature dropped sharply as night fell. They all put on thin windbreakers, paired with comfortable casual wear, making the adorable little deer cub look cool, like a young lady from a big family going out. The streets of planet C566 were not as bustling as those of Huaxing Central City. They were particularly quiet, reminiscent of autumn. Yet here, they surprisingly found a moment of relaxation. As celebrities in the interstellar community, their every move was magnified, especially that of Lu Zhiyi. Countless photos of Lu Zhiyi were taken and posted on the StarNet daily, and, as his guardians, they also enjoyed the boost in attention. It felt like a secluded little planet, with few spectators, where each resident lived for themselves. He Jingchuan bought some local snacks for the little deer cub at a street stall, although it couldn't compare to the clean and healthy food made at home. They were out to have fun, and happiness was the most important thing. Mom, I want to eat this. No, you can't. You'll ruin your teeth. Once you listen to the doctor and get your new teeth, we can eat it. Okay? Okay. Mom, it's a promise. In front of a candy shop, the young child coquettishly tugged at his mother's hand, who bent down to meet her child's eyes, gently holding his little hand, warm and full of love. They were just ordinary beastmen, without high mental powers. Will Lu lose teeth rot? The little deer cub quickly pulled out the candy he had been nibbling on. The head of the candy had long been bitten off, leaving only a small piece of the body. Yes, they will Lin Xian teased, his fox-like eyes narrowing with a low chuckle. The little deer cub bit his teeth, feeling that they were still strong enough to withstand this little candy. Some beastmen had a simple yet happy childhood, while others had misfortunes that lingered into the present. Coincidentally, Lu Qi had come to planet C-566 to recuperate, and unfortunately encountered the pair of parents who had abandoned him, along with a younger brother from the Lu family, whom he referred to as his brother. Ugh, why hasn't this little bastard died yet? Lu's father, fearing that his partner would be disgusted by Lu Qi, spat at him first. Fortunately, although Lu Qi was heavily injured, he was not in such a state that he couldn't dodge this disgusting thing. Lu Qi sneered coldly, his eyes filled with mockery. He felt that it was they who were disgusting, and it was their group of bodyguards that had cornered him in the alley. Truly hypocritical. Lu Qi was also prepared for the worst. As an injured S-class, dragging a few A-classes to death with him was not impossible. Is this your new son? Lu Qi's voice was hoarse, and he suddenly burst into a chilling, deep laugh, causing the beastmen surrounding him to tense up and grip their guns tightly. Perhaps Lu Qi's gaze was too terrifying, with his pupils emitting a ghostly green light in the darkness, scaring his brother, Lu Qi, into wailing loudly. How embarrassing. Lu Qi leaned against the cold wall, casting a sidelong glance at their precious son. What a treasure he is, dressed in splendor. Just because he cried a little, this mother and father rushed to hold Lu Qi, gently soothing him, their tender gaze never sparing him a glance. Just for this B-class waste? It's truly nauseating. Don't cry. Don't cry. Mother will chop this trash into pieces for the baby to play with. At this moment, Lu's mother's concern for Lu, she was more about insulting Lu Qi. TSK, just with this group of useless people. Lu Qi scoffed dismissively. Lu Qi suddenly grabbed the neck of the nearest beastman, his fingers tightening violently. They couldn't see how Lu Qi struck, only hearing a thud as the beastman turned into a cloud of blood mist, falling with the wind and staining them. Lu's mother screamed in rage. Her precious fur coat, now completely ruined. Yet, even so, she did not forget to protect her precious Lu Qi. Cut this trash into 7 or 8 pieces. Lu's father angrily pointed at Lu Qi, his eyes blazing with fury, his eyes wide as saucers, breathing heavily, clearly very angry. What a loving family of 3. The more Lu Qi looked, the more ironic it felt. But if Lu Qi had known that she was not even Lu's father's biological child, he would have found it laughable and sad. After abandoning Lu Qi for 2 or 3 years, Lu's father had an accident and could never have his own child again. Lu Qi was a child left by Lu's mother's unforgotten white moonlight. When the white moonlight died, Lu's father, in an attempt to win Lu's mother's heart, showered attention on Lu Qi daily, treating him like his own child, which earned him Lu's mother's agreement to raise Lu Qi, with a command from Lu's father. Even though the Lu family's bodyguards were terrified in front of Lu Qi, they rushed forward recklessly. If they died, the Lu family would compensate a large sum of living expenses to their partners and families, ensuring they would have no worries for the rest of their lives. If they survived, they would be heroes who killed the leader of the Wanderers Alliance, no longer needing to serve the Lu family. The rewards from the Interstellar Alliance would be enough for them to eat and drink for a lifetime. Moreover, Lu Qi was already heavily injured. How much longer could he hold out? Each one of them was in a blood frenzy. Lu Qi transformed into a half-human, half-beast form, his serpent tail having strangled countless beastmen. Lu Qi lay on his mother's shoulder, watching the slaughter unfold. Unbeknownst to him, the protagonist of this drama was his half-brother. The acrid smell of blood quickly spread throughout the street. The little deer cub looked up, sensing a cloud of black mist gathering not far away, growing denser like dark clouds. It's so dark there, the little deer cub pointed in that direction. He Jingchuan, Lin Xian, and He Lanqing could not see the black mist. They thought the little deer cub was referring to the darkness of the night, the dim streetlights. They keenly sensed that something was happening ahead, and He Lanqing quickly picked up the little deer cub, intending to turn around and leave. Suddenly, a painful and reluctant scream pierced the night. Friend, Lu's secret friend. The little deer cub struggled in He Lanqing's arms. She recognized the voice, that of Lu Qi, who had been carefully guarding her outside the estate's railings. The child's feelings and promises were pure and clean. Since she acknowledged Lu Qi as her friend, she could not ignore him. Moreover, the special energy within Zhiyi had inadvertently healed Lu Qi, and the energy reacted in response. The little deer cub mistakenly took this reaction as a bond between friends. Chapter 102 this night, completely lost before this. Lu Qi's so-called love and intuition for Lu Zhiyi stemmed from his pathological possessiveness and the resentment of not having what he sought for 25 years. He had been hiding in dark, damp corners for too long and instinctively wanted to chase after the moonlight. And this night, he was completely lost. In the end, he Jingchuan, Lin Xian, and he Lanqing couldn't refuse the little deer cub and could only accompany her to act as a living bodhisattva and save that sick snake. Stop! An inconspicuous little girl rushed out. She happened to stop under the streetlight, and one more step forward would take her to the boundary of the dark alley. Lu Qi covered the bloody hole in his abdomen, countless blood flowing from his fingertips. He looked dazed. For a moment, he even thought he was hallucinating. Lu Qi's lips had lost their color, trembling slightly. His face was as pale as paper. And the most serious thing was that part of his hand had been brutally severed. There were still 3 or 2 bodyguards left on Lu's side, so it wasn't impossible for them to recognize Lu Qi. Where did this little madman come from? Lu's father shouted, unable to recognize the little deer cub, his face showing impatience. He was still waiting for Lu Qi to die. Who is it? He Jingchuan's eyes suddenly darkened, with his back to the light. Most of his body was hidden in the darkness, a killing intent rising, as if a storm was about to come. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's smile concealed a knife, and he Lanqing exuded an unyielding authority. None of them looked easy to provoke. Mr. He, are you going to shield or run away? Ah, before Lu's father could finish, a deafening gunshot rang out, and a bloody hole appeared in his chest. He looked in disbelief at the little deer cub holding a laser pistol. How did this little madman suddenly pull out a gun and shoot without warning? The little deer cub's expression was calm, just lacking the liveliness and smiles of playtime. Everything else seemed normal. Not only Lu's father, but he Jingchuan, Lin Xian, and he Lanqing also didn't expect this. It might be the muscle memory of this body. He Lanqing raised an eyebrow, coming up with this explanation. Since the little deer cub's healing abilities were still retained, it wasn't impossible that the combat shooting skills she had learned before were also preserved. This was just a time-space turbulence, not a rebirth. I said stop. The little deer cub spoke slowly, feeling that there was nothing wrong with her actions. She just felt she should protect her friends. No matter how much a child pretends to be mature, her voice was still childish, but the calmness in her tone carried an undeniable authority. The pressure of an upper position coming at them. Hee. Lu Qi laughed, his voice choked, desperately propping up his broken body against the wall. In front of her, he had to play the role well. She had saved so many people. Finally, it was his turn. Lu Qi gazed at the little deer cub. Through her, the figures that had captivated him for countless days and nights emerged. Her appearance was like a ray of warmth that shouldn't exist in a frigid glacier, or like a piece of driftwood for him, a filthy thing about to drown in the deep sea, giving him hope to continue living. Quick, kill her. Lu's mother vented her anger with a roar, frantically waving her arms, screaming, as if she could crush the high heels beneath her feet. Bang, bang. A few more gunshots rang out. The little deer cub seized the opportunity while the bodyguards were still receiving orders, firing several shots in quick succession. Each shot fatal. No one would believe that this was the shooting skill of a child, even in the moments when several lives ended. The little deer cub showed a significant change. She thought that these beastmen bullying her friends were bad. They wanted to kill her. She should fight back. As the books said, to protect oneself. After all, these few minions weren't S-class. The equipment that he Jingchuan and he Lanqing provided for Lu Zhiyi was always top-notch. And using it against them was indeed overkill. He Lanqing quietly disabled the street surveillance cameras, not wanting this footage to leak, and planned to use it for a lesson once Lu Zhiyi recovered. Madman. Lu's father was so scared that his legs went weak, trembling, and unable to stand. Lu Zhiyi was already crying in panic, while Lu's mother tried to suppress her inner fear while comforting her beloved son. What are you going to do with him? The little deer cub suddenly shook her slightly numb hand and returned to her playful and cute demeanor. Let me have a good talk with him, okay? Lu Qi lowered his voice, afraid that his bloodied appearance would scare the little deer cub. Okay. The little deer cub turned around, tugged at Lin Xian's coat, and extended her hand, which was numb and cold. All right. Lin Xian picked up the little deer cub, gently rubbing her hand and blowing on it, slowly walking a few steps to ensure the little deer cub couldn't see inside. To prevent this loving family of 3 from disturbing the little deer cub, he Jingchuan directly took out a dagger and cut out their tongues, leaving them only able to make muffled cries. Although Lu's father and Lu's mother had long heard of Jingchuan's notorious reputation, they still found it hard to believe that he, an executor, would help a runaway kill them. But if it weren't for their abandoners, how would there be so many runaways? The conflict between runaways and interstellar citizens was merely the result of a last genetic modification experiment in the apocalypse, endlessly cycling through the evil fruits it had sown. "Thank you," Zhiyi murmured, unsure if the sentence was directed at He Jingchuan or the little deer cub. However, hearing a thank you from Zhiyi's lips was indeed rare. He Jingchuan took a few steps out, deciding not to interfere in their family matters. Zhiyi transformed into a giant python. The hatred that had built up over 20 years finally came to an end today. In fact, if Lu's parents hadn't surrounded Zhiyi today, he probably never would have thought of taking their lives. He just felt indifferent to life and death. The battered and bloody giant python bit into its closest kin in this world, tearing them apart until they ceased to exist. The giant python felt no pleasure, but rather a sense of confusion. The giant python looked at Zhiyi with its gaping bloody mouth. Zhiyi, witnessing his parents being torn apart, was already crying with a flushed face, gasping for breath. Zhiyi didn't have the habit of letting the tiger return to the mountain, raising a tiger for trouble. Letting Zhiyi go back would only bring him more trouble in the future, truly reaping what he sowed. Instead of tormenting Zhiyi, it swiftly dealt him a fatal blow. The sky was drizzling lightly, as if trying to wash away the sins of the night. Blood and rain mixed, dyeing the street red. The little deer cub held up a small umbrella, and when she ran to the giant python, she was momentarily surprised. It turned out her friend was a big snake, quite scary, but it didn't frighten her. The little deer cub held an umbrella over the shattered giant python. Her naive and unintentional gesture made him completely lost. He Jingchuan and He Lanqing blamed Lin Xian for not keeping an eye on the little deer cub. Lin Xian could only shrug helplessly. If Zhiyi insisted on doing something, none of them could stop her. They could only comfort themselves, saying that Zhiyi was ultimately a runaway who couldn't see the light. The worst-case scenario was that he had raised an underground lover and couldn't rise to power. Chapter 103. Can't die, do you want me to help you get home? You look so uncomfortable. The little deer tried hard to tilt the umbrella towards the giant python, not caring if her back got wet. But the giant python, with its massive body, was far too large for this little umbrella to cover. Hiss! The giant python breathed faintly, unable even to transform back into human form. The cold rainwater mercilessly pounded on its wounds, and all sensation of pain had become numb. Its vision was becoming increasingly blurred. The giant python suddenly closed its eyes, startling the little deer so much that she couldn't hold onto the umbrella, which fell to the side. Would it die? The little deer turned and bumped into He Jingchuan's arms, reaching out to grab his coat, looking up to ask. She felt a bit sad. Those few gunshots were quite handsome, but it seemed they didn't have much effect and couldn't protect her friend. He Jingchuan's anger inexplicably dissipated by half. He sighed helplessly and picked up the little deer, still maintaining a wooden expression. It won't die. After all, a disaster leaves a bad reputation for 1,000 years. In his heart, he thought Zhiyi was already stinking. How could he, taking advantage of the little deer's 5-year-old appearance, come over to befriend her? It was truly shameless to deceive a 5-year-old child. After all, those white tigers and foxes were also shameless. Let's go. I will send someone to drag him away. He Jingchuan firmly pressed the little deer into his arms, blocking her view. The big white wolf looked a bit fierce, but the snake also looked very painful. The little deer hesitated to speak, but ultimately said nothing, obediently nestling in He Jingchuan's embrace. Most of He Jingchuan's subordinates were interstellar soldiers and naturally could not rescue Zhiyi. In the end, it was Lin Xian who sent a group of assassins raised by the Lin family to take Zhiyi to a villa in Sunset Bay to recuperate, which finally relieved the little deer's worries. You heartless thing, He Jingchuan muttered softly. There would always be new people, and he would always be the old one. Now that she had provoked Zhiyi, how would she deal with it when a true deer spirit belonging to this time and space returned? He Jingchuan rarely held the little deer to comfort her, simply going upstairs to rest quietly. The little deer clutched a big yellow duck, watching He Jingchuan's departing figure, feeling a bit lost and helpless. Should I not have saved him? The little deer drooped her little head, pacing in place. Our little spirit is a kind person. Kind people value promises the most and won't save one while ignoring another. Lin Xian gently pulled the little deer to his side, his expression somewhat complex. In a sense, he and Zhiyi were similar. Both had been saved by the deer spirit. I'm not kind. I've killed others too. The little deer suddenly extended a hand, palm up. It was this hand that fired the gun. If you want to save, then save. If you want to kill, then kill. He Lanqing appeared somewhat indifferent, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses on his high nose, casually flipping through the daily report of planet C-566. For those in power, right or wrong, good or evil, didn't really matter. After he thought it through, his view aligned with Lin Xian's. As long as Lu Qi's identity was not cleared, he could never stand openly beside the deer spirit. So, no matter how much the deer spirit wanted to accept Lu Qi, it couldn't grant him a clean name to avoid unnecessary trouble. Would the deer spirit really become an enemy of the entire interstellar world for Lu Qi? The spirit she loved was never the delicate one, led by romance. He Lanqing remarked, He Jingchuan's vision is still too narrow. Lin Xian shot He Lanqing a glare. How could this perverted tiger say such things in front of child? He Lanqing, however, remained unfazed. The interstellar world was a place where the weak were preyed upon by the strong, and the white tiger was a fierce beast. Not one of those silly creatures that acted cute. He had lived like this since childhood, seemingly obeying the rules, but more often making the rules obey him. Each of them had a complicated identity. The current position of the deer spirit was even higher than theirs. So why waste time thinking about what should or shouldn't he be? Gulme. He Lanqing directly snatched the little deer from Lin Xian's arms. Suddenly, Lin Xian felt empty. Glancing at He Lanqing, feeling quite displeased. Why are you stealing my person? Harmony lasted less than a day. Lin Xian thought He Lanqing was about to lecture the little deer, but instead, the white tiger casually said, Little spirit, that wolf is sick tonight. You don't have to worry about him. So Professor He Lanqing would also whisper behind the scenes. Oh, the little deer replied, unsure if she took it to heart. Paper newspapers were not common in the interstellar world. They were merely old objects for leisure. He Lanqing flipped through the newspaper while she followed suit. Can you understand it? He Lanqing asked with a smile. The little deer shook her head blankly, just feeling that such things were somewhat familiar. Newspapers seemed out of place in the high-tech interstellar era, but for the little deer, they were a familiar product from the same time in space. The quiet living room was filled only with the sound of pages turning and Lin Xian typing on an electronic keyboard for research papers. This silence was somewhat hard for He Jingchuan upstairs to bear. The rain outside hadn't stopped, and tonight there were no stars or moon. He Jingchuan didn't turn on the lights. He walked out of the bathroom with his upper body bare, a towel barely covering his important parts. The moisture on He Jingchuan's body hadn't completely dried. Tiny water droplets flowed down the contours of his muscular body, his firm chest rising and falling slightly with each breath. He lit a cigarette, but didn't put it in his mouth, letting the white smoke drift away. Should he kill Lu Qi, or should he cripple him and lock him up? As long as he couldn't see the little deer, that was enough. What nonsense about being an underground lover who can't ascend. Lin Xian and He Lanqing did not stand in his position and could never experience his feelings. Both of them were in positions of power. Didn't he once think that Lin Xian and He Lanqing could never have any entanglement with the little deer? Yet they still came to her side. TSK, had they really experienced too little? Naive? Foolish? He Jingchuan's gaze grew increasingly dark. The darkness within him, unknown to the deer spirit, was almost uncontrollable, like a beast desperately trying to break free from its cage. Why not just lock the little deer up? Rebuild a luxurious manor, just him and her, with no Lu Qi, not even Lin Xian or He Lanqing. Wouldn't it be simpler, just like it was at the beginning? If she were unhappy, there was still little Q to keep her company. The rain outside fell heavier, occasionally accompanied by thunder, and the sea rose with monstrous waves, as if to swallow everything. In the dimly lit room, He Jingchuan's hand unconsciously reached down, and just as he was about to tear away the veil of desire, a knock sounded at the door. Chapter 1. Oh, for I just want to find you this home. With such a gentle knock on the door, could only be his little deer, without even thinking. He Jingchuan's eyes instantly cleared, and he hurriedly extinguished the cigarette in his hand, wrapping it in several layers of tissue before tossing it into the trash can. He Jingchuan quickly turned on the air purifier in the room, setting it to the highest level. The knocking was intermittent, and he was worried that the person knocking would become impatient, even more so about revealing his bad side. Little deer. He Jingchuan opened the door, making sure to adjust the bath towel around his waist, ensuring nothing unexpected would happen. It was better to be a bit restrained in front of the little deer, or else he would really seem like a beast. The little deer suddenly lifted her head, her previous disappointment turning into joy, but she hesitated to step forward. The silly, cute little yellow duck plush toy in her arms had been replaced with a handsome big white wolf plush, which made He Jingchuan feel quite conflicted, unreliable. And now she's been coaxed again. No, he still had to put on an act. Did you come to find me for something? He Jingchuan looked down at the little deer, not hugging her or attempting to hold her hand. I just want to find you. The little deer shrank back a bit, sneaking glances at him, fiddling with her fingertips, and inadvertently taking a step back. If you want to rest, then I'll go back. All right, so obedient that one can't refuse. He Jingchuan felt that if he continued to act, he would be a bit of a jerk. The little deer peeked her head in again, noticing the darkness behind He Jingchuan, realizing that she had come at the wrong time and was disturbing the big white wolf's rest. Then I'll leave? The little deer didn't finish her sentence before He Jingchuan pulled her into the room. The autumn wind was cool, and the heavy rain added a chill. But He Jingchuan's body was warm, making the little deer unconsciously want to get closer. He Jingchuan casually turned on the warm yellow wall lamp, brightening the room significantly. He looked at the big bed, his tail wagging behind him, already marking out the sleeping position for the little deer and his own. Entering the wolf's mouth. There's no way out of this room tonight. Cough, cough. No other meaning. He just wants to accumulate some experience for raising kids in the future. Just simply covering with a quilt. Can you stay with me tonight, little deer? He Jingchuan directly picked up the little deer and sat her on the bed. The little deer tilted her head, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes, before remembering the animated show she had watched in the past few days, where the big beastmen would take the little beastmen to eat and sleep. Because when the little beastmen grew up, they would go to various places for training, leaving the big beastmen for a long time. So the big beastmen cherished their time with the little beastmen. The little deer unconsciously placed He Jingchuan in the role of a father. Okay, the little deer agreed, although she had upgraded his status without his consent. She didn't stand up, directly adjusting her position on the bed with some effort until she found a suitable spot. The task of coaxing the little deer to sleep was mostly done by Lin Xian, while He Jingchuan and He Lanqing would simply transform into beast forms and lie on the ground to accompany her to sleep. He Jingchuan quickly went online to learn 180 ways to coax children, telling stories, singing songs, reading academic papers. He Jingchuan also searched for the latest story collection in the galaxy, wondering why he had never thought these stories were somewhat bloody and violent before. The disobedient little rabbit was eaten by the wolf the mermaid who lost her tail to songstress locked in a cage the poison prince. He Jingchuan clicked to report it and shared it in the A905 military district group chat. He Jingchuan, how did such toxic stories get approved? Xiao Taiwei, isn't this always the style? Zhan Yuan, is there a 2.00001 version? What's wrong? The little deer tilted her head, her eyes glazing over with a layer of mist, as the sound of rain outside played like a lullaby. Nothing. He Jingchuan quietly closed the star network. Let me tell you a story. Just a small story. He Zhongwan could surely come up with one. Okay. The little deer eagerly tucked herself under the covers, turning to pat the empty space beside her. He Jingchuan smirked, casually putting on a nightgown before lying down slowly, hoping that if anything unexpected happened during the night, it would be awkward. For example, if the bath towel accidentally got pulled off. Cough, cough. He Jingchuan cleared his throat and began to fabricate a story seriously. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful little princess living in Huaxing, and all the beastmen liked her very much. But one day, a wicked snake took notice of the princess. It wanted to kidnap her and take her to a dark basement, where there were no delicious snacks, no refreshing juice, no fragrant meat, and no beautiful clothes. Lu Qi was speechless. Just say my name directly. How bad? The little deer waved her small fist when she heard there was no fragrant meat, but still couldn't resist the attack of drowsiness. Her little face tilted, and she fell into a deep sleep. Today had been too exhausting, playing all day and even saving the poor snake at night. He Jingchuan nodded in satisfaction, realizing that he indeed had a talent for storytelling, as he had really managed to coax her to sleep. Since that was the case, he should prepare a few more stories to help the little deer sleep. Good night, He Jingchuan whispered. The little deer who woke up was quite adorable, with a delicate little face all rosy, a few strands of soft hair falling on her forehead, obediently resting there. Looking at those sparkling big eyes closed, and her beautifully curled long eyelashes, it was as if Nuwa had meticulously crafted them when creating humans. Her skin was tender and delicate. He Jingchuan quietly pinched her little face. The touch felt quite nice. Her little mouth murmured, occasionally letting out a few words in her sleep. Meet. He Jingchuan turned off the lights in the room and adjusted the temperature to a suitable level, isolating the warmth inside from the cold autumn rain outside. He didn't know why, but males generally had a higher body temperature than females. The little deer rolled around and accidentally ended up in He Jingchuan's arms. He Jingchuan naturally opened his arms to welcome her, gently patting her back until he also fell asleep. This scene truly resembled a father coaxing his little daughter to sleep. After all, in the galaxy, it was often the fathers or other males who took care of the young ones. In her dreams, the little deer probably dreamed of a bad guy who stole her meat. She unconsciously reached out and gave Yi Jingchuan's chest a light slap. Yi Jingchuan had a light sleep, squinting his eyes, and caught the hand that wanted to attack again. It wasn't until the little deer in her dream finally got to eat meat that she settled down, leaving Yi Jingchuan helpless. The little deer's sleeping posture was much worse than that of the big deer. Chapter 105. The reappearance of temporal turbulence. The weather the next day was still quite bad. The heavy rain showed no signs of stopping. It was clearly 8 in the morning, but the dark clouds outside loomed ominously, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. This strange weather swept across much of the interstellar space. Boom! The little deer, wearing waterproof boots, took a step outside and splashed a bit of water, greeted by a deafening thunderclap. The little deer quickly pulled back her foot and tentatively stretched it forward again, only to hear another rumble of thunder. "It's scolding me." The little deer turned her head, puffing up her cheeks, pointing at the sky with a fierce expression. Just as she finished complaining, the sky seemed to respond with a few more thunderclaps, along with blinding flashes of lightning. "He might be telling you not to look at that snake, or he'll be struck by lightning," Yi Jingchuan said, playfully tugging at the little deer's raincoat's bunny ears, making up stories seriously. "Then I'll go for sure." The little deer took him seriously, her small body filled with rebellion. Yi Jingchuan was taken aback. The little deer was truly stubborn. "Let us go then." Lin Xian hurriedly caught up with the little one, holding an umbrella. The clouds continued to thicken. Purple lightning surged, as if brewing a massive storm. The little deer remained oblivious. This storm was prepared just for her. As the biggest bug in this world. The first day she arrived in the interstellar realm was when she first experienced temporal turbulence. Lu Qi, sitting on the windowsill of the second floor, saw the little deer rushing towards him from a distance. He noticed the hollow look in her eyes finally ripple with emotion, and his fingertips, gripping the paper, turned pale. Rubbing his eyes to confirm this was not an illusion, he hurried downstairs to wait for her at the main entrance. Boom! The thunder was more terrifying than before. Almost deafening. The ground shook slightly, as if some ferocious monster was about to break free from its cage. "Little deer." The little deer stumbled a bit, but fortunately, Healing Qing was quick and caught her, preventing her from falling into a mess in the thunderstorm. Temporal turbulence. Lin Xian paused, suddenly raising his hand to look at the swirling purple dragon in the sky, feeling somewhat complicated. In just a month, there had been 2 instances of temporal turbulence, which was strange. Moreover, it seemed that the little deer was involved in both, who could clearly define the blessings and disasters brought by uncontrollable turbulence. Yi Jingchuan took out a rope from his wristband space, tying one end around his wrist. Although he didn't know what would happen, they couldn't be scattered by the turbulence. After all, it was documented that some beastmen, after falling into temporal turbulence, were sent directly to the lair of the insect race and tortured to death. It was only after soldiers destroyed that stronghold and found his suicide note that they understood what had happened. Yi Jingchuan's concerns were evident. Although the little deer had some self-preservation abilities, she was still at a disadvantage in front of true powerhouses. Lin Xian tied the rope securely and handed it to Healing Qing. The wild wind and rain swept away their umbrellas, and the little deer's exquisite raincoat became somewhat tattered, proving to be more of a burden than protection. "Reach out." Healing Qing took the rope, and the little deer obediently extended her hand. The slightly rough rope was tied around her hand, causing her delicate skin to turn red, and Healing Qing had tied it a bit tightly. The little deer winced in pain, but only slightly frowned, understanding and not voicing her discomfort. Around them, energy collided, as if it would tear everything apart, and a massive black hole appeared above them. The black hole's powerful suction mercilessly swallowed them, plunging them into darkness. Deer's intent. Lu Qi, who arrived late, made no resistance and took the opportunity to grab Yi Jingchuan's tail, as he had no rope. "Lu Qi," Yi Jingchuan cursed, feeling increasingly dissatisfied with the snake in his heart. The temporal turbulence actively lasted for half an hour, but fortunately, there were hardly any beastmen around. Yeah. The little deer's head throbbed painfully. The dilapidated environment and the familiar zombie shrieks echoed in her ears. The apocalypse, she was back. The little deer squinted. Her body felt extremely tired, as if she had attended full classes for a week straight, from 8 in the morning to 9 at night. She raised her hand to rub her temples for relief, and a rescue rope made in the A905 military district of the interstellar realm caught her eye. The little deer looked at He Jingchuan, Lin Xian, Heilin Qing, and also Lu Qi, who were still unconscious beside her, and suddenly chuckled, her laughter turning her eyes slightly red. She thought crossing the stars was just a dream she had. The little deer took out a sharp dagger from her wristband space and cut the rope, rubbing her sore wrist. She propped herself up and cleaned up the ropes from their hands one by one. The little deer was slightly taken aback. Why was Lu Qi holding on to He Jingchuan's tail? Had their relationship progressed to this point? The little deer quickly rescued He Jingchuan's tail, feeling a bit sorry as she smoothed out his messy fur. Hiss! A sharp pain shot through the little deer's head, as if thousands of needles were piercing her skull. She suddenly sat back, the cold concrete floor jolting her painfully. Memories belonging to the little deer surged back to her, making her feel both shy and amused. The wristband space, the light brain, and other interstellar products were still usable, but the light brain had lost signal and could only turn on the screen. The little deer speculated that they wouldn't stay in the apocalypse for too long. Temporal turbulence was the arrangement of the heavenly path. Everything was preordained, and it couldn't be avoided. It was better go with the flow. The little deer took a bottle of clean water from her wristband space to moisten her throat, fortunate that she had a habit of storing various items from the apocalypse. They were in a dilapidated residential building, and the little deer opened the window for ventilation, stirring up a cloud of white dust. She leaned out to count. They were on the 8th floor. A car was parked downstairs, along with a defense wall made of earth ability, likely indicating that a team of ability users was resting nearby. The little deer peered again. The densely packed zombie heads were surging, mostly at levels 7 or 8. The little deer's expression was somewhat complicated. Now, even a regular little zombie was almost comparable to the zombie king she had encountered back then. Dear, He Jingchuan soon woke up. Before he even opened his eyes, he instinctively reached out beside him, only to grasp at nothing. He Jingchuan suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze crimson with a hint of hostility. I'm here. The little deer softly responded, now by the window, enjoying the evening breeze of this time and space, which made He Jingchuan feel somewhat unreal. This strange environment and the eerie, terrifying cries filled He Jingchuan with vigilance. Soon, Lin Xian, Heilin Qing, and Lu Qi also gradually woke up. Chapter 106, The Apocalypse. Her world welcome to the apocalypse. Her voice was light and airy, drifting with the wind. This world has buried too much. Her relatives, her friends. A world she both loves and hates. The apocalypse? Lin Xian curiously walked toward the window, and he unexpectedly found himself in a world only briefly described in history books. You seem familiar with the apocalypse. Heilin Qing stood on the wreckage of the ground, with broken wood, thick dust, white bones in the corners, and bloodstains on the wall that had long since dried. The environment here was similar to a garbage planet. I am a person of the apocalypse. This is the world I was meant to exist in. Lu Ziyi's voice became a bit hoarse as she spoke, her eyes slightly dazed, as if reminiscing about something. Your world. He Jingchuan, Lin Xian, Heilin Qing, and Lu Qi all spoke in unison, their faces filled with shock. They exchanged glances, slightly annoyed by this unnecessary tacit understanding. No wonder you have healing abilities and understand the apocalypse so well. Lin Xian sighed in realization, turning to Lu Ziyi with a heart full of pity. In such a world of collapsed order and broken civilization, she had lived for so long. So, the injuries I saw when I first met you were brought by the apocalypse? He Jingchuan was momentarily taken aback. The confusion from before now seemed to have an answer. Yes, at that time I fought against the zombie king with several strong individuals from a base. The powerful energy explosion engulfed me, and when I woke up again, I was in the stars. Lu Ziyi slowly recounted. Change your clothes, just something simple will do. Lu Ziyi suggested. Then her gaze fell on their tails and ears. Tuck your tails and ears away. This world only has humans, no beast men. There's no need to draw too much attention here. We can't risk becoming the focus of certain eyes or top laboratories. At Lu Ziyi's request, they all changed into black sportswear and ordinary-looking sneakers. Lu Qi was isolated from them, unable to integrate into their familiarity. As he stood there in a daze, Lu Ziyi handed him a set of clean clothes. The connection between her and Lu Qi was complicated and entangled, leaving them both unsure what to make of it. Thank you. Lu Qi accepted it, his thoughts complex. It turned out there was a share for him too. Then, their different eyes and hair colors made Lu Ziyi feel a headache in the apocalypse, who still had the leisure to cosplay. Forget it, just wear a baseball cap to cover your hair. The rest is up to you. The zombies roared tirelessly throughout the night, while the four males worked together to clear a relatively clean space for the tent Zhiyi set up. For her sake, they reached a brief harmony. However, Zhiyi spent the night awake, lost in thought, reminiscing about something. Morning. You say if we keep fighting like this, when will it end? Sigh. The zombies are getting stronger. We'll be doomed sooner or later. 30 years ago, the confrontation with the Zombie King wiped out 8 full-level ability users at base A. There seemed to be a full-level healing ability user named Zhiyi among them. With such a powerful support, it also ended in mutual destruction, killing 1,000 while injuring 800. Weren't there top scientists from Huagua in the neighboring Jing city? I heard something about a human gene modification experiment. If successful, they could kill a horde of zombies with just a finger. Give me a break. Just listen to that big talk. Food is becoming increasingly scarce. Although the base has vegetables and meat, they are extremely expensive. Forced to work hard for survival before the apocalypse, it hasn't changed much after. At 50 years old, my back can't take it anymore. Death equals retirement. The ability user team downstairs chatted about everything under the sun, completely unaware that 4 people were eavesdropping in the corner behind them. When Zhiyi's name was mentioned, He Jingchuan, Lin Xian, He Lanqing, and Lu Qi all looked at her in unison, their eyes filled with unspoken sympathy upon hearing that Zhiyi had died. Zhiyi glanced at these 4 products of human gene modification experiments, unsure of how many generations they had been improved. They indeed had the power to kill a horde of zombies with just a finger. They were all exceptionally calm, through eavesdropping and Zhiyi's original understanding. They had a basic grasp of the current world. It's already been over 30 years. Zhiyi sighed silently, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Every corner of the apocalypse has pressed the pause button. The word development does not apply to this world. It wasn't until the ability user team drove away that they stepped out from the corner. I think the key to our arrival in this world through the time-space turbulence is a human gene modification experiment. Perhaps the most primitive data records would help alleviate the beastman's loss of control. Zhiyi analyzed calmly. What do we need to do? We are all listening to you. Commander Lu. He Jingchuan suddenly leaned close to Zhiyi's ear, breathing hotly, his low and hoarse voice captivating, and he playfully nudged her cheek with his nose. Lin Xian face-bombed in exasperation. He Lanqing cleared his throat, and Lu Qi clenched his fists. This wolf is in heat again. He Jingchuan feigned innocence. It's just that we Haven T been closed for a while. I can't help it. Zhiyi gently pushed He Jingchuan's head away, habitually wanting to tug at his ear but grasping at nothing. Forget it. Let us get down to business. Zhiyi skillfully strolled down the street to find a suitable car. When encountering zombies blocking the way, she raised her laser pistol and fired a shot. Among a pile of electric cars, Zhiyi found a large SUV, the keys still in the ignition, and the gas tank full. It seemed the previous owner had not been gone for long. The males, accustomed to starships, were somewhat at a loss with such old-fashioned cars. They watched as Zhiyi confidently sat in the driver's seat and turned the key, leaving them no choice but to take their seats elsewhere, appearing confused and obedient. Like little wives. Guide me. Zhiyi found a crumpled map in the corner of the car, took out a red pen from her wrist space, circled the location of Jing City, handed it to He Jingchuan in the passenger seat, and then found their approximate current location. The road signs in the apocalypse were mostly destroyed, and considering it had been over 30 years, whether they could even reach Jing City was a matter of luck. Okay, He Jingchuan took the paper map with no technological value. Zhiyi stepped on the gas, crashing into the zombies in front. The stench of brain matter exploded. For her, someone who had already piloted starships, driving was a piece of cake. Chapter 107. Human Gene Modification Experiment. Along the way, the first impression left on He Jingchuan, Lin Xian, He Lanqing, and Lu Qi, who came from distant interstellar beastmen, was desolation. This was a world filled with the aura of death. The population was drastically decreasing, while the number of zombies was continuously increasing. It was an endless escape, with everyone struggling to survive. Lin Xian was taken aback. Compared to the wanderers, the survivors in this world seemed to be much more tragic. The car fell into an inexplicable silence. Zhiyi had finally found some warmth in the interstellar world, which was slowly dissipating in the seconds and minutes of the apocalypse. It was an era where sadness and pain could easily infect others. Zhiyi seemed tireless as she kept pressing the accelerator, watching the ruined buildings fly by on either side. Lulu, take a break. He Jingchuan couldn't help but speak up. There was an indescribable pain in his heart, surging and crashing within him. This car doesn't seem hard to operate. We can take turns driving. The car was slowly brought to a stop. The moment Zhiyi removed her hands from the steering wheel, They trembled slightly. Okay, she replied softly, getting out of the car to switch places with He Jingchuan, walking as if she were floating, lacking strength. Leaning against the passenger seat, Lu Zhi took a deep breath. She felt as if she had become somewhat pretentious. Returning to the apocalypse felt both familiar and strange. Especially when she heard about her own death from someone else's lips, her heart couldn't help but tremble violently. A light and inconsequential regret. It was a life that had originally been lived. If it weren't for the accident leading her to the interstellar realm, she estimated she would have long become a wandering soul, crowded in the underworld, waiting for reincarnation for years. Fortunately, this oppressive emotion did not trap Lu Zhi for long. As night fell, she said, "Let us rest at that hotel ahead tonight. We can continue our journey tomorrow afternoon." She rubbed her sore neck. Zombies gather more at night. Once it gets dark, they seem to be on steroids, making them quite troublesome. Okay, He Lanqing replied, finding a suitable spot to park the car. Lu Zhi rolled down the window and casually fired a few shots at the nearby zombies. The zombies, already missing limbs, couldn't even maintain their bodies and turned to ashes. One must say, the weapons brought from the interstellar realm were indeed a powerful cheat. Ahead was a T-junction where the broken glass on the road reflected faint light, making it easy to notice. Can we store the car in the wristband space? Switch to silenced handguns and quickly enter the building to hide. Ahead was an ability user squad. About 50 kilometers to the north was a safe base. Unless we needed to gather information, generally speaking, we didn't need to interact too much with them. After all, in the apocalypse, humanity no longer existed. Lu Zhi spoke quickly, her hands never stopping. In the blink of an eye, a silenced handgun was already in her palm. Her expression was calm, but a trace of vigilance flickered in her eyes. How would people in the apocalypse 30 years later handle things? How indifferent would they be? She didn't know, nor did she want to test this so-called kindness. Okay, He Lanqing responded. They quickly executed Lu Zhi's instructions. As Lu Zhi had anticipated, the sounds of gunfire mixed with the roars of zombies. The squad was primarily made up of aggressive ability users, and the powers of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning clashed, creating a massive energy shock that shook the ground around them. Truly domineering. When Lin Xian stepped through the dilapidated entrance of the hotel, he unconsciously glanced back. This so-called ability was far more domineering than their mental power. No wonder Zhi said that abilities were the ancestors of mental power. This hotel had 10 floors, and Lu Zhi climbed to the top floor in one breath. The cold wind on the rooftop howled, refreshing her mind further. The 10-story hotel still stood resiliently, while nearby, tall buildings had already collapsed into bothersome dust and rubble. Chaotic footsteps approached. The captain is really something. He was already exhausted during the day, and now he is going to check each floor at night. If you ask me, how many people can still be alive in this apocalypse? The population registered in the major bases is only about 100,000, just a fraction of what it used to be. It's better to be cautious, otherwise, our little group will disappear as well. The human gene modification experiment in Jing City has mostly progressed. If there's a chance, I also want to sign up to try it. Shoo, you don't know how many people died in this experiment. I know a big shot who was in the experiment. It said that before one test subject died, they acted like a mad dog, completely losing human consciousness, and even grew sharp fangs, unable to speak at all. Sigh, let's just live one day at a time. Dazzling white light swept across the rooftop, but not a single figure was visible. TSK, I told you. It's hard to see anyone now. Let's go. Let us go downstairs to rest. We have to take turns on guard duty tonight. Room 806 on the 8th floor. Lu Zhi retracted the climbing rope, but her mind kept replaying the words she had just heard. The test subjects they spoke of, mad and without human consciousness, were probably manifestations of uncontrolled mental power. The 4 males silently tidied up the room for Lu Zhi. It didn't matter to them, but Lu Zhi had to get good rest. However, during this process, Lu Qi still inevitably faced exclusion. Lu Zhi felt a burning gaze on her back. She turned to see Lu Qi's pitiful little eyes. Upon noticing Lu Zhi looking at him, Lu Qi quickly forced a broken smile. Like a stray dog rescued in winter, incredibly fragile, as if he could be buried in deep snow at any moment. Lu Zhi felt helpless. Lu Qi was better at acting pitiful than she was. Clearly a giant python, yet he looked so weak, a sickly sweet. If Lu Zhi hadn't seen Lu Qi's sinister and bloodthirsty side, she might have believed it. Just eat a little and rest. Lu Zhi took out various flavored nutritional supplements she had bought at the military academy cafeteria from her wristband space. She used to grab a few bottles whenever she passed by. They hadn't been much used during training, but were useful now in the apocalypse. 5 figures stood in a row, with Lu Zhiyi in the middle, 2 on the left and 2 on the right. Lu Zhiyi raised a nutritional supplement and drank it in one go. The feeling of fullness came quickly, and her body regained energy. Yet the scene was both amusing and tragic. Chapter 108. Entering the capital city, Lu Zhiyi reinforced the door with the security lock brought from the starry skies and set up a warning system. Everyone had been busy all day and was quite tired. There was a small team guarding the entrance downstairs, providing a double layer of security, allowing them to recharge a bit. In this environment, her sleep was very light. She could wake up immediately if anything fell off. The originally messy double bedroom was tidied up into a clean space, but how to divide the sleeping positions was another issue. Anyway, Lu Qi was implicitly assumed to be the farthest from Lu Zhiyi, having no say at all. The only question was who would be on Lu Zhiyi's left and right. That could be contested. Lu Zhiyi quietly crawled into her sleeping bag, covered herself with a blanket, closed her eyes, and chose not to participate in their childish competition. None of them were serious anyway. Let's draw lots. Lin Xian broke off 3 wooden strips of varying lengths from the corner of the wooden cabinet, determining that the one who drew the shortest would sleep on Lu Zhiyi's left, the middle one on her right, and the longest one could find a corner. Fine. He Jingxuan had no objections to this method. He Lanqing remained silent, which could be considered as tacit agreement. Lin Xian organized the 3 wooden strips, revealing 3 small segments of equal length. You draw. The last one is mine. He Jingxuan and He Lanqing happened to be standing next to Lin Xian and casually picked the one closest to them. He Jingxuan's gaze darkened, and his face turned sour. He pursed his thin lips and silently found a spot next to Lu Qi. He couldn't sleep with Lu, so he had to keep a distance from Lu Qi. In a daze, Lu Zhiyi was gently pulled into a warm, strong embrace, but the next second, her hand was tugged from another direction. Lu Zhiyi thought, shouldn't the left and right embrace in novels be beautiful? Why did she feel a bit strange? After a while, the 2 big furnaces squeezed her in the middle, and Lu Zhiyi felt like a sandwich cookie. Lu Zhiyi lazily lifted her eyelids and saw Lin Xian and He Lanqing. Her gaze passed through Lin Xian and locked onto He Jingxuan's eyes. At first, He Jingxuan was blank until he felt Lu Zhiyi's gaze, and his eyes finally lit up. I miss you, He Jingxuan silently mouthed. The room wasn't dark. The windows were uncovered, with large moonlight pouring in. Lu Zhiyi took advantage of the silver light to see He Jingxuan's lip movements clearly. She had just recovered and faced so many events, and, after all the hustle, she indeed hadn't gotten close to him. Jingxuan, be good. Lu Zhiyi's information hadn't finished transmitting when Lin Xian unintentionally interrupted. He Jingxuan thought, sometimes I really want to kill that fox. Lin Xian, stupid wolf who can't take a joke. Lu Zhiyi chose to continue resting. Suddenly, she felt a slight wetness at the corner of her lips. Lin Xian couldn't help but take a quick taste, then quickly withdrew, but his heart couldn't stop racing. He Lanqing noticed something was off. The hand resting on Lu Zhiyi's waist moved, gently kneading a few times, but the next second, he lifted her shirt, and his long, bony hand slipped underneath. Lu Zhiyi remained close to her eyes, and under the covers, she pressed down on that restless hand. The big hand didn't delve deeper, but merely brushed lightly, creating a wave of heat that made Lu Zhiyi's body go soft. No wonder Jingxuan and Xian privately called him a perverted tiger. Not serious. He Lanqing leaned slightly forward, resting his forehead against her back, gently patting her after a while, and then made no further moves. The next day, the glaring sunlight woke people up. The temperature difference between day and night in the apocalypse was significant. It was bone-chillingly cold at night and uncomfortably hot during the day, and such abnormal weather was intensifying. It wasn't impossible for hail to fall while enduring a 40-degree heat during the day. The ability team downstairs drove away, and, an hour later, Lu Zhiyi leisurely urged them to leave. As they got closer to the capital city, the signs became more apparent. At the border of the capital city, there was a 2-meter-high electric fence blocking their way, forcing them to stop. Lu Zhiyi made a gesture, signaling them not to act rashly. She was about to start her performance. Where did you come from? Get out and check in. The guard at the gate had a somewhat irritable personality. Watching the vehicles come and go daily, he inevitably grew impatient. 9th tier healing ability user. Lu Zhiyi slightly lowered the car window, glancing at the guard with a sidelong look, accompanied by a light snort, revealing a hint of disdainful sneer as she fiddled with her meticulously cleaned fingers, showing no intention of getting out of the car to cooperate. Indeed, Lu Zhiyi returned to the apocalypse and found her ability directly restored to the 9th tier, just one step away from the full tier. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before she returned to her peak. In the apocalypse, There are specialized instruments to detect ability levels. She didn't need to lie. Revealing her strength while hiding He Jingchuan and the others was not a loss. 9th tier, healing ability user. The guard's spine stiffened. He scrutinized Lu Zhiyi from head to toe. Lu Zhiyi appeared calm and composed, and with her exquisite and clean appearance, it was impossible for someone without strength to survive in the apocalypse like this. Moreover, he was only a 7th tier ability user, yet he couldn't sense any ability fluctuations from her. Not only her, but the 4 men beside her were the same. Strong people can have some quirks, it's normal. What are you still dawdling for? Lu Zhiyi slightly tilted her head, her smile not reaching her eyes, her fingertips lightly tapping the edge of the car door, seemingly a bit impatient. Huh, Lu Zhiyi sneered, proudly raising her chin like a beggar on the street being charitable. With a slight flick of her arm, she healed the wounds on the guard's body from a distance. The guard's eyes widened, staring at Lu Zhiyi in disbelief. Quickly donning a flattering mask, why don't you introduce the others as well? I can help you arrange things. They were merely 8th tier power and speed mutation ability users. It was normal that he couldn't see through their strength, and they weren't particularly impressive, just had good looks that caught his eye. Lu Zhiyi playfully lifted He Jingchuan's chin beside her, smiling mischievously, quite arrogantly. She didn't even put 8th tier ability users in her eyes. But as a high tier rare healing ability user, Lu Zhiyi indeed had the confidence. We are just free ability users and don't belong to any faction. We also dislike being constrained. Lu Zhiyi's tone turned cold as she continued. We can submit supplies for entering the city, but all other conditions are non-negotiable. If not, I don't have to come to the capital city. Of course, I wouldn't make things difficult for you. Please wait a moment. The guard nodded and bowed. Who would dare to restrict Lu Zhiyi? A strong person like her willing to come to the capital city was a privilege for them to please. Chapter 109, Can you help us save someone? Lu Zhiyi waited for about 10 minutes, and the doorkeeper brought in a well-dressed base commander, who seemed to have rushed over. His short hair a bit messy from the wind, and his breathing slightly hurried. The base commander was a middle-aged man with graying hair and a face full of wrinkles, looking quite down to earth. You are the base commander. Lu Zhiyi raised her chin, glanced at the base commander, and then shifted her gaze away, seemingly displeased with having to wait for this man. Lu Zhiyi did not recognize him, but knew the badge on his chest symbolized his identity. The base commander, appearing oblivious to Lu Zhiyi's hostility, leaned down towards her with a respectful, yet somewhat humble tone. Miss Healing Ability, we do not require your entry materials. Could you help us save someone? There is truly no other option. Healing abilities were even scarcer 30 years later than they were 30 years ago. Not to mention a 9th tier healer close to full capacity. Who? Lu Zhiyi supported her face with one hand and asked casually. An ability user who failed an experiment. The base commander lowered his head with a hint of guilt while speaking, then fixed his gaze intently on Lu Zhiyi, seeing her as a last hope. As it appeared, she had a good relationship with this ability user. Lu Zhiyi did not respond immediately, but pondered for a moment, then lazily leaned back against the chair. Is it that genetic modification experiment on humans? I can consider it, provided that I get to see the laboratory. Lu Zhiyi smirked and asked with interest. This? Of course, that can be arranged. The base commander hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. Letting her see it wouldn't be a problem. By the way, I need to bring someone along. Having my own person is better than relying on you. Lu Zhiyi slightly raised her hand, her gaze sweeping over He Jingchuan, Lin Xian, Helan Qing, and Lu Qi. The base commander opened his mouth, initially wanting to politely refuse, but seeing Lu Zhiyi's expression, which was akin to picking pork in a market, he gave up. It seemed she was used to a life of luxury and needed a male companion to follow and serve her, which was quite common in the apocalypse. You. Lu Zhiyi chose Lin Xian, who was professionally suitable. The fox readily responded, Yes, Mississippi. The base commander's suspicions were thus confirmed. Lin Xian restrained himself, knowing that if it were He Jingchuan or Lu Qi, his master could easily call them. Lu Zhiyi had been pondering how to infiltrate the genetic modification laboratory, and now someone was conveniently providing her with a pillow. All right, let's speed up the necessary procedures. Lu Zhiyi suddenly waved her hand impatiently. Yes, please this way. The base commander personally led Lu Zhiyi's vehicle in. How should I address you? My surname is Su. Odai? Me Su. Su, Lu Zhiyi's mother's surname. Besides taking a small tube of blood from each person to test for zombie infection, the base commander had no intention of imposing other tedious procedures on Lu Zhiyi. The blood test results came out quickly, and afterward, Lu Zhiyi arrogantly demanded that the bloodstains be completely destroyed. She even crafted a somewhat melodramatic line. I don't like my things falling into others' hands. Even if they are useless to me, they should be destroyed cleanly. The base commander specifically arranged for Zhiyi to stay in a relatively well-maintained small villa and was instructed not to disclose her information, ensuring that no random person could come to see her. The base commander nodded repeatedly in agreement and assured her. Indeed, playing the role of a temperamental powerhouse was much more convenient than being a kind-hearted person. The time to head to the genetic modification laboratory was set for 8 p.m., at which time the base commander would personally take Zhiyi and Lin Xian there. The vehicle picking them up was a drafty tourist bus, shabby and patched up, with the biting evening wind sweeping through, but fortunately, it did not affect them. Zhiyi looked up at the bright moon in the sky, her thoughts drifting far away. Perhaps this would be her last time seeing the moon of this world. It wasn't particularly sorrowful, as the people she cared about in this world were long gone. The laboratory was built underground, requiring a permission password for entry and exit. Lin Xian subtly nodded to Zhiyi, indicating that cracking the password would not be difficult. This laboratory likely housed the most advanced technological equipment in the entire Hua country, and a 24-hour power supply was extremely luxurious in the apocalypse. Also, Miss Su, please put this on. The base commander handed her a set of protective gear, the pungent smell of disinfectant hitting her face. Zhiyi frowned slightly, showing a hint of disgust as she poked at it with her fingertip. The base commander let out a sigh of relief only after Zhiyi had put on the protective gear. Lin Xian secretly chuckled to himself. His little Zhiyi was truly adept at acting. However, when he delved deeper into the laboratory, he couldn't laugh anymore. The first-generation experimental products, the Beastmen, were locked in cages half a meter high, surrounded by an electric fence. Even domestic dogs were freer than them. If the Beastmen exhibited any aggressive reactions, they would be immediately electrocuted, using simple yet brutal methods to tame the uncontrollable Beastmen. The first-generation Beastmen looked generally fierce, with crimson eyes and violent temperaments, always on the verge of losing rationality, with many researchers having been bitten by them. These uncontrollable Beastmen were classified as failed experimental products, generally kept in cages and subjected to continuous electric shocks, and when the cages could no longer hold them, they would be dragged out and executed one by one. Each step Zhiyi took felt exceptionally heavy. Her gaze darkened. She did not know whether the future of the interstellar world had no pure humans because they had all turned into beastmen, or because those who had successfully transformed into beastmen retaliated and killed them. The interstellar records regarding this part of history were also quite vague, seemingly deliberately concealed, a past that people were unwilling to mention. Perhaps some were unwilling to continue living in a miserable state and voluntarily became experimental subjects, but she knew that others were forced to come here. In the interstellar world, humanity seemed to have completely perished, yet it also seemed to have continued in another form. Miss Su, it's her. The base commander stopped in front of one of the cages, which was cleaner than the others, appearing to have been meticulously organized. This was a human-fox hybrid, likely the result of genetic modification with a white fox possessing only one tail. The human fox sensed the unfamiliar presence approaching, its tail instantly stiffening. Though it was battered and weak, it still bared its sharp fangs in an attempt to scare off the enemy. The base commander's eyes welled with tears. This was his wife. He was an honest man, but his wife was a radical. Not wanting to live in constant fear of death, she secretly joined the experiment, hoping to find a chance for survival. To Zhiyi, the human fox was shrouded in black mist, with a control value of at least 90 or above. Chapter 110. Copying experimental data. Once human genetic modification experiments succeed, they will provide a stronger power and a healthier physique to resist zombies. In the current situation where zombies are constantly growing stronger, the population is sharply decreasing, and powerful ability users are rare. This is indeed a good way to seek survival. Healing-type abilities can heal everything as long as they are strong enough, including restoring them to normal. However, the base only has 2 healing-type ability users, the highest being only level 7. The base leader was explaining to Zhiyi, his voice choked with emotion. He was afraid that saying too much would annoy Zhiyi, but afraid that saying too little would make her unwilling to help. His body bent lower and lower, his shoulders trembling slightly. All right, stop crying. Zhiyi lowered her eyes, her arm slightly raised, releasing her healing ability to soothe the out-of-control human fox before her. But she did not fully heal the human fox. She merely restored its basic consciousness. In the post-apocalyptic world 30 years later, the ability energy is no longer as pure as it was at the beginning. So a level 7 ability user now is only equivalent to a level 5 from 30 years ago. If she showed too high of a capability, she might be morally bound and restrained here. Treasure this well. I don't know how long she will be conscious. Zhiyi gave a vague answer and took the opportunity, while the base leader was busy with his wife, to quickly move deeper inside. Ha ha ha. The experiment succeeded. I succeeded. The human fox laughed loudly, letting out a sharp and piercing laugh, clearly awake but acting like a madman. The base leader called out his wife's name over and over. But the human fox was lost in its own joy. There had been precedents in which out-of-control beastmen regained their consciousness during experiments. So, although the researchers were pleased, they did not have any extreme reactions. It was not yet time to pop the champagne in celebration. Miss Sue, is there anything I can help you with? A researcher quickly approached, closely following Zhiyi. He looked down on healing-type ability users, especially beautiful ones like Zhiyi, believing they were just lucky to awaken a rare ability and thus elevated their status. Just looking around, Zhiyi casually glanced around. The researcher secretly rolled his eyes at her, confirming that she was indeed a clueless vase. He glanced at Lin Xian beside her, TSK, a pretty boy. As Zhiyi was about to delve deeper, some other researchers wanted to stop her, but were dismissively waved off by the earlier researcher, his words full of disdain. A vase and a pretty boy, they wouldn't understand anything even if they went in. It was just the base giving them a face. The people around hesitated to speak, and in the end, said nothing. They were all connected, and these ordinary people wouldn't get involved. The young, genius doctor of the interstellar generation, Lin Xian. Innocent face, a clueless pretty boy me? Lin Xian admired his handsome face in the reflection on the glass. What that person said was not wrong. He initially thought of being a pretty boy for Zhiyi. After all, back then, Zhiyi didn't like him. And there was no love, only desire left. Hidden within the butterfly embroidery on Lin Xian's chest was a miniature camera, while Zhiyi held a data copying chip in her fingertips. Made in the interstellar, definitely a high-quality item. The researchers here probably did not anticipate that Zhiyi and Lin Xian were not just a vase and a pretty boy. They had external aids as well. Zhiyi wandered around the laboratory, her expression calm, glancing around as if she were inspecting work. One shocking out-of-control value after another. The dosage of the calming agent continuously increasing. There were even cases of human bodies exploding due to failing gene fusion and being unable to withstand the massive energy. It turned out that being out of control was not the worst outcome. Silently, Zhiyi merely brushed against the terminal host storing the final data and had already completed the data copying. I'm tired, let's go back. Zhiyi said casually and left directly, her indifferent eyes filled with boredom. Okay, Lin Xian quickly followed her. The strong smell of disinfectant was wildly blown away. Zhiyi took off her mask, feeling exhausted all over. If it were you, could you find a way to relieve this? Zhiyi sighed softly, actively wrapping her arm around Lin Xian's, their figures closely intertwined under the moonlight. I need some time. Lin Xian felt helpless. This data was both strange and terrible to him. The gene fusion between humans and beasts was as absurd as cross-species mating. If it weren't for the supporting abilities, this experiment was doomed to fail from the start. But I can modify some erroneous data, at least to lessen their pain. Lin Xian paused his steps, looking back toward the laboratory. The beastmen were locked up like livestock, and there were some fox beasts inside that could be considered Lin Xian's kin. He was not overly sentimental, but felt an inexplicable discomfort. Shall we sneak in at night? Zhiyi asked. If Lin Xian wanted to be an unsung hero this time, she was more than willing to accompany him. All right. Lin Xian nodded, a faint smile appearing. It's a pity that since the past was already determined. How could it be something they could change? Being able to bring the initial experimental data back to the interstellar realm was already the biggest concession in this world. Late at night, there were still many night patrol personnel in the base. 5 agile figures moved through the darkness, repeatedly avoiding the patrol team's line of sight, cracking codes, and delving into the experimental doors. The laboratory was pitch black, with only the out-of-control beastmen growling softly. Luo Qi clenched and relaxed his fists, his dark eyes dimming. Why create them only to imprison them? He really wanted to tear down these cages, but Zhiyi wouldn't like that. Just as Lin Xian was about to turn on the computer to modify the data, the laboratory's alarm sounded, and the out-of-control beastmen became increasingly agitated. Have we been discovered? Jingchuan felt it was hard to believe that in such a poorly defended place, he had actually been found out. At the same time, chaotic footsteps could be heard at the entrance of the laboratory. No, this is the entire base's alarm. When Zhiyi first came to the laboratory, she had completely memorized the routes and layout, and now she had quickly planned an escape route. Let's go. This sudden incident came unexpectedly, and the returning researchers were there to release the out-of-control beastmen. The out-of-control beastmen broke free from their cages, directly destroying the laboratory's equipment. No one could tame them. They could only wait for them to vent their emotions first. A horde of zombies attacked the base, led by the Zombie King. And the beastmen were already the last trump card the base could play. Yeah. Everyone get on. It's all the same if we die. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 111. Return to the stars. The emergence of time-space turbulence was accompanied by a strong energy shock. The first-generation orcs were deployed onto the battlefield like weapons, and their combat power was indeed formidable. A single claw could crush an ordinary zombie. However, some could not distinguish between friend and foe. Is this the Zombie King that caused your injury back then? Jingchuan's gaze quickly locked onto the Zombie King's position amidst the chaotic battle, his eyes suddenly sharpening with a surge of killing intent. That one was already dead, but whether new or old, they all deserved to die. Zhiyi had already gripped her laser pistol tightly, since the initial experiment could no longer be changed. She had to do something for this world. This I can help you kill him. Zhiyi licked his fangs, a fierce light emanating from his green eyes. 3 of us are enough. You, Snake, should not add to the chaos. Langqing's expression was cold as he stood in the moonlight, his silhouette becoming increasingly clear and three-dimensional between light and shadow. 3? I am much stronger than this weak little fox. Zhiyi sensed Langqing's distancing attitude and let out a chilling laugh from his throat. Lin Xian, who had not participated, was suddenly called out by name. He quietly moved closer to Zhiyi, distancing himself from this childish verbal sparring. Zhiyi leaped into the crowd of zombies, the stench filling her nostrils, the foul liquid staining her entire body, but she paid no attention, her eyes exceptionally calm as she fought her way to the Zombie King. A healing-type, supernatural being. The advanced Zombie King regained most of its human consciousness. Aside from its gray-white skin, it looked no different from a human. In less than a moment, the Zombie King was completely surrounded by them. Jingchuan discarded the bloodied sword in his hand and took out the energy bomb he had personally modified. The energy wave produced by its explosion was more than 10 times that of the original. The other 3 males were not moving armories like Jingchuan. They simultaneously emitted their own mental pressure, their psychic energy swirling in the air like raging waves on the sea, fiercely pressing down on the Zombie King. Boom! The explosion was deafening, buzzing in people's ears. Later, no supernatural being could fully describe the scene of that night. They felt a flash of white light that briefly blinded them. Then, an incoming wave of energy knocked them to the ground, but when they got back up, a massive black vortex appeared in the sky, turning the originally dark night into blood red, resembling a monster opening its bloody maw, making one involuntarily shiver. The howling wind grew fiercer, sounding like the tolling of a doomsday bell. Under the pressure of the psychic energy, the Zombie King was forced to self-destruct. The energy wave generated by the explosion filling the last gap created by the time-space turbulence. Zhiyi used her powers to block the energy shock from the Zombie King's self-destruction. Even minor wounds were quickly healed by her. It felt as if invisible hands were pulling them into the black vortex. As Zhiyi returned to this world, the wind and sand blurred her vision, and her eyes felt somewhat moist. It really is time to say goodbye to this world that raised her. In 2057, human gene modification experiments achieved preliminary victory, enabling orcs to resist the zombie virus without infection. In 2063, zombies were repelled, and the world welcomed a brief period of harmony. In 2075, rogue orcs attacked humans, prompting humanity to attempt to eliminate the now ineffective orcs, the other species. In 2076, the zombie virus resurged, and the last 100 pure humans in the world were kept in captivity, while orcs led a thorough sweep of the zombie virus. In 2080, Blue Star collapsed, and orcs sought new habitats. In the year of the stars 102, the last pure human died. In the year of the stars 3021, Zhiyi and Lin Xian brought back the initial experimental data, developing a brand new suppression agent coded L3021. The orc crisis across the stars was alleviated, recorded in history. Of course, that is a story for later. Corresponding to the current timeline, 6 months after the end of September 3020, the time-space turbulence transported them back to the southern part of Central City, and they fell directly from the sky, hitting the ground hard. Fortunately, Zhiyi had a few cushions to protect her. Aside from her, but being a bit numb, there were no major issues. The stars in the sky were faintly brightening, and the night had not yet fully retreated. Each male lead had a subordinate readily available. I had Xiao Taiwei come over. Our general, he called Xiao Taiwei, summoning the adjutant who had just finished his night shift and had no time to rest. Xiao Taiwei, you enslaved me. Throwing a tantrum emoji, He Jingchuan transferred 100,000 star coins to Xiao Taiwei. Xiao Taiwei, I'm coming right now. Please wait a moment, General. Xiao Taiwei was probably still thinking about going home to hug his bamboo when you intercepted him, Lu Zhiyi joked. He volunteered. He Jingchuan showed Lu Zhiyi the chat records. Innocently blinking his eyes, Lu Zhiyi narrowed her eyes, slightly pursing her lips. This wolf had quite a bit of savings. Lin Xian and He Lanqing were so rich that she often felt He Jingchuan was living a miserable life. Lu Qi cautiously spoke up. Zhiyi, He Lanqing directly interrupted. No. You, an underground lover without any status. How can you still think about entering the door? Just go back and rest well. We'll contact you tomorrow. Lu Zhiyi hadn't figured out how to deal with Lu Qi yet, so she decided to escape for a bit. Xiao Taiwei quickly came to assist, and Lu Zhiyi boarded the starship first, her gaze lingering on Lu Qi, who was left behind, looking obedient and pitiful, like an abandoned little beast. Even though Lu Qi's injuries had been completely healed by Lu Zhiyi, he still appeared frail, his complexion pale as a ghost. The only light in his eyes following Lu Zhiyi's figure, dimming the moment the cabin door closed. Lu Qi smiled bitterly, his long fingers hovering in midair, tracing her outline bit by bit. The cold wind passed through his fingertips, grasping nothing and leaving nothing behind. In those last days of the apocalypse, he had been so obedient, so compliant, and he hadn't done anything wrong. He had been controlling his illness well. Why did Lu Zhiyi still leave him behind? Was it just because he was a wanderer? A single identity determined his death sentence. Lu Qi wandered aimlessly. Central City could not accommodate him, nor his departure. A notification sound echoed in Lu Qi's mind, and he opened it to find his eyes filled with an indescribable obsession. Lu Zhiyi, rest well. Lu Qi deleted and revised the words he had written countless times. 1,000 words were stuck in his throat, but only a few words remained. Lu Qi. Okay. Lu Qi. Can we meet again? Lu Zhiyi. Yes, you rest well first. The warm sunlight of dawn fell on Lu Qi, dispelling the night. Chapter 112. Drunken Moon. After a long day and night of work, Lu Zhiyi was too exhausted to even eat breakfast. She just drank a bottle of nutritional supplement. After a quick wash, she collapsed on her bed and fell into a deep sleep. He Jingchuan and Lin Xian took a brief rest in the morning before hurrying out. Another fringe planet was under attack by the insect race, and as the executing officer, He Jingchuan needed to return for a meeting to deploy strategies. Meanwhile, Lin Xian took the chip and recorded footage back to the military academy, emphasizing that this data was brought back by Lu Zhiyi from the time-space turbulence without claiming any credit for himself. All the top-level healers at the military academy quickly reviewed the data and were astonished. This valuable original data would earn Lu Zhiyi first-class merit in the interstellar community. Professor Helan, who was still at home. Click. He Lanqing twisted the doorknob to Lu Zhiyi's room, but got no response. She was on guard against them. She had locked the door. No. Lu Zhiyi just wanted to have a good sleep. He Lanqing stood frozen, quickly debating whether to pick the lock. Oh no. It was Xiao Qiu who friendly opened the door with a spare key. Forget it. He would trouble her tonight instead. However, He Lanqing didn't wait for Lu Zhiyi that night. Instead, he personally went to the bar to find her. 12:33, Shun Xinju. I heard from Tai Hui that you're back. Do you want to go to Drunken Moon to relax tonight? 18:20, Lu. Just woke up, I'll go. Shun Xinju. Great, I'll get ready right now. The evening glow painted half the sky red as Lu Zhiyi groggily woke up. She squinted at the messages, her eyes still misty. Lu Zhiyi turned over, buried her small face in the pillow, and took another 5 minutes before slowly getting up. She searched for information about Drunken Moon on the Star Network. It was a lounge that only admitted females and had a nice environment. She indeed needed to relax. In the mirror, the beauty wore a black spaghetti strap dress that just passed her knees. Her slightly curled, long hair lazily draped over her shoulders, and with her exquisite features, red lips, and upturned eyes, she looked stunning, her eyelashes fluttering like small combs, and her gaze shimmering with allure. Lu Zhiyi stepped down the stairs in her black heels and bumped into He Lanqing. Were you off to looking so beautiful? He Lanqing asked, wrapping an arm around Lu Zhiyi's waist and pulling her into his embrace, leaning down to rest his chin on her shoulder. Zhuzi asked me out. I want to be back too late. Lu Zhiyi responded, her hands instinctively climbing around He Lanqing's neck, giving him a quick kiss. He Lanqing's breath hitched. This wasn't enough. He held Lu Zhiyi's slim waist with one hand and grasped the back of her head with the other, preventing her from retreating even a step. His warm breath brushed against her face as he deepened the kiss, exploring every inch and marking it with his scent. His large hand gently caressed her waist, sending tingling sensations spreading through her. Lu Zhiyi pushed against He Lanqing's chest, finally getting a moment to breathe, her eyes glistening. Stop it. I still have to go out. It seemed like she was becoming more sensitive. All right. He Lanqing rubbed his forehead against Lu Zhiyi's before letting her go, momentarily forgetting to ask where she was headed. The night was enchanting. Two handsome males stood at the entrance of Drunken Moon, welcoming the incoming female guests. They wore tight uniforms that accentuated their shapes, creating a unique vibe. At first, Lu Zhiyi thought she had come to the wrong place. This Drunken Moon seemed different from the description on the Star Network, or maybe she was overthinking it. Zhiyi, Shun Xianzhu came out of Drunken Moon, calling out to Lu Zhiyi and waving her hand. Compared to Lu Zhiyi, Shun Xianzhu was dressed much more daringly, her sexy and revealing dress leaving little to the imagination. Lu Zhiyi was surprised. Was this really the quiet and introverted Shun Xianzhu she remembered? Xiao Taihui must be going crazy seeing her like this. Hee. Shun Xianzhu felt shy under the gaze and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I accidentally ended up here after arguing with Xiao Taihui last month. It feels pretty good. Everyone has a beast named desire within them. And Shun Xianzhu was no exception. Let us go in and take a look. Shun Xianzhu took Lu Zhiyi's hand and led her inside. In the eyes of others, Shun Xianzhu still appeared quiet and introverted, but she was willing to show a different side to Lu Zhiyi. Miss Lu. The passing male beastmen brightened up at the sight of her, each trying to showcase themselves like peacocks displaying their feathers. Lu Zhiyi was taken aback. This was no lounge at all. This was simply, fortunately, she hadn't mentioned where she was going before leaving home. This place was a mesmerizing flower garden, filled with all kinds of blossoms. Shun Xianzhu led Lu Zhiyi into a prearranged private room, and once the door closed, Lu Zhiyi finally found some peace. It wasn't this lively when I arrived. Shun Xianzhu joked, pushing a glass of prepared drink toward Lu Zhiyi. Give it a try. It's not intoxicating. Okay. Lu Zhiyi picked up the glass, sniffed it, and found the aroma delightful. Unable to resist, she took a small sip. It was indeed nice. Have you been through anything recently? Lu Zhiyi asked while sipping her drink, showing concern. My sister came over and caused a bit of ruckus, but it's fine. Shun Xianzhu briefly mentioned it, seemingly unwilling to delve deeper. She then shifted the topic back to Lu Zhiyi, asking, what about you? How has the time-space turbulence affected you? Not much. Lu Zhiyi replied, just suavely. Heart-to-heart talks between friends are always just right. If you don't want to bring it up, I'll one tea press further. I'll be here when you need me. Lu Zhiyi's glass quickly reached the bottom. The drink was indeed not intoxicating, but felt a bit lacking. What about this one? Lu Zhiyi picked up an unopened bottle. The red liquid inside swirled slightly, seemingly possessing a captivating magic. It'll get you a little tipsy. Shun Xianzhu held up 2 fingers as a warning, then waved her hand dismissively. I can't drink that. I'll give it a try. Lu Zhiyi poured herself a little less than half a glass. The strong aroma wafted up even before she lifted it. Suddenly, Lu Zhiyi felt an impulse to drink until she was tipsy. After all, she had never truly indulged herself before. Under Shun Xianzhu's astonished gaze, Lu Zhiyi tilted her head back and downed the drink in one go. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Shun Xianzhu muttered quietly. Although she hadn't intended for Lu Zhiyi to drink this bottle, it was indeed her own invitation. Would those at Lu Zhiyi's home deal with her afterwards? Chapter 113. Drunk Shinju didn't notice that the wine bottle in Lu Zhiyi's hand was already more than half empty. A rosy hue had appeared on her face. Her eyes were glazed with drunkenness, and her red lips were slightly parted. Is it still too late for her to take Lu Zhiyi home now? She thought this bottle of wine was really strong. Should we just stop drinking? Shun Shinju tried to snatch the wine bottle from Lu Zhiyi's hand. What kind of wine bottle is this? It's clearly a knife around her neck. Looking at Lu Zhiyi's drunken state, Shun Shinju felt like crying, but had no tears. No. Lu Zhiyi turned to the side, hugging the wine bottle to her chest. This one's good. She tilted her head back and took another sip. Her tongue sliding over the bottle's mouth, her brows and eyes filled with charm, alluring and captivating. Is it just wine? Lu Zhiyi suddenly stood up, swaying slightly, and slammed the bottle onto the table. No. What else could it be? Shun Shinju's tongue was a bit tied. You can't possibly have other thoughts, right? Wearing a sexy and hot outfit to drink a few glasses was already the most daring thing Shinju could do at the moment. Like other females, she and T tried anything else in the drunken moonlight. Other thoughts? Lu Zi countered, her dazed eyes blinking like a cat that clearly wanted to do something bad but acted innocent. No thoughts, Shinju answered loudly, gripping Lu Zi's wrist. Attempting to make her a bit more sober, at least not to have any inappropriate thoughts. Otherwise, Lu Zi would definitely be fine. But she didn't know if she would be okay. Shinju was really afraid of what was coming. A series of knocks echoed at the door, and the next second, a black wolf servant walked in carrying wine. Miss Lu, Miss Shun. The black wolf exaggeratedly swayed his body, throwing a flirtatious glance at Lu Zi, his burning gaze landing on her. What are you doing? Who let you in? Shinju immediately stepped in front of Lu Zi, frowning and scolding. I have to say, the beastmen in the drunken moon do look pleasing to the eyes, but aren't they always promoting that they understand the rules the best? The males who could enter the drunken moon were generally low in mental strength and came from poor families. Typically, they focused on companionship without selling themselves, although some sought to climb the social ladder to leave there. This black wolf was just like that. Miss Shun, what are you doing? The black wolf switched to a pitiful and innocent expression. Wolf? Lu Zi felt dizzy, and there were several identical wolf beastmen in front of her, swaying back and forth. Miss Lu, do you want to touch my tail? The black wolf had somehow heard that Lu Zi liked to touch tails, especially favoring General He. So he boldly took a risk, hoping to catch her attention. The black wolf boldly approached Lu Zi, gently pushing Shinju aside. Shinju stumbled back a few steps, her knee hitting the edge of the table, sending a sharp pain through her. What are you doing? Lu Zi was drunk, but she wasn't blind. How dare this beastman act like this in front of her? Shinju was both angry and wronged, despite her low mental strength. No male beastman dared to treat her like this. I didn't mean to, the black wolf responded quickly, kneeling in front of Lu Zi, his actions smooth and practiced, clearly having made mistakes before. Miss Lu. The black wolf adjusted his voice, thinking it sounded enticing. He reached out to tug at Lu Zi's skirt, but was completely drenched in cold wine from head to toe. Apologies, Lu Zi said, gripping a wine bottle and lifting his chin. Her expression was cold, as if the bottle would stab into his neck the next second. Sorry, Miss Shun, I offended you earlier. The wine soaked the black wolf's hair, staining the corners of his eyes red, sliding down to the floor. Clearly, Shinju was the victim here. Yet it seemed he was the one feeling wronged. Get out. Lu Zi frowned, clearly irritated by the black wolf's interruption. She flicked her hand, and the wine bottle drew a graceful arc in the air before crashing to the ground and shattering into dozens of pieces. Half a bottle of good wine was wasted just like that. With the effects of the alcohol still strong, Lu Zi swayed and opened another bottle. What are you standing there for? Miss Lu, I'm here to help you. Shinju and the black wolf's voices rang out simultaneously. Lu Zi looked down, gazing down from her height at the kneeling black wolf, his black tail drooping on the ground, surrounded by shards of the wine bottle. Wolf. Lu Zi blinked, and for a moment, the image of He Jingchuan overlapped with the black wolf in front of her. Get out. I don't want to argue with you. Considering you're also a wolf. Please let me stay, Miss Lu. The black wolf pleaded softly, his back slightly bent, his tone lingering. TSK. Lu Zi threw the bottle of wine the black wolf had brought into his arms. Don't kneel in front of me. It's annoying. Go roll outside. Okay. The black wolf felt a sharp pain in his chest from the impact, but held it in, forcing out a smile. If he could endure some pain today, it would be nothing. But it seemed he deliberately misunderstood Lu Zi's meaning. The black wolf pushed open the door and knelt right at the entrance, pulling at his collar to reveal a large expanse of chest muscles. He tilted his head back to drink, wine flowing down his chest to an indescribable place, trying to attract Lu Zi's attention through this humiliating method. Unfortunately, Lu Zi didn't even glance at him. There are such neurotics in the drunken moon. Shinju couldn't help but exclaim. This is self-destructive. How can one be loved? Lu Zi pushed the poured wine towards Shinju, then leaned on Shinju's shoulder, burping. Zhiyi, cheers. Cheers. Shinju hurriedly encouraged the little wine lover, their glasses clinking with a clear sound. Lu Zi was so drunk that she could barely hold the wine glass steadily, the wine sloshing around and occasionally spilling on her legs. Delicious. Lu Zi giggled at Shinju, her brows and eyes curved like a crescent moon. Miss Lu, the manager of the drunken moon on duty today hurried over. Even the usually unwelcoming bear manager, upon seeing Lu Zi in this state, looking tipsy yet charming with her slightly intoxicated eyes. Couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. This is new. She doesn't know the rules. I'll arrange for 2 obedient ones to come right away. The bear manager quickly pushed aside his inappropriate thoughts, bowing repeatedly to Zhiyi to apologize. No need. Just get out. Shen Xinju refused directly. But as soon as her words fell, 2 fox beastmen dressed in thin gauze approached, their postures alluring, with only their key areas covered by a short cloth. Shen Xinju. Each one is looking for death. Chapter 114. Chief, he is here to catch the drunken little deer. I don't know if it was intentional or not. But one of the fox beastmen bore a striking resemblance to Lin Xian. Action? The drunken little deer, Zhiyi murmured softly. You can leave. Manager Xiong saw Zhiyi's gaze fixed on the fox beastman who resembled Lin Xian and thought she was interested. So he waved his hand to dismiss another one. Fox spirit. The fox beastman, who was called out, angrily shook his hand. Each step he took as he left was particularly loud. You're not needed here. The black wolf forcibly grabbed the fox beastman's hand, his eyes filled with hostility. It was not yet successful. How could a fox spirit appear halfway? Get lost, useless thing. The fox beastman forcefully pried the black wolf's hand off him. They were in a deadlock for a long time, unable to break free. He stopped pretending to be weak and gritted his teeth, saying, Manager, look at him. Manager Xiong noticed that Zhiyi didn't speak to stop it, thinking she liked this kind of drama, so he voluntarily stepped back. Meanwhile, Zhiyi was just zoning out. 1 fox, 2 foxes, 3 foxes. She saw many foxes. The fox beastman screamed as his delicate thin garment was unexpectedly torn into pieces during the struggle. Woo-woo. Miss Lu, I'm not clean anymore. The fox beastman knelt in front of Zhiyi with a thud, his shoulders trembling slightly, as if he had suffered a great grievance. Shen Xinju was taken aback. Her mouth agape. This fox was indeed a drama queen. But I don't have any clothes to give you. Zhiyi lazily leaned on the sofa. Her eyes narrowed, her mind still not quite comprehending. Cover that dirty thing of yours. The black wolf was infuriated and amused by the fox's shameless appearance, tearing off his own shirt and throwing it at the fox's face. All right, this scene is incomprehensible to anyone. Shen Xinju helplessly rubbed her forehead, shattered clothes, shattered selves, and Zhiyi, who was still drinking. Don't you like them? Zhiyi received some kind of message from Shen Xinju. Sort of. Shen Xinju nodded. Good. Message received. Zhiyi placed her wine glass on the table, but when she withdrew her hand, she accidentally knocked it over, spilling red wine that slid down her beautiful legs, swaying seductively. Can you please leave? In the next second, Zhiyi pulled out a gun and aimed it at the 2 beastmen kneeling on ground. The black wolf and the fox beastman were startled, trembling. Where have you seen a little female pull a gun when drunk? This is a real gun. Zhiyi pressed the gun against the fox beastman's forehead. The fox beastman was stunned. Wait, I just got here. I still have time to do something. Zhiyi was completely unaware that to outsiders, her appearance looked like a superior teasing 2 lowly male slaves, and these 2 male slaves were disheveled, each more exposed than the last. The spilled wine and the still wet droplets on their bodies seemed to be their flirting agent. Zhiyi! An incredible roar echoed, like a husband catching his wife who was having fun outside. The fox beastman's heart sank. Oh, the main wife has arrived. Miss Lu saw that the household discipline was lax. How could they let the males go to such a place to cause trouble? The fox beastman even shrank back a little, genuinely wanting to cover his conscience and say he just got here, and it wasn't him who took off his clothes. God knows how uncomfortable Zhingchuan felt when he saw Zhiyi's starship's location at the Drunken Moon. Lulu, let's go home. Zhingchuan suppressed the surging jealousy in his heart, his voice striving to remain gentle as he reached out to Zhiyi. Once he coaxed her back, he would definitely deal with it properly. Wasn't 3 of them enough? Adding 1 more was still not enough? Why did she have to go out looking for these dirty things? Chief, actually, Zhiyi didn't do anything. Shen Xinju weakly interjected. He knew very well that Zhiyi wouldn't do anything. He just couldn't help but feel angry seeing these 2 expose their disgusting bodies in front of her. Xiao Taiwei is home. Jingchuan kindly reminded. Jingchuan. Zhiyi loosened her grip on the gun, stumbling and falling into Jingchuan's arms, affectionately rubbing against his chest like a little cat that had eaten and drunk enough, unwilling to move. Let's go home. Jingchuan's voice unintentionally trembled a little as he glanced at the black wolf and the fox who were kneeling on the ground. Their bodies stiffened, and his gaze instantly turned sinister. Especially that black wolf, having downed an entire bottle of alcohol, looked as if his Lulu was bullying him. He Jingchuan turned around, his military boots unhesitatingly stepping on the black wolf's tail. The black wolf let out a sharp scream, glaring at He Jingchuan's departing figure with resentment. Oomph. Jealous males will be abandoned sooner or later. The fox beast man let out a heavy sigh of relief, cold sweat running down his back, feeling a sense of fortune after surviving a disaster. Jingchuan, sitting in the co-pilot seat of the starship, Zhiyi repeatedly murmured He Jingchuan's name, her dazed expression showing she still didn't realize what she had done. Lulu, how can you be so bad? He Jingchuan set the starship to autopilot mode, gritting his teeth, each word bursting out like a complaint. His crimson eyes could no longer distinguish between grievance and anger. Not bad. Zhiyi shook her head in self-defense. He Jingchuan's arm, clenched into a fist, bulged with veins. His gaze darkened as he ultimately couldn't control himself, pulling Zhiyi into an embrace, spreading her legs to sit on him. What's wrong? Zhiyi felt a dizzying sensation, her mind becoming even more muddled. The drunkard still didn't know what she had done. He Jingchuan grasped Zhiyi's shoulders and leaned in a press against her. This time, He Jingchuan, usually gentle in front of Zhiyi, was extremely fierce, biting her ruby lips like a beast targeting its prey, wanting to devour it. Zhiyi's shoulder strap slipped down, exposing a large area of her fragrant shoulder, the scent of wine on her body arousing He Jingchuan's desires. Can't breathe. Zhiyi tugged at He Jingchuan's collar, truly lacking the strength to do anything. The stiff military uniform pressed against her uncomfortably. Zhiyi's body softened, her head instinctively tilting back, and He Jingchuan took the opportunity to kiss her neck and shoulder. At this moment, the insecure white wolf desperately wanted to mark Zhiyi, covering her with his scent. Zhiyi only felt a tingling sensation beside her, unable to see anything clearly, just a blur of whiteness. In her daze, Zhiyi grabbed He Jingchuan's ear, her fingertips rubbing inside, causing He Jingchuan's body to tremble. Lulu is bad. Chapter 115. The little drunkard busy with comforting the beast not bad. Zhiyi pronounced each word clearly with a deliberate bite. He Jingchuan chuckled helplessly at her words, his deep affection and indulgence almost spilling over from his eyes. If you say she's drunk, she can still hear what you're saying clearly. But if you say she's not drunk, she's completely dazed, unable to muster the strength to walk. Then comfort me, He Jingchuan gently requested, his hand slipping down to Zhiyi's waist, stirring with a hint of threat. Lulu, I'm very angry. You looked at other males, and that makes me unhappy. The big white wolf is unhappy. How do I comfort you? Zhiyi's mind went blank. Just like I did a moment ago, He Jingchuan coaxed. Drunk Zhiyi was really adorable. Her hands patted randomly on He Jingchuan's chest, and after a while, she finally tugged at his collar. Then you have to be good, Zhiyi said, one hand pulling at his collar while the other patted his face. Her dazed eyes exuding a sweet fragrance that stirred He Jingchuan's desires. He Jingchuan allowed Zhiyi to act recklessly on him. Clearly, he was the one who initiated it, yet now it felt as if Zhiyi was taking the lead. Here, Zhiyi pressed her fingertip against the corner of He Jingchuan's mouth, her tongue brushing over her slightly dry lips, inadvertently exuding tenderness and allure. He Jingchuan's voice was already hoarse, suppressing a certain desire. Okay. Zhiyi leaned closer to He Jingchuan until their noses touched and their lips met. She couldn't push deeper, just rubbed against him randomly, nibbling on his lips, which didn't soothe He Jingchuan. Instead, it added fuel to the fire of desire in his heart. Little pervert. He Jingchuan's body trembled slightly, tilting his head as he pressed himself against Zhiyi, a smile dancing at the corner of his mouth. Zhiyi's hand had somehow already slipped under He Jingchuan's collar, burrowing in. The loose military uniform seemed to express that they didn't know what restraint was. Drunk Zhiyi didn't understand what chest muscles, abs, or V-lines were. She only felt that He Jingchuan's body was so warm and comfortable to touch. Now that I've touched, isn't it fair to ask for some interest? He Jingchuan's Adam's apple rolled, dark intentions swirling in his eyes, and his hot breath instantly enveloped her. With a firm grip, he flipped her over beneath him. His hands, which had long held guns and various weapons, inevitably bore some calluses. The pads of his fingers were slightly rough, yet they slipped under Zhiyi's skirt, naturally deepening their intimacy, occasionally lacking a sense of delicacy, leaving shallow and deep red marks on her tender, fair skin. Zhiyi's lips emitted incoherent moans, making the moon shyly hide behind the clouds. How is this not a reciprocal courtesy? The starship had quietly returned to the manor, and He Jingchuan was thoroughly satisfied inside, unaware that outside, a fox and a white tiger had been waiting for a long time. The bar at Drunken Moon was tightly secured, which was also why many females liked to go there, having fun without worrying about being photographed. But unfortunately, tonight, He Jingchuan had barged in. The photo He Jingchuan sent to Lin Xian and He Lanqing was taken when he was quite angry, wanting to keep evidence of Lu Zhiyi causing trouble. But he accidentally took a misaligned shot that made Lin Xian and He Lanqing furious. It clearly showed Lu Zhiyi pointing a gun at the Fox Beast Man. But He Jingchuan captured her with her back to the camera, obscuring any expression or action, only revealing Lu Zhiyi's silhouette and the kneeling black man and Fox Beast Man in front of her. If those two beast men weren't half-naked and poorly clothed, Lin Xian and He Lanqing wouldn't have been so upset. Enough, enough. Lu Zhiyi lay limply on He Jingchuan, feeling not only weak but also a bit drowsy. All right. He Jingchuan, fully satisfied, kindly helped Lu Zhiyi straighten her disheveled dress, the moisture at the corner of his mouth still not wiped away. Sleep now. He Jingchuan princess carried Lu Zhiyi, and when the starship's cabin door opened, Lin Xian and He Lanqing blocked the door. He Jingchuan suddenly remembered that there were still two beasts at home. She's sleepy. He Jingchuan said sincerely. He Lanqing's fists were clenched tightly. The night wind rose, cold enough that Lu Zhiyi, wearing only a thin dress, shivered and hurriedly snuggled into He Jingchuan's embrace. ASEAN Professor Lu Zhiyi squinted her eyes, her pink lips muttering, her flushed face reflecting a captivating glow. After saying a few words, her head became even more dizzy. So sleepy. Where did Zhi go play? He Lanqing asked softly, holding Lu Zhiyi in his arms, but there was no smile in his eyes. Satisfied, He Jingchuan wisely retreated to the house first, leaving space for them. Drunken Moon. Just as Lu Zhiyi finished speaking, a firm slap landed on her bottom. You hit me. Lu Zhiyi instantly became a bit more alert, her eyes misty as she lightly bit her lower lip. Let us go to the flower house, Lin Xian suggested. I want to go back to the room, Lu Zhiyi murmured, but He Lanqing didn't heed her words. The transparent glass flower house blocked much of the cold air. He Lanqing stepped over and sat on the rocking chair, trapping Lu Zhiyi in his embrace, unable to move. The interstellar rocking chairs were basically produced according to the size of large beast men, so even a large fierce beast lying on it wouldn't feel cramped. Lin Xian also sat down, naturally sandwiching Lu Zhiyi in between them. Don't rock. I'm dizzy. Lu Zhiyi placed her hands on Lin Xian's shoulders in front of her. What did Zhi do at Drunken Moon? He Lanqing patted Lu Zhiyi's back repeatedly, coaxing her to throw herself into the trap. I drank. Lu Zhiyi answered with effort. And what else? Lin Xian joined the interrogation, his hand brushing over the marks on Lu Zhiyi's collarbone, unsure if they were left by He Jingchuan or from wildflowers outside. Nothing. Lu Zhiyi thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything else, blankly shaking her head. Little liar. He Lanqing lightly scolded, both angry and helpless. Changing the subject, he pulled a bottle of strong liquor from his wristband space, took a swig, then brought it to Lu Zhiyi's lips. Do you want a drink? The liquor slid down from the corner of He Lanqing's mouth, flowing over his rolling Adam's apple, filled with unspoken allure. His unkempt hair naturally fell over his forehead, obscuring his cold gaze, making it hard to see his expression. His deep, hoarse voice carried infinite temptation, as if Pandora's box opened before Lu Zhiyi. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, desire swirled. She's already drunk enough. Lin Xian shook his head, feeling something was amiss. Such reckless behavior was usually something He Jingchuan would do. How could even the usually reserved He Lanqing act this way? Chapter 116. Sandwich Cookies. Lin Xian wanted to pull Lu Zhiyi into his arms, but was blocked by He Lanqing's large hand. Wine. Lu Zhiyi seemed fit, actively licking the wine cup, and when her tongue found the fragrant liquor, she couldn't help but close her eyes and savor it, like a cat that had stolen a fish. Lu Zhiyi was doing her best to conceal what it meant to have a great appetite for food. Tell the professor. Who did you meet today? This bottle of wine is for you. He Lanqing deliberately moved the wine away, teasing Lu Zhiyi's desires but not letting her be satisfied. Bad. Lu Zhiyi watched her beautiful wine float away, her mind going blank, and she bit down on He Lanqing's arm, but her strength was not enough even to tickle him. I don't want you. Unable to bite down, Lu Zhiyi pushed He Lanqing's hand away and lunged into Lin Xian's embrace. Did Zhiyi see a fox like me? The nine tails behind Lin Xian came forward, their fluffy tails brushing against Lu Zhiyi's skin, causing her to roll in his arms. Yes, I saw. Lu Zhiyi casually grabbed a mischievous tail, but it wasn't as pretty as yours, nor was your tail as soft. You touched someone else's tail? Lin Xian's tail instantly stiffened. TSK. He Lanqing smirked slightly, looking at the naive fox in front of him with some mockery, and he directly took out a photo and placed it in front of Lu Zhiyi. Is this you? No, I'm a nebula flower. I didn't go anywhere today. Yeah. Xian, how are you in there? Can you give me some wine? The nebula flower needs watering to grow. Wow, he's not wearing clothes. Lu Zhiyi activated her mode of sending random replies after reading. He Lanqing held strong liquor in his mouth, reaching out to pinch Lu Zhiyi's chin, forcing her to look up at him, her lips slightly parted. He Lanqing domineeringly fed her the liquor, their lips and teeth brushing against each other. A lot of the white liquid flowing from the corner of her mouth, tracing her slender neck. The corners of Lu Zhiyi's eyes gradually turned red. The desire initially provoked by He Jingchuan hadn't been suppressed and was reignited by He Lanqing. In the end, He Lanqing couldn't even tell if what he was passing to Lu Zhiyi was wine or something else. Lin Xian's expression froze, his eyes flashing with possessiveness, and he also wrapped himself around Lu Zhiyi. Ms. Lin always laughed at how pure Lin Xian was, that no fox looked like a fox, and that no one's heart could be captivated, destined to be abandoned sooner or later. Lin Xian didn't he know how he pulled down the side zipper of Lu Zhiyi's skirt, exposing her beautiful back in front of him, stimulating his nerves. Right now, Lin Xian was about to be torn in two. On one hand was the strong occupation of love and desire. On the other was the respect and sincerity of love. He didn't know how to struggle, only thinking of sinking beside her. He Lanqing was also not feeling well. He kept uncontrollably recalling that photo. And he had once had a dream where he was also kneeling in front of Lu Zhiyi. Jealousy was about to consume He Lanqing. Be gentler. Lu Zhiyi also painfully grabbed He Lanqing's hair. Her soul seemed to be caught in a pincer attack, unable to settle down. Don't move. Lin Xian tightly held Lu Zhiyi's waist, unwilling to let her move. Lin Xian kissed Lu Zhiyi's back, trailing down. At first, He Lanqing was in front, Lin Xian was behind. Later, Lin Xian was in front, He Lanqing was behind, but the only constant was her. Outside, the autumn wind was rustling. Inside, the spring mood was rippling. The precious and exquisite clothes were casually thrown on the ground, messily piled together. They seemed to have done everything, yet something was still missing. Little Q was pressed inside the room by He Jingchuan, unable to go out. The reason being that robots should not witness inappropriate behavior. After bathing, He Jingchuan sighed that he was a generous main wife, while cursing the shameless fox and perverted tiger for not returning after such a long time. Anyway, when Lu Zhiyi woke up, she felt like the sky had collapsed. Late autumn had arrived, and the branches and leaves of Central City were withering. Lu Zhiyi turned over, feeling as if her body had been run over by a car, her hands and feet numb and unable to lift. Lu Zhiyi raised her hand and saw several marks on her arm, her eyes widening instantly, then looking at her other hand. Suddenly, she realized something was off and lifted the blanket. Okay, clothes are on. But underneath, it was empty, without any small garments. Her knees were bent, and there were purple bruises on the inner sides of her thighs, as if she had been mistreated. She lowered her gaze, looking at her chest. Forget it. It's fine, it's fine. Lu Zhiyi had a slight headache, raising her hand to rub her temples. Fragments of the previous night's drunkenness flooding her mind like a torrent. Those two naked skeletons wanted to seduce whom? He Jingchuan you. He Lanqing. Lin Xian. Forget it. The wine was good. Next time find a place without people to continue drinking. Lu Zhiyi used her abilities to erase all the marks on her body, not wanting to recall her foolishness after getting drunk. Good afternoon, little master. Little Q was busy in the kitchen, mumbling that Mr. He had specifically reminded him to prepare more food before they went to work. The little master must be starving. Forgive Lu Zhiyi for being a little yellow person. At this moment, she actually felt that this hunger had another meaning. Lu Zhiyi shook her head, shaking off her impure thoughts. She sat down at the dining table and ate meat heartily, as if trying to prove that she was just hungry in the surface sense. Is the little master going out today? Little Q casually asked. Not going. After the chaos of last night, Lu Zhiyi felt completely exhausted, and now she didn't want to do anything except eat and sleep. Yay! Little Q happily sent a lively little emoji on the screen, finally having the chance to accompany the master well. Little Q sat beside Lu Zhiyi, nibbling on the star stone, and was finally no longer alone in the corner, charging as a robot. Lu Zhiyi ate while flipping through her light brain. noticing that Shun Xinju had sent her several messages early in the morning. Shun Xinju, did you get up? Shun Xinju, is it because you were too drunk or too exhausted to get up? Shun Xinju, when I took you away last night, mister. He looked like he wanted to tear me apart. Nervous, Shun Xinju. Did Mr. He do anything to you? My guy was crying in front of me, like a sky was falling. Luge, he had something that can only be understood and not explained, you know? Shun Xinju, who was proactive? Who was passive? Curious, Luge, ahem, isn't this just a little fun between couples? Don't ask. Chapter 117 Lion. Marshal Simon, a silent winter, quietly swept across the entire interstellar space. The outside world blanketed in white, with wind and snow ravaging the land. The bare tree trunks were piled high with snow, yet the war on the edge planets was not frozen by the cold. Winter was supposed to be the most vulnerable period for the Zerg. But with the help of the Wanderers, they launched a large-scale war against the galaxy for the first time under the icy sky. A month ago, He Jingquan personally went to the battlefield, and half a month later, Lin Xian also brought a top medical team from the military hospital to provide support. Regarding the research and development of the initial experimental data, Lin Xian had to hit the pause button. He Lanqing was transferred to the A905 military district to help train a group of elite soldiers. Today, Lu Zhiyi was, as usual, lost in thought in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the large snowflakes fall outside, her mind drifting away. Little Master, Mr. Zhiyi has come to visit. Xiao Qiu brought Lu Zhiyi's thoughts back. All right, please take him to the reception room. Lu Zhiyi was slightly taken aback. Her first thought was that something had happened to Jing Xuan or Ah Xian, prompting the vice president of the alliance to visit personally. Lu Zhiyi casually slipped on her shoes and hurriedly tidied her clothes. No matter how flustered, she couldn't lose her composure. Lu Zhiyi guessed half right. There indeed was an emergency. But the protagonist was neither He Jingquan nor Lin Xian. Miss Lu. Zhu, he had white hair and more wrinkles on his face. He stood up and bowed to Lu Zhiyi, his respect tinged with a heavy plea. Compared to half a year ago, when Lu Zhiyi first met him, he seemed to have aged significantly. Mr. Zhiyi, is there something urgent? Lu Zhiyi personally poured Zhiyi a cup of hot tea to show her respect for this elder. I am here to ask you to save a marshal. Zhiyi dared not take the cup of hot tea. His hands were pressed tightly against his thighs as he stood still, lowering his head. The Interstellar Alliance was riddled with wounds. It was heard that the newly appointed president was also one who didn't do much. He belonged to the Itty family faction. Only indifferent as long as the war did not extend to the central city. Only Zhiyi's faction was troubled by the war. That is certainly possible. Lu Zhiyi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Jing Xuan and Ah Xian were fine. Thank you, Miss Lu. Zhiyi's tightly strung nerves relaxed a bit. But the look of bitterness on his face did not dissipate. However, it will trouble Miss Lu to make a trip in person. That marshal is not only severely injured, but has also lost control a second time. The marshal Zhiyi spoke of was named Simon, a lion and an S-class psychic powerhouse, who had just celebrated his 30th birthday on the battlefield half a month ago. Simon's family was slaughtered by the Zerg when he was young, and as a youth, he suffered betrayal from a close friend, leading him to suffer from violent syndrome, a type of mental illness that could erupt at any moment. He was such a neurotic. He went to the battlefield at 15 and defended planet X856 for 15 years, where none of the residents feared him, only felt pity for him. My request may be a bit unreasonable, but I hope Miss Lu can set off as soon as possible. The longer you take to reach planet X856, the less suffering Marshal Simon will endure. Zhiyi's head lowered increasingly, as if the war was about to crush him. I will arrange it as soon as possible. Lu Zhiyi readily agreed. Good, thank you. Zhiyi's eyes glistened with moisture, and the heavy stone in his heart was lifted by half. Xiao Qiu bid farewell to Zhiyi and then turned to help Lu Zhiyi pack her luggage. Xiao Qiu obediently squatted beside Lu Zhiyi, remaining silent. Without the little master, Xiao Qiu felt that this winter was even colder. I will go with you. What about your work? How could I let you go to such a place alone? I can't let you selfishly give up the responsibilities you should bear for me. You should trust me. I am your personally trained student, the best student of Professor Helan. As Professor Helan, I should indeed trust you. But as Helan, I cannot allow my female to go to a place where the war never ceases. That night, Helan hurried back, but heard that Lu Zhiyi was going to X856 alone, making the warm meal he had prepared lose its flavor. Lu Zhiyi and Helan argued back and forth for a long time, and for a moment, they exchanged silent glances. Helan suddenly regretted why he had accepted the assignment from the A905 military district. Otherwise, he would have had time to accompany Lu Zhiyi. Then I'll take you home. All right? He Lanqing took a step back, feeling exhausted as he supported his forehead. At most 3 days. Let me arrange the work here. Okay. Seeing He Lanqing's weary eyes, Lu Zhiyi couldn't help but feel heartache. The white tiger quietly guarded Lu Zhiyi as she fell asleep. On the winter morning, before the sky in the central city had cooled down, Lu Zhiyi could not find his figure anymore. He Lanqing, safe travels. He Lanqing feared that if he neglected his responsibilities and left Lu Zhiyi behind, it would upset her. He could only say goodbye in a way of escape. However, what Lu Zhiyi did not expect was that He Lanqing had arranged a bodyguard for her, Lu Qi. Lu Qi, dressed in a black uniform with a black mask covering most of his face, followed Lu Zhiyi like a shadow. Love is both responsibility and concession. For Lu Zhiyi, going to planet X856 this time was merely a casual matter of saving Simon. But for the galaxy, she had added another great achievement. In addition to Lu Qi, the Alliance had also arranged 100 guards to accompany Lu Zhiyi. Lu Qi piloted the starship and, at Lu Zhiyi's request, reached planet X856 at the fastest speed. Since the end of the world, Lu Zhiyi had not seen the blood moon for a long time. The dark red crescent hung in the sky like the scythe of death, poised to fall and take lives at any moment. Lu Zhiyi was in the northern corner of planet X856, while the south had nearly fallen after Simon's collapse. Miss Lu, we have prepared a resting manor for you. Please allow me to take you there. The rabbit beast man, welcoming Lu Zhiyi, showed an excited expression upon seeing her, his words increasingly respectful. The beastman feared to offend Lu Zhiyi. If they angered her and caused their marshal to mistreatment, he would be the center of planet X856. There's no rush. Let me first see Marshal Simon. Lu Zhiyi spoke calmly, her simple words making the beastman of X856 ecstatic. All right, this way please, Miss Lu. The rabbit beastman's ears perked up, revealing his excitement, and he hurriedly led the way for Lu Zhiyi. Simon was locked in an ice chamber. The temperature inside, even colder than the winter outside. To suppress Simon's self-harm, planet X856 had employed various means. Roar, the unfamiliar presence invaded, causing the lion deep within the ice chamber to growl, issuing a warning to the intruder. Chapter 118. The locked lion Lu Zhiyi raised her eyes, a flash of astonishment passing through her gaze. She had seen all kinds of time-space beastmen in the underground second floor of the military hospital. But it was the first time she encountered a beastman locked with thick black iron chains that were as thick as the arms of an adult male. And there were dozens of them. Not only were its limbs bound, but even its body, neck, and tail were restrained. It was even fitted with a muzzle to prevent biting. The lion's golden eyes were filled with vigilance, but apart from issuing low growls repeatedly, it could do nothing else. The lion's body was covered in varying degrees of wounds. No doctor could approach it, and they could only spray basic medication. It was supposed to be a formidable warrior, but now it could only be imprisoned in a cage. Our marshal is entrusted to Miss Lu. The rabbit beast man did not dare to look directly at Simon and hurriedly averted his gaze. In fact, he was both afraid and respectful of Simon. You must be careful. If it doesn't work out, just give up. The rabbit beastman's voice grew softer. They regarded Lu Zhiyi as their last savior. And if even she could not save Simon, he could hardly imagine what would happen next. They were more sensible beastmen. They could not kidnap Lu Zhiyi just to save their marshal. Don't worry, everything will be fine, Lu Zhiyi said, moving closer to the cage. With every step she took, Simon grew more agitated. Zhiyi. Lu Qi wanted to say something, but hesitated, a faint killing intent appearing in his gaze when he looked at Simon. If this broken lion dared to harm Lu Zhiyi, he would not care about the consequences. He would definitely kill it. Don't act rashly. Lu Zhiyi turned back and reminded Lu Qi. Okay, Lu Qi replied helplessly. The brief exchange between Lu Zhiyi and Lu Qi made the rabbit beastman break out in a cold sweat. He felt that the bodyguard beside Lu Zhiyi was not quite normal. Countless black mist swirled around the lion, continuously emanating from its body. The lion was already at the end of its strength. The signs of a beastman losing control were not just mental agitation, but also the leakage of mental energy. When its mental energy was completely drained, it foreshadowed that its life was nearing its end. The ice chamber quickly fell into silence, so quiet that the accompanying beastmen dared not breathe, fearing they might disturb Lu Zhiyi. Vibrant green light flowed from Lu Zhiyi's fingertips, her hands slightly opened, and in a place unseen by them, she grasped the black mist in her palm and slowly purified it. This calming process lasted for over an hour, leaving the onlooking beastmen dumbfounded. This, all done. The rabbit beastman jumped up in shock. He had heard that Lu Zhiyi was powerful, But no beastman had told him it was to this extent. The issue with Marshal Simon had caused chaos across the entire X-856 planet. And now it was resolved by Zhiyi. No wonder she came to see Marshal Simon as soon as she arrived. Was she hoping to finish quickly and get off work? Physical illnesses are not difficult for me. It's just his mental anguish that I am powerless to help. Zhiyi had seen Simon's medical records and past videos of his episodes on the starship. She had done what she could, and the rest was no longer her concern. However, she did not realize that from this moment on, she had already become entangled with Simon. The sleeping lion slowly transformed into the form of a beast man, with long, fluffy golden hair casually falling behind his head, messy yet carrying a unique beauty. Simon's iron chains were not undone. He resembled the handsome man Zhiyi had seen in ancient Greek mythology, with sharply defined contours. He was likely the most favored creation of the gods, each feature perfectly beautiful, so pure and flawless. Don't you all go in to loosen his iron chains? Zhiyi casually asked, causing the rabbit beastman to retreat repeatedly. Since the marshal has already recovered, he can wake up and break free himself. The rabbit beastman swallowed hard, but seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, rubbing his previously broken right hand. Suddenly, their Marshal Simon was fine, but when he went into a fit, he was truly terrifying. Then you all arrange it yourselves. I will take a rest first. Zhiyi said no more and turned to leave. Miss Lu, let me escort you. The rabbit beastman hurriedly led Zhiyi away, as if a flood of beasts were chasing him, not daring to stop for a moment. The rabbit beastman truly cared for Simon, and his fear was genuine. The door of the ice chamber closed, and under the cold white light, Simon slowly opened his eyes. His hands clenched into fists, and with powerful mental energy, he shattered the iron chains binding him. Zhiyi. Simon murmured her name, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Forget it, it wasn't important. He wanted to return to the battlefield. In the southern part of planet X-856, blood stained half the sky, and a stench permeated every corner. On the battlefield, life and death were but a moment. The insect race rampaged across the land, gnawing at the corpses of beastmen and emitting piercing screeches. Filthy creatures. Simon's eyes were cold, like sharp blades aiming at every filthy, disgusting insect, as if he were merely a cold-blooded killing machine. Simon's return made the war on planet X-856 no longer so passive, reigniting hope for survival among the soldiers who had already prepared to live or die with their homeland. When Zhiyi saw Simon again, this brave marshal had a bloody hole in his abdomen, and there was a blood stain on half of his face, showing deep bone. Yet this injured man seemed unaware of how severely he was hurt, oblivious to the pain. I don't need your charity. Simon radiated a cold air that kept people at a distance, tightly pursing his lips, ignoring Zhiyi. Zhiyi admitted that Simon had a good-looking face, but he could keep his mouth shut. Okay. Without needing Zhiyi to intervene, Zhiyi responded cheerfully. Miss Lu, please don't take it out on him. The rabbit beastman quickly blocked Zhiyi, whispering in front of her, Our marshal is indeed a bit sick. TSK, disobedient patient. But I'm not sick. Zhiyi glanced at the rabbit beastman indifferently. I don't like putting my warm face against someone else's cold backside. Simon was a stubborn patient, but Zhiyi had no obligation to indulge him. Moreover, although Simon's injuries were severe, they would not take the life of an S-rank mental energy powerhouse. But the rabbit beastman wanted to say something else, but after glancing at his marshal, he felt as if his throat had been blocked, and he couldn't say a word. A character like Simon was usually a standard type of neurotic male lead in novels, and the one who saved him was typically a weak, innocent female lead, while enduring the male lead's occasional madness, miraculously fell in love with him. After being tormented countless times, the male lead miraculously returned to normal, leading to a happy ending. Chapter 119. Simon confronts Zhiyi. The marshal is unconscious. Hurry to contact Miss Lu. Marshal. Simon is indeed a fierce war machine, single-handedly defeating most of the insect race's forces on the battlefield. No wonder the residents of planet X-856 rely on Simon so much. You don't need to care about his life or death. If they threaten you, I will kill them all. Zhiyi whispered next to Zhiyi. The rabbit beastman who came to deliver the message unexpectedly made eye contact with Zhiyi. It felt like looking into an abyss. The deep gaze of Zhiyi was chilling, as if he would swallow him whole the next moment. The rabbit beastman shivered, feeling that the bodyguard next to Zhiyi was quite strange and eerie. The star field needs him. Do not act rashly. Zhiyi analyzed rationally. She didn't know much about Simon S. character, so she refrained from commenting further. The star field needs Simon, and Planet X-856 needs him even more. Zhiyi went to the rear of Simon's station troops, and under the guidance of the rabbit beast man, she entered Simon's hospital room. She raised her hand to brush away the snowflakes in her hair, but Zhiyi was a step ahead of her. Zhiyi's movements were gentle. He lightly lifted the snowflakes with his fingertips, carefully, as if handling a treasure. The layout of the hospital room was simple. Simon lay on a narrow bed, and if he turned over in the middle of the night, he would surely fall off. It was unclear where his subordinate had found such a small bed. It didn't seem sturdy at all. Zhiyi raised her eyebrows, without needing to use her abilities to detect. She could already deduce that Simon had been poisoned by insect venom, which had erupted alongside his new injuries. Coupled with Simon's overburdened mental strength, it was no surprise that he had collapsed. Using her abilities, Zhiyi treated Simon, and in no time, he slowly woke up. "Thank you." Simon lowered his eyes, his gaze lingering on Zhiyi for a moment before quickly shifting away. His dry throat made his voice a bit hoarse, and the volume was low. If one didn't listen closely, it would be hard to notice. Throughout his journey, aside from his already departed teacher, Simon had been lonely. Zhiyi's repeated assistance made him feel uncomfortable. It had been a long time since he had thanked anyone. Those two words felt somewhat foreign and hot in his mouth. He thought that it would be better not to have a bad relationship with Zhiyi. If, in the future, Planet X-856 needed her help, it would be unfortunate if he caused her to develop a dislike for the planet. Protecting Planet X-856 was his teacher's wish and also Simon's way of repaying his teacher. This orc was the only one who had truly warmed him in the past 30 years. "No need, this is a request from the Alliance. As for the reward, they have already paid for you. You owe me nothing." Zhiyi was surprised to hear Simon ask thank you, but her expression remained as calm as when they first met, showing no significant change due to Simon's attitude. They were just in an ordinary doctor-patient relationship, nothing more. The hospital room soon fell into a stalemate. The rabbit beast man felt awkward being caught between the two powerful figures. He didn't know what to say, and remaining silent felt inappropriate. Simon silently observed Zhiyi next to Zhiyi. This bodyguard beside Miss Lu looked very familiar. He must have seen him somewhere before. Moreover, he was definitely not an ordinary orc. He should be a wanderer. Simon's gaze suddenly darkened. With Zhiyi's identity, she shouldn't be involved with wanderers. This wanderer likely had ulterior motive for getting close. Although Zhiyi said she owed him nothing, this ambiguous sense of indebtedness made Simon feel uncomfortable. Then let us help Zhiyi deal with this unfriendly wanderer as a form of repayment. Zhiyi also keenly sensed Simon's hostility towards him. A chill formed between his brows, and he secretly mocked this self-righteous Marshal Simon. The night wind was biting, and the howling wind beat against the windows with a crackling sound. The city on the edge of the battlefield had been affected to some extent. The houses inside, large and small, had all been rebuilt, and the environment was definitely not comparable to that of the central city. Zhiyi clearly heard Zhiyi's movements at night. She didn't know why Zhiyi had gone out in the middle of the night, but since he was brought by her, she needed to follow him discreetly to understand what was happening. Otherwise, if something went wrong, it would be troublesome. "Wanderer." A cold gun barrel pressed against Zhiyi's back, and his voice drifted in the cold wind, lost in a snowstorm that seemed to threaten to engulf them. "Simon, what do you mean by this?" Even with a gun pointed at him, Zhiyi showed no signs of panic. He smirked coldly, not taking Simon seriously. They were both S-class. At worst, they would end up in mutual destruction. Wanderers should not be beside her. "You must die." The cold gun barrel moved up, pressing heavily against the back of Zhiyi's neck. "Whoever should be beside her is not for you to comment on." Zhiyi turned to evade, swiftly creating distance between himself and Simon, moving like a shadow in the night, hard to capture. "If it weren't for her kindness, you would have died long ago. Where would I find the leisure to meddle in this?" Zhiyi's pale face seemed to merge with the snowy ground. His body was perpetually cold, so frail that it seemed he would collapse under the heavy snow and wind. Yet, the deep gaze in Zhiyi's eyes seemed to ignite two fierce flames, unreservedly expressing his disdain for Simon's meddling. Half of Simon's body fell into the shadows, the light and shadow sharply outlining his profile. His thin lips were tightly pressed. Lost in thought, even without mentioning her, "You wanderers who collude with the insect race deserve to die." Simon's voice was cold and harsh. "Huh." Zhiyi scoffed lightly. This lion before him was indeed foolish and self-righteous, meddling in affairs that were not his own. He was a wanderer, true, but he had never had any connection with the insect race. Soon, Lu Qi and Simon were engaged in a fierce struggle, both fighting recklessly, each blow heavier than the last. Facing Simon, Lu Qi suddenly felt that he wasn't so sick after all. The snowstorm whitened their vision, and in a daze, Lu Qi seemed to see a familiar figure. She was holding an umbrella, standing under a bare tree not far away. Just as Lu Qi was lost in thought, Simon seized the opportunity and delivered a heavy punch to Lu Qi's chest. Ugh! Lu Qi was caught off guard and knocked to the ground, creating a depression in the thick snow. He gritted his teeth, letting out a muffled groan as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his chest felt a bit numb from the pain. Marshal Simon, I don't know what my people did to offend you, to warrant such a heavy hand. A woman's voice came from behind, and Simon turned around, unsure of how to react. Chapter 120 My people do not need your judgment, he is a wanderer. Simon revealed Lu Qi's identity to Lu Zhiyi, but he did not see any unexpected expression on Lu Zhiyi's face. Did Lu Zhiyi already know Lu Qi's true identity? So what if she did? So what if she didn't? My people do not need your judgment. Lu Zhiyi lazily lifted her eyelids and glanced at him indifferently, as if blaming Simon for targeting her people over such a trivial matter. Then why did she keep a wanderer by her side? Simon, who had always been the one abandoned, couldn't understand and felt a bit irritated. Look, Simon, even wanderers can be pitted, but you are nothing. The only teacher who protected you died because of you. Under the heavy snow, Lu Qi smiled foolishly, a warmth flowing through his heart. Lu Qi supported himself with one hand on the ground and stood up, brushing the snow off his clothes, intending to bypass Simon and return to Lu Zhiyi's side. Lu Qi felt as if he were in an unreal, beautiful dream. Clearly, Lu Zhiyi seemed to regard Simon as very important, yet she insisted on defending herself in front of Simon. This was also the first time Lu Zhiyi placed Lu Qi within her possessions. Perhaps this category was different from what Lu Qi understood, but it didn't matter. Lu Qi was best at deceiving himself. He would always remember this snowy night on planet X-856. Are you not afraid he will hurt you? Simon raised his gun to block Lu Qi, his golden eyes slowly turning crimson, unable to suppress the agitation in his heart. Then I will kill him first. Lu Zhiyi sighed with a hint of helplessness, seeing that Simon was on the verge of madness. Marshal Simon, you should go rest. If you think he is an eyesore, I will take him away from planet X-856 first thing tomorrow morning. What if I have to kill him? The agitation in Simon's heart was completely ignited, killing intent spilling out, and the S-grade psychic pressure spread around like a raging wolf slamming down. But what use is that? Lu Zhiyi had never been affected by psychic pressure, and Lu Qi, his opponent, was on the same level as him. You cannot kill him, but if you get hurt because of this, I will not save you. Lu Zhiyi seemed a bit impatient. Simon was indeed a bomb that could explode at any moment. He had behaved himself on planet X-856 for the past 2 days, not having done anything wrong, and you have no reason to kill him. Lu Zhiyi stepped closer to Simon, her words carrying a warning tone. You are not killing him, but slapping my face. He is a wanderer. No one would keep a wanderer by their side. If the Alliance knows his identity, you will also be implicated. Simon was confused, the unnamed anger almost consuming him. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arms. No, the Alliance won't do anything to me. Lu Zhiyi smiled lightly, speaking confidently. Her casual display of confidence and arrogance made it hard for Simon to look away. There's only one Lu Zhiyi in the stars. It's not that I need the Alliance, but the Alliance needs me, and you and Planet X-856 need me. There are plenty of dirty things in the Alliance. This wanderer of mine is not causing trouble and will not secretly collude with the insect race. He is a neutral wanderer, much better than the slaves they keep. Lu Zhiyi did not want to waste more breath with Simon. Turning her gaze to Lu Qi, we should go back. Okay. Lu Qi nodded blankly, instinctively heading towards Lu Zhiyi, taking the umbrella from her hand to shield against the falling snowflakes. Simon looked at Lu Zhiyi and Lu Qi's departing figures and shouted angrily. A thick layer of snow had settled on his head, but he didn't care, looking like a snow monster. If the rabbit beast men were here, they would surely be surprised and jump around. Marshal Simon actually did not act in front of Lu Zhiyi. If it were in the past, Simon would not rest until he had killed Lu Qi. He was a madman, always stopping only when he achieved his goal. Simon fell into a nightmare from the past, his head suddenly aching sharply, and he gripped his laser pistol tightly. He unexpectedly aimed it at himself. Bang bang, blood splattered, and a splash of red in the icy world was so glaring. Lu Zhiyi, who had not walked far, suddenly turned back, her red lips slightly parted. Not knowing what to say, Lu Qi cursed Simon for causing trouble in front of Lu Zhiyi. But Simon was merely awakening himself from a nightmare. He often did this. Boots crunched heavily on the snow. Simon's eyes gradually regained their clarity. He covered his wound, blood oozing from his fingertips. Why is Miss Lou looking back? To see if you are dead or not. I am afraid Marshal Simon might die here without any beastmen knowing. And there would be no one to pay respects next year on this day. Zhiyi spoke lightly, yet somehow made Simon's heart feel heavy. Planet X856 both respects and fears him. Enemies would not want him to die, leaving no place for burial, not even a tombstone. Yet Zhiyi remained this way throughout, making it impossible for him to understand. Since Marshal Simon is still alive, I can rest easy. Before Zhiyi turned to leave again, her light words fell heavily on Simon's heart. The past drifts away with the wind. I cannot cure your heart's illness. What traps you is never a nightmare, but yourself. If you hate them, then kill them all, bury the hatred with them, or shatter it together. You cannot punish yourself for their mistakes, going crazy once and shooting yourself, then bringing the hatred into your coffin as your burial goods, feeling unlucky even in death. However, saying this probably won't help, as many psychiatrists would say the same thing. Are we leaving tomorrow? After walking a distance, Zhiyi cautiously asked this question, with a hint of expectation in his voice. This lion is more troublesome than the wolf and white wolf that attacked him that night. He does not want to stay here any longer, unless something unexpected happens. Qing will arrive tomorrow, and then we will make plans. Zhiyi shook her head slightly. Planet X856 is not just Simon, but many unarmed residents as well. Zhiyi always understood the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Jingchuan, Lin Xian, and Qing are all important figures in the interstellar military region. One is the current chief commander of a military district. One is a genius doctor in a military hospital, and one is a professor at a military academy. They all bear the responsibility of protecting this star. Their fates are closely tied to the interstellar. If planet X856 falls, it may not have much immediate impact, but in the long run, that is hard to say. Zhiyi has no grand ambitions. She just wants to protect what she loves. Chapter 121 Natural Disaster. No one could have predicted that the war on planet X856 would be halted by a natural disaster. The wind and snow outside were relentless and fierce, seemingly intent on burying the planet. 100 years ago, X856 had also experienced such a snow disaster, so the residents here had spent a lot of effort building basements specifically for disaster avoidance. Unfortunately, the houses rebuilt after the war had forgotten this matter. Zhiyi was awakened by the cold. Although the heating system inside the house was intact, the windows had been pressed open by the heavy snow. Zhiyi quickly summoned the alien energy within her to dispel the biting cold. The snow had blocked the doors and windows, making them impossible to open unless forcefully broken. No need to rush. She could sit down and have a cup of hot tea to warm herself. Zhiyi went downstairs and saw Qi pondering how to leave while guarding the door. Her expression was calm, showing no signs of panic. Instead, she leisurely brewed a pot of hot tea. With ample supplies, a functioning smart home system, and normal energy supply on the planet, there were no immediate dangers aside from being unable to go outside. Moreover, she was never alone. There were Jingchuan, Lin Xian, and Qing. If she were trapped here, the Alliance would likely be more anxious than she was. Sorry, Qi said unexpectedly. Huh? Zhiyi was puzzled. I couldn't protect you well. Qi felt a tightness in his heart. He had finally managed to go out alone with Zhiyi and encountered such a situation. A natural disaster. What did that have to do with her? Zhiyi waved her hand nonchalantly. Besides, we have ways to get out. That method is just a bit extreme, and there is no need to use it unless absolutely necessary. Zhiyi pushed the rocking chair to the floor-to-ceiling window, swaying comfortably in it. She glanced sideways. Outside, the night and the white, swirling snow mixed together, with no stars or moon, making for a rather bleak view, almost suffocating with a sense of impending doom. She had seen all sorts of storms and waves. A little snow disaster was nothing to panic about. Qi quietly approached her side and sat on the floor, carefully leaning against her, greedily savoring her presence. The fierce wind howled outside, and Zhiyi assured the three males who cared about her that she was safe. Accompanied by the wind and snow, Zhiyi once again fell into a deep sleep. Qi raised his eyes and saw her curled up on a rocking chair. Her brow relaxed, breathing shallowly, with beautifully delicate eyelashes casting a faint shadow. Qi called her name silently in his heart, fixing his gaze on her, wanting to imprint her figure deeply in his mind. Qi took a thin blanket and gently covered Zhiyi with it. Lu Zhiyi stirred slightly in response, her face half buried under the blanket. Lu Qi unconsciously held his breath, afraid of waking her. Zhiyi, can I be a little reckless this time? If you don't respond, I'll take it as a yes. Lu Qi slowly exhaled, tentatively touching her hand with his fingertips, greedily scanning every inch of her. He then adjusted his position, kneeling in front of Lu Zhiyi. Lu Qi reverently lowered his head and kissed the back of her hand, as light as a feather. The fire in his heart was instantly ignited. The desires from Pandora's box had been unleashed, and he was not content with mere cautious exploration. He reached through her fingers, and for the first time, they intertwined like lovers. How wonderful! Lu Qi straightened up, kneeling on one knee, his long fingers entwined with her hair, gently inhaling her scent with an almost obsessive tenderness. A ridiculous thought suddenly emerged in Lu Qi's mind. How nice it would be if they were trapped here for a lifetime, so they could be buried together even in death. She would gradually forget the other males. He would be the only one by her side. Lu Qi's gaze deepened, and a shocking possessiveness appeared in his deep green eyes. Every second and moment spent next to Lu Zhiyi, he was desperately suppressing his true self, playing the obedient role she liked. However, despite this, they still had little communication. Should he thank Simon? Perhaps because of tonight's unexpected event. Lu Zhiyi finally had a place for him in her eyes. Just as Lu Qi was about to lean in closer to the red lips he had longed for day and night, the person who should have been asleep suddenly raised a hand to block him. Lu Zhiyi squinted her eyes, her brow slightly furrowed. Her sleep had always been light, and this snake was still up to no good. You can hit me. Lu Qi trembled all over, but stubbornly held onto her hand. Lu Qi. Lu Zhiyi closed her eyes and sighed softly. With your identity, you can't be openly with me. At least not for now. With her faint feelings for Lu Qi, which could be buried beneath the wind and snow outside, she would not face unnecessary trouble for just one Lu Qi, as she could easily shift her affections to another beastman. Then I can be your hidden beast slave. Lu Qi saw nothing wrong with his words. In front of Lu Zhiyi, he instinctively placed himself in a humble position. Lu Zhiyi lazily lifted her eyelids. Lu Qi's lovesick expression was clearly marked with infatuated. I can learn whatever you want. Lu Qi lowered his head and took her delicate fingertip into his mouth, his lowered eyes hiding the desires that Lu Zhiyi could not see. Inappropriate. Lu Zhiyi suddenly pulled her hand back and slapped Lu Qi on the head. Lu Qi did not dodge or avoid it, only looking at Lu Zhiyi with innocent eyes. Do I need to get hit for speaking the truth? First, gather your thoughts. Let us talk about all this when I wake up. Lu Zhiyi yawned, her eyes misty with sleep. So sleepy, but there was a sickly snake beside her. TSK, wanted to sleep but afraid to. Fine, Lu Qi replied, but he quietly knelt beside her, showing no intention of leaving. Lu Zhiyi was too lazy to move. The window in her room had cracked open, and she didn't want to go back out into the cold. Extend your hand. Lu Zhiyi directly took out a pair of handcuffs from her spatial ring. These handcuffs were originally used in the military hospital to deal with unruly beastmen during treatment. Lu Zhiyi didn't even know why she had a pair. Lu Qi understood Lu Zhiyi's meaning and obediently extended his hand, appearing quite eager. Lu Zhiyi truly could not comprehend the logic of a sickly person. With a click, the cold handcuffs locked onto Lu Qi's wrist, and his hands were cuffed behind his back. However, considering his current kneeling position, the scene was quite difficult to describe. Chapter 122. The snake begs for meat. The time for this little nap of Dear's intent has passed for a little over half a day. Yet the wind and snow outside the window show no signs of letting up. Dear's intent stretched her arms leisurely, waking up slowly. She sat up, rubbed her somewhat sore neck, and turned to the side, only to find Lu Qi still kneeling beside her. Lu Qi obediently knelt in place. Even though his knees had gone numb and felt nothing, he didn't move an inch. You were told to return to your room, but you didn't. You were locked up, and you were actually happy about it. Dear's intent sighed slowly and bent down to unlock the handcuffs behind Lu Qi. As Dear's intent bent down, a few strands of hair inadvertently fell onto Lu Qi's shoulder. He lowered his eyes, hiding his unmentionable desires, his gaze flickering. If only he could get a little closer, he could reach out and embrace her. In Lu Qi's eyes, only things that belonged to him would be locked away. Therefore, he belonged to Dear's intent. Dear's intent shook the handcuffs in her hand, producing a crisp clinking sound. A shadow loomed over Dear's intent, and in the next moment, Lu Qi unexpectedly knocked her down to the ground. Their bodies collided heavily, and Lu Qi instinctively protected the back of Dear's intent's head, as the carpet here was thin, not comparable to that in the manor. My legs are numb. I didn't mean to. This time, Lu Qi was genuinely innocent. He looked at Dear S intent with a helpless expression. Yet his body honestly kept her pinned beneath him. Lu Qi, Dear S intent called out, unsure what else to say. This sickly sweet snake was too good at feigning innocence. His acting skills were even better than her own. Who knew whether this was intentional or not? I'm here. Lu Qi's eyes reflected Dear S intent's appearance. His warmth was intense, and a smile played on his lips. You're too heavy, get off me. Dear S intent's straightforward remark doused half of Lu Qi's passion, and she even pushed against his chest. Lu Qi felt somewhat dejected. Could it be that his looks weren't good enough, that his beauty trap wouldn't work? I'm not heavy. Don't complain. Lu Qi mumbled, his eyelashes fluttering. His hands propping up beside Dear S intent, slightly lifting his weight off her, and the pressure on Dear S intent immediately dissipated, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Qi shocked him. You really do think I'm heavy? Dear S intent, pointing you're literally on top of me. Don't you know how heavy you are? Then let us switch positions. Lu Qi's big hand went down, firmly gripping Dear S intent's waist. In the blink of an eye, it was now Dear S intent who had Lu Qi pinned beneath her. Stop it. Dear S intent pressed one hand against Lu Qi's chest, the other reaching back to try and push his hand away. But Dear S intent didn't know that with her slight movement, in Lu Qi's eyes, it was all a catalyst for desire. I beg you, it hurts me. Lu Qi pressed his large hand on the small of Dear S intent's back, lifting his neck, seeking some sweetness from his beloved. He was truly on the brink of madness. In the few hours she had been asleep, he had rehearsed certain things in his mind countless times. Desire gnawing at his heart. Forget it, a bad beast man like him really wasn't suited to pretend to be obedient. Lu Qi, my patience is limited. Dear S intent frowned slightly. They weren't ready to take that step yet. But Lu Qi didn't like seeing this expression on Dear S intent. They had clearly been very close lately, yet she seemed intent on pushing him away. The sickly desire was about to take control of all his rationality. Lu Qi suddenly kissed Dear S intent's neck, his unmethodical actions causing her neck to feel somewhat numb and painful. Once an arrow is shot, there's no turning back. This wanderer was likely abandoned in the desert, and after finally encountering the only oasis, he had drunk from the clear spring and became addicted. Dear S intent, things should be fair between us. You lock me up, so I want to mark you too. Lu Qi, Dear S intent gritted her teeth, enunciating each word. Lu Qi knew that it was his rough actions that had hurt Dear S intent. Please be understanding. It's my first time without experience, okay? Lu Qi, like a little cat seeking to please its owner, buried his head against Dear S intent's neck. Then this cat extended its claws, domineeringly wrapping around its owner, wanted to turn the tables. What a beautiful thought. Dear S intent couldn't pull Lu Qi's hand away, helplessly laughing in frustration, her fingers rubbing together as she grasped Lu Qi's waist. Lu Qi's waist had no excess flesh, his abs were taut. Not only could she not pull him, but he was also somewhat hard, and she could vaguely feel rough scars. Scars? Dear S intent was momentarily stunned, and in a daze. She recalled that she had once shot Lu Qi during the autumn feast. Lu Qi seized the opportunity to kiss her red lips, tentatively probing in, yet not daring to go deeper. He finally left his scent on Dear S intent's body. But the so-called hesitation was soon replaced by unwillingness. Love surged forth, and he clumsily sought to please Dear S intent, his large hand gently moving across her waist, creating ripples on the originally calm surface. A well-behaved, good child doesn't necessarily get candy, so he wanted to be a bad child to beg for a piece of candy, even if it meant being shot again by her. This was somewhat uncomfortable for Dear S intent. The feelings of the fawn for Lu Qi were quietly influencing her, causing her to continually lower her bottom line when facing him. Dear S intent felt a chill at her waist as his fingertips quietly explored inside. The desire in Dear S intent's eyes dissipated, and she forcefully slapped away Lu Qi's not-so-honest hand. Under Lu Qi's obsessive and bewildered gaze, Dear S intent gently caressed his cheek, meticulously outlining his features, soothing his restlessness. Stop it. Let me take my time. When Lu Qi met Dear S intent's clear gaze, it felt as if he had suddenly been doused with cold water, his desire cooling, his heart feeling as though it had been pricked by a needle, causing pain and making it hard to breathe. He thought that at least her body would have some feelings for him, that at least love and desire would hold some position in her heart. As Dear S intent calmed down, She noticed the sound of the wind and snow outside, mixed with barely perceptible footsteps, indicating that beasts were approaching them. It should be Simon S. troops coming. Dear S. Intent said flatly, her gaze moving away from Lu Qi. All right. Lu Qi reluctantly released his grip, laying one arm across his eyes to shield his dull gaze. Yet he lay there unwilling to move, as if avoiding something. It's winter now. You snake still needs to take it easy. Dear S. Intent inexplicably said this. Upon hearing it, Lu Qi's ears turned slightly red, then he rolled over, turning his back to Dear S. Intent, as if throwing a small tantrum. Can spring come soon? No. Chapter 123. The snake sets its eyes on the lion with a few loud bangs. The thick snow in front of the house was mostly cleared. Miss Lu. Simon knocked on the door. Lu Qi's surprise was slight. She hadn't expected Simon to come personally, thinking it would be that little rabbit again. When she opened the door and took a glance, the rabbit beast man was also there, shivering with its ears tucked in from the cold. Yet didn't he dare to make a sound. Beside Simon and the rabbit beast man, over 100 guards who had followed from the central city stood neatly outside, all of them looking anxious and worried. When they saw that Lu Zhiyi was safe, they all let out a collective sigh of relief. Hearing that He Qing was already on the way, they were afraid that if anything happened to Lu Zhiyi, they would be sent off to the garbage star's trash. Wait, what is that red thing on Miss Lu's neck? At the same time, Lu Qi poked his head out, looking like a little wife behind Lu Zhiyi. Simon was quite displeased with this vagrant Lu Qi, but Lu Zhiyi was protecting him. Lu Qi, sensing something, exchanged a look with Simon, provocatively curling his lips into a smile, as if showing off something. Although Simon at that moment had no romantic feelings towards Lu Zhiyi, Lu Qi had already taken the lead in warning Simon, the future rival. Every male around Lu Zhiyi who wanted to rise in status wanted to be the last one left. Miss Lu, this snowstorm is fierce and very cold. You should be careful, Simon hinted. However, the rabbit beast man felt that the marshal was being a bit odd. When did this hot-tempered marshal learn the art of language instead of using his fists? But the snow really was heavy. If the marshal continued to dawdle, the rabbit would freeze into a popsicle, an exclusive rabbit brand. Aren't you coming in? You're not afraid of the cold. But don't let the little rabbit get frostbite, Lu Zhiyi said, lightly twirling her fingers, a small amount of energy falling onto the rabbit beast man's body, temporarily warding off some of the cold. The rabbit beast man's ears immediately perked up again, and he gave Lu Zhiyi a grateful look. No wonder Miss Lu is so popular on the StarNet. So many people praise her. Not only is she capable, but her temperament is also good. Lu Qi felt a bit jealous, casting a gloomy glance at the rabbit beast man, causing the rabbit beast man to shiver, the cold creeping back over him. The rabbit beast man instinctively leaned closer to Simon, his back straightening. Simon and Lu Qi faced off again, silently battling each other, probably having imagined torturing each other 1,000 times in their minds. If there is nothing else, let us all go back. Thank you for what happened earlier, Lu Zhiyi said, noticing the rabbit beast man's subtle movements. It was easy to guess that Lu Qi had done something behind her back. The snow had already whitened the tops of their heads, and standing there was pointless. If they lingered for a few more minutes, they would probably be piled up like snowmen. This house has many windows that have been damaged. I'm here to take you to another place. Simon clarified his intention. Finally hearing this from her marshal, the rabbit beast man let out a heavy sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that the stubborn marshal wouldn't get to the point. He himself wasn't afraid of the cold, but their group of lower-ranking soldiers would really freeze to death. Trouble, Lu Zhiyi smiled slightly. I'll go pack some things. Lu Qi had already taken the initiative to go upstairs to gather Lu Zhiyi's clothes. Fortunately, they hadn't stayed in this house long, so there wasn't much to pack. In less than a moment, Lu Qi had put the items into a spatial bracelet. Lu Qi draped a coat over Lu Zhiyi, wrapping a fluffy scarf around her neck. He also wanted to take out a hat, but Lu Zhiyi quickly reached out to stop him. If they continued to dawdle, they would probably be nagged at. Let us go. After Lu Zhiyi finished speaking, she plunged into the snowstorm. Seeing this, Lu Qi hurriedly followed. Once aboard the starship, Lu Zhiyi looked down when the starship ascended to a certain height. The small city below was covered in snow, a vast expanse of white, not knowing when it would disappear. How long has such a snow disaster lasted in the past? Lu Zhiyi casually asked. The heavy snowfall awakened a fragment of memory deep in her mind. Extreme weather like this often occurred in the apocalypse, which made her, a southerner who had never seen snow, go from anticipation to fear. Now, natural disasters were more terrifying than man-made ones. Some vagrants' misjudgments led to the extermination of the insect tribe in the snowstorm on planet X-856, which would probably cause internal conflicts for a while. A whole winter, the rabbit beastman replied, and in severe cases, we need supplies from neighboring planets, if not, reception arrangements. Let us hurry back. Lu Chi's words were abruptly interrupted by Simon. Simon retorted bluntly, "Don't worry, it's just a small snowstorm. We'll take good care of Miss Lu. As for you, I'll try to leave you in one piece." The rabbit beastman swallowed hard. When did this bomb next to him get lit? How did the marshal and Lu Zhiyi's bodyguard end up at odds? Given their statuses, they shouldn't have too much interaction. I will protect her well. No need for you to worry, Lu Chi enunciated clearly. Lu Zhiyi simply closed her eyes, unwilling to get involved. Simon's hostility towards Lu Chi mainly stemmed from his identity as a vagrant, but because he was in the middle, Simon would only say a few more words in anger and wouldn't really do anything to Lu Chi. If they really started fighting, he would just turn a blind eye. After all, Lu Chi could be quite annoying at times. If he got beaten up, it wouldn't be unjust. On the way, Lu Chi and Simon exchanged barbs intermittently, sounding like elementary school kids arguing till Lu Zhiyi arrived. The rabbit beastman carefully interrupted their bickering, unbuckling his seatbelt. This was the most prosperous city on planet X-856, Liacheng. Some prominent nobles in Liacheng had heard of Lu Zhiyi's arrival and had been waiting in advance, trying to make themselves familiar in front of her. Lu Zhiyi looked at the group of beastmen huddled together in the snow, feeling quite helpless. They didn't necessarily need to meet, especially under such circumstances. Let them all disperse, Lu Zhiyi sighed, pressing her forehead. The rabbit beastman stepped forward to kindly advise a few words, only to be ignored. "What are you all doing here? Don't you think you've lived too long?" And Simon's words surprisingly made them all disperse. No wonder he was Marshal Simon. Chapter 124. 10,000 orcs trapped. Lu Zhiyi was arranged to stay in Huagong, a retro-decorated European-style manor specifically used on planet X-856 to host important figures from other planets, especially those from Huashing. Protected by an energy defense shield, the impact of the wind and snow on this city was significantly reduced. The next afternoon at 3 o'clock, Heelanqing came to Lu Zhiyi's side. As soon as Lu Zhiyi saw Heelanqing, he embraced her tightly. The large hand clasped around her waist tightened, and the heart beneath his chest was beating strongly. Lu Zhiyi. Heelanqing rarely called her by her full name. He gently patted her back and then let out a slow sigh. Despite knowing she had the ability to protect herself and receiving a safe message from her, Heelanqing couldn't help but worry. He was concerned about whether she might get hurt, whether she would feel cold, or whether she had been wrong. Now that he could truly feel her in his arms, the tension he had been holding on finally eased. "My Lu Zhiyi, don't worry, I'm fine." Lu Zhiyi reached up to wrap her arms around Heelanqing's neck, standing on her tiptoes. Heelanqing obediently bent down, lowering his head. When their lips met, Heelanqing's kiss was fervent, and his longing was vividly expressed. Lu Chi, who witnessed their intimacy, felt as if he had been doused with cold water, his body stiffening as he awkwardly moved aside, slowly retreating with heavy steps. The happiness he had stolen was easily within Heelanqing's grasp. Hearing that Heelanqing had come from Central City, the rabbit orc hurried over, his hands awkwardly clasped in front of him. "Mr. Heelan, did you bring any reinforcements from the Alliance this time?" The rabbit orc's eyes were filled with hope. Their planet X-856 desperately needed assistance. Ever since the snowstorm hit, they had submitted a request for help to the Alliance, but had received no response whatsoever. "This is my personal schedule and has nothing to do with the Alliance." Heelanqing's expression was indifferent, his legs crossed, with one hand resting on the back of Lu Zhiyi's chair. His attitude towards the Alliance was as expected. It seemed that some bugs had swallowed the message. "You won't be getting any reinforcements from the Alliance." How? How can it be like this?" Heelanqing's reply was like a bolt from the blue for the rabbit orc. His body shook violently, staggering back a few steps. "What is the situation on planet X-856 now?" Lu Zhiyi frowned slightly, instinctively leaning forward. "The cities near the war zone are still being rebuilt, and the defensive facilities are not yet complete. At least 10,000 residents are trapped because of this. Some orcs with lower mental strength might be in life-threatening danger. Our army has also suffered significant losses while resisting the insect race, and the forces we can allocate for assistance are limited." The rabbit orc's voice choked as he spoke. "If it weren't for Sai, we rarely seek help from the Alliance. The snow disaster had only erupted 3 days ago, and many orcs had already been affected. Lower mental strength. That is true. Those with high mental strength usually wouldn't fall to this level. Here, wipe your tears." Heelanqing pushed the tissue box in front of the rabbit orc, unable to understand why a grown man was crying so miserably. Lu Zhi looked at Heelan Qing in surprise. Her Professor Heelan actually cared about others. No, I'm just annoyed by his crying. Heelan Qing was still himself. Thank you, Mr. Heelan. The rabbit orc cried even louder, snot and tears flowing as he pinched 2 fingers to pull out several tissues to wipe his already red face. Seeing Lu Zhi's attention drawn to the rabbit orc, Heelan Qing cursed the rabbit orc for being so melodramatic. If I had known, I would have brought the Alliance's hypocrites over. Crying doesn't solve problems. Heelan Qing's voice turned colder, his words tinged with impatience. I'm crying because I can't solve it. The rabbit orc muttered pitifully, his ears drooping, his entire being radiating sadness. The guards who came with me can be called to help. I'll pay them extra. Just as Heelan Qing was about to turn sour, Lu Zhi gently placed her small hand on his wrist to comfort him. I will go and take a look myself tomorrow. For her, these matters were just small things. Doing good deeds was a way to accumulate virtue. As for tonight, since Heelan Qing had come with great difficulty, she couldn't just leave him to care for other orcs. Lu Zhi believed that her kindness was limited and prioritized her own people first before caring for others. Thank you, Miss Lu. Thank you, Miss Lu. The rabbit orc jumped up in excitement, his rabbit ears bouncing as tears overflowed. Lu Qi, who had been hiding in the shadows, let out a soft hum. The person he liked was always so kind, but meddlesome. If only she would devote the energy she spent caring for stray cats and dogs to him instead. Warzone. Simon commanded his subordinates to dig out the insect corpses buried under the heavy snow. If these corpses were not cleared in time and left to rot, they would likely damage the land of planet X-856, eroding underground resources. Within a month, the entire land would be abandoned, devoid of life. In another 6 months, once the insect toxins within the corpses spread, the entire planet X-856 would lose its vitality, becoming uninhabitable, turning into a nest for the insect race or a garbage planet. Simon, slightly irritated, ran his fingers through his messy hair, standing silently with a grim face. The atmosphere around him seemed to drop, making it uncomfortable, as passing orcs kept their heads down, afraid to look at him. One foul-smelling, blackened corpse after another was dug up from the ground, and even the cold ice could not hide their rotten stench. The insect corpses were piled into a massive container, where a special corrosive agent was poured in to gradually dissolve the insect bodies. Puffs of white smoke rose, blending with the white snow and drifting away with the wind. This war that had troubled Planet X-856 for more than half a year came to an end in this manner. The orcs who survived on the battlefield felt a mix of emotions upon witnessing this scene, unsure of what to say. Marshal. The rabbit orc rushed over, his face filled with joy. He had just disembarked from the starship and ran overexcitedly, only to overlook the uneven ground, causing half of his body to stumble down. Miss Lu is willing to help us. The rabbit orc trembled as he raised his hand, grinning foolishly. Miss Lu is willing to come and help. Behind a rabbit orc closely followed 100 guards sent by the Alliance for Lu Zhi. There was no other choice. Miss Lu was just too generous. Chapter 125. The white tiger and the snakes separated by a wall that night. Heelan Qing hugged a pillow and approached Lu Zhi. Her intentions quite clear. Be a little restrained, Lu Zhi reminded, referring to Lu Qi, who was still in the next room. We're not doing anything, Heelan Qing said confidently. I just want to cover myself with a blanket and chat. That seemed reasonable. For a moment, Lu Zhi couldn't find any reason to refuse Heelan Qing. I miss you. Heelan Qing's straightforward words left Lu Zhi momentarily stunned, and under her warm, fervent gaze, an unusual blush rose on her cheeks. Me too. Lu Zhi's fingertips unconsciously tugged at the blanket beside her. As their eyes met, when feelings were naturally stirred, something was bound to happen. The room's lighting dimmed, and the curtains blocked out the howling wind and snow outside. Lu Zhi suddenly felt that the whole world had quieted down. Heelan Qing's face loomed before her, his breath dominantly invading her senses, and it wasn't just Lu Zhi who was lost in tenderness. Clearly, the one who loved the deepest was the most sensitive. After an unknown amount of time, the entire room was plunged into darkness. Heelan Qing leaned against the head of the bed, propping up one leg, gently patting the back of the person in his arms. You've worked hard these past few days. Heelan Qing brushed aside the damp strands of hair from Lu Zhi's forehead and took out a few clean, wet wipes to wipe away her sweat. It's not that hard, Lu Zhi said, but as she turned in Heelan Qing's embrace, she fell into a deep sleep. Good night. Heelan Qing kissed her forehead, his movements incredibly gentle, as if treating a precious treasure. Heelan Qing had sweet dreams all night, but Lu Qi in the next room had trouble sleeping. His massive snake tail coiled on the carpet, and his half-human, half-snake form exuded an indescribable feeling. The young man leaned against the bedside, reclining back, exposing his pale, slender neck. His usually sickly white face bore an unusual flush, his lips slightly parted, large drops of sweat rolling down, gliding over his bobbing Adam's apple. And a faint sound escaped his throat, his breathing somewhat heavy. His snake tail tensed, as if suppressing something. Suddenly, Lu Qi's mental power stirred restlessly, and his body became uncontrollable. Clearly, it was something that Lu Zi's ability could resolve, but he didn't want her to see his disgusting state. Lu Qi belonged to the type who became more self-deprecating the more he loved. He loved her, wanting to possess her domineeringly, yet he didn't wish to drag her into the mud. His moon should be cleanly hanging in the sky, admired by others. As dawn broke, He Lanqing buried his head in Lu Zi's hair, reluctant to rise. Meanwhile, Lu Qi had just fallen into a deep sleep, resting on his snake tail, motionless. Lu Zi changed into a more convenient outfit, tying up her long hair, looking quite spirited. Lu Qi. Lu Zi knocked on Lu Qi's door, but received no response. Let's go, don't worry about him. Although He Lanqing had promised that Lu Qi could follow Lu Zi as her bodyguard, it didn't mean that He Lanqing wanted her to divert her attention to Lu Qi. Lu Zi felt something was off with Lu Qi's personality. Just calling his name would usually make him happy for half a day, and he would never not respond. Something must be wrong. Lu Zi directly used her spare key to unlock Lu Qi's door, only to find the half-human, half-snake youth unconscious on the floor, his face pale. Mental power outburst. He Lanqing crossed his arms, leaning against the doorframe. For wanderers, mental power outbursts were common. It's so cold. Lu Zi touched Lu Qi's arm. Her fingertips recoiling slightly. Lu Zi quickly used her ability to absorb the dark mist from Lu Qi's body. If not dealt with promptly, he might lose control. Once Lu Qi's complexion improved, Lu Zi felt relieved to leave. Let's go. Lu Zi quietly closed the door behind her. You always say you're a selfish person, but you're the best I've ever met. He Lanqing followed closely by Lu Zi's side, sighing. You haven't seen my worst side. Lu Zi chuckled lightly, shaking her head. She had once watched indifferently as others were devoured by zombies for a piece of bread, refusing to help others to survive. It was those from the interstellar world who reignited the warmth in her once cold heart. Then those bad things weren't your original intention. He Lanqing also recalled those days in the apocalypse, his heart suddenly tightening with pain, and he asked, How long have you been in the apocalypse? Although Lu Zi hadn't deliberately brought it up, they could somewhat guess. Their Lu Zi was not from this world, but from a civilization that collapsed 1,000 years ago during the apocalypse. I forgot, maybe 3 or 4 years. Lu Zi replied lightly. The apocalypse easily blurs one's sense of time. Sometimes, one can only discern it through the changing seasons. Sit tight, Professor Elon. Lu Zi sat in the main cockpit of the starship, pulling the engine, the characters on the screen rapidly jumping, soon planning a reasonable route to their destination. She smiled playfully, her eyes bending, her lively demeanor dispelling the somewhat oppressive atmosphere from before. The weather this time is a bit special. Be careful. Calling him Professor Elon made He Lanqing quickly get into the zone, his expression serious, his gaze fixed on Lu Zi as he wanted to record her driving process. Lu Zi felt a bit nervous from He Lanqing's sudden change. Professor Elon, this isn't the classroom. You've never driven a starship in such extreme weather. It's a rare outdoor training opportunity for you. Drive carefully. I've got your back. He Lanqing had already pulled up the screen used for recording Lu Zi's learning process. All right, my Professor Elon is unyielding once he gets serious. As the starship was jolted by the wind and snow, steady the course, raise the defense system. When Lu Zi slowed down for safety. Too slow. Don't talk, it affects my performance. Under He Lanqing's command, Lu Zi broke through the snowstorm, taking a longer route, but it was much easier to drive. Warning, an unfamiliar starship is approaching. Fool, this is Mr. Helan's starship. Miss Lu is coming. Hurry to welcome her. Miss Lu is coming. Miss Lu is coming. Lu Zi looked through the screen at a group of small black dots moving in the white snow. The system automatically recognized the orcs on the ground, magnifying their faces, each one displaying a surprised smile that filled Lu Zi's vision. Chapter 126. The sick camp. He Lanqing assisted Simon in the rescue, while Lu Zi directly used her abilities to heal the frostbitten orc. The thick layer of snow was dug open, and a hand resembling an old, withered tree trembled as it reached out, accompanied by a hoarse and feeble cry for help. Please, save me. 2 soldiers worked together to pull the old man out, and in his arms lay a small dog that had long since passed away. The old man's limbs were frozen, stiff, and cracked. His face was pale, with ice fragments clinging to the tips of his hair. Though he pleaded for help, there was no longer any desire for life in his eyes. As a B-grade psychic, he was fortunate to be alive after being buried in deep snow for several days without any protective gear. Miss Liu, one of the soldiers, startled as Zhiyi reached out to approach the old man, quickly stopped her, his face filled with fear. You can't. Miss Liu, we have arranged a specialized sick camp with the top doctors from planet X856 there. You can rest assured. How could a low-grade psychic orc be worth Zhiyi's personal intervention? No need. Zhiyi lightly flicked her fingers, and the energy she emitted transformed into strands of flowing light that entered the old man's body. This seemingly unremarkable light felt incredibly gentle even to the orcs standing nearby. In the blink of an eye, the old man's complexion became much rosier, and his body temperature returned to normal. An old orc like him, with advanced age, low psychic ability, and no background, was inconspicuous among the many orcs. Given the limited medical resources available on planet X856, even if he reached the sick camp, it would likely be a last resort. For her, these acts were nothing more than a casual endeavor. Since she had chosen to get involved, as long as the other party had no ill intentions or schemes, she was willing to help. And what about it? The old man, whose life was in danger, suddenly reddened his eyes. Sitting on the ground, there was no joy of rebirth. Instead, he cradled his beloved little dog in his hands. He had lived his entire life without children or a partner, and this dog was his only family. There were no signs of life left. Zhiyi described this cruel reality to the old man with indifference. Well, that's good. You don't have to suffer with me anymore. The old man murmured, then bowed his frail body to Zhiyi. I'm just an old man with no abilities. I can only thank you in this way. The centenarian quickly accepted the loss of the little life in his arms, his gaze filled with the weight of years, as if he had seen through many things. Take it down and settle it properly. Zhiyi smiled faintly, then turned to look at the other victims. Yes. The two soldiers saluted Zhiyi in unison. After witnessing Zhiyi personally save the old man, the other victims' eyes lit up, their gazes burning as they fixed on Zhiyi. Miss Liu, please save us. Please. I don't want to die. The victims were unusually agitated, as if they regarded Zhiyi as their only lifeline. Zhiyi suppressed the odd feeling in her heart and quickly scanned the surrounding victims. Most were low-grade psychics with varying degrees of frostbite. Why are you all shouting so loudly? The rabbit orc, fearing that Zhiyi might be disturbed by these unruly orcs, quickly raised his voice to reprimand them. Logically, they shouldn't have such a strong reaction, especially since they were being rescued. Unless the sick camp had issues. Waiting for them wasn't life, but death. Little rabbit. Zhiyi waved to the rabbit orc. What can I do for you, Miss Liu? The rabbit orc approached, somewhat confused. Where did the doctors in that sick camp come from? Are they from your military district or other forces? Zhiyi asked. Most are from the hospital in Zhiyi City. Our military district is a bit overwhelmed. The rabbit orc hesitated, switching to a more tactful phrasing. Sigh. There are only 10 military doctors. They are primarily taking care of the soldiers coming down from the war zone. They don't have the energy to go to the sick camp. Were they also responsible for the sick camp before? Zhiyi inquired again. Yes. Zhiyi City is where the Energy Resource Center of Planet X856 is located and is actually directly managed by the Alliance. The rabbit orc replied truthfully, still puzzled about why Zhiyi was asking these questions. Have your marshal personally check the sick camp. Zhiyi looked at the naive rabbit, pressing her lips together, feeling helpless inside. This rabbit clearly knew the Alliance's character, yet he trusted the sick camp arranged by the Alliance's subordinates. Huh, yes. The rabbit orc finally caught on, respectfully saluting Zhiyi before quickly turning to run towards Simon's location, looking guilty. The fierce wind danced with snow, ravaging the land. Zhiyi rescued nearly 100 victims in succession, prioritizing females, the elderly, and children, as well as the severely injured. She worked for a full 2 hours without rest. Don't tire yourself too much. A familiar voice came, and Zhiyi looked up to see a large black umbrella shielding her from much of the wind and snow. He launching approached against the wind and snow, leaving footprints one after another in the snow. The strong wind blew his coat and tousled his hair. He leaned down, close to Zhiyi's ear, his cold yet exquisite features magnified before her eyes. He felt pained. How could she stand in the wind and snow for so long while this group of inconsequential orcs busied themselves around? But if Zhiyi gained the trust and support of the residents of Planet X856 through this opportunity, she would have enough status and prestige to participate in politics in the future. It's fine. Zhiyi didn't show too much intimacy in front of the crowd, simply linking her arm with Yilanqing's, as there were quite a few spectators around. Yilanqing chuckled helplessly, reaching out to brush the snowflakes from her hair. How's it going on your side? Zhiyi patted the top of her head, and at the moment their fingertips touched, his large hands slipped into hers, intertwining their fingers. Zhiyi and Yilanqing exchanged smiles. The swirling snow did not feel cold to them, and a sweet, warm atmosphere lingered between them. Planet X-856 was weak and vulnerable. Without Simon's support over the years, it would likely have perished long ago. Yilanqing's tone softened, expressing his disgust for the parasites in the galaxy. If Simon were in the central city, he might reach a higher position, but then again, his volatile temperament was the most taboo on the battlefield. Speaking of Simon's volatility, Zhiyi suddenly wondered if sending Simon to investigate the sick camp could lead to serious trouble. For instance, would Simon end up beating them all up on the spot? All one could say was that Zhiyi was truly insightful. Chapter 127, Clear Termites. The sick camp was set up in a wartime reserve hospital in City D. They received 5 million star coins from above, and the guys decided to split it, leaving 500,000 for them. In my opinion, 500,000 is too much. Just 100,000 would be enough. If they survive, they survive. If not, we'll just burn it all down. Haha, what Lao Chi said makes sense. They're just a bunch of low-spirited beings. If they die, they die. With this heavy snowstorm, it's normal to freeze or starve to death. Exactly. Come on, let us go for it. The heating system on the upper floor ran 24/7, and 7 orcs in white coats, with shifty eyes and rat-like faces, indulged in lavish meals and even opened a bottle of red wine, laughing heartily, revealing their disgusting yellow teeth. Meanwhile, downstairs, a group of victims huddled in a room, shivering and crying. Occasionally, a white-coated figure would come over to administer some medication, their disgust clearly visible beneath their masks. TSK, just today, a meddlesome deer arrived. The rat orc spat a few times in annoyance. Deer, after all, is just a hypocritical female who occasionally tosses out small trinkets. And those despicable creatures would almost kneel down to lick her toes. The ape orc chewed on leftover bones, pouring more wine for himself, and then leering with a lewd expression. This little female wasn't bad-looking, although he couldn't have her. Dreaming about her was still quite thrilling. Bang! The wooden door was kicked open rudely, the loud bang causing the 7 orcs inside to shudder, looking impatiently toward the golden-haired orc at the door. Who is it? The rat orc, feeling the effects of alcohol, had a flushed face, and his long tail thumped against the chair. Marshal Simon. The bear orc's expression changed, realizing something was wrong, and quickly put on a phony smile. The bear orc secretly kicked the rat orc, trying to make this pig teammate shut up. What is Marshal Simon doing here? Another drunken eagle orc seemed to forget Simon's identity and slammed the table, standing up suddenly. Are you all crazy? The bear orc whispered angrily, gritting his teeth. 5 million. I heard you wanted 3. For million. How noble of you. Simon mercilessly mocked, having eavesdropped for an hour outside, recording all the disgusting things this group of orcs said, waiting to beat them half to death. Marshal Simon, don't talk nonsense. The bear orc decided to go down with the ship, sitting back down, crossing his legs. It's normal to talk nonsense when drunk. What does it represent? In the bear orc's view, Simon was just a hot-tempered, brainless lunatic who only knew how to fight. But while Simon might be a bit hot-headed, he had reached the rank of marshal, so he wasn't a foolish or brainless orc. Then go to hell and keep talking nonsense. Simon moved like a shadow, and before the bear orc could see clearly, he had already appeared in front of him, delivering a heavy punch. The bear orc was caught off guard and took a punch, his nose shattered by Simon. He fell to the ground, holding his already sunken nose, his palm damp with blood. Big brother. The eagle orc's drunkenness faded instantly, rushing to help the bear orc. This time it's our fault, Marshal Simon. Please show mercy and let us go. The ape orc saw the situation was dire and quickly softened his tone. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Simon. Simon's S-class mental pressure spread out, making him struggle to breathe. Facing such a group of waste, Simon didn't even need to use high-level rhetoric. He just swung his fists. Blood splattered, staining Simon's eyes red. It all ended with an enraged lion's roar. Thank you, Miss Deer. A mother, holding her child, thanked the deer repeatedly. She had been trapped under the mall, likely out shopping for supplies during the war. She was covered in dust, her exquisite makeup long gone, looking as disheveled as she ever had in her life. Please get up. The deer reached out to help the mother up. and the child in her arms giggled at the deer. So cute. The deer couldn't help but pinch the child's cheek, despite being trapped for several days. The child's face was still plump, suggesting the mother had given him all her food. This is a treasure given to me by heaven, although his father. The mother suddenly realized she had said too much, quickly stopping herself. Not because she feared these dirty matters being heard, but because she didn't want to dirty the deer's ears. I won't disturb you any longer, Miss Deer. I will repay you when I have the chance. Tears shimmered in the mother's eyes, her shoulders trembling slightly as she gazed deeply at the deer, as if wanting to remember her appearance vividly. After the mother left, a fat, big-eared orc approached. The deer glanced at this uninvited guest. His body clearly had issues, and his obesity was likely a side effect of long-term medication. Miss Deer. The orc smiled foolishly, appearing quite honest. But the deer instinctively took a step back, sensing that this orc had ill intentions, his movements clumsy, as if he wasn't familiar with his own body, which felt very wrong. Miss Deer, I mean no harm. The orc quickly waved his hands, his tiny eyes squinting almost to a slit. The deer didn't want to engage and turned to leave. But the next second, piercing screams echoed around. The deer turned back, her palm tightening around a laser pistol. Days ago, a parasitic insect had invaded this orc's body, using the orc's energy to escape the ravaging storm. Now, the insect had gained more energy and silently approached the deer, using its forelegs to slice through the orc's body, bursting out. A large spatter of blood stained the white snow, looking particularly eye-catching in a vast expanse of white ice and snow. Goo, your deer. The insect, resembling a praying mantis, was pitch black and large, its forelegs sharp as blades. High-level insects, after parasitizing orcs, could acquire the orc's language system and inherit their memories. Its voice was low and unpleasant, sounding as if it had been burned by fierce fire. The deer looked at the panicking victims, the scene in disarray. She felt a headache coming on. If she fought the insect directly, it might implicate the victims. Goo, why aren't you speaking? Do you look down on me? The insect waved its forelegs, feeling angry at being ignored by the deer. Oh, this insect is quite talkative. The deer casually brushed the snow off her shoulder, her nonchalant gesture seeming to provoke the insect. Her eyes showed little fluctuation as she raised her arm, the cold muzzle of the gun aimed at the insect. Her calm demeanor exuded the aura of an army of thousands. Chapter 128. Miss Lu's solo battle against the Zerg. The surrounding soldiers were momentarily stunned. One of them hurriedly dropped the suffering victim in his hands and rushed towards Lu Zhiyi. The other soldiers followed suit. Don't mind me. Get them to a safe area first. Lu Zhiyi quickly raised her voice to stop them upon seeing their actions. This. The soldier was momentarily taken aback, hesitating. After all, this was Lu Zhiyi. In their eyes, Lu Zhiyi was far more important than this group of victims. Quick! Lu Zhiyi frowned slightly and reiterated sharply. Leaving too many victims here would not help and would only hold them back. Yes, the soldier had no choice but to obey the order and retreated with the victims. After letting out a strange cry, the Zerg swung its blade-like forelimbs straight towards Lu Zhiyi, the serrated edges very sharp. Lu Zhiyi quickly sidestepped to avoid it, and then leaped to dodge the Zerg's sweep. She landed steadily on the ground and fired a few shots, with high magnetic pulses striking the Zerg's shell, surprisingly leaving it unharmed. The Zerg launched a new round of attacks towards Lu Zhiyi. Light as a swallow, she danced through the snow. Her seemingly casual attacks during each dodge were actually probing the Zerg's weaknesses. Not far away, Helanqing exchanged glances with Lu Zhiyi across the battlefield. Helanqing's lips curved slightly, looking unconcerned about Lu Zhiyi's situation. Aren't you Lu Zhiyi's guardian? Why don't you go help her? What if Miss Lu gets hurt? The victims saved by Lu Zhiyi saw Helanqing's relaxed demeanor and, in anger, called out his name, their chests heaving with indignation, feeling it was unfair for Lu Zhiyi. I am her guardian, but also her professor. I know her abilities very well. Helanqing glanced at the victim with a somewhat indifferent expression. The tenderness he had shown earlier was merely Lu Zhiyi's exclusive. The name Lu Zhiyi never represented a mere vase, nor was her value solely due to her rare healing abilities. She was inherently powerful, shining like a star. Helanqing would worry about Lu Zhiyi. However, Professor Helan hoped for Lu Zhiyi to grow. The virtual data simulations of Zerg in the Academy were ultimately not very realistic, and this was a rare opportunity for real combat. From the current situation, it was clear that Lu Zhiyi could defeat the Zerg on her own. So what was the point of him rushing in? It would be superfluous. This was Lu Zhiyi's own achievement, and he didn't want to share the glory. Lu Zi soloing the Zerg sounded much better than Lu Zi teaming up with Yilanqing to repel the Zerg. Alright, the victim didn't know what else to say. He looked back 3 times towards Lu Zi, his eyes filled with pure concern for his savior, devoid of any other feelings. Gore. Was Lu Zi just a useless coward who could only dodge? The Zerg roared in frustration at its repeated failed attacks. Compared to Lu Zi, its speed was simply too slow. The Zerg swung its arms in a futile rage. Why are you suddenly so impatient? Lu Zi teased with a smile. Then her gaze sharpened. Since that was the case, this battle should come to an end. Lu Zi crouched down and slid onto the Zerg's body. Observing the Zerg's physical structure up close was quite disgusting. Gore. The Zerg had intended to mock Lu Zi for her ignorance, but suddenly felt pain in its abdomen, where its flesh was cut open, stabbing at its nerves. Lu Zi. The Zerg roared in rage, its sharp claws leaving deep marks on the snow. Lu Zi raised an eyebrow at the Zerg, standing on a pile of rubble not far away, her arms slightly raised, and the Zerg exploded instantly. The flames that lit up the snowy field looked like Lu Zi's personal showcase, with red and white intertwining in the sky. She stood there, confident and poised, captivating everyone's attention. The fierce wind lifted her hair, dancing with the breeze as if celebrating her victory. How did Miss Lu do that? The soldiers nearby looked on in amazement and reverence. This type of Zerg was called a Kika insect, known for its tough shell with extremely high defense. After parasitizing a beast man, its defense became nearly indestructible. However, everything has its weaknesses. Its weakness was located in the middle of its abdomen, a palm-sized area without shell protection. Lu Zi first used her blade to cut open its abdomen, then embedded a photon bomb inside. The wind and snow exacerbated the Zerg's wound, amplifying its pain several times. And before it realized the existence of the photon bomb, it had already exploded. To Lu Zi, such Zerg was merely a small toy that didn't require much effort. It only took some time to find its weakness. In a good mood, Yilanqing explained to the soldiers gathered around, his every word filled with affection and trust for Lu Zi. This little thing is a small toy. The soldiers were dumbfounded, unable to believe what they heard. This little toy had been wreaking havoc on the battlefield, capable of knocking down several of them with a single blow. However, their commander could also solve it just as easily. Rounding up, Miss Lu and the commander actually made a good match. Hee. Professor He, how many points do you think I scored in this training? Lu Zi saw Yilanqing walking towards her, turned sideways with her hands behind her back, and tilted her head playfully, smiling. 90 points. The remaining 10 points need to be worked on. Yilanqing spoke softly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he gently wiped the dirt off her face from the fight. All right. Lu Zi pretended to be angry and lowered her head. Calling him Professor, and he's really serious about grading. Can't I get a perfect score of 100? Such an unromantic old man. You still took too long. There's more than one enemy on the battlefield. And they won TB, so patient waiting for you to find their weaknesses, Yilanqing said with a serious expression. I know, what you said is right. Professor Lu Zi turned her body away from Yilanqing, almost covering her ears. Sigh. When Yilanqing takes the initiative, he can do anything. But when it comes to being Professor he's all business. Did I say something wrong? Yilanqing reached out and wrapped his arms around Lu Zi's waist, pulling her into his embrace. Professor He wasn't wrong. He was the best professor in the galaxy. Lu Zi blinked her big, watery eyes at Yilanqing, looking adorable and lively, making it hard to see any issues. Then I was wrong. Tonight when we go back, you can punish me properly. Yilanqing leaned down and whispered in Lu Zi's ear. This is just a little romance between lovers. Chapter 129. Hanging in the wind and snow in the afternoon. Simon dragged 7 half-dead orcs over. These orcs were still wearing tattered white coats, stained with blood, making it impossible to discern their original appearance. Hang them up, Simon said, his anger still evident, with bloodstains on his fists that had not yet dried. His subordinates quickly set up a makeshift frame and brought out some hemp ropes, binding the orcs' hands and hanging them on the frame. The wind and snow ravaged the orcs, freezing the exposed blood on their bodies into icy clumps, their skin a mix of red and purple. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before they perished in this icy world. But that was enough. Simon just wanted to make an example of them. The rabbit orc's eyes widened in shock, unable to close his mouth. He had merely relayed a message for the marshal to investigate the sick camp, and the marshal had dragged them back, half dead. It seemed there was indeed something wrong with the sick camp. The rabbit orc felt a chill run down his back as he recalled the past death data submitted by the sick camp. The lists were filled with orcs who had low mental capacity and serious injuries, so their deaths wouldn't be surprising. Thank you, Miss Deer. Tears filled the rabbit orc's eyes. Regret etched across his face. If it weren't for you, there would be countless victims in the sick camp on planet X-856 in the future. The marshal rarely concerned himself with matters in the sick camp, usually leaving it to me and another officer to handle. You bear some responsibility for this matter. Since it has passed, don't dwell on it too much. Just strive to make amends in the future. Dear Zhiyi wasn't from planet X-856, so he could only say a few comforting words to the little rabbit. How old are you this year? When did you start following Simon? Dear Zhiyi asked, looking at the rabbit, who was a head shorter than the other orcs. I'm 22 this year. I don't have any skills. I left home at 15, and it was Marshal Simon who took me in. The rabbit orc fell into a certain memory, his gaze unconsciously landing on Simon. The rabbit orc held a mix of respect for his superior, reliance on an elder, and admiration for a strong person toward Simon. Dear Zhiyi had merely asked casually, not expecting this rabbit orc to be younger than himself. Dear Zhiyi wanted to chat more with the little rabbit, but was interrupted by He, who spoke first. Simon is coming this way. Many females in the star field liked cute creatures like rabbits. Besides being cute, the rabbit was useless, and he couldn't let Zhiyi take an interest in this rabbit. The wind and snow still failed to mask the pungent smell of blood on Simon, causing Dear Zhiyi to unconsciously take a step back. Thank you for the reminder. Miss Deer. Simon noticed Dear Zhiyi's small movement, a hint of something unusual rising in his heart, but it was quickly ignored. You've beaten them half to death. Did you leave any evidence? Don't let them turn it back on you. Dear Zhiyi felt a slight headache. She knew Simon's temperament was somewhat volatile, but in just 3 hours, he had already brought back the beaten orcs. Not killing them was probably the last bit of rationality left in Simon's rage. I left some, but I don't plan to hand it over to the Alliance. Simon's murderous intent had not dissipated, and his anger grew even greater when the Alliance was mentioned. Marshal Simon can handle it himself. Dear Zhiyi said no more. Dear Zhiyi and He quickly left against the wind and snow, leaving Simon behind. After returning to the manor, Dear Zhiyi lazily nestled on the sofa, surfing the star net. Miss Deer soloing the Zerg. So cool, Miss Deer, saving the victims of planet X-856 insects in the sick camp on planet X-856-3. 5 million star coins. Marshal Simon directly posted the recording on the star net. The Alliance deleted it once. He posted it again. When the Alliance muted and banned accounts to control the situation, Simon counterhacked the system. As the situation spiraled out of control, everyone in the star field knew about it. And the Alliance, under pressure, had no choice but to announce that they would thoroughly investigate such dark forces. Fish swimming in water. Marshal Simon is awesome. Directly slapping the Alliance in the face. Timid mouse. How could the mouse race have such a disgrace? Shame on the mice. Onlookers bull and horse. By the way, who would win between Marshal Simon and Governor He? Fish swimming in water. Does it even need to be compared? Although I think Simon is very handsome, to be honest. Aside from being a bit older than Governor He really doesn't compare in other aspects. Meow, meow, meow. Governor He is able to be Dear Zhiyi's first guardian, which is something 999 of males in the star field can't match. Miss Deer is so cool. Even I, a female, envy her, wanting to get close. Not laughing bull and horse, but still. The 5 million star coins are the key. Okay, I might not earn that much in my entire life. Human ancestor Ape agreed. If you ask me, Simon let them die too easily. At the same time, Simon, paying attention to the star net trends, accidentally saved the video of Dear Zhiyi soloing the Zerg. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and his gaze darkened, lost in thought. This Dear Zhiyi was indeed impressive. She had done a favor for planet X-856, and it was normal for him to pay more attention to her. Luo sat far away from Dear Zhiyi, like a sulking child. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, inwardly mocking Luo for being overly pretentious. It was just that Zhiyi had gone out without him, and he was throwing a tantrum here. Completely immersed in surfing, Dear Zhiyi didn't notice anything unusual about Luo. She must have seen some interesting comments. Her little feet swinging. Zhiyi. Eventually, Luo couldn't help but move closer to Dear Zhiyi, lowering his head and rubbing against her palm. Accustomed to petting wolves, foxes, and tigers, Dear Zhiyi reflexively patted the top of Luo head, casually saying, "Good." He holding the daily report, trembled slightly, looking at Luo satisfied yet unambitious appearance, and couldn't help but sneer. Luo heard the noise and shot a glare at He, biting his lower lip, feeling displeased at He calm demeanor. "Kiss me." He adjusted his collar, set down what he was holding, and leaned in front of Dear Zhiyi. "Huh? Zhiyi didn't understand he launching sudden action, but still complied with his small request, giving him a gentle kiss on the corner of his mouth. The next second, Zhiyi's fingertip was bitten by a snake. Chapter 130. Power outage. Zhiyi's hand was suddenly retracted, as if it had been electrocuted. She closed her light brain and sat up, retreating a bit. This sickly sweet snake is launching a sneak attack. Zhiyi, recognize your identity. He launching took Zhiyi's hand, as if declaring his sovereignty. Zhiyi secretly gritted his teeth, feeling that he launching was utterly shameless, clearly provoking him first. It's Zhiyi who is provoking me. A hint of vulnerability immediately appeared in Zhiyi's eyes, like a withered leaf drifting in a fierce wind, helpless and powerless. He launching and Zhiyi both stared at Zhiyi, wanting her to give an explanation. Zhiyi immediately saw through he launching's childish trick, given his temperament. He wouldn't argue with Zhiyi. After all, Zhiyi didn't even have a proper identity. The situation was in a stalemate for a moment, and in the end, Zhiyi could only shake her head helplessly. No, they're not wrong. It's my fault for being addicted to surfing. Zhiyi pushed he launching and Zhiyi aside with both hands and stood up, patting her slightly wrinkled skirt. I'm going upstairs first. Zhiyi stared blankly at Zhiyi's back, for the first time wanting to apply the words indifferent and heartless to her. Bad. He launching picked up the daily report he hadn't finished reading, as if nothing had happened. Before going to bed, Zhiyi took a fragrant bath. She casually grabbed a towel to dry off the water stains, and, after changing in her pajamas, was about to leave the bathroom. Suddenly, the lights flickered violently a few times, and the entire space was plunged into darkness. A power outage? It was the first time Zhiyi felt that there could be a power outage in the stars. Zhiyi. He launching steady voice, and Zhiyi's worried voice came one after another. I'm fine. Zhiyi shouted loudly and fumbled to open the bathroom door in the dark. Where's the backup power? Zhiyi pulled back the curtains, barely able to see the room's interior in the faint moonlight. All systems in the Hua Palace had stopped operating, and without the heating system in the wind and snow, the temperature inside the palace suddenly dropped. Zhiyi, he launching, and Zhiyi weren't afraid of the cold, but the beastmen outside on duty probably couldn't hold out for long. The backup power in the Hua Palace had already been depleted by noon today. He launching's expression darkened, as if a storm was approaching, more terrifying than the wind and snow outside. However, it doesn't pose a threat to us. If you want, we can leave immediately. They won't harm you. Zhiyi's fists tightened, his lips pressed together, and a killing intent gradually brewed in his eyes. At the same time, Zhiyi received a message from Simon on her light brain. The content was brief. She glanced at it hurriedly. No, their target is not just me. It's the entire X-856 planet. Simon, the Alliance branch on X-856 is in rebellion. Most of the city's energy has been stolen. Be careful. Zhiyi, understood. The Hua Palace, as an important relay station for political visits between planets. If there's a problem here, the safety of the entire planet is in jeopardy. Zhiyi turned her gaze toward the scenery outside the window, her thoughts drifting away with the wind and snow. Even though it was winter, the dark forces behind the sickly camp were still so active, probably because they had been stirred up and were desperate, breaking the pot and shattering it. There are plenty of disgusting things within the Alliance. Zhiyi couldn't help but curse. It would be better to rebel against him and hand the Alliance over to Zhiyi. Zhiyi's brow twitched, her gaze falling on Zhiyi. She leaned against the window, propping her chin with her hand, looking him up and down. Hiss, don't say. This sickly sweet Zhiyi has a bit of the feeling of a beautiful disaster from a novel. There have been many females who served as chairpersons in the history of the Alliance, like Ms. Helan and Ms. Qing. They could all do it, and you're naturally better than them. Zhiyi saw Zhiyi's gaze on him, and thought she truly had thoughts about the Alliance, becoming more and more excited, already planning in his heart how to push Zhiyi into power. This is still far from happening. Zhiyi did not deny it, but ambiguously interrupted Zhiyi's words. Everyone dreams of standing in a very high position. Zhiyi is certainly no exception. If Zhiyi really has a day sitting in the chairperson's position, you and Zhiyi will be in a truly hostile relationship. He launching lightly poured cold water on Zhiyi. If the Alliance is governed by Zhiyi, I would willingly submit to her. Zhiyi immediately retorted. Here we go again. Zhiyi raised her hand to rub her temples, feeling somewhat tired, but still trying to stay awake. Let us observe the situation for now. Simon will handle it well, as long as they don't provoke her. She won't interfere too much. Silver light poured into the room, but was disturbed by the wind and snow, the shadows swaying, their shadows stretching long. They stood by the window like this, without words. Zhiyi gazed into the distance, while He Lanqing and Lu Qi's eyes were filled with the image of Deer. Deer did not rest. They stayed with her here. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, with crises looming. The fierce wind brought faint cries, which were hidden in the wind, so subtle they were almost inaudible. Deer's eyes darkened, but she still caught it. A new message alert came from her light brain. As soon as Deer opened it, she was bombarded with a flurry of messages from Simon. Simon, 50 beastmen are approaching the Hua Palace, including 10 A-level mentalists. 1 S-level mental power user, and 39 uncontrolled drifters' mental powers are estimated to be between A and B levels. Simon, that S-level mental power user is a 130-year-old old thing named Liar. This old thing has dirty hands and feet. He served as the executive chairperson of X856 planet when he was young and has held important positions in the Alliance afterwards. This old thing is very cunning. Be careful. Simon, they probably want to drag you to your death, hoping you'll accompany them to the grave, or they want to kidnap you. Simon, as long as we take out that old thing, the others are just a bunch of trash. Simon, I'm heading to the Hua Palace now. Dear, okay. Thank you, Marshal Simon. Simon, does everyone in Central City reply so officially? Simon keeps referring to him as an old thing. And Deer can imagine the scene of Simon cursing through the light brain. Have you heard of Liar? Deer closed her light brain and asked He Lanqing and Lu Qi. Lu Qi shook his head. This old thing had withdrawn from the Alliance before Lu Qi was even born. He Lanqing's fingertips tapped the table, lost in thought. He Lanqing had followed the former chairperson He Lanji to various occasions since he was young. Even if he hadn't seen Liar, he should have heard his name. My mother mentioned him, a hypocritical black fox with no real ability, just A-level, but his mouth could speak beautifully. Liar served as the director of the Equipment Research Bureau, but he retired after his term ended at the age of 55. He Lanqing slowly recounted. A-level? S-level? Generally, a beastman's peak strength stops at the age of 50. If they can break through after that, it's either a miracle or some underhanded method. It seems that this sudden dark curtain is more complicated than expected. Chapter 131. The intent to kidnap Lu Zhiyi. The sharp sound of alarms echoed in the sky. An intense fighting could be heard from a distance as the Huagong was invaded by rebels. How could a hypocrite like Liar, who had spent his life scheming, be willing to die so easily? Therefore, he plotted a final escape route for himself, to kidnap Lu Zhiyi. I'll go outside to check the situation. He Lanqing, you stay and guard Lu Zhiyi. Lu Qi was about to slip into the darkness, but didn't forget to remind He Lanqing a few words. You don't need to tell me. I will guard Lu Zhiyi well myself. He Lanqing raised his chin, glancing at Lu Qi. Lu Qi's words made He Lanqing a bit displeased. He would naturally guard Lu Zhiyi well, even if it cost him his own life. This didn't require Lu Qi's instruction. No need to leave any survivors. You can kill them. Lu Zhiyi looked at the undisguised killing intent in Lu Qi's eyes and didn't stop him, only simply instructed. Leaving the enemy a breath was foolish, especially when the ones opposite were the traitors of the entire star system. Good. Lu Qi transformed into a figure with a human body and a serpent's tail, turning to slip into the darkness. Despite dragging such a thick serpent's tail, Lu Qi left without making a sound, silently eerie. Lu Zhiyi quietly gazed out at the wind and snow for a long time, then turned and bumped straight into He Lanqing's chest. He Lanqing instinctively supported her shoulders. Stop messing around. Lu Zhiyi bent down and slipped out from under his arm. Worrying won't solve the problem. He Lanqing joked, playfully pulling her wrist. Lu classmate, have you thought about how to handle the practical training later? Professor getting too close to students in class can lead to reports. Lu Zhiyi poked at his restless arm. Oh, then I'll let you punish me when we get home. He Lanqing twisted Lu Zhiyi's hand behind her back, forcing her to look at him. Whose punishment is this, really? You seem to owe me a punishment today. Lu Zhiyi was unceremonious as she tiptoed and bit He Lanqing's chin, revealing a sly smile. Then it'll be double when we get back. He Lanqing's expression was calm, but the undercurrent in his eyes betrayed her. He suddenly tightened his grip on Lu Zhiyi's hand, causing her to bump into his chest. All right, I've noted that. Lu Zhiyi instantly pushed He Lanqing away, her expression changing, as if the previous emotions and teasing were just an illusion. But the practical training has already begun, Professor. Remember, we only have this one chance. Capture Lu Zhiyi alive. In the front yard stood an old man with graying hair, slicked back, dressed sharply in a black tailcoat. Liar. Liar's face was quite terrifying. Half of it had been burned by fierce fire, leaving an incurable scar, resembling a crumpled piece of paper. The other half, however, was very handsome, as if time had paused before him. Even a wrinkle or two still held charm. Capture Lu Zhiyi alive. We must survive. This thought was instilled in the hearts of every traitor. After living a glorious life for most of their years, how could they be willing to die so shamefully? Capture Zhiyi alive! Capture Zhiyi alive! They raised their weapons high, shouting fearlessly. Zhiyi, still inside the house, heard their grandiose declarations and twitched her lips. A group of arrogant fools. They thought that by eliminating all the guards of the Huagong, Zhiyi had already become their prey, which was why they were so rampant. In the blink of an eye, one of the A-class psychics who was still shouting loudly was engulfed by darkness. He didn't even have the strength to resist and was directly bitten in the neck by sharp serpent fangs. Who was playing tricks behind our backs? Liar had been on edge all the way, his nerves stretched to the limit. He cautiously looked around. The scattered snowflakes obscured his vision and made him feel restless. Hiss! Zhiyi appeared, and he used his serpent tail to strangle a vagrant to death. Zhiyi. Many vagrants recognized Zhiyi. They both hated and feared him. The leader of the vagrants was actually raised next to Zhiyi. Liar instantly caught this information, laughed maniacally, his face twisting into a more terrifying grimace. Ha ha ha, Zhiyi. Those fools think you're a savior, but you're no different from me. How could Zhiyi be compared to something as disgusting as you? Zhiyi directly threw the bloodied head onto Liar, the blood-stained tailcoat being somewhat ironic. Aye, you take the vagrants to stop this, Zhiyi. The rest of you come with me to kill. Liar disdainfully patted his clothes, angrily glared at Zhiyi, but time did not allow him to dwell on it. He hurriedly instructed and rushed toward the manor. All right, Mr. Liar. The A-class psychic named Ah-Hei was very respectful to Liar with a wave of his hand. All the vagrants mechanically turned and surrounded Zhiyi in a circle. TSK, quite impressive. You can command a group of nearly uncontrollable vagrants. Zhiyi smirked. Zhiyi took a deep look in the direction where Zhiyi was, directly holding back half of his strength, leaving the rest to Helanqing. Isn't that perverted tiger usually quite powerful? Don't let him down tonight. Zhiyi. Liar kicked open the heavy door, arrogantly raising his voice. His hoarse tone sounding as if it had been burned by fire. If you didn't know, you'd think he was here to take revenge on Zhiyi. Zhiyi and Helanqing exchanged glances upstairs, both taking advantage of their higher position to open fire on Liar and his group. The continuous shooting made Liar and several powerful A-class psychics flee in panic like rats crossing the street. Zhiyi. Helanqing. Liar gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. He had been flattered for most of his life, so how could he endure such humiliation? He believed his misfortune stemmed from two people. One was Simon, and the other was the meddlesome Zhiyi. As long as Zhiyi could help him escape, it could be considered making amends, and if he was in a good mood, he might just give Zhiyi a way out. Get down. A flash of white light, and Zhiyi instinctively assumed a defensive posture, while Helanqing directly knocked her down, protecting her beneath him. Liar, the madman, naturally threw out a light energy bomb. With just a slight deviation, the entire manor would collapse, and he would be buried here as well. With a loud bang, the second-floor ground began to shake violently, and the position Zhiyi had originally occupied turned into rubble and debris. Meanwhile, Zhiyi and Helanqing had already moved to another position. Cough, cough. Liar cleared his throat a few times, waving his hand to fan away the dust in front of him, but he still couldn't see Zhiyi's figure. His face turned red with anger. Blow them all down. Let us see where they can hide. Liar had previously participated in the repairs of the Huagong, and he understood this place better than Zhiyi. Just escape. Cherish your last brief moment of freedom. Ha ha ha. Liar grinned, his whole body exuding a fierce aura. Chapter 132. Falling into the basement. The lion afraid of the dark Zhiyi directly led Helanqing down to the first floor through a narrow passage. This passage was designed for servants over 100 years ago. Although it is no longer in use, it has been preserved. Zhiyi has a habit of exploring every new environment to 100, leaving no window, door, or exit unchecked. While Liar was still busy bombing, Zhiyi and Helanqing had already circled around to his back, in a manner where the power was cut off. The light from a few flashlights brought by Liar's subordinates couldn't completely dispel the darkness. In such dim surroundings, the roles of hunter and prey could switch at any moment. One of the beast men had its mouth covered with a filthy rag and was taken away amidst its struggles. Liar suddenly turned around, but saw no trace of Zhiyi. Zhiyi, come out now. Do you think you can keep hiding like this? Liar's eyes were about to bulge out as he paced nervously, looking around. Zhiyi and Helanqing were not in an easy situation either. Liar's chaotic bombing made them stay on high alert, constantly dodging. This stalemate lasted for a long time until Simon suddenly burst in, breaking the deadlock. Zhiyi looked at Simon, the brave one, who was alone behind him, his expression somewhat stiff. It's okay, it's okay. Zhiyi took a breath, secretly encouraging himself. Having one more Simon could help them finish things sooner. Zhiyi signaled to He Lanqing. We can't drag this out any longer. We need to split up and flank Liar. He Lanqing's expression was serious. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded. Zhiyi and He Lanqing moved to the left and right, taking advantage of the distraction caused by Simon and Liar's fight to take care of the remaining A-level psychics. In terms of numbers, the three of them were not at an advantage. Even small ants can be quite bothersome if there are enough of them. The piercing wind and snow poured in through the dilapidated door, assaulting the already crumbling house. Zhiyi had dealt with the vagrants outside and rejoined the battle. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and with every step he took, blood splattered at his feet, looking quite demonic in the night. Haha, dear Zhiyi, I will definitely expose you in front of that group of idiots. Liar, clearly at a disadvantage, still struggled defiantly. You are no cleaner than me, and certainly not innocent. You have a vagrant by your side, an underage little female, already filthy. Liar's words completely infuriated He Lanqing and Zhiyi. How dare you speak of her? He Lanqing's eyelids lifted slightly. On the surface, he appeared calm, but the anger inside him made him snap the neck of the beast man in front of him. An A-level psychic was thus killed by He Lanqing, without him even using a weapon. Zhiyi transformed into a giant python, opening its bloody mouth, roaring and startling the beastmen present. The combined S-level pressure from Zhiyi and He Lanqing crashed over the group of unaware beastmen like a terrifying wave. If it weren't for wanting to leave some experience for Zhiyi, He Lanqing wouldn't have allowed them to survive so long, giving them a false sense of confidence to act recklessly. Simon glanced at He Lanqing, the renowned professor known for his composure and rare anger, who now bore a face of fury. TSK. Next time that brat uses He Lanqing as an example, he should retort properly. The A-level psychics soon lay on the ground, lifeless. Now, only Liar remained, and the once majestic manor he had bombed was now a ruin, tripping him and nearly causing him to fall. Ha! Liar laughed, but his thin figure suddenly appeared desolate for a moment. Zhiyi, He Lanqing, Zhiyi, and Simon surrounded him from four directions. Liar was already in a losing position with nowhere to hide. Then you can all bury me together. Liar's eyes turned crimson as he detonated the last energy bomb, lunging towards Zhiyi. Zhiyi directly used his serpent tail to wrap around a large stone, heavily pressing it on a Liar. No! Bang! With a deafening explosion, Liar let out one last unwilling roar, his eyes wide open as if they would burst. Although the energy bomb did not hit Zhiyi, the shockwave from the explosion still impacted her. The ground beneath her shook, and suddenly, the spot where she stood gave way, and a sense of weightlessness engulfed her. Even though Zhiyi quickly grabbed onto a heavy object nearby, she was still dragged down with it. Below was a basement, a pitch-black basement where one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face. After hitting the bottom, Zhiyi quickly rolled to the side to avoid falling debris, and the opening above was soon filled. With Liar already dealt with, there was no more danger. She could quietly await rescue. A muffled groan reached her ears. Simon? Zhiyi tentatively called out. It's me. Simon's voice was somewhat trembling. Which direction are you in? Zhiyi continued to ask, but Simon didn't respond, and his condition seemed off. Zhiyi felt along the wall, searching for Simon. Just as she placed her hand on his shoulder, he grabbed her with his large hand. Simon had claustrophobia. This thought flashed through Zhiyi's mind. Simon's breathing was rapid, and his body trembled slightly as he pulled closer to her. A strong person like him should have tightly guarded his weakness, but his body, which had been comforted by Zhiyi before, had developed an invisible dependency on her, instinctively trusting her. Simon? Zhiyi felt Simon's hands tightly gripping her waist, his head buried in her chest. For a moment, she was torn between pushing him away or not. No. Simon's grip tightened as his fingers dug into the soft flesh of her waist. Zhiyi naturally wouldn't indulge him. She slapped Simon on the head. Let go. Realizing he had made a mistake, Simon loosened his grip but did not let go. He carefully clutched Zhiyi's clothes, and because of her slap, his eyes turned red. Zhiyi felt a dampness on her chest, stunned and finding it somewhat incredible. Did this big lion cry because she hit him? Or was he scared to tears? That couldn't be. Zhiyi tugged at Simon's large ears, hesitating to speak. Forget it. She might as well comfort him. After all, he was a marshal of planet X856. She should give him some face. Don't cry. Chapter 133. Limu Winery. Chaotic sounds came from above as Heelan and Lu Qi personally dug through the fallen rocks without waiting for reinforcements. But these sounds came crashing down on Simon again and again, plunging him deep into a terrifying nightmare from which he could not escape. Dear meaning. Simon's eyes were clouded with mist, and he could see nothing clearly. A buzzing filled his ears, and all he knew was to hold tightly onto the person in front of him. Simon, the deer of meaning, responded, continuously channeling her powers into Simon, trying to soothe him and bring him calm. The debris above was loosening, and a fist-sized rock was falling directly towards Deer of Meaning, just as she planned to dodge. Simon stepped in first, shielding her with his body and allowing the rock to crash down onto him. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Despite being surrounded by fear, Simon's first thought was to protect Deer of Meaning. No, that wasn't right. Deer of Meaning had investigated Simon's past. This was the 30-year-old Simon protecting his family from the childhood Simon, and in Simon's nightmare, he regarded Deer of Meaning as family. Witnessing the death of his family had always been an inescapable nightmare for Simon. Don't be afraid. Simon was not afraid. Deer of Meaning softly comforted him, patting the back of his hand. In the dimly lit basement, Deer of Meaning brought Simon a moment of warmth. Time passed, though how long, she couldn't tell, when suddenly a blinding light shone into the basement. Simon stiffened, taking a heavy breath as he withdrew his unreasonable hands from Deer of Meaning. I'm sorry. Simon's voice was hoarse. He still hadn't shaken off the pain of the past, and even breathing felt bitter. Deer of Meaning. It was Heelan Qing's voice. Deer of Meaning raised her hand, and a passage capable of accommodating 3 beastmen was dug out. Heelan Qing jumped down without hesitation, his hands covered in scrapes and scratches. Though not severe, they looked particularly glaring against his long, fair hands. Kulme. Heelan Qing opened his arms, moving closer to Deer of Meaning. Heelan Qing. Deer of Meaning threw herself into Heelan Qing's embrace. Simon felt an emptiness in front of him, and for some reason, his heart felt a void as well. Was he affected by Deer of Meaning's powers? Simon stood still, quietly listening to the sound of Deer of Meaning's footsteps as she left. Marshal. The rabbit beast man jumped down, finally able to relax after being tense. His marshal hadn't gone mad. No, as long as Miss Deer was around, his marshal had never gone mad. Did Miss Deer count as good? Alas, it's a pity that his marshal was too old. Otherwise, he would have liked to help the marshal a bit. Is she hurt? Simon asked abruptly, without context. Huh? The rabbit beast man didn't react at first. Deer of Meaning. Simon said, Miss Deer is fine. She has no injuries at all. The rabbit beast man scratched his head, not understanding why Simon asked this, but still answered truthfully. She's a distinguished guest and benefactor from planet X856. She cannot be injured here, Simon murmured, explaining to the rabbit beast man, though it seemed more like he was speaking to himself. Oh, the rabbit beast man blinked. How did such a big marshal suddenly disappear? She has left. Simon's voice came from above. All right. The rabbit beast man smiled on the surface, but secretly cursed the marshal for leaving him behind. I don't know if it was Deer of Meaning's illusion, but she felt the wind and snow outside had eased significantly. The starship was set to autopilot mode, heading for the Limu Winery in Lea City. Planet X856 had arranged her accommodations, which had been destroyed twice, once by natural disaster and once by man-made calamity. There had been too many unexpected incidents, and Deer of Meaning was somewhat irritated. So, she simply decided to stay at a property under Lin Xian's name. In a few days, she would be leaving planet X856. Deer of Meaning plopped down on the soft couch at the back of the starship, her coat, which was covered in dust, tossed casually aside. She wore a plain winter pajama set, with plush long pants and sleeves, her long hair tied in a bun at the back of her head. The warm light fell on her, making her look very gentle. Stretch out your hands. Deer of Meaning opened her hands, glancing at Heelan Qing and Lu Qi's hands. Feeling a twinge of heartache, her lips pressing tightly together. 2 idiots. Clearly, there were so many handy tools in the spatial bracelet, yet they still dug through the fallen rocks barehanded, and at that time, she was not in any life-threatening danger. It was just a matter of waiting a little longer. In such moments, she was not being overly sentimental. What was the harm in waiting a bit longer? The hand that was tightly holding onto Deer of Meaning's was Heelan Qing's, while the other, gently resting in her palm and trembling slightly, belonged to Lu Qi. Lu Qi found it hard to express his feelings at that moment. Even being next to Heelan Qing, Deer of Meaning acknowledged his existence. All right, Everyone go back to your rooms and rest well. After Deer of Meaning used her powers to heal their wounds, she ruffled their heads like a master rewarding a puppy. Lu Qi squinted his eyes, immersed in this hard-won intimacy. The starship had arrived at Linmu Winery, and Lin Xian had also arranged for robots to greet Deer of Meaning. As dawn broke, the darkness had passed, and Planet X-856 was about to welcome a new beginning. Miss Deer, Mr. Heelan, Mr. Liu, the reception robot said respectfully, extending one of its mechanical arms to smoothly point in a direction. Guest rooms have been prepared for you. Please follow me. Since the snow disaster began, the beastmen in the winery had been given an extended vacation, leaving only a group of robots on standby. The snow seems to have lessened a lot. Deer of Meaning reached out to catch a snowflake, and with a flick of her fingertip, it melted into a small drop of water that vanished from her touch. Thanks to Miss Deer, this snow will likely end early. The robot spoke sweetly, its words as if coated in honey. I don't know who programmed you, but you're quite good at comforting people. Deer of Meaning said with a smile, her eyes crescent-shaped and beautiful. It was Mr. Lin who made the changes a few days ago. The robot replied honestly. Heelan Qing raised an eyebrow. This Lin doctor, who was busy in the war zone, actually had the leisure to remotely modify the robot settings. No wonder he's a cunning fox, always full of tricks. Did he foresee that I would come here? Deer of Meaning's eyes brightened, and her lips couldn't help but curl up. Mr. Lin said that Miss Deer enjoys drinking, and the wine produced at Linmu Winery is quite good. If Miss Deer doesn't come today, she will surely come one day, so it's better to be prepared. The robot spoke with varying tones, sounding quite human-like. The robot reminded her a bit of Little Q. As for her liking to drink, let us not mention it. The last time she drank, it ended in a series of actions that could not be described for someone under 18. It nearly cost her half her life. Chapter 134. Special invited steward chairman. After 3 days, the wind and snow gradually stopped. The blizzard surprisingly ended early, allowing the residents of Planet X-856 to breathe a sigh of relief. They began to rebuild their homes and thoroughly clean the battlefield. On the night before Lu Zhiyi left Planet X-856, the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Bayer, hosted a banquet at the Linmu Winery, attended by the nobility and high-ranking military and political figures of Planet X-856. This was a banquet specifically held for Lu Zhiyi, with no conspiracies or troublesome struggles, expressing the most sincere gratitude from Planet X-856 to her. Countless rare treasures were sent to Lu Zhiyi's room, as they presented all the gifts they could muster. It seemed that it was more than just gratitude. Lu Zhiyi changed into a light purple evening gown, with faint stars sparkling on the hem. Her curvaceous figure was accentuated by the elegant and simple gown, exuding an air of nobility. Heelan Qing also changed into a dark purple suit, perfectly matching Lu Zhiyi's attire. Lu Qi, aren't you coming down? Lu Zhiyi looked at Lu Qi, who was still sitting on the sofa in casual homeware. I'm not going. It would be bad if I was recognized. Lu Qi shrugged, pretending to be indifferent. As the leader of the middle faction of the Wanderers, his face was not unfamiliar to some military and political figures. He had always disguised himself, staying by Lu Zhiyi's side in the capacity of a bodyguard. But even so, he was still recognized by Simon. If Simon had any ill intentions and used this opportunity to report it to the Alliance, it wouldn't harm Lu Zhiyi, but it would certainly trouble her. Okay, Lu Zhiyi noticed Lu Qi's concern, and without further questioning, she took Heelan Qing's arm and left. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, the scene was pleasing to the eye. Miss Lu is here. Quickly, make way for Miss Lu. Miss Lu is truly beautiful. I wish I could swap places with Heelan Qing for just a second. The well-dressed guests made way for Lu Zhiyi, their gazes pure, filled with the most sincere gratitude and admiration. Lu Zhiyi used her abilities to heal 2/3 of the victims on Planet X-856 and even paid for 100 guards sent by the Alliance to protect her during the rescue, making this the least deadly snow disaster in the history of Planet X-856. Most importantly, according to Marshal Simon, he was able to catch those filthy rats in the sick camp because Lu Zhiyi urged him to infiltrate and investigate. The majority of the traitors from Liar's group were also dealt with by Lu Zhiyi and her bodyguard, Heelan Qing, working together. Beautiful Miss Lu, on behalf of Planet X-856, I thank you. May your life be smooth and all your wishes come true. Lady Charlotte, in exquisite rose-high heels and a luxurious red evening gown, approached Lu Zhiyi with confidence and grace, her hand raised to display her noble elegance. Lady Charlotte slowly came to Lu Zhiyi's front, performing a gesture that Lu Zhiyi couldn't understand. She guessed it was a blessing ritual common among the residents of planet X-856. With a solemn expression and sincere eyes, she finally took Lu Zhiyi's hand and kissed the back of it. Lu Zhiyi lowered her gaze, faintly seeing a light lipstick mark on her hand, an elder bestowing a blessing on a younger one. If this were the 21st century, her parents would surely nag her if she didn't push back a few times. Thank you, Lady Charlotte. Lu Zhiyi helped Charlotte up with both hands. Lady Charlotte was a great philanthropist on planet X-856, over 70 years old, having donated to most of the welfare institutions on the planet. She was an elder figure, and her grandchildren were only a year or two younger than Lu Zhiyi. If one had to point out Lady Charlotte's shortcomings, it would be that her thinking was a bit rigid and she placed too much importance on rules. For instance, right now, Helan Qing, when I'm speaking with Miss Lu, you should step back half a step. When females converse, no males other than the first partner can stand beside them. When Lady Charlotte looked at Helan Qing, her gaze suddenly carried a hint of aloofness, and she proudly raised her chin, pointing out his mistake. Lu Zhiyi was also taken aback. It was the first time she had heard of such a rule. Lady Charlotte, I'm used to interacting with Helan Qing this way. Please bear with me. Lu Zhiyi directly took Helan Qing's arm, her fingers sliding down into his palm. It's Miss Lu's kind heart. Be careful not to spoil him, Lady Charlotte said, not wanting to intervene further. But her gaze towards Helan Qing was filled with disapproval. Helan Qing met Lady Charlotte's gaze directly, his white tiger tail proudly lifted and swaying slightly. Lady Charlotte sighed helplessly. She was getting old and couldn't manage these young ones. Her gaze shifted to a corner where a female was holding two male companions, and her eyes hurt even more. She found Helan Qing much more pleasing to the eye. Miss Lu, I toast to you. Miss Lu, I wonder if I have the honor? Unknowingly, Lu Zhiyi had walked to the center of the banquet, and the passing beastmen raised their wine glasses, eager to get closer to her. They were easily satisfied, as long as Lu Zhiyi was willing to clink glasses with them. Regardless of whether she drank or just took a small sip, they would smile brightly, showing their teeth. Miss Lu, we have one more gift we would like to present to you. Bayer approached Lu Zhiyi, bowing respectfully in a gentlemanly manner. Could you come with me to the stage? Sure. Lu Zhiyi nodded, patting Helan Qing's hand before withdrawing it. Helan Qing stood at the foot of the stage, watching Lu Zhiyi ascend gracefully. She was so dazzling that it made his heart flutter. Helan Qing turned his head, seeing all the beastmen's eyes focused on Lu Zhiyi. He felt no jealousy, only gratitude that such a wonderful Lu Zhiyi had a place in her heart for him, and he felt proud of her brilliance. Lu Zhiyi, Planet X-856 has one more special gift for you. We hope you can become the special invited steward chairman of Planet X-856, becoming our most esteemed member. And we will all belong to you, becoming your most loyal shield. Bayer's words were straightforward, his gaze fervently fixed on Lu Zhiyi. Being the special invited steward chairman of a planet is akin to being 9 of the leader of that planet, able to directly intervene in significant decisions and having veto power in various important meetings. The special invited steward chairman also enjoys more freedom than other important positions, not needing to stay on the planet all the time, only required to attend during critical moments. Lu Zhiyi's pupils trembled slightly, her fingertips rubbing together, desperately suppressing the shock within her. A scenario she had only dared to fantasize about in her dreams was suddenly realized in reality. The special invited steward chairman. This was the most precious gift that the battered planet X-856 could offer. Bayer presented the badge representing power before Lu Zhiyi, humbly bowing his head. Lu Zhiyi, accept this badge, and from now on, you will stand at a whole new height. Chapter 135. Sharing hardships and joys. At that moment of hesitation from Lu Zhiyi, all the beastmen present held their breath, afraid of missing the most critical moment. I, Lu Zhiyi, am very honored to become a member of Planet X-856. From now on, I am willing to share hardships and joys with Planet X-856. She on the stage was so dazzling and beautiful. Her faint smile made her brows and eyes as bright and vivid as rouge. She gracefully took the badge representing her identity and power, her posture slightly shifting, revealing her slender neck. And on a certain day in the future, when the interstellar community decides to abandon Planet X-856, it will be Lu Zhiyi who unhesitatingly fulfilled her promise and arrived on this land. Deacon Lu, Deacon Lu. The beastmen cheered in unison, welcoming their new deacon president. Bayer specifically instructed that since Planet X-856 is still being rebuilt, they couldn't give Lu Zhiyi a grand inauguration ceremony. They would invite her again next year when the flowers bloom. Lu Zhiyi displayed the badge in one hand and raised a wine glass in the other, the fine wine swaying and refracting a peculiar light under the illumination. Lu Zhiyi saw He Lanqing standing at the front of the crowd and also noticed a bodyguard in black clothing, tightly wrapped and inconspicuous in the back corner of the beastmen. Lu Qi thought, at such an important moment for Lu Zhiyi, he couldn't be absent. Even if he couldn't openly admire her, he should still exist. The next morning, Lu Zhiyi set off to leave planet X-856. This trip for Deacon Lu back to the central city was very important, so you must protect her well. If any accidents happen, be careful with your heads. Bayer specifically selected 100 elite soldiers from the Simon military camp to escort Lu Zhiyi back to the central city. Bai's expression was very serious. He looked down from a height, his gaze like sharp blades sweeping fiercely over the 100 elite soldiers. The 100 elite soldiers straightened their backs, their hands tightly pressed against their thighs, not daring to move. If anything goes wrong, it wouldn't just be a matter of harming Lu Zhiyi, but would also be a disgrace to planet X-856. Do you understand? Bayer shouted. Understood. We guarantee to complete the mission. The 100 elite soldiers responded loudly, like a huge wave of sound crashing in. Marshal Simon, do you have anything to add? Bayer turned to the usually silent Marshal Simon beside him. You just arrange it. Simon's gaze dimmed slightly. He looked up at the sky, and a hint of confusion arose in his heart. The central city, such a place of wealth and glory, should be hers. Someone like him, who licks blood on the tip of a knife, would never know if there would be a tomorrow. He and she were never on the same path. That strange moment was merely a dependency born from her healing powers, right? Unable to find answers, Simon needed to find something to do to slowly forget this strangeness. Are you going to see Deacon Lu off? Bayer asked again. After all, when Lu Zhiyi first arrived on planet X-856, it was Simon who received her. Logically, they should be quite familiar. Moreover, Lu Zhiyi initially came to planet X-856 to save Simon. No, Simon replied coldly, as if he had little interaction with Lu Zhiyi and felt very unfamiliar. I haven't completed my mission. Just arrange it. All right. Bayer, who occasionally had a one-track mind, didn't notice Simon's deliberate evasion and thought that Simon was still dealing with the tasks of clearing the war zone. Lu Zhiyi wanted to leave quietly. But outside Lin Mu Winery, the 100 elite soldiers led by Bayer and the residents of planet X-856 who came to see her off formed a dark crowd. Clearly, the snow had not yet melted, and the chill had not yet dissipated, but a warm current surged in Lu Zhiyi's heart, causing her to unconsciously smile. Coupled with the 100 guards Lu Zhiyi originally brought from the central city, there would be 200 beastmen escorting her on the way back to the central city. Although this sounded grand, it still felt like something was missing for a planetary deacon president. Bayer bid farewell to Deacon Lu. He did not approach to disturb her too much. Instead, he performed their planet's unique ceremony sincerely towards Lu Zhiyi. Lu Zhiyi nodded and turned to enter the starship. He Lanqing piloted the starship. Lu Qi sat in the co-pilot's seat. And Lu Zhiyi looked through the light screen at the beastmen below who were raising their arms and shouting. Deacon Lu! Deacon Lu! The starship entered the clouds, drilling into the vast starry river. Lu Zhiyi's time on planet X-856 had temporarily come to an end. Initially, she only came to comfort Simon, not expecting so many things to happen. Lu Zhiyi crossed her hands over the back of the chair in front of her, resting her head on her arms, her sparkling little eyes turning as she glanced at the brilliant starry river outside the starship, her gaze flickering. Although, when saving them, I selfishly imagined that one day I would receive help from planet X-856. I didn't expect that fantasy to come true so quickly, Lu Zhiyi sighed. This is what you deserve. You should stand at such a height. He Lanqing's eyes were filled with tenderness and affection. Listening to Lu Zhiyi chat away. When he looked at her with her eyebrows curved in a smile at the corners of her mouth, he couldn't help but smile back. Your presence is their honor. Lu Qi felt that Lu Zhiyi's statement last night was incorrect. Becoming a member of planet X-856 was not Lu Zhiyi's honor, but rather that of planet X-856. Among the countless planets in the interstellar realm, only planet X-856 was favored by Lu Zhiyi. However, Simon did not wish to be with Lu Zhiyi, which surprised He Lanqing. After all, when he jumped down from the basement, he clearly saw them embracing. Simon's obsession was evident. At a good point, Lu Zhiyi proudly raised her chin, and if she had a tail, it would definitely be pointing straight up. Lu Qi was momentarily stunned, unconsciously lost in Lu Zhiyi's smile. Warning, an unidentified starship is approaching Huaxing's airspace. The robot in charge of the Huaxing Central Command was about to press the alarm bell when it was slapped on the head by the Safety Bureau staff. Idiot. This is the escort arranged for Miss Lu. Oh no, for Miss Lu's guard from planet X856, what are you clueless about? Have you been slacking and not updating the system, that you can't even receive this information? The staff looked helplessly at the dazed robot, turned around, and operated on the control panel a few times, causing all the red dots on the light screen to disappear. Oh, system information is being updated. The robot's arms dropped down, two mechanical arms hanging to the sides, standing still in place, updating system. As Lu Zhiyi's starship approached Washing, a few large red characters suddenly popped up, causing her to slightly curl her lips in disdain. Welcome Deacon Lu home. Lu Zhiyi, Fei Pipalmit, indicating she couldn't bear to look. It felt both tacky and overwhelming. Chapter 136. Video with the big white wolf Central City manor. Wow, my beloved bed. Lu Zhiyi pounced on her bed, rolling around while hugging the soft quilt. Indeed, her own dog bed is the most comfortable. Young master, fresh juice is here. Xiao Qiu placed a freshly squeezed glass of juice on the bedside table. As soon as Lu Zhiyi returned home, Xiao Qiu's mood index skyrocketed, seizing every opportunity to establish its presence in front of Lu Zhiyi. This was already the 10th time Xiao Qiu had come up to bring food to Lu Zhiyi. Even delivering a portion of fruit, Xiao Qiu had made 3 trips, leading Helan Qing, who witnessed Xiao Qiu constantly going up and down the stairs in the living room, to express confusion. He even wondered if this robot was malfunctioning. Thank you, Xiao Qiu. Lu Zhiyi mumbled into her pillow, unwilling to move. Does the young master want to eat anything else? Xiao Qiu suddenly felt blank, as if it couldn't find a reason to stay in the young master's room any longer. It didn't necessarily have to stay in her room. It just wanted to be by her side. No, you've worked hard, Xiao Qiu. Lu Zhiyi waved her hand casually, turned over, and continued lying down. I don't want to move right now. Xiao Qiu, go rest. Okay. Xiao Qiu, bored, drooped its little head and swayed as it walked out. Lu Zhiyi lay on the bed, dozing off. In a daze, she heard the sound of the door opening and closing, and suddenly the position beside the bed sank down. Helan Qing, Lu Zhiyi mumbled, reaching out to feel around and touched a firm, strong set of abs. Ups, this feeling. Lu Zhiyi squinted her eyes and saw Helan Qing, looking like a peacock showing off its feathers, with his shirt buttons undone, exposing his chest. Who was he trying to seduce? Without holding back, Lu Zhiyi reached out to touch, pat, and pinch. Helan Qing felt his desire surge as he grabbed the hand that was misbehaving on his abdomen. I shouldn't have come over. You just start the fire but don't put it out. Helan Qing chuckled helplessly, a hoarse laugh escaping his throat. Huh? Lu Zhiyi showed a confused look, as if she didn't know what good thing she had just done. Her eyes still glistened with mist, and she hadn't fully woken up yet. You little pervert. Helan Qing pinched Lu Zhiyi's chubby cheeks. You big pervert. Lu Zhiyi turned around, facing away from Helan Qing. Helan Qing didn't tease Lu Zhiyi any further. After the two of them rested under the covers for a while, Lu Zhiyi suddenly sat up, her drowsiness fading, her eyes becoming clear. Helan Qing also sat up, leaning against the headboard. With a sideways glance, he saw Lu Zhiyi point at the air with her finger, and a pale blue light screen appeared before her. He Jingchuan has sent you a video invitation. Oh, Helan Qing almost forgot there was someone like He Jingchuan at home. Jingchuan. As soon as the video connected, Lu Zhiyi couldn't wait to shout He Jingchuan's name. She smiled widely at him through the light screen, her fingertips hidden under the covers slightly curling up, suppressing the longing she had felt for nearly a month. Lu. He Jingchuan appeared in a simple office, looking considerably thinner. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing faint, barely noticeable scars on his arms. Lu Zhiyi knew that injuries were just a part of life for He Jingchuan, and he was used to enduring the pain that came with them. To see Lu Zhiyi, he had put in a lot of effort to downplay his injuries. He just wanted to tell Lu Zhiyi that he was doing well. Their affectionate looks completely neglected Helan Qing, who was nearby. Ahem. Helan Qing cleared his throat, breaking their intimate atmosphere. TSK. He Jingchuan clicked his tongue in annoyance. He had been trying hard to ignore the bothersome Helan Qing beside him. Finally, after a long time apart, he managed to video call Lu, only to find that this perverted tiger was sitting on Lu's bed, sharing the same quilt with her. He Jingchuan wished he could jump through the screen and beat Helan Qing up. Could this perverted tiger not be a little more considerate? Could he just move aside? When are you planning to come back? Lu Zhiyi noticed He Jingchuan's dissatisfaction with Helan Qing and quickly changed the topic, trying to redirect his attention back to herself. Lu Zhiyi, look at me. Look at me. Don't argue. No fighting. Conservatively estimated, still about a month. He Jingchuan spoke about the matter with slight pain, propping his hand up to massage his temples. Are they really that powerful? Lu Zhiyi couldn't imagine that there were such strong opponents in the starry sky that could trap He Jingchuan for so long. Just a bunch of little bugs, not strong. But there are a lot of them, very annoying. You stupid wolf, you secretly video called Lu Zhiyi without telling me. Before He Jingchuan could finish a sentence, Lin Xian's voice chimed in from the side. Lin Xian's footsteps grew louder as he pulled over a chair and sat down beside He Jingchuan. This genius doctor hadn't even had time to take off his white coat before barging into the frame. Lin Xian had dark circles under his eyes, looking fatigued, and the bloodstains on his white coat hadn't been cleaned up. Seeing the usually neat and tidy doctor, Lin in such a state made Lu Zhiyi feel a pang of heartache, which extended to her concern for He Jingchuan as well. I heard our Zhiyi has become the dear steward of Planet X-856. We must ask Steward Lu for more guidance in the future and not forget about his old friends. Lin Xian, not wanting to stir up a sad atmosphere, took the lead in light-heartedly joking. I'm still far from you guys, so you all keep working hard, and let me be a little salted fish in peace. Lu Zhiyi blinked innocently, speaking nonsense seriously. Then I'll work a little harder. You can't have anyone else. He Jingchuan said, taking the opportunity to continue. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her. He Lanqing placed a large hand on Lu Zhiyi's shoulder, leaning over to rub her little face, his eyes slightly darkening, hinting at something. He had a premonition that Simon would be a difficult character in the future. You can say whatever you want, but why are you touching her? He Jingchuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this what you mean? He Lanqing deliberately provoked He Jingchuan, directly lifting Lu Zhiyi's chin, and under her astonished gaze, he kissed her. He Jingchuan's breath hitched, getting angrier the more he thought about it, his chest heaving violently. He could only watch, unable to touch or kiss her. This He Lanqing was clearly doing it on purpose. The day He Lanqing goes on a business trip, he would definitely video call and kiss Lu in front of him. He Jingchuan knew that He Lanqing wouldn't dare to hang up on Lu's video call. It would drive him crazy. Stop, they're watching. Lu Zhiyi seized the opportunity to take a deep breath. He Lanqing's sudden and fierce assault nearly left her breathless. He obediently released Lu Zhiyi, but she punched him lightly in the chest, not painful, but leaving He Lanqing dazed. He Lanqing, a 1,000-word reflection, read it to me later. You all mustn't learn from him. Lu Zhiyi tugged at He Lanqing's ear, determined to reassert her authority as the head of the family, absolutely not letting them run amok. Chapter 137. Celebration Banquet. At the end of winter, the white snow in Central City gradually melted away. Lu Zhiyi received an invitation from the A905 military district to attend a celebration banquet held for the returning heroes, including He Jingchuan and Lin Xian. The banquet was set for tomorrow, the day of their triumphant return. Do you think this outfit is suitable? Lu Zhiyi held up a red evening dress in front of her, twisting her body, but she still felt unsatisfied no matter how she looked. He Lanqing sat on the small sofa in Lu Zhiyi's dressing room, and beside him, a pile of dresses had already formed a small mountain. Looks good. You look good in anything. He Lanqing complimented Lu Zhiyi for the entire morning, and even he, a professor, was starting to run out of words. Oh, it's not a matter of looking good or not. Lu Zhiyi pouted, tossing the evening dress onto the small mountain. It's about whether it's appropriate or not. The banquet held by the military district is different from the luxurious parties in Central City. It's mostly soldiers, and I'm afraid that if I dress too extravagantly, I'll stand out too much at the banquet. But if I dress too low-key, I might not give Jingchuan and Xian enough support. Lu Zhiyi sighed heavily, placing her hands on her hips and spinning in front of He Lanqing. While Lu Zhiyi was still stuck in her dilemma, she heard a low chuckle from the man. With your status there, even if you don't dress up, no one will say anything against you. He Lanqing leaned back lazily, raising an eyebrow. Besides, the soldiers have their own families. They also want to look good at the banquet. This celebration banquet doesn't have so many rules. Just wear what you like and be happy. Look handsome. Lu Zhiyi's eyes caught sight of suit in the closet that she had never worn before. What do you think of this? Lu Zhiyi held the suit in front of herself, and before He Lanqing could respond, she grew more and more satisfied and went straight into the bathroom to try it on. He Lanqing crossed his legs, his eyes showing anticipation. He had never seen Lu Zhiyi in a suit before. Drink. Come on, let us have a toast. If you don't finish, it means you don't respect me. A boisterous voice echoed throughout the celebration banquet. In the A905 military district, there was not a single skinny person. Abs were practically the standard for all the soldiers. You could say they weren't handsome, but you absolutely couldn't say they weren't fit. Xiao Tai Wei, having received special treatment from Shen Xinju, was holding a large bottle of liquor, casually linking arms with a few brothers and drinking heartily. Shen Xinju, if you don't come soon, Commander, he is going to turn into a stone. Lu Zhi, I'm almost there. Honestly, Shan Xinju secretly took a photo and sent it to Lu Zhi. In the photo, the man was dressed in military uniform, tall and upright. From Shan Xinju's moral standpoint, the military cap obscured most of his face. Although she couldn't see his expression, she could clearly feel the aura of do not approach radiating from him. At that moment, He Jingchuan felt colder than the winter outside. Besides the occasional words exchanged with Lin Xian, he probably had to wait for his Lu to thaw him out. Hey, where's Lu Zhi? Zhan Yuan teased, looking like he was enjoying the show. He Jingchuan gave Zhan Yuan a faint glance, his eyes glued to the entrance of the banquet hall. He Jingchuan knew this old man was just here to make fun of him. They were equals in the military district, and he indeed had the privilege to ignore this annoying old man. Hey, do you think Lu Zhi might have gotten lost? Zhan Yuan, seeing that He Jingchuan was ignoring him, continued to laugh. After all, this kid was just stubborn. They in the A905 military district were already used to it. Even if you have dementia, my Lu wouldn't get lost. He Jingchuan casually pushed Zhan Yuan's shoulder, frowning slightly, feeling that this old man was quite bothersome. In the starry skies, only a fool could get lost. Oh, be careful, old man, my bones are fragile. Zhan Yuan exaggeratedly opened his mouth wide, covering the spot where He Jingchuan had pushed him, his eyebrows nearly flying off his face. He Jingchuan couldn't help but roll his eyes at Zhan Yuan. Forget it. Too boring. Zhan Yuan waved his hand, and before leaving, he couldn't help but comment, with such a strange temper. I don't know what Lu Zhi sees in you. He Jingchuan. Not strange, I just have double standards. Lu Zhi is here. Amidst a chorus of exclamations, He Jingchuan finally saw the person he had been thinking about. Lu Zhi's soft hair was styled into waves, cascading down her shoulders, with a few strands of hair inadvertently falling onto her forehead. She wore a well-tailored black suit, with straight and elongated pants that perfectly outlined her long legs. She stepped in a pair of understated black pointed heels, the smooth surface of the shoes gleaming under the lights. Lu Zhi's look was both capable and elegant, exuding a noble dominance from her position, as she slowly entered the crowd's view, shining under the banquet lights. Lin Xian, who had been chatting around, somehow stood beside He Jingchuan, welcoming Lu Zhi's arrival together. Under normal circumstances, He Jingchuan would definitely tease this sly fox, but right now, Lu was the most important. Jingchuan is Xian. Lu Zhi smiled faintly, opening her arms to welcome He Jingchuan's embrace. Lin Xian's hand, which he had just raised, fell empty, and he exchanged a helpless glance with He Lanqing. He Jingchuan had crossed the line, using his mental energy to compete for just a hug. Lu, I missed you so much. He Jingchuan bent down, burying his head in Lu Zhi's neck and whispering. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, He Jingchuan would have pressed Lu Zhi against the corner for a kiss. At worst, he would just get slapped on the head by her in the end. He Jingchuan embraced Lu Zhi for a long time, oblivious to the surrounding crowd. Under the melodious music of the banquet, the longing from their time apart became tangible. It was no longer the cold wind on the battlefield or the distant stars in the sky, but a real embrace and the warmth in his arms. Lin Xian's eyes turned slightly red, suddenly feeling that he couldn't be that magnanimous. He stepped forward to take Lu Zhi's hand. Lu Zhi gently pushed He Jingchuan away, sensing the moment, and took Lin Xian's hand, feeling ripples in her heart. Not wanting the atmosphere to become too heavy, she smiled and said, my work buddy is back. Finally, I'll have someone to eat with at the hospital in a couple of days. The soldiers present also felt the same way as they intertwined their fingers with their partners, their eyes filled with love. Regardless of the era, for soldiers and their families, gatherings were always more than separations. This path was never easy. As for the group of singles, they spontaneously gathered in threes and twos, secretly cursing the A905 military district as a monastery that delayed their love lives. Chapter 138. Drugging. When all the families of the soldiers had arrived, Zhan Yuan personally hosted the banquet, rewarding the soldiers who had gone to the distant planets for combat. Lu Zhiyi and He Lanqing were seated in the first row of the family section on the right, while He Jingchuan, who had been forced to separate from them, instantly turned his face downwards to look at Zhan Yuan. Zhan Yuan clicked his tongue, wondering if the young people nowadays could change their expressions so quickly. Deacon Lu, your drink. The waiter said, General, he said the drinks at the banquet are strong, so I specially prepared a fruit wine for you. The waiters at the banquet were ordinary soldiers from the military district, and this soldier in front of Lu Zhi, he looked to be just over 20, with a youthful and somewhat naive appearance, like a small person who had just stepped into the adult world. However, Lu Zhi felt something was off as she looked at him. Thank you. Lu Zhiyi took the wine glass from the tray. Deacon Liu, my name is Yu Qing. If you need anything, please feel free to tell me. Yu Qing stood straight, holding the tray steadily with both hands, and after speaking, he shyly lowered his head as he looked at Lu Zhiyi. Yu Qing. Lan Qing repeated the name, revealing a meaningful smile. Are the kids nowadays really so unaware of their surroundings? He asked, still sitting next to Zhiyi, and a little soldier dares to come over and flirt with her. It seems that this A905 military district isn't entirely clean. Yes. Yu Qing shrank back a little, feeling intimidated as he met Lan Qing's gaze. New here? Are you afraid of me? Lan Qing threw out two questions in succession, making Yu Qing tremble slightly. Mr. Yu Qing indeed just arrived at the A905 military district not long ago. Yu Qing bowed slightly to Lan Qing. Oh, just a little useless one. Lan Qing lost interest in pursuing the matter further and turned his gaze away. Lu Zhiyi also ignored Yu Qing, her eyes turning towards He Jingchuan on the stage, her lips unconsciously curling up. Yu Qing could only retreat to a small corner. Following Lu Zhiyi's gaze to see He Jingchuan receiving his award on stage, his military uniform shoulder insignia shining under the lights. Zhang Yuan was beside him, counting He Jingchuan's military achievements in this victory, openly expressing his admiration and fondness for him. He Jingchuan generously gave all the rewards he had just received to Lu Zhiyi in front of everyone, making the beauty in the audience beam with joy. Oh, He Jingchuan is off the stage, and now there's Lin Xian. Yu Qing couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Why were they so lucky to receive Lu Zhiyi's affection? It was normal for him to be younger and not as accomplished as them. If He Jingchuan, Lin Xian, and Lan Qing could sit next to Lu Zhiyi, then he could too. Yu Qing thought he was just as good looking as they were. Moreover, didn't the female elites all prefer younger ones? Yu Qing's eyes darkened, but they suddenly lit up after Lu Zhiyi drank the fruit wine. He believed his plan was successful, unaware that Lu Zhiyi had glanced in his direction. After taking a sip of the fruit wine, Lu Zhiyi felt her powers stirring within her. This usually happened when she was injured or poisoned, and her powers would automatically heal her wounds. However, this fruit wine was indeed quite good. Lu Zhiyi tilted her head back and drank it all. Yu Qing smiled, thinking his beautiful dream was about to come true, while Lu Zhiyi laughed at his ignorance. What's wrong? Lan Qing noticed Lu Zhiyi was in a good mood, a smile unconsciously playing at her lips. Do you like this wine? I'll buy some to take home. Sure. Lu Zhiyi tapped her empty wine glass with her fingertip, raising an eyebrow. She suddenly found that soldier quite cute, adorably foolish. He probably has some connections and was pushed in here. Lan Qing caught the sarcasm in Lu Zhiyi's words and shook his head helplessly. The A905 military district is the strongest in the entire star system. Such a rat should not be here. We'll deal with it later. Let's wait until the banquet is over. Lu Zhiyi didn't want to suddenly make things difficult for that soldier and ruin the celebratory banquet. After much effort, the reward segment finally concluded, but He Jingchuan was surrounded by a group of soldiers again. The leading old man, Zhang Yuan, said, Come, let us raise a glass to our General He. General He, give us brothers some face. Deacon Liu, you can see him when you go home, but the time with the brothers is so short. Xiao Tai Hui hid behind Zhang Yuan, echoing him, feeling a bit like a fox exploiting the tiger's might. All right. He Jingchuan felt a bit impatient, but was indeed blocked by this group of rascals. His glass had been refilled several times, and the soldier who kept pouring for him looked at the empty bottle in his hand and had to retreat to open another bottle. Yu Qing seized the opportunity to approach He Jingchuan. His drug was a good thing bought at a high price from the Edi family, colorless and tasteless. Even an SS level like He Jingchuan wouldn't be able to detect it. Where did you come from? He Jingchuan noticed the soldier pouring wine for him had changed, and his long fingers twirled the glass downwards, causing Yu Qing's pouring motion to freeze in midair. He Jingchuan's next words made Yu Qing's face turn a bit awkward. How did a B level get into the A905 military district? Do you have any special abilities? The minimum threshold for the A905 military district was A level. If there were any special talents, they could be considered. He seems to be the nephew of a retired general from over a decade ago. His father died on the battlefield, leaving behind this little boy. I heard he has good anti-reconnaissance abilities and wanted him to come to the military to learn. An officer squinted, staring at Yu Qing for a while before recognizing him, finally chuckling dryly. Everyone understands. Isn't he just a connection holder? Why say it so profoundly? Xiao Tai Hui's smile instantly faded. He, who had entered by merit, hated so-called connection holders, especially the incapable ones. Sigh, let's not talk about this tonight. The officer noticed the atmosphere was off and quickly changed the subject, trying to liven things up again. Come, fill General He's glass. Let us continue drinking. Seeing this, Yuqing quickly filled He Jingchuan's glass. In the next moment, another little soldier ran over. General He, Deacon Liu asked me to tell you that if you get drunk tonight, you could just kneel at the door and don't need to come in. The soldier tried hard to hold back laughter, handing He Jingchuan another glass of wine. This one won't get you drunk. You can drink this. Ah, so what if you were General He? You still have to listen to Deacon Liu. Okay. He Jingchuan's impatience instantly faded. He held up the wine glass and locked eyes with Lu Zhiyi across the banquet. He raised his glass, clinking it with Lu Zhiyi from afar. Meanwhile, the resentful Yuqing didn't notice that he accidentally poured the wine prepared for He Jingchuan for that unfortunate soul. Yuqing's plan was to drug both Lu Zhiyi and He Jingchuan, if he couldn't successfully climb in a Lu Zhiyi's bed. At least making He Jingchuan lose his virtue and be despised by Lu Zhiyi would count as half a success. Chapter 139. Drug effects. Right Qing paced back and forth, slightly irritated as he waited for the drug effects in Lu Zi's body to take effect. His gaze on her became increasingly intense. She's very beautiful, isn't she? A deep voice came from behind. Yes, Right Qing instinctively replied. He stiffened and turned around to see He Jingchuan standing behind him, his sharp gaze piercing Right Qing. In the entire star system, could there be a beastman who thought Lu Zhiyi was unattractive? Reluctantly, Right Qing lowered his head to He Jingchuan, whose overwhelming aura made him break into a cold sweat. Put away those inappropriate thoughts. He Jingchuan directly exposed Right Qing's hidden intentions. Unable to see He Jingchuan's expression as he looked down, Right Qing didn't need to think to know that this noble officer was definitely mocking him. He secretly vowed that once he earned Lu Zi's affection, he would certainly whisper sweet nothings to make He Jingchuan kneel and serve him. Suddenly, a military officer let out a strange cry. His face was unusually red, and his body trembled slightly. Without the support of his companions, he might not even be able to stand. As long as the beastmen present weren't blind, they could clearly see what kind of drug he had taken. After all, he was a high-ranking officer, and to fall victim to such a filthy drug at a military celebration made him feel humiliated. The wine, that glass of wine, is problematic. The officer's hand trembled as he pointed at the broken glass on the ground. Quick, send it for testing. Take him away. Contact his partner. He Jingchuan's face turned cold as he thought of Right Qing's strange behavior earlier. It was highly likely that it was related to him. The officer was carried away by 3 soldiers. The drug's effects were potent. Occasionally, the officer was not fully conscious and even reached out to grab the clothing of the 3 soldiers. The soldiers dared not resist and could only grit their teeth and quickly take this esteemed ancestor to the military doctor. He Jingchuan looked around, but Lu Zhiyi was nowhere to be found, and even Right Qing had vanished. Rationality told He Jingchuan that he should trust Lu Zhi's abilities, but he couldn't help but worry. He General cursed very harshly. Manual shielding. If that waste used that filthy thing on Lu, he would definitely dismember him. Where's Lu? He Jingchuan hurriedly grabbed Lin Xian's arm and asked. She said she went to the restroom to freshen up. Lin Xian noticed He Jingchuan's unusual expression and recalled the earlier incident with the officer, her gaze darkening. Could something have happened to her? You all go find Zhiyi. I'll check the surveillance. He Lanqing's expression was calm as he pointed in a direction, seemingly already anticipating what had happened. What did Lu plan with that perverted tiger? He Jingchuan glanced at He Lanqing's departing figure, his previously anxious heart settling down. Seeing He Lanqing's calm demeanor, Lu probably hadn't encountered any problems. He Lanqing and Lin Xian walked in the direction He Lanqing indicated, while Shun Xinju, seeing He Jingchuan's troubled expression, feared something had happened to Lu Zhiyi and pulled Xiao Taiwei along to follow. Lu Zhiyi did not go to freshen up. Instead, she stopped at a small terrace outside the banquet hall. She took out a hairpin from her wrist space and casually twisted her hair up, her gaze suddenly sharp, and her voice colder than the falling winter snow. Right Qing, I originally didn't want to hold this against you. Lu Zhiyi, I have feelings for you. Right Qing thought Lu Zhiyi had been affected by the drug, and the onset of the drug's effects was just a matter of time. The only person who could help her now was him. Therefore, Right Qing acted so recklessly. The wine you brought today is good. Do you have more? Lu Zhiyi casually pulled out a chair on the terrace and sat down, crossing her legs and looking down at Right Qing. Yes. Right Qing nodded repeatedly, as if presenting a treasure, taking out a bottle of fruit wine from his wrist space. Lu Zhiyi clicked her tongue lightly. This bottle of fruit wine had clearly been opened before, indicating Right Qing had tampered with it. This little soldier was still not giving up. But I can't let him die too honorably. Aren't you going to try some? Lu Zi's tone shifted, her voice elongated, light and airy like a gently swaying wind chime, outlining an irresistible temptation, with deadly allure hidden within her softness. Snowflakes danced, silver light sprinkled down, and she faced the moonlight, as if coated in a layer of sacred brilliance. She looked at Right Qing, her eyes clearly filled with mockery and disdain, yet Right Qing seemed enchanted, lost in her allure. I've already drunk, it's just you left. Lu Zi beckoned to Right Qing with her finger, inviting him. Right Qing swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry. Strange images surfaced in his mind, of being toyed with under Lu Zi's foot and her wrinkled suit ready to be taken off. So Lu Zi want to play this kind of intense game. If you don't drink, I might just leave. Lu Zi showed impatience, her fingertips lightly tapping on the table. I'll drink right now. Right Qing hurriedly opened the wooden cork of the wine bottle, tilting his head back to gulp it down, not caring that the wine spilled from the corners of his mouth, soaking his clothes, fearing he might miss the opportunity Lu Zi was giving him. I'm done. The empty bottle slipped from Right Qing's hand, and he gazed foolishly at Lu Zi, waiting for her next command. Right Qing's body fell hot, and the snowflakes landing on him melted from the heat. He waited for a long time without receiving a response from Lu Zi. Under the drug's influence, he disregarded everything, his eyes turning red as he stumbled toward Lu Zi. Lu Zi lifted her leg and kicked Right Qing hard in the abdomen. Right Qing was caught off guard by the blow, his whole body falling backward, the accumulated snow on the ground being disturbed and then quietly settling again. Jingchuan Xian, I'll leave him to you. Right Qing couldn't hear what Lu Zi was saying. He only felt an intense heat in his body, his vision blurring, murmuring Lu Zi's name. Lu Zi, please love me. This was undoubtedly pouring fuel on the fire for He Jingchuan. That damn thing really had inappropriate thoughts about Lulu. He Jingchuan recalled the bottle Right Qing had handed him, and his anger flared even more. How dare he set his sights on Lulu? Even without Lu Zi intervening, He Jingchuan would not fall for such petty tricks. But what if Right Qing succeeded, and Lulu didn't want him anymore? I heard that the He family in Central City has a handsome man. Why not send him over first, so this good drug isn't wasted? Lin Xian was indeed sly. He looked gentle and refined, but the schemes he thought were truly cunning. You're right. He Jingchuan sneered, waving to Xiao Taiwei, who was watching from behind. Xiao Taiwei, you take him over. The faster the better. Don't let him get too pent up, or mister he won't have a good time. Me? Xiao Taiwei pointed at himself, looking bewildered. I thought I was just here to watch the show. Why am I being called to work? Hurry up. Shen Xinju pushed her partner, without hesitation, to help Lu Zi punish Right Qing. Xiao Taiwei felt completely overwhelmed, his fragile heart suffering secondary trauma. Wanted to cry, but with no tears. How did his perfectly fine partner end up running toward Lu Zi? Chapter 140. Bad people have bad people to grind them. After Yu Qing was dragged away, He Jingchuan felt that the air had become much fresher, but the dark color in his eyes still hadn't dissipated. Why bother to take action against such things personally? If you think that a quick cut on the neck is too cheap for him, just let me do it directly. Zhiyi didn't know either. His underhanded methods were not clean. Bad people have bad people to grind them, so don't dirty your own hands. Yoji quickly went up to calm down the agitated wolf. If it weren't for his own cleverness in following along, I originally didn't want to bother with a little beast man like him at the banquet. Yoji waved her small hand in front of her nose, lowering her gaze towards the spot where Yu Qing had been, which was clearly emitting a strong scent of alcohol. Yet she felt disgusted. Let's go back to the hall. He Qing had already restored all the surveillance videos damaged by Yu Qing and sent a copy to Zhang Yuan. Lin Xian exited the chat window on his light brain and strode after Yoji. Seeing Yoji flanked by strong male escorts, Shen Xinju also felt relieved. She winked at Yoji and made a gesture with her 2 fingers to indicate she was leaving, smartly choosing not to stay as a third wheel. Shen Xinju, I will go to the He family with Xiao Taiwei and will keep the great Deacon Lu updated on Yu Qing's fate. Rest assured, Yu Qing will definitely cry miserably. Yoji received Shen Xinju's message and quickly replied at lightning speed. Yoji, received, thank you, Comrade Shen, over. How is the officer involved doing? When Yoji returned to the banquet hall, she found that it was no longer as lively as it had been at the beginning. It seemed this little mouse had affected everyone's good mood, especially Zhang Yuan, who was cursing while pulling He Qing along. He Qing didn't want to listen, but since Yoji hadn't returned yet, he just sat next to Zhang Yuan in silence. His partner found him embarrassing and was unwilling to come over. I had someone throw him into the cold water pool to wash his brain properly, so he wouldn't make such a low-level mistake next time. He Launching's deep voice hinted at a touch of displeasure. A mid-level officer from the A905 military district was drugged by a little soldier, which really made people laugh their heads off. Then you, as his superior, should reflect on it and consider additional training, Lin Xian joked from the side. Yoji was about to offer help but swallowed her words back, chuckling lightly and tossing the matter aside. For the next half-month, the A905 military district heard a lot of ghostly wails during night training, coincidentally after a passerby at the banquet heard Lin Xian's comment, which led to the rumor that Lin Xian had them undergo extra training, causing his reputation in the A905 military district to plummet. On the way back to the manor, Yoji received a video delivery from Xiao Taiwei. Yoji was initially puzzled. Didn't Tishan Shinju say she would send it to her? Whatever. It's the same since they are a couple. Soon, Yoji's confusion was answered. Yoji clicked on the video, and an unbearable sight greeted her with a series of bizarre screams, echoing throughout the starship. He Jingchuan, Lin Xian, and He Launching all fixed their gazes on Yoji. Yoji's hand shook violently. Fortunately, the light brain had no physical form. Otherwise, if it were a tablet, it would have definitely hit her face. I didn't know there would be such things in there. Yoji bit her lower lip, feeling embarrassed as she dug her toes into the ground, frantically trying to turn off the video, but accidentally pressed the zoom button, increasing the volume. Even more awkward, during that half-minute of embarrassment, Yoji witnessed Mr. He, with his peculiar orientation, torturing Yu Qing, with two pale bodies intertwined, and Mr. He wore a strangely excited expression while Yu Qing looked both pained and enjoying it. For a moment, Yoji felt as if she was being tortured too. Yoji immediately shut off her light brain. Generally speaking, when Yoji opened her light brain, it was set to private. It was only occasionally at home that she would display the screen, since they usually didn't hide from each other. Although Yoji felt that at 23, it was perfectly normal to be curious about such things. It was just that there were too many spectators around. Ahem. Lin Xian cleared his throat to break the awkward atmosphere, his hands folded on his knees, rubbing his fingertips together. Sometimes, you really don't need to be that curious. Your curiosity can be directed elsewhere. He Launching placed his large hand on Yoji's head, revealing a half-smile. Yoji glanced at the silent He Jingchuan. His expression showed little change, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. He Jingchuan, should I give Xiao Taiwei one punch or two? I just want to know how Yu Qing will be tortured. I also anticipated there would be a bit of a colorful scale. Yoji held up two fingers close together with only a tiny gap remaining, feeling guilty even though she hadn't done anything, and then realized the scale was even larger than she had imagined. I have already. Yoji's words flew out halfway before she suddenly stopped. She was about to say she had come of age. No, wait. One is considered an adult at 25 in the galaxy. That Yu Qing could also be considered a minor. So does that make Mr. He? Yoji felt she had discovered a blind spot, her eyes widening. What are you thinking with that little brain of yours? He Launching, who had originally placed his large hand on Yoji's head, turned it into a fist and lightly tapped her, saying that if she was really curious about that matter, it wouldn't be impossible to satisfy her. So they wouldn't have to endure so painfully. Curiosity is natural, but this little matter doesn't need to trouble you. Yoji said seriously. If necessary, she could just imagine herself. Hee, not troubling us. Who do you want to trouble? He Jingchuan, who was piloting the starship, spoke up, his voice cool and carrying a hint of danger. Yoji looked confused. She hadn't troubled anyone. Did she say something wrong? No. I didn't mean it that way. Yoji quickly waved her hands, defending herself, though she was a little curious. It wasn't to that extent. Yoji chuckled awkwardly, glancing at He Jingchuan, then at Lin Xian, and then at He Launching, looking like she was stealing glance. It's our fault for not satisfying Yoji's curiosity, letting her become interested in such videos. Lin Xian's large tail wrapped around Yoji's wrist, the soft fox fur tickling her palm. The corners of his eyes lifted slightly, and in the blink of an eye, a seductive red glow flickered, making one infatuated. Yoji's cheeks uncontrollably flushed. This fox isn't playing fair, using beauty tricks on her. No. When did I say I was interested in such videos? Chapter 141. The farce comes to an end, Mr. He. There's a guest visiting. The butler robot went upstairs and gently knocked on the door. The screams from inside the room took a while to cease. Who? A hoarse voice came from within. It's General Yomo. The butler robot replied. Not seeing him. What he is looking for is not here. The voice instantly turned several degrees colder, filled with displeasure at being disturbed. A filthy creature that dares to drug a female. Doesn't fear tarnishing the Yu family's reputation by bringing it back. General Yomu should not ruin his late reputation. General Yomu was turned away at the He family's door and returned to the A905 military district to confront Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was unwilling to see him and directly sent the surveillance video of Yu Qing being drugged. Zhang Yuan, I have already submitted the video to the Alliance. Yu Qing has been blacklisted across the entire star system. Out of respect for our past life and death battles together, I advise you to stop now. Otherwise, when Deacon Lu pursues this, the entire Yu family will be finished. General Yu, are you all right? The soldier on night watch saw General Yomu's face turn pale, his thin figure swaying slightly. The soldier's hand froze mid-air, and recalling Yu Qing's actions, his respect for General Yomu slowly dissipated. If it weren't for General Yomu secretly bringing Yu Qing into their A905 military district, this wouldn't have happened, truly tarnishing the reputation of A905. Cough, cough, cough. General Yomu opened his mouth. The cold wind rushed into his throat, causing pain. This is the only bloodline left by my brother. I cannot give up on him. General Yomu cried and laughed, murmuring to himself. Deacon Lu, where's Deacon Lu? I want to see her. If I lose this old body of mine, so be it. If she wants compensation, then I will give her my life. Is that all right? I beg her, spare my nephew. General Yomu lowered his stance and pleaded desperately at the military district gate. Old General, what are you making a fuss about? The soldier showed no sympathy for General Yomu's anguish. It was already uncomfortable to be on night duty, and now he was coming to disturb him. Yu Qing did something wrong and must be punished, even if Deacon Lu doesn't hold it against him. According to interstellar laws, the Alliance's enforcement agency would personally come to execute Yu Qing. Impatience was clearly written on the soldier's face. The interstellar community has zero tolerance for males drugging females. Not to mention drugging Deacon Lu, drugging an ordinary B-level female would also incur punishment. Zhang Yuan sat in his office. Seeing his old comrade in this state through the light screen, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Knock him out and send him back. Otherwise, when Jing Chuan gets wind of this, my old bones won't be able to handle the trouble. Zhang Yuan sighed heavily and waved his hand to his adjutant. Yes. The adjutant saluted respectfully and turned to leave. Yu Qing is missing, but secretly gaming at night. Lu Zhiyi was startled awake by a message from Xiao Tai Hui. The game screen turned gray, but she paid no mind. Lu Zhiyi wasn't particularly concerned about Yu Qing's life or death. She was just afraid he would be used by some dark forces, causing her trouble in the end. Lu Zhiyi glanced at the time. It was 3:50 a.m. She turned up the bedside lamp a bit and tentatively sent a message to Lu Qi. Lu Zhiyi, are you asleep? Louis, no. On the other end, Lu Qi seemed to know what she was thinking, and without waiting for Lu Zhiyi to ask, he replied, Lu Qi, I took Yu Qing away, planning to throw him in the red light district of a remote planet, but I haven't decided on which planet yet. I've already poisoned him, there's no antidote, and he will die from the poison in at most half a month. Lu Qi, he won't have the chance to think of you again. This was indeed something Lu Qi could do. The next second, Lu Qi sent a 10-second voice message. Lu Zhiyi opened it, but the voice that came through was He Jing Chuan's. Lu Zhiyi, are you playing games all night again? You have 10 minutes to lie down and sleep, or wait until I get back to see how I punish you. Startled, Lu Zhiyi quickly turned off her light brain. She didn't want any of He Jing Chuan, Lin Xian, or He Lan Qing to know she was still awake. So she chose to inquire about the news from Lu Qi. As a result, He Jing Chuan was with Lu Qi. They were working together? How strange. In fact, He Jing Chuan received the news of Yu Qing's disappearance even earlier than Lu Zhiyi. Worried about any mishaps, he personally went over and naturally encountered Lu Qi. He had no plans to retrieve Yu Qing from Lu Qi. He just wanted to confirm whether Yu Qing would cause trouble for Lu Zhiyi, and that was all. If Lu Zhiyi had sent her message to Lu Qi just 10 minutes later, He Jing Chuan would have already piloted his starship away. Zhiyi, Lin Xian's voice came from outside the door. That scoundrel He Jing Chuan, even notifying the fox. Lu Zhiyi quickly turned off the light, flattened her pillow, pulled the blanket over her, closed her eyes, and pretended to be asleep, her movements fluid and practiced. What happened? He Lan Qing, who was grading college papers late at night, passed by with a cup of coffee, pushing up his gold-rimmed glasses, looking slightly tired. Did she stay up late, playing games again? Caught by Jing Chuan, she's probably pretending to be dead inside. Lin Xian yawned lazily after speaking. No need to go in. With her little cleverness, she probably hid the game console long ago. He Lan Qing felt slightly helpless. Lu Zhiyi was harder to manage than a young deer. Just as Lu Zhiyi was about to breathe a sigh of relief. I will cut off the signal to her room later. I will take the game console away after she wakes up tomorrow. He Lan Qing decided to solve the problem at its root. In the dark, Zhiyi was frantically rolling her little eyes. How careless. She hadn't studied this subject. Zhiyi buried her head in the blanket and quietly turned on her game console. Aside from the screen lighting up, she couldn't click on anything else. Forget it. Going to bed early and rising early is good for health. Zhiyi sprawled out, closed her eyes, and drifted into slumber. Boss, I heard a new good item has arrived. The red-haired beastman followed a crew-cut beastman. His exposed skin was already rotten, and the environment around him was just as shabby. Under the red light, a wasteland. Good item? The crew-cut beastman scoffed slightly. What could be good enough for the leader to throw away? I don't know what heinous things he did. It's the first time I've seen him so angry. No illness means it's a good item. Here, we are not that picky. Clean it up, package it, and maybe it can sell for a good price. The red-haired beastman laughed dismissively. Since the boss looked down on it, then I'll go. Half a month later, Yu Qing died. One morning, his body was thrown into a garbage heap. Even the insectoids avoided it. Chapter 142. A joyous new year, dear Zhiyi. Discover problem. Although the interstellar calendar marked the spring festival of Huaxia, they did not pay much attention to it. Or perhaps the various civilizational holidays from millions of years ago, not just Huaxia's, were insignificant to them. Those who needed to work went to work, and those who wanted to take a vacation took a vacation. On the first day of the Lunar New Year in the year 3021 of the interstellar era, it was the first spring festival that dear Zhiyi spent here. She believed she had some influence in the interstellar realm, so she selfishly wanted to revive Huaxia civilization in the interstellar era over 3,000 years later. Hi, I'm dear Zhiyi. She waved her hand in front of the camera, smiling lightly, as bright and beautiful as summer flowers. The livestream assistant, Xiao Q, specially set up an automatic tracking flying livestream device for dear Zhiyi, so he could follow her around. Within just 1 minute, thousands of beastmen crowded into the livestream room, and the number was still increasing. Cat-loving fish, finally. Us common people get to see steward deer. Slides down, dog bricklayer at SU. Although I've seen her many times, it doesn't stop me from slacking off at work to watch steward deer's livestream. Yin-san, feel free to deduct my salary. I've given up. Fish catching cat. Is there some big gossip? Sits down. There's no gossip today. Just wanted to share some life with you guys. The camera shifted with dear Zhiyi's gaze, landing on Xiao Q. Sheep, sheep, sheep. The life of a successful interstellar person. Nice, love it. Dear family dog. I don't want to slack off at work watching the live stream, but she calls me baby. The little master taught me. Red lantern. Xiao Q raised the red lantern he was holding high, which had beautiful paper cuttings on it, looking great hanging at the door. Ahem. Der Zhiyi kiliert herterot. Glancing at the flurry of compliments in the comments, feeling a bit guilty. The method for making the lantern could be found on the star network of the Huaxing Military Academy. If anyone thought it was too difficult, they could just hand it over to their robot. At first, dear Zhiyi thought that the beastmen, accustomed to living in a high-tech civilization, would not personally make one. In 7 days, it would be the spring festival of Huaxia. While live streaming, dear Zhiyi, along with Xiao Q, decorated the manor in a festive red. The comments on the screen were mostly compliments directed at dear Zhiyi, making her wonder if she had bought an army of fake commenters. Well, she never expected that the beastmen here would come to love the spring festival just because of a live stream. Initially, she was also afraid that this civilization would be forgotten. On that day, the Huaxia people would usually wear new clothes to welcome the new year, so I planned to knit scarves for Jing Chuan, Xian, and the professor. Dear Zhiyi took out the red yarn ball she had prepared and sat cross-legged on the blanket in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, starting to work. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the already exploded comments, raising her eyebrows and inadvertently lifting the corners of her mouth. Look at you. I know what you want to see. It's just the affairs of Steward Deer and her 3 guardians. It turns out that no matter how advanced the era, people still love to watch the excitement and gossip. Oh no, Steward Deer is going to knit you a scarf. After the meeting, Xiao Tai Hui, who was slacking off in He Jing Chuan's office, suddenly jumped up from the sofa, enlarging the screen so much that he almost shoved it into He Jing Chuan's face. His face filled with envy. Xiao Tai Hui, with a squeaky voice, pretended to be very upset. Woo-woo. ISNT, a scarf something robots can mass produce? Why is there a Dear Zhiyi brand? You a big man going to the battlefield. What do you need a scarf for? Oh no. Before He Jing Chuan could respond, Xiao Tai Hui dramatically clutched his chest. I also want to knit a scarf for Xiao Zhuzi to let her feel my love. I want to see how long the scarf Steward Deer knits for you, and I want mine to be 1 centimeter longer. Xiao Tai Hui's last sentence really made He Jing Chuan struggle to hold back his laughter. He directly threw the pen in his hand at Xiao Tai Hui, hitting him in the forehead. Get lost. Don't be so disgusting in front of me. You can't argue with me. You're jealous of me. Xiao Taihui rubbed his forehead while squatting down, pouting in grievance. Although He Jingchuan had held back his strength, it still hurt. How do you know that deer is personally knitting me a scarf? He Jingchuan read the message and replied randomly. Let us go. Let us check out the training ground. He Jingchuan yanked Xiao Taihui up from the ground and strode outside. Xiao Taihui felt a bit confused as they went out, but he quickly realized this wolf's intentions. At the training ground, Zhang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Jingchuan, this batch of new electromagnetic guns has quite good power. He Jingchuan flashed. How do you know deer is knitting me a scarf? Indeed, it's pretty good. Hong Yin, who was feeling emotional. Youth is wonderful. He Jingchuan suddenly appeared. Deer is so nice, insisting on knitting me a scarf. In less than half a day, everyone in the A905 military district, including those who originally had no time to watch the live stream, knew that dear Zhiyi was going to knit a scarf for He Jingchuan. Ding! Envy mode forcibly activated. Lin Xian, can you help me look over this data? Yin Sen hurriedly pushed open the door to Lin Xian's office, his eyes sparkling, as if there was some earth-shattering development. This was an experimental plan based on the initial experimental data brought back by Steward Deer. If the final result is ideal, it could reduce the out-of-control value by 10 points in emergencies. Just in time, I made a data analysis. You can take a look. Lin Xian's glasses reflected the faint blue light from the screen, and with his white attire, his expression was calm, adding a touch of coldness. Very good, very good. Yin San's eyebrows were so excited they were almost flying up. He stroked his beard, as expected of the younger generation's genius. Your nearly new brain truly makes me envious. I know that Zhiyi is knitting me a scarf. You don't need to be envious. Huh? Lin Xian's sudden reply left Yin San momentarily stunned. Yin San recalled that when he passed by the underground second floor earlier, the beastmen, they were muttering about something regarding Steward Deer and the scarf live stream. All right, his nearly old and half-defective brain finally turned on. You brat, you've changed. Yin San's eyes widened, blowing on his precious beard, and snatched the data report from Lin Xian's desk, running off while muttering, I'm not envious, not envious. I don't want to be part of your play. Huaxing Military Academy, C321 classroom. How many times do you need to be taught such a simple theory before you understand? He Lanqing coldly scanned the students below, who all lowered their heads in unison, not daring to meet his gaze. Next, this is to be knitted for the professor. Someone accidentally let the sound of the live stream leak, causing the entire classroom to fall into a dead silence. Who? He Lanqing's S-level pressure made it even harder for them to breathe. It's Steward Deer's live stream. The unfortunate student wanted to cry, but had no tears. Do you think that just mentioning Zhiyi will let you off the hook? He Lanqing's fingertips tapped rhythmically on the table. Their hearts were pounding. Woo-woo, why did I choose to take the class of that perverted professor? Father wants me to learn to knit scarves, saying it would please mother. The student, frightened by He Lanqing, stuttered. His good friend, unable to stand it any longer, decided to take the risk to save him. Professor, Steward Deer said she wants to personally knit a scarf for you. Would you like to go have a look? This brave soul instantly attracted many gazes. TSK, you guys can actually use your brains in other places. Upon mentioning Dear Zhiyi, He Lanqing's voice clearly softened, and his gaze became gentler, hinting at a smile. I'll give you 2 more time to prepare. He Lanqing added at the end. After all, for pitiful creatures like you who have no female companions, 2 days is more than enough. Oh yeah, long live the professor. No, wait, is the perverted professor insulting them? Chapter 143. A prosperous new year too in He Jingchuan, under the alternating show-offs stimulation of Lin Xian and He Lanqing. A strange trend of knitting scarves, as well as sweaters and socks, inexplicably swept through the central city. Ahem, to put it bluntly, it was a massive competition. The dear steward said that one must wear new clothes for the new year, so whatever other females had, their own females must have too. No, just new clothes weren't enough. They began to compete over who prepared bigger and more red envelopes for their females for the new year. In our huaxia, elders are supposed to prepare red envelopes for juniors. Lu Zhiyi was dressed in a little red skirt, with light makeup, looking as exquisite as a doll. She extended her hand, playfully winked, and her little face puffed up slightly on both sides. He Jingchuan and the others had also done their homework, specially customizing red envelopes with the words, wishing you prosperity in big characters. What kind of elders are we? Lin Xian quickly retracted a red envelope, suddenly feeling a tickle in his palm, wanting to give Lu Zhiyi a slap on the butt. Although you're not my biological parents, guardians can also be considered elders. Lu Zhiyi pretended to look innocent and confused. Is this what elders are like? He Linqing suddenly wrapped his arms around Lu Zhiyi's waist, pulling her into his embrace. And she naturally sat on his lap. Actually, it could also not count. Lu Zhiyi was flexible, actively turning around and wrapping her arms around He Linqing's neck, presenting her little red lips. Mua, if Lu Zhiyi is biased, it might not end well tonight. He Jingchuan crossed his legs, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Zhiyi. Zhiyi, Happy New Year. He Linqing tucked Lu Zhiyi's loose hair behind her ear, his fingertips sliding down to pinch her earlobe, while the other hand stuffed the red envelope into her palm. Happy New Year, but my red envelope is already hanging around your neck. Lu Zhiyi poked the big tiger head embroidered on the scarf. Okay. He Linqing curved his lips, his eyes softening a bit. Then next, just as Lu Zhiyi got off He Linqing's lap, Lin Xian leaned forward, presenting himself to Lu Zhiyi. His fluffy fox ears wiggled slightly with his movements, as if inviting Lu Zhiyi. Does kissing the ears count? Lu Zhiyi stared intently at Lin Xian's fox ears. Lin Xian was momentarily stunned, obediently lowering his head. He had done this for Lu Zhiyi countless times and was already willing. Happy New Year, big fox. Lu Zhiyi rubbed Lin Xian's fox ears, and after satisfying her hand's desire, she whispered in his ear. Lin Xian's ears turned slightly warm. They always loved to whisper in Lu Zhiyi's ear, and now he realized this feeling was tingly and numbing. Lin Xian unconsciously let out a light gasp, his face flushed. Zhiyi kissed his ear and nibbled on the tip of his ear, touching it with her tongue. Zhiyi has learned bad things. Here you go. Lin Xian felt a wave of softness wash over his body, his face turning red as he turned his head away, directly stuffing the red envelope into Lu Zhiyi's hand and lightly pushing her away. Happy New Year. Lin Xian's voice was hoarse, his tail also tense. Ha! Just as Lu Zhiyi was about to laugh at Lin Xian's innocence, she turned around to meet the gaze of a certain big wolf. He Jingchuan's gaze was burning, showing no concealment of his affection for Lu Zhiyi. For a moment, it was hard to tell who the real hunter was, Lu Zhiyi or He Jingchuan. Ahem. Lu Zhiyi cleared her throat, secretly thinking it was bad. She had been careless. While playing with Lin Xian, she forgot there was a hungry wolf beside her. Mr. He, it's your turn. Lu Zhiyi remained calm, walking up to He Jingchuan, bending down to tug at his tie. Can you be a little more aware? Hand over your red envelope obediently. Lu Zhiyi is really biased. Why is there nothing for me? He Jingchuan leaned back lazily, his originally crossed legs suddenly spreading apart, trapping Lu Zhiyi in the middle. Of course there is. How could there be none? Lu Zhiyi leaned closer, her lips lightly brushing against his forehead, kissing his eyes, leaving a gentle mark. That's perfunctory. He Jingchuan's eyelashes fluttered, reopening his eyes, his love for her deepening. Although he said that, because of Lu Zhiyi's closeness, his heart softened, and he reluctantly handed the red envelope to Lu Zhiyi. Happy New Year. In a daze, He Jingchuan seemed to see Lu Zhiyi as she was when they first met. This kiss had nothing to do with desire, only love. The red envelope is in hand. Lu Zhiyi stepped back a few paces, sitting on a single sofa like a cat that had successfully stolen a treat. Now that you have it, you won't coax us anymore, right? Lin Xian teased with a smile. Might need to think about that. Lu Zhiyi crossed her legs, her hands casually resting on the armrests. I am just hungry, so hurry up and prepare something delicious. She almost revealed her dream of having a harem of 3,000 beauties. Fortunately, the 3 interstellar beasts in front of her hadn't noticed anything. I really need to prepare well. I've recently researched a few new dishes according to your taste. I hope my Lu Zhiyi will like them. Lin Xian stood up, rolled up his sleeves to reveal his strong arms, and walked straight to the dining room. You can cook a few dishes, and your foxtail is already pointing to the sky. He Jingchuan's competitive spirit was ignited by Lin Xian. When I cook for Lu Zhiyi, you were still in the hospital performing surgery. Just saying a few words doesn't count as a skill. He Linqing quickly followed suit. Lu Zhiyi snuggled on the sofa, watching them busying themselves in the kitchen for her. These 3 beasts were not only pleasing to the eye, but also quite useful. Not bad at all. As night fell, without the spring festival gala for the new year, Lu Zhiyi was pulled by He Jingchuan and the others to the garden under the pretense of taking a post-meal walk. With a bang, brilliant fireworks burst open, illuminating half of the night sky in the central city. Lu Zhiyi looked up in surprise. The traditional Huaxia fireworks blooming in the interstellar sky, the bright fireworks lighting up her eyes. However, in our place, besides wishing a happy new year, there's also a blessing. I wish my beloved He Jingchuan, Lin Xian, and He Linqing peace and smoothness, and that everything goes well. The girl faced the sky full of fireworks, her bright eyes reflecting vibrant colors. She cupped her hands in a trumpet shape against her mouth and shouted, her vibrant posture even more captivating than the fireworks. The wind would carry her wishes, leaving a unique mark in the woods at night. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhiyi stepped on a piece of ruins, gazing at the twinkling stars in the sky, the evening breeze brushing against the red scarf around his neck. Zhiyi, he hadn't looked forward to spring like this in a long time. Chapter 144. Lulu's 25th year in the blink of an eye. 2 springs and autumns have passed. Zhiyi's influence in the interstellar realm continues to rise, and her abilities have returned to their peak state. With her help, the military hospital has eliminated the uncontrollable beastmen in the underground level 2. Zhiyi, the middle leader of the Vagrant Alliance, is constantly working to clear his name so that one day he can stand openly beside Zhiyi. Supported by the initial experimental data, Lin Xian successfully developed a control inhibitor, with Zhiyi's faction of vagrants as its test subjects. However, the Alliance is gradually distancing itself from Zhiyi, seemingly unwilling to see her position in the interstellar realm surpassing theirs. 6 months ago, Idisha joined the Alliance's administrative department. Zhiyi suspects this is a deliberate move by the Alliance to counterbalance her. Despite the awkward relationship between Zhiyi and the Alliance, on the day of her 25th birthday, the Alliance still publicly presented her with a generous gift. This spring, on her 25th birthday, she purchased a manor in the central city, named E-Garden. That night, E-Garden was brightly lit. Elegant music echoed in the banquet hall, and the aroma of wine filled the air. Wow, Zhiyi really knows how to throw a party. This bottle of wine probably cost me a month's salary. The rabbit beast man sniffed the fine wine in his glass, his long rabbit ears swaying casually. He looked around at the luxurious decorations, noting that even the ornate carvings on the circular arch window behind him were said to have been commissioned by Lin Xian, hiring the best sculptor in the central city. The flowers were Zhiyi's favorite nebula flowers. Thanks to Zhiyi, the nebula flower status in the interstellar realm has also been steadily rising. The rabbit beast man, visiting the central city for the first time, curiously gazed at the world beyond planet X856. Indeed, every corner exuded the scent of money. By the way, Marshal Simon, what are we doing here? If Zhiyi comes out, we won't even be seen. The rabbit beast man was puzzled as to why his marshal chose to stand in such an inconspicuous spot at the banquet. If you want to run over and be a nuisance, I won't stop you, Simon replied without looking up, drinking his wine. If you run over like that, others will think you're just here to mooch off the food and drinks. The rabbit beast man muttered to himself. What is wrong with being a nuisance? I think Zhiyi likes me just fine. The rabbit beast man scratched his head, recalling how Zhiyi always called him Little Rabbit whenever she visited the planet for meetings and tasks. Before the rabbit beast man could wait for Simon's response, a handkerchief suddenly flew towards him, covering his face and plunging him into darkness. He felt relieved that this was Zhiyi's party. Otherwise, the marshal might have thrown a light energy bullet at him. Enough already. Just one more lipstick. Zhiyi directly covered He Jingchuan's large face, pushing him aside with a slight frown. It was clearly autumn, yet these three were becoming increasingly restless by the day. Especially today, they seemed to have conspired, taking turns to bother her. An hour ago, He Jingchuan had chased away Zhiyi's makeup artist, and they were still missing lipstick. An hour later, Zhiyi was still without lipstick. Looking in the mirror, she saw that He Jingchuan had temporarily settled down, but He Lanqing was beginning to stir again. Keep it up, and you'll be left to wander. The beauty in the mirror puffed out her cheeks in mild annoyance, resembling a furry little cat. All right, let them go wander. Lin Xian's inner self raised both hands in agreement and chuckled softly. Now that Zhiyi had turned 25, it was time for her to have a partner. This was also the reason why the three of them were becoming more and more restless. We'll wait for you outside. He Jingchuan secretly kicked Lin Xian and then looked at He Lanqing. After receiving the signal from He Jingchuan, He Lanqing joined him, lifting Lin Xian between them and dragging him out of the room, almost eager to send Lin Xian off to wander. Zhiyi sighed helplessly. The 31-year-old He Jingchuan and the 32-year-old He Lanqing were actually teaming up to bully Lin Xian, who was younger than them. They were truly becoming more shameless. He Jingchuan, Lin Xian, He Lanqing, honestly in front of you, we have always been shameless. The young master is coming out. Little Q waved its mechanical arm and then adjusted the red collar around its neck. Ahem, it was now the butler robot of E-Garden. Many robots in the interstellar realm wanted to curry favor with it. The gentle purple evening gown that Lu Zhiyi wore sparkled as its hem spread out like the magnificent nebula flowers. The dress was adorned with numerous diamonds, shining brightly under the lights. It seemed as if she had draped the stars and the Milky Way over herself, with twinkling stars surrounding her, making her exceptionally stunning. This evening gown, custom-made for her, perfectly showcased her curvy figure, contrasting beautifully with her snow-white skin. He Jingchuan, Lin Xian, and He Lanqing exchanged glances, bending down in unison, extending their hands. In doing so, they placed the choice in her hands. "Why aren't we fighting today?" Lu Zhiyi teased, her eyes sweeping over them. "What childish game are you playing? No talking, no moving?" Seeing that no one was responding to her, Lu Zhiyi added, "All right, the banquet is about to start." Lu Zhiyi took He Jingchuan's large hand. "Let's go in order of arrival." Lin Xian and He Lanqing maintained their composure, though a fleeting disappointment flashed in their eyes. "Okay," He Jingchuan said joyfully, looking up. His eyes seemed to shimmer with starlight, gathering around her figure, with love flowing freely in his gaze. Lu Zhiyi was unaware that this was a joint scheme by Lin Xian and He Lanqing to trap He Jingchuan in the current bet. On the day of her 25th birthday banquet, the one she chose to stand by her side would be her first partner. He Jingchuan glanced back at Lin Xian and He Lanqing with a smug expression. "TSK, you understand the order of arrival, right? After all the fuss, it will still be me." He Lanqing, watching He Jingchuan's irritating demeanor, clenched his fists. "No rush, no rush. After midnight, I'll definitely chase after this foolish wolf." As the grand banquet commenced, the invited beastmen were either nobility or outstanding figures from various fields in the interstellar realm. All eyes were eagerly focused on the same spot, waiting for her appearance. Naturally, places like the Huaxing Military Academy, the Central City Military Hospital, the A905 Military District, and Planet X856, which belonged to Lu Zhiyi, were represented by those who had a good relationship with her. "Marshal, Lu Zhiyi is here," the rabbit beast man exclaimed excitedly. Simon involuntarily looked over her, and Lu Zhiyi gracefully approached, her gown swaying gently with her steps, as if she were stepping on the moon, dimming the brilliant star river beside her. Something seemed to stir within Simon, as the few memories he had with Lu Zhiyi resurfaced. Chapter 145, a grand gift standing next to Lu Zhiyi. He Jingchuan looked like a peacock spreading its feathers. His suit was custom designed, and even his hair was meticulously styled, all to match the elegance of Lu Zhiyi. He Lanqing saw her disappointing son not standing beside Lu Zhiyi and quickly stepped forward to create a good impression. He Lanqing appeared more mature and composed, raising her hand with an increasing aura of a head of the family. It seemed that in a few years, she would take over He Lanqing's position. Lu Jie, He Lanqing had grown quite a bit, reaching Lu Zhiyi's waist, with a youthful face still holding a hint of handsomeness. Until now, He Lanqing still found her younger brother quite annoying. "Zhiyi, Nua, Xiao Yang," Lu Zhiyi replied with a smile to each of them. "In the future, we will be family. This is a small token from the He Lan family, hoping you will like it." As soon as He Lanqing finished speaking, the two attendants behind her stepped forward and opened a brocade box. "This is a landscape painting from the T dynasty of Huaxia. I found it 6 months ago and have kept it carefully, just waiting for a suitable opportunity to give it to you. This is a coming-of-age gift from the He Lan family for each child. According to our family tradition, 80 of the male's assets are to be given to their future partner. One was priceless, while the other could buy several planets in the interstellar realm. One brocade box contained an ancient scroll, while the other held a priceless token and a stack of asset transfer documents." The onlooking beastmen gasped in awe, unsure whether to envy Lu Zhiyi or He Lanqing. Lu Zhiyi was momentarily stunned. This grand gift felt less like a birthday present for her and more like a dowry for He Lanqing from the He Lan family. Well, although there was no concept of dowries in the interstellar realm, it could be understood in the context of Lu Zhiyi's original world. At her current position, Lu Zhiyi truly lacked neither money nor power. However, the landscape painting from the T dynasty of Huaxia did indeed touch her heart. Ahem. He Lanqing looked at the slightly dazed Lu Zhiyi, feeling embarrassed to urge her to accept the gift in front of her mother. She could only clear her throat nonchalantly to hint at Lu Zhiyi. "Since we are all family, I won't decline." Lu Zhiyi smiled gently, personally accepting the grand gift to show her appreciation before handing it to Xiao Qiu. "So, can I call you sister-in-law next time we meet?" Under He Lanqing's threatening gaze, He Lanqing stretched his neck, deciding to go for it. "Right, Xiaoyang." He Lanqing glanced at her little daughter, who rarely displayed immaturity and instantly understood the siblings' little thoughts without exposing them. "Huh." He Lanqing was stunned. "But I'm used to calling you Lu Jie." Lan Nuo didn't know whether this little sheep was genuinely foolish or pretending, thinking that being the youngest and being spoiled by their mother meant he could act recklessly. Next time he got beaten by Lan Qing, he shouldn't hide behind her. All right, when that day really comes. It's not too late to change how you address me. Lan Ji smiled lightly, the golden hairpin in her hair shining. Time not defeating beauty, but a few strands of white in her hair were the marks left by time as cruelty. I won't occupy your time any longer. Take them to the side. Lan Ji had stepped down from the alliance for many years, and now she was becoming increasingly gentle. Ahem. I heard that Aunt Zhi recently brought back a handsome young man who resembles a certain white moonlight of hers. Lu Zi fixed her gaze on Lan Ji's back, and suddenly a piece of gossip she had overheard in the military hospital echoed in her mind. The Lan family had come to present a grand gift, and naturally, Ms. Lin couldn't sit still. Ms. Lin signaled and quickly left her little girl and son behind, bringing her attendants to cut in line. Zhiyi, our Lin family is just a bunch of mundane people who spend money. These are glowing stones I've gathered from various places. If you like any, just pick a few to play with. If you don't like them, I'll find you some better ones. These can even serve as lamps sitting in the corner. Ms. Lin waved her hand, and various precious diamonds dazzled everyone's eyes. Among them were many top treasures from major interstellar auctions in recent years. And this large box of diamonds easily amounted to at least 10 billion star coins. Diamonds can be played with that wool? The onlooking rabbit beastman's worldview was instantly shattered. He silently looked at Simon, hoping the marshal could give him a raise to comfort his weak little heart. The marshal only has eyes for Lu Zhi. He even called the lion insincere. Lu Zi raised an eyebrow. The elegant Ms. Lin, who usually enjoyed tea and flower arranging, suddenly became so direct. Lin Xian also didn't expect that his mother, who had educated him to be low-key since childhood, would one day blatantly flaunt money. Ms. Lin glanced at her wooden son, Lin Xian. Since she had come personally, shouldn't this male lead say a few words? I will definitely treasure the gifts Aunt Lin sent. How could I bear to just play with such beautiful diamonds? Lu Zi's eyes sparkled as she picked out a palm-sized pink diamond and fiddled with it, unable to put down. Something that was both valuable and beautiful. Who could refuse? I'll have Jay use this diamond to make you a dress another day. Lin Xian saw Lu Zi's delight, and his pretty fox-like eyes unconsciously curved, shimmering like clear water. Okay, then it's up to you to arrange it. Lu Zi felt Lin Xian smile, glancing over and finding that the pink diamond in her hand was not as captivating as his watery eyes. To use a phrase from her world.S internet, Lin Xian's eyes made even looking at a dog seem affectionate. Ms. Lin felt somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, her wooden son was born a nine-tailed fox with some charm. Otherwise, no female would truly be interested in him. First the Lan family, then the Lin family, but there was no He family. Some strange glances fell on He Jingchuan at the banquet, although the He family had completely severed ties with He Jingchuan, and Lu Zi had kept her promise to heal He Ying's precious son. In this context, He Jingchuan still seemed a bit pitiful. He Jingchuan naturally sensed these unusual gazes, but he didn't mind at all. He lowered his gaze to the tightly clasped hands, feeling particularly satisfied inside. But it didn't matter. Our general, he still had the A905 military district. Lu Zhi, this is a token of our A905 military district, also a gift for our general He. Hong Yin personally represented the A905 military district to present a gift to the little birthday star, waving his hand as heavy iron boxes were carried in one after another. The iron boxes remained closed, filled with the latest developed heavy weapons. Hong Yin looked at Lu Zi with affectionate eyes, filled with admiration. 2 years. No. 3 years ago at that summer banquet, it was the first time Hong Yin saw Lu Zi. Back then, he had called her a little doll, and she was only 22. That little doll, who was checked and showed no mental fluctuations, had now become an unshakable presence in the interstellar realm. This change was quite unimaginable. If you feel it's not enough, I'll bring you more tomorrow. He Jingchuan whispered in Lu Zi's ear. You brat. Making us seem stingy. Hong Yin blew his beard, looking helplessly at He Jingchuan. Thank you, Mr. Hong Yin, and thank you to the brothers of the A905 military district. Lu Zi elbowed the interrupting He Jingchuan, saying she couldn't accept the title of Mr., and that he could just call her by name. Good, Zi. We entrust our General He to you. Hong Yin looked at Lu Zi and He Jingchuan standing side by side, feeling relieved as a teacher. His student, He Jingchuan, was too lonely. Although many shadows seemed to follow him, the only one truly walking with him was Lu Zi. Chapter 146. The end of the birthday party. After thanking Xie Guang, Yin San happily ran over. Ah, I don't have any precious gifts either. Yin San stroked his treasured beard, feeling that the box in his hand was still too light, but his intentions were there. He hoped that our little Zhiyi would be happy and wished her a happy birthday. It was all because the others ahead were throwing money around, making him, the dean, seem a bit poor. This Qiling Yu Chao may not be of much use to you, but it still has some collectible value. Yin San opened the wooden box in his hand, revealing a herb that emitted a green glow. Qiling Yu Chao is a rare herb in the interstellar world, taking 100 years to cultivate, and it costs millions of star coins at auction. Yin San had also obtained 2 Qiling Yu Chao by chance. If there was only one, the old man wouldn't have been willing to give it away. Oh, the sun is rising from the west today. Lin Xian teased, rarely seeing Yin San being so generous. I'm just stingy with you all, but I'm always generous to Zhiyi. Yin Shan proudly lifted his chin, his long and sparse beard shaking along with it, clearly showing his double standards on his face. All right, Lin Xian chuckled softly. The entire military hospital knew that Yin San had always treated Lu Zhiyi well, treating her like a granddaughter. Then thank you, our most esteemed dean. Lu Zhiyi smiled sweetly, her voice melodic, acting cute towards a respected elder. She held the wooden box in both hands as if it were a treasure. Hey, what's most important is that you're happy. Yin San looked at Lu Zhiyi with more affection, chuckling a few times. But when he caught sight of Lin Xian behind her, his smile instantly froze. If you were like Zhiyi, treating this old man a bit better and making me angry less, I could treat you like this too. Then I'll work hard to pretend for a day and respect you well. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively at Yin San. He often clashed with Yin Shan during their research, and it was common for them to argue for a day or two. Yin San sighed heavily at Lin Xian, his eyes full of disdain. He then looked at Lu Zhiyi with a smile and left with his hands behind his back. The beastmen on the Star Network must have problems with their eyesight. How could they label Lin Xian as gentle when half of my hair has turned white from anger? Because of him, Old Goat and Old Cat Professor brought a few private ancient collections from Huaxia that Lu Zhiyi liked, which inevitably had some flaws after experiencing the apocalypse and thousands of years in the interstellar age. This gift struck Lu Zhiyi's heart directly. She was reluctant to touch it with her hands and specifically instructed Xiaoqiu to take good care of it. Next, some nobles from Central City came to show their presence in front of Lu Zhiyi, but they were mostly dealt with by He Jingxuan, Lin Xian, and He Lanqing. Simon. Lu Zhiyi called Simon proactively. Simon stiffened. Hearing his name from her lips inexplicably tickled his heart. He still had to face it. Simon sighed inwardly, unable to sort out his feelings for Lu Zhiyi. He occasionally thought of her and dreamed of her, but it wasn't to the point of needing her desperately. Deacon Lu. Simon suppressed the complex emotions in his heart and respectfully called out, maintaining a polite distance. Deacon Lu. The rabbit beastman hopped toward Lu Zhiyi, but due to his status, he could only stand behind Simon. He Lanqing discreetly glanced at Simon. Simon was acting too unfamiliar, which felt odd. This is a gift prepared for Deacon Lu by Planet X-856. I hope you will like it and wish you great success and smooth sailing. After pondering for a while, Simon fluently recited the lines he had prepared, which were short and had no issues. Lu Zhiyi felt that Simon had changed. He had learned to restrain his temperament and suppress his emotions, appearing much more mature. However, she didn't interact with him much, so this was just her one-sided perspective. Thank you, Marshal Simon. Lu Zhiyi didn't say much. Her expression was calm as she signaled Xiaoqiu with her eyes. Xiaoqiu understood and stepped forward to take the gift. Happy birthday, Deacon Lu. I wish you happiness every day, free from worries. The rabbit beastman felt the strong official tone in their conversation, making him uncomfortable, and he thought their relationship with Lu Zhiyi was quite good. The rabbit beastman's mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. Lu Zhiyi understood. This little rabbit wanted her to govern the entire interstellar world sooner rather than later. Good rabbit, very thoughtful, deserves a reward. Are you planning to stay in Central City for a few days? I'll arrange for a little robot to take you around. As soon as Lu Zhiyi finished speaking, Xiaoqiu became unhappy. Where would the little master get other little robots? Xiaoqiu automatically switched to a pitiful tone. Originally, there weren't any. You'd have to prepare them. Lu Zhiyi patted Xiaoqiu's round, robotic head, her gentle gaze falling on the rabbit beastman. Lu Zhiyi was quite nice to the rabbit beastman, but the jealous He Jingxuan was not pleased. Lu Zhiyi once helped Shen Xinju take care of Puppy, and her gaze toward the puppy was the same as how she looked at this silly rabbit. Is that okay? The rabbit beastman's eyes instantly lit up. Then he looked at Simon with great anticipation. You arrange it yourself. Simon glanced at the rabbit beastman's silly smile and turned his eyes away in disdain. Oh yeah. The rabbit beast man excitedly spun in place. Xiaoqiu, take good care of our guest, Lu Zhiyi instructed Xiaoqiu. Okay. As long as it's not raising other little robots. Xiaoqiu will be happy and ensure the task is completed. Simon was once again submerged in the crowd of beasts at the banquet, the noisy sounds covering him, and he felt inexplicably irritable inside. With the support of He Jingchuan, Lin Xian, and He Lanqing, Lu Zhiyi walked toward the towering 25-layer birthday cake they had personally prepared for her. It seemed they had some obsession with painting Lu Zhiyi. 25 layers represented 25 years old. Ever since Little Deer had made a brief appearance, they liked to imagine different periods of Lu Zhiyi, painting 25 different versions of her, each accompanied by a white wolf, fox, and white tiger. Their painting skills had improved a lot compared to 2 years ago. Lu Zhiyi couldn't hide her joy, picked up the small knife beside her, and cut into the bottom layer of the birthday cake, wishing myself a happy birthday, and wishing all those who love me to be well forever. Give it a try. He Jingchuan directly pinched a white wolf made of white chocolate and brought it to Lu Zhiyi's mouth. Delicious, very sweet. Lu Zhiyi took a bite of the white wolf, her soft tongue brushing against his rough fingertip. This chocolate was sweet, but not greasy. It was indeed delicious. Lu Zhiyi's 3 guardians were extravagant, and fireworks filled the city, lighting up the night sky of Central City. Lu Zhiyi's gaze was captivated by the brilliant fireworks, completely unaware of He Jingchuan's fiery gaze. Your little deer has finally come of age. Delicious, very sweet, that's good. Chapter 147. First partner. He Jingchuan, as the clock struck midnight, He Jingchuan insisted on submitting the partner application report with Lu Zhiyi. Let's do it after I wake up. I'm really tired. Lu Zhiyi took off her heavy evening gown, removed her makeup, and took a shower. Just as she stepped out of the bathroom, He Jingchuan pinned her against the wall, domineeringly preventing her from moving even an inch. Lu Zhiyi was genuinely sleepy. She slid down the wall and settled on He Jingchuan's bent knee. She wrapped her arms around his waist, unceremoniously touched his abs a few times, and nuzzled against his chest, her eyes half closed. She had touched him, after all. She couldn't give nothing in return. He Jingchuan lifted Lu Zhiyi up with both hands and lowered his gaze to see the soft, fragrant skin before him. His eyes darkened, and his voice became slightly hoarse. As for the benefits, you have to take them yourself. Lu Zhiyi was too sleepy to open her eyes fully. Her voice soft as her hands languidly rested on He Jingchuan's shoulders. At 25, Lu Zhiyi was openly flirtatious. She used to be more reserved. But now she could kiss He Jingchuan in the morning, Lin Xian in the afternoon, and He Lanqing at night without blushing. You know exactly what I want, right? He Jingchuan carried Lu Zhiyi and sat down at the head of the bed, looking at her hazy eyes with a mix of grievance and helplessness. You know what this day means to me. You know how long I've waited. Lu Zhiyi, you can't do this. He Jingchuan finally lost his temper and bit down hard on her smooth, fair shoulder, leaving a red mark. The sting from his bite jolted Lu Zhiyi awake a little. She squinted at the bite mark in disbelief. This damn wolf actually bit me. Lu Zhiyi's eyes widened. But when she met He Jingchuan's wrong gaze and the reddening corners of his eyes, the words she was about to say got swallowed back down. She knew everything. But it was only midnight. The information registration office wasn't even open yet. Even cows and horses need a rest. Can you let me sleep for a bit? When I wake up, I'll agree to anything you want. Lu Zhiyi wrapped her arms around He Jingchuan's neck, pouting and acting cute. Her little eyes darting as her fingertips traced down his sexy muscle lines to his lower abdomen. Lu Zhiyi would rather He Jingchuan hurry up and finish with her, so she could sleep. He Jingchuan felt a fire igniting within him. His Adam's apple bobbed as he seized her restless little hand. He Jingchuan opened her palm and brought it to his lips, placing a feather-like kiss on it. Then you said, after you wake up, you'll listen to me. He Jingchuan leaned forward, his hot breath brushing against Lu Zhiyi's face, his gaze revealing a possessive dominance. Okay, Lu Zhiyi responded softly, resting her head on He Jingchuan's chest, quickly falling into a deep sleep. The wolf that had been playing the obedient role in front of Lu Zhiyi was finally revealing its sharp claws. The fierce wolf tightly embraced the treasure he had worked hard to obtain, gently touching her with burning affection. He Jingchuan patiently let Lu Zhiyi sleep until she woke up naturally. When she finally stirred, He Jingchuan was already dressed and sitting in a rocking chair in her room. He wore a white shirt, and the golden sunlight fell on him, giving his skin a glimmer and an air of being unworldly. You're awake. He Jingchuan smiled, his eyes filled with tenderness. I'll go wash up. Lu Zhiyi got up, lifting the quilt to find a pristine little dress at the foot of the bed. She raised her eyebrows, Although the dress looked simple, the starry floral gold embroidery seemed to match He Jingchuan's outfit. The courtyard was somewhat quiet as Lu Zhiyi held He Jingchuan's hand to go downstairs, not seeing Lin Xian or He Lanqing. Were they? Lu Zhiyi casually asked. I don't know. He Jingchuan replied simply, his tone dismissive. The sly fox and the perverted tiger probably knew he was going to register as Lu's partner today and had hidden away to cry. He Jingchuan guessed half right. They had indeed hidden away to drink in silence. Though it was already expected that the position of first partner belonged to He Jingchuan, when the day actually arrived, it still felt bittersweet. Today, you're not allowed to think about them. You can only have me in your heart. He Jingchuan shamelessly clung to Lu Zhiyi, wanting her to agree to his domineering request. All right. Lu Zhiyi nodded repeatedly in agreement. He Jingchuan's starship landed steadily outside the Central City Information Registration Office, and the staff had already received the news, rushing out to greet them. They joked about He Jingchuan being too impatient, while envying him for becoming Lu Zhiyi's first partner. He Jingchuan truly deserved to be the most sought-after male in the entire galaxy. Lu Steward, General He, please confirm if the information is correct. If everything is fine, we can proceed with the confirmation. Lu Zhiyi was surprised to see Zhiyi personally come to register for them. Looks good. Lu Zhiyi glanced at Zhiyi a few more times before being pulled by He Jingchuan to look at the information on the light screen. The 3 pages of information had been reviewed by He Jingchuan at least 10 times before he finally signed his name. Lu Zhiyi noticed that He Jingchuan's hand holding the pen trembled slightly. He was both excited and restrained. His name was written particularly neatly, with each stroke perfectly in place. Lu Zhiyi suddenly felt that her own hastily written name seemed rather careless. Zhiyi had never seen He Jingchuan like this. Although it was already a done deal that he would be Lu Zhiyi's first partner, He Jingchuan's seriousness made him seem somewhat anxious. He had reviewed countless military operation reports, many of which were top-secret interstellar documents. But only when it came to writing a partner application report with Lu Zhiyi did he fear making a mistake with a single punctuation mark. We filled it out. Lu Zhiyi tightly grasped He Jingchuan's hand and pressed the confirmation button. Her delicate fingertips slipped into his palm, only to find that it was already damp with sweat. She lightly tapped to reassure him. Zhiyi expedited the review of the application report and updated the information network, taking a full 15 minutes. During those 15 minutes, He Jingchuan remained tense, staring straight at Zhiyi. Zhiyi was so unnerved by He Jingchuan's gaze that he broke out in a cold sweat. While the beastmen assisting dared not breathe, fearing that any mistake would cause He Jingchuan to blow up the information registration office. All right, Zhiyi sighed in relief. Complying with General He's request, we arranged a few things. He Jingchuan pulled Lu Zhiyi to sit in front of a red cloth, and she instinctively smiled at the cold camera. In the interstellar world, there were no red background ID photos nor marriage certificates, only a cold web of relationships. However, He Jingchuan had seen a marriage certificate once during the apocalypse. He memorized all the details and specifically requested the information registration office to prepare one for them. Congratulations to Lu Steward and General He on your new marriage. May you both live in harmony and grow old together. Zhiyi handed the newly created marriage certificate to Lu Zhiyi and He Jingchuan, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. It was Lu Zhiyi's first time in Central City, and it was also his duty to receive her. That once delicate little female now had a different kind of scenery. Lu Zhiyi took the slightly warm red booklet, a sense of daze washing over her as her fingertips rubbed against the 3 golden embossed characters on the marriage certificate, her eyes suddenly feeling a bit moist. Lu Zhiyi's partner, He Jingchuan. Chapter 148. A moment in spring night is worth 1,000 gold. The mountains were covered in maple trees, dyeing half of the sky red. The autumn wind blowing towards them carried a hint of chill, as Lu Zhiyi stepped on the dry branches and fallen leaves, making a faint rustling sound. To her surprise, there was such a hidden treasure in the central city. It was quiet here, with no high-rise buildings or running robots in sight. She unconsciously relaxed, enjoying a moment of peace. In the middle of the maple forest stood a 3-story redwood house, with a small swing in the yard next to it. Did you buy this piece of land? Lu Zhiyi's bright eyes shone with endless delight. She instantly fell in love with the maple forest and the little wooden house. A palm-sized maple leaf just happened to land on the top of her head. She pinched the leaf between her fingers and gently waved it. Yes, this land has been idle since last year. When I saw this maple forest, I thought of you. I thought I should give a gift of autumn to the deer born in autumn. He Jingchuan smiled, his gaze closely following Lu Zhiyi, enjoying the time spent alone with her. It can also be considered a wedding gift. After he finished speaking, he shyly lowered his eyes, his ears turning slightly red. But not obviously. The wooden house is designed by me, and the first floor hall has a floor-to-ceiling window that you like. There's a blanket in front of the window, and I also put a rocking chair with a cushion on it. You should feel very comfortable sitting on it. That floor-to-ceiling window must frame the view of the maple forest. Zhiyi imagined how beautiful it would be, especially at sunset. I really like this wedding gift. Zhiyi gently squeezed He Jingchuan's hand, unconsciously glancing sideways, her gaze directly meeting his tender eyes. They looked at each other, their brows filled with joy. The autumn wind seemed to carry warmth, lifting Zhiyi's hair, inviting her skirt to dance along. At sunset, the orange-red sun seemed to merge with the maple forest, spreading infinite tenderness. During a candlelit dinner, He Jingchuan opened a bottle of strong red wine, pouring it smoothly in front of Zhiyi. What does this count as? Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, bringing the red wine to her nose for a sniff. The aroma of the wine wafted around her, making her heart flutter, and she squinted like a little cat. Over the past 2 years, Zhiyi's wine skills had improved significantly. She wouldn't get drunk after just 1 glass. Flirting for fun. He Jingchuan spoke plainly, the candlelight reflecting in his eyes, almost revealing the desire within. He Jingchuan noticed that there was little food left on Zhiyi's plate, and her little belly was round, indicating she was full. Now that she was full, it would soon be his turn. His wolfish hunger was still unquenched. He Jingchuan's gaze was too intense, carrying a hint of danger. Of course, this danger was not the same as others. The only victim was Zhiyi, and the outcome would probably be her lying in bed, unwilling to move. Pervert. Zhiyi took a small sip of red wine, lazily leaning back against her chair, her gaze captivating He Jingchuan's heart. Yes, a pervert, not a wolf. This pervert thought he was sufficiently restrained. From the moment he realized his feelings for Zhiyi, he had been waiting for this day to come, even if a fox, a white tiger, and a snake inexplicably joined the process. He loved her steadfastly while also fearing she might not want him. She was becoming more and more outstanding, with more stars surrounding her, and He Jingchuan felt increasingly uneasy. He desperately needed to prove that Zhiyi had in her heart. Only for you. He Jingchuan downed the red wine in his glass, casually putting the cup down and striding towards Zhiyi. I haven't finished yet. Zhiyi looked at the man who had imprisoned her in his arms, his masculine warmth enveloping her. I'll feed you. He Jingchuan held Zhiyi's small hand and brought her wine glass to his lips. Just as Zhiyi eagerly watched her wine being consumed by the pervert, he suddenly tilted his chin, leaned in close, and returned the wine to her. Zhiyi gasped in surprise, her hands lightly resting on He Jingchuan's chest, half of the wine pouring down her throat while the other half spilled from the corner of her mouth, flowing down her neck. In the flickering candlelight, accompanied by the faint sound of liquid, the empty wine bottle fell to the ground with a crisp clatter. Zhiyi's eyes glistened with tears. She didn't know if it was from his teasing or the intoxicating wine. A moment in spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Such a beautiful time should not be wasted at the dinner table. Let's go back to the room. Zhiyi murmured softly, burying her head in his chest. Okay. He Jingchuan's voice was a bit hoarse as he single-handedly lifted Zhiyi, letting her sit steadily on his arm. The master bedroom door swung open, and the warm yellow wall lamp lit up. The bedroom also had a floor-to-ceiling window with a blanket and rocking chair. Shower. First shower. Zhiyi was placed by He Jingchuan on the bed, which was too soft, causing her to uncontrollably lean back. Lying on the bed, Zhiyi felt a bit dizzy, unaware of how soft and alluring her voice sounded at that moment. I'll help you wash later. He Jingchuan, this wolf, stared intently at his treasure, determined not to let her escape. No. Just as Zhiyi tried to get up, He Jingchuan pressed her down. A beast that has been caged for too long is uncontrollable. As dusk fell, the autumn rain began to pour outside the window. The light in the bedroom dimmed slightly, casting faint shadows. He Jingchuan's love wandered over every inch of her, and the temperature suddenly rose. Zhiyi's eyes fluttered closed. Her eyelashes trembled as she whispered in his ear, Lulu, love me forever. He Jingchuan's eyes turned crimson, the wet wolf tail wrapping around her ankle, desperately seeking her response. I love you very much. He asked once, and she responded once, her voice hoarse, unable to speak. Zhiyi had originally been grasping He Jingchuan's arm, but it finally slid weakly to her sides. He Jingchuan was greedy. He wanted not only intimate cuddling, but also the resonance of souls and the intertwining of love. As long as it was related to her, he wanted it all. He wanted to leave a unique mark on everything about her. The autumn rain came suddenly and became a bit urgent. The autumn rain tapped against the maple leaves outside the window. Some leaves could not withstand the heavy drops and fell one after another. The rain continued all night until dawn broke, gradually tapering off, reluctantly holding back the water. Many maple leaves had fallen, thickly piled on the ground. Yet they possessed a unique beauty. Chapter 149. You must love me forever, He Jingxuan. Lulu said, she loves me. I love you, He Jingxuan. You must love me forever. Forever. I will always love you. Lu Zhiyi will always love He Jingxuan. I was the first to attract you. So you must love me forever. Because you don't just love me, you must always compensate. In my impression, He Jingxuan has always been gentle and obedient, though he occasionally loses his temper. But tonight, he is particularly different. The night deepens, and the rain outside has lessened. The moon cannot be seen tonight, probably shyly hiding at home. Lu Zhiyi is soft and curled up on He Jingxuan's body, small and cat-like. Her arms and legs are too tired to lift, lying down, unwilling to move. Even robots know when to rest, but this wolf does not. He whispered words of love in her ear all night, wanting her to say she loves him 100 times, 1,000 times. Last night, He Jingxuan didn't hold back at first, perhaps because he felt insecure. Lin Xian, He Lanqing, and half a floor were left behind. Even after 2 years, this has always been a thorn in He Jingxuan's heart. They certainly have no right to selfishly occupy Lu Zhiyi, but He Jingxuan once did, as he was once Lu Zhiyi's only one. But later, this only one became one of many, half, a third, a quarter. He Jingxuan couldn't even bear to think. If it weren't for having monopolized her before, there wouldn't be such a psychological gap. With He Jingxuan's jealousy, he would remember this gap for a lifetime, never able to let it go. Let's go take a shower. He Jingxuan picked Lu Zhiyi up with one hand. Lu Zhiyi heard his soft laughter in her ear and turned her face away in annoyance. He doesn't know how to restrain himself. This lecher. Still have energy? He Jingxuan chuckled. He was beaming, more proud than the flowers in Chang'an. Lu Zhiyi huffed lightly and ignored him. He Jingxuan took his time cleaning the bathtub while holding Lu Zhiyi, adjusting the temperature and starting to fill it with water. Taking advantage of the time before the bathtub was filled, he showered with Lu Zhiyi. Then Lu Zhiyi submerged herself in the bathtub, her back pressed against He Jingxuan's chest, unceremoniously using him as a wolf-shaped pillow. After a while, Lu Zhiyi finally exhaled slowly, her strength somewhat restored. Let's go back to Yuan. Lu Zhiyi's cheeks puffed slightly. She really couldn't stand this wolf. The cabin was nice, but it couldn't be stayed in tonight. Okay, I will listen to Lulu. He Jingxuan, well-fed, was agreeable to her requests. Tonight you either sleep by yourself or sleep on the floor. No way. He Jingxuan rejected her without a second thought, very decisively. This cannot be negotiated. Having tasted the sweetness, He Jingxuan could never go back to the days of only having soup and not meat, half satisfied. I'm not negotiating with you. Lu Zhiyi felt she had indulged this wolf for an entire night, letting him get a bit carried away, almost forgetting who was in charge of this home. Lu Zhiyi turned and grabbed his ear, while her abilities worked within her, instantly restoring some of her strength. This wolf was almost floating away. After eating meat, the wolf's ears became a bit sensitive. Didn't you say you would love me forever? He Jingxuan, with his ear caught, looked at Lu Zhiyi eagerly, his large hand possessively gripping her waist. Last night was my first time. I had no experience and was a bit heavy-handed. Lulu, please be forgiving with more practice. I'll gain experience. He Jingxuan buried his head in Lu Zhiyi's chest, gently rubbing against her like a big dog seeking affection. More practice will lead to experience. According to He Jingxuan's reasoning, Lu Zhiyi felt that adding Lin Xian and He Lanqing into the mix, her little body would eventually break. I'm just worried about you. You must be very tired after a long night. Lu Zhiyi squeezed He Jingxuan's ear a bit harder. He Jingxuan trembled at Lu Zhiyi's stimulation. You. Lu Zhiyi was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening. This was simply. Lu Zhiyi quickly released her hand and turned to escape. Lulu, let me well again. He Jingxuan's big hand tightly gripped Lu Zhiyi's lower back. So tired. I can't love anymore for now. Lu Zhiyi had given up struggling, letting him be. Last time, He Jingxuan whispered sweetly in her ear. Are you kidding? Lu Zhiyi didn't believe him. This sentence He Jingxuan had said many times. Next time, you can torment me. He Jingxuan was indeed seeking benefits for himself. Is it okay to sleep on the floor while you torment me? Is it okay to ignite without responsibility? After an unknown amount of time, He Jingxuan had washed and dried Lu Zhiyi's body, gently placing her on the bed and even fetching a clean blanket to cover her. quickly clean this up. Lu Zhi looked at the mess in the room and directly kicked He Jingchuan in the chest. However, for He Jingchuan, Lu Zhi's kick was soft and lacked any strength. The clothes, just throw them away. Lu Zhi looked at the torn clothes, hesitating to speak, then turned her head to see a small camisole on the rocking chair, directly choosing to close her eyes, out of sight, out of mind. Okay. He Jingchuan also knew he had gone too far, honestly serving her. He Jingchuan's marriage leave was not long, and when he returned to a Yuan, there would be a hungry fox and a hungry white tiger coming to share a piece of meat, so he naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to eat well. The white wolf was in pain, but Lu Zhi did not know. Sigh. Lu Zhi slept soundly until the evening, awakened by hunger. Looking out at the night, she hesitated, but ultimately chose to return to the manor. However, after filling her stomach, she was coaxed by He Jingchuan into drinking a few glasses of wine, which was even stronger than last night. The alcohol hit her head, and as she looked at He Jingchuan's bare chest and sexy muscle lines, she accidentally fell for his charms, feeling desire arise, and even took the initiative to move closer. Jingchuan, you look just like my ideal type. Then you want me? Want me, okay? Okay. Seeing his charm succeed, He Jingchuan quickly seized the opportunity to entangle Lu Zhi for another night. His voice carried a certain allure, drawing her in, coaxing her to nod in agreement. Lu Zhi truly couldn't understand where he got all that energy. Finally, on the third day at noon, under Lu Zhi's strong insistence, threat of force, He Jingchuan left the ridiculous little cabin with her. Given He Jingchuan's good performance, Lu Zhi decided to reward him by letting him sleep on the floor. I was wrong, He Jingchuan said weakly. He Jingchuan's acting skills were becoming increasingly good. One moment he was fierce, the next he was like a little kitten. Lu Zhi raised her chin, turned to leave, and didn't forget to kick He Jingchuan once more. Already very honest, please approve. Woo woo woo. Chapter 150. The jealous fox tiger as he entered the house. Lu Zhi deliberately used his abilities to erase the traces on his body, mainly because he was afraid of stimulating Lin Xian and He Lan Qing, and then he would have to comfort them himself. He Jingchuan immediately became displeased, pretending to nonchalantly tug at his collar, revealing a large area of ambiguous scratch marks. He Jingchuan. Lu Zhi glanced sideways, shocked by this wolf's provocative behavior. Lu Zhi reached out, intending to forcibly tidy up He Jingchuan's collar. But He Jingchuan, taking advantage of his height, placed a large hand directly on Lu Zhi's forehead, leaving Lu Zhi's arm awkwardly suspended in the air. He Jingchuan. Lu Zhi said slowly, word by word. This wolf was truly outrageous. Give me some face if you do this. What if they think I'm incapable? He Jingchuan blinked sincerely, his large tail behind him slightly stiffening, as if he was seriously talking nonsense. He Jingchuan had browsed through the romance novels from the apocalyptic period, originally wanting to find something from Lulu's era to win her favor. However, these novels had awkward plots where the male lead chased the female lead, and she couldn't escape, which He Jingchuan found hard to endure. So he had to return the artifact to the ancient academy. However, he did remember some descriptions from those novels, roughly about how the male lead tormented the female lead for a day and night until she was too exhausted to get out of bed. The next day, the female lead covered her ambiguous marks with foundation, but still got exposed, causing the supporting female character to feel jealous. He Jingchuan believed his stamina was comparable to those male leads, but when a female lead regained her energy and covered her marks depended entirely on her mood. Sigh. Lulu's healing abilities were simply off the charts. If Lulu were interested, she would be willing to show her soft side to comfort him. But she wasn't interested. He could only sleep on the floor like tonight. Go in. Lu Zhi irritably swatted He Jingchuan's large hand away and turned to head straight into the house. Bang! Just as Lu Zhi stepped over the threshold, the door was suddenly slammed shut. If He Jingchuan hadn't reacted quickly, he would have crashed into it. Perverted tiger. He Jingchuan gritted his teeth. He had already caught a whiff of that tiger's stench. He Lan Qing closed the door with one hand and draped his arm over Lu Zhi's shoulder. His movements smooth as if rehearsed countless times. The door wasn't locked. He Lan Qing had only intended to shut He Jingchuan out and annoy him a bit. I thought you didn't want to come back. He Lan Qing said sourly. How could that be? I miss you so much. Lu Zhi willingly wrapped his arms around He Lan Qing's waist, leaning half of his body against him. He Lan Qing lowered his gaze from his angle. There are no unsightly marks on Lu Zhi's exposed fair skin. Little liar. The day Lu Zhi registered his partner information with He Jingchuan, a piece of his heart felt empty, and he drank all night with Lin Xian, originally thinking he could look forward to Lu Zhi's return the next day. He instead received a message late at night that she wouldn't be coming home. He Lanqing numbly continued working, grading a pile of student papers that were impossible to read. Lin Xian meticulously prepared a table full of dishes, reheated them over and over, only to eventually throw them away. Lu Zhiyi didn't know any of this, nor would she ever know. Their love was never meant to make her feel guilty. He Lanqing, you are too childish. With the door pushed open again, He Jingchuan's cold voice came through. What? Is President He really going to fuss over such trivial matters? He Lanqing turned around and glanced at He Jingchuan with indifference. In the next moment, He Lanqing suddenly felt emptiness in his arms. Zhiyi, I just learned to make 2 kinds of pastries. See if they suit your taste? The usually gentle Lin Xian stepped forward and took Lu Zhiyi's hand, secretly using some force to pull her away. Lu Zhiyi didn't react in time and fell straight into Lin Xian's embrace, her head bumping against his chest. Okay. Lu Zhiyi steadied herself by holding onto Lin Xian's arm, casually responding, but felt a chill behind her. He Jingchuan's gaze had turned notably cold, cursing these 2 shameless beings. He Lanqing's empty hand naturally fell down, helplessly following. He was so focused on guarding against He Jingchuan that he forgot this fox wasn't a good thing either. To limit certain females from becoming too arrogant and outrageous, the Interstellar Alliance initially stipulated that each partner's registration time must be separated by 7 days, later reducing it to 3 days. After all, behind this seemingly unreasonable condition, there was indeed an A-grade, beautiful, wealthy female who registered 45 partners in 30 days. Now, Lin Xian and He Lanqing were somewhat annoyed by this regulation. Lin Xian picked nebula flowers grown in Yuan and made nebula flower cakes similar to osmanthus cakes. The nebula flower cakes were cut into perfect squares, as if a piece of a starry river had been replicated, with yellow starlight sprinkled throughout the purple pastry. These hands that saved lives on the operating table had gone into the kitchen to make these inexpensive pastries for Lu Zhiyi. If other interstellar beasts found out, they would probably talk behind his back with jealousy. Delicious, I really like it. Lu Zhiyi picked up a small piece of the nebula flower cake and brought it to her mouth. The pastry was fragrant and soft, with just the right amount of sweetness. The little foodie happily stuffed her mouth full, her head slightly swaying. Lulu just came back from lunch. Don't be greedy, or you'll feel uncomfortable later. He Jingchuan, without changing his expression, pushed a small dish of pastries away from Lu Zhiyi. It's fine, just a small 1-1 take up space. Lin Xian smiled calmly, seemingly not paying attention to He Jingchuan's little actions. I'm a doctor. I understand AE's physical condition better than you, and I let her overdo it. He Jingchuan casually pulled out a chair to sit down. He still didn't know his good friend well enough, who looked gentle and harmless but was skilled at using gentle knives. It seems President he's been living quite well these past few days. He Lanqing's lips pressed into a straight line, his eyes darkening. He Jingchuan was like a peacock displaying its feathers, not bothering to button up his shirt properly, and deliberately sat opposite He Lanqing and Lin Xian, making it easy for them to see the marks of love Lu Zhiyi had left on him. Lin Xian and He Lanqing were unwilling to look at He Jingchuan, but couldn't help but imagine the intimate scenes between Lu Zhiyi and He Jingchuan over the past few days. As they thought about it, He Jingchuan's face morphed into their own. Their hearts ached, occasionally feeling somewhat suffocated. Sharing a lover was something they couldn't be magnanimous about. They hadn't cultivated to that level yet. Lu Zhiyi shrank, Hernik, quietly taking another piece of nebula flower cake, silently lowering her presence. Chapter 151. Yiddish's S-Class Partner Gur. Awu, awu. Just as Lin Xian and He Lanqing were provoked by He Jingchuan to go confront him, Lu Zhiyi gave both of their heads a slap, resulting in a brief moment of harmony. Lu Zhiyi leaned against the white wolf, her left hand petting the fox's large head and her legs draped over the white tiger. Indeed, turning into beast forms made the environment much quieter. Sigh, harmony brings wealth. Lu Zhiyi took a comfortable sip of hot tea, pleasantly squinting her eyes. The warm autumn sun poured through the window, casting a soft, glowing light on her. Her face appeared even softer and deeper under the warm sunlight. Lu Zhiyi originally wanted to let them argue amongst themselves, but then thought that if it escalated into chaos, she would ultimately have to calm them all down. Sigh. The harem is not easy to manage. Lu Zhiyi fell asleep, while the 3 fierce beasts beside her had different thoughts. Eagle catches chick. I see everyone is focused on Miss Lu and General He, but this morning, Miss Yiddish registered a new partner, an S-Class psychic. I heard he is from a fringe planet and just turned 25. Rabbit eating radish. I saw that this S-Class is called Yin Sui, a leopard beast man. But where did this Yin Sui come from? If he really is S-Class, I should have heard his name before. Puppy-raising squirrels. Is there a big shot who can dig into who exactly this Yin Sui is from which planet? Yiddish's new partner, Yin Sui, sparked a small discussion on the Star Network. Although Yiddish's influence in the galaxy is no longer comparable to Lu Ziyi's, her every word and action as an S-Class would still attract attention. Yiddish hadn't caused trouble for Lu Ziyi in the past 2 years, which instead gave Lu Ziyi a sense of calm before the storm. Splash! A beauty emerged from the bath, droplets of water flying everywhere. Yin Sui, Yiddish called out, and a handsome young man stepped forward to drape a bathrobe over her. Yiddish stroked his face with satisfaction, playfully lifting his chin like a master assessing her newest pet. Devoid of affection, only curiosity. She had indeed picked the cleanest from a pile of filthy drifters. His face was good, his figure was decent, and his psychic power had also broken through to S-Class. Not wasting the time and resources she spent cultivating the potion. She needed an S-Class to help her breed even stronger offspring. Patriarch. Yin Sui looked at Yiddisha with devotion and unabashed affection. A year ago, Yiddisha had officially taken over the Yiddisha family. In the past, Yiddish's malice towards Lu Ziyi stemmed from having been publicly humiliated by her multiple times. Now, in order to lead the Yiddisha family to the pinnacle of power in the galaxy, she had to eliminate Lu Ziyi. Has the test report come out? What is the out-of-control value? Yiddisha appraised Yin Sui for a long time. Seemingly getting bored, she withdrew her hand and turned to leave the bath. The data from the past 10 days had basically stabilized, with the out-of-control value maintained at around 15. A flicker of disappointment passed through Yin Sui's eyes as he hurriedly followed her. Galactic beastmen are born with an out-of-control value of 5 to 10. As they grow older and their psychic power increases, the rebellion and out-of-control value also rise. An out-of-control value below 45 is considered normal. 45 to 50 indicates a warning of losing control. Exceeding 50 is classified as being out of control. Good. What did that group of test subjects say? Yiddish's lips curled into a frightening smile as she walked barefoot on the carpet, her fair feet swaying, her beautiful legs intertwined, yet within her beauty lay countless dangers. Yiddisha lazily reclined on the soft couch, squinting at the sunlight piercing through the window. Before she could speak, Yin Sui understandingly stepped forward to pull the curtains. 3 who couldn't withstand the potion died, and their bodies were sent to Dr. Wu for research before they completely decayed. 5 were still in a state of losing control, but their out-of-control values had decreased by 2 points, and only 2 were temporarily normal. Yin Sui knelt beside the soft couch, his long fingers gently massaging Yiddish's head. If this batch of test subjects doesn't work, replace them with the next batch. Tell Dr. Wu that I don't have much time left for him. Yiddisha frowned slightly, her voice cooling a few degrees. Such experimental results made it difficult for her to confront Lu Ziyi. She didn't know where Lu Ziyi had found a copy of the original experimental data, easily surpassing the Yiddisha family's experimental achievements over the years. Yes, seeing Yiddisha unhappy, a shadow flickered in Yin Sui's eyes. It was still that damned Lu Ziyi who was blocking the patriarch's path. Yin Sui considered himself the sharpest knife in Yiddish's hand, ready to clear all obstacles. The name Yin Sui was hardly known in the galaxy, but Lu Qi was aware of it. Yin Sui was a killer from the Dark District of the Drifter Alliance, codenamed Y, indeed gifted, but with a very high out-of-control value. This time, he could appear beside Yiddisha in a normal state. This meant that Yiddisha was not merely colluding with drifters, but was likely involved in the dark experiments of the drifters. The more Lu Qi thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, quickly piloting the starship towards Yuan. Little Master, Mr. Lu is here. Xiao Q tiptoed to Lu Ziyi's side and spoke only after seeing that she was awake. Let him in. Lu Ziyi stretched lazily, her slender waist curving beautifully. Another one. He Jingchuan muttered quietly in his heart. Now he was the only partner of Lu Ziyi, equally looking down on every male around her. General, he was full of confidence. He was protected by interstellar law. Lin Xian and He Lanqing felt nothing. After all, they had already defaulted to finding He Jingchuan the most annoying. Xiao Qiu brought Lu Qi into the tea room, where Lu Ziyi was boiling water for tea. As wisps of faint white smoke emerged, the tea fragrance grew stronger. Ziyi. Lu Qi's expression was somewhat grave, but seeing Lu Ziyi, the dark fog in his heart dissipated by more than half. Have a seat. Lu Ziyi noticed Lu Qi's expression and asked, is there something wrong? Yiddish's partner, Yin Sui, codenamed Y, is a drifter from the Dark District. Lu Qi's fingertips touched the teacup, warmth radiating from the cup's wall. It was expected that Yiddisha would ally with the drifters from the Dark District. Lu Zi's expression didn't change much. Her eyelids lifted slightly. Looking at the tea leaves sinking in the pot, her expression indifferent. Heh, Yiddisha will stop at nothing for power. He Jingchuan sneered, sighing meaningfully. Her ambition is scarier than the abyss. It was indeed amusing. The one who found the drifters filthy was her. Yet now she had drifters by her side for the sake of power. Chapter 152. The Dark Zone. The Wanderers have been researching the uncontrolled suppressants, and the Edissa family has secretly participated as well. Edissa has now become the head of the family, probably hoping to leverage the suppressants to climb higher, especially to the position of the Alliance chair. Lin Xian analyzed slowly. Ambitious indeed. Helan Qing initially did not want to comment on Edissa, but when Lin Xian mentioned the chair position, the gaze that had been focused on Lu Zhiyi finally shifted a bit. Who would want to be the second Lady Helan? The effects of the uncontrolled suppressants are enough to shake the entire galaxy. So, are you here with a plan? Or just to pass on a message? He Jingchuan fiddled with the empty teacup in his hand, his eyes devoid of warmth, with an undercurrent faintly surging. My plan isn't brilliant. It's somewhat dirty. I wonder if you're interested? Lu Qi spoke plainly, not hiding his dark side at all. Kill. He Jingchuan raised an eyebrow. Lu Zhiyi paused slightly, continuing to brew tea calmly. Seeing that Lu Zhiyi did not object, Lu Qi continued. The Dark Zone is in the northwest of planet D628, where there are many illegal dealings. We can infiltrate to gather intelligence, and if the opportunity is right, we can also shed some blood. It's quite normal for a few orcs to die over there. No one would suspect much. D628 is an abandoned junk planet, buried with countless evils. The Dark Zone is the darkest force among the Wanderers, and its entrance is hard to find. Even though Lu Qi is a leader among the Wanderers, it took him several years to locate it. This matter needs to be planned carefully. Lu Zhiyi looked at the few males who had already shown murderous intent. Although she knew they weren't impulsive, she couldn't help but remind them again. This task is most suitable for me. Your identities draw too much attention. If you suddenly disappear for a while, it will definitely raise suspicion. Lu Qi was worried about Lu Zhiyi's situation and knew she didn't want him to take risks, so he pretended to be calm and composed, saying that if anything unexpected happened, his people would come to support him. How about pouring me another cup of tea as a reward? Lu Qi smiled lightly, his eyes sparkling as he handed the empty teacup to Lu Zhiyi. You go and gather some information first. Don't alert the enemy. I'll accompany you later. Lu Zhiyi pondered for a moment and poured a cup of tea for Lu Qi. The atmosphere was quiet. Only the sound of tea flowing could be heard. He Jingchuan, I can go in your place. Lin Xian, you can't go to that kind of place. Helan Qing, there is no need for you to take action personally. Lu Qi, it's very dirty there. The four males uniformly opposed Lu Zhiyi's idea, their gazes fixed on her. In such a dark place, ordinary orcs really can't come back once they're captured. They weren't weak males. So how could they let Lu Zhiyi go to such a place personally? Huh? Lu Zhiyi was slightly taken aback, not expecting them to have such a strong reaction. You can't catch a tiger cub without entering the tigeress den. Isn't it normal for her to want to go herself? The four males exchanged glances in agreement and decided to kick Lu Zhiyi out of the group chat. You guys are something else. Lu Zhiyi smiled helplessly, stood up, and left the tea room with big strides, lightly tossing out a sentence. If you don't let me go, I have my own ways. For a moment, the tea room echoed with the harsh sound of wooden chairs scraping against the floor and the chaotic footsteps. Hearing the commotion behind her, Lu Zhiyi's lively eyes sparkled, a smile playing on her lips. Lu Zhiyi was a little lazy and liked to lay flat, occasionally enjoying being protected. But that didn't mean she wanted to be a clueless little bird. She had experienced the most dangerous and filthy apocalypse, so she wasn't afraid of this dark zone. They couldn't always protect her. The initial plan was still to follow Lu Qi's suggestion, with him infiltrating first to gather information. Meanwhile, news of Lu Qi entering the Yuan reached Yen Sui's ears. Mr. Yen, Lu Qi stayed for 5 hours before coming out. My subordinates suspect that he has become suspicious of you. The black-clad orc lowered his head, kneeling respectfully on one knee before Yen Sui. Lu Qi is Lu Zhiyi's lover, which is no longer news in the galaxy. The Alliance has opinions about Lu Qi, but because of Lu Zhiyi's status, they haven't caught him in anything and have turned a blind eye. Yen Sui did not take Lu Qi seriously. He was cleaning the gun in his hand, which gleamed with a chilling light. The black-clad orc handed over the photos he had secretly taken to Yen Sui. The first photo showed Xiao Q leading Lu Qi into the Yuan. The next 2 or 3 photos depicted Lu Qi leaving while kissing Lu Zhiyi's hand and embracing her. although the photos were somewhat blurry. It was clear to see Lu Qi's beaming expression. Huh. Yin Sui glanced at it. He looked down on Lu Qi. It was like a dog wagging its tail for Lu Zhiyi. In the end, he was just a lover hidden in the shadows. He was far better than Lu Qi, being Odysseus' legitimate partner. Since there is no evidence, let us fabricate something and find a way to present it to the Alliance. Yin Sui's gaze suddenly turned sinister. Go do it. Don't make me wait too long. He would let go of any of the males around Lu Zhiyi, especially those who had once humiliated the head of the family. Yes, the black-clad orc gradually retreated. Darkness surged, and the brief peace in the central city would be shattered once again. Marshal, should we not inform Deacon Lu before we return to planet X-856? The rabbit orc numbly packed his belongings, staring blankly out at the neon lights. It was rare for him to come to such a new place, and Deacon Lu had arranged for a robot to take him around. He hadn't had enough fun yet before the marshal dragged him away to pack. No need to disturb her. Simon seemed a bit irritated, and his voice was somewhat cold. Oh, the rabbit orc didn't quite understand his marshal, even as an outsider. He could sense that the marshal had different feelings for Deacon Lu, but the marshal was particularly evasive and resistant to these feelings. But we can't just leave overnight, can we? The rabbit orc clutched his bag tightly, looking pitifully at his marshal, hoping for a sudden display of humanity. Of course, none was forthcoming. Let us go. Simon glanced at the time. It was 8 in the evening, not late. They could return to planet X-856 by tomorrow morning, just in time to go directly to the military district. The rabbit orc followed behind Simon, resentful. Simon's mind was a mess as the starship flew over the Yuan, and he suddenly became clear-headed. What was he doing? Simon snorted coldly, secretly mocking his lack of self-control, startling the rabbit orc beside him. Sigh. When will Deacon Lu manage to tame the marshal properly? Chapter 153. Caught a few mice while Simon was replanning the route. There were a few restless little mice near the military starship at Yuan. Simon's expression darkened, and a storm began to brew in his eyes. Simon was piloting his own designed military starship, which could shield against most signal detections. In other words, the little mice on the ground were unaware of its presence. The mice were still somewhat timid. They wanted to do evil, but were afraid to get too close and trigger Yuan's defense system. Marshal, what are they burying? The rabbit beast man, no longer holding back his own emotions, looked sharp again after having appeared somewhat dispirited. These little pests must be trying to frame Deacon Lu. Simon had originally planned to send a message to He Jingquan, who was Deacon Lu's partner, thinking it was best for him to handle the situation. Marshal, let's catch them and bring them before Deacon Lu. We have a responsibility to protect Deacon Lu. The rabbit beast man was afraid Simon would turn the starship around and leave, so he emphasized his last sentence clearly. Fine. Simon's grip on the control console tightened, his veins bulging. The rabbit beast man pretended not to notice Simon's emotional fluctuations and turned his head away. Sigh. He knew the marshal had been emotionally unstable lately, not only because Deacon Lu had a partner, but also because of a year the marshal's family came into the world, seemingly with a survivor. But this survivor had joined the camp of the Wanderers. Simon still sent a message to He Jingquan, asking him to help catch the mice and bring them before Lu Zhiyi. He fulfilled his duty and didn't want to stir up unnecessary emotions. The starship landed steadily, and to avoid alerting the mice, Yin Sui parked the starship 100 meters away. The rabbit beast man was full of fighting spirit, looking like he was ready to protect the best Deacon Lu, which made Simon find his loyal subordinate somewhat displeasing. If we do this, it will be easy for Lu Zhiyi to find out. One of the mice whispered after burying a body. We're only responsible for burying. The follow-up will be arranged by the Sir. Another mouse suddenly lowered his voice, looking around to ensure nothing was amiss before leaning toward his companion. Did you see this badge? It's the token of the moderate faction among the Wanderers. Our target this time is Lu Qi, not Deacon Lu. Upon hearing this, Simon turned to leave. He didn't care about Lu Qi's life or death. No, Simon paused. Lu Qi was Deacon Lu's lover, and his identity was already sensitive. If something really happened, it would implicate Deacon Lu and also affect planet X-856. As the marshal of planet X-856, he had to get involved for the sake of the planet. Simon found a reason for himself, a reason not just for Deacon Lu. Simon and the rabbit beast man slowly approached, and the two of them were enough to deal with the 5 mice. Finally buried, one mouse wiped the sweat from his forehead, waiting for a long time without receiving a response from his companions. He suddenly turned around and found his companions all down, with one still conscious but being choked by Simon, his face turning red. Simon. The mouse recognized Simon and took several steps back, secretly sending a signal. But it was intercepted. Yin Sui did have some skills and means, but his 5 subordinates were somewhat holding him back. Damn it! The mouse forced himself to appear calm in the face of Simon's gaze. He had heard that Simon was a volatile lunatic, and he didn't want to provoke this lunatic. Where did the wanderers come from? Simon tossed the mouse he was holding aside like trash, rotating his wrist as his fingers clenched into a fist and suddenly struck at him. The mouse awkwardly dodged to the side, feeling a chilling wind from the punch that made his heart tremble. If he couldn't complete the mission, returning would just be a dead end. It was better to fight. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. The mouse bit down on a capsule hidden in his mouth, his eyes suddenly turning crimson, his body rapidly swelling, and his skin turning an abnormal shade of red, with bloodlines wrapping around his body. The mouse's mental power surged, instantly elevating from A grade to S grade, and his mental state became agitated, showing signs of losing control. What strange thing did he eat? The rabbit beastman had never seen such a monster, ugly and terrifying. If this thing appeared on the battlefield in the future, it would be troublesome. Simon charged forward, delivering a sweeping kick to the mouse's chest, only to find his chest as rigid as black iron, and his body temperature exceptionally high. Simon frowned, but his expression became more serious. The tranquilizer dart made a slight sound in the air as it hit the mouse's back, but bounced off. When Zhiyi and Zhiyi arrived, they initially thought of capturing the mouse alive to take back for Lin Xian to study, only to find that the tranquilizer ammunition couldn't harm him at all. There's no need to shoot anymore. It won't be long before it self-destructs. Zhiyi raised her hand, with streams of light flowing at her fingertips. The green light was particularly dazzling in the night, eventually landing on the mouse, and her expression turned grave. Zhiyi used her abilities to detect the mouse's physical condition. The mouse had completely lost control. How could a body that was originally A grade withstand the mental power of S grade? Run. Zhiyi, Zhiyi, and Simon spoke in unison. Zhiyi directly wrapped his arms around Zhiyi's waist, while Simon pulled on the rabbit beastman's ear, and the 4 figures quickly withdrew. Boom! The mouse exploded, briefly illuminating that small area. The explosion's shockwave lifted all the buried bodies, and even his unconscious companions were caught up in it, quickly devoured by the fierce flames. Are you okay? Zhiyi protected Zhiyi in his arms, as the debris from the explosion rained down on his back. I'm fine. Zhiyi shook her head. The rabbit beastman felt his ear nearly torn off by Simon's grip. He didn't need to look to know it must be red. He would rather the marshal kick him away than pull on his rabbit ear. Just as they were passing by, the starship detected danger. Simon awkwardly explained to himself as he saw Zhiyi leave. Thank you for your hard work, Marshal Simon. Zhiyi's gratitude carried a hint of distance. This was clearly what Simon wanted. He had proactively kept his distance from Zhiyi at the birthday banquet. So why just a few days later? Could he not accept it? Zhiyi glanced darkly at Simon. This Simon was still somewhat perceptive, only sending the message to himself. If Lulu hadn't happened to be nearby, he would have planned to handle it himself. Just a casual thing. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now, Simon said, already taking a step back. Yuan still had empty rooms. Why not rest for a night and return to the city tomorrow? Okay. Zhiyi, he casually said this, and Simon's mind went blank, but he agreed. Entangled, yet unresolvable. Chapter 154. The calculations of the Idisha family. What should we do about these mice? The rabbit beastman pointed at the several unconscious mice on the ground with a hint of disdain. Poor little rabbits. Everyone here was of a higher rank than him. The task of cleaning up the corpses and the mice fell solely on him. He needed to search them thoroughly. If Idisha truly wanted to send someone to cause trouble, she wouldn't only bring these foolish ones. They must be hiding something on them. Zhiyi's eyes were filled with vigilance as she supported her chin with her hand, her brow slightly furrowed. But there was nothing at all. The rabbit beastman turned the mice inside out, almost stripping them of their clothes. Eyes. Zhiyi and Simon said in unison. Eyes? Zhiyi was taken aback, her mind racing. Right, the cameras. Upon hearing this, the rabbit beastman squatted down, pulled out a dagger, and was about to stab the mice's eyes. The sharp dagger paused mid-air, glinting coldly. The rabbit beastman suddenly turned around, chuckling awkwardly. This scene might be a bit bloody. Should Deacon Zhiyi turn away first? All right. The little rabbit felt his concern was a bit unnecessary. Zhiyi had already forcefully turned Zhiyi away. It wasn't because Zhiyi was afraid, but simply because it would be quite disgusting. Go ahead. Zhiyi's tone was slightly cold, making the evening breeze feel bone-chilling. With a piercing sound, the sharp dagger stabbed into the mouse's eye, mixing blood and flesh, which was indeed a bit disgusting. The metallic object scraped against the dagger, producing a strange sound that made everyone present more serious. As expected, they were hiding cameras in their eyes. These foolish mice were nothing but smoke bombs. They thought they had gained Idisha and Yin Sui's attention, but from the moment they were arranged, they had already become pawns. The moment the cameras were dug out, their surface systems would react, automatically transmitting the videos and photos they had just captured to the mastermind behind it all. In fact, the evidence didn't need to be too clear. As long as it was related to Lu Qi, just his identity as a wanderer was enough for the Alliance to use it as an excuse to suppress him. Shocking. Deacon Zhiyi's lover, the wanderer leader Lu Qi, actually used beastmen for live experiments and casually buried them after. As long as it carried Dear Zhiyi's title, it would become extraordinary. The residents of the Starry Sky would use this moral kidnapping against Dear Zhiyi, forcing her to abandon Lu Qi. Losing Lu Qi, the S-rank leader of the Wanderers, would mean Dear Zhiyi would lose the power and intelligence network brought by him. Idisha and Yin Sui had indeed calculated well. However, despite their countless plans, they had not accounted for the fact that since they entered the vicinity of Egarden, the signals had been cut off. The rabbit beastman dug up 3 miniature cameras in total. Jingchuan tossed him a signal-blocking iron box, and the rabbit beastman obediently wiped the bloodstains off the cameras before placing them into the iron box. Simon, seeing how obedient the rabbit beastman was in following Jingchuan's orders, let out a light huff in annoyance. The rabbit beastman felt a chill down his back, uncomfortably swallowing his saliva, tears streaming down his face. Rabbit beastman, Marshal, I don't want this either. But Jingchuan is the chief executive officer of the entire Starry Sky. We little soldiers have to listen to him. The rabbit beastman found a folding cart from his wrist space, laboriously picking up the corpses and stacking them like a game of Jenga, arranging them one by one. The dead at the bottom, the living on top. The hard-working little rabbit dragged them to the basement. I've already had Xiao Q prepare rooms and supper for you. Make sure to rest while later. Dear Zhiyi had a gentle smile on her lips, but the dark mist in her eyes had not dissipated. Yay! The rabbit beastman instantly forgot his previous disdain while collecting the corpses. For everyone else in Egarden, tonight was a sleepless night. The underground laboratory was brightly lit. Simon followed along. As a marshal of the planet and an officer of the X-856 military district, he felt it was necessary to understand the dirty tactics behind the scenes. After all, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Lin Xian changed into protective clothing, holding a cold scalpel, dissecting each corpse meticulously. Dear Zhiyi crossed her arms in front of her chest, leaning against the wall, coldly scanning the empty corpses. The organs and blood inside had already been thoroughly removed, leaving only white bones and fake blood. Huh! Upon seeing this, Dear Zhiyi couldn't help but sneer, feeling a sense of irony as she shook her head. Selling their lives for them was quite tragic. Even in death, they didn't have a complete corpse. Idisha was clearly afraid that Dear Zhiyi would gain any information from this, so she had made ample preparations. Even if this plan failed, Idisha wouldn't suffer any losses. Let's take a look at the living ones. Lin Xian pressed a button on the control panel, and the cold surgical table opened a half-meter-wide crack in the middle, dropping the already dissected corpses, which were consumed by the raging flames. Lin Xian's expression was indifferent. He changed his gloves and continued to work diligently. Meanwhile, Dear Zhiyi, Jingchuan, Lan Qing, and Simon, 4 non-professionals, stood in a row, watching Lin Xian work in unison. Lin Xian, there are many spectators in life. This should be the capsule that drives them mad. Lin Xian held a silver-white tweezers stained with blood, having extracted a capsule the size of a fingernail from another mouse's paw, which he placed in a transparent container. Is hiding things now so strange? The corners of Dear Zhiyi's mouth twitched. What is the difference between this and using a body as a storage device? Beastmen really are tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. The gentle doctor, Lin appeared a bit cold under the white light. His clear eyes were hidden behind goggles, and his long fingers wielding the scalpel were tempting in their own way. His movements were fluid and pleasing to the eye. No matter how disgusting or bloody the scene was, he remained unfazed. Lin Xian drew several tubes of blood from the mice for testing, not even sparing their still-beating hearts. Simon surreptitiously glanced at Dear Zhiyi's expression. Faced with such a bloody and brutal scene, she showed no signs of disturbance, as if it were commonplace. Although Dear Zhiyi often mentioned that she was never a kind person, Simon didn't fully believe it. After all, she occasionally liked to show kindness, saving lives with just a slight movement of her fingers. He was one of them. Simon's thoughts drifted far away, almost getting lost in memories. But when he met those bright eyes, he suddenly snapped back to reality. The atmosphere was a bit awkwardly quiet, especially with Simon as a guest. Marshal Simon, I heard you met an old acquaintance in Central City. If you need help, I can assist you in finding them. Zhiyi casually brought up a topic that the little rabbit had specifically mentioned to him. No need. Simon coldly refused, somewhat evasively. He Jingchuan, and he Lanqing's gazes instantly fell on Simon. That's not what I meant. I just didn't want to disturb you. Simon lowered his eyes in frustration, clenching his fists tightly. The rabbit beast man was right. His bad temper was indeed difficult to endure, but he had been making an effort to learn restraint. Chapter 155. The suppressor at the cost of life. There is a small attic in Yuan North, a distance away from the main building, where they won't be disturbed. In terms of identity, you and I have some relationship. If you stayed in Huagong to investigate that old friend, I cannot guarantee that you won't be monitored secretly because of my connection. Zhiyi was not particularly annoyed by Simon's excessive behavior. She simply narrated a fact calmly. However, Zhiyi's indifferent and cold attitude was what made Simon the most uncomfortable. Marshal Simon didn't need to think much. Our intention is to be a competent steward chairman. He Lanqing, who had been silent, slightly parted his thin lips, and a cold remark drew the line between them. He Lanqing thought that his words would make Simon retreat. However, Simon, with his unpredictable temperament, had a rebellious streak. He had no intention of staying, but after he Lanqing's comment, he felt compelled to say, I'll trouble Steward Lu then. He Jingchuan subtly nudged He Lanqing with his elbow. Perverted tiger, can't you just maintain your aloof persona? Why open your mouth? He Lanqing replied, how am I supposed to understand a madman's thought process? I will have Xiao Q arrange it. Zhiyi smiled lightly. The situation fell back into silence again. Zhiyi moved her somewhat numb legs and glanced at the three wooden figures beside her, finding a small stool to sit down. By the time the test data came out, it was already an hour later. He Jingchuan, He Lanqing, and Simon had stood stiffly for an hour without anyone taking the initiative to rest. Zhiyi, the childish desire for victory among males. Lin Xian took off his gloves and destroyed his protective suit to prevent bringing out the virus. He stood in the disinfection room, looking through the transparent glass at He Jingchuan, He Lanqing, and Simon. Lin Xian hesitated, feeling exhausted as he lowered his gaze. For what he understood, these two males at home rarely looked at him with such attention for that long. Strange. They had both been injected with the uncontrollable suppressor, maintaining control at around 25, but their organs were slowly failing. To put it bluntly, the side effect of this type of suppressor is premature aging, suppressing the mental power surge caused by loss of control by consuming life force, thus achieving a certain delicate balance. Lin Xian snorted coldly, as if discovering something absurd. His eyes filled with disdain and disgust. The effect of this suppressor is undeniable, but the price paid is a bit steep. As for the suppressor, not to mention its side effects, currently, in the star system, the only successful developers of suppressors are Zhiyi's faction and Idish's faction. They would likely manipulate the suppressor, starting with the beastmen who had taken the L-37 suppressor, casually using minor illnesses to create issues, ultimately leading to another loss of control. Zhiyi leaned back nonchalantly. He Jingchuan stepped forward, allowing Zhiyi to lean against him. The L-37 suppressor was developed by Lin Xian's team, with the code L representing Zhiyi's deer. He Lanqing, then let us play along. He Jingchuan, strike first. Simon, if they can be used as waste, just kill them. Lin Xian removed the white coat he was wearing, rubbing his wrist with his long fingers, standing still for a moment to gather himself, hiding the fatigue in his eyes. Lin Xian believed he wasn't as good at playing tricks as He Jingchuan and didn't have as many schemes as He Lanqing. He should just protect Zhiyi well. The most important point was that Idisha shouldn't create any trouble soon, disturbing his and Zhiyi's partner registration. Do you have anyone skilled in disguise who can infiltrate Idish's side and join that experiment? Zhiyi narrowed her eyes, stifling a yawn. At least it should be an A-level, young, handsome, able to say a few sweet words, a wolf dog in front of people, and a milk dog behind them. Idisha would definitely like it. As Zhiyi spoke, she didn't know if it was Idisha who would like it or if it was herself who liked it. Is this also the type that Zhiyi likes? He Lanqing coldly interjected. Wolf dog, milk dog. He Lanqing felt it had nothing to do with him at all. Well, it's fine. Zhiyi, whose brain was lagging behind her mouth. Zhiyi realized what she had said a moment too late, silently turned her back to He Lanqing, wrapping her arms around He Jingchuan's waist, burying her head in his chest. Regarding Zhiyi's ostrich behavior, He Lanqing could only laugh helplessly in the end. He Jingchuan suddenly felt a weight in his arms. He looked down and found Lu Zhiyi had dozed off in his embrace. The electronic time screen had reached 3:56 a.m., indeed a bit late. He Jingchuan carefully princess carrying her delicate little face slightly pouting, making his heart soften. The night deepened. Marshal Simon should rest early. He Lanqing, with a host's demeanor, escorted Simon out of the basement. He Jingchuan, selfishly wishing to carry Lu Zhiyi back to his room, was kept under Lin Xian's watchful gaze. He Jingchuan shot Lin Xian a glare, and could only honestly return Lu Zhiyi to her room, with one wolf and one fox laying on the ground on either side. No one wanted to interact with the other, but no one wanted the other to take advantage either. The moonlight fell, white as silver. The autumn wind rustled, blowing up Simon's clothing. The darkness at the horizon seemed to want to swallow him, and he had an inexplicable premonition that the person he wanted to find would be related to Edie Shah. Get lost? A bunch of useless trash. All you get out. Precious calligraphy and paintings, ornaments were thrown to the ground, making a loud, crashing noise. It was clearly still noon, with the sunlight outside dazzling. Yet it felt stifling and uncomfortable inside, as if the atmosphere itself did not dare to breathe. Yin Sui's cold gaze swept over the neatly kneeling black-clad beastmen. Their heads bowed, so low that they did not dare to make eye contact with him. They were the dark guards trained by Idish's family, most of whom were unwilling to submit to Yin Sui. Just because one male climbed onto the patriarch's bed, he really thought he was so noble. Yin Sui. The high heels clicked sharply on the smooth wooden floor, and Idish's voice came from afar. All of you get out, don't obstruct my patriarch's view. With a wave of his large hand, Yin Sui scolded the dark guards in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the large room was left with only Yin Sui and Edie Shah. Please punish me, patriarch. Yin Sui bent his knees and knelt before Edie Shah, his lowered gaze filled with unwillingness and anger. Damn Lu Zhiyi, if it weren't for her, how could the task the patriarch entrusted to me for the first time fail? Failure is failure. Next time, just find another opportunity. Edie Shah spoke in a flat tone, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. If Lu Zhiyi were truly easy to deal with, Idish's family wouldn't have let her bounce around for so long. Yin Sui's hands, hanging at his sides, clenched into fists, veins bulging. He would rather the patriarch scold him than face this indifferent attitude, which made him feel useless. Chapter 156. Part of the autumn wind was slightly chilly, but today Lin Xian's heart was exceptionally hot. The protagonist, basking in a spring breeze, had shifted from He Jingchuan to Lin Xian, while He Lanqing still wore a wooden expression, having gone to the academy early. This time, only He Lanqing drank alone at night, secretly troubled. Lu Zhiyi had been taken away by Lin Xian, and He Jingchuan found no joy in resting during the holiday, so he returned to the military district. Dr. Lin didn't need to be so close to Deacon Lu. Oh right, Deacon Lu and Dr. Lin really do make a perfect match. Lu Zhiyi and Lin Xian sat in front of a red curtain, resembling a pair of celestial lovers walking out from a painting, intertwining a unique tenderness and warmth under the soft light, like the morning breeze in the woods. The gazes of Lu Zhiyi and Lin Xian unintentionally met, and they exchanged smiles. Another red book fell into Lu Zhiyi's hands, and some ripples inevitably appeared in her heart. Actually, it was a bit embarrassing. Lin Xian treated this red book like a treasure, repeatedly rubbing the photo on the cover, then carefully tucking it into his pocket. He wanted what He Jingchuan and Lu Zhiyi had. After Lu Zhiyi and He Jingchuan went to the information registration office to get their certificate photos, many couples in the galaxy wanted to follow suit, and marriage certificates quickly spread throughout the galaxy. Many beastmen browsed through the information to learn about the significance of marriage certificates, and the registration office also made a bit of money from this opportunity. Of course, if it was Lu Zhiyi coming to process it, they wouldn't dare to charge her. They would almost worship Lu Zhiyi. She was a living advertisement. Where are you taking me? Lu Zhiyi asked, sitting in the co-pilot's seat of the starship, looking at Lin Xian, who had a mysterious expression. She felt a tickling curiosity, like a cat scratching her heart. A very sacred place for our Fox clan, Lin Xian continued to tease, his gaze sincere and profound. The starship sailed out of Huaxing towards a small planet in the east. Although autumn had already arrived, the temperature on this planet remained around 24 degrees, with just the right humidity, as if a lingering melody of spring was still echoing here. Under the vast sky, towering peaks pierced the clouds, embedded in the vast earth. Lu Zhiyi and Lin Xian walked hand in hand through the woods, where mist swirled, sometimes gathering, sometimes dispersing, resembling a fairyland that made one sink into it. Occasionally, A few little foxes would run up to Lu Zi's legs and affectionately rub against her, one even blocking her path, rolling on the ground and exposing its belly to be cute. So cute. Lu Zi squatted down, unable to resist poking its little head with her finger, her eyes curved with delight. The little fox also obediently lay in front of Lu Zi, its adorably silly appearance making it impossible for her to resist. She tentatively held the little fox in her arms, its soft white fur emitting a faint scent of peach blossoms. This was probably a 3- or 4-year-old young fox that had sneaked out to play. Lin Xian gently brushed the stray hair from Lu Zi's cheek back behind her ear, a lazy laughter spilling from his throat, his gaze filled with an indescribable affection, always following Lu Zi. The scene of Lu Zi holding the little fox softened Lin Xian's heart. Walking side by side like this felt like a family of 3. How wonderful it would be if this little fox were their child. Lin Xian's desire to have a child with Lu Zi continuously rose, but the competition was somewhat fierce, and probabilities were hard to say. Sigh. Suddenly, he felt a bit like giving the wolf and tiger a home some medicine to make them incapable for a while. In our Huaxia, there's an ancient book called Shanhai Jing, which mentions that in the mountains of Qingqiu, there are beasts resembling foxes but with 9 tails. Her light voice echoed in the woods. Although Lu Zi clearly knew that this was not the Qingqiu from their ancient Huaxia mythology, she couldn't help but think that if humans could survive through beastmen, perhaps the beings in Qingqiu could too? This place might indeed be related to the Qingqiu mountain you mentioned. This is the sacred land of our fox clan, Chui Ling Mountain. Every young fox must return to receive the baptism of Chui Ling River after reaching 1 year old. At the peak of the clouds, there grows a 1,000-year-old ancient tree, the Fu Ling tree. Legends say that if you carve your lover's name on the giant stone beside the Fu Ling tree, you will receive the protection of the spirits of heaven and earth, living and dying, always together. Lin Xian softly recited, gazing at the clouds on the horizon, his thoughts drifting away. His father had once wanted to take his mother back to Chui Ling Mountain. But his father was not his mother's first partner, nor her most beloved. They just got along harmoniously, nothing special. Later, this became an obsession for his father. The young Lin Xian grew up listening to stories about Chui Ling Mountain and the Fu Ling tree in his father's arms. His father said that if he had someone he liked, he should bring her here to be recorded by Chui Ling Mountain and protected by it. At that time, Lin Xian never understood. He didn't believe in gods, but since he fell in love with Lu Zi, he longed for the spirits of Chui Ling Mountain to help him keep Lu Zi a little longer. Hearing about the Fu Ling tree, the little fox in Lu Zi's arms became restless, jumping down and disappearing into the woods. What was it afraid of? Lu Zi looked puzzled, observing her surroundings but noticing no danger. There is another version of the legend about the Fu Ling tree. Disobedient little foxes will be buried beside the Fu Ling tree to become its nourishment, Lin Xian replied. So will you scare little foxes like that in the future? If they're disobedient, Daddy Lin will take the little ones to Chui Ling Mountain to feed the divine tree. Lu Zi's casual remark made Lin Xian's heart tremble, and he unconsciously began to envision such a scene. Zhiyi is also thinking of having a child with me, right? If it's a girl, that would be great like her. I probably wouldn't be willing to bury the little one beside the Fu Ling tree. But if it's a boy, then whatever. If he really needs to be disciplined, scaring him a bit would be good. Lin Xian's heart rippled with layers of emotion, already imagining a family of 4, holding Zhiyi with 2 little foxes on either side accompanying them. As for how these 2 little foxes came about, Lin Xian's Adam's apple bobbed, and his breath grew a bit warmer. The road to the Fu Ling tree was somewhat long, and Lu Zi felt Lin Xian's gaze occasionally resting on her, intensely, making it hard for her to ignore. But whenever she turned to respond to Lin Xian, he would hurriedly look away, his ears slightly flushed, his breathing a bit unsteady. Well, this fox is starting to match that wolf, Lu Zi chuckled helplessly. However, Xian is already gentler than Jingchuan, and his desires aren't as strong as Jingchuan's. I feel like tonight's moonlight will be exceptionally gentle. Chapter 157. The spirit tree. The wind howled from afar, sweeping through the mountains and forests, lifting the hair of deer's intent, inviting the branches and leaves to dance together, producing a rustling melody. Deer's intent looked up, gazing at the towering ancient trees that reached into the clouds, their intertwined branches and leaves forming a massive green canopy, through which golden sunlight spilled down in mottled patterns. As Lin Xian had said, there was a huge stone beside the spirit tree, covered with countless carved names, each deep mark telling a unique story of the past. Dearest intent, Lin Xian called softly. Ah Xian, Dear S intent responded quietly. She reached out to gently touch the stone, her fingertips gliding over the various marks before finally resting on a palm-sized area, where the sunlight happened to linger. Here, she said, her fingertips slightly bending to point. All right. Lin Xian took out a carving knife he had prepared earlier, twisting his wrist, his eyes sparkling with focused warmth as he carefully inscribed Dear S intent's name. Those 3 short characters represented Lin Xian's endless promise for this relationship. I'll do it. Dear S intent placed her small hand over Lin Xian's larger one. Okay. Lin Xian held onto her hand, showing no intention of handing over the knife. Dear S intent was momentarily taken aback, her lips parting slightly as the warmth from Lin Xian's palm reached her, his chest pressing against her back. They leaned closely against each other, as if this would ensure their eternity together. The carving knife twirled between their fingertips, their wrists turning, and the air seemed to solidify around them. The only sounds being the friction of the knife against the stone and the resonance of their heartbeats. All done. Dear S intent looked at the 2 names tightly connected on the stone, unable to help but smile. She looked up, only to be greeted by a wave of warmth. Dear S intent's face involuntarily flushed, and the branches of the spirit tree swayed behind her, causing a leaf to fall perfectly to cover her eyes. With her eyes closed, she felt his tenderness. The prolonged closeness made Dear S intent almost breathless, her cheeks turning rosy. Lin Xian's large hand cradled the back of her head, his warm breath brushing against her ear. He tilted his head back, his devout gaze fixed on the spirit tree, his deep voice expressing a sincere vow, causing explosions of emotions in Dear S intent's mind, her heart racing wildly. O spirit of the spirit tree, with the sun and moon as witnesses, I, Lin Xian, vow my life that I will forever be loyal to Dear S intent, love her, protect her, and never waver until death. If I betray this, may I fall into evil spirits and suffer the loneliness of eternity, never to find peace in this life or the next. In the Emerald Spirit Mountain, evil spirits refer to the insect tribe, which, in the eyes of the fox tribe, becoming a coarse and disgusting insect is worse than death. Lin Xian took Dear S intent to a small courtyard. Perhaps because they had just returned from the spirit tree, a number of curious little foxes had gathered to watch. Dear S intent leaned on the windowsill, observing the little foxes outside, who thought they were well hidden, but their round heads were already exposed to her view. Dear S intent, it's time to eat. Lin Xian came out of the kitchen, an apron tied around his waist. The orange glow of the setting sun poured through the windows, gently outlining his figure. Though no wine was prepared, this simple and warm scene made Dear S intent feel a hint of intoxication. Today should be different. But Lin Xian's arrangement made her feel quite content. The aroma of the food was enticing, and a few bold little foxes jumped onto the windowsill, eagerly gazing at the table full of dishes. Say something nice, and this plate of meat is yours. Lin Xian took a small plate from the cupboard and placed several pieces of meat on it, bringing it to the window, making the little foxes drool. To say a few good words, we little foxes are all clever. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A match made in heaven, perfect together. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The beautiful sister and the fox brother will be together forever. Ha! Dear S intent couldn't understand their fox language, only hearing a series of chirps that made her smile broadly. Her bell-like, light and pleasant laughter reached Lin Xian's ears, drawing him in, a smile of happiness spreading across his face. They said, we will always be together, forever happy. Lin Xian wrapped his arms around her from behind, lazily savoring the affection of the setting sun. Lin Xian was a good partner, capable in both the hall and the kitchen. Dear S intent occasionally mused that if she could find a Lin Xian during the apocalypse, she would probably live a plump and happy life. Dear S intent devoured most of the delicious food on the table, stretching contentedly and rubbing her round little belly. Leave the rest to me. You go wash up and rest in your room first. Lin Xian tidied up the dishes on the table. Just as he stepped into the kitchen, he paused, looking back at Dear S intent, who was already heading upstairs, his grip on the dishes tightening slightly, seeming a bit nervous. Would Dear S intent think I'm not being honest? Dear S intent looked up at the glass ceiling of the bedroom, clearly seeing the stars twinkling in the sky. Would the stars also see her and Lin Xian? Lin Xian, how could he do this? Dear S intent couldn't help but let her imagination run wild, hurriedly grabbing a nightgown from the wardrobe and diving into the bathroom. But there was a floor-to-ceiling window in the bathroom too, and desire lingered in that spot. Lin Xian. Dear S intent bit her lower lip, murmuring softly. Logically, this should be one-way glass. Although Lin Xian appeared generous, he was also a bit selfish when it came to her matters. However, tonight was a beautiful moment that belonged solely to her and Lin Xian, and she couldn't help but feel a bit shy. Dear's intent submerged herself in the bathtub. Warm water, soaking every inch of her, gradually calming her restless heart. But this state didn't last long. She had forgotten to take her little clothes. Would Xian think it was intentional? Dear's intent stared blankly at the nightgown in her hand, droplets of water sliding down her fragrant shoulders. Like morning dew lightly touching the petals of a flower, disappearing into the white towel, revealing a hint of fragrance, shimmering delicately under the bright lights of the bathroom. Dear's intent, Lin Xian called out, hearing that there was no sound of water in the bathroom, but Dear's intent did not come out. I'll be right out. Dear's intent gently let go of the towel, casually draping it aside. The pure white nightgown slipped over her body, the hem fluttering like a blooming white lotus. Dear's intent opened the bathroom door, the nightgown clinging to her figure, outlining her gentle curves. Dear's intent, why are you being shy today after being so intimate all this time? Be more proactive. Win Lin Xian over tonight. Chapter 158. Gentle embrace. He sat by the bed wrapped in a bath towel, his chest bare, all the water on his body dried off, and his hair neatly styled back. The dim light fell on his strong chest, the sensual lines of his muscles interplaying between light and shadow. He sat there, casual yet graceful, resembling a beauty waiting to be favored. Lu Zhiyi instantly straightened up and walked gracefully towards Lin Xian. This is Lin Xian, not some hungry wolf. Little fox, hold it together. Xian. Lu Zhiyi slightly parted her rosy lips as she slowly approached Lin Xian, her fingertips inadvertently gliding across his chest, then resting her hand on his shoulder. Zhiyi. Lin Xian murmured her name, his gaze glued to her, his expression showing little change, but the 9 tails behind him swayed, revealing his restless heart. Lin Xian felt he wasn't a monk. He could rightfully have his beloved. How could he remain truly calm? Lin Xian gently caressed Lu Zhiyi's waist, his large hand rubbing against her, his throat feeling dry. He wanted to get closer, but Lu Zhiyi pressed her fingertip against his forehead, teasing his chin, her breath enveloping him. Dr. Lin, aren't you going to explain what's going on with this rooftop? Lin Xian felt his taut nerves were about to snap. How could Zhiyi ask such trivial questions at a time like this? I want to show you the stars. The sky over Chui Ling Mountain is very clear, and the stars are bright. Lin Xian's voice was hoarse yet powerful, and he vaguely saw a patch of white, a soft fragrance. No star could compare to her. His Lu Zhiyi was the brightest star in the entire galaxy. Then let's just look at the stars tonight, okay? Lu Zhiyi coaxed, her soft voice captivating. Like a deadly charm from an ancient myth. She pressed down on Lin Xian's chest, causing him to lean back, barely supported by his arms. Not good. Lin Xian's brows furrowed slightly as his tail wrapped around Lu Zhiyi's wrist. How can we only look at the stars tonight? We can clearly love him and look at the stars at the same time. Zhiyi is too bad. Lin Xian sighed softly. His patience with Lu Zhiyi today was not as abundant as usual. With a sudden tug, his fox tail pulled Lu Zhiyi's wrist, causing her gaze to tremble. She lunged at Lin Xian, pushing him onto the bed. No, this scene was part of her imagined script. Yet why did it feel like she was still the passive one? Wait. Under Lin Xian's confused gaze, Lu Zhiyi got up, her foxtail frozen in the air like a lost puppy. Lu Zhiyi found Lin Xian's tie, standing at the edge of the bed. Looking down at the beauty on the bed, she commanded, "Put your hands together." Lin Xian instantly understood Lu Zhiyi's playful intentions. He chuckled softly, his voice low and husky, desire burning in his eyes, yet he was still trying to restrain himself. Lu Zhiyi was quite satisfied with Lin Xian's obedience, tying a bow on his wrist. The bow wasn't tight. Whether he could be trapped depended entirely on Lin Xian's self-awareness. Xian, it's getting late. Lu Zhiyi dimmed the room's lights a few degrees, gently tugging at the zipper on her side, her white nightgown lifted by her toes and casually tossed aside. The stars tonight were beautiful, enchanting, weaving a mesmerizing tapestry. But the beauty in the room was enough to make everything else fade into insignificance. Zhiyi, don't mess around. Xian, you look so good. Lu Zhiyi, don't pinch my tail. It hurts. Be gentler. Lin Xian looked at the girl on him, who didn't know her own strength, with a hint of resentment. Usually, she liked to touch her own tail and ears, but why was she so rough tonight? Oomph. Lu Zhiyi rolled over, taking the blanket with her. I'm tired. I don't want to move. But after being tormented by her for a long time, Lin Xian clearly didn't want to let her off easily. The tie slipped off and landed on Lu Zhiyi's face. Zhiyi, the starry sky is beautiful tonight. The temperature in the room suddenly rose. His scorching body pressed against Zhiyi, causing her to shiver. His foxtail wrapped around her wrist and ankle, gentle yet domineering. The night was long. The evening breeze rustled the branches of the spirit support tree at the peak of Ling Mountain, the leaves whispering. The evening breeze was usually gentle, but tonight it came a bit hastily. The moonlight cast a silver glow on the earth, and all living things seemed to be immersed in this tranquility and beauty. Time freezing in this moment. The next morning, the sunlight was somewhat glaring, disturbing some beautiful dreams. Zhiyi murmured, tugging at the blanket, turning to bury her head in Lin Xian's chest. "Ah, Xian, so bright." Zhiyi's voice was hoarse. Speaking was laborious, yet it made Lin Xian feel restless. She was slightly annoyed, her little hand softly patting Lin Xian's chest. Lin Xian's tenderness hadn't lasted through the first half of the night. Indeed, males were all the same in this regard. But it was still better than that wolf. Wolves only deceive, but foxes truly know how to charm. All right, Lin Xian patted her back, remotely controlling the smart home device, and in an instant, the transparent glass roof was covered by the night. Zhiyi instantly opened her eyes. Her little face puffed up. "You could have closed it last night. I wanted you to see the stars." Lin Xian blinked innocently. "Oof." Zhiyi huffed, silently cursing Lin Xian for being bad 10 times in her heart. Feeling a bit displeased, she turned her back to Lin Xian, even kicking away the pillow beneath her. Why is there a pillow here anyway? Zhiyi's mind was a bit hazy, unable to figure it out for now. She reached into the blanket, pulled out the pillow, and directly threw it at Lin Xian's face. "Sleep. Don't talk to me." Zhiyi turned her back to Lin Xian, curling up. Half of the blanket was also taken away. Lin Xian chuckled. Removing the pillow, Zhiyi's rich scent wrapped around his nose. The restlessness that had been suppressed suddenly flared up again. "Zhiyi." Lin Xian's long fingers twirled Zhiyi's hair, wrapping it around and around. His tails behind him stretched toward her restlessly. Jingchuan had taken 3 days. Today was only the second day for him and Zhiyi. That shouldn't be too much, right? At worst, he could sleep on the floor like Jingchuan. Lin Xian patiently teased Zhiyi. Instead of overwhelming her alone, why not sink together? Morning time was precious, and shouldn't tea be wasted in dreams? "Zhiyi, you can't stay in bed." "Stay in bed? I just fell asleep." Zhiyi cursed at her heart, her eyes reddening. The little fox was indeed a handful. Chapter 159. The Ring. A meeting across time and space. Despite Lin Xian's thoughtful care later, he still ended up sleeping on the floor. Outside the room of Yuan and Zhiyi, a wolf and a fox lay on either side, resembling 2 stone lions guarding the door. "A wolf." The white wolf growled in displeasure, baring its sharp fangs as if it would snap the fox's neck the next second. "White wolf, stinky fox. Why do you have to make Lu angry and drag me into this?" The white wolf had cleaned itself up, intending to snuggle with Zhiyi, but was blocked at the door. All because of that stinky fox. Grr. The fox glanced at the white wolf's shameless display, its 9 fluffy tails almost brushing against its face. "Fox, foolish wolf, do you think you're something great?" The white wolf huffed, first flicking its tail in the fox's face before turning its back to it. "Huh." The fox was amused by the white wolf's childish behavior, its 9 fluffy tails fluttering in the air before finally settling down. The fox also turned around, facing away from the white wolf. "Jingchuan, Lu, it's cold. Do you need me to warm your bed?" Zhiyi, the room heating system is normal. "Rest early, good night." "Oomph." The white wolf let out a pitiful sound, burying its head on its paws. The fox turned back, unsure what this wolf was up to again, curled up, and covered its ears with 2 tails to sleep. Lanqing, exhausted after work, passed by and saw the wolf and fox sleeping on the floor outside. His mood instantly lightened, and his steps became more cheerful. The white wolf, initially resting with its eyes closed, slightly lifted its eyelids, watching Lanqing's figure as it turned back to exchange glances with the fox. "White wolf, what is the perverted tiger so happy about?" "Fox, I don't know." As the autumn wind blew, Zhiyi stepped on the dried yellow leaves and arrived alone at a tea house on the outskirts of Central City. The owner of the tea house was the renowned interstellar jewelry designer Ryan, who was 80 years old and rarely appeared in public. This master had quite a temper. Since becoming famous, he designed his works as he pleased, and money and power alone couldn't hire him. He was selective based on personal connections. However, Zhiyi was different. Ryan once had a precious son who almost went out of control, and it was Zhiyi who saved him. Therefore, whether it was fate or not, Ryan owed Zhiyi a favor. "Dear Steward Liu, this way please." A service robot approached. The beastmen in the tea house peeked their heads out, curious to know which big shot could meet Ryan. Oh, it's Steward Liu, then it's nothing. The fragrance of tea filled the entire corridor, with traditional Chinese architectural styles everywhere. In the innermost room, the wooden door was half open, and the tea house owner had been waiting for a long time. Sir, Steward Liu has arrived. The robot pushed open the wooden door for Liu Zhiyi and quietly retreated to the side. Steward Liu. Ryan quickly stood up to greet her, the tea on the table still steaming, with snacks prepared that were all to Liu Zhiyi's liking. Mr. Ryan. Liu Zhiyi raised her hand to shake hands with Ryan, who was hunched over more than she was, and she didn't decline further. Steward Liu, please. Ryan invited Liu Zhiyi to take a seat, then sat down across from her. Ryan waved to the robot outside, which understood and quietly closed the door. Guarding the outside, nothing could disturb Steward Liu. I would like to ask Mr. Ryan to help design a few rings. Liu Zhiyi took out a wooden box from her wrist space, which had a photo on top. The photo was taken on Liu Zhiyi's 25th birthday, with bright sunshine as she stood in the middle wearing a gorgeous dress, while behind her stood Liu Qi, He Lanqing, He Jingxuan, and Lin Xian from left to right. Ryan immediately recognized the prominent figures in the photo. Two of them had recently registered as partners with Liu Zhiyi, and He Lanqing was likely to follow suit in 3 days. However, this Liu Qi was just a minor lover. Why did Steward Liu care about him so much? After all, Liu Qi was Liu Zhiyi's person, and Ryan didn't internally criticize this. He only felt that Liu Qi was fortunate to be cared for by Steward Liu, a wanderer who had captured her heart. Steward Liu and your lovers have a really good relationship. Ryan unconsciously rubbed the ring on his hand, which was given to him by his partner after he became famous, and it was his favorite. Not every male beastman received a ring after registering a partner. Only those lucky enough to be favored by a female would. Being a lover of Steward Liu was indeed the happiest thing in the galaxy. I want the design concept of the ring to be a meeting across time and space. Liu Zhiyi's eyes sparkled with happiness as she spoke softly. The apocalypse and the interstellar era had an insurmountable distance between them, a span of 1,000 years. Yet, an inexplicable accident brought her to the interstellar world, where she met and fell in love with them. This would be a unique love, irreplaceable and unrepeatable. Liu Zhiyi expressed all her thoughts clearly, detailing the personalities and preferences of He Jingxuan, Lin Xian, He Lanqing, and Liu Qi. Ryan took out his notebook, recording page after page, occasionally adding some of his own ideas. Oh no, Ryan wanted to pour Liu Zhiyi more tea, but found the teapot empty. He tapped his head, feeling rude for his actions. Apologies, Steward Liu. Let me brew you another pot of tea. Sigh, getting old and confused. No need to trouble yourself, Mr. Ryan. I've said enough, so I won't disturb you any longer. We can contact each other later. Liu Zhiyi similit genti. All right, Ryan repeatedly agreed, standing up to personally see Liu Zhiyi out of the tea house. The beastmen outside the tea house, who had been watching, stretched their necks and finally saw Liu Zhiyi come out, curious about what mysterious conversation had taken place between the big shots. Mr. Ryan, does Steward Liu only want to make a ring for you? Is it for which partner? General He or Dr. Lin? A bold beastman asked. Unfortunately, Ryan ignored him and left with his hands behind his back. In less than half an hour, some whispers quietly spread from the tea house. Steward Liu is getting custom rings for General He and Dr. Lin. Steward Liu only prepared a ring for General He. Steward Liu has a new love too. Ryan returned to his tea room, carefully opening the wooden box, revealing a fist-sized blue diamond that made his eyes shine. The blue diamond quietly radiated its unique deep brilliance, like the brightest star in the depths of the universe, with every glimmer in its facets seemingly telling an ancient and distant story. Indeed, Steward Liu was wealthy. Chapter 160, A Loyal Dog Under Edisha, Xiongqi Mr. Yin. Only 2 of the 372 experimental subjects in the experiment group have succeeded. The others couldn't hold on and lost their heartbeat. The black-clad orc's footsteps were somewhat flustered, but he steadied himself and knelt respectfully before Yin Sui. Useless. Yin Sui shouted angrily. Does the head of the family know about this? You should find out soon. The black-clad orc lowered his head even further. You can take action now. I need the L-37 suppressor. Yin Sui's gaze darkened, and he curled his lips into a strange smile that sent chills down people's spines. Yes, the black-clad orc responded. Central City Military Hospital. Dr. Lin. I feel like something is off with him. Assistant Su stood beside Lin Xian, peering through the glass at the bear orc in the operating room, his heart racing. This guy looks honest, but being too honest makes it feel strange. A month ago, the Alliance sent a batch of uncontrollable orcs. even though they had signed a life and death agreement and voluntarily cooperated with the research and improvement of the L-37 suppressor. But if anything goes wrong, it would ultimately reflect poorly on Zhiyi. Tomorrow, He Lanqing will register as a partner with Zhiyi. He wasn't particularly concerned about He Lanqing, but if Zhiyi were to be affected, that would indeed be a problem. A destructive tracker will be implanted in him. Lin Xian lifted his eyelids slightly, his expression indifferent, his gaze calm and profound. The destructive tracker is the latest improved model from the A905 military district, directly connected to the central signal system of the A905 military district. Signal jammers are ineffective against it. Once the tracker leaves its implanted living environment or is subjected to impact, it will automatically activate its destruction mode, engulfing everything in flames, leaving no trace behind. Okay. Assistant Su was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Lin Xian to be so decisive. The gentle Dr. Lin, he remembered, occasionally revealed a cold and resolute side. Lin Xian personally witnessed the tracker being implanted into the bear orc before he felt reassured enough to leave. Lin Xian's office was eerily quiet, with only the sound of fingertips tapping on the table. Jing Chuan. The video connected, and Jing Chuan's figure appeared on the screen, his military uniform slightly wrinkled, his cuffs faintly stained with blood. I've looked over the materials you sent. Jing Chuan removed his blood-stained coat and casually draped it over the back of a chair, revealing a fitted dark green shirt as he lazily leaned back in the chair. Xiongqi, an orphan, his father was a miner who died 2 years ago. Jing Chuan snorted coldly, his legs crossed, his eyes narrowed, a cold aura enveloping him. Idish's materials were indeed seamless, but there had only been 2 mining accidents in the star system over the past 2 years, and the casualty lists existed both within the Alliance and the A905 military district. At Lu Zhiyi's suggestion, the A905 military district secretly established a database that was more comprehensive than the Alliance's, even replicating and archiving various information from the star system over the past 1,000 years. If it weren't for the existence of this database, Idish's arrangements would indeed appear unremarkable. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. Although the military hospital also belonged to the A905 military district, and he was a member of the district, he had only heard about the database occasionally. I implanted a destructive tracker in Xiongqi with the number 673-6181. The tracker has successfully activated for 36 minutes and is operating normally. Lin Xian's gaze shifted to another screen, where blue characters flickered and a red cursor indicated Xiongqi's current location. Received. I will arrange the follow-up. Jing Chuan nodded. Don't trouble her with this matter, Lin Xian reminded. She knows it's just a matter of time. Lin Xian, Lulu is smarter than you. Jing Chuan raised his hand and hung up the video call. Lin Xian looked at the suddenly dark screen and sighed helplessly with a smile. Lu Zhiyi was indeed very smart, but so what? Protecting her had become instinct. Xiongqi remained calm, a loyal dog under Idisha and a dedicated actor. Assistant Su routinely checked the orcs injected with the L-37 suppressor today. The data showed that the uncontrollable values were all normal, and they each wore excited expressions. A few orcs who got along with Xiongqi saw Assistant Su and quickly gathered to ask a few questions. Doctor, do we just need to inject the suppressor once? Will there be any side effects? What if I become that unlucky one and end up being the only failure? If something goes wrong, will you save us? Will Deacon Lu come? I don't want to die. I've worked hard to survive. Seeing that the other orcs were saying similar things, Xiongqi naturally chimed in. Deacon Lu is great. She developed such a powerful suppressor. I also heard that Deacon Lu saved many uncontrollable orcs before developing the suppressor. She definitely won't leave us behind. Assistant Su sneered. He was already used to their moral coercion. He raised his voice and said, the L-37 suppressor is provided to you by the military hospital free of charge. We have already explained all the side effects and risks clearly. If you're afraid of dying, you can say it now. I can immediately help you flush the drug out of your system. Don't blame Deacon Lu for anything that happens later. Our military hospital is not a charity. After hearing Assistant Su's words, the few orcs who had just been speaking were displeased. We were just casually saying a few words. Do you have to be like this? You're a doctor. Can't you be a bit more tolerant of the patient's emotions? Deacon Lu isn't as petty as you. Sorry, Assistant Su. It's us who can't express ourselves well. Please forgive us. Xiongqi began to play the good guy, quickly calming down the agitated orc beside him. Hey bro, don't get worked up. Although Dr. Su's words were a bit cold, it's also the truth. We do need to pay more attention. Xiongqi's skills in winning people's hearts were top-notch, and the other orcs were all on his side now. Assistant Su ignored them, finishing his work and leaving directly. Do, Komin. Lin Xian's cold voice came. The door in front of Assistant Su automatically opened a crack, and he pushed the door in. Dr. Lin. Assistant Su relayed Xiong Qi's words to Lin Xian. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Lin Xian responded, his face showing little change. Don't let Xiong Qi stir up the emotions of the other orcs too much. If some are really foolish, let the Alliance take them back. Lin Xian raised his hand, casually brushing his fingertips over the exquisite frame of his glasses, pushing them slightly. Yes, Assistant Su responded. Chapter 161. Heelanqing's secret base, as everyone expected. Heelanqing posted the latest relationship map and marriage certificate on the Star Network. Daily fish-eating cat. The efficiency of Deacon Liu is really high. Director Dr. Lin, and Professor Heelan were all taken in less than 10 days. Heelan family doorkeeper. Congratulations, sir, you got what you wished for. Cheese puppy. Am I the only one curious about who Deacon Liu's fourth partner is? Egg duck. I'm guessing it's Marshall Simon? After all, Deacon Liu has had quite a bit of contact with Marshall Simon. Very trouble. Did the person above forget that Deacon Liu also has a little lover, Liu Qi? Mouse. But isn't Liu Qi a drifter? Although he seems to do nothing wrong on the surface. Who knows what he's like behind the scenes? Brick-moving cow horse. Hasn't Liu Qi been trying to clear his name for the past 2 years? It feels like he was prepared early on. Heelanqing piloted the starship directly past the Heelan old residence and stopped at a small villa not far away. Where's this? Liu Zhiyi stepped on the stone path in the yard, looking back to clearly see the floating pavilion of the Heelan old residence. My secret base. His voice was deep and hoarse, seemingly lost in some memories, floating into her ears. It feels like I've given you everything, except for that past you never participated in. Indeed, whether it was Heelanqing, Lin Xian, or He Jingchuan, they all try to offer the most unique things to Liu Zhiyi in daily life. They had already given her all the rare treasures and splendid items without reservation. Money was the one thing Liu Zhiyi had in abundance. The yard was filled with nebula flowers, complemented by a specialized cultivation system, seemingly planted in the last 2 years. Heelanqing wrapped his arm around Liu Zhiyi's shoulders, strolling leisurely. The old courtyard made him feel sentimental. This was a birthday gift from my grandfather when I turned 10. My mother was very strict with me since I was young. Whenever I was forced too hard and had no outlet for my feelings, I would secretly come here. Did the 10-year-old professor come here to cry by himself? Liu Zhiyi teased, her tone rising at the end. Yes. Heelanqing nodded. Huh. Liu Zhiyi was momentarily stunned. She had always thought of Heelanqing as the perfect child of someone else, smart and independent. The 10-year-old professor was just an ordinary child, experiencing normal joys and sorrows. Heelanqing smiled softly, ruffling Liu Zhiyi's hair. But now, I am very grateful for the path my mother planned for me. It has allowed me to stand by your side. Heelanqing's gaze flickered, deep as a chill, swirling with countless threads of affection, all intertwined with love for Liu Zhiyi. All the black and white of Heelanqing's childhood and adolescence gained unique meaning because of Liu Zhiyi. Because the past Heelanqing worked hard enough, he now deserves Liu Zhiyi's love. Now this is our secret base. Liu Zhiyi's pretty eyes curved as she took Heelanqing's hand and, facing the wind, they rushed toward the door of their secret base together. The 2-story villa was not big, but every wall inside was covered with photos of Heelanqing and Liu Zhiyi. Some photos were clearly of the whole family. But Heelanqing had cut out He Jingchuan, Lin Xian, and Little Q standing next to him. The only oil painting featured Heelanqing and Liu Zhiyi in an embrace, with a soft and cute tiger cub squatting in front of them. The background of the oil painting was pink and white, which seemed a bit contrasting for Heelanqing. Professor, do you prefer male or female cubs? Liu Zhiyi couldn't help but stop, studying the painting closely. As long as it's ours, I like it. Heelanqing didn't dare to have too many extravagant wishes. As long as it was with Liu Zhiyi, it was enough. Even accepting a partner's children with other males is quite common in the galaxy. Come this way. Heelanqing took Liu Zhiyi's hand and pushed open the wooden door of the study. The wooden door's lock was already in ruins. Even though more than 10 years had passed, the mottled marks still bore deep and shallow scars, each scar seemingly whispering about the past. Liu Zhiyi was taken aback, unable to help but reach out to touch the lock, but was stopped by Heelanqing, seeing that this secret base had also been trodden by others. Perhaps that person was Lady Heelan? Heelanqing wrapped her delicate little hand in his palm, his gentle motion seeming to cherish the most precious treasure in the world. I prepared a gift for you. Heelanqing didn't want to mention the lock, shifting to other matters. Fortunately, Liu Zhiyi was attracted by the densely packed metals on the bookshelf, shimmering with glorious light. Wow! Lu Zhiyi exclaimed, her small mouth agape in astonishment, her eyes full of wonder. No wonder she was surprised. Xing participated in a starship design competition at an age when other children were still sucking on milk bottles and won a silver medal, while the others were all shining gold medals. For Xing, the silver medal was likely the lowest honor of his life. The professor must have won quite a few awards since childhood, right? Lu Zhiyi picked up one of the trophies, weighing it in her hand. The heavy feel must be real gold. Lu Zhiyi had also won some trophies during her school days, but they were all made of iron, then coated with a layer of gold paint, and would fade after a few years. I can't remember exactly how many. The card for storing the prize money is right at the edge of the second layer of the bookshelf, on the right. Xing said, then added, "This isn't a gift. It was meant for you all along." Sure enough, Lu Zhiyi found a golden card nearby. The card featured a starry design, marked with the imprint of time, the number on the card stopping at 2998. This was a gift prepared for me by the young Xing. Lu Zhiyi raised the card high, sunlight streaming through the window, making the card shine brilliantly, just like Xing's past. If that's the case, it sounds quite nice. Xing raised an eyebrow, then said, "Let me thank the young Xing on behalf of you, elegant and beautiful Lady Lu, for accepting his belated gift. Can I go find the gift prepared by Professor Heelan myself?" She playfully looked back with a smile, golden light cascading down on her, as if the air was filled with a sweet fragrance. The mistress can make any decision. Xing's lips curled slightly, his tender gaze firmly imprinting every movement of Lu Zhiyi, the softness and affection in his eyes almost overflowing. Lu Zhiyi leisurely explored Xing's secret base, with the young man's notes, sketches, and albums all laid bare before her. Xing believed he had no secrets in front of Lu Zhiyi. Her fingertip glided over the youthful face of the young Xing, whose expression was cold. He clearly held immense honor in his hands, with everyone cheering for him. Yet he automatically isolated himself from the noise, mature like a little adult. Chapter 162. Dear Necklace, exclusively crafted by Master Heelan Professor. I didn't expect you to have an interest in jewelry design. Lu Zhiyi pulled out a large box from under the table, filled with yellowed papers that carried the boy's most innocent dreams. Some of the drawings had slightly curled edges, the lines outlining the buried past of Xing. Xing sat beside Lu Zhiyi on the floor, one knee bent, resting his hand on it, smiling without speaking. One drawing after another flipped past Lu Zhiyi's fingertips, and her heart couldn't help but ache. Their understanding of Lu Zhiyi's past was vague. If she didn't mention it, they wouldn't pry too much. Yet, as for their own pasts, whether good or bad, everything was laid bare before Lu Zhiyi. Not wanting to hide anything from her, but also afraid of being rejected by her. Lu Zhiyi was slightly stunned. The drawing before her looked like it had been drawn recently, with a somewhat uneven surface, suggesting something was hidden beneath it. Sure enough, a dazzling necklace came into view. The chain of the necklace was adorned with diamonds of varying sizes, arranged in a staggered manner, resembling dewdrops dancing in the morning mist or stars twinkling in the deep sea. Nestled among the stars was a lively little deer, its outline delicately carved, complementing the surrounding diamond stars. Lu Zhiyi suddenly recalled that when she returned from the wooden cabin with He Jingquan a few days ago, Xing's hands were covered with shallow scratches. Since the wounds weren't deep, she had used her abilities to heal him without asking further. Well, sometimes she felt a bit guilty about it. Do you like it? Xing noticed Lu Zhiyi's silence and unconsciously held his breath. Lu Zhiyi lowered her gaze, the necklace hanging at her fingertips, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings brushing across her heart, creating delicate ripples. It might have some flaws. Xing felt a bit nervous. His hand, tightly clenched at his side, was overly tense, highlighting the whitened knuckles. Although most of it was hand-polished by him, quite a bit was also done with instruments. It shouldn't be too bad, right? If it really doesn't work out, he still has a plan B. I really like it. I love the necklace you designed for me, and I'm happy it relates to the young Xing's preferences. Lu Zhiyi noticed Xing's gaze and smiled gently, her red lips curving into a warm smile, like a spring breeze dispersing his anxious thoughts. Because of Lu Zhiyi, Xing remembered his buried dreams, carefully digging through the dirt of memory and picking up paper and pen again. But everything is the best arrangement of fate. If Xing weren't Professor Heelan but Designer Heelan, Lu Zhiyi might not have become his partner, but just a customer, or perhaps a passerby with no connection. Professor Heelan is quite good. Can you put on me? Lu Zhiyi took Xing's palm and gently placed the necklace on him. Okay, The cold touch of the necklace made Heelin Qing's fingertips move slightly. He brushed aside the stray hair from Lu Ziyi's neck and gently fastened the necklace. The deer necklace, exclusively crafted by Master Heelin, is one of a kind in the entire galaxy. Isn't my outfit a bit plain? Lu Ziyi looked joyfully at the diamond necklace sparkling in the sunlight, her eyes shimmering with brightness. This morning, when she went to take ID photos with Heelin Qing, she wore a simple and elegant white dress. Compared to this luxurious necklace, it indeed seemed a bit plain. How about changing into this? Heelin Qing took Lu Ziyi's hand and pushed open a hidden door next to the study. A white little dress hung on a stand, pure and flawless like the first snow, its length just right, not reaching the knees, exuding a hint of playful elegance. The hem was surrounded by layers of fluffy feathers that swayed gently in the breeze, resembling a little swan dancing gracefully. The small diamonds on the dress sparkled, paired with unique illusion fabric, reflecting blue and white glimmers under the dim light, adding a touch of dreaminess and luxury, akin to the faint moonlight at the horizon, as if draping silver brilliance over her. I'll wait for you outside. Heelin Qing leaned down and placed a devoted kiss on Lu Ziyi's forehead, turning to leave the space for her. Lu Ziyi was filled with awe, unable to express her joy in words. So beautiful. Heelin Qing also thoughtfully prepared makeup tools for Lu Ziyi. As a qualified partner, Heelin Qing waited outside for over an hour without rushing her. The elegant little dress fit Lu Ziyi perfectly. Her makeup was exquisite and graceful, not ostentatious but lively, resembling a little deer in the forest. Professor? Lu Ziyi pushed open the door, puzzled as she couldn't find Heelin Qing, but the starry flower petals scattered on the floor guided her path. The elegant princess walked along the flower-laden path to find her knight. Heelin Qing stood by the glass door leading to the garden, his tall figure and handsome features, gentle as jade, resembling a refined gentleman stepping out of a classical painting. Beautiful lady, may I invite you to dance? He bowed slightly to Lu Ziyi, his right hand gently extended, palm up, waiting for his princess. It will be my honor. Lu Ziyi's smile deepened, and she gently placed her fingertips in his warm, strong hand. The greedy knight tightened his grip slightly, holding her hand firmly. Suddenly, an elegant piano melody began to play. Heelin Qing led Lu Ziyi in a dance, and the starry flower petals fell like a gentle rain. In that moment, it seemed the whole world fell silent, quietly recording their unique romantic chapter. The starry flower petals fell like a soft drizzle, drifting down with the gentle breeze. Everything felt so natural, dyeing this space with romantic colors. This was a deliberate arrangement, existing because of her, romantic and unpretentious, unwavering until death. Heelin Qing. Lu Ziyi softly called out, her eyes slightly moist. The domineering professor, Heelin, also had a delicate side. The fragrance of the starry flowers lingered at her nose, and she almost drifted away in the tenderness. Our intention is truly beautiful, Heelin Qing murmured, tightening his large hand around her waist a bit more. He was mesmerized by the beautiful scene. His usual cold demeanor vanished, his eyes darkened, tinged with desire. As the music ended and the dance concluded, Lu Ziyi clung to Heelin Qing's neck, and he humbly leaned down, his large palm gently caressing the back of her head. Why is my professor so charming? Lu Ziyi chuckled softly, her sweet breath brushing against his face, her fingertips teasingly stroking his neck. And in the next moment, she kissed the corner of his mouth, moving slightly and then deepening the kiss. They leaned in too closely, their noses touching, breaths intertwining. Lu Ziyi slowly closed her eyes, immersing herself in the moment. Chapter 163. The evil dragon and the white cat the knight transformed into an evil dragon and took the princess back to his cave. Heelin Qing, if you dare to tear my dress, you'll be sleeping on the floor. Roar. Heelin Qing grabbed her ankle, and if he hadn't reacted in time, Lu Ziyi would have kicked him in the face. Instead of getting angry, Heelin Qing laughed, a slightly hoarse and deep chuckle spilling from his throat, carrying an indescribable charm and temptation. His dark eyes revealed a hint of danger. Lu Ziyi's delicate face puffed up, her red lips slightly parted, and her fair shoulders were exposed, with messy hair cascading down. Heelin Qing. Lu Ziyi glared at him in a spoiled manner. But when she saw his broad shoulders and slim waist, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Ugh, damn it, beauty is misleading. All right, I won't ruin your dress. Heelin Qing's breathing became more rapid as he suddenly released his grip and got up to pick up the fallen tie. Lu Ziyi immediately sensed something was off. Heelin Qing was the hardest to fool in the house. Before the princess could rise, the evil dragon had already bound her hands. The evil dragon's warm breath brushed against her neck, causing the indoor temperature to rise sharply. "You're so nice to them. Why are you making such a fuss about me?" Zhiyi was shrouded in shadows, looking down on He Lanqing, feeling that his voice seemed a bit aggrieved. "But they wouldn't tie me up. All right." He Lanqing endured for so long and indeed felt wronged. First it was He Jingquan, then Lin Xian. Even if he saw them sleeping on the floor, He Lanqing still found them irritating. During the days when Zhiyi wasn't home, He Lanqing had secretly gotten drunk a few times. Busy with work, he thought, but it was just an excuse for himself. Zhiyi kissed his Adam's apple, causing him to shudder. The air was filled with an ambiguous fragrance, their breaths intertwined, and feelings blended. The princess indulged the evil dragon, who carefully protected a princess dress. As dawn broke, warm sunlight filtered through the cracks in the curtains, quietly falling on the two figures. Ahem! Zhiyi felt her throat was hoarse, and she unceremoniously slapped He Lanqing. "Get me some water." The evil dragon, tamed by the princess, turned into a docile big white cat. He Lanqing caught a glimpse of the red marks on Zhiyi's wrist and knew he had gone too far. He obediently got out of bed, casually threw on a nightgown, and loosely tied the belt. Zhiyi squinted her eyes, unwilling to move, lazily hiding under the covers. Hearing He Lanqing's footsteps returning. Zhiyi opened her mouth, but her body still didn't budge. "You'll choke if you drink water while lying down." He Lanqing placed the cup on the bedside and reached out to help Zhiyi sit up. But as soon as He Lanqing's fingertips touched Zhiyi, she instinctively tried to dodge, sitting up in a rush. The blanket slipped off Zhiyi's body with her movement, revealing her enticingly soft skin. He Lanqing's breath instinctively became heavier, and under Zhiyi's warning, he reluctantly averted his gaze. "All right." Zhiyi casually pulled on a nightgown from the window, but the thin straps could hardly cover her delicate shoulders, merely adding a hazy veil to her beauty, enhancing its allure. He Lanqing struggled to control his eyes, but the sight of her lips glistening with moisture was still enough to be enticing. He Lanqing felt it was so difficult. He had to resist the overwhelming temptation while being so close. How could one remain indifferent in front of their beloved? But Zhiyi seemed to be deliberately giving him a dilemma. Zhiyi locked eyes with He Lanqing, who suppressed the desire surging in his eyes. He blinked innocently, like a big cat preparing to do something naughty. "I want to eat fruit." "It's not good to eat fruit on an empty stomach." "Then give me that bag of chips." "Don't eat junk food so early in the morning." Zhiyi rubbed her empty stomach. "Fine." It seemed she didn't want to eat after all. He Lanqing leaned down to place the cup aside, and at the moment he bent over. His loose nightgown accidentally exposed his sexy abs, the deeper parts hidden in shadow, like an abyss of desire. Zhiyi honestly stole a few more glances. Under He Lanqing's expectant gaze. "Hurry and run the bathwater. I want to take a bath." Zhiyi grabbed the white tiger's tail, causing He Lanqing's back to tense up instantly. "Okay." The tip of He Lanqing's tail lightly scratched Zhiyi's wrist, honestly saying, "Z, if you keep this up, I don't know how long I can hold out." Zhiyi suddenly felt the white tiger's tail was a bit hot, quickly withdrawing her hand. Zhiyi went to the bathroom to take a bath, while He Lanqing sensibly began to clean up the battlefield, the messy clothes, the sheets. The curtains were drawn open, and warm sunlight poured into the room, adding a touch of coziness. He Lanqing looked at the white dress casually draped over the sofa yesterday, which was also meant to be washed, but he neatly folded it and placed it on top. This is the dress Z likes. I'll buy it again next time." After He Lanqing tidied up the room and sprayed some air freshener, he leisurely went to the next room to take a cold shower. Cold water fell on He Lanqing's head, following the lines of his sexy muscles downwards. He Lanqing calculated in his heart, wondering if he was too honest. "Zhiyi, what is your definition of honest?" "That tie." He Jingquan brought Zhiyi home on the third day at noon. Lin Xian brought Zhiyi home on the second afternoon. And now it was only 8 in the morning. Indeed, he was too honest. Why should he? He Lanqing's tail perked up, feeling a newfound confidence. Zhiyi couldn't be biased. Zhiyi was still happily bathing, her strength mostly restored. Just as she sighed lightly, the bathroom door was pushed open. Zhiyi caught a glimpse of that figure out of the corner of her eye and silently turned her back. Sigh. Why did I think the white tiger would be kinder than the white wolf and the fox? Zhiyi. The footsteps by her ear grew clearer, each one pounding on Zhiyi's heart. Are brother and sister Lu still inside? Not far from the small villa, 2 figures squatted behind a small pile of grass. The previous day's starflower rain was still vivid, and He Lanqing's brother, He Lanyi, leaned against the starflower, insisting that Zhiyi must be here. Maybe. He Lanqing's sister, He Nuo, replied casually. When will they come out? Hilani looked eagerly at Inua. If your brother doesn't have any hidden injuries, they probably won't come out tonight. Inua pressed down on Hilani's head and grabbed the back of his collar. Let's go, kid. Don't be so curious. Chapter 164. Idisha's reluctance. The first snow of the year fell softly in the central city, and this winter seemed particularly cold. Simon traveled back and forth between Planet X856 and Huashing multiple times, seemingly obsessed with finding that old acquaintance. Fortunately, Lu Zhiyi and Simon hardly ever met, so he Jingchuan, Lin Xian, and He Lanqing were not opposed to Simon staying at Shiyuan. Zhiyi, I've placed the hot milk beside you. Be careful not to burn yourself. Lin Xian brought over a cup of steaming hot milk, wearing a blue apron around his waist. Zhiyi, this year's new winter clothes have arrived. I've organized them in your wardrobe. He Lanqing's voice came from the corner of the stairs. Lulu, I've peeled the chestnuts for you. He Jingchuan presented a plate of chestnuts to Lu Zhiyi like a treasure. Hearing that Lu Zhiyi wanted to eat chestnuts, he had scoured half the galaxy to buy back just a small bag, insisting no one else could touch them, saying he wanted to cook himself. In the past, they would hold back due to their identities not being close enough, but ever since their status upgraded from guardians to partners, they began to take even more meticulous care of Lu Zhiyi. Little Q silently passed by, holding a snow-clearing machine. Sigh, there really isn't too much work left for little Q in this home. He Jingchuan directly wrapped his large hand around Lu Zhiyi's waist, lifting her onto his lap. Before long, Lin Xian and He Lanqing sat down, one on each side. Aren't we supposed to discuss serious matters? Lu Zhiyi noticed the restless hand around her waist, and, without turning her head, expertly slapped the brain of a certain wolf. Unfortunately, for beastmen, such light slaps were hardly painful. This can also be considered discussing serious matters. He Jingchuan took the initiative to rub his ear against Lu Zhiyi's palm and thoughtfully fed her chestnuts with a fork. The rich flavor of chestnuts burst in Lu Zhiyi's mouth, and she squinted her eyes in satisfaction. He Jingchuan always did this, using food to bribe the little foodie Lu Zhiyi whenever he acted spoiled. He Lanqing had long become accustomed to this scene. Initially, he had wanted to hit He Jingchuan, but now he calmly pulled up a holographic screen, tapping it lightly with his fingertips. Blue lines quickly wove into a net, with a red cursor bouncing and continuously moving westward. It had been 2 months since Bear 7 was injected with the L-37 inhibitor. A month ago, Bear 7 completed his final check and left the military hospital. Bear 7 was very composed. He acted like an ordinary beast man, going to work and returning home, diligently playing the role of the master he would seek out a month later. Idisha, what about our people? Lu Zhiyi's smile faded, and her expression turned serious. They are already following. The communicator by He Jingchuan's ear blinked red. Everything is in place. Now we just wait for the fish to bite. On the 27th, the Patriarch, Mr. Yin, and Dr. Wu have been waiting for you for a long time. The black-clad beast man frowned, showing no attempt to hide his dissatisfaction. I will certainly apologize to the Patriarch. Bear 7 did not regard the black-clad beast man, roughly bumping into his shoulder and raising his chin in pride. Mindless black bear. The black-clad beast man scoffed, rolling his eyes at Bear 7's back. The further they walked into the laboratory, the colder it became, the white main color giving an overwhelming sense of suffocation without an end in sight. Idisha stood in front of the control panel in a protective suit, flanked by Yin Sui and Dr. Wu. Mission 27 completed. Please give instructions, Patriarch. Bear 7 respectfully knelt on one knee before Idisha, the previously arrogant demeanor vanishing completely in her presence. Bear 7 is one of the top assassins personally trained by Idisha, unlike the useless group that buried bodies outside the garden last time. Very well, Idisha responded, not even willing to spare a glance at Bear 7. Dr. Wu, you may begin. I await your good news. Idisha walked to the side, sitting down with her hand resting on Yin Sui's arm, her eyes cold as blades. Bear 7 worshipped Idisha as a deity, but to Idisha, Bear 7 was merely an experimental subject to be utilized at any time, even if it meant death. Bear 7 lay on the operating table, cold mechanical arms clamping down on his limbs, the spraying cold mist rendering his muscles stiff and numb. Rest assured, Patriarch, I will definitely replicate the L-37 inhibitor, and I can make 27 lose control and die precisely at the military hospital's door. Dr. Wu donned goggles and gloves, his eyes filled with madness. Dr. Wu's silver knife was stained red, slowly emanating a sense of resentment. He had never intended to compete with Lu Zhiyi, but Lu Zhiyi insisted on playing the great sage. In his view, this galaxy should have been destroyed long ago, especially that filthy galactic alliance. The L-37 inhibitor should never have been developed. They should all go mad and die. The cold needle pierced into Bear 7's body, and his once vibrant organs slowly darkened. Bear 7's consciousness became hazy. He did not know what was injected into him or how much blood was drawn. Drop. Dr. Wu touched a hard object, his expression stiffening. Sensing something was off. Patriarch, Mr. Yin, there seems to be something inside 27. Dr. Wu did not recognize the tracker. He was merely a madman living underground for over 20 years, unseen by the light of day. I'll go. Yin Sui pressed down on Idisha's arm, standing up and walking straight over. Wait. Idisha stood up, wanting to say something. Bang. A deafening explosion erupted, and Bear 7 was instantly blown to pieces. The energy shockwave knocked Dr. Wu down and shattered countless test tubes and instruments. No. Dr. Wu roared, his eyes wide, unwilling to watch his hard work be destroyed. 27. You idiot. Yin Sui quickly turned back, leaping to shield Idisha. The shards of glass brought by the explosive energy wave pierced into his back like sharp blades. Zhiyi. Idisha's eyes brimmed with venom. Why was it that every time she meticulously schemed, she always fell short? Bang, bang, bang. The laboratory began to shake violently, alarms blaring. Our position has been exposed. It must be Zhiyi bringing people to bomb us. Yin Sui's eyes burned with fury, his body shaking with rage. Blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, filling his nostrils with a metallic scent. The ceiling above Idisha collapsed. If Yin Sui had not rolled her to the side, she would have been severely injured. This was Idisha's largest laboratory, where all the instruments were the most advanced and best, even the defense system. She had hidden it so carefully for so long, and now it was about to be destroyed by Zhiyi. How could she accept that? Chapter 165. The embarrassed escape of Idisha. Idisha stumbled into the underground passage, where the booming sounds of explosions and collapses were amplified in the narrow corridor, shattering her composed elegance again and again. What did things go wrong? Idisha gritted her teeth and asked. She had clearly altered the information on Xiongqi, leaving no traces in the Alliance's information system. What gone wrong? Over the past few months, Xiongqi had not contacted them at all, and Idisha had secretly monitored him, finding his behavior completely normal. This dear intent was indeed quite sinister. How many people had come? Idisha's anger surged, her eyes swirling with bloodlust. Before the system was compromised, it had detected 50 life forms. Yin Sui suppressed the darkness in his eyes, trying to remain gentle in front of Idisha. Fool, what do you mean by the system being compromised? Idisha turned her head and scolded Yin Sui sharply, slapping him hard enough to leave a deep red mark on his face. There was no doubt. It must have been Jingchuan who destroyed the ITI family's defense system. It's my fault for being useless and disappointing everyone. Yin Sui felt as if he had fallen into a 1,000-year-old cold pond, his heart icy and uncomfortable. Instinctively kneeling beside Idisha. Yin Sui, you take 100 death warriors and charge up. I don't want to know if any life forms other than us are still alive here. Idisha enunciated each word clearly. Yes. Yin Sui, ignoring his injuries, left a few death warriors to guard Idisha and rushed up the passage. Dr. Wu was huddled in a corner, his hands and feet cold, his wounds staunched with the limited medicine he had, and in the dimness, his gaze twisted with a madness that seemed to want to drag the whole world down with him. A death warrior tried to reach out to help Idisha, but was pushed away by her. Idisha glanced at the death warrior with disdain. How could the dignified head of the ITI family be touched by these lowly beings? Idisha supported herself against the wall and took a few steps, but her stiletto heel suddenly broke. Her palm rubbed against the wall for balance, turning her delicate palm red and bloodied. Damn dear intent. Jingchuan sat alone on the other side of the table, the cold blue light from the screen reflecting on his face. Just a moment ago, he had been next to dear intent, acting spoiled and wanting hugs, but now he had switched to the calm demeanor of Commander He, directing the battle. Jingchuan's gaze was indifferent and deep, his expression cold as he effortlessly predicted the direction of the entire situation. For someone like Commander He, who had been on numerous battlefields, this level of difficulty was nothing compared to the simulated training in the A905 military district. The laboratory had completely collapsed, and the ground was pockmarked and uneven. Yin Sui was also a tough opponent. Dear Intent watched Yin Sui attack fiercely, a hint of darkness appearing in his eyes. He was quite willing to deal with Idisha. An S-class with rich combat experience could take on 10 alone, and at full strength, even 100 was not a problem. Those who could survive in the dark zone indeed had some skill. He Lanqing cast a cold glance at Yin Sui on the screen. wondering how Dear Intent could look at him so many times with that ugly appearance. TSK. He would never admit that he had become more petty after becoming a partner. If he persisted, his right hand would likely be rendered useless. Lin Xian observed Yen Sui's bloodied hand, which had already exposed a small section of white bone, and deduced that the death warriors Yen Sui brought were dwindling. However, Dear Intent's side had also suffered heavy injuries, with dozens of people wounded, but fortunately, they still had a breath left, and Dear Intent could pull them back from the brink of death. The remaining 2 death warriors cautiously approached the ruins of the collapsed laboratory, while Yen Sui inadvertently moved away. Something's not right. Dear Intent frowned. At the same time, Jingchuan coldly ordered retreat. You guessed right. Idisha wants to completely destroy the laboratory. From her perspective, this is the wisest course of action. Qing voiced Dear Intent's speculation, no longer looking at the screen. The coldness in his eyes gradually dissipating. If you can't figure something out on the battlefield for a while, you can trust your instincts and be cautious. Yen Sui watched in frustration as Dear Intent's people began to retreat. The moment he exited the explosion zone, the ground shook violently, causing small beasts within 100 miles to flee in panic, and behind him, a sea of flames erupted. Idisha had already boarded the starship to leave. Looking back at a patch of red on the ground, her hands clenched tightly, her knuckles white, filled with reluctance. She carelessly tossed aside her bloodied and dust-covered protective suit. Her high heels broken, and the nobility and elegance she usually held were completely gone at this moment. Idisha was very concerned about her image. With the laboratory destroyed and Yen Sui heavily injured, Idisha would at least be able to settle down for a while. But how could Dear Intent make her so embarrassed so effortlessly? Idisha would never be willing to accept that. After a brief moment of calm, an unpredictable storm of blood and gore would follow. This winter would only grow colder. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll go prepare it for you. Lin Xian saw the show come to an end and continued with his most important task at hand, feeding Dear Intent. Hot pot. Dear Intent turned towards Lin Xian, her big, bright eyes blinking, as if she could already see the fragrant hot pot. Winter and hot pot were the perfect match. Braised beef brisket is good too. Lin Xian casually replied as he stood up and took away the water that had cooled down in front of Dear Intent. Professor, look at him. Dear Intent's eyes widened. Where was her caring Lin Xian? The husband like Lin Xian? How could he change so quickly? You had spicy hot pot yesterday and kept having stomach issues in the middle of the night, yet you still don't learn your lesson. Qing poked Dear Intent, a mix of fondness and helplessness in his tone. Logically speaking, with Dear Intent's max-level healing ability protecting her, she should be immune to all poisons. It was probably because she had eaten too much spicy food yesterday that her body was rebelling as a lesson. Does Professor he not know? Eating spicy food can beautify you, Dear Intent said seriously, particularly emphasizing the last 2 words. Our Dear Intent's beauty level has already reached 100. Spicy food has no effect on you anymore. Qing gently pinched Dear Intent's chin, and as she was still thinking of words to argue back, he leaned down and placed a kiss on her rosy little face. Dear Intent was caught off guard by Qing's sudden attack, her little face puffing up adorably. Qing couldn't help but lightly bite her cheek. Are you a dog or a tiger? Dear Intent muttered. Jingchuan passed by Dear Intent from behind, casually bending down to kiss the other side of her little face, then pretending to leave as if nothing had happened. One he Jingchuan. Dear Intent called out in criticism. Chapter 166. You 3 are very immature, da-da-da. Zhiyi had just come out of the bathroom when she found 3 figures in her room. Jingchuan was lying on a rocking chair by the window, while Jingchuan and Lin Xian were sitting on either side of the bed. This was the first time Zhiyi encountered all of them in her room at the same time. What is going on? Zhiyi's eyes were filled with confusion as her mind raced. Had she done something bad to be caught by them? It didn't seem like it. Zhiyi was sometimes curious about how the other females with dozens of partners lived. She could hardly handle these 3. Lulu, I'm here to warm your bed, Jingchuan said, slightly lifting his chin with a lazy smile on his lips. Although there was a stinky fox and a perverted tiger around, it didn't matter. A clever wolf would automatically ignore their presence. I'm not cold today. Zhiyi found a dry excuse. 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on her, and if she nodded, there probably wouldn't be any space for her on this bed. I made you honey water. It's at the perfect temperature now. But it might get cold soon, Lin Xian said as he approached Zhiyi with a glass of honey water, his long, fair fingers particularly pleasing to the eye against the glass. This is good. Just as Zhiyi took a small sip of the honey water, He Jianchuan's sour gaze landed on her. Lulu is so biased. Why can he have it, and I can't? He Jianchuan leaned back, unceremoniously hugging Lu Zhiyi's pillow, his wolf tail drooping behind him, revealing his pitiful little eyes. Want a sip? Lu Zhiyi asked seriously. Sure, you feed me. He Jianchuan climbed up the pole. He Lanqing remained silent, casually grabbing the cushion behind him and throwing it straight at He Jianchuan's back. He Jianchuan, are you immature? He Jianchuan's gaze fell on He Lanqing, and the previous gentleness and smile faded considerably. It was a complete double-standard scene. Are you immature? He Lanqing retorted. While He Jianchuan and He Lanqing were bickering, Lin Xian quietly took Lu Zhiyi's little hand. You three are very immature, Lu Zhiyi mumbled softly. She glanced at the half-finished honey water and handed it to Lin Xian, saying she wouldn't drink it, not wanting to get up in the middle of the night. Okay. Lin Xian took the cup and casually turned it to the spot Lu Zhiyi had just touched, bringing it to his lips and drinking it down in one go. Let us sleep on the floor. Lu Zhiyi lightly slapped He Jianchuan as she reclaimed her pillow and placed it at the head of the bed. Why only let me sleep on the floor? He Jianchuan's wolf tail instantly perked up, looking incredulously at Lu Zhiyi. After all, he was the main partner. You three are all. Lu Zhiyi hadn't finished her sentence before He Jianchuan wrapped around her waist. He Lanqing seemed relaxed, but was quicker than Lin Xian to take another spot beside Lu Zhiyi. Lin Xian paused in his steps, thinking, do you all think the fox is easy to bully? He transformed into his beast form, the nine-tailed fox leaping lightly, landing his big paws on the soft bed, waving his 9 fluffy tails as he comfortably lay on Lu Zhiyi's thigh. Lu Zhiyi's fingertips twitched. She wanted to touch. She secretly glanced at He Jianchuan and then at He Lanqing. If you want to touch, then touch, He Lanqing said lightly, his expression clearly showing he knew her nature. Hee. Lu Zhiyi grinned, ready to make her move on the fox. Huh. Lu Zhiyi was momentarily stunned as she saw the white tiger's tail and the wolf's tail suddenly blocking her hands. She shrugged helplessly. Immature brats. The hypocritical He Lanqing and the opportunistic He Jianchuan were not to be underestimated. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Lin Xian spoke in fox language, probably cursing quite a bit. Seeing that this situation was unbalanced, Lu Zhiyi simply hugged the fox tightly in her arms, lying back down and closing her eyes. Help me turn off the lights. Thank you. She was the boss. She could hug whoever she wanted. He Jianchuan and He Lanqing's gazes fell gloomily on the fox, which had almost completely occupied Lu Zhiyi. If it just left like this, they wouldn't even get a sip of soup. He Lanqing, turn off the lights. He Jianchuan's thin lips pressed together, each word pronounced with difficulty. He Lanqing looked at He Jianchuan, who had already crawled under the covers and rubbed his temples, feeling exhausted. Why were both of them so shameless? But how could this kind of thing be more important than Lu Zhiyi? The bedroom fell into darkness, with Lu Zhiyi holding a fox-shaped warm baby, with wolf and tiger-shaped heaters on either side, several tails wrapped around her arms, and 2 hands resting on her waist. Lu Zhiyi drowsily fell asleep, only to wake up groggily in the middle of the night. Who? These 3 loves were both hot and heavy, almost suffocating Lu Zhiyi. Lu Zhiyi retracted her affectionate embrace of the fox, kicked the blanket down a bit, turned over, and took a deep breath. He Lanqing adjusted the room temperature lower, waiting for Lu Zhiyi to crawl in his arms. Shameless. He Jianchuan, who witnessed He Lanqing's little actions, cursed in a low voice. If it weren't for the fear of waking Lu Zhiyi, he would have pulled this perverted tiger out for a beating. All 3 of their tails were tangled around Lu Zhiyi's arms, so when she turned over, they, who already had light sleep, all woke up. He Lanqing ignored He Jianchuan, holding the fragrant and soft Lu Zhiyi, perked his ears up happily. The fox, feeling stuffy under the covers, found Lu Zhiyi's back to be a barrier and had no intention of sharing the pillow with his good buddy He Jianchuan. Instead, it crawled out from under the covers and lay down by Lu Zhiyi's feet. After all, it had already been held by Lu Zhiyi for half the night. Not a loss, chirp. With the hindrance of the fox gone, He Jianchuan's hand resting on Lu Zhiyi's waist went deeper, scratching the soft flesh at her waist, causing her body to slightly twist, retreating a bit from He Lanqing's embrace. Ugh, you guys are so hot. Lu Zhiyi mumbled, her hands pushing randomly, either hitting He Lanqing's chin or He Jianchuan's chest. 1 wolf and 1 tiger decided to collude, lowering the room's temperature even more. Chirp. The fox let out a soft grunt, expressing its disdain for their actions. Indeed, Lu Zhiyi shrank her neck from the cold, and He Jianchuan kindly helped her pull the blanket up, generously lying flat, allowing Lu Zhiyi to wrap around him. Huh. He Lanqing ground his teeth. wondering how this benefit had been taken by He Jianquan. The cooperation between the wolf and tiger was thwarted, and a new round of covert battles began. The fox, disturbed by their little actions, found it hard to sleep and took the initiative to go to the rocking chair. Chirp, I want to compete with two old immature fools. Chapter 167. The perilous situation of Lu Qi and the anxious Lin Xian. The snow was vast and white, and the cold wind was increasingly biting. Lu Zhiyi came up from the underground second floor of the hospital. The number of out-of-control beastmen was continuously rising, all coming from soldiers of other planets. And the source was not yet found. Perhaps this was a premeditated murder, gradually dismantling the most important force in the interstellar realm. Axion, is there still no way to contact him? Lu Zhiyi walked through the corridor and unintentionally caught a glimpse of the vast snow outside. Her hands, tucked in her pockets, rubbed together, and she felt a vague unease in her heart. The him Lu Zhiyi referred to as Lu Qi. In early autumn, Lu Qi infiltrated the dark zone, and now it was deep winter. The only response Lu Zhiyi received was a soft sigh. The last message Lu Qi sent was the entrance to the dark zone and a brief internal route map, and there had been no further communication since. Lu Zhiyi's steps grew heavier. Lu Qi's situation was likely not good. The corridor was not a good place for conversation. Lu Zhiyi and Lin Xian remained silent until they stepped into Lu Zhiyi's office. You can't go find him yourself. We won't agree to that. Lin Xian closed the door behind him, his voice still gentle but devoid of any smile in his eyes. Lin Xian directly addressed Lu Zhiyi's thoughts. After all, how could just Lu Qi make Lu Zhiyi risk going to such a dangerous place like the Dark Zone for him? He went into the Dark Zone because of me, and he is in danger because of me. Lu Zhiyi took a deep breath, her hands clenched at her sides, trying hard to suppress her restless emotions. Occasionally, Lin Xian wished Lu Zhiyi were a bit more carefree. Why bother worrying about the lives of so many people? But Lu Zhiyi's heart was not made of stone. Even though there was no romantic relationship between her and Lu Qi, he had indeed been by her side for 2 years, and feelings would develop over time. After a brief stalemate, Lin Xian chose to back down first. What are you planning to do? Lin Xian lowered his gaze, sitting on a single sofa with his hands clasped tightly. In 2 days, I will go to planet X856. According to regulations, the highest level confidential meeting lasts at least 7 days and no longer than half a month. I can use this reason to leave Central City without raising suspicion. Lu Zhiyi pondered for a moment and slowly expressed. Lu Zhiyi's every word and action was closely watched by the entire interstellar community, and even the rats in the shadows were no exception. If Lu Qi's true identity in the Dark Zone had already been exposed, then her sudden departure from Central City would not only be a death warrant for Lu Qi, but also a trap for herself. Holding a highest-level confidential meeting on planet X856 was the best excuse for her to temporarily disappear from public view. And what about me? What position do I hold in your plan? Am I going with you, or are you leaving me behind in the Yuan? Lin Xian's gaze flickered, his voice soft, like the falling snowflakes outside, drifting in the wind, uncertain of where they would land. Lin Xian secretly mocked himself, even as Lu Zhiyi's partner. He still felt insecure about what he might lose. I haven't figured it out yet. Lu Zhiyi's gaze evaded, and she directly sat down at the tea table in front of Lin Xian, trying to soothe him gently. Don't worry, I won't take risks alone. But the 3 of you can't all disappear with me. That would raise too many suspicions. The tea table was cold. Lin Xian furrowed his brows slightly. Although he felt bad emotions inside, he still cared for her first. Lin Xian wrapped his arm around Lu Zhiyi's waist, lifting her up to sit sideways on his lap. His thin lips parted slightly, but he couldn't say anything, burying his head in the crook of Lu Zhiyi's neck, yearning for her breath to envelop him. Lin Xian had already guessed that Zhiyi would not take him with her. Since the 3 of them couldn't accompany her, the one left behind would definitely be him. An S-class doctor. His pride in his medical skills wouldn't be much help by Zhiyi's side. Zhiyi's first choice should be the most experienced SS class He Jingquan, or perhaps bringing along another SS class Ilan Qing. It certainly wouldn't be him. The more Lin Xian thought about it, the more uneasy and wronged he felt. His fox ears drooping softly, his eyes turning red. Ah Xian. Lu Zhiyi gently stroked Lin Xian's hair, patiently comforting him. Just wait for me to come home. All right. The fox is completely broken now. At the dining table that night, Lu Zhiyi pretended to be relaxed and casually brought up the matter. I plan to go to the Dark Zone to bring Lu Qi back. For a moment, the originally warm and pleasant dinner fell into an ice-cold silence. He Jingquan and Ilan Qing both set down their chopsticks, looking at Lu Zhiyi with disapproval. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, who already knew, continued to serve food for Lu Zhiyi. Jingquan, Professor, do you want to come with me? Hearing this, He Jingchuan and He Lanqing felt somewhat better. Has the fox known all along? He Lanqing glanced at Lin Xian, who seemed unperturbed. Yes, I know Zhiyi won't take me. Lin Xian seized the opportunity to express his grievances towards Lu Zhiyi. That's fine. You stay here to accompany Xiao Qiu. He Jingchuan felt a bit better knowing Lin Xian wouldn't have the chance to go, and he took a big bite of food. In the corner, Xiao Qiu, nibbling on a star stone, slightly raised his hand. Woo, it turns out that General, he still cares about Xiao Qiu. It seems General he won't be able to squeeze out time in the short term either. Zhiyi is leaving in 2 days. Lin Xian used the gentlest voice to mock He Jingchuan. Caught off guard by Lin Xian's words, He Jingchuan was momentarily speechless. I will arrange everything as soon as possible and meet up with you. It's fine, I'm here. The best candidate, He Lanqing, couldn't help but smile. Well, let's rest for half an hour after dinner and gather in the study to plan in detail. Lu Zhiyi, still chewing on meat slices, hurriedly wanted to finalize this matter to prevent them from changing their minds later. Lin Xian found Lu Zhiyi easy to persuade, and while their attention shifted from the dangers of the dark zone, he quickly finalized the matter. The day after tomorrow, Lu Zhiyi would accompany He Lanqing to planet X856, taking a photo before the meeting in the morning, leaving in the afternoon. The subsequent matters would require Simon and other trusted individuals on planet X856 to help cover up. 7 days later, He Jingchuan would go to find them and meet up. They would analyze the information Lu Qi sent, prepare advanced weapons, ignore the signal jamming devices, microcommunicators, positioning devices, supplies, and the trusted insiders for external support. All arrangements were meticulously planned. The more they discussed, the more intense the conversation became. From rescuing Lu Qi to directly blowing up the dark zone, with plans A, B, C, D, and E becoming increasingly insane. The dark cloud that had enveloped Lu Zhiyi's heart during the day had finally dissipated by half, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Qi, hold on a little longer, wait for me. At night, the fox even thought about using beauty tricks to tempt Lu Zhiyi, but while the process was enjoyable, the outcome was not as desired. Perhaps the wolf and tiger felt a bit sorry for the fox staying home this time, so they each stayed in their rooms and did not come out to compete with it. Chapter 168. The deathly aura enveloping the dark zone in the northwest of planet D628. Darkness shrouds the area year-round. A stench pervades the air, and the ground is riddled with potholes, where it's often hard to distinguish whether the pools of liquid are water or blood. Lu Zhiyi and He Lanqing have disguised themselves, with Lu Zhiyi taking on the appearance of a proud beauty accompanied by her new male companion, having transformed her long black hair into golden waves. Oh, where did this delicate lady come from? Hurry back. This place is too dirty for you to handle. A shabby orc with a bamboo skewer in his mouth and messy short hair stood barefoot on the ground. I heard there's a new batch of goods. Lu Zhiyi frowned in distaste, covering her mouth and nose with her hand, her voice sharp. Since you know it's dirty, don't come near me. Apologies. The orc's calm eyes flickered with a hint of disturbance, but we don't have the goods you seek here. The blood moon tonight is quite round. Lu Zhiyi raised her chin proudly, her brows slightly furrowed, the disgust in her eyes fading. Is indeed somewhat round. I wonder which side of the blood moon you mean? The orc's playful smile diminished as he took a step back, maintaining distance from Lu Zhiyi. Naturally, the eastern side. Lu Zhiyi brushed aside the strands of hair falling by her ear, casting a disdainful glance at the orc. There's no blood moon tonight, and certainly not in the east. May I know how to address you, miss? The orc's demeanor instantly shifted to one of respect, playing the role of a loyal lackey. When did you all establish this rule? Give me the number. Lu Zhiyi's impatience was evident, her voice rising. It is my fault. The orc tentatively probed one last time, retrieving a stack of blood-red cards from a nondescript ragged bag, the numbers embroidered in gold thread, and respectfully presented them with both hands. Take it. Lu Zhiyi turned slightly, seemingly unwilling to touch the dirty items the orc had pulled from his pocket, casting a casual glance at He Lanqing. Miss, what is this? The orc hesitated to speak. What? Others can bring theirs in, but mine can't. Lu Zhiyi's impatience was palpable. If he doesn't serve me, are you going to? Of course it can be done. The orc handed the card to He Lanqing, number 68838. Well, this number sounds pleasant. A rare hint of satisfaction appeared on Lu Zhiyi's face. Please, this way. The orc chuckled ingratiatingly, appearing very respectful while secretly cursing Lu Zhiyi for being such a difficult mistress. If it weren't for her power and ruthlessness, making substantial deals with her every year, she would have long been sent to the laboratory for research. Hidden within that unremarkable potter's field lay the entrance to the dark zone. Orcs like him played the role of ragged beggars every day, serving as guides to the dark zone. Zhiyi accidentally stepped into a shallow pool of blood, feeling no fear, only disgust. The orc clicked his tongue in pretentiousness, knowing full well his hands were no less stained than hers, yet still having the audacity to be disgusted. Have there been any decent goods recently? I don't want the ugly ones. Zhiyi's gaze fell darkly on the orc. Everyone is the same, just things that can't be seen in the light. What is the difference between ugly and beautiful? Lanqing felt a tinge of displeasure, but kept it hidden, soothingly saying, "You have me, that's enough. Miss, we have whatever you desire." The orc looked down on soft men like Lanqing, and his words made him wish to present several pretty boys to Zhiyi. We'll see about that. Zhiyi waved her hand dismissively, somewhat perfunctory. TSK, these ladies are truly hard to satisfy. The orc grumbled inwardly as he led them along. Welcome to the Dark Zone. I hope you enjoy your time. The orc suddenly revealed a sharp smile, bowing slightly towards Zhiyi before slowly backing away. As Zhiyi truly stepped into the area of the Dark Zone, bloodstains and bones were everywhere, and decaying bodies were being dragged away, with no one knowing where they would be sent. Occasionally, a crazed orc would get into a fight, while onlookers cheered and bet on who would survive. Here, the aura of death enveloped everything, and the oppressive darkness made it hard for Zhiyi to breathe. After walking for over 10 minutes, she finally spotted another exquisitely dressed female, who was accompanied by a muscular male companion. The female calmly held a cigarette at the corner of her mouth, appearing to be a regular in the Dark Zone. They too likely wore human skin masks to hide their true appearances. Let us find a place to settle down. Zhiyi suppressed the nausea, threatening to rise. All right. Lanqing noticed Zhiyi's discomfort, feeling a pang of sympathy. Countless eyes were watching them from the shadows, and Lanqing dared not act rashly, taking Zhiyi's hand. Zhiyi found a seemingly decent inn, but the shabby decor gave her a sense of returning to a post-apocalyptic world. Sigh, room 97 has been used for 2 months. It probably won't last much longer. TSK. Surviving until now is already quite lucky. I heard he S and S class. That's rare. TSK, what S class? He S just an A class who got lucky to participate in the experiment and rose to S. Haha, once he dies, we can taste the giant python's flavor too. We'd better go early. Otherwise, we'll be outpaced by those hungry ghosts. S class, giant python. Zhiyi. For some reason, Zhiyi directly concluded that they were referring to Zhiyi. Although Zhiyi wasn't a flamboyant person, transmitting his information this way was, after all, a distress signal. Everyone, we can go rest now. Lanqing took the room card and whispered in Zhiyi's ear. Let us go. Zhiyi lowered her eyes, her voice somewhat somber. As they walked up the wooden stairs, they occasionally heard creaking sounds, and it was while down the dim corridor before they finally saw an elevator. The passers-by, upon seeing Zhiyi, couldn't help but take a few more glances, but when Lanqing drew his gun from his waist, they obediently lowered their heads. One particularly filthy gaze was directly ended by Lanqing with a gunshot. The deafening gunfire instantly silenced the noisy inn, and the innkeeper hurried over. What filthy thing dares to look at me? Hurry up and drag him away. Even in death, don't dirty my eyes. Zhiyi wrinkled her delicate nose. She patted her coat, which had not a single drop of blood on it, yet still felt unclean. I'll clean it up right away. Your room fee will be waived as compensation from our little establishment. The innkeeper smiled awkwardly, skillfully instructing his subordinates to dispose of the corpse, already accustomed to such matters. Chapter 169. The Life and Death Line of Zhiyi in the Dark Zone. There are distinctions of high and low, noble and base. The leader of the Dark Zone is codenamed Zhiyi, who has never revealed their true identity, always wearing a black crow mask. The development of suppressants in the underground laboratory of the Dark Zone is led by Zhiyi. In the Dark Zone, Zhiyi is considered the most noble, while the lowest are the evil slaves. The evil slaves have no names, only cold numbers. They are experimental subjects in the underground laboratory and also enforcers in the black market. Enforcers either die in the arena or are sold off to become death warriors for powerful families. Zhiyi had been lurking in the Dark Zone for half a month, only able to access trivial information that barely affected the Dark Zone. He realized he needed to infiltrate the inner circle of the Dark Zone to reach the deepest darkness. He did not want to merely help Zhiyi gather information about the suppressants. He wanted to do it for himself as well. He thought that if he could record all the blood and darkness here and expose it on the Star Network, standing on the other side of the galaxy to destroy the Dark Zone, perhaps he would feel worthy to stand beside Zhiyi. Since he had already decided to chase the moon, he needed to clean himself up and stand beside the moon, rather than forcing the moon to fall into the mud and accept him. Therefore, Zhiyi concealed his strength and became an ordinary A-class. He pretended to be Zhiyi's prey and was sent into the laboratory by Zhiyi. They injected Zhiyi with a serum that caused his mental power to start raging, teetering on the edge of losing control. Zhiyi knew what they wanted, to turn an A-class into an S-class. Among the same batch of experimental subjects, 3 couldn't withstand the mental turmoil and exploded, and 5 fell into chaos. The only one who held on was Zhiyi, a brand new S-class. They saw Zhiyi's value and provided him with various hallucinogenic drugs in his dormitory, turning him into their puppet, an evil slave numbered 97. In the darkness, while maintaining some clarity, Zhiyi had to play the part of an unconscious puppet. His nerves were taut, often on the brink of losing control. There were moments when he thought he would never get to see Zhiyi again, but he had no regrets. This puppet had probed many secrets while being by Z's side, but eventually, the puppet got a bit worn out and was cruelly discarded to the duel arena. Hey, number 97, stop playing dead. It's your turn. Who? Splash some water on 97 to wake him up. That dirty water over there will do. Just an evil slave. TCH. Anyway, the higher-ups want him dead here. Ah, what if a noble wants to buy him? Then sell him. Since he learned so much, he is destined not to live long. The poison in him is quite strong. Ha ha ha. The circular arena was filthy and dark, with bloodstains that would never dry, and the audience here was never lacking. 97, 97, 97. The beastmen below waved their arms, their eyes bloodshot, desperately cheering and shouting. It wasn't that they particularly liked 97 or wanted him to win. They were all betting on when 97 would die. 97. Zhiyi's pupils trembled, and she dared not show any change in her expression, fearful of attracting the attention of the eyes in the dark. She saw Zhiyi. The half-meter-high hole barely reached his waist, the iron bars at the entrance were raised, and his legs were still locked in heavy chains. The gray rags on him hardly covered anything as he was pushed onto the ground, emerging from the hole in the most humble posture. Zhiyi's eyes were hollow, like a stagnant pool of water. His emaciated body had managed to regain some weight over the past 2 years, but now he was even thinner than before, with numerous blood marks on his chest, crooked and twisted from whips and knives, as well as countless needle marks. Although he had disguised himself as an ordinary person, Zhiyi recognized him at a glance. Zhiyi took a deep breath, her arms trembling uncontrollably. She secretly pinched herself, using the pain to calm down. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her gaze was cold and clear. It seemed Zhiyi sensed something, glancing at the audience below. Is she here? But his vision was too blurry to see clearly or recognize her. It's okay. If she was there, she would buy him. Zhiyi's opponent was a new experimental subject, numbered 131, a black wolf beastman. The black wolf and a snake were entangled, drinking blood and eating flesh. Such a bloodthirsty scene excited the audience even more. Their eyes turned red, eager for a more intense fight. Let's congratulate number 97. The host cheered. Having enjoyed another good show, the bidding for number 97 now begins. Will he face his 72nd fail bid? Laughter erupted in the crowd. 1,000 star coins. Zhiyi raised her bidding card. In that moment of silence, the crowd erupted into laughter again. This guest must be joking. Our evil slaves start at 10,000. The host mocked. Our patriarch has spoken. Evil slaves like this won't last long once bought. It's just pitifully amusing, feels fresh. Zhiyi smiled lightly. The rules of the Dark Zone are not easily broken. The host laughed even more recklessly. Then 10,000 it is. This little amount doesn't matter. Zhiyi waved her hand nonchalantly. All right. Any other bidders? 10,000 sold. The host looked disdainfully at Zhiyi in the corner. That kid's luck is really good. It's just a different place to die. To avoid drawing attention, Zhiyi then bid on several more evil slaves, beautiful and ugly, strong and weak, buying them as she pleased. As the clock struck 12, let the revelry begin. The last duel of the day is over. The host revealed his sharp fangs, laughing maniacally. His smile twisted. In the next moment, he transformed into a beast form, charging forward to tear into today's prey, the evil slave who died in the arena. One beast after another rushed forward, even fighting each other for the scarce prey, blood and flesh splattering, a conscious evil more horrifying than an apocalypse. In the chaos, Zhiyi slipped away. The evil slave she had bid on would be cleaned up and sent to her current residence. Only 2 days left. She had to keep playing her part. It's a bit cold. Lu Zhiyi strolled along the empty street, the evening breeze slipping into her clothes, stinging her. On such nights, Lu Zhiyi didn't know how many evening breezes had blown by. When he felt cold, what was he thinking? Just wait a little longer. It won't be long before the dark zone no longer exists. Chapter 170. He heard so much. Zhiyi, number 97, has been sold. Which noble has taken a liking to him? That esteemed elder called number 103 over tonight. 103 is quite good looking, but he was sent out this morning after he stopped breathing. Huh, even the supposedly noble can be so filthy. Lu Zhiyi. Lu Zhiyi was bound by iron chains. Following at the end of the line, he lowered his head, restraining the tidal wave of longing surging within him. He knew the person in front of him was her, and he also knew this was not the time for them to meet. His head was spinning, he bit down on his lip, and the metallic taste could not keep him even slightly awake. The toxins within him were subtly flaring up, as if someone was stabbing him repeatedly in the heart. Just hold on a little longer. Once they leave the dark area, she will be able to hug him. In the end, Lu Zhiyi couldn't hold on anymore. His body had reached its limit. He had been clinging to a faint hope that Lu Zhiyi would come to rescue him. Now that he had waited, he suddenly felt so tired and just wanted to rest. I came late. He launching leaned against the window in the corridor, watching the snowflakes fall from the sky. How's the situation? He Jiangchuan had hurriedly landed on planet X-856, still with snow in his hair, and heard the news that Lu Zhiyi had returned. Everything was going smoothly except for Lu Zhiyi, who was in a bit of a bad state. He Lanqing stepped aside to let He Jiangchuan come closer. He was being too reckless, actively putting himself at risk for the test subject. Everything he did was beyond our expectations and completed the plan ahead of time. What about Lulu? Is she with him? He Jiangchuan stood beside He Lanqing. What else could it be? That's why I stepped out. I didn't want to feel blocked inside. But he really has paid quite a lot. He Lanqing sighed softly, a hint of bitterness lingering in his heart. It was a miracle that he was still alive in such a situation. He Jiangchuan responded. A wolf and a tiger fell silent, the snow scene around them giving an inexplicable sense of desolation. Oh, a new person is coming to this home again. Lu Zhiyi. Lu Zhiyi felt as if he were still in a dream, able to clearly hear her voice. It was T number 97. It was Lu Zhiyi. He struggled to lift his arm, but grasped at nothing, and in the next moment, a soft, delicate hand took hold of him tightly. I'm here. Lu Zhiyi's voice was a bit choked. Clearly, all of Lu Zhiyi's wounds had healed, and all the scars had disappeared, yet she couldn't stop feeling heartache. He had clearly promised to only go undercover when he left. Why did he silently take on so much danger himself? Lu Zhiyi. Lu Zhiyi opened his eyes. They were still a bit blurry at first. His long eyelashes trembled, and he tried hard to open his eyes wide to see her clearly. I'm sorry. Lu Zhiyi pressed Lu Zhiyi's person against her face, her hot tears piercing his heart. Don't be so distant with me. Don't say sorry to me. This is all willingly on my part. Lu Zhiyi's lips curled into a faint smile. His rough fingertips gently wiped away the tears at the corners of Lu Zhiyi's eyes. Look, if it weren't for you this time, I might have died. Lu Zhiyi knew how domineering the poison Zhiyi had placed on him was. If it weren't for Lu Zhiyi's abilities, he would truly be dead. You shouldn't risk your life. I just wanted to prove to them that Lu Zhiyi can stand cleanly beside Lu Zhiyi. The words Lu Zhiyi hadn't finished saying were blocked back by Lu Zhiyi, making her heart ache even more. How is this little sickly sweet still such a fool? He used the most foolish and reckless way to help her bring out the evidence of the dark area. Lu Zhiyi hadn't wanted to cry. But when she saw the military doctor remove a micro camera the size of a grain of rice from the corner of Lu Zhiyi's eye and take out a recorder from the flesh at his waist, Lu Zhiyi's tightly wound emotions instantly crumbled. She hadn't cried like this in a long time. The debt she owed Lu Zhiyi was likely very hard to repay. Hug me. Lu Zhiyi propped himself up on his hands and softly voiced his request. Even though the heating system here kept the room temperature at 24 degrees, he still felt unbearably cold. A hug will make it less cold. Okay. Lu Zhiyi couldn't bear to refuse Lu Zhiyi's request. She sat at the edge of the bed and actively reached out to encircle Lu Zhiyi's hand. Lu Zhiyi's body stiffened for a moment. Then he greedily breathed in Lu Zhiyi's scent, burying his head in her neck, his hands clasping her waist. The warmth making him feel somewhat unreal. I've finished all the things you need to do. You don't have to take risks anymore. That place is dirty. It's not suitable for you to go. Lu Zhiyi's heart raced. I'm really great. Each word seemed unremarkable, but it was Lu Zhiyi's subtle confession. The snake is great. Lu Zhiyi cupped Lu Zhiyi's face, her soft lips gently pressing against the corner of his mouth. In the past, such intimacy was something Lu Zhiyi would occasionally beg for. Kiss me again. A crazed infatuation appeared in Lu Zhiyi's eyes. he unconsciously licked his lips, his wet, big eyes eagerly looking at Lu Zhiyi. Lu Zhiyi pressed a kiss against his thin lips, and Lu Qi tentatively responded, growing bolder, while Lu Zhiyi indulged him. All right, you need to rest. Lu Zhiyi gently pushed Lu Qi's shoulder, and this snake just softly fell onto the bed. Lu Zhiyi was momentarily stunned. She had to use much force, right? Has the snake become weaker? When Lu Qi was pushed down, he thought Lu Zhiyi was going to love him domineeringly. But it turned out she really just pushed him down. How can this be? Zhiyi. Lu Qi bit his lip in grievance. You need to rest. Lu Zhiyi helplessly repeated. Although I've already used my abilities to help you heal, you still need to take good care of yourself. Lu Qi automatically translated it into another straightforward version in his mind. Lu Qi, you're not okay right now. Then stay with me. Lu Qi grasped Lu Zhiyi's wrist, making this unreasonable request. Okay, I'll stay with you. As soon as Lu Zhiyi's words fell, Lu Qi shifted to the other side of the bed, lifted the blanket, and patted the empty space beside him. Lu Zhiyi didn't act coy. After all, Lu Qi's body couldn't do much right now. So they simply covered themselves with the blanket and chatted. Lu Qi, have you ever thought about what you would do if you and T come find me? Lu Zhiyi's thoughts were a mess, and she inexplicably asked this question. Sometimes I think that such a place is too dirty, and you shouldn't have come. Lu Qi had thought about it. When he looked at Lu Zhiyi, his eyes held desire, obsession, and infatuation, but there was no resentment or blame. His moon truly shouldn't appear in such a place. But she came. That was the greatest fortune of his life. But I'll try to escape because the outside world has you in it. Even if I die, I want to see you one last time before I go. Chapter 171. The Dream of Lu Qi the Leader. The hallucinogen has been fully injected into his body. Calculating the time, it has already taken effect. An old researcher with gray hair, wearing a white lab coat, respectfully bent down to the orc in front of him, wearing a crow mask. This is an S-class puppet. A rare encounter. Crow mask, Z. Not bad. You did well. Z nodded, lazily leaning back on the sofa with his legs crossed. As long as the leader is satisfied. The old researcher chuckled awkwardly. Hey, stand up. The researcher turned around, looking down at Lu Qi, who was carelessly thrown on the ground, and kicked him a few times with force. Do you see that waste in front of you? Kill him. The waste referred to by the old researcher was a failed product injected with an uncontrollable suppressor. This orc, clearly not yet 20 years old, had all white hair and skin wrinkled like dry tree bark, his limbs weakly propped up. This was the same source suppressor that was secretly researched with Eddie Shah and Dr. Wu was the student of this old researcher. At this moment, Lu Qi's eyes were vacant as he mechanically crawled up from the ground, taking slow, heavy steps like a robot with insufficient energy, looking very clumsy. Lu Qi slowly approached the orc, blinking, and the orc seemed to transform into the form of a deer. Lu Qi raised the dagger high, the sharp blade glinting with a white light. Don't worry, leader, this reagent is my latest improvement. No matter how powerful the orc is, in front of this hallucinogen, he can only obediently become a puppet. When thousands of puppets are combined, it will be a huge army. No. Lu Qi woke up from his dream, his back already soaked with cold sweat. He suddenly sat up, instinctively reaching out to touch the space beside him. It was empty. Lu Qi took a heavy breath, a turbulent aura swirling in his eyes. That dream was half real and half false. Everything was real except for the deer. But asking him to kill the deer, even if it was fake, was enough to make him suffer. Hiss! A low, eerie growl escaped Lu Qi's lips, his body tensed. His pale face cold and devoid of warmth. Bang! Lu Qi couldn't help but knock over the miscellaneous items on the bedside table, the clattering sound ringing in his ears. His pupils suddenly contracted as he realized he had lost control. That hand that was doing bad things was still stiffly frozen in mid-air. The deer. Lu Qi held the pillow used by the deer like a treasure in his arms, greedily inhaling its faint scent, his fingertips trembling, letting out a whimper like a young beast. During the time he played the puppet, he was on the verge of madness. Clearly, he had hidden his unbearable side very well in front of the deer these 2 years, but this trip to the dark zone had unearthed his past afflictions. But he never regretted his choice because he needed a reason that would make the deer never able to escape from him. Hee. Thinking of this, Lu Qi couldn't help but let out a low laugh, his eyes filled with obsessive love. Those who bury their heads waiting for love are fools. He was one who fought and scrambled for it. Lu Qi threw off the quilt, his bare feet landing on the floor, the shard scraping a bloody mark on his foot, but he paid no mind and walked straight to the bathroom. He wanted to wash himself clean and dress neatly to find the deer. Meanwhile, unaware that Lu Qi had awakened, The deer was in the small conference room of the manor with Jingchuan, Xing, and Simon, replaying the video of Lu Qi brought out from the Dark Zone. This was the deer's private manor on planet X856, basically a one-to-one replica of E-Garden, with a solid defense system personally assembled by Jingchuan. The video was from Lu Qi's first-person perspective, which felt very heavy to the deer. The Dark Zone now had two highly threatening reagents, the Z582 hallucinogen and the O44 suppressor. The former could create a troublesome puppet army, while the latter would invisibly cause young interstellar orcs to lose all combat power. Aging and dying. The deer's gaze darkened, her eyes fixed on the screen, feeling as if a heavy stone was pressing down on her heart, making it difficult to breathe. Since the deer took the position of executive chairperson, she had unconsciously begun to consider many things. She felt the need to at least protect her people, E-Garden, that home, the A905 military district, the military hospital, the Huashing Starship Military Academy, planet X856. She had invisibly shackled herself. Perhaps that was the price of high position. Edisha had no idea that the cooperation discussed in the Dark Zone to create this suppressor was not to elevate her, but to destroy the entire interstellar. The deer felt a buzzing pain in her head, weakly supporting her head with her hand. Perhaps they had long been secretly recommending these two reagents in some remote, small planets. Jingchuan bluntly voiced this cruel speculation. The Dark Zone is a paradise for drifters. This group of orcs abandoned by the Interstellar and suppressed by the Alliance naturally harbored a vengeful mentality to perish together with the world. Moreover, the mindset of the drifters there was already twisted. Not all drifters were like Lu Qi, who was a moderate. If you did not provoke him, he would definitely not bother you. It seemed Edisha had two small planets under her name. With Jingchuan's reminder, Xing recalled this matter. These two small planets were Edisha's birthday gifts when she turned 10. The Edisha and Helan families were both large families, so Xing naturally attended with her mother. The previous generation of Edisha's family was vain and loved to show off, making sure every orc at the banquet knew about the birthday gifts of the two planets. However, this matter had passed more than 10 years, and the gifts Edisha received were more and more precious, making these two small planets become insignificant pasts, slowly forgotten. Even if one were to check Edisha's assets on the star network now, it would only show the latest in the past 5 years. What should we do now? Simon asked. He understood the principle of if the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Whether it was to protect planet X856 or because of the deer, he had to take a part in this murky water. Let us first focus on the Dark Zone. The evidence Lu Qi brought out is very important for us and is the sharpest knife to destroy the Dark Zone. The deer's tone was flat, yet it emanated an irresistible aura from a superior. We need to take advantage of the winter that hasn't passed yet, before the insect race has the energy to start a war, to quickly drain the dirty water within the interstellar. In recent years, the Alliance had not been without attempts to suppress drifters, but they had never found a location of this tumor. Moreover, some drifters who had not done anything wrong were also subjected to indiscriminate attacks from the Alliance. They launched lawsuits on the Star Network, garnering sympathy from many orcs. So the Alliance, which cared about its image, was also hesitant in its suppression, acting indecisively. Chapter 172. The switch between Yandra and Green Tea. The plan to clear the Dark Zone had not yet been discussed when the meeting was abruptly called to a halt. The light brain of Lu Zhiyi indicated that other life forms were approaching the meeting room door. She raised her hand to signal pause, and the meeting room instantly fell silent. Xing stood up to open the door, but upon seeing the frail Lu Qi outside, looking as thin as a sheet of white paper and seemingly about to be knocked out by the flying snow outside, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. He knew well that there wouldn't be anyone else nearby in this manner. Am I interrupting you? Lu Qi asked softly, his long, curled eyelashes trembling as he clasped his hands in front of him, looking obedient like a pampered young master from a prestigious family who had run out from the backyard. Simon had always held a prejudice against Lu Qi, the drifter. However, due to the Dark Zone incident, that prejudice faded, although he still found Lu Qi to be quite strange, appearing to be even more neurotic than himself. Jingchuan frowned slightly, then suddenly recalled something and quickly retracted his expression. Forget it. Let Lu Qi enjoy a few days. You're awake. Lu Zhiyi walked over to Lu Qi. Were you discussing the Dark Zone? You should have woken me up. There were several unclear parts in the recording, and I could clarify them. Lu Qi gently hooked Lu Zhiyi's fingertip, a happy smile instantly blooming on his face. Without waiting for Lu Zhiyi to come closer, he eagerly advanced to lean against her. I don't want you to be too tired. You should rest well first. Lu Zhiyi indulged Lu Qi's small actions, holding his hand in return, but the icy chill from his palm startled her. So cold. Although Lu Qi was a big python, he shouldn't be this cold. Even colder than the flying snow outside. You should go back to rest. Lu Zhiyi's expression became somewhat serious as she pulled Lu Qi to walk outside, not forgetting to say, "I'll take him back to his room and be right back." After all, the important matters were crucial. But with Lu Qi around, they could temporarily seem only a little important. "Do you think I'm a burden?" Lu Qi felt a bit sensitive at that moment. The pen in He Lanqing's hand dropped, his stunned gaze landing on Lu Qi. Had Lu Qi been possessed? How had his personality changed after returning from the Dark Zone? He Jingchuan was familiar with this tactic of Lu Qi. He had used it before. Of course not. Lu Zhiyi was fully patient with Lu Qi, squeezing his hand tightly, wanting to warm him up. "Then can I stay? General He, Professor He Lan, and Marshal Simon shouldn't mind, right?" Lu Qi asked weakly. Simon turned his gaze aside. How had this war without gunpowder also reached him? "You are the greatest contributor. I definitely don't mind." Seeing Lu Qi like this made Simon feel inexplicably irritable. He Lanqing responded lightly. "Sit down." He Jingchuan adopted the demeanor of the main host, raising his hand to point to the seat diagonally opposite Lu Zhiyi. After all, He Jingchuan and He Lanqing had already occupied the seats next to Lu Zhiyi, so Lu Qi could only sit beside Simon. "Okay," Lu Qi obediently replied. Noticing the position He Jingchuan pointed to, he reluctantly brushed his fingers against Lu Zhiyi's palm, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing his face. But then he quickly raised a joyful smile, seemingly glad to be kept here. Lu Qi's changing expressions left He Jingchuan stunned. This snake was indeed difficult to handle. There was no denying that Lu Qi's presence deepened their understanding of the Dark Zone, and some initial speculations were confirmed. If it weren't for Lu Qi's persistent gaze fixed on Lu Zhiyi, occasionally making pitiful remarks towards her, the meeting would have proceeded quite normally. However, whenever Lu Zhiyi glanced down or turned her head, the dark and obsessive possessiveness in Lu Qi's eyes would be exposed. When they locked eyes, he transformed back into a scarred, extremely sensitive little beast. Under the table, He Jingchuan secretly kicked He Lanqing. He Lanqing was forced to meet He Jingchuan's gaze, exchanging friendly eye contact. "He Lanqing, are you sick?" "He Jingchuan, you can talk. Hurry and send him away. I can't take it anymore." He Lanqing wasn't sure if He Jingchuan was complimenting him or mocking him. "Let's leave it at this for today. As for the specific plan to attack the Dark Zone, we can discuss it tomorrow. Lu Qi is still very fragile and should rest well. Even if Zhiyi has already helped you recover, you can't overdo it. Take care of your health." He Lanqing's gaze was cold, seemingly devoid of any personal emotion. And when he said "we," it naturally did not include Lu Qi. "Thank you for your concern. Professor He Lan, I will take care of myself." Lu Qi smiled, seemingly unaware of the deliberate distancing in He Lanqing's words. Lu Qi thought, once he became Lu Zhiyi's partner, he would inevitably have to get along with this white tiger and wolf. They couldn't let their relationship become too tense on the surface. Lu Qi didn't dare to gamble on who mattered more to Lu Zhiyi in her heart. "Jingchuan and I will go to your room tonight." He Lanqing leaned down and placed a light kiss on Lu Zhiyi's forehead. In the past, He Jingchuan would have definitely competed with He Lanqing for the sole qualification to enter Lu Zhiyi's room. But today he inexplicably wanted to unite against the outside. He Jingchuan also stood up and walked to Lu Zhiyi's side, leaning against the other side of her face, whispering, "I'll warm your bed." Simon picked up the cooled water on the table and gulped it down, his inner restlessness unabated. Lu Zhiyi was already used to He Jingchuan and He Lanqing being together. Not feeling anything amiss, she nodded naturally. Lu Qi's jealousy surged within him, like waves crashing repeatedly. He was about to go mad with jealousy, his fingers clenched into fists, the veins bulging, and his knuckles turning white. "Deacon Lu, I will take my leave now." Simon lowered his gaze, concealing his emotions. "Okay." Lu Zhiyi replied. But with both of them leaving so decisively, Lu Zhiyi suddenly felt something was off, especially with He Jingchuan. He was not a generous wolf. If he bottled up any small feelings and refused to express them, it would be her who would end up exhausted later. Sigh, having multiple partners also comes with worries. By the way, there was also Lin Xian in the Garden to Comfort. Without giving Lu Zhiyi much time to think, Lu Qi concealed the darkness in his eyes, approaching Lu Zhiyi and squatting down, obediently resting his head on her lap. "Do they not like me? That's why they ran away so quickly." "Huh?" Lu Zhiyi didn't know how to answer at first. She remembered Lu Qi didn't really care about He Jingchuan and the others' attitudes towards him. "It might be that I've been a bit sensitive lately, Please don't find me annoying. Lu Qi's body trembled slightly, his eyes glistening with tears, his fingertips gripping the hem of Lu Zhiyi's clothes. Lu Qi, I won't find you annoying, really. Hearing Lu Qi mention being sensitive recently, Lu Zhiyi felt a surge of pity for him in her heart. She gently rubbed the top of Lu Qi's head, soothing this restless little beast. Lu Qi buried his head between Lu Zhiyi's legs, secretly curling up with a sickly yet smug smile. Chapter 173. Accompanying the snake, I can spend my afternoon with you. Lu Zhiyi's legs were faintly numb. They had maintained this position for quite a while. I wonder if Lu Qi's leg is okay after squatting on one knee for so long? Lu Qi responded softly, still lying motionless on Lu Zhiyi's lap. Lu Zhiyi noticed that her beasts really liked to squat on one knee or kneel beside her. Sometimes they were quite domineering, while at other times they were obedient and well-behaved. Is there something you want to do? Lu Zhiyi rephrased her question. I can accompany you. Lu Qi indeed had something he particularly wanted to do, but he didn't dare to bring it up. Hiss. He would wait until the couple registration was done before asking Lu Zhiyi for it. He wanted to go see the snow with her. Lu Qi had so many things he wanted to do with Lu Zhiyi, but he was afraid of tiring her out. So he suggested the simplest thing, just looking at the snow. There was snow everywhere, and all he needed was for Lu Zhiyi to sit with him and watch it. Lu Qi knew that Lu Zhiyi was from Huaxia, and he really liked a line from a poem in that civilization. If we are both drenched in snow, this life can be considered as sharing white hair together. He wanted to grow old with Lu Zhiyi. Looking at the snow, Lu Zhiyi turned her gaze to the vast whiteness outside the window. Snow could be seen everywhere, and if it was just watching the snow, it seemed a bit too monotonous. Let's go to the mountain to watch the sunset. Lu Zhiyi cupped Lu Qi's face, her lips curling up into a bright smile like summer flowers. However, watching the snow and watching the sunset still felt a bit dull. Lu Zhiyi pursed her lips, her mind racing quickly. All right, let's go to the mountain to watch the sunset. Lu Qi rubbed his face against Lu Zhiyi's palm. In the past, Lu Qi didn't look forward to sunsets. After sunset came the night. I'll go change my clothes. Wait for me. Lu Qi looked down at his outfit, which he had dressed nicely to meet her, but now suddenly felt it wasn't enough. Since Zhiyi was wearing pink, he would go change into a blue outfit to match. He had always seen He Jingchuan posting couple outfits with Lu Zhiyi on Starnet, and he felt a pang of jealousy. Okay, Lu Zhiyi nodded. Lu Qi turned back to look several times, repeatedly saying, you have to wait for me. Okay. Lu Zhiyi patiently replied again. Lu Qi went back and rummaged through the wardrobe, almost forgetting that this was Lu Zhiyi's manor on planet X856, and he didn't have any clothes here. He was just temporarily staying here. All right, online shopping. As long as it's not interplanetary, interstellar delivery usually arrives in half an hour, and for nearby distances, it only takes a few minutes. Lu Qi hurriedly opened the shopping website on Starnet, frantically searching. He wanted to choose carefully, but was afraid of wasting time, making Lu Zhiyi wait too long. So he quickly ordered the latest model that seemed to have good sales. After placing the order, Lu Qi sneakily went to the manor's entrance to wait for the delivery, staring at the iron gate for 5 minutes. Finally, when he got the package, he had to sneak it back to his room. The blue coat with a white t-shirt underneath and black pants, with a deep blue scarf around his neck. Lu Qi stood in front of the mirror, suddenly feeling a bit frustrated. This outfit seemed too simple, and the sales must have been boosted. Change it, then Zhiyi would have to wait a long time again. Forget it, he thought. He didn't look bad anyway. Lu Qi, I'm ready, waiting for you at the starship landing. Lu Qi took a deep breath, his palms sweating with nervousness. Lu Zhiyi, coming. Lu Zhiyi responded as she saw the boy in the snow, her steps pausing. Lu Qi's tall figure stood still in the white snow, standing upright, snowflakes falling into his hair and on his coat. The blue coat stood out prominently against the white snow, and a cold wind lifted its hem. His skin was already very fair, and the snowflakes added a touch of chill to his appearance. His simple attire was clean and neat, hard not to be attracted to. As soon as Lu Zhiyi appeared, his gaze instantly locked onto her, his eyes filled with pure love. Cool senior. A beautiful scene in the snow. Lu Zhiyi admitted to herself that she was indeed attracted to looks. Most of her heart fluttering was due to her infatuation, while the other half was genuine. Lu Zhiyi quietly muttered a not-so-kind thought to herself. Lu Qi was the closest in age to her, and compared to the familiar older men at home, Lu Qi seemed a bit special. Why aren't you coming over? Lu Qi noticed Lu Zhiyi frozen in place, feeling a bit panicked inside. She had been staring at him for so long. Did she like him or not? Coming. Lu Zhiyi ran towards him through the snow, jumping into Lu Qi's arms and giving him a big hug. Lu Zhiyi seemed to have touched a tag and accidentally tore it off. Out of the corner of her eye, she stole a glance and thought, Oh no, it's still new clothes. Lu Qi smiled foolishly, immersed in the joy of being hugged by Lu Zhiyi, seemingly unaware that she had torn off the tag. Lu Zhiyi secretly hid the tag in her sleeve, deciding it was better not to let him know. As the starship door opened, Lu Zhiyi pushed Lu Qi into the co-pilot seat and kindly fastened his seatbelt for him. Lu Qi couldn't tell if it was his illusion, but when Lu Zhiyi looked at him, it seemed like she was looking at a fragile porcelain doll. The starship took off smoothly under Lu Zhiyi's control. The snow outside looked quite beautiful. Lu Qi's burning gaze fell on Lu Zhiyi, making it hard for her to ignore. Lu Qi kept staring at her, as if he could never get enough. The starship landed on a high mountain about 100 miles from the manor. The mountaintop covered in a thick layer of white snow, with layers of snow hanging from the dead trees. Lu Zhiyi jumped out of the cabin door, leaving a deep footprint in the snow. The snow is cold. Lu Qi saw snow seeping into Lu Zhiyi's shoes, his brows furrowing. He wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her up. Lu Zhiyi paused and looked back at Lu Qi. Cough, cough. Lu Qi suddenly realized that he was currently in a delicate persona. He and T noticed the cold wind had entered his mouth, causing him to cough a few times. You should put me down quickly. Lu Zhiyi showed a look of concern, and as soon as her feet touched the ground, she hurriedly used her powers to check Lu Qi's body. No, Lu Qi's body was fine. He was just a bit sensitive mentally lately. I'm fine. Lu Qi said he was fine, but his palms were still terrifyingly cold, and he seemed to exude a delicate feeling that couldn't withstand the wind. All right, my delicate snake. Lu Zhiyi forgot that snakes naturally have low body temperatures and aren't afraid of the cold. You stand behind me. Lu Zhiyi pulled Lu Qi behind her. Okay. Lu Qi obediently replied. Lu Zhiyi left one small footprint after another in the snow, while Lu Qi followed behind, stepping in her footprints, making the little snow pits slightly larger. It seemed that in this way, they were one entity. Chapter 174. Drawing snakes in the snow. Lu Zhiyi found a flat and thick patch of snow and buried her head in the space of her wristband, looking for something. You hold this first. Lu Zhiyi pulled out an umbrella, looking at Lu Qi's white hair, and without thinking, she shoved it into his palm to shield him from the snow. Lu Qi opened the umbrella, tilting most of it towards Lu Zhiyi's side. Lu Zhiyi felt a shadow overhead and pushed the umbrella back towards Lu Qi, saying, I'm not cold. You hold it. Lu Qi opened his mouth. Actually, I'm not that cold either. He liked that Lu Zhiyi focused all her thoughts on him, but he didn't like that she neglected herself to take care of him. It's fine, you hold it. Lu Zhiyi buried her head again, pulling out a large bag from the wristband space. Lu Qi closed the umbrella and suggested, let us just get soaked in the snow together. Lu Zhiyi spread a camping blanket on the ground and prepared to set up the tent. I'll do it. Lu Qi pulled Lu Zhiyi's hand away, but she pushed back against his arm. Lu Qi fell into self-doubt. Was he really that weak? No way. Lu Zhiyi's male shouldn't be weak. I can do it. Lu Qi felt his tone was a bit stiff and then showed a pitiful expression. Thinking that such rough work shouldn't be left to a female. It's so useless, so embarrassing. Lu Zhiyi recalled the first time she wanted to cook, when Jingchuan also stopped her, saying it was useless. Then let us trouble our little snake. After confirming that Lu Qi was fine, she handed the tent to him. Her voice was soft and sweet, with a long trailing tone, like a warm current flowing into Lu Qi's heart, making him feel warmth in the snowy world. The little snake from Zhiyi's family. The tent was simple to assemble, basically just pressing a few buttons for it to complete automatically. Lu Qi set up the tent simply and clumsily made a pot of hot tea for Lu Zhiyi. They sat close together on the blanket, holding the hot tea, watching the snowflakes fall. The white world was very clean, and Lu Zhiyi unconsciously relaxed, stealing a moment of pleasant time. Lu Zhiyi turned her head casually and saw their footprints covered by snow again, faintly still visible. Wait for me. Lu Zhiyi suddenly stood up, patted Lu Qi's shoulder, and picked up a branch from under a dead tree. What are you going to do? Lu Qi stood waiting for Lu Zhiyi, following her over. There were no branches left under the dead tree, so he broke one off the tree, and the snow that had accumulated on it fell directly on Lu Qi's face. Great, he felt foolish. Ha ha ha. But then he heard the girl's light and pleasant laughter. This snow is nice. Can you help me get off? Lu Qi leaned down, bringing his handsome face close to Lu Zhiyi, softly acting spoiled. Okay. Lu Zhiyi's smile grew, her fingertips gently rubbing his face, wiping the snow away bit by bit. They were quite close, and Lu Qi couldn't help but lean in closer. Their noses touched, breaths mingling. Lu Qi felt an uncontrollable warmth, his ears flushed red, and a noticeable blush crept up his fair face. Lu Zhiyi's fingertip on his face clearly felt this sudden rise in temperature. Mua Lu Zhiyi suddenly grabbed Lu Qi's scarf, pressed her lips against his thin ones. And while Lu Qi was still processing it, she wrapped the scarf around again, covering half of his face. Ah, the little snake is shy. Lu Qi's face turned even redder. He had been teased by Lu Zhiyi. I'm shy. Lu Qi mumbled, his voice too soft, carried away by the cold wind. Lu Zhiyi was being naughty. What? Lu Zhiyi didn't catch what he said. I said I really like you. Lu Qi shouted loudly beside Lu Zhiyi, then shyly ran to the side. Lu Qi had told Lu Zhiyi he liked her many times that he loved her, but only this time did he say it the loudest. Perhaps he knew he had confidence now, the confidence of being loved. Lu Zhiyi didn't chase after him to tease the little snake, but instead squatted nearby the tent, drawing with the branch. Lu Qi, who had run far, noticed Lu Zhiyi hadn't followed him. His footsteps paused, his breath suddenly becoming a bit heavy, his fingers unconsciously curling up, thin lips pressed tightly together, and the dark color in his eyes surged. Lu Qi stood for a long time, still not hearing any footsteps. In just a few minutes, countless images he flashed through his mind. He had already forgotten what he had just said, continuously hating himself for running away, for making Z chase after him. What if she really didn't catch up? He wanted to make a pair of handcuffs to lock them together, always together. That way, he wouldn't be afraid of Z leaving him. Lu Qi turned around to look for Lu Zhiyi, quickly locking onto the small figure squatting on the ground. What was she doing? Each of Lu Qi's steps felt particularly heavy. When he saw Lu Zhiyi drawing a little snake in the snow with a branch, all his anger dissipated instantly, and the dark color in his eyes was hidden away. Lu Qi thought he was hiding well, but his gaze was too domineering. Lu Zhiyi had already sensed him approaching. Sigh, as long as the sickly sweet act is good, the little snake becomes a soft lamb. From the moment Lu Zhiyi decided to accept Lu Qi, she had already accepted all of his pathology and insecurity. A sickly sweet person could not be tamed in a day. There was plenty of time ahead, no rush. The little snake is back. Lu Zhiyi finally poked two eyes on the silly little snake drawn in the snow, then looked up at Lu Qi, her eyes sparkling. Does it look like you? Like? Lu Qi nodded without thinking, squeezing his palm, feeling empty. The branch seemed to have broken while he was lost in thought earlier. Lu Qi ran back to the dead tree to break off another branch, still dazedly letting the snow fall on his face, trying a clumsy way to make Lu Zhiyi laugh. Fool. Okay. Z didn't laugh. She just patted his face when he returned. Lu Qi squatted next to Lu Zhiyi and drew a little person beside the little snake. Lu Qi drew with meticulous detail, his movements fluid and uninterrupted. Before long, a cute little Z appeared in the snow. Lu Qi even childishly drew a heart around the little snake and little Z. You draw so well, Lu Zhiyi exclaimed, unable to resist reaching out her finger to trace her drawing again. She smiled brightly, with beautiful eyes and a stunning smile, very charming. Lu Zhiyi didn't know that Lu Qi had drawn countless pictures of her in that dark room the year he met her, secretly cherishing them. The afterglow of the sunset quietly approached, the sky dyed orange, and the wind and snow softened considerably. Chapter 175. Daily rivalry. The snow scene under the setting sun was indeed enchanting. He Lanqing and he Jingchuan prepared a table full of dishes for Lu Zhiyi, and the food had been reheated several times before they saw Lu Zhiyi and Lu Qi return. He Jingchuan kept telling himself not to be sad, but his heart still ached. All right, he couldn't pretend to be the magnanimous main wife, even though Lu Qi had indeed done a lot for Lu Zhiyi this time. He Jingchuan roughly pulled out a chair, making a harsh sound on the floor. Just as Lu Zhiyi walked into the dining area, she happened to see he Jingchuan leaving. Jingchuan, Lu Zhiyi called out. I'm a bit tired and want to go rest first. Remember to eat. He Jingchuan paused for a moment, his voice sounding hoarse and his condition quite off. Z, just eat first. Lu Zhiyi was about to rush forward to comfort He Jingchuan, but was stopped by He Lanqing. Knowing He Jingchuan as well as he did, He Lanqing was sure he wouldn't really be angry with Lu Zhiyi. This wolf was probably just hiding around the corner of the stairs, waiting for Lu Zhiyi to coax him. Lu Qi, positioned on Lu Zhiyi's other side, helped her pull out a chair and gently urged her to sit down. You've consumed a lot of energy during the attack on the way back. It's better to rest well first. The serpent in her heart crossed her arms, thinking she wouldn't give Z the chance to coax that wolf. Attack. He Lanqing's gaze darkened as he placed the served food in front of Lu Zhiyi, looking worried as he examined her from head to toe, checking for injuries. What attack? He Jingchuan's voice came from upstairs, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. He Lanqing, who had been tense, felt somewhat helpless because of He Jingchuan's antics, concluding that the wolf must be lurking upstairs. He Jingchuan had soothed himself, convinced that his Lu wasn't infatuated with Lu Qi's looks and had deliberately returned home late. When He Jingchuan came down, both sides of Lu Ziyi's seat were occupied. How infuriating. A main wife like me has to sit opposite Lu Ziyi. Just a bunch of annoying things. Not as exaggerated as you think, Lu Ziyi said nonchalantly, stuffing her mouth full of food, her eating speed unaffected by the distressing matters. However, tonight's trending topic on StarNet should be X-856 Planet's Butler Lu on a date with lover Lu Qi during the meeting. It must be the Edi Shah family coming to probe for information, confirming whether Zhiyi is really on X-856 Planet, He Launching analyzed. Considering that Edi Shah had suffered a setback recently and feared Zhiyi might have some big moves behind her back. Her intuition this time is indeed correct. He Jingchuan sneered, leaning back lazily. According to Lu Ziyi's plan, in 10 days, she would hold a military exercise on X-856 Planet, inviting He Jingchuan's troops under the pretext. There was nothing wrong with the butler inviting her partner. On the surface, it seemed fine, and many beastmen in the galaxy wanted to see He Jingchuan and Simon clash. If there were no surprises, in half a month, He Jingchuan would personally lead the troops, with Simon assisting in a nighttime attack on the Dark Zone. Meanwhile, Lu Qi would publicly expose the Dark Zone's crimes on StarNet, making it seem justified. With Lu Ziyi's covert support, Lu Qi could gain an excellent reputation. Although she hadn't yet grasped the Dark Zone's influence on other planets, at least they could eliminate its base. Idish's collusion with the Dark Zone and its destruction was akin to cutting off one of her arms. The Alliance might take the opportunity to jump out, believing their actions were a case of acting first and reporting later, disregarding the Alliance, but that could be left for Lu Ziyi to handle. What about those things? He Jingchuan asked. Dead. Lu Ziyi and Lu Qi replied in unison. TSK. He Jingchuan felt slightly displeased upon hearing Lu Qi's voice. His tail behind him swished angrily. If it swished any faster, it could create a cool breeze. Throughout this meal, Lu Ziyi felt increasingly uncomfortable as one after another kept piling food on her plate. After eating the tiger's share, the snake and wolf would be unhappy, staring at her until she finished the rest. The affectionate snake, the inscrutable tiger, and the irritable wolf. Indeed, one couldn't always immerse themselves in the beauty of love. Occasionally, some work was needed to distract attention. Let us finish eating and then chat in the study, Lu Ziyi said, and as soon as she spoke, their gazes fell on her, seemingly confused as to why she would say such a thing on such a wonderful night. Oh, and the unromantic one, He Jingchuan said. You come back from a date with the snake and don't care about the wolf's life or death. He Lanqing added, if you want to get close, can't you just say it directly? Cough, cough, the snow has stopped. We should be able to see the moon tonight. He Lanqing gently brushed her hair with his hand, his gaze tender and focused. The moonlight was gentle, quite rare. Can I join? Lu Qi tugged at Lu Ziyi's sleeve. His eyes filled with anticipation. You can sit next to me, little lover, Lu Jingchuan said, slightly displeased to see Lu Qi wanting to cling to Lu Ziyi. This snake has already monopolized Zhiyi for 5 hours. If President He is concerned, then I want to go. My identity indeed isn't suitable, Lu Qi said, sadly releasing Lu Ziyi. The moment before, his gaze towards Lu Ziyi was somewhat broken, but when he looked at He Jingchuan, his expression darkened. Zhiyi, you should go up first, take a bath, and relax properly, He Lanqing said, placing his hand on Lu Ziyi's hand, gently scratching her fingers. All right, just don't make too much noise. Lu Ziyi knew He Lanqing intended to send her away. As long as they didn't fight, she could turn a blind eye to their banter. Okay, He Lanqing nodded. They watched Lu Ziyi leave, attentively listening to the sounds of the room upstairs, remaining silent for a while before breaking the stalemate. Once Lu Ziyi was gone, Lu Qi no longer concealed his hostility, surveying his rival back and forth. The thought of living with this annoying tiger and wolf in the future stirred his darker emotions even more. Lu Qi, everything you do for Lu isn't a reason for you to occupy Lu Ziyi at all times. Our love for Lu and what we've done for her is no less than yours. Even if you came first, you're still far from it, He Jingchuan said, standing with both hands on the table, the veins on his arms bulging. You show up in front of Lu Ziyi with that soft demeanor all day. It's infuriating for the wolf, and I still can't mention it in front of Lu. I have to endure it. So what if you came first? As long as I get her, there's no difference between you and me, Lu Qi scoffed, standing up to meet He Jingchuan's gaze. The phrase first come, first served seemed to nail Lu Qi to a cross, piercing his heart. He hated those 4 words the most. Chapter 176. The brief harmony of wolf, tiger, And Snake, the implication is that we hope to coexist harmoniously. He Lanqing raised a meaningful smile, slowly pouring himself a glass of water and bringing it to his lips. How long do you think this trick of yours will last? A month, 2 months, or a year? What will happen when the next Lu Qi appears? Isn't he also a competitor? He Lanqing's voice grew colder as he bluntly stated some cruel, yet realistic truths for Lu Qi to hear. Lu Zhiyi indeed was not as sentimental as other females. Even with Lu Qi, there were only 4 partners, which was considered few in the interstellar context. He Lanqing's mother, Ms. He Lanji, dedicated most of her life to the interstellar community, and her partners were not few. Not to mention someone like Edith, who already had over 20 partners. What exactly do you want to say? Lu Qi pressed his lips together, gripping his fingers tightly. Indeed, he couldn't be sure how long Lu Zhiyi would continue to accept his approach. He had already exchanged a place in Lu Zhiyi's heart with his numerous scars. How much love could he still trade for? What was its expiration date? Lu Qi didn't want to think too deeply. He knew he couldn't monopolize Lu Zhiyi. That thought was too dark. He really wanted to secretly take Lu Zhiyi away and keep her hidden. If he hadn't previously tasted such sweetness, he would have gladly accepted the occasional crumbs of sugar that fell from He Jingchuan, Lin Xian, or He Lanqing's hands. But now, having just received a piece of candy, he was being told that it had to be divided into 4 pieces. Frustrating, at least on the surface. We need to coexist harmoniously. Know when to step back. He Lanqing subtly pointed out when they mentioned the moonlight, and Lu Qi was still thinking of interrupting. It wasn't just He Jingchuan who felt a bit angry. Lu Qi was also somewhat dissatisfied, though he didn't show it in front of Lu Zhiyi. They had already been consciously yielding for an entire afternoon. Lu Qi, you're too greedy. He Jingchuan's words were particularly clear. The greediest here is you. Lu Qi retorted without holding back. You rely on being Lu Zhiyi's first. As if every new arrival owes you. He didn't think He Jingchuan's competition for Lu Zhiyi in front of Lin Xian and He Lanqing over the past 2 years had gone unnoticed. You do owe me. If it weren't for you, I would still be the only one. He Jingchuan's suppressed anger was ignited by Lu Qi. So what if I'm greedy? In the past, whether it was Lin Xian or He Lanqing wanting to be alone with Lu, I never stopped them. Even today, I took the initiative to step back. Isn't that enough? The 2 men glared at each other, a hint of murderous intent simmering beneath the surface. Enough. I didn't send Lu Zhiyi away to start a fight. He Lanqing slammed his hand on the dining table, pulling their rationality back into the conversation. I didn't intend to fight him. He Jingchuan took a deep breath to calm himself. Lu Qi, I won't force you. Whether you want the 4 of us to coexist harmoniously, or you alone to compete with the 3 of us, it's all up to your choice. He Lanqing didn't want to continue discussing it further. At that moment, the housekeeper robot rushed in. Mr. He, Professor He, Mr. Lu, the steward Lu asked me to convey a message. Remember to clean up the dishes. Lu Qi's chest heaved violently as he gasped for air, his gaze lingering on He Jingchuan and He Lanqing as they cleaned the table. Reflecting on it, he realized that this meal had been prepared by the wolf and the tiger, and they had intentionally made an extra portion for him. Indeed, they were generous. Lu Qi's clenched fists slowly relaxed, his lower lip biting into his skin. The metallic taste of blood filling his mouth as the twisted love in his heart threatened to tear him apart. He knew he was terrible, selfish to an unreasonable degree. Although he didn't like hearing their words, they were true. He couldn't love too selfishly, or he would scare Lu Zhiyi away. He had to behave well to keep receiving sweets. Even a quarter of a candy was still sweet. Lu Qi calmed himself down, the redness in his eyes gradually fading. He Jingchuan glanced back at Lu Qi. In fact, he had once shared similar thoughts. But out of love, he chose to retreat. Lu Qi went to the kitchen to wash a cloth, cleaning the dining table, while He Jingchuan and He Lanqing placed the dishes in the machine for washing and sterilization. A wolf, a tiger, and a snake reached a brief harmony in silence. Lu Zhiyi, wrapped in a plush white wolf cloak, was nestled in a rocking chair. The cloak also had a hood, and she hid herself snugly inside. Although the indoor heating system shielded her from the harsh winter outside, Lu Zhiyi still liked to bundle herself tightly during the winter. When she heard the door to the room open, she didn't turn her head but lazily said, "You're late. If you take any longer, the moon will hide away." Lulu. He Jingchuan initially felt a bit wronged, but when he saw her cute, pink face, he didn't want to bring his bad mood to her. No moon, but watching the snow isn't bad. He Lanqing followed behind and closed the door. The blankets in Lu Zhiyi's room were almost all spread out. Whether in the garden or here, small robots cleaned regularly. Her beast companions occasionally liked to come to her room to sleep on the floor, and she didn't want them to be too cold. Suddenly, a giant python curled up in her mind flashed across her thoughts. Lu Qi's beast form was a bit large. which might make the room feel even more cramped. He Jingchuan sat down beside Lu Zhiyi, resting his head on her lap, his tail quietly falling behind him. I feel sorry for you. Lu Zhiyi rubbed He Jingchuan's wolf ears. Not really. He Jingchuan mumbled, speaking contrary to his feelings. Lu Qi is really hurt this time. His mental health was already poor, and in the dark zone, he was forcibly injected with too many hallucinogens. I might be a bit biased towards him during this time. I owe him. Lu Zhiyi felt the wolf ears in her hand stiffen a bit. She sat up, sliding her fingertips down to delicately trace his outline. If you feel wronged, just jot it down, and I'll compensate you double. The professor, too. Lu Zhiyi made sure to free one hand to pat He Lanqing on the other side. I understand. He Lanqing said thoughtfully. He Jingchuan responded in a muffled voice. After Lu Zhiyi finished speaking, she teased herself in her heart. She owed everyone, but they still had a long time ahead. And she didn't want to tie herself down too much. Lu, He Jingchuan called out. Lu Zhiyi replied. We agreed to watch the moon together. He Lanqing untied the belt of his bathrobe, exposing large abs. For a moment, Lu Zhiyi didn't know whether the moon was more beautiful or they were. Chapter 177 Busy Deer. Waiting Fox. In the following 3 days, Lu Zhiyi basically stayed in the Political Affairs Center building of Planet X856. With the top floor conference room brightly lit, Lu Qi was resting peacefully in the estate. He Jingchuan returned to the A905 military district, while He Lanqing stayed behind to take care of Lu Zhiyi. The academy expressed helplessness about this. They were too humanized, allowing vacation days to accumulate gradually, leading to He Lanqing taking all the vacation days he had accumulated before meeting Lu Zhiyi. He Jingchuan returned to the military district to select 5,000 elite soldiers to be stationed on Planet X856. This movement, neither too big nor too small, let the beastmen surfing the star network catch wind of the situation, and Lu Zhiyi subsequently revealed a military performance. The alliance wanted to participate, but was refused by Lu Zhiyi on the grounds of protecting both armies from external interference. Deacon Lu, this is the document for tomorrow's meeting. Please take a look. Lu Zhiyi's assistant, Song Ci, handed a document to Lu Zhiyi. Although this document was only a few thin sheets, it was already a simplified version. The full version had over 100 pages on the light brain. It's tough. It's late. You should go back and rest. Lu Zhiyi glanced at the extra document on the table, feeling a bit tired as she rubbed her temples. It's not tough. It's my honor to work beside you. Song Ci said some flattering words on the surface, but in reality, her mind was already flying back home. After all, Song Ci had finally pursued the female she liked, and they had just registered their partner information not long ago. Even being able to work alongside Lu Zhiyi was not as tempting as returning home to cuddle with her partner. All right, go back. Lu Zhiyi waved her hand and said lightly, once this busy period is over, I will give you a bonus as a reward for your hard work during the meeting. Thank you, Deacon Lu. Song Ci's eyes instantly sparkled with joy, breaking into a silly grin as she repeatedly bowed to Lu Zhiyi. Even when she turned to leave, her steps were light and airy. One must ask, with a leader not often present, timely salary payments, and occasional high bonuses, where else can one find such a job in the stars? The consequence of being too happy was that Song Ci's mind was filled with thoughts of money, and she wasn't paying attention to the road. I'm sorry. Just as Song Ci stepped out of Lu Zhiyi's office, she collided with Lin Xian, tears already brimming in her heart. How could a beast man cause such a big mess on the job, just as she was about to get off work? She bumped into the leader's partner. What should she do? It's okay. Lin Xian was currently preoccupied with thoughts of Lu Zhiyi. He casually patted Song Ci's shoulder, stepping past the apologizing assistant and heading straight into Lu Zhiyi's office. Song Ci, you can go home now. No need to worry about me. Lu Zhiyi was focused on flipping through the document, a pen held between her fingers. Her long hair was neatly tied back, with a few short strands falling onto her forehead. Beside her, a floor lamp cast white light on her face, accentuating her delicate features with a play of light and shadow. This serious demeanor held an indescribable charm. Assistant Song has already finished work. When can Deacon Lu finish? His voice was as pure as wine, carrying the longing accumulated over this time, gently drifting into her ear. Xian? Lu Zhiyi suddenly looked up, surprise flashing in her eyes. She put down the pen in her hand, her lips involuntarily curling up. When did you arrive? Weren't you supposed to be with Jingchuan's troops? Lu Zhiyi felt she had been too busy, not even hearing Lin Xian's footsteps. They were too slow. I couldn't wait to come see you. Lin Xian walked around the desk to Lu Zhiyi's side, his gentle and fervent gaze fixed on her. The vast Yuan was left with just him, a single fox, feeling eerily desolate, making it unbearable to stay. Still very busy? Lin Xian's hand gently rested on the back of Lu Ziyi's chair. He wanted to reach out and hug her, but was afraid of disturbing her. However, the waves of longing rolled in his heart, and his fingers lightly curled, unable to resist gently twirling her hair, rubbing it softly with his fingertips. Your partner asks if you're busy? The underlying meaning was, can you accompany me? This was a significant dilemma, whether in the 21st century or the interstellar era. Choose work or choose a partner. A little bit. Lu Ziyi pondered for a moment. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lin Xian inevitably felt a bit disappointed. It won't be too late very soon. Lu Ziyi quickly assured him, pulling Lin Xian's hand. Fine. Even I don't believe that nonsense myself. I'll sit on the sofa and wait for you. Lin Xian glanced out the window at the already dark sky, with layers of falling snow blanketing the ground. From the high building, he could see Song Ci happily leaving work. Lin Xian casually picked a book from the shelf, turning back to look at Lu Ziyi, who was still deeply focused on her work. He sat on the sofa, casually flipping open a page of the book, his gaze secretly falling on Lu Ziyi, even holding the book upside down without realizing it. He Jingxuan, stinky fox, have you arrived? What is Lu doing? Have you eaten? Have you rested well? Lin Xian glanced at the annoying fox's message on the light brain and read it, but didn't reply. Lin Xian, He Jingxuan, stinky fox? Lin Xian directly set He Jingxuan's messages to do not disturb. He only wanted to be close to Zhiyi, his mind filled with thoughts of her. Lu Ziyi stretched lazily, yawning, the document covered in her dense annotations, and the nearby light screen filled with countless characters, making one's scalp tingle. There was no way around it. During the latter half of the meeting, she had likely been busy drafting the Dark Zone, needing to arrange all the work in advance. Seeing this, Lin Xian slowly approached, his large hand resting on her shoulder, gently massaging her. Once I clean up the desk, we'll head back to the estate. Lu Ziyi squinted her eyes, enjoying Lin Xian's comfortable massage. I remember you have a break room here. Lin Xian suddenly didn't want to go back to the estate. With a snake and a tiger there, it felt like he, the fox, would be the most easily bullied. I'm not causing trouble. I just want to be with you. Lin Xian nestled his head against Lu Ziyi's neck, playfully wrapping his fluffy tail around her waist. This was a well-behaved fox. When he said he wouldn't cause trouble, he truly wouldn't. Do you miss me that much? Lu Ziyi pinched the tip of the fox's tail, making Lin Xian shiver with sensitivity, stirring up thoughts of teasing him. Very much. Lin Xian felt so wronged being alone in a Yuan that he missed Lu Ziyi immensely. I miss you too. Lu Ziyi turned her gaze, meeting those extraordinarily beautiful fox eyes, their corners lifted, filled with unspoken affection. Lu Ziyi's brief words made Lin Xian's 9 tails dance joyfully in the air. He even used them as a pillow for Lu Ziyi while sleeping. Chapter 178. Attack on the Dark Zone. 1. The warm daily life was put on pause. The wind and snow were fierce, and the howling wind swept through, with the dark night resembling a monster ready to swallow everything. He Jingxuan destroyed all defense systems within 100 miles of the entrance to the Dark Zone, and the guides of the Dark Zone were taken down one by one. 5,000 elite soldiers brought half of the forces, tightly surrounding the Dark Zone. On this dark and windy night, a peaceful evening was not meant to be. Simon led 10 soldiers disguised as guides, carrying many energy bombs to infiltrate the Dark Zone. With all entrances, secret passages inside and outside the Dark Zone completely blocked. Simon, ready, please instruct. The communicator in Lu Ziyi's ear flickered with a faint red light. Kill. Leave no survivors. Lu Ziyi's voice drifted into their ears with the wind, colder than the wind and snow of the night. Xiao Taiwei couldn't help but glance at Lu Ziyi. His little bamboo always said Lu Ziyi was gentle and kind, but the gentle and kind steward would not leave a single survivor. TSK, though this was a bit cruel, it was the wisest choice. As the saying goes, mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Xiao Taiwei. Yes. Before Xiao Taiwei could think more, he was dragged by He Jingxuan to fight. He had fought many insectoids, but it was quite a novelty to fight so many wanderers for the first time. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sound of explosions echoed continuously, and the intense energy fluctuations shook the ground. The flying snow hit his face painfully, and chaos erupted in the Dark Zone. The black sky and earth were instantly illuminated, and the raging snow lifted her clothes to dance in the night, with murderous intent surging. He Qing, Lin Xian, and Lu Qi tightly protected Lu Ziyi beside them. They were her sharpest swords and hardest shields. At the same time, Lucci published all the evidence of the Dark Zone on the Star Network. Curious little dog. Is this a wanderer reporting another wanderer? 369. Damn. Am I seeing things after staying up late? Did I actually see Lucci try and clear his name? Good. Waiting to see Lucci rise to power. Durian Mango. This Dark Zone is too disgusting. What has the Alliance been doing all these years? If the Dark Zone really mixed hallucinogens into ordinary potions, we're all doomed. So many useless people in the Alliance are not as useful as a Steward Lou. Loyal dog of Steward Lou. Good grief. I feel a bit sorry for Lucci now. Cat Brand Biscuit. Reasonable suspicion that there are undercover agents from the Dark Zone in the Alliance. Otherwise, how could Steward Lou conceal everything from the Alliance and directly use her own power to attack the Dark Zone? The financial cost of this war is probably all borne by Steward Lou herself. Fortunately, Steward Lou still has General He and Marshal Simon by her side. Leader no. 97 is Lucci. An old researcher stumbled over to Z's side, in panic pulling up the video that was going viral on the Star Network. It's over. They must know all our escape routes. Wait, the box. The old researcher rummaged through boxes and finally found a black, mysterious iron box. He handed the box to Z, his aged face already showing signs of resignation, his eyes dimming, and his unwillingness turning into helplessness. Leader, this is all my research efforts. Please take it and leave. I have a student named Wu Sheng, the one next to the head of Editha. He will continue to assist you in accomplishing your great cause. Lucci, you dare to play me. Z slammed the table in anger, laughing maniacally, with red light emanating from his eyes. Life or death has never been important to me, but I want this star to accompany me to the grave. Destroy it, something that cannot be taken out. Z glared fiercely at the box, a sarcastic smile forming. That video was their provocation against me. If it weren't for the absolute certainty, Lu Zi would never allow Lucci to release the video at this critical moment, openly informing the entire star that she was going to attack the Dark Zone. Destroy it. It must not fall into their hands. Z gritted his teeth and repeated, Good. The old researcher's hand, holding the box, trembled slightly. Then let me be buried with it. The old researcher bid farewell to Z and returned to his laboratory with the box. Z's light brain popped up a communication link with Editha. Crow, you've been exposed. Editha's words were filled with disbelief. How could you have been exposed? Are you crazy? How could you let Lucci have so much information? Z was too arrogant. He thought that the Z582 hallucinogen had completely turned Lucci into a mindless puppet, so he recklessly exposed too much. Blindly confident that Lucci wouldn't live long before the poison took effect. But he overlooked that number 97 was Lucci, and he also overlooked Lu Z. It doesn't matter, I will drag them down to hell with me. Z's laughter grew more chilling. Don't contact me again. Everything here has been exposed, including this phone call between you and me. Editha on the other end immediately hung up, cold sweat dripping down her back. Suddenly relieved that she had been sick during this time, her voice was hoarse. As long as she firmly denies it, Lu Z can't do anything. And Lu Z indeed intercepted the conversation between Editha and Z. All signals from the Dark Zone have been blocked. Come with me. Just as Lu Z took a step forward, she was stopped by Helanqing. It was already chaotic inside, with blades and guns everywhere. Helanqing frowned, disapproving of Lu Z personally joining the battlefield. Since Z was ready for mutual destruction, he must have a backup plan. I have to go. Lu Z grasped Helanqing's wrist firmly, her gaze becoming more resolute. I have a feeling they need me there. Lu Z realized a problem. They had previously relied too much on the video Lucci brought back to analyze the Dark Zone, but Z clearly had not revealed all his plans. The inhibitor and hallucinogen were Z's two biggest trump cards, plus various poisons. If he used them as weapons, theoretically, there was indeed a possibility of taking us down with him. Lin Xian was awakened by Lu Z's words, quickly analyzing, although we have prepared antidotes. Z's ability is the most capable of breaking the deadlock. Z doesn't have that many reagents. There's no need for Z to take risks. Lucci stepped forward to stop her. Lucci had already been through the Dark Zone himself. He really didn't want Lu Z to step into the Dark Zone again. Xian, you and the professor guard the northwest entrance. Lucci, you come with me. Lu Z's attitude was very firm, her cold words allowing no refusal. Helanqing showed concern, but he could only watch helplessly as Lu Z and Lucci led a small team deep into the battlefield. His Z had the ability to protect herself. Nothing would endanger her life. He just didn't want her to get hurt. How could he and Jing Chuan not have thought about this? They just didn't want Lu Zhiyi to take risks, which was why they deliberately hadn't mentioned it in front of her. What can Zhiyi do? It's nothing more than using hallucinogens to turn the soldiers into his puppets. Chapter 179. Attack on the Dark Zone. 2Z actively cut off all surveillance systems within the Dark Zone, simultaneously blocking Lu Zhiyi's counter-surveillance. The Wanderers in the Dark Zone were insignificant in the face of soldiers who had undergone countless brutal trainings, like a pack of rabid dogs encountering top-notch dog trainers. The only variable was Zhiyi. In just 10 minutes of bombardment, buildings within the Dark Zone collapsed. Dust and blood stained the white surfaces, and the sounds of fighting filled the air. Lu Qi and Lu Zhiyi were there. Kill them. Avenge our fallen brothers. The Wanderers opened their mouths wide, glaring fiercely at Lu Zhiyi and Lu Qi, wishing they could pounce on them and tear them apart. The mental energy within the Wanderers was in turmoil. Some were willing to lose control to enhance their combat power, wanting to drag down as many as possible with them. Is Deacon Lu a name you can shout? The Wanderer who had just been shouting was shot in the head by a hidden sniper. Come with me to the laboratory. Lu Zhiyi's words made Lu Qi's heart tighten. It was too dangerous. Lu Qi's expression grew increasingly serious. He quickly grabbed Lu Zhiyi's wrist, afraid she would run off when he wasn't paying attention. Lu Qi, I want to be reckless enough to challenge Zhiyi alone. Jing Chuan will join us. Lu Zhiyi, being pulled by Lu Qi, felt a bit irritated. In the midst of the battle, there was no time for such back and forth. The underground laboratory was also the control center of the entire Dark Zone. Zhiyi was still hiding in the shadows. Even if they killed all the visible Wanderers in the Dark Zone, it wouldn't be considered a victory. Lu Qi was only thinking about Lu Zhiyi. While Lu Zhiyi was concerned about all the soldiers participating in this operation, she wanted every soldier to return safely. This operation was planned in her name alone, and injuries were inevitable, but she would use her abilities to help heal them. Lu Zhiyi's healing powers had already returned to their peak state, and even while absorbing precious S-class star stones, the energy within her was more abundant than during the peak of the apocalypse. Healing thousands of soldiers was not a difficult task for her. A few dazzling and deadly white lights streaked across the sky, rushing toward them at the speed of light, seemingly wanting to consume and destroy everything around. Scatter! Lu Zhiyi shouted. The small team surrounding her instantly dispersed, and Lu Qi quickly pulled Lu Zhiyi to take cover behind a nearby barrier. Boom! The bomb roared in their ears. In an instant, it felt as if the sky was collapsing and the ground was sinking. The small space was ripped apart in an instant. Dust and debris were thrown high into the air by the massive shockwave, then poured down like a torrential rain, obscuring their vision and creating chaos. The air was also filled with a foul, pungent odor. Inhaling even a little would make one feel dizzy. Hold your breath. Take the detox pills. Lu Zhiyi touched her ear stud, and her voice was transmitted through the tiny communicator. Jing Chuan's voice also came through. The southwest has been captured, Lu. Deacon, I'm waiting for you at the southwest entrance. Received. Lu Zhiyi replied. All right, Snake, you must obey the command. Lu Zhiyi withdrew her hand from Lu Qi's palm, putting on her goggles with a swift motion, her eyes suddenly sharp. Okay. All of Lu Qi's worries were stuck in his throat. He pressed his lips tightly together. Watching his beloved take risks felt terrible, especially since her risks were to protect a group of insignificant beastmen. Once the aftershocks of the explosion subsided, Lu Zhiyi stepped forward steadily, slowly moving into the dissipating smoke. Before her was a vast expanse of white. Visibility was extremely low, and she had to concentrate fully as she groped her way forward. The bodies of Wanderers on the ground were black and purple, apparently having died from toxin absorption. Z's toxic bullets really did indiscriminately kill both enemies and their own Wanderers. Amid the roar, a sharp dagger flew through the smoke toward Lu Zhiyi. Protect Deacon Lu. The team leader quickly moved closer to Lu Zhiyi, raising the shield in his hands. The sound of slicing air was quickly caught by Lu Zhiyi. She dodged, and in the blink of an eye, pressed down on the team leader with one hand while grabbing the dagger with the other. Twisting her wrist, she heavily retaliated. The roar turned into a sharp, painful scream. Go take care of that. Lu Zhiyi raised an eyebrow and coldly snorted. She merely tossed the dagger casually, not knowing where it hit. It was just a dagger. Didn't need to scream so loudly? Yes. The team leader pointed to one of the soldiers, while the rest continued to protect Lu Zhiyi on either side. Just as one wave subsided, another rose. The earlier Wanderer who had delivered himself to death seemed to be just a scout for them. Hiss! Sensing danger approaching, Lu Qi let out a warning growl. The S-Class mental pressure spreading out. A group of wanderers seemed to be prepared. They wore gas masks, their eyes dull, and all their strengths had been elevated to S-Class. 10 S-Class. The team leader's pupils dilated in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Were the S-Classes in this dark zone as common as cabbages? They were merely relying on drugs to push their mental powers to the brink. They wouldn't last long. Zhiyi spoke lightly, her words calming the ripples in the soldiers' hearts. Pseudo S-Class, then it's easy to handle. One for each. Quick battle, quick resolution. Zhiyi's figure flickered, like a shooting star, and in the blink of an eye, she was already close to the wanderers, directly shooting through one wanderer's abdomen. The wanderer, caught off guard by this strike, unfortunately, like a marionette, felt no pain. He bared his fangs, the stench of blood spraying forth, and his fingertips glowed with white light, stabbing directly at Zhiyi. Be careful of the needles in their hands. Zhiyi shouted sharply, her gaze darkening as she quickly deployed her mechanical arm. The hard mechanical arm blocking the blow, and the needle was thus shattered. Oomph. A muffled groan came from behind Zhiyi. She looked back to see some soldiers hadn't managed to dodge in time. The wanderer in front still held the broken syringe, obsessively trying to stab it into Zhiyi's body, while his other hand was tightly clenched into a fist, swinging at Zhiyi. The wanderer's full-force punch collided with Zhiyi's mechanical arm, forcing them both to take a step back. Seizing the opportunity, Zhiyi quickly circled around the wanderer, grabbing him by the neck, her fingers tightening continuously. With a faint crack, the wanderer's neck was forcibly twisted, blood spraying out in arcs. The soldiers witnessing this scene widened their eyes. Deacon Liu was ferocious. Would she also abuse their general? Chapter 180. Attack on the Dark Zone 3. The southeast area has been captured, and now we are moving north. Simon has sent the latest news. Lu Qi directly crushed the wanderer's wrist, snatching the syringe intact. The intense snake venom seeped into the wanderer's body, devouring every nerve within him, and he died within a minute. The pseudo-S is not worth mentioning in front of a real S-Class. The remaining 8 wanderers suddenly all stopped, their body temperatures rising sharply, and their skin turning a deep red. They were about to self-destruct. We need to get out of here quickly. Lu Zi sensed that something was wrong, her eyes darkening as she spoke rapidly. Lu Qi immediately lifted Lu Zi's waist and retreated to the side, his mental energy rapidly circulating within him, moving at incredible speed. And he and Lu Zi ran faster than the soldiers in the squad. Bang! The energy wave from the self-detonation of the 8 pseudo-S-Class wanderers was not to be underestimated. Lu Qi threw himself to the ground, not forgetting to protect the back of Lu Zi's head with his large hand, allowing the falling debris to hit his back. As the energy residuals dissipated, they managed to clear away much of the poisonous mist that had been spreading. You didn't hiss. Lu Zi wanted to raise her hand to check Lu Qi's injuries, but accidentally cut her arm on the nearby rubble. She frowned slightly, silently using her ability to heal the long scratch, while Lu Qi watched with a tense expression as the wound on her arm vanished, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Let me get up first. Lu Zi placed her hands on Lu Qi's shoulders. Lu Qi caught a glimpse of the pairs of eyes, watching with interest, but also some displeasure, and in a moment of annoyance, he buried his head in the crook of Lu Zi's neck and rubbed against her before reluctantly propping himself up. The squad, dissatisfied but too afraid to voice it, Deacon Liu is our commander, yes. That stupid wolf isn't here, but his eyes are everywhere. TSK. As Lu Qi stood up, his eyes narrowed slightly. With his excellent night vision, he accidentally noticed the gray dust he had rubbed all over Lu Zi's neck and sheepishly averted his gaze, taking advantage of the time Lu Zi was treating the soldier's wounds to quietly search for a clean handkerchief in his wristband space. Lu Zi stood up, casually brushed off the dust and stones from her clothes, and walked briskly towards the soldier who had been stabbed with the syringe. Deacon Liu, thank you for your trouble. The squad leader realized what Lu Zi intended to do and took a step back. The green flowing light swirled around Lu Zi's fingertips, and the light dove into the soldier's wound, repairing his body. It's the O-44 suppressor. Don't worry, he's not in any serious danger now. Lu Zi's wrist turned, and the flowing light split into dozens of streams, appearing particularly dazzling in the darkness. Lu Zi swiftly healed all the various wounds of the soldiers in the squad, and her words made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Her expression was calm, and the squad did not dare to show too much excitement. I just saw him staring blankly. I thought he was going to become an idiot. I knew that syringe was no good. Thank goodness Deacon Liu was here. Thank you. Deacon Liu. Zhiyi nodded, sensing the unknown dangers ahead. Everyone be careful. Zhiyi believed that the squad Zhiyi encountered was indeed elite among the elite. To this end, he took out 10 O-44 suppressors. Zhiyi and Qi were not included in his plan this time. He only wanted to incite this squad to deplete the opposing force, turning them into his new puppets. He never expected to lose both the lady and the soldiers. Zhiyi, as if possessed, alternated between laughter and rage, his mad demeanor making his loyal subordinates shiver in fear. Zhiyi continued to explore towards the southwest area. The entire southern area had already fallen under their control, and they occasionally encountered soldiers on patrol without seeing any other wanderers. The lucky ones who ran into Zhiyi were all healed by her on the spot, and they felt both surprised and amazed in their hearts, thinking, Deacon Lu's abilities are so overbearing. If commander, he could coax Deacon Lu to the battlefield. Their A905 military district would be invincible. Fortunately, Zhiyi had proactively cut off all surveillance. Otherwise, seeing Zhiyi's operations would probably make him spit blood in anger. The upper limit of Zhiyi's healing abilities had always been a mystery in the interstellar realm. A simple camp lit up, and Jingquan and Xiao Taiwei were discussing the next battle plan with a rough hand-drawn map. Rub it off. Qi poked Zhiyi's shoulder. At her puzzled gaze, he wiped off the dust from her neck and gently cleaned her hands, as he had dirted her when he threw her to the ground in a moment of urgency. Feeling guilty, the little snake lowered its gaze and, after retracting the handkerchief, touched its nose a bit nervously. All clean now. Thank you, snake. Zhiyi smiled faintly, hooking her pinky around Qi's fingertip. Qi was about to respond when Zhiyi retracted her smile and walked towards the camp. All right. Deacon Lu is very busy now, and the environment isn't right. Deacon Lu. The soldiers guarding the camp respectfully saluted Zhiyi. Lu, Simon is currently trapped in the northern district, with 10 soldiers injected with hallucinogens. Before the hallucinogens take effect, Simon has already knocked them out and is sending them back here, but there is no immediate danger to their lives. You could treat them after it's over. Jingquan rolled up his sleeves, revealing a strong, long arm, the military cap casting a slight shadow over his face, exuding a natural authority. I will stay here to guard the camp and await orders. Xiao Taiwei also shed his usual playful demeanor, looking serious. Thank you for your hard work. Zhiyi nodded. Then let us set off now. Zhiyi, Jingquan, and Qi took 100 elite soldiers towards the entrance of the underground laboratory. Jingquan was indeed quite cunning. He had Linxian break open the Xian iron door at the northwest entrance, dropping energy bombs into the underground. They could feel the intense tremors from the southeast side as well. While Linxian was busy attracting the battle, the soldiers took out specialized tools to work together to dismantle the Xian iron door. 15 elite soldiers led the way, with Zhiyi protected in the middle by Jingquan and Qi, while another 15 elite soldiers covered the rear, and the remaining ones were on high alert to guard the entrance. Many parts of the laboratory had been damaged, and the crackling sound of electricity filled the air as the lights flickered dimly. Shattered light screens and various potions were mixed together, spilling across the floor, the acrid smell making Zhiyi frown. Deacon Lu, welcome to the dark zone. With the cawing of a crow, the dim lights suddenly brightened, blindingly so. An orc wearing a crow mask slowly approached Zhiyi. He appeared calm and composed, seemingly unfazed by the danger surrounding him, with a black crow perched on his shoulder, its eyes glowing red. Chapter 181. Zhiyi's ultimate plan. You can't save them, Zhiyi. The crow. Zhiyi pressed her lips tightly together and did not respond to the madman Zhiyi. The crow mask he wore and the crow perched on his shoulder gave her a strange feeling, one close to death. Seeing that Zhiyi ignored him, Zhiyi was not angry. Instead, he took the initiative to pull over a chair, sat down leisurely, and even crossed his legs. Are you interested in hearing my plan? Want to listen to your eulogy? Zhiyi chuckled softly, the laser pistol spinning in her hand. You could interpret it that way, Zhiyi said casually, shrugging as if he knew he wouldn't make it out alive. Don't be so tense, although I would love for you to accompany me in death. I can wait until I finish my eulogy. Are you stalling for time? For your eulogy, your plan? Zhiyi raised her hand, the cold muzzle of the gun pointing at Zhiyi. Zhiyi's henchmen raised their guns at Zhiyi in response. Jingquan frowned, without a word. He shielded Zhiyi behind him, slightly raising his hand. The 30 elite soldiers instantly understood Jingquan's intention and aimed their guns at Zhiyi in unison. The scene fell into a stalemate, the air thick with killing intent. Put down your guns. Zhiyi coldly sneered at the beastman beside him, then mockingly added, Is the esteemed Zhiyi so easily frightened into silence by a few guns? He Jingchuan, you're being overly anxious. He Jingchuan ignored him. Protecting Zhiyi had nothing to do with her identity as the steward chairperson or her abilities. It was about love and instinct. A madman like Z would never understand. Bang. A bullet hole appeared near Z's leg, smoke still rising from it. Chief. The beastman beside Z was stunned. Both angry and anxious. How could Zhiyi suddenly shoot? Let me kill her. Z, you need to understand your current situation. The initiative is in our hands. Perhaps your eulogy can be swallowed down and buried under this ruin. Zhiyi's hand gently rested on He Jingchuan's arm, reaching out from behind him. Her cold gaze slowly landing on Z, a smirk forming at the corner of her mouth. You can't save them. Z stood up, stepping on the bullet hole in front of him. My plan has already begun. I just wanted to invite you to watch this good show. Z snapped his fingers, and the blue light on the wall screen flickered, revealing 5 different images. The backdrop was a backward little planet, where ordinary beastmen were trampled underfoot. Cold needles piercing their skin, with a timestamp in the lower right corner marking half a month ago. Those beastmen struggled weakly, their eyes becoming increasingly numb, ultimately turning into lifeless puppets. Zhiyi's pupils trembled slightly, images of zombies rampant in a doomsday scenario flashing in her mind. How were these puppets any different from zombies? Living without consciousness, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. This world is quite dull to live in, neither black nor white. It would be better to overturn everything and create a new era. An era without wanderers. A new era that won't go out of control. Z suddenly spread his arms, laughing wildly, behaving like a madman. You still don't know, do you? The greatness of the final experimental results of the O44 suppressant. Inject it into pregnant females, and the children born will no longer have uncontrollable values. They will be a whole new humanity. I am saving them. Saving them. What about the mother? Is she dead? What about the child? Is it dead too? The union of man and beast was a mistake. Uncontrollability is the punishment for that mistake. The root of uncontrollability lies in the inability of human and beast genes to fully merge, the agitation caused by powerful mental energy. When the body can't bear this agitation, it leads to mental breakdown and death. Zhiyi's gaze turned cold as she sternly rebutted Z's words. What do you understand? Just give me time. The mother will survive, and so will the child. Z's face flushed red. He did not want to hear this cruel fact. A fact that proved his powerlessness. Ha! The Alliance is rotten and stinking. If it weren't for the Alliance, there wouldn't be so many wanderers. Even the revered He Zhiyi that you all admire, what has she done? All her democracy and equality exclude the wanderers from all interstellar beastmen. She is also excluding us in an invisible way. It was the Alliance that pushed us to the brink. It was they who destroyed my home. Z's words caused the soldiers present to shudder with rage. This deranged Dark Zone leader was actually using a mother for an experiment. Has he gone mad? Shut up. My mother is not someone you can discuss. He Lanqing stepped out from behind Z, his expression dark, followed by a dense mass of soldiers. They had completely surrounded Z and his henchmen. He Lanqing's personality was cold. He was always indifferent to external matters, showing no waves. Except when it involved his partner Zhiyi and his mother He Lanqing. The former was love, the latter was respect. Z dismissed him. Then how do we explain our existence? If she were truly great, why would there still be so many wanderers during her reign? There has never been a lack of uncontrollable beastmen in the stars. It is your extreme evil that leads to the entire interstellar community excluding you. He Lanqing stepped closer to Z. Extreme evil? Not all uncontrollable beastmen can survive under Zhiyi's charity. When hospitals can't accommodate so many uncontrollable beastmen, wanderers naturally arise. Z's neck turned red, his emotions escalating as he shouted back. The Alliance clearly cannot save so many people. Publicly standing on a moral high ground to condemn our existence, while secretly exiling us one by one. It was the Alliance that destroyed us. You fools who serve the Alliance. They are not serving the Alliance. The current Alliance is not as noble as you think. Zhiyi sighed helplessly, seeing Z's hatred for the Alliance. Even despicable people have their pitiable aspects. Z was abandoned in this brutal world, resenting its unfairness, but feeling powerless to resist. Hatred drove him to extremes. Unable to retaliate against the Alliance, he wanted to pull this world down with him. I heard the experiment you led saved the wanderers of the Zhiyi faction. I have to admit, you Zhiyi are indeed not as detestable as the Alliance. It's just a pity you stand on the opposite side of me. I heard Simon is also here. I want to see him and tell him a secret he should have never known until death. The real murderer of his family was not the Zerd, and it seems he still has a relative alive who has become a wanderer. Zhi's emotions calmed down, his gaze deep and filled with obsession. Zhiyi loosened her grip on the pistol, contacting Simon while instructing the soldiers to search other corners of the laboratory. She feared this news might be very important for Simon, and also worried that Zhiyi was stalling for time. Chapter 182 Wu Sheng, Simon's Uncle Chief. They are too rampant. Zhiyi's confidant felt utterly powerless as the enemy swaggered into their midst, rummaging through their belongings without a care. They were bound to die anyway, so it was better to fight it out quickly. I can't take it anymore, I want a quick fight. I said I would drag them down to hell with me. Even if I can't do it now, they will still come down to be buried with me after I die. Zhiyi looked at the last frozen image on the screen, a hollow-eyed orc staring at the camera, revealing a meaningful smile. He lazily leaned back and sat in his chair, saying, "If you want to fight, then fight quickly. Don't let me down." Zhiyi thought Zhiyi was both pretentious and strange. Just as Zhiyi finished speaking, several of his confidants pulled out their weapons, roaring to boost their morale as they charged forward. They were all pseudo-S class after taking a potion, having crawled and fought in piles of bones, eaten flesh, and drunk blood. Each one was a real madman. The stalemate was broken, and the situation descended into chaos. Although Lin Xian arrived late, he knew that Zhiyi had already deployed O-44 suppressants and Z-582 hallucinogens on several small planets. The previous situation was irretrievable. He needed to find the original forms of these two agents to better develop them. Zhiyi and Lin Xian exchanged glances from a distance. Lin Xian nodded at Zhiyi and turned to disappear around a corner, brushing past a cold electromagnetic pulse laser. Zhiyi opened her mouth, silently saying, "Be careful." Zhi's confidants gradually fell into a disadvantage. They weren't too weak, just outnumbered. The soldiers weren't foolish. They would certainly not engage in one-on-one duels when they could gang up on them. Zhiyi watched coldly as these confidants, who had fought alongside him, suffered broken limbs. Sharp daggers piercing their hearts, nailing them to the cold ground. Their eyes widened, filled with resentment and unwillingness, as large amounts of blood spilled from their chests and spread across the floor. Bang! "Chief, I'll take my leave first." A hoarse, heavy voice echoed throughout the laboratory, carrying a sense of relief. A loud crash came from the right side, and the entire basement began to shake violently. The right side had started to collapse, igniting a raging fire. In less than a minute, Lin Xian refracted, shaking his head with a serious expression. The old researcher, holding the cold black iron box along with his lifelong work, was buried in the flames. He unhesitatingly went to his death with the agents, giving Lin Xian not a sliver of chance. Zhiyi's figure swayed slightly, and she cautiously looked at Zhiyi, taking a step back. "You're here." The originally calm Zhiyi took on a sickly and mad smile. Zhiyi turned to see Simon approaching from behind her, his military uniform torn in several places by sharp blades, with several bloodstains on his arms. The blood mingled with his black clothing, and if it weren't for the acrid smell of blood, one might not even notice he was injured. Zhiyi stepped aside, and after Simon passed, he retreated a few steps with Zhiyi, ready to withdraw at any moment. The laboratory had stopped shaking, but its right side had completely collapsed, with small flames still burning, ready to engulf the entire laboratory at any moment. At the moment Simon and Zhiyi brushed past each other, she had already used her abilities to heal all of Simon's wounds. Zhiyi's eyes flashed with surprise, followed by a mocking smile. "You're looking for me." Simon's face showed slight impatience. He didn't think there was anything worth discussing with the leader of the Dark Zone. "Do you know Wu Sheng?" Zhiyi asked. "I don't know him. Speak plainly." Simon's impatience turned into surging battle intent. "Wu Sheng is an outstanding researcher under my command, a wanderer despised by you. And he has another name and identity, Kylon, your uncle." "What did you say?" Zhiyi's words stunned Simon, who then charged at Zhiyi, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up. "Simon, don't be impulsive." Simon's movements were too quick. Zhiyi didn't have time to stop him before he rushed forward. Qi's large hand rested on Zhiyi's shoulder. He shook his head, knowing Zhiyi well enough to understand that Zhiyi was too arrogant to lie. "My uncle could never be a wanderer. Didn't he die?" Simon's veins bulged on his arm as he tightened his grip. "Cough, cough. The death of your family was orchestrated by the Alliance, and the Zerd were deliberately lured in. Moreover, your uncle lost control and became a complete madman after discovering the truth. He was beaten to near death and thrown to a garbage planet, The Alliance thought he was dead, but we rescued him. Z's breathing became labored. Each word he spoke was crystal clear, stabbing deep into Simon's nerves. Explain yourself. Simon threw Z to the ground, rage burning in his eyes, consuming his rationality. Because your family was too powerful, the army under them was a threat to the existence of the Alliance. Just like Lu Z now, the Alliance, in order to maintain its so-called balance, exterminated your family while finding a good reason to maintain its foul image. Z mocked Simon's ignorance, laughing at how he didn't even know his true enemy. Is what you said true? Simon couldn't believe the truth coming from Z's mouth. Didn't you already suspect that Kylon wasn't dead? Didn't you already have your suspicions? Z's words crushed the last bit of Simon's rationality. Pull Simon back. Lu Z hadn't anticipated that Z would say this to Simon. She quickly cast her gaze toward He Jingchuan. After all, the only one present who could suppress Simon was He Jingchuan. Lu Z, you've become a thorn in the Alliance's flesh, an eyesore. If it weren't for the irreplaceable value of your abilities, you would have been dead long ago. Z's gaze fell on Lu Z as he touched the mask on his face, then began to mumble to himself. Suddenly, I don't want to die anymore. As long as Lu Z is here, I can't kill you, nor can the Alliance. Lu Z, you are nothing like our world. Z closed his eyes, his powerful mental energy swirling wildly within him, making his body feel increasingly heated. He had guessed that Lu Z's healing abilities and the initial experimental data she brought were things that only existed in the apocalypse. No, even Lu Z was from the apocalypse. With a roar, Z detonated the laboratory with his own body, causing his chrome mask to fall off. He Jingchuan knocked Simon unconscious and carried him away, while Lu Qi protected Lu Z as they retreated. Lin Xian and He launching left through another entrance. Lu Z inadvertently looked back. In a daze, she saw half of a handsome face and half of a hideous, ugly one. It seemed as if she gained nothing from coming to this laboratory. Yet at the same time, she felt she had learned so much. She clearly hadn't done anything. Z, who had just met her for the first time and hated her to death, ultimately buried himself willingly. Z was very certain that even if he died, the entire star system would accompany him in death. The more she thought, the more chaotic it became. This world was already thoroughly chaotic. Chapter 183. The great fire consumes the dark zone. The ground trembled violently, with fine cracks spreading like a spider web, dust and debris falling incessantly, and the air filled with the scent of death. The center of the dark zone had sunk by half, causing building after building to collapse, burying a sunless laboratory beneath a pile of rubble. Cough, cough. The sky was filled with dust that lingered for a long time, choking Lu Z and making it hard for her to breathe. She had to put on a mask and goggles. A total of 25 female orcs and 58 male orcs were rescued. After hearing his subordinates report, Xiao Taiwei approached Lu Z and He Jingchuan with a furious expression. This dark zone was utterly insane, even using pregnant females for experiments. Lu Z patiently listened to Z's passionate and generous last words, partly to buy time to rescue those unfortunate victims who had been abducted into the dark zone as test subjects. These unfortunate orcs had vacant expressions, clearly injected with the Z582 hallucinogen. They showed no joy at being rescued and were unaware of the true culprit. Do you remember the laboratory where Zaizuzu and Andrea were kidnapped 2 years ago? They had started this experiment long ago, and later Jingchuan personally destroyed many laboratories. Yet they could never find their nest. Lu Zi's thoughts drifted away as she gazed at the devastation, a sigh escaping into the biting cold wind. Report. All 30 captured drifters self-detonated. A soldier rushed over, looking tense. He saluted respectfully, not daring to lift his head to speak. He was the unfortunate one in charge of escorting the prisoners. Not only had he failed to keep an eye on the drifters, but Lu Zhi also happened to be present. Woo-woo-woo. He did not want to be remembered by Lu Zhi in this way. They were all intent on dying. No matter how hard you tried, you couldn't keep them in check. Lu Qi did not think of helping this unlucky soldier explain. He merely stated a fact. The drifters in the dark zone were basically guilty of all sorts of evils, truly the rats in the sewer. Being expelled and abandoned by the stars was merely a pretty excuse for their own wrongdoing. Only the dark zone could accommodate them. Moreover, these drifters were all test subjects. They had long been injected with countless reagents, first-generation suppressants, second-generation suppressants, third-generation. Death was only a matter of time. The unfortunate soldier cast a grateful glance at Lu Qi, then looked longingly at He Jingchuan and Lu Zi. Military rules are military rules. Shout deputy, you handle it. He Jingchuan glanced at the soldier lightly. His soldier's grateful gaze towards Lu Qi meant nothing. All right. Xiao Taihui was unsurprised by He Jingchuan's decision. After all, in Xiao Taihui's view, this general, he had always lacked humanity. Sweep this place again and then burn it down. Lu Zhiyi suddenly felt a bit fatigued. She glanced at the time. It was 7 a.m. If it were on another planet, perhaps they would have already seen the sunrise. But here, there was only eternal night. By the way, there's Simon. Lu Zhiyi looked down and saw Simon, casually thrown by He Jingchuan at her feet, her mouth twitching slightly. Set Marshal Simon in place. If he wakes up and his emotions are unstable, come notify me. It seems that this violent lion is really about to explode. The fire roared like a giant beast, instantly consuming every corner of the dark zone, turning those sins and darkness into ashes. The flames soared into the sky, reddening half the horizon. Perhaps this was the brightest sky the dark zone had ever seen. Thick smoke rolled up, mixed with a pungent burnt smell, swirling upwards. And even the falling snow melted in this great fire. The few remaining buildings did not escape the fate of collapse, producing deafening rumbling sounds as debris and wooden beams rolled in the sea of flames, cracking and popping. Amidst the firelight, the remnants of a laboratory could be vaguely seen twisting and deforming in the flames. Those cold iron cages that once imprisoned life now melted into molten iron, flowing in the sea of fire, ultimately returning to nothingness. Lu Zhi sat on the starship, overlooking this sea of fire. In the blink of an eye, the sea of flames turned into a red dot and disappeared from her view. Lu Zhi opened her light brain to check the endless information, mostly concerned messages from professors in the academy, colleagues in the hospital, and some old generals in military district. There was also an annoying message. Song Ci, Deacon Lu, Mr. Zhiyi, the vice chairman of the Alliance, is visiting and is currently in the reception room. The Alliance had come knocking. Lu Zhi leaned back, lazily nestling in the soft couch of the interstellar lounge, her toes wiggling as she glanced at her dirty clothes, finding a good excuse for herself. Lu Zhi, my clothes are dirty. It's inconvenient. Zhiyi is looking for you. He Lanqing leaned closely against Lu Zhi, his arm draped over her shoulder. I am Fulfi. Don't come near me. Lu Zhi said this, but she rubbed her dirty coat against He Lanqing, a sarcastic smile tugging at her lips. They thought I wouldn't refuse Mr. Zhu, TSK. The Alliance is quite self-aware, knowing others aren't favored here. If you find it bothersome, I can step in to help you deal with it. Lin Xian said thoughtfully. Given the Lin family's financial power in the entire Star Realm, the Alliance would have to give some face. Do we have to meet with them? Lu Qi asked, confused. With my current status, it's hard to avoid them wanting to meet, but I can still let them wait. Lu Zhi explained to Lu Qi, since they're so idle. I'll find them something to do. In this regard, He Jingchuan is quite experienced. He Jingchuan set the starship to autopilot mode, stood up from the pilot seat, casually draping his dark green coat over the back of a chair, revealing a fitted shirt as he walked towards Lu Zhi, rolling up his sleeves with one hand to reveal his strong forearms. Next to Lu Zhi sat a perverted tiger, a stinky fox. Opposite was a sickly snake and a fainted lion. TSK, there was no place for the wolf. Then it would be left to General He. He Lanqing saw He Jingchuan go to deal with the Alliance and took the opportunity to relax a little, snuggling with Lu Zhi. You're filthy. He Jingchuan felt a bit displeased at not finding a place, swatting away He Lanqing's arm that was in the way with disdain. Isn't there a place opposite? He Lanqing glanced at the inexplicable wolf. Coming out of the dark zone, they all looked as if they had been dug out of the ground with explosions and collapses. They didn't know how much dust had settled on them, and their clothes hadn't been changed in time, leaving only their hands and faces clean. He Jingchuan looked at Lu Zhi. Lu Zhi closed her eyes, too tired, and powered down. Chapter 184. The Alliance is left hanging the little hot spring when Lu Zhi returned to planet X856. It was already sunset. Zhu was also quite persistent, refusing to eat or drink, and no matter how Song Ci advised him, he insisted on waiting for Lu Zhi to see him. Vice Chairman, our Deacon Lu has just returned to planet X856 and hasn't had a chance to freshen up or rest, let alone have a meal. If you really want to see Deacon Lu, it's not impossible. I can try harder to see if I can get Deacon Lu to come see you on an empty stomach. Song Ci began to grit his teeth, speaking in a sarcastic tone. His respect for Zhiyi in his heart had completely vanished. This old man was kindly advising him to rest for a night and come back tomorrow, yet he insisted on waiting here. Doesn't he have to get off work? Doesn't Deacon Lu need a rest? Sure enough, when the grievances of a worker rise, everything becomes irritating. If Zhiyi really nodded in agreement, He would be able to help but disrespect his elder and would definitely curse the Alliance for being shameless. After all, in the eyes of Planet X-856, Deacon Liu was considered superior to the Alliance. It's my problem. Zhiyi's old face was somewhat embarrassed, and he awkwardly straightened his clothes, letting out a quiet sigh. He was only a vice chairman, with a chairman above him. He didn't want to do anything humiliating, but unfortunately, that chairman was secretly monitoring him. Then I'll come back tomorrow. Zhiyi looked out at the dimming sky, his own expression also somewhat difficult to maintain. He supported himself with his hands and stood up, moving his somewhat numb legs. The first couple of steps felt a bit unsteady. If Deacon Liu has time available, I will definitely notify you. Song Ci helplessly stepped forward to support Zhiyi, while secretly wishing to send him away quickly. The operation in the dark zone was personally planned by Deacon Liu, and it was not intentional to keep him waiting too long, but she was indeed overwhelmed. She was still in the dark zone, and they had rushed over, not to mention she might be injured and hadn't had time to take care of herself. The more Song Ci spoke, the more embarrassed Zhiyi became. Zhiyi opened his mouth slightly, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Although it wasn't his intention, he truly couldn't defy the Alliance's arrangement at that moment. The scene of Zhiyi walking out of the Political Affairs Center building was captured and posted online. Under the glow of the sunset, this old gentleman looked very lonely and desolate. The Alliance secretly sent people to try to create a stir, subtly cursing Zhiyi for being dismissive and unwilling to receive the vice chairman. But unexpectedly, the arrangement they made was drowned out in a chorus of insults. Carrot-loving rabbit. Are you sick? Deacon Liu just returned from the dark zone. ISN. She tired? Dog and cheese. After watching the video released by the A905 military district, the fire in the dark zone still hasn't been extinguished. You guys are really idling around. It would be better to go help clean up the battlefield. Strawberry pie. Can the Alliance not go over and create trouble? Dog who wants to be Deacon Liu. If the Alliance really cared, why not go help in the dark zone directly? You couldn't find a location before, and now that you know it, you still don't want to go. All you do is talk, and it seems like you're the most idle in the entire star system. In less than an hour, Zhiyi's photo disappeared from the internet, and before Zhiyi could take action, the Alliance remained subdued amidst a night of scolding. The night was as dark as ink, with stars twinkling. There was a hot spring in the back mountain of the estate, with mist swirling around the poolside, and a distant serenade playing softly. Zhiyi immersed herself in it, letting the warm water caress every inch of her skin, and the tense nerves finally relaxed. The unfortunate beastmen had been properly settled, and with Zhiyi's help, they gradually regained consciousness. Simon woke up once during the process. This emotionally unstable lion smashed everything in the room and almost attacked the rabbit beastman. Zhiyi, helpless, could only send Jingquan over to hold Simon down and inject him with a sedative. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Zhiyi instinctively opened her eyes to check herself. Phew, she was dressed quite decently. Zhiyi silently moved to a corner of the pool, revealing only her small head. Zhiyi. Zhiyi lazily lifted her eyelids, her eyes instantly widening. Four exceptionally well-built, handsome men stood by the pool, bare-chested and wearing only shorts. Each with broad shoulders, narrow waist, defined abs, and sexy lines along with beast ears and big tails. Oh, the snake didn't have ears. But the snake seemed especially different in some aspects, quantity one. Ahem, she had only heard about it. But, didn't I say not to come over? Zhiyi shook off the overly colorful thoughts in her mind and put on a stern face to reprimand these disobedient beasts. Luckily, she had foreseen their disobedience. I saw the fox come, and I thought Lu was favoring him, so I wanted to come too, Jingquan innocently said, quickly distancing himself from the situation. Unexpectedly, this fox had sneaked over. So shameless. Zhiyi tugged at the corner of her mouth. If it weren't for seeing the bath towel draped over Jingquan's arm, she might have really believed his nonsense. Lin Xian glanced sideways at the shameless wolf, swinging his big tail, which smacked against his back. Jingquan, not to be outdone, retaliated with his own tail. Just as Jingquan and Lin Xian, these two childish beings, were bickering, the white tiger and the snake had already entered the water. Small droplets clinging to their chests, resembling a vague desire. Lanqing leaned against the pool wall, his chest lightly rising and falling, his arms spread wide, showcasing his strong physique to Zhiyi. Qi appeared somewhat frail in contrast to Lanqing, his pale skin carrying a hint of illness, his eyes misty with water, biting his lower lip as if suggesting something. Stop tempting me, boo-hoo. Lu Zi swallowed hard, feeling embarrassed. Splash! Jingxuan deliberately jumped into the water, splashing He Lanqing and Lu Qi with water, ruining their neatly styled hair. He Lanqing shot a glare at this troublesome wolf. He Lanqing shook his head, splashing off a lot of water. His hand ran through his hair, slicking it back into a neat style, but still carrying a wild charm, with a few strands falling onto his forehead. Does it seem even more seductive now? The more Lu Zi thought about it, the redder her face became. Why isn't TZ talking? He Lanqing asked knowingly. Z can't soak in the hot spring for too long. I'll go prepare some food for you, Lin Xian said with a gentle smile, asking thoughtfully. The considerate fox made the other three seem less serious. All right. Lu Zi stood up, still wet, and casually took the bath towel that Jingxuan had brought, wrapping it around herself before dashing out. Wolf, tiger, snake, this fox is so annoying. Chapter 185. Indeed, quite shameless, it wasn't until 3 o'clock the next afternoon that Lu Zi leisurely made her way to the Political Affairs Center building. Steward Lu and Zhu had been waiting in the reception area since early morning, just like the day before. Steward Lu, the vice chairman, is already inside. Song Si hurriedly approached Lu Zi as soon as he saw her at the elevator, his beast ears almost curling up in frustration, his face full of distress. The ancestors from the central city are really hard to serve. He had already said that he would notify Steward Lu when he was free, but they insisted on coming over early in the morning. No pain, no gain. You've worked hard these past few days. Lu Zi patted Song Si's shoulder, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Get some rest. I'll have a good chat with him. It's what I should do, Song Si said as he stepped aside. Zhu, he had finally been waiting for Lu Zi, and he stood up excitedly. Steward Lu. However, Lu Zi wasn't alone. Zhu, he caught sight of the 4 males behind her out of the corner of his eye, and his smile instantly stiffened. Surely they weren't here to settle scores with him? Old Mr. Zhu, there's no need to be nervous. They just brought me here. They're quite clingy, Lu Zi casually said, waving her hand towards the door. Jingxuan, who was closest to the door, obediently closed it. Zhu, he felt that he must have been too tense these past couple of days, to the point that he used the word obedient to describe Jingxuan. However, Lu Zi's words seemed quite reasonable. Please sit. Lu Zi gestured to the seat opposite her, then sat down herself on the single sofa beside her, leaning back slightly, giving off a lazy vibe. Steward Lu, I didn't intend to trouble you. It's just that my position necessitates my visit here. Zhu, he sat down, feeling inexplicably guilty when he looked at Lu Zi. Old mister, please speak your mind. Lu Zi could sense Zhu Yi's inexplicable awkwardness and guessed that this matter was not simple. The alliance meant that Lu Zi's actions had a significant impact on the dark region, and many orcs in the galaxy no longer trusted the alliance. This was not a good phenomenon. Zhu Yi's hands gestured in the air, despite being a senior in front of Lu Zi. Her aura made him nervous to the point that his fingertips shrank. No, Lu Zi's current status was no lower than his. Zhu, he thought self-deprecatingly. So what do you plan to do? Lu Zi's eyes slightly narrowed, and the smile on her face faded a bit. The alliance hoped that Steward Lu could step forward and say a few words, indicating that the alliance had not been inactive in the dark region and had provided considerable support. Lu Zi's straightforward questioning made Zhu feel somewhat ashamed. How much is considerable? Lu Zi pressed. Not less than half. Zhu lowered his head, feeling a bit unable to look directly at Lu Zi. Not less than half. He found it somewhat excessive. Sure enough. Huh. Lu Zi let out a cold laugh, her brows raised as if she had heard the biggest joke. Indeed, quite shameless. Zhu Yi's face turned bright red, and he felt so embarrassed that he could hardly lift his head. What do you think? Lu Zi glanced at Zhu indifferently, her demeanor exuding an imposing presence of a superior. Zhu felt cold sweat trickling down his back. He suddenly realized he had overstepped. Zhu Yi's so-called desire to befriend Lu Zi was merely based on occasional interactions over the years and a small favor from when Lu Zi first arrived in the central city and he personally received her. He had always respected Lu Zi and had not done anything wrong, so she naturally would give him some face and address him as old sir. I apologize for putting you in a difficult position, Zhu said, feeling restless, as if the sofa beneath him was burning. He stood up, hands clasped in front of him. But Zhu Yi's mouth opened, hesitating for a moment before steeling himself to continue. This matter does have a negative impact on the alliance, and the online backlash is becoming more severe. Zhu was still a member of the alliance, and although there were significant internal divisions, externally they shared both honor and disgrace. The more it escalated, the worse it would look for Zhu, and his status in the alliance would also be affected. Old sir, You are of an older age. Perhaps you could consider stepping back occasionally to relax. Lu Zhiyi said subtly, still wanting to give this old gentleman one last bit of face. Steward Lu, you jest. Zhu, he managed a bitter smile, fully aware that he had completely offended Lu Zhiyi. Vice Chairman Zhu, please leave. Lu Zhiyi issued an order to dismiss him. Hearing Lu Zhiyi's address, Zhu, he felt half of his heart sink. He really didn't know if he had made the right choice coming here. If he didn't come, the Alliance would make it difficult for him. If he did come, he would upset Lu Zhiyi. Steward Lu, the Alliance really. Zhu, he tried to struggle a bit more. Please. Lu Zhiyi's tone grew colder. Vice Chairman, when you return to the central city another day, we will inevitably meet again. I do not wish to make our relationship too strained, nor do I want to say anything too unpleasant. Lu Zhiyi's expression had already darkened. The Alliance wanted everything, wanting it all without being too greedy. The meaning of the Alliance was that as long as Steward Lu wanted it, they could satisfy her. Zhu, he lowered his posture, desperately trying to persuade Lu Zhiyi. What you can offer, I already have. And what I want, you cannot provide. Lu Zhiyi looked at Zhu Yi with disdain and impatience in her eyes. The Alliance shouldn't make things difficult for her. In the future, they would need to seek her out more. Positions in the Alliance could be climbed by anyone, but in the entire galaxy, only Lu Zhiyi possessed healing abilities. Lu Zhiyi was inherently noble and unattainable, let alone the fact that her partners were not to be trifled with. Steward Lu, enough. No need to say more. I will arrange for a starship to escort Vice Chairman Zhu safely back. Lu Zhiyi didn't even look at Zhu Yi as she stood up and left. Zhu Yi slumped back onto the sofa, covering his face with his hands in defeat. It felt as if his hair had suddenly turned gray, and he sighed heavily, filled with bitterness. Knock, knock. The door of the reception room was knocked on. Zhu Yi looked up, and Song Si stood there. In less than a moment, Steward Lu couldn't wait to drive him away. He must really be annoying. Chairman, this way, please. Seeing Zhu Yi's pitiful appearance, Song Si's voice softened considerably, which had originally been a bit impatient. Sorry to disturb you. Zhu Yi stood up and slowly left, his back slightly hunched, as if he were about to be crushed by a 1,000-pound boulder. Actually, our steward is really quite good. Song Si tried to persuade him kindly. I know. Zhu Yi was fully aware, but his heart was no longer at ease. Chapter 186. The Mad Lion after dealing with Lu Zhiyi. The deer didn't even get a chance to sit down in the office before the rabbit beast man rushed in, crying and sniffling. Wah, dear steward. Our marshal has gone crazy. He even hit a rabbit. The rabbit beast man pitifully rolled up his sleeves, revealing a large bruise where the marshal had accidentally struck him. Wah. The rabbit beast man cried even harder, hoping that Lu Zhiyi could go check on their marshal. It shouldn't be too much to ask for the deer steward to take responsibility after the marshal returned from the dark zone and went mad. What bad intentions could a simple little rabbit have? Their SA doctor here. You can take him away. Jingchuan pushed Lin Xian forward. I can go take a look. In order to prevent his little female from falling into the lion's mouth, Lin Xian decided to reluctantly go. He Lanqing and Lu Qi also agreed. But isn't the deer steward more capable than Dr. Lin? The rabbit beast man blinked his big watery eyes, his long ears drooping down, looking completely innocent. Jingchuan shot Lu Qi a glance. You go ahead. Aren't you the best at pretending? Lu Qi felt speechless upon receiving Jingchuan's message. Not long ago, this wolf had scolded him the harshest, and now he wanted him to step up? This wolf was indeed the most shameless in the household. Can Lin Xian go instead? I want to have dinner with Zhiyi, we promised. Lu Qi bit his lip, looking eagerly at Lu Zhiyi. Lu Zhiyi was momentarily unsure how to respond. They indeed had a dinner planned together, and she had even picked a restaurant. Lin Xian felt he was making a huge sacrifice. They were going to have dinner with Zhiyi, while he was just going to work as usual. But the marshal is really in a lot of pain. The rabbit beast man cried even louder, his eyes swollen, tears glistening on his fair face. He would say he wanted to fight with the Alliance one moment, then hurt himself the next, mumbling something about Wu Sheng and Kai Lan, really acting like a madman. He was truly going crazy. The rabbit beast man, this little pet raised by Lu Zhiyi, actually held some weight in her heart. Honestly, if the rabbit beast man had gone mad, Lu Zhiyi wouldn't have had much of an issue going to see him. Looking at Simon's little schemes, he thought he was hiding them well, but they had seen through him long ago. It was only 4 o'clock. Let us go check on Simon first. Dinner can wait. Lu Zhiyi looked at the rabbit beast man, who was crying so hard he could hardly breathe, feeling a bit heartbroken. Jingchuan mocked inwardly. That lion is even worse than the rabbit. Lu Qi was not smiling. He had actually lost to a rabbit. Something so foolish he usually would have swallowed whole without a second thought. The rabbit beast man led Zhiyi to the old mansion of the Simon family. The area around the mansion was desolate, but inside, every detail showed signs of being meticulously cared for by its owner. The walls, which had been renovated several times, still bore traces of a fire, and the old swing under the tree had been repaired multiple times. It was Zhiyi's first time here. The snow in front of the door had been cleared, creating a small path. The marshal just returned here last night. I cleared the snow today, the rabbit beastman said, seeming to seek praise in front of Zhiyi. Jingchuan thought he should summon Xiao Q to compete with this rabbit. Why don't you go in alone? The rabbit beastman blocked the door, gesturing with his finger. Why? Lanqing was almost amused by this foolish rabbit. It was clearly trying to gain favor with their marshal, with Simon undermining him and the rabbit providing the tools. Lions have a strong sense of territory. I'm afraid you'll fight. The rabbit beastman answered seriously. Then what you mean is Lulu has been marked as part of Simon's territory. Jingchuan's eyes darkened, exuding a dangerous aura. I didn't mean that. The rabbit beastman quickly refuted, shaking his head, his eyes full of innocence. It's just that the deer steward has calmed our marshal multiple times. He tends to rely on the deer steward at certain times. What the rabbit beastman said was indeed true. Ugh, this was the collective sentiment of the four of them. Then wait for me a moment. Zhiyi reached out and poked Jingchuan's drooping mouth corner. Don't worry, I'll be out soon. Jingchuan responded in a muffled voice. He was familiar with this feeling. Before, when Lulu went to find that stinky fox, the perverted tiger, and the sickly snake. It was always like this. She would definitely come back, just adding another brother to him. Useless. Watching Zhiyi open the door and go in, Lin Xian slapped Jingchuan on the shoulder. There was no other choice. After all, he was closest to Jingchuan, while he couldn't take on the other two. Useless. Jingchuan replied flatly. Lanqing leaned against a nearby pillar, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lu Qi stared at the rabbit beastman, his dark eyes sending chills down the rabbit's spine. Help! A snake wants to eat a rabbit. The rabbit beastman thought it would be better to go inside and get hit by the marshal. General, Dr. Lin, Professor Helan, Mr. Liu. I'll go in first to take a look and help. The rabbit beastman politely called out, carefully tiptoeing towards the door, and then suddenly disappeared with a whoosh. The inside of the mansion was somewhat dark, with little furniture, looking quite empty. Oh, the lion's roar echoed in Zhiyi's ears, as it keenly detected the presence of an intruder. The lion sharpened its claws and rushed out from the shadows, ready to pounce on Zhiyi. But as it got closer, the familiar scent made its nerves tense up. The lion couldn't stop in time and knocked Zhiyi down, but then extended its paw to cushion her head. Zhiyi looked at the uncontrollable lion, sighed helplessly, and skillfully activated her powers to soothe it. The originally breathless and agitated lion gradually calmed down under Zhiyi's comfort, the bloodlust in its eyes slowly dissipating. Sorry. Once Simon regained his senses, he quickly helped Zhiyi up and then took a few steps back. His hands clenched tightly at his sides, and the calm emotions flared up again in an instant. Do you believe Z's words? Zhiyi asked. After returning from the dark zone, Zhiyi had specifically talked to Lu Qi about Simon's situation. Lu Qi had been lurking around Z for a while and believed that Z's character was too disdainful to lie. From this perspective, it seemed that this matter was most likely true. Given Simon's character, he could indeed go mad. Do you remember that Bear 7? You once used him to blow up Idish's laboratory. I want to listen to that recording last night, and there really is a Dr. Wu. Simon said this and started laughing to himself, but as he laughed, his eyes turned red. I'm really so tired. Z was right. This world is filthy beyond measure. Chapter 187. The lion trapped in a nightmare. I don't really want to believe it, but I need to seek the truth. Simon took a few steps back, his eyes lowered as if he was restraining something. The little rabbit said that your emotions are quite unstable. Dear's intention nearly went mad, but swallowed back the words, opting for a more tactful expression. Simon's heart ached sharply, and he forced a self-deprecating smile. Dear's intention came only because of that rabbit, Simon replied in a muffled voice, turning around and slowly walking upstairs. Sparse sunlight filtered through the old window sill, casting a long shadow of his figure. If the death of Simon's kin truly was caused by the Alliance, then this truth is even more cruel and ridiculous than originally thought. Simon, Dear's intention, stood frozen for a moment before hurrying after him. The space on the second floor of the old mansion was vast, and the closed doors that lay before her gave Dear's intention a headache. She instantly lost the desire to continue this task. Simon, where are you? Bang! The exquisite ornaments on the table were all knocked to the ground by Simon. His palm cut, and a drop of blood fell onto the floor. He stumbled over the mess, his steps unsteady. Simon's expression was one of pain and irritation. He supported his head with one hand, his vision blurring. He saw again his parents being devoured by the insect race, saw their home engulfed in flames. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to a group of orcs in alliance uniforms storming into the old house, knives pressed against his father's neck. "Ah!" Simon shouted loudly, his eyelashes trembling uncontrollably, his breathing quickening. It seemed he could hear his mother's voice. "Little Simon, be good, hide well, and don't come out. Our Simon will be the bravest lion in the entire galaxy. Little Simon must protect our home well, protect planet X856, just like your father." A gentle-looking female appeared before Simon, and he lunged forward but grasped at emptiness. "Mother, please tell me what the truth is." Simon's voice was hoarse as he lay on the ground like a child who had made a mistake. In the past 30 years, Simon had only a few happy years in his childhood. For the remaining 20-plus years, he had been trapped in pain, unable to heal. Nightmares wrapped around him, often making it hard for him to breathe. Simon allowed the fragments on the ground to pierce his skin, the pain deep within numbing him. After a moment, Simon finally pushed himself up, swaying as he stood, and punched the wall with a mad and fierce expression. Bang! Simon fell to the ground again, curling up and hiding in the corner. Dear's intention twisted the door open, having finally found this rebellious lion, but before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she was shocked by the scene of devastation before her. This was like a major demolition site. This should be Simon's bedroom. The bed didn't look like a bed, the wardrobe didn't look like a wardrobe, and besides the chandelier above, nothing in the room was intact. If those at home dared to tear apart like this, she would definitely slap them. Simon didn't respond. His eyes were hollow, as if his soul had been extracted, a long line of blood running down his right cheek, with varying depths of wounds on his arms, bright red blood oozing out. A shocking sight. Dear's intention stepped over the shards on the ground, her feet unsteady as she approached. She squatted down before Simon. Watching this brave general on the battlefield, now trapped in the misfortunes of the past, her heart suddenly feeling heavy. Pain cannot be empathized with. She had not experienced Simon's past, nor did she have the right to criticize his madness. The last straw does not solely break the camel's back. Simon's madness was not just from that night, when his home was destroyed. Dear's intention reached out her hand toward Simon, her fingertips lightly resting on his shoulder. Green light swirling at her fingertips, as if a lively thread was stitching up the wounds on Simon's body. "Don't touch me." Simon suddenly gripped Dear's intention's wrist tightly, his fingers tightening continuously, this lion bristling like a hedgehog, trying to use his spikes to fend off others' approach. Dear's intention gasped in pain from Simon's sudden action. Her wrist was already red. "Fine, if this lion's madness spills onto me, then I really have to say a few words." Dear's intention's temper flared as she tugged hard at Simon's ear. "If you want revenge, then stand up. Go look for evidence. Don't just hide in the corner like a pitiful worm, unable to even clarify what the truth is, trapped in nightmares for 30 years. Simon, this is your home. Your happiest childhood memories should all be here. Why destroy it? You should decorate it beautifully, splendidly, and loudly tell your parents that you're doing well. Instead of letting them watch you live in pain, even if they died, they would still feel guilty for the harm they caused you. Whether it's the insect race or the Alliance, dirty things must be cleaned up completely. You are a lion, not a rat in the gutter. You are an S-class, the general of planet X856. With Dear's intention, S repeated shouts. Simon's consciousness was finally pulled back a little. Simon suddenly released Dear's intention's wrist, staring blankly at his palm, then at Dear's intention. Dear's intention thought, rushed. Her professional habit made her instinctively heal the wound. The corners of Simon's eyes turned red, tears reflecting fragmented light. He heard Dear's intention's words, but it felt as if an invisible hand was pulling him back into the abyss. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word, his whole body trembling slightly. Simon uttered one word, and tears fell heavily. Scalding tears splashed onto Dear's intention's hand, and she was taken aback. It was the first time she had seen Simon cry. No, 2 years ago when she and Simon were trapped in the dark basement, his eyes seemed to be wet too, but it was definitely not like this. My memories are so chaotic. I seem to have seen many things and can no longer distinguish how they died. Simon cried hoarsely, his hands grabbing aimlessly on the ground. Clutching a sharp shard that pierced his palm, drawing out bright red blood. Simon's long lion tail curled up, the tip twitching slightly, suddenly taut like it had been stimulated. Dear's intention. I hurt so much I can't breathe. Chapter 188. He mistook the meaning of the deer for redemption. Why did he go mad? Simon couldn't find an accurate answer. It seemed that only by going mad could he avoid being bullied. It seemed that every time he went mad, he would end up hurt. And whenever that big hand tried to drag him down into the abyss, the pain would, at some moment, bring him back to his senses. Oh, it seemed that only when he was going mad could he see his mother and father who had already left. Simon was trapped in nightmares, struggling within them. Yet it was only in nightmares that he could see the loved ones he missed day and night. Zhiyi looked at Simon's eyes, which were about to become dull and lifeless again, and suddenly yanked on his collar, shaking him back and forth. Simon, but this crying lion really did look pitiful. His eyes misty, softening his originally handsome features, causing Zhiyi's voice to unconsciously soften. Wake up a bit. Think about that little rabbit beside you. He's so worried about you that he's crying. And you? Simon inexplicably asked. But when he realized what he had said, he lowered his head in regret. He really was going mad. He had managed to restrain himself from disturbing her for the past 2 years, yet still asked such a question. Me? Dear Zhiyi tilted her head, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. I'm worried about you. After all, on planet X856, the person Dear Zhiyi trusted the most was Simon. Whether as a friend or a subordinate, she should be worried about him. Simon let out a self-deprecating smile. The kind of worry he wanted seemed different from what Dear Zhiyi offered. It should have started 2 years ago when she comforted him twice, and his body instinctively wanted to get closer to her, yearning to continue receiving her comfort. It was this beginning that made him go from resisting and rejecting to inevitably falling in. A butterfly flapped its wings, flying through the woods and over the mountains, but it stirred up a storm in his heart. Simon didn't know if this counted as love, but he was clear that he had regarded Dear Zhiyi as his redemption. Okay. The smile on Simon's lips grew increasingly bitter. I might go back to Central City for a trip. In the little building at Yuan, Little Q has already tidied up your clothes. Dear Zhiyi continued. If it really has to do with the Alliance, anywhere else in Central City, they LL be watching you. But at my place, they wouldn't dare. Yes. That stupid robot prepared a lot for himself. Simon intentionally left without taking anything, not wanting to bring anything related to her back to planet X856. MHM. Simon responded quietly, the restlessness in his heart gradually calming down. Last time, Simon warned himself in his heart. This was the last time he would get close to her. Once he uncovered the truth and avenged himself, he'd return to planet X856 and stay there properly. Dear Zhiyi took out a small medicine box from her wrist space. She had casually taken it from the hospital, and this was the first time it was coming in handy. Extend your hand. Dear Zhiyi opened the box and took out a bottle of white medicine. Simon was confused, but still obediently extended his hand. His palm red, with black fragments embedded in it. Dear Zhiyi gently pinched the fragments out with tweezers, and, after confirming that the foreign object was completely removed from Simon's palm, she used the brand-name medicine to wash his wound. Simon frowned, his curled tail suddenly straightening. A sharp pain radiating from his palm. Bear with it. This is the best medicine from the military hospital. Dear Zhiyi said seriously while murmuring, a little pain is good. Knowing pain helps you remember. Dear Zhiyi deliberately chose not to use her abilities to heal Simon's wound, as a wound that healed too quickly would not be cherished by this lion. This little pain wasn't much for Simon, but Dear Zhiyi's words unexpectedly made him feel a bit wronged. Simon pressed his lips together. His tears had stopped, but his eyes were still rimmed with red. If it were he Jingquan and the others, Dear Zhiyi probably wouldn't have the heart to do this. If Dear Zhiyi knew what Simon was thinking, she would only scoff and say that if he Jingquan and the others dared to go mad in front of her and hurt their bodies, she would make sure to beat them to a pulp. All right. Dear Zhiyi wrapped white gauze around Simon's palm, carefully tying a beautiful bow, examining her work. MHM not bad. Dear Zhiyi's gaze slightly retracted as her eyes moved away from the bow on Simon's palm. His hand opened before her, and those long fingers seemed out of place, with clear joints that looked powerful. Simon's skin wasn't pale, and the bow resting in his palm created an indescribable contrast. Dear Zhiyi couldn't help but stare at his hand a few more times. Simon's fingertips moved slightly, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. What was she saying? Did she like his hands? Then next time, when he went mad, during an episode, he wouldn't hurt his hands. I want next time, Simon promised Dear Zhiyi. MHM. Dear Zhiyi nodded, revealing an expression of a teachable child. However, She didn't know that Simon's next time wouldn't mean he wouldn't get hurt again. It simply meant he wouldn't let his hands get hurt again. He wasn't avoiding pain because he now understood it, but rather because of those few extra glances Zhiyi had given him. Get up. The little rabbit is still waiting for you. Zhiyi put the medicine box back in her wrist space, stood up, and reached out her hand to Simon. Wait a minute, Simon thought. He had hands and feet, and wasn't he seriously injured? He could stand up by himself. Just as Zhiyi was about to retract her hand, Simon's large hand grasped hers tightly, the slightly rough gauze rubbing against her palm, tickling. Forget it. If you want to help, then help. By the way, do you want to take a moment before going out? Zhiyi looked up at Simon's red eyes. He had cried too hard just now, and they were still red. A lion full of brokenness. TSK, it was an indescribable feeling. Zhiyi knew she was overthinking again. The longer she stayed in the stars, the more her mind seemed to go awry. You stay here, I'll go first. Zhiyi patted Simon's shoulder and turned to leave. Simon paused, deciding to listen to her words and take a moment before leaving. He watched Zhiyi close the door, as if trapping him here again. His gaze dimmed, and the restlessness within him spread uncontrollably. Simon clenched his fists, but when he felt the bow in his palm, he suddenly relaxed his grip. No, he had already promised her. He mustn't break things or hurt his hands again, or she would be angry. If she got angry, she wouldn't use her abilities to save him, nor would she help him bandage his wounds. Simon repeatedly comforted himself in his heart, learning to soothe himself. Chapter 189. Underground Little Lover Snake becomes official on the first day of returning to Central City after cleaning up the Dark Zone. The Beastmen were happily discussing the major event that Zhiyi had accomplished, when Zhiyi threw out another shocking piece of news that left them dizzy. Zhiyi was actually going to register partnership information with Zhiyi. Although many Beastmen in the Starry Sky had changed their views on Zhiyi since he disclosed the evidence of the Dark Zone's crimes, it still couldn't change his identity as a wanderer. He remained the leader of the neutral faction among wanderers. Zhiyi's open acceptance of Zhiyi implied a de facto acceptance of the wanderers from Zhiyi's faction, something that had never happened in the Starry Sky in thousands of years. The Alliance would definitely not allow Zhiyi to do this. They couldn't interfere with the affairs of the Dark Zone, but could they really stop this information registration? Sorry, the Alliance's information database does not have Zhiyi's file, so it might not be possible to register. A small staff member from the Information Registration Office, a dog beast man, was sweating nervously at this moment. Oh my god, why does he have to do this dangerous job? If the higher-ups had the guts to intercept the good thing for Zhiyi, why didn't they have the guts to come personally? However, the dog beast man was indeed not lying. The Alliance's information database had specifically marked every wanderer as an unregistered individual. On the surface, it was true that there was no file for Zhiyi in the database. Zhiyi's fingers tightened, his eyes swirling with a violent killing intent, his face darkened instantly, but due to Zhiyi being beside him, he was trying hard to restrain his emotions. The dog beast man only exchanged a glance with Zhiyi and was so frightened that he trembled all over. Even stuttering as he spoke, Zhiyi, I'm just following the rules. I really don't have any intention to obstruct you. To them, as small characters, Zhiyi wanting to register a partner was just something to gossip about behind the scenes. They truly didn't have the guts to intervene. He was just an ordinary little dog. After finally getting a job, he really didn't want to become a pawn in the game between the big shots. Is this what Hal meant? Zhiyi directly called out the name of the current president of the Alliance, making the dog beast man feel even more uncomfortable. The dog beast man didn't dare to speak. Since there is no file, it shouldn't be difficult for you to create one on the spot, right? Zhiyi patted Zhiyi's hand to soothe Snake's little emotions. Her gentle gaze on Zhiyi instantly turned cold and piercing when it fell on the dog beast man. This, of course it's not difficult, but the dog beast man stuttered, wanting to say something but hesitating. I understand your concerns. Please do it according to my request as soon as possible. I will pay you 5 million star coins as a reward, enough for you to buy this job, and I will ensure your safety. Zhiyi didn't want to make it difficult for this little dog. She slightly lowered her eyes, turned her wrist, and pushed a card in front of the dog beast man. Zhiyi. The dog beastman's eyes widened instantly. He swallowed hard, already feeling a bit restless. It really isn't difficult. The dog beast man couldn't resist this huge temptation. This was more than enough for him to buy this job. Even if he worked like a horse for 100 years, he would never earn 5 million star coins. Money can make dogs do work. This was a job that even a dog would refuse to do. After finishing this job, he would resign. The dog beast man quickly created a new file for Zhiyi, recorded the identity information, and then swiftly organized the partnership registration form, to place it in front of Lu Zhiyi and Lu Qi. The starry sky doesn't prohibit duplicate names. Just to argue a bit, this Lu Qi is not the same as that Lu Qi. In fact, if Lu Zhiyi really wanted to confront the Alliance, it wasn't necessary to register this information. Worst case, she could establish her own authority. But in the end, it was the Alliance that couldn't afford to play this game. Z. Lu Qi softly murmured, rubbing his fingers over her name. The intense warmth seemed to flow through his fingertips into his heart. Lu Qi realized he was becoming greedier, not only wanting to stand beside Lu Zhiyi, but also wanting the entire starry sky to know about this, forcing them to acknowledge it, letting them all know that Lu Zhiyi loved him. I'm done. Lu Zhiyi put down the pen in her hand, resting her chin in her hand as she looked at Lu Qi. Snake's serious and obedient appearance truly made her heart soften. Snake probably read every word clearly, afraid of missing something. Lu Zhiyi didn't rush Lu Qi. She just watched patiently, waiting. The little dog beside them was really going to be envious to death. How could a wanderer like Lu Qi receive the favor of Lu Zhiyi, the underground little lover they had gossiped about for more than 2 years? Really going to rise up? No. The little dog could also make other beastmen envious. He was now a 5 million star coin dog. Lu Qi solemnly wrote the 2 characters Lu Qi after Lu Zhiyi's name, 1 stroke at a time. Register quickly. Lu Qi pushed the 2 forms in front of the dog beastman. He could no longer wait to appear in Lu Zhiyi's relationship web. The dog beastman complained inwardly. Weren't you not in a hurry when you signed, just now? Why are you rushing me now? All right. The dog beastman immediately put on a professional smile, and the characters on the screen jumped quickly. In less than a moment, a new partner, Lu Qi, was added to Lu Zhiyi's relationship web. At the same time, the beastmen who had been keeping an eye on Lu Zhiyi's relationship web instantly received this new message, and the entire star network exploded. Strawberry cake-loving bear, what? What? The underground lover really rose up. Watermelon-loving cow horse, raising a paw to ask, will the Alliance really agree to this relationship? No matter how much Lu Qi has been whitewashed, his identity is still a wanderer. Is it really that dog horse from the Information Registration Office who didn't want to work that agreed? Jealous of 5 million? The dog horse from the Information Registration Office is here. Everyone knows what is going on with the Alliance. Originally, there was a poor little dog who drew the short straw to host Lu Zhiyi. At first, he was so scared he almost cried after just a few words. But then he was made happy by Lu Zhiyi with money. How much did she throw? Look at my ID. Dog working hard at SU, same as a dog. Why don't I have 5 million? Jealous, envious, but I still want to wish Lu Zhiyi and Lu Qi well. They registered as partners without doing anything immoral. Instead of worrying about this, they might as well finish their work first. And the marriage certificate. Lu Qi tugged at Lu Zhiyi's clothes, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, a happy smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Snake knew that he wanted what the wolf, fox, and tiger had. Snap! The dog beastman quickly stood up, working even more actively than Lu Zhiyi and Lu Qi. The little dog wanted to tell Lu Zhiyi that her 5 million spent on the little dog was definitely worth it. Ever since Lu Zhiyi made this little red book popular, the red curtain of the Information Registration Office had become even more exquisite, and the photo equipment was the most advanced, producing high-quality images. Lu Qi held Lu Zhiyi's hand tightly, capturing the beautiful moments that belonged to them. Winter was about to end, the ice and snow melting, and Snake would soon welcome the blooming spring. Chapter 190, he embraces his moon. The 4 beasts around Lu Zhiyi are not short of money. Each one is thinking about occupying the most special scene in Lu Zhiyi's memory on the day of registering their partners. One can only say that not much is left for the big lion. Interstellar transportation is mainly dominated by starships, while cruise ships have become a boring pastime. The cruise ship sails through the vast sea, and the evening breeze brushes against Lu Zhiyi's cheek. She wonders if it's her illusion. But tonight's wind and moonlight feel exceptionally gentle. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, that bone-chilling wind and snow slowly fade away. The white-silver light spills down, landing on her body, and the blue fishtail skirt shimmers with tiny diamonds, seemingly merging with the moonlight. Lu Zhiyi stands on the spacious open deck, lazily resting her hands on the railing. She lowers her gaze, watching the twinkling starlight reflected on the sea, forming a sea of stars. Powerful footsteps approach from behind her, and her smile unconsciously deepens. Zhiyi. Lu Qi wraps his arms around Lu Zhiyi's waist from behind, looking down at her with eyes filled with a mad obsession. His naked love is even brighter than the bright moon in the sky, as the moonlight spills down. He embraces his moon. Lu Qi can't help but let out a low laugh from his throat, the gloom of his usual demeanor gone. like a spirited young man embracing his greatest pride. The atmosphere of desire fills the air as Lu Zhi touches the large hand on her waist, involuntarily sighing. Lu Qi. Before she fell in love with Lu Qi, she really didn't want to see this annoying drifter, and she even shot him once. Thinking of this, Lu Zhi subconsciously turns to touch the area around Lu Qi's waist. What's wrong? Even through his clothes, Lu Qi feels a spark ignite in his eyes, his breath deepening. Is this spot painful? Lu Zhi lightly pokes with her fingertip. Not painful, I like it. Lu Qi instantly recalls a scar on his waist, long since healed by Lu Zhi's abilities, leaving no trace. This is your first mark on me. Mark? Lu Zhi looks at Lu Qi helplessly, pinching his waist with a playful glare. What are you thinking about all day? She really did consider taking his life back then, making this mark quite unique. I miss you. Lu Qi answers straightforwardly, his gaze intense as he grasps the mischief at her waist. Don't tempt me anymore. Tempt? Lu Zhi is momentarily stunned. What do you mean by that? They are both dressed, haven't kissed, and have only exchanged a few words and a gentle pinch. Then keep your distance. Lu Zhi lightly pushes against Lu Qi's chest. Though she doesn't use much force, he stumbles back a few steps, like someone trying to avoid a collision. Lu Zhi raises an eyebrow, lazily leaning against the railing, her knees slightly bent, and her toes playfully hooking around Lu Qi's calf. In a moment of surprise, she lightly kicks him. Then what does this count as? Just playing with you. Lu Qi swallows hard, his gaze glued to her, his voice hoarse. Playing? Playing. Lu Zhi thinks the things Lu Qi says are becoming increasingly absurd. She realizes she should never think of him as being normal. Their snake is truly special. Lu Qi gives a soft hum in response to Lu Zhi. Zhi. Lu Qi moves closer to her, their noses almost touching, their breaths entwined, before he halts. Lu Zhi. Lu Qi kisses her eyes softly, tenderly, his large hand tracing her outline. I used to hate the arrival of night and didn't like the cold bright moon on the horizon. But since I met you, I yearn for a sliver of the moon's affection. He once begged humbly and also stole in darkness. His thoughts were too filthy, so he carefully hid them away, coming to her side, cleansed and pure. You are my moon, my bright moon, the only light in my darkness. So I beg you, do not withdraw the light that falls on me. Lu Zhi closes her eyes, feeling the soft touch on her eyelids, the rough pads of his fingers rubbing against her face, listening to his confession and the pounding of his heart. Suddenly, she notices a dazzling light rising around them, her long eyelashes fluttering, sweeping away large shadows. In fact, I also want to illuminate the bright moon. Lu Qi takes Lu Zhi's hand, intertwining their fingers, whispering carefully his request in her ear. Lu Zhi turns around, the lights reflecting in her eyes, sparkling brilliantly, closely surrounding the bright moon. She wonders if it's her illusion, but this moon indeed seems to shine brighter. No, it's not just the simple lights in the sky. Each word and phrase on every bright light is meticulously inscribed by Lu Qi, and every character within is about Lu Zhi, all of them expressing Lu Qi's love for her, wishing Lu Zhi to be free from disaster and harm, always joyful. May this world always be worth Lu Zhi's love and deserving of her tenderness. With Lu Zhi, every day is filled with gentle moonlight and a soft evening breeze. With Lu Zhi around, even the winter snow feels less biting. Lu Zhi will forever shine brightly. It is not that Lu Zhi is loved by this world, but rather that this world is loved by Lu Zhi. His intention should always stand on the active side, freely controlling this world. There are a total of 3,000 bright lights. Lu Qi buries his head in her neck, causing her to feel a tingling sensation. Why 3,000? Lu Zhi raises her chin, gazing at the bright lights in the sky, lifting her hand to sketch this beautiful scene in the air. Because I also want to send the Lu Zhi from over 3,000 years ago. The Lu Zhi from that time suffered greatly. That apocalypse was not gentle at all. Lu Qi's answer surprises Lu Zhi. Lu Zhi's body trembles violently. In that instant, her mind races through countless meanings related to 3,000. Or perhaps this number holds a unique significance for Lu Qi. This is Lu Zhi's third year in the interstellar realm. She can no longer feel the suffering of the apocalypse, occasionally recalling it only with myriad emotions and longing for friends and family. Even she feels that the Lu Zhi from the apocalypse should be buried in the flow of time. Lu Qi. Lu Zhi glances back, her eyes suddenly glistening with moisture, the light in her eyes illuminating his figure. Lu Zhi stands on her tiptoes, encircling Lu Qi's neck, and under his affectionate embrace, she touches his thin lips, slowly deepening the kiss. Chapter 191. the snake. At night, the wind and waves on the sea grew stronger, with the waves crashing against the cruise ship, playing a unique nocturne. However, for some beasts, these waves were not a pleasant melody. Behind every leader is a group of underlings who safeguard their love. Not far from the cruise ship, on a small boat, two somewhat busy figures were seen. Oh, and there was one flying in the air. Sigh. How long will it take to organize these 3,000 lanterns? Lucin showed a helpless expression while sorting a lantern in his hands. Flying in the air, silently caught one lantern after another that was about to fall. They are all lanterns. Why must the boss light them with fire? If he put a chip inside, they could shine all night and fly back automatically. How great would that be? Lucy expressed his confusion. Perhaps this is why the boss has won the favor of Deacon Lou, why you were disliked by the female Mississippi. Although Lou San felt that this tedious work was exhausting, it did not stop him from thinking Lucy was a fool. Do you understand romance? Of course. Lucy retorted confidently. Suddenly, Lou Air descended from the air and kicked Lucy hard on the back, saying, "Wash your dirty hands. The boss wants these lanterns back as collectibles. They are more important than selling you." Stop arguing. How many lanterns have I sorted? 1,056? 1,065? Lucin paused. Suddenly slapped Lucy. "It's all your fault. So annoying." The room had heavy curtains drawn, and although it was already noon, it remained dark. Zhiyi turned over, gradually regaining consciousness, her abilities running wildly within her, flowing like a warm current through every corner of her body, making her sigh in comfort. "Awake?" Lu Qi called softly, lying on his side, propping his head with one hand, while the other affectionately pinched Lu Zhiyi's earlobe. Lu Zhiyi hummed lightly, swatting away the large hand on her ear. He watched as Lu Zhiyi used her abilities to erase the marks on her body, turning her back to him. Mumbling a bit aggrieved, "Why did you remove the mark I gave you? Are you afraid they will see? You're so biased. Slut." The last two words Lu Qi said were super quiet, but Lu Zhiyi still heard them. "What do you mean by slut? It's clearly them who insisted on having her give a home. She just divided her heart into 4 parts. Lu Zhiyi kicked out her little leg hidden under the quilt, lightly kicking a certain snake. "I didn't. It hurt too much. That's why I used my abilities to heal my body and accidentally remove the mark too." Lu Zhiyi huffed, getting angrier the more she thought about it, sitting up and grabbing Lu Qi's ear. Oh, the snake doesn't have a tail, so she grabbed his hair instead. The snake looked a bit more fragile than the wolf, fox, and tiger, but he had. "Lu Zhiyi, you haven't been tossed around like this in a long time. Don't get angry. Don't get angry." Lu Qi heard Lu Zhiyi's first half of the sentence, knowing that his little female recognized his strength, and quickly buried his head in Lu Zhiyi's chest to curry favor. Even if his hair was being pulled a bit painfully, he didn't get angry. "Don't just pull my hair. Hitting me is fine too." The snake's obedient face. Lu Qi produced a tail and wrapped it around Lu Zhiyi's ankle, the tip of his tail gently tapping her little foot. Is the fierce snake being cute? Lu Zhiyi felt her heart itching from the snake's tail, her hand unconsciously loosening, and when she looked down, she saw a large expanse of beauty. Although the snake appeared a bit weak compared to the other 3 beasts, our snake was definitely slim in clothes, but had muscles when undressed. Not a single block of those 8-pack abs missing. Not to mention the snake was exceptionally fair. Don't make a fuss. Don't make a fuss. Lu Zhiyi resolutely resisted the temptation of beauty. If it happened again, her body would fall apart. Lu Zhiyi threw off the quilt and pushed Lu Qi's head away, narrowing her eyes slightly, threateningly grabbing the tip of the snake's tail, causing Lu Qi's tail to stiffen. In that moment of confusion, Lu Zhiyi slipped off the bed. Lu Qi watched Lu Zhiyi quickly dart into the bathroom, unsure whether to be happy that he was so great or sad that she found him too great. The hardworking snake also got up, tidying the bedding, changing the duvet cover, organizing clothes, purifying the air, preparing lunch. Lu Zhiyi comfortably soaked in the bath for half an hour, her hair casually tied up in a bun, her graceful figure stretching, her fair skin soft as silk, with a few mischievous droplets of water sliding down her neck. Clearly such a sexy scene, but it was transformed by a big yellow duck home outfit. Lu Zhiyi clattered down the stairs in slippers, and when she looked up, she met Lu Qi's mournful little gaze, paired with the apron around his waist, looking more like a slightly aggrieved little husband. "Zhiyi, are you on guard against me?" Lu Qi said pitifully. "No, absolutely not. How could that be?" Lu Zhiyi denied 3 times after last night. She would never be fooled by the act of being delicate again. "I usually dress like this at home." Lu Zhiyi looked seriously at Lu Qi. "If you think there's a problem, it's definitely because you pay too little attention to me. No problem. Lu Qi shook his head repeatedly. Then it's settled. Let's eat. Lu Zhiyi felt she had successfully deceived him, shaking her head with a hint of pride, a shallow smile on her lips. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting dappled shadows on the solid wood dining table. The sea breeze with a hint of saltiness quietly slipped into the dining room, intertwining with the warm atmosphere to create a tranquil scene. Louis glanced out the window. The vast blue sea stretched endlessly, shimmering, with the waves crashing and creating soft sounds. Do you like watching the sea? Lu Qi sat down next to Lu Zhi, arranging the seafood he had already shelled and prepared on a plate in front of her. Even the dipping sauce was adjusted to her taste. Yes, looking at the sea makes one unconsciously relax. Lu Zhi leaned back lazily, her lips slightly curling up, a few strands of hair tangling in the sea breeze, gently floating. You know, the sea in the apocalypse is a poisonous abyss, completely dark, with the seabed piled high with various corpses. Then can we stay here a few more days? Lu Qi rested his chin on Lu Zhiyi's shoulder, tilting his head slightly, his eyes sparkling, gently wrapping his arms around her waist. Lu Zhiyi shook her head, and Lu Qi's eyes fell slightly, gently biting Lu Zhiyi's ear to vent his little emotions. All right then. Lu Qi said this, but in his heart, he secretly noted it down. As for how Lu Zhiyi would compensate, the snake indicated that it could only be understood and not spoken. I'll accompany you again after some time. Lu Zhiyi forked a shrimp and held it to Lu Qi's mouth. We have a guest at home. We have to go back and greet them. Lu Zhiyi turned her gaze back to the sea, the tenderness in her eyes instantly dissipating, her cold gaze reflecting a murderous intent. Chapter 192, Uninvited Guest. Wen Hao and Zhi. Lu Qi saw the guest mentioned by Lu Zhiyi, Wen Hao. TSK. It's this thing that disturbed him, and Zhiyi. Lu Qi's gaze suddenly became bloodthirsty and dark, his scarlet eyes fixed intently on Wen Hao. Wen Hao's spine tightened, feeling as if he were being watched by a venomous snake, sending chills down his spine. He couldn't help but raise his voice to bolster his courage. Lu Qi, if you don't want those eyes anymore, the chairman can dig them out for you. The more Wen Hao thought, the angrier he became. His bodyguard was blocked outside the garden, and he had waited in the reception hall for a full 3 hours. What were he Jingquan, Lin Xian, and He Linqing doing? None of them took him seriously. Moreover, even that robot treated him with a cold demeanor. He Jingquan and He Linqing were known for their peculiar tempers in the galaxy. He wouldn't stoop to their level, but even Lin Xian, after spending too much time with Lu Zhiyi, had become abnormal. He had finally waited for Lu Zhiyi to return, intending to reprimand her for her actions due to his status. Yet this Lu Qi had the audacity to show murderous intent towards him. This was simply outrageous. He, Wen Hao, was the current chairman of the Galactic Alliance. He stood at the pinnacle of this tower and deserved the respect of everyone, including these lowly wanderers. What kind of talk is that, Chairman? You know what these past few days have meant for Lu Qi and me. Yet you insist on coming here to disturb us with such annoying matters. Lu Zhiyi sat down leisurely across from Wen Hao, raising her chin and looking down at him. Wen Hao's hawk-like eyes were filled with calculation, making one feel uncomfortable. As soon as Lu Zhiyi sat down, Xiao Qiu ran over to hand her a cup of hot tea. She took a small sip and continued sarcastically, My Lu Qi can't compare to you. He is over 20 years younger than you and in the prime of his youth. Our passion is at its peak, yet you hurried over to splash cold water on us. Don't say he is not nice to you. I'm not either. Lu Zhiyi. Her words felt like a slap to Wen Hao's face, making his face redden with anger, his chest heaving violently. Know your place. I'm the chairman of the entire alliance, and you're just a minor planet's executive chairman. You should obey me and treat me with respect. As soon as Wen Hao finished speaking, for icy gazes fell upon him, making him feel uneasy. The 3-hour wait had stripped away all of Wen Hao's pretense. He was well aware that Lu Zhiyi was dissatisfied with him, and those 4 foolish beasts were also dissatisfied with him. So what was there to pretend? It was better to just let it out. No matter what, he was still the chairman, and Lu Zhiyi couldn't hurt him in the slightest. You all go out. Lu Zhiyi waved her hand dismissively behind her, glancing lightly at Wen Hao. It seems our chairman can't handle stimulation. He is a bit fragile. Okay. The beasts responded in unison, except for Zhiyi. He Jingquan and He Linqing dragged the stubborn Lu Qi out from either side, while Lin Xian was responsible for closing the door. The heavy door closed, leaving only Lu Zhiyi and Wen Hao in the opulent reception hall, the atmosphere instantly becoming tense. You, Lu Qi, who had been forcibly dragged away, was about to say something when he was cut off by He Linqing's words. There are cameras in the reception hall. We could just check the footage. TSK. Lulu must want to stand up for you. You must be happy. He Jingchuan said with a hint of sourness, patting Lu Qi's shoulder. Lu Zhiyi in the reception hall noticed something and raised an eyebrow in a particular direction, smiling faintly. Wen Hao, if you have any dissatisfaction, just say it. It's quite a hassle for you to personally come to the garden. Lu Zhiyi sneered, playing with the teacup at her fingertips, her gaze disdainful as she averted her eyes from Wen Hao. Wen Hao, she dared to call his name directly. Lu Zhiyi, I am indeed dissatisfied. The entire alliance is dissatisfied. You really have a big ego. Wen Hao slammed the table and stood up, accusing Lu Zhiyi angrily. The good things you've done recently have severely affected the alliance's image. Your reckless actions against the Dark Zone are 1. Forming a partnership with the Wanderer Lu Qi is 2. Disrespecting me is 3. With just these 3, you, Lu Zhiyi, should bow and apologize before me. How about adding a 4? Lu Zhiyi threw the teacup in her hand, hitting the finger Wen Hao was pointing at her. Wen Hao was caught off guard by this blow, his finger bending painfully. Wen Hao, you should recognize the difference in status between you and me. Lu Zhiyi stood up, slowly advancing towards Wen Hao, each step exuding an extreme sense of pressure. You really think of yourself as the chairman? You are just a waste temporarily pushed up, an injured eagle placed at a height it can't normally reach, foolishly thinking it's a dragon. Every word from Lu Zhiyi pierced Wen Hao's heart like sharp blades, cruelly tearing off his mask. Wen Hao truly hated such words. Since he took office, those nobles had looked down on him, and his subordinates compared him to Helan Zhi. He had climbed to this position with great difficulty, yet they viewed it as mere luck. Idisha superficially showed him some respect, but she merely used him as a pawn. The Idisha family supported him in the galaxy while he secretly helped their influence infiltrate the alliance. The respect he received was just a facade, all a transaction, all fake. Lu Zhiyi, you dare to hurt me. Wen Hao found it hard to believe, trembling with anger. If I can't leave the garden safely, you, Lu Zhiyi, will be met with the scorn of the entire galaxy. Wen Hao, Lu Zhiyi casually pulled out a folding knife from her wristband space, flipping it in her fingers, reflecting a terrifying cold light. You seem to have forgotten my abilities. I will ensure you leave the garden safely and completely. Lu Zhiyi made this statement particularly clear, twisting her wrist as the knife approached Wen Hao's neck. The speed was so fast that Wen Hao didn't even see how she made her move. Suddenly, Wen Hao realized he had walked into a tiger's den. He should have impulsively come to the garden to provoke Lu Zhiyi and Lu Qi. Wen Hao was furious that Lu Zhiyi had truly formed a partnership with a wanderer, and even angrier that that reckless beastman had helped them register successfully. If he rashly changed things, it would likely cause a storm in the galaxy. He thought to use his identity to pressure Lu Zhiyi and Lu Qi, wanting Lu Zhiyi to see how he would insult Lu Qi, wanting to trample on Lu Zhiyi's face and make their relationship uncomfortable. As a result, Lu Zhiyi stepped forward once more, and Wen Hao drew a line of blood, the drops staining the precious carpet. Chapter 193. My relationship with Lu Zhiyi does not allow your interference, Lu Zhiyi. Wen Hao gritted his teeth, feeling that he was not someone to be trifled with. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Zhiyi was female, how could he possibly keep tolerating her? Wen Hao's fingers curled, and his nails suddenly became extremely sharp, like eagle claws, fiercely slashing towards Lu Zhiyi. Over 50 and still just a small A rank. What courage do you have to fight me? Lu Zhiyi said calmly, dodging to the side without panic, raising her hand to strike at Wen Hao's neck from behind. A cough cough. Wen Hao stumbled forward, and for once he managed to be agile, supporting himself on the table to avoid falling to the ground in embarrassment. A rank? Wen Hao laughed in anger, his voice hoarse and unpleasant, as if his throat had been crushed. Did this Lu Zhiyi think that A ranks were as common as cabbages in the interstellar world? She just happened to have some luck and a decent face, which attracted a few S ranks who were infatuated with her. Wen Hao felt that the situation was not good. The remnants of his rationality told him he couldn't continue to entangle with Lu Zhiyi. He opened his light brain to send a distress signal to the Alliance, only to be surprised to find his signal blocked. Wen Hao's teeth were about to shatter. This place was truly bizarre. What's wrong? Want to call for backup? Lu Zhiyi smirked, taking advantage of Wen Hao's moment of distraction. She slightly twisted her wrist, and a folding knife plunged directly into Wen Hao's lower back, piercing through flesh. Wen Hao coughed up blood, opening his mouth wide in shock, trembling as he stood up, glaring at Lu Zhiyi. Lu Zhiyi, are you trying to become an enemy of the Alliance? Wen Hao released his A-rank pressure towards Lu Zhiyi, but to her, it was hardly even a tickle. The anger in Wen Hao's eyes intensified, If his fury could materialize, it might just burn the entire place to the ground. Unfortunately, impotent rage. Lu Ziyi's gaze scrutinized Wen Hao, seemingly puzzled as to why this seemingly strong eagle beast man was so fragile. How could I possibly be an enemy of the Alliance? I simply dislike you. Lu Ziyi sighed lightly, pouring herself a cup of hot tea. Wen Hao watched Lu Ziyi, realizing it was a good opportunity for a sneak attack. He extended his claws towards her, fantasizing about snapping Lu Ziyi's neck in one blow. As Lu Ziyi moved, Wen Hao missed, crashing heavily into the tea table and smashing the exquisite tea set. Lu Ziyi frowned, feeling a bit pained over her tea set, and directly stepped on Wen Hao's back, grinding it down. Wen Hao, this tea set is worth over 10,000 star coins. You wouldn't dare to back out on me, would you? This action didn't cause much harm, but was extremely humiliating. Wen Hao struggled to get up, but a knife pierced through the back of his hand, pinning him to the tea table. Another shrill cry of pain erupted. Wen Hao's eyes turned red, the stench of blood permeating the air, and he suddenly felt his consciousness blur. This crazy female, what sort of female carries so many knives at home? A lunatic, a downright lunatic. He would definitely expose this malicious female's true face on the Star Network. At this moment, Wolf raised his hand to respond, saying he often replenishes weapons in Lu Ziyi's space. Does it hurt? Lu Ziyi asked with concern. What do you think? Blood continued to spill from the corner of Wen Hao's mouth, both disgusting and terrifying. Lu Ziyi sat down on the sofa, lazily lifting her eyelids, her indifferent gaze taking in Wen Hao's miserable state. Her demeanor as an upper hand made it difficult for Wen Hao to even breathe. Wen Hao, I only give you this one chance. My relationship with Lu Qi does not allow your interference, and my partner is not something you can manipulate. In the future, if anyone dares to influence my relationship with Lu Qi or speaks about him behind my back, and it reaches my ears, I will hold you responsible, regardless of your connections. Wen Hao's breath hitched as he felt fear towards this young girl, Lu Ziyi. Cough, cough. Lu Qi is just a drifter. What you're doing breaks the entire interstellar rules. Wen Hao, losing blood continuously, felt dizzy. He gritted his teeth and forcefully pulled out the dagger in his hand, blood splattering everywhere, revealing a glimpse of white bone. Wen Hao stood up with one good hand, his steps unsteady, and the spiritual energy within him became increasingly agitated under Lu Ziyi's provocation. What was Wen Hao like now? A tenacious cockroach? TSK. Lu Ziyi suddenly found Wen Hao's uninjured hand displeasing. Wen Hao felt Lu Ziyi's figure sway. She had been sitting on the sofa just a second ago. How did she suddenly appear before him in the blink of an eye? Didn't Lu Ziyi have a powerful healing ability? Why could her speed be so fast? Holin Qing is proud, not even looking at whose student this is. Lu Ziyi scoffed. You interstellar people know too little about abilities in the apocalypse. Knock on the blackboard. When an ability user reaches the peak state, their speed, strength, and senses will all increase. Wen Hao gritted his teeth, his entire body filled with hostility. He concentrated powerful spiritual energy in his palm and suddenly raised the dagger to stab at Lu Ziyi, embodying a desperate stance. TSK, a mere A rank. Yet the momentum isn't small. Lu Ziyi's tone was calm. She gently lifted her hand, gripping Wen Hao's wrist. With a forceful twist, the dagger turned back and plunged into his own hand in front of Wen Hao's incredulous eyes. A shocking blood mark spread across Wen Hao's entire arm. Flesh and blood mangled. Wen Hao found a good excuse for his failure. Lu Ziyi must have relied on Lin Xian to study some kind of drug to enhance her strength, which was why she could easily crush him. An A rank. Do you want to continue? Lu Ziyi kicked Wen Hao in the chest, pinning him down, her movements smooth and impressive. The four beastmen monitoring from the back transformed into little fans, staring at Lu Ziyi infatuatedly. The Alliance will no longer intervene in your matters with Lu Qi. Wen Hao swallowed a mouthful of blood, unwillingly lowering his head. Is there more? Lu Ziyi narrowed her eyes. Was this the chairman's attitude? To Wen Hao, this word chairman sounded very sarcastic. He had already imagined countless scenarios of Lu Ziyi mocking him. The eagle claws tore through the precious blanket, the dirty blood staining it. Lu Ziyi's brow furrowed tightly. After this fight, she had truly suffered a significant loss. Not only had she ruined a set of teaware, but also a large blanket. Lu Steward, it's my fault. Please forgive me. Wen Hao lowered his gaze, concealing the surging hatred within. Chapter 194. Alliance S-Rank Authority. All right. I'll give you a way to apologize. Lu Ziyi kicked Wen Hao lightly, like kicking trash. You said, cough, cough. Every word Wen Hao spoke felt like he was about to cough up blood. Every movement sent waves of intense pain from his wounds, as if they were going to tear him apart. I need the Alliance's S-Rank authority. Are you crazy? Lu Zhiyi lifted her foot, and the next second, she stepped directly on Wen Hao's face, clearly indicating that the chairman still did not understand his current situation. Lu Zhiyi felt like she was becoming a villain from a TV drama, enjoying stepping on people and wanted to kick a few more times whenever she was displeased. She was about to knock Wen Hao senseless, yet he was being stubborn. Don't worry, this won't put you in a difficult position. I need your authority. Fine. Wen Hao's face was pale. He had no other choice but to agree to Lu Zhiyi for now. Once he left the Yuan, he could take revenge on Lu Zhiyi later. He also needed to trouble the steward to help him treat his wounds and let him go. Since Wen Hao took office, the most humiliating and embarrassing moment had happened in front of Lu Zhiyi. If interfering with Lu Zhiyi and Lu Qichuan was purely for the sake of maintaining the Alliance's reputation and the hints from the Yi family, then from this day forward, he had completely come to hate Lu Zhiyi. One day, he would definitely step on Lu Zhiyi, drink her blood, and skin her alive. By the way, I almost forgot something. Lu Zhiyi's lips curled into a smile, and her melodious laughter sounded to Wen Hao like a death knell. Lu Qichuan, come over here. Lu Zhiyi called out. Wen Hao's nerves instantly tensed. He looked around to confirm that there were no other beastmen in sight before he heavily sighed in relief. His previous embarrassment must not be seen by any beastmen other than Lu Zhiyi. No, Lu Qichuan is coming. How could a lowly wanderer see him in such a state? Lu Zhiyi, don't go too far. Wen Hao met Lu Zhiyi's gaze, but the last word got stuck in his throat, and he weakly lowered his hand. Footsteps approached, and Wen Hao looked up, staring fiercely at Lu Qichuan, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Today, Wen Hao thoroughly understood the saying, under someone's roof, one must bow their head. Lu Qichuan stood obediently next to Lu Zhiyi, a hint of pride on his face. Ever since we came out of the dark zone, our snake's spirit has been a bit sensitive. Your actions these past few days have hurt him. It shouldn't be too much to apologize to him. Before Lu Zhiyi could finish her sentence, Lu Qichuan quickly pressed down his lips, skillfully displaying a broken expression. Wen Hao endured the intense pain and crawled up from the ground, the wounds on his arms constantly reminding him of the humiliation he suffered today. I'm sorry. Lu Qichuan. Wen Hao bit down hard on the name, Lu Qichuan, the resentment in his eyes no longer hidden. The kind-hearted snake waved his hand and seriously replied, I'll forgive you this time. How could a leader of wanderers be kind? He was just trying to disgust Wen Hao. Are you satisfied now, Steward Lu? Wen Hao weakly knelt on the ground, most of his clothes already stained red with blood. Satisfied. Lu Zhiyi generously used her abilities to help Wen Hao with his wounds. Wen Hao didn't have time to catch his breath before another sharp pain shot through his arm. A sharp needle piercing his skin as the drug in the syringe was forcibly injected into his body. How could this madwoman Lu Zhiyi have so many things on her? This is something I brought back from the Dark Zone, a good item, an antidote, which should have disappeared with the Dark Zone and the starry skies. But you don't have to worry. I can save you. Lu Zhiyi said seriously, as long as I finish looking at what I want with my authority, I will immediately undo the poison in you. Lu Qichuan gazed at Lu Zhiyi with admiration. She was so bad, he really liked her. All right. Wen Hao responded on the surface, but in his heart, he secretly planned to find several top-tier doctors to help him detoxify. There is still 5 hours left until the poison takes effect, which means I need to get what I want within these 5 hours. Lu Zhiyi's casual remark cut off all of Wen Hao's retreat routes. Snake, you and Xian stay back to watch the house. Let Jing Chuan and the professor accompany me to send the chairman back to the Alliance. Huaxing Political Center Building. Chairman, Steward Lu, Director He, Professor Helan. The beastmen in the building were still in shock, unable to hide their expressions as they watched several big shots pass by in front of them, while the usually imposing chairman followed behind Steward Lu like an unnamed minor character. Alliance Workers Group Chat, Special for Gossip, Front Hall Old Cat, Alarm. Steward Lu is coming. Little beastman from the next bureau. Is it because of Lu Qichuan? Steward Lu is too protective. Goo Goo Bear. Lu Zhiyi is being too much. She doesn't even care about our alliance, treating the chairman like this for a wanderer. Latest gossip. The chairman was in a Yuan for 4 hours before coming out. Who knows how much humiliation he suffered in those 4 hours. Old cow watching the water dispenser. But the chairman doesn't look like he's missing an arm or a leg, nor does he seem to have suffered anything. Besides, Steward Lu isn't unreasonable. She's quite good to beastmen. Goo Goo Bear. TSK. Don't forget what Lu Zhiyi's abilities are. Even if the chairman really lost an arm or a leg, she could still forcibly bring it back. Front Hall Old Cat. Friendly reminder from Old Cat. There's a mole. D. Old cow watching the water dispenser, Goo Bear. Directly calling out Steward Lu's name isn't good. Until there's evidence, we should refrain from making random statements. Goo Bear, which side are you on? How can you defend Lu Zhiyi? Little Beastman from the next bureau. A little calculation shows you don't like Steward Lu. Be careful. Wen Hao was sandwiched between He Jingchuan and He Lanqing like a prisoner being escorted. He Jingchuan sensed Wen Hao's anger and his face showed impatience. He was already annoyed that he couldn't be close to the fragrant and lovely Lu. Now this old man was giving him a hard time. He Lanqing was cold and indifferent, not at all regarding Wen Hao. Compared to He Jingchuan, Wen Hao was even less willing to face He Lanqing, the son of the former chairman. Embarrassing himself in front of He Lanqing was no different from slapping him in the face. Under Wen Hao's lead, Lu Zhiyi entered the Huaxing Political Center building without hindrance. This place, He Lanqing had spent countless times in as a child. The originally luxurious decorations had become gaudy under Wen Hao's handling. His eyes finally showed a hint of fluctuation as he glanced sideways at Wen Hao. Wen Hao's position probably wouldn't last long. Chapter 195. Helping Simon review the past is done. Wen Hao brought Lu Zhiyi into his office, pushing open a nondescript hidden door next to the bookshelf, entering the secret room. His teeth chattered as he nervously opened the S-level permissions exclusive to the position of the Alliance president. A massive blue screen floated in the center, the cold blue light casting shadows in the dim room. The moment the permissions were activated, the blue light surged, and the entire screen seemed to come alive. Layers of encrypted data flowing like a galaxy, ultimately converging into a complex network diagram, with the core S-level permissions area slowly unfolding. The screen displayed densely packed, rapidly scrolling classified information, each line of data containing power capable of shaking the foundations of the Alliance. The S-level permissions of the Alliance can only be held by past presidents, and according to Wen Hao's identity, he should have been willing to die rather than betray the S-level secrets. Unfortunately, Wen Hao was weak-willed, coveting power and fearing death. His existence would become a complete joke for the entire Alliance, as the powerful figures throughout the stars secretly observed the battle team, already waiting for the next president to take office. Lu Zhiyi cast a glance, and He Jingchuan and He Lanqing immediately understood, forcefully dragging Wen Hao into the secret room, one on each side. He Jingchuan even hacked into the building's surveillance system right in front of Wen Hao, ready to delete any records unfavorable to Lu Zhiyi. Meanwhile, He Lanqing idly played with a folding knife in his hand, the sharp blade glinting coldly, sending chills down Wen Hao's spine as he recalled the torment Lu Zhiyi had inflicted on him. The thought of the secretive organization was filled with lunatics. The characters on the screen scrolled at lightning speed under Lu Zhiyi's control, pulling up all the files of the Simon family. As she had expected, the entire Simon family, including Simon's uncle Kalen, had been marked with the stamp of death, perishing on the night of the insect invasion. Their bodies were either devoured by the insects or consumed by fire. In any case, they had died completely, leaving nothing behind. If it was indeed an insect invasion, then why was there no impact within 100 miles of the Simon family's ancestral home? Although the reason given was revenge, low-level insects are similar to zombies, lacking consciousness and rationality. Perhaps this question had been raised by a beastman back then and was simply silenced. Lu Zhiyi called up the records of the Alliance's past appointments. President He Lanqing, Vice President Wen Li, with Wen Hao as Wen Li's assistant. Her fingers paused as she focused intently on Wen Li's name, then pulled up Wen Li's file. Wen Li's file was marked as S-level, with a notation made by He Lanqing. He had died 20 years ago and was once a member of the Alliance's secret cabinet. Wen Li had a brief romantic relationship with He Lanqing, and he and Wen Hao were half-siblings. Wen Li's time of death was a year after the destruction of the Simon family, and after Wen Li's death, the then Director of Information Registration, Zhiyi, ran for the new vice presidency and has held it ever since. What relationship did Wen Li's death have with the extermination of the Simon family? The secret party is a knife hidden in the shadows of the Alliance, responsible for eliminating all forces detrimental to the Alliance. And the secret party also disappeared in the year of Wen Li's death. According to Z's words, the Simon family had become a significant threat to the existence of the Alliance, even if they had no ulterior motives. The Alliance had every incentive to strike first for its own interests. Their essay saying, ISNT there? Better to mistakenly kill than to let go. At the same time the Simon family was exterminated, some prominent families on other planets were also assassinated. These seemingly unrelated events could connect in an invisible way. Lu Zhiyi copied all the information, shutting down the system, plunging the entire secret room into darkness. Her mind was overloaded with too much information, and she felt a severe headache. Zhiyi, quickly detoxify me. Just as Zhiyi stepped out of the secret room, Wenhao rushed forward but was pinned in place by He Jingchuan's hand. What's the rush? I've always kept my promises and dealings. Zhiyi waved her hand dismissively, a wave of energy landing on Wenhao. He suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, unsure if it was psychological, but he genuinely felt much more comfortable. Let us go. Zhiyi glanced at Wenhao and strode out, with He Jingchuan and He Lanqing closely following her like shadows. Wenhao stamped his foot in anger, thinking, what does Zhiyi take his office for? She comes and goes as she pleases. Back at the E-Garden, Lin Xian had already prepared dinner, in a good mood, as Lu Qi assisted Lin Xian. If it weren't for Lu Qi's mouth almost driving the good-tempered Lin Xian crazy, the scene would have looked quite harmonious. Why is Zhiyi so good? She actually confronted the alliance for my sake. I really love her. You're back. Lin Xian set the dishes on the dining table, serving a bowl of soup for Zhiyi and sitting next to her to block Lu Qi's movements. Without needing Lin Xian to signal, He Jingchuan instinctively occupied the other empty seat next to Zhiyi. Hiss, the snake sighed helplessly. I just said a few words. And this fox is so childish to compete with me. Zhiyi tonight. Professor, come to my study with me later. Zhiyi and Lu Qi spoke at the same time. Lu Qi opened his mouth, and upon realizing Zhiyi was about to do something serious, he wisely closed his mouth. What about me? He Jingchuan leaned in. I'm more useful than this white tiger. This matter has something to do with Ms. Helan. The white tiger might indeed be a bit useful. Zhiyi shoved a large piece of meat toward He Jingchuan's mouth, cutting off his remaining words. All right. The wolf being fed felt a bit satisfied, quite easy to talk to. The sunset was blood red, dyeing the horizon in a magnificent orange red. The afterglow filtered through the half-closed curtains of the secret room, casting mottled light on Zhiyi's face, giving her a gentle golden glow. She stood by the window of the secret room, gazing at the sun gradually sinking in the distance, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Have you heard of the name Wenli? My mother's white moonlight, a dead person who occupies a significant place in her heart. He Lanqing's voice turned slightly cold as he mentioned Wenli, following Zhiyi's gaze toward the evening glow outside, inadvertently recalling a time when his father was neglected. My brothers and I around the same age didn't really like him. As children, they thought their mother was cold toward everyone, including their father, while Wenli was an unexpected exception. A gentle breeze brushed by, causing her hair to sway lightly, merging with the darkening sky outside. Zhiyi's fingertips gently tapped on the window frame, and she suddenly sighed, filled with an indescribable sense of helplessness. Chapter 196. Wenli, a knife in Mrs. Helan's hand, nothing compares to the deceased white moonlight, at least for Helanji. What is the relationship between Wenli and Wenhao? Zhiyi turned and leaned against the window, raising her head, her gaze falling on his handsome, chiseled face. She wished he would die. Helanqing's light remark reached Zhiyi's ears. Wenli was the most talented beastman of the last generation, an S-level psychic powerhouse. I've seen him. He looks elegant, and his every gesture is nearly perfect. Helanqing's thoughts drifted far away, lost in memories. He had a good relationship with his mother, but one night during an argument, he left her. I don't know exactly what happened between them. I only heard my father say that my mother was very angry and severed ties with Wenli. A male abandoned by a female would certainly face exclusion in the interstellar world. They all believed Wenli must have done something to wrong his mother. But half a month after the severance, Wenli suddenly committed suicide. When my mother learned the news, she cried all night. Since then, no one dared to mention Wenli's name in front of her. In recent years, my mother encountered a person who looked very much like Wenli. I don't know which prominent family sent him as a gift. Helanqing's lips curled into a sarcastic smile, but when his cold eyes landed on Zhiyi, they instantly softened. Fortunately, he and Zhiyi would not be like his mother and Wenli. Wenli was once a member of the secret party. Zhiyi's words made Helanqing momentarily stunned. Clearly, he was unaware of this. He might have been the sharpest knife in your mother's hand, Zhiyi continued. There's no might. It's just like I could also be a knife in your hand. Helanqing suddenly smiled. Wenli loved his mother very much. This love would make his father jealous, but he also admitted he could not compare to Wenli. I have a guess. Zhiyi raised her hand and wrapped it around Helanqing's waist gently, without using force. It felt somewhat inappropriate to discuss his mother's past in front of Helanqing, especially since Helanji was not bad to her. You speak. Helanqing felt the subtle intimacy and unconsciously smiled softly, taking a step closer to Zhiyi. shortening the distance between them, their breaths intertwined. I am now yours. Everything is yours. For Heelan Qing, there was practically no choice between the Heelan family and Lu Zhiyi. His only option was Lu Zhiyi. The sky outside darkened, and the warm lights of the study turned on, casting a soft, warm glow over this tranquil moment, making the silhouettes of the two appear particularly harmonious in the interplay of light and shadow. The existence of the secret party was to secretly clear all obstacles for the Alliance and destroy any forces that might affect the Alliance. In those years, not only Simon's family, but also other prominent families from different planets perished under a ridiculous pretext. I suspect this was the work of the secret party. And when Li within the secret party was there to clear obstacles for your mother, who was then the chairman of the Alliance. Lu Zhiyi spoke each word clearly, and she vaguely felt this was the truth. If this is the truth, then the bloody knife has already been broken. What does Simon's hatred amount to? Such a family annihilation vendetta cannot just dissipate. Without even the opportunity to take revenge, how could it possibly fade away? When my mother learned the truth, she did not approve of Wen Li's actions, and they had a huge argument, severing their relationship. Later, before my mother could forgive Wen Li, he died. Perhaps Wen Li's death was an ending he had long set for himself, not wanting his future actions to implicate his mother. Heelan Qing followed Lu Zhiyi's words and articulated this guess completely. Heelan Qing clicked his tongue internally. While he felt his father was not wrong to lose to this love-struck mentality, Wen Li was also foolish, doing so much for his beloved, only to die in silence in the end. I need you to help me find the others from the secret party. Lu Zhiyi sent Heelan Qing a list on her light brain. Heelan Qing memorized the entire list in his mind and casually deleted the information. Is this something I handle alone, or will they all be involved? Heelan Qing raised an eyebrow, suddenly leaning down to touch noses with her. They will all be involved. Lu Zhiyi said earnestly. All right. This answer was also within Heelan Qing's expectations. He wouldn't fuss over such trivial matters. But when he opened the study door and saw the wolf, fox, and snake outside trying to eavesdrop, he furrowed his brows. Perhaps it was worth fussing over. Jingchuan's gaze swept over Lu Zhiyi, confirming there was not a trace of lust, and he let out a shallow sigh of relief. If you say these four beast men are generous, they can tolerate each other as presents, and sometimes even share a bedroll. If you say they are petty, sometimes they even fight behind Lu Zhiyi over who gets to groom her first. Zhiyi, don't worry. I will help you investigate their whereabouts. Lin Xian smiled gently, raising his hand to tuck the loose strands of hair behind her ears, the gesture affectionate and natural. Zhiyi, my power in the dark is not weak either. I will find the results you want. Lu Qi tilted his head slightly, resembling a shy young boy from high school, awkwardly trying to please you. When a sickly sweet person learns to hide and disguise, they indeed appear pure to an absurd degree. Lulu, Jingchuan merely called out lightly, and the wolf's tail behind him perked up. Lu Zhiyi smiled lightly. The four beastmen at home had started to bicker again, and she suddenly wanted to add fuel to the fire. Bring the information back to my beastmen quickly, allowing them to come find me that night. Lu Zhiyi's smile deepened with meaning, her eyes sparkling. With beastmen working hard, she occasionally wanted to let herself relax a bit. Indeed, their breaths paused, and the darkness in their eyes deepened. Who would want to be the strongest beastman in Lu Zhiyi's heart? Then tonight? The eager wolf's tail tentatively wrapped around Lu Zhiyi's wrist. Rest well tonight. You all do your best tomorrow. Lu Zhiyi waved her fist playfully, winking. Jingchuan looked longingly as Lu Zhiyi pulled her wrist from his tail. Fortunately, his Lulu fairly rejected every beastman tonight. Why did Zhiyi suddenly start investigating this? Lin Xian casually asked as he watched Lu Zhiyi joyfully return to her room. To help Simon investigate. Heelan Qing's brief reply plunged the atmosphere into an inexplicable silence. Jingchuan and Lin Xian's tails drooped in unison, and Lu Qi revealed his fangs. Oh, for a stinky lion. Chapter 197. The sunbathing lion. If one ignores the whispers on the Star Network about Deer of Intent and the Alliance, there hasn't been much significant news from Central City lately. The quickest news came from Lu Qi, who reported that a certain snake was somewhat proud as it approached Deer of Intent to take credit. A leopard beastman named Lin Yunxin had appeared on an outlying planet, where the residents referred to him as the Black Panther. He roamed among the wanderers, sporting several scars on his face, with one eye blinded, looking completely different from the photos. Investigate further and report back, Deer of Intent commanded with a wave of his hand. The last members of the secret party had gone missing or died within 5 years after its disbandment. Lin Yunxin was one of those already marked as dead. So why couldn't he live openly? A gentle spring breeze brushed against her cheek, carrying the fresh scent of flowers, lifting her spirits. She looked into the distance, where sunlight filtered through the tender green leaves, casting mottled light on a majestic lion. It lay lazily under an ancient tree, its golden mane shining with a warm and regal glow. Deer of Intent's footsteps paused slightly. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but just a moment ago, she had seen the lion's tail swaying contentedly, and in the blink of an eye, it lay motionless on the ground. The lion must have sensed her presence. Should she approach, just to say hello? Although Simon was currently staying in the garden, he occasionally returned to planet X-856. And since the small building he lived in was some distance from the main building, they rarely ran into each other. The lion felt an uncomfortable sensation, as if its heart were being gnawed by ants. This pain was bearable but hard to ignore. It hoped that Deer of Intent would come over to keep it company, yet it feared that opening its eyes would reveal her deliberately distant silhouette. The lion shifted its claws restlessly, exposing the wounds on its large paw. It listened as the hopeful footsteps drew nearer, its ears perked up in delight. Big lion. Cough, cough, Simon, are you hurt? Deer of Intent squatted in front of the lion, her gaze fixed on its large paw. She had heard from the little rabbit that they had been clearing out the insect scout troops on the border of planet X-856 a few days ago. Was this injury from that? If it had been Simon who was injured, Deer of Intent might not have felt too affected. But facing this furry golden paw, with its sharp claws severely worn down, the originally blood-red wound, now scabbed over with a large patch of black, was visually distressing. Deer of Intent couldn't refuse the furry beast. Snakes were another matter entirely. To be honest, Deer of Intent didn't particularly like snakes, but Zhiyi was an exception. Ow! The lion let out a soft grunt, lifting its large paw as if wanting Deer of Intent to see it more clearly, pleading for her sympathy. Its tail gently swayed behind it, longing to wrap around her wrist like those other creatures, wishing she would tug its ear or pat its head. Advanced insect race? That bite was a bit too harsh. Deer of Intent caught the lion's paw, the golden, fluffy paw resting in her palm, faintly scattering light under the sun, which stirred a twinge of sympathy in her heart. Using her abilities, Deer of Intent began to heal the wounds on the paw, her brows furrowing as she noticed the lingering toxins. How could you be so careless? What if this toxin affects your body? Deer of Intent stared at the innocent-looking lion in front of her, momentarily lost in thought before her hand came down on its head, as if scolding a disobedient pet. The lion was stunned, staring with wide golden eyes at Deer of Intent. Deer of Intent felt embarrassed. She was used to patting the heads of those four animals and instinctively wanted to do the same. To be honest, the feeling of the lion's head was quite nice. The fur soft. She thought to herself, had she just crossed a line in her relationship with Simon? Deer of Intent, can you please stop this bad habit of petting? She chastised herself internally. The lion's heart stirred, its tail stiffened, and it unconsciously lightened its breathing, obediently lowering its head, hoping Deer of Intent would pet it again. Deer of Intent's fingertips curled slightly. She wanted to pull her hand back, but it rubbed against her palm instead. The lion realized what it had done and instantly froze, feeling a twinge of regret for getting carried away and longing for warmth that didn't belong to it. Deer of Intent's peripheral vision caught the lion's tail drooping, its previously perked ears folding down. It was unhappy. Should she comfort it? It seemed it was unhappy because of her. Deer of Intent sat cross-legged beside it, feeling the gentle breeze, the wind brushing her face and lifting her hair. She sat in silence for a while before realizing there was hardly any topic to discuss with Simon. All the chat logs on her brain were cold work-related exchanges, and she was even closer to the little rabbit than to Simon. The lion lay beside her, greedily inhaling her scent. It cautiously moved its paw closer to her, afraid of being noticed if it got too close, yet fearing it would miss this rare opportunity for intimacy if it stayed too far away. Simon, what do you plan to do once you find the truth? Deer of Intent casually asked. The only response was a soft "wah." Deer of Intent's gaze fell blankly on the lion, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Should she also give it a "wah"? Do you need to rest for a bit? As soon as she finished speaking, she mentally slapped herself. Her words were so cold. Would she kill the conversation? Would the lion think she didn't want to be with it? Sure enough, the lion shook its head, feeling a slight pain in its heart, as if a small needle had pierced it. It opened its mouth, but didn't know what to say, lowering its head in disappointment. It had thought that by staying in its beast form, it could keep her a little longer. Deer of Intent liked fluffy beasts, but not this one, otherwise. Why would she want to leave so quickly? No, it was her fault. What do you mean, Awa? Simon. Do you think saying a word would kill you? The lion, feeling somewhat irritated, lifted its paw, its sharp claws digging into the soil and easily carving a deep line. It didn't blame her for not liking it. It felt there was nothing about itself that deserved to be liked. Simon, you're overthinking again, Deer of Intent sighed in resignation, directly holding the lion's large paw. A woo. The same sound, but this time it seemed to carry a hint of grievance. It was almost losing itself in Deer of Intent's subtle indulgence. Chapter 198. The strange lion and the strange fox. The lion grew more and more agitated and wronged as it thought about things. It would have preferred if Zhiyi had been a little colder towards it, treating it just as an occasional berserk and uncontrollable beastman. The lion stood up, and under Zhiyi's astonished gaze, it accidentally tripped its left paw over its right paw, tumbling onto the ground and crashing into Zhiyi. Ow! The lion lowered its head shyly, letting out a low growl, its eyes flickering in a place Zhiyi couldn't see. Zhiyi felt a little pain from the sudden impact of the lion, but fortunately, her powers alleviated the discomfort in an instant. The lion's large head inadvertently rubbed against her chest, its masculine scent invading her senses, making her a bit flustered. Spring had arrived, and some aspects of the beast became more sensitive. It's nothing, it's nothing. Zhiyi hurriedly rubbed the lion's big head, secretly pushing it away. Maybe she should just leave. The atmosphere felt so strange. She swore that at first, she had only wanted to greet it out of politeness and leave. As Zhiyi slightly moved her body, the lion noticed, reacting quickly. It opened its mouth and bit down gently on her wrist, not using any force, fearing she would leave and, even more, afraid of hurting her. This was probably the first time it had mustered all its courage to try to keep Zhiyi from leaving. If she rejected it, it would really go crazy. You don't want me to go? Zhiyi's straightforward words hit Simon's heart directly. The lion nodded, its golden eyes filled with a scorching light. It was still suppressing its feelings of love, yet it couldn't help but lose itself in those feelings. Why? Zhiyi could probably guess the answer. But Simon had intentionally kept his distance from her all these years, which made her somewhat perplexed. Because I love you. These simple words were something Simon didn't have the courage to say, and a lion would definitely not say them either. The lion's tail swayed slightly, cautiously reaching towards Zhiyi's wrist, but it recoiled timidly the moment it touched her. In fact, sometimes Simon was quite similar to the past Zhiyi, an unloved beastman lacking the courage to pursue love. A warm tongue touched her wrist, and her gaze froze. The inexperienced lion in love didn't know how to gauge the situation, and the barbs on its tongue accidentally scratched Zhiyi's delicate skin, causing her to gasp in surprise. Zhiyi opened her mouth, just about to say something, when the lion suddenly turned and ran away. Its speed was fast, and in just a few blinks, it disappeared from Zhiyi's view, giving off a feeling of fleeing in a panic. Well, strange lion. Zhiyi looked down at the spots of blood on her wrist, a complex feeling rising in her heart. The lion had hurt her, and her first reaction wasn't anger. Even after the lion had run away, she was worried it would overthink the situation and become reactive. After the commotion with the lion, Zhiyi lost her desire to wander aimlessly in the garden and turned to walk back towards the main building. Xian, you're off work early. Zhiyi happily noticed that there was an additional fluffy tail at the entrance, which made her feel excited. After all, this fox was her genuine partner, and she could hug him whenever she wanted. Zhiyi hugged Lin Xian from behind, squeezing his big tail in between them and nuzzling against him. Lin Xian felt a surge of heat from Zhiyi's actions, but his keen nose caught a familiar, yet strange scent, one that didn't belong to the silly wolf. The perverted tiger, or the sickly snake. After finishing the hospital matters, I want to come back early to keep you company, Lin Xian said, his voice calm and unhurried, gently drifting to Zhiyi's ear. One big tail wrapped around her wrist, trying to cover up the scent left by that lion. Jingchuan had already been secretly investigating planet G485. This spring was bound to have many events unfold. You all need to be careful. Don't act rashly, Zhiyi advised, casually glancing around, only to suddenly realize she had been brought into Lin Xian's bedroom. You really are a fox. Zhiyi couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Earlier, her gaze had been fixed on Lin Xian, and coupled with her trust in him, she hadn't even noticed he intended to bring her there. But it was only 3 in the afternoon. Was he planning to take a nap? Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, unable to think of a better reason. The next moment, Lin Xian pulled her into the bathroom. This isn't a good time, is it? Zhiyi bit her lip, her eyes shimmering. The sound of running water came from the sink as Lin Xian took her hand and submerged it in water, even choosing the most fragrant hand soap, creating bubbles all over her wrist. Okay, I made the big fox jealous. Lin Xian washed Lu Zhiyi's hand several times, only stopping when he was sure the lion scent was gone. It smells good. Lin Xian satisfiedly brought Lu Zhiyi's wrist to his nose, gently rubbing his cheek against her palm. Isn't it fragrant? Lu Zhiyi glanced at the nearly empty bottle of hand soap. She hadn't used that much even when showering. But the bathroom isn't a good place for chatting. Let's go outside. Lu Zhiyi turned her hand to hold Lin Xian's and walked out. Lin Xian's lips curled into a faint smile as he stopped, gently pressing Lu Zhiyi against the bathroom door. Nine tails as soft as silk slowly wrapped around her waist, pulling her tightly against him. His gaze was deep, seemingly capable of enchanting hearts, with a hint of irresistible tenderness. Zhiyi, do you know that a fox's afternoon always needs some special little rest to refresh? His voice was low and magnetic, each word like a carefully sculpted note, lightly tapping against Lu Zhiyi's heart. As his words fell, Lin Xian slowly lowered his head, his nose gently touching Lu Zhiyi's cheek, their breaths intertwining, filling the air with an indescribable desire. His gaze sparkled with undeniable affection, as if, at that moment, the whole world was left with just the two of them. Chapter 199. Simon and Wu Sheng. Kaylin, Simon. See you at 11:30 p.m. tomorrow at room 318 of the Yula Mansion. Your uncle, Kaylin. The night was as dark as ink, and the moonlight draped thinly across Simon's window, adding a cold silver glow to the silent night. He stood up and slowly walked to the window, gazing out at the world consumed by darkness, his mind swirling with countless speculations. His chest felt heavy, as if a boulder were pressing down on him, and every breath was particularly labored, a vague thought stirring in his heart. Was his uncle Kaylin really still alive? The Yula Mansion was owned by the Edie family, and Yiddisha had countless connections with Zhiyi. So was his uncle Kaylin standing on Yiddisha's side, inviting him? Who in the entire galaxy didn't know that Simon was the marshal of planet X856, aligned with the line of Lu Zhiyi? Was Kaylin inviting him or using him? Simon didn't believe that the relationship with Kaylin, which had been absent for over 20 years, still held any familial affection. It was more likely to be exploitation. After all, he was still quite valuable, wasn't he? Huh. Simon chuckled bitterly, filled with unspeakable sadness and helplessness. In this light, Z's words were probably 8 or 9 parts true. The next night, at 11:30 p.m., room 318 of the Yula Mansion. A shadow slowly approached the Yula Mansion, cloaked in a black cape, the hood obscuring most of his face. At this moment, the Yulin Mansion was eerily quiet, with no other shadows in sight, seemingly arranged intentionally for him. You're here. The door to room 318 opened, and a hoarse, deep voice came through. Simon looked up and raised his hand. Kaylin had his back to him, standing by the window, his figure outlined sharply by the moonlight. Hearing footsteps approaching, Kaylin turned around, a trace of an elusive smile on his face, his deep-set eyes seemingly capable of seeing into one's soul. Now, Kaylin's appearance overlapped with a vague outline in Simon's memory. His hair had paled significantly, a scar marked his face, and wrinkles covered much of it. I hardly recognize you. Simon's gaze dimmed slightly, suddenly feeling a pang of bitterness. Although he couldn't clearly remember what Kaylin looked like, he knew that his uncle had a good relationship with his mother. Back then, his uncle often said, Simon, soon you will have a genius doctor for an uncle, and then you can brag to your friends. Such an uncle had become a wanderer, secretly conducting cruel experiments. The person before him was not Uncle Kaylin, but the wanderer Wu Sheng. I've long forgotten what I originally looked like. Wu Sheng sighed heavily, past memories resurfacing, and the more firmly they were held, the stronger the hatred brewed within him. His murky eyes concealed too many calculations. Simon, want you let your uncle take a good look at you? Simon raised his hand, his long fingers brushing the edge of the hood, completely exposing his appearance to Wu Sheng. When Wu Sheng met Simon's golden eyes, he froze, his pupils suddenly dilating, murmuring, you look so much like your sister. If she were still here, she would be proud of you, Marshal Simon. Simon's mother was the eldest daughter of the family, and Wu Sheng had a close relationship with her. He had never liked anyone. He was like a mad dog in his elder sister's hands, biting anyone who dared to bully her. Wu Sheng believed he had always hidden his hatred well. Aside from Zhiyi, no one knew his true identity. But the moment he saw Simon, all that hidden malice crumbled. What do you want me to do? The coldness and hatred in Wu Sheng's eyes gradually consumed the slightest hint of familial connection that Simon had hoped for. He inadvertently stepped back 2 paces, subtly increasing the distance between himself and Wu Sheng. Yet, the only family member he could resurrect was Wu Sheng. He didn't want him to do anything foolish and end up dead. I just wanted to see you. A smile appeared at the corner of Wu Sheng's mouth as he personally poured a cup of tea and brought it to Simon, suddenly feigning surprise. The tea is cold. You must have waited too long. Simon expressed his confusion. Hadn't he arrived on time? A simple reunion turned out to be filled with layers of intrigue. Simon took the teacup, and under Wu Sheng's urging, brought it to his lips. The tea was cold, but he could still smell a hint of fragrance. Are you afraid I poison it? Wu Sheng's expression twisted for a moment, a chill rising. He snatched the tea from Simon's hand and drank it all in one go. Don't worry, you're the last proof your sister left in this world. How could I let you die? Wu Sheng laughed loudly, maniacally, but as he laughed, tears unexpectedly streamed from his eyes. I'm sorry. Simon lowered his gaze, picked up another cup from the table, and poured himself another cup of tea. If Wu Sheng dared to drink this tea, it should be fine. But would the problem lie in the wine glass? The room was dimly lit. Simon shifted his body, using his fingertip to wipe along the rim of the cup, finding no anomalies. Hopefully, he was just overthinking. Simon. As soon as Wu Sheng spoke, Simon drank the remaining tea in his cup. Wu Sheng looked at the empty cup, his eyes flickering with a strange light, his smile deepening. As you guessed, I am currently collaborating with Yiddisha. I hope you can come help me, to take revenge with me. You know my position very well. If you are with the Edie family, I am your enemy. Simon casually placed the teacup back on the table. Wu Sheng's eyes shimmered with a strange light in the dimness as he slowly approached Simon, placing his hands on Simon's shoulders, his voice low and filled with temptation. It doesn't matter what the Edie family is like. You should stand with me. I am your uncle, your only relative in this world. Simon, you'll help me, right? Are you seeking revenge against the Alliance or the Galaxy? At the moment Wu Sheng touched him, Simon's body stiffened slightly, instinctively repelled by Wu Sheng's proximity. Subconsciously rejecting this unfamiliar uncle. Naturally, the entire galaxy. Wu Sheng dared not voice such a mad idea. His good nephew was a renowned marshal in the galaxy. No matter how crazy Simon was, he would still have his limits. You are still too kind, but kindness is precisely the most useless thing. Fine. Then you need to sever ties with the Edie family completely. Considering they were still in the Yulin mansion, Simon pulled Wu Sheng's hand down. The Edie family is not a good partner. I'm worried about you, uncle. Good. Wu Sheng's smile did not reach his eyes as he domineeringly pulled Simon's hand to sit down, his tone firm and unrefusable. Let me tell you a story. This story is the truth behind the family's destruction, not much different from what Zhiyi said. Simon no longer felt the shock and resentment he had the first time he heard the truth. He only felt that Wu Sheng was deliberately provoking his hatred, treating him like a knife. Chapter 200. The unusual lion and the rabbit seeking help. Wu Sheng held on to Simon and talked a lot, with each sentence laced with countless calculations behind the memories and concerns. Wu Sheng's heart had long been twisted. After being nurtured by hatred for over 20 years, revenge became his driving force to survive. Occasionally, he also felt that living was quite painful. As dawn broke in the east, Simon donned his cloak again and left the ruling mansion. Simon, don't blame your uncle. Once everything settles down, your uncle won't disturb you anymore. You need to live well in place of your mother. Wu Sheng murmured to himself as he watched Simon's back, his mind already somewhat entranced, with hatred surging and distorting in his eyes. The beastmen around Zhiyi were already investigating the matters concerning planet G485, and he had little time left. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the ruling mansion, Idisa, who had just enjoyed a passionate encounter, lazily reclined on a soft couch, her fingers teasing a wine glass. Her voice was captivating, drawing Yin Sui into obsession. It was said that Wu Sheng had injected Simon with the newly improved Z582 hallucinogen. What kind of relationship did they have that made Simon so easily let down his guard? The nature of the relationship between these two madmen didn't matter much as long as the outcome was as we wished. Yin Sui caressed Idisa's shoulder, lowering his head to inhale a fragrant scent, knowing that Zhiyi would certainly be grateful for the gift sent by the elder. Simon returned to the Yuan, his breathing somewhat erratic, stumbling as he walked. He pushed open the door, startling the little rabbit waiting for him in the hall. Marshal, what's wrong? The rabbit beastman hurriedly approached to support Simon's shoulder, worry evident on his face. Simon's gaze was dark, his brows furrowed, seemingly struggling to suppress something. Marshal? The rabbit beastman hesitated, seeing Simon in this state. It was definitely not normal. Should I go find Deacon Liu? He asked, but Simon gave no response. The rabbit's ears perked up suddenly, and with a whoosh, he disappeared, his rabbit legs almost on fire. Oh no, the marshal has gone crazy. I need to find Deacon Liu. As the rabbit beast man approached the main building, he was stopped by little Q, whose mechanical arm bound him, rendering him immobile. If it weren't for the fact that little Q was Deacon Lu's favorite robot, the little rabbit would have torn this machine apart. The young master hasn't woken up yet. Little Q, not understanding why this rabbit was so agitated, stated in its cold mechanical voice. The general and Professor Heelan specifically instructed not to disturb the young master while he is sleeping. Something has happened. The sky is falling. Deacon Lu, wake up quickly. The rabbit beast man was on the verge of tears. Little Q, just let me in a shout once. It's a matter of life and death. If Deacon Lu knew something had happened to the marshal, he would definitely be very anxious. He won't be anxious. Marshal Simon is not the young master's partner. Their relationship is just an ordinary superior-subordinate one. Little Q tilted its head, unable to detect any reason why Zhiyi would care about Simon in its powerful brain. How can you say such cold words, you heartless piece of junk? The rabbit beastman's eyes instantly turned red, tears swirling in his eyes. Little Q was taken aback. Why was this rabbit so easy to cry? It seemed like the young master quite liked this silly rabbit. Maybe it should let him in? Little Q's mechanical arm trembled, then swiftly retracted. You wait in the hall. I'll go take a look. All right. The rabbit beastman nodded repeatedly, hastily wiping his tears with his hands. The rabbit beastman anxiously paced in circles, several times wanting to disregard the rules and rush to find Zhiyi, but as soon as he took a step, he retreated several steps back, finally collapsing weakly onto the ground. 10 minutes later, Zhiyi quickly washed up, casually slipping on a long dress before heading downstairs. Her long hair was unkempt, falling casually over her shoulders. Little Q knocked on the door to wake Zhiyi, simply saying that the little rabbit was looking for her. Zhiyi, thinking it was just a trivial matter, leisurely came down, only to find a pitiful rabbit curled up on the floor, coming into her view. Deacon Lu, the rabbit beastman sprang up, his face a mix of surprise and panic. Something happened to Simon? Zhiyi raised an eyebrow. The only thing that could make this rabbit cry like this was probably Simon. Had his mental powers gone out of control? If it were just a simple injury, this rabbit wouldn't be so anxious. I feel that the marshal is very off. I talked to him, but he ignored me. It's very strange. The rabbit beastman gestured wildly with his hands, feeling incredibly flustered. Halfway through, he stomped his foot in frustration, annoyed with himself for not being able to articulate clearly. The marshal went out last night and only returned early this morning. He seemed like he had gone crazy. Simon must have been used for investigating the so-called truth. Upon hearing this, Zhiyi's expression changed drastically. Without caring that she was only wearing ordinary slippers, she quickly ran outside, her skirt swaying gently, creating a breeze. Simon. Zhiyi arrived at the small building where Simon was located. A thin layer of sweat covering her forehead, her face flushed, breathing in short gasps. The room. The marshal might have gone back to his room. The rabbit beast man scanned the empty hall and hurried upstairs. In the corridor outside the bedroom, he saw Simon lying on the floor, eyes tightly closed, face pale. Deacon Lu, please. The rabbit beast man's tears, which he had finally managed to stop, surged out again. He clasped his hands together, bowing to Zhiyi repeatedly. Zhiyi quickly stepped aside a few paces. She couldn't accept such a grand gesture from the little rabbit just yet. Don't panic. Zhiyi's hand rested on Simon's forehead. The cool touch made her heart tighten. The rabbit beast man saw that Zhiyi didn't use her powers to save Simon first, but instead took out a cold syringe and inserted it into Simon's arm, drawing out a full tube of blood, making him even more anxious. However, the little rabbit didn't dare to say anything, only feeling distressed inside. This must be what it means to not love. Wah. My poor Marshal Simon. Simon had been injected with the Z582 hallucinogen, stronger than when he encountered it in the dark zone. I can clear the drug from his body, but I can't guarantee that his mind won't be affected. Zhiyi probed Simon's body with her powers, her expression grave. She touched the needle mark on Simon's arm, her mind recalling that day with the great lion, her hand unconsciously moving upwards to smooth his brows. Just like Zhiyi returning from the dark zone, his physical injuries had been healed, but the mental scars remained. Can you wait for the marshal to wake up before leaving? I'm afraid he might have another accident. The rabbit beast man lowered his head and awkwardly made a somewhat unreasonable request, feeling a bit embarrassed as he fiddled with his fingers. Although little Q was just a robot, it was also stunned by such an unreasonable request. Its young master had 4 partners. Why should it stay to accompany a lion without a title? All right. Zhiyi nodded in agreement. The rabbit beast man breathed a sigh of relief. while little Q was confused and frustrated. Little question, General He. The family is in danger. Return quickly. Chapter 201. Love surging in concealment. Little Q, with a cold, mechanical face, dragged Simon back to the bedroom and threw him onto the bed. It justified its actions by reasoning that this lion was tough and would be fine. Little Q stood with its hands on its hips, arrogantly, under the resentful gaze of the rabbit beast man. After all, it was the little master's favorite robot, unique throughout the galaxy. There was no second Little Q. Little Q, you have a cup of milk for me. Deer's intent, fearing that Little Q would upset the little rabbit again, had no choice but to order it to do chores. The rabbit beast man, without needing Deer's intent to say anything, obediently withdrew. The clever rabbit wanted to leave space for Deer's butler and the marshal. At noon, Simon slowly awakened. He turned his head, and his originally vacant golden eyes gradually gathered light. His vision became clearer, reflecting the gentle silhouette by the window. Deer's intent. Simon slightly parted his lips, silently uttering this name. And this name seemed like a spell. Simon suddenly felt a severe headache, as if countless needles were piercing his head. An invisible force was stripping away his will, trying to control him. Destroy Deer's intent, destroy her. And there would be no healing abilities in the galaxy. Simon gritted his teeth, struggling against that force with all his might. A buzzing sound filled his ears, and he seemed to hear Wu Sheng's voice again. Simon, help your uncle. Destroy the Alliance, dragging all beastmen to their doom with us. Deer's intense abilities should not exist in the galaxy. Let us destroy that too. She was too much of a nuisance. This series of voices was both familiar and strange. Is this the Z582 hallucinogen? Simon quickly realized that his dear uncle had given him something disgusting. That cup of tea was problematic. The most disgusting part of the Z582 hallucinogen wasn't tea, the physical harm, draining the mental energy. It was the control over the mind. The mental damage was something even Deer's intent couldn't fully heal. Simon's lower lip had already been bitten until it bled, yet he remained silent, not wanting to disturb her. Deer's intent quietly leaned against the soft couch by the window, her long, curled eyelashes casting a faint shadow, her long hair cascading down naturally, with a few strands playfully sticking to her cheek. She was backlit, the warm golden sunlight falling upon her, coating her in a layer of golden brilliance, making her look unreal. Simon's gaze was tightly glued to Deer's intent. He unintentionally caught sight of a faint mark on her neck, his breath catching, igniting a flame of jealousy within him. The fire fueled that force, vying for control of his mind. Destroy her. After all, she doesn't belong to you. And you can't have her either. You are nothing special in her heart. You are merely one of the beastmen she has comforted, insignificant and easily forgotten. You, a madman who doesn't even dare to say love. When you don't love, you don't want to get close to her. When you love, you don't dare to approach her. In truth, with Simon's willpower, resisting the control of the Z582 hallucinogen was entirely possible. But the love concerning her was causing havoc. He admitted to himself that he wasn't entirely righteous, that he was a scheming little man. And his dark side bluntly said, go ahead, take this opportunity to sink into the light. The Z582 hallucinogen would become the shield for all his overstepping affections. Simon's eyes turned crimson and feverish. In a moment of blinking, he seemed to lose control of his body. His body trembled violently, flipping over and crashing heavily to the ground. Simon's forehead hit the bedside table, and the brief sting snapped him awake. A thumb-sized cut on his forehead bled, a line of blood slowly sliding down, tracing across half of his face. Deer's intent awoke from her dreams, and as she opened her sleepy eyes, she saw Simon sitting against the bed's edge. One leg bent, the other knee propping him up. He held his forehead with one hand, a meaningful smile curving his lips, wildness seeping through the blood. Deer's intent took a deep breath, unsure of what to say. It seemed she always caught Simon in a messy state, and this line always ended up battered. The situation became stiff. Simon stared intently at Deer's intent, a possessive gaze akin to that of a predator towards its prey, making her feel uncomfortable. What did Wu Sheng say to you? When Deer's intent mentioned Wu Sheng's name, Simon's long eyelashes quivered, and his fingers curled slightly. Deer's intent understood. The person Simon had met last night was Wu Sheng, his uncle who lived in another way, with the dark zone destroyed. The only one still able to develop the Z582 hallucinogen was Wu Sheng, Dr. Wu, who had joined the Idisha camp. About you, Deer's intent. Simon murmured softly, glancing at the distance between them, frowning in dissatisfaction. Too far. Why don't you come a little closer? Me? Dear S. Intent chuckled lightly, crossing her legs, casually looking at this lion with unclear thoughts. Why should I go over? Yet this phrase, drifting into Simon's ears, automatically translated into another meaning. You don't deserve me to get close. Dear S. Intent glanced at the agitated lion, knowing he was overthinking and imagining things that shouldn't exist. This was a common ailment among all males in the galaxy. Then I'll come find you. Simon stood up, each step taken with exceptional steadiness, slowly approaching Dear S. Intent. That's a bit too close. Dear S. Intent casually grabbed a pillow from the couch, stretching her arm to press it against Simon S.'s chest. This action pierced Simon S.'s nerves. He let out a low, painful growl, yanking the bothersome pillow away and throwing it against the wall, discarding it like trash on the ground. This ISN to your call. Simon advanced towards Dear S. Intent, his hands moving through her sides, trapping her between the soft couch and his chest. His gaze was fixed on Dear S. Intent, love and murderous intent oscillating back and forth. Dear S. Intent didn't miss the hint of murderous intent. She silently pulled out a folding knife from her bracelet space, pressing it against Simon S.'s waist. An irrational lion would be punished. As long as Simon still had a breath left, she could save him. Simon leaned closer, allowing the knife to pierce his flesh. His hot breath sprayed against Dear S. Intent's neck. His nostrils flared, confirming her identity as a female. Simon, wake up a little. One of Dear S. Intent's hands gripped the folding knife, blood oozing out, staining her fingertips, while the other hand clutched his neck. A flicker of pain crossed Simon's eyes. She didn't believe in herself. She would do it to him. Simon closed his eyes, his blood-red lips slightly parting, marking his imprint on Dear S. Intent. Suddenly, his breath hitched, the hand around her neck tightened, then loosened half a second later. Hot tears spilling from the corners of Simon's eyes, falling onto Dear S. Intent's neck. Chapter 202, approximately, Training a Stubborn Lion Hiss, Simon. Zhiyi gasped, wanted to say something, but hesitating. 2 blood holes had already been bitten in her neck by Simon, and she had only pinched his neck lightly without much force. How could he still have the audacity to cry? Let go. Zhiyi felt a wave of numbness in her neck, and helplessly pulled hard on the lion's ears, which were almost stretched out of shape. Simon was both anxious and aggrieved, yet still stubbornly refused to let go. Blood stains hung at the corners of his mouth, a stark contrast to his usual majestic demeanor. Zhiyi's hand tightly gripped the soft lion ears, their actions forming a strange tableau. Simon let out a low whimper from his throat, as if expressing confusion and pain, his massive body trembling slightly, contrasting sharply with Zhiyi's petite figure. Tell me, what did Wu Sheng say to you? Zhiyi relaxed her grip on the folding knife, slowly pulling it out, her tone softening. If hard tactics weren't working, then she would try a softer approach. Wu Sheng said. Simon's eyes lowered, lost in thought. Said you. Simon's consciousness was gradually clearing, all memories returning. Those words were too difficult for him to articulate, and his body leaned back slightly, a bit evasive. Wu Sheng wanted him to fall out with Zhiyi. The outcome of who won or lost was not important. Both Zhiyi and Simon had a certain reputation in the interstellar community, particularly on planet X-856, where they were the 2 most vital spiritual supports for the residents, irreplaceable to each other. At that time, Wu Sheng would secretly spread rumors, forcefully splitting the hearts of the people on planet X-856. Perhaps half would follow Simon, and the other half would follow Zhiyi, but as long as a portion of the beastmen abandoned Zhiyi, it would be enough. Human hearts are the hardest to predict, and under the provocation of beastly instincts, human malice is constantly magnified. He wanted to cause an avalanche with a single snowflake, making the entire interstellar community abandon Zhiyi, giving up on their most crucial lifeline. Me? That's it. This lion's mouth was truly hard to pry open. Does it hurt? Zhiyi deliberately rubbed her finger against Simon's wound, pressing down on it, while she tightened her grip on Simon's hand, pulling him closer by the collar. She whispered in his ear, filled with endless temptation, "Tell me, and I'll help you heal your wounds." Zhiyi's figure suddenly magnified in Simon's eyes. She slightly parted her ruby lips, her warm and moist breath brushing past Simon's ear, bringing an indescribable tingling sensation. And that mischievous little hand kept pressing on his wound, stabbing him, a clear threat, yet to him, it seemed like a provocation. However, her gaze was distinctly clear as she looked at him, while he was the only one drowning in despair. Simon's eyes darkened, and he leaned closer to Zhiyi, about to touch that softness. But Zhiyi tilted her face, gently kissing his cheek. Just that slight touch was enough to send his inner energy into a frenzy. Simon's thin lips parted, revealing sharp fangs, his gaze deep and fervent, like a lion in the forest who had been thirsty for a long time, just tasting a bit of nectar. It's still far from satisfying his inner yearning. The sharp fangs grazed Zhiyi's smooth little face, leaving a faint red mark, like the first ray of sunlight tracing a mark on the snow. Sigh. Zhiyi sighed in resignation. Was Simon stimulated into foolishness by the Z582 hallucinogen? One moment he was about to go mad, the next he was like a wooden puppet. She lowered her eyes, catching sight of her hand stained red with blood, then looked up at Simon's slightly pale face, directly pushing his face away with that hand. No matter the commotion, he couldn't bite her face. But, forget it, she would eventually investigate. That group led by Edie Shah was merely trying to find ways to pull her down, regardless of how many tricks they played. The final outcome would be the same. If you don't say it, just keep your distance from me. Zhiyi lazily lifted her eyelids, casually healing Simon's wound. Simon felt the blood hole in his chest heal completely, leaving no trace, as if clearly telling him that Zhiyi wanted to cut ties cleanly. No. Simon stubbornly shook his head, the darkness in his eyes mixed with too many tangled desires. The sensation of his consciousness tearing apart hit him again, and Simon's body trembled, pressing directly against Zhiyi. Zhiyi let out a muffled grunt, tightly pursing her lips, using all her strength to push Simon away. Her agile figure moved, gripping Simon's arm, and they switched positions, catching Simon off guard as he was pushed onto the soft couch. Don't heal your wounds and forget the pain. Her gaze lightly fell on Simon, and after speaking, she was about to turn away. Are you just going to leave like this? How can it be like this? How could he retain her? The lion's tail took the opportunity to wrap around Zhiyi's wrist, winding around it again and again. He blamed his tail for not being long enough, almost letting her escape. His good uncle, Wu Sheng, wanted to use him to destroy her. It would be better to destroy him instead. Even in the time before Simon truly fell in love with Zhiyi, he had to admit that hatred had already driven him to the brink of collapse. Frequent loss of control made him wander near the gates of life and death. If it weren't for Zhiyi's comfort, he didn't know how long he could hold on. Didn't this mean he had hidden it quite well over the past 2 years? His deliberate aloofness and avoidance made them unable to see that he loved her. Are you going to give me another knife? Weakness appeared in Simon's eyes, his reddened eyes, slightly curled fingers as if trying to grasp something. Nerve. If this continued, she would also go crazy. You make me think properly. I feel so uncomfortable. Simon curled up, his tall body appearing particularly cramped on the small couch, like an abandoned little beast. As soon as Simon's voice fell, Zhiyi, who was about to leave, paused her steps, and a light flickered in his eyes. Thinking he had found the right way to keep Zhiyi, unaware that it was merely a result Zhiyi had anticipated, Simon patted the empty space beside him, signaling Zhiyi to sit down. Noticing she didn't move, he quickly added, "I won't bite you. I can control myself." Zhiyi sat down next to Simon, silently accepting his gesture. He wants us to fall out, wants to divide planet X856. Simon's voice was low and hoarse, feeling inexplicably guilty. This lion that felt it had done something wrong nodded, not daring to look at Zhiyi. It was my carelessness. I drank what he prepared. But he had clearly been cautious enough and still fell for the trap, losing to the late arriving and thin affection. Chapter 203. He no longer wants to hide from her. Simon recounted everything that happened last night, without any concealment from Zhiyi. Although Simon was somewhat stubborn, he would never lie to her. As he spoke, he tilted his head and tentatively leaned against Zhiyi's shoulder. Her fingers twitched slightly, but did not stop him. So how will you get along with Wu Sheng in the future? A twinge of heartache rose in Zhiyi's heart. She could perhaps understand Simon's feelings. That apocalypse had also destroyed her home. Years have passed, and although she had never mentioned it, the buried longing and yearning in her heart had never diminished. I don't want to hurt him, but I won't become a knife in his hand. When Simon mentioned Wu Sheng, there was no trace of emotion in his eyes. I will take revenge for my family's grudges myself. My affairs with the Alliance must not involve any innocent beastmen. He treated it as if Uncle Kylon was already dead. What occupied Kylon's body now was just a soul named Wu Sheng. I will help you. Zhiyi's words fell gently, like a calm morning breeze in the forest. Good. Simon's heartstrings trembled slightly. He knew that Zhiyi would help him more out of their camaraderie from working together on planet X856. but he couldn't help but hope that perhaps one day in the future, she would develop even a tiny bit of love for him. The room fell into silence. Lu Ziyi's gaze became vacant as she quietly calculated the time it would take for Simon to break free from the mental control of the Z5. 82 hallucinogen, an S-class beastman, with the help of healing abilities, needed 3 hours to fully regain consciousness. The latest improved Z5. 82 hallucinogen was truly terrifying compared to the one encountered in the Dark Zone. Wu Sheng's thoughts were extremely extreme. Edisha probably had no idea what kind of monster she had brought beside her. Wu Sheng never intended to help Edisha stabilize her position in the Alliance. He wanted to destroy the entire star system. With a desire to survive that is only sustained by hatred, Lu Ziyi did not consider herself a chosen savior. She could not reform a lunatic like Wu Sheng to refrain from attacking the entire star system. Therefore, whenever there was a chance, she would certainly kill Wu Sheng, even if he was the last relative Simon had in this world. Given Simon's feelings towards Wu Sheng, he probably wouldn't blame her, right? However, this lion was also quite sensitive. He could go mad even more than the snake. The snake was the kind that went mad in a sneaky way, while the lion could go mad anywhere at any time. Lu Ziyi gently turned her head and looked at Simon, who was resting against her shoulder, her eyes revealing a complicated expression. Simon had already fallen into a deep sleep, his breathing steady, and the tense nerves were slowly relaxing. He let down all his defenses, leaning closely against Lu Ziyi, and his tail still wrapped around her wrist, refusing to let go. This Simon gave Lu Ziyi the illusion of having a large dog. No wonder the female beastmen in the star system keep so many pets. When they're obedient, they really make one's heart soften. However, half an hour passed, and Lu Ziyi's shoulder began to feel numb. She quietly sent a message to the little bunny on her light brain, asking it to come and take care of her dear professor. Soon, the bunny beastman gently pushed open the door, tiptoeing inside, only to see the scene of their Marshall cuddled against Lu Ziyi's shoulder. "Marshall, you finally look like a proper person." The bunny beastman felt a bit excited inside, unable to suppress a smile. He bit his lip hard under Lu Ziyi's watchful gaze and bent down to carry the Marshall back to bed to rest. However, just as the bunny's hand touched Simon's shoulder, Simon frowned deeply and pressed against Lu Ziyi again, clearly resisting the bunny's touch. The bunny beastman's lips twitched. Was a Marshall this double standard, even while asleep? The bunny looked helplessly at Lu Ziyi, feeling that if he really picked him up, the Marshall would suddenly wake up and kick him. "Let me do it," Lu Ziyi said helplessly. She supported Simon's shoulder and the back of his head, carefully helping him lie on the soft couch, and even thoughtfully found a blanket to cover him. "Let's go." Lu Ziyi waved at the bunny beastman. A faint sound of the door closing was heard. The lion's ears twitched, and he opened his golden eyes, staring blankly in the direction Lu Ziyi had left. It seemed he was unwilling to return to planet X-856 and did not want to hide from her anymore. Lu Ziyi took the vial of blood she had drawn from Simon to her laboratory, snuggling on the sofa while playing games, quietly waiting for Lin Xian to finish work. "Ziyi." Lin Xian casually placed his coat aside, wrapping his arms around the internet-addicted girl from behind. He bent down and affectionately rubbed his nose against her cheek. "You're back." The internet-addicted girl's fingers moved quickly, responding somewhat perfunctorily. It seems in Ziyi's heart, this broken fox, can't compare to a game console. Lin Xian said sourly. After all, this internet-addicted girl had a history. On several nights, she had been so engrossed in games that she ignored all invitations from handsome males. And the victims included not just the fox, but also the white wolf, white tiger, and the snake. How could our Xian be a broken fox? Lu Ziyi reluctantly freed one hand to wrap around Lin Xian's neck and quickly kissed him, her eyes still glancing at her game. These beastmen who don't play games don't understand the team spirit of gaming. Lu Ziyi was not playing a single-player game. She was in a multiplayer game, fighting bosses. She couldn't just throw away the game console and become an actress, could she? "I'll take care of you tonight," Lin Xian said gently, thinking he sounded fierce. He nibbled on Lu Ziyi's ear, and his 9 tails swayed a bit sadly. Lu Ziyi heard Lin Xian's words, but did not fully understand. Forget it, the fox couldn't do anything to Lu Ziyi anyway. Lin Xian changed into protective clothing and goggles, and after a simple disinfection, he took the vial of blood into the laboratory. Lin Xian looked at the person playing games with their legs crossed through the glass, chuckling helplessly. A vial of seemingly simple blood was a bit tricky for Lin Xian. His expression grew serious as he took out the hallucinogen he had brought back from the dark zone for comparison, and a dark color immediately enveloped his face. This Wu Sheng was also a difficult character. Lin Xian studied the vial of blood until nightfall, while Lu Zi played games all evening. Only when He Lanqing brought down food did he finally catch hold of this internet-addicted girl. He Lanqing looked reproachfully at Lin Xian. While it was one thing for him to be so engrossed in research that he skipped meals, he should at least remind Zhiyi. The fox felt a chill down his back as he turned to see a cold-faced white tiger and a serious-looking Lu Zi. Chapter 204. The storm approaches on a simple, small round table, for dishes and a soup were laid out, while Lu Qi, carrying rice, arrived late. Lu Zhiyi hummed lightly, ignoring the game console confiscated by He Lanqing, as the craving in her stomach was awakened by the aroma of meat. You guys just sent a message for me and a Xian to go up. No need to trouble yourselves to bring the food down. As soon as Lu Zhiyi finished speaking, He Lanqing fed her a large meatball, the savory smell hitting her taste buds and making her gently shake her head in happiness. I sent you guys messages and no one replied. Lu Qi complained a little, with a blaming gaze fixed on Lin Xian. It's all this stinky fox's fault for being obsessed with experiments, leaving Zhiyi hungry. Sorry, I had my notifications on silent and didn't notice. Lin Xian explained, it's my fault. He Lanqing and Lu Qi's gazes turned to Lin Xian in unison. Indeed, it was your fault. Lu Zhiyi silently opened her light brain, and upon seeing dozens of messages from He Lanqing and Lu Qi, she felt inexplicably guilty. Below them was also a message from He Jingchuan. He Jingchuan. Lulu, there has been a problem on planet G485. The meeting will probably end late. Don't wait for me to come back. Rest early. He Jingchuan. The Black Panther has appeared on planet G485. Don't bite your chopsticks. He Lanqing looked at Lu Zhiyi, who was biting her chopsticks in a daze, and directly corrected this little habit of hers. Then, with a raised eyebrow and a smile, she asked, thinking about that silly wolf? He hasn't come back from the meeting yet. Lu Zhi nodded. Without He Jingchuan eating with them, she felt inexplicably like something was missing. You didn't seem to miss him much while you were playing games. Lin Xian teased with a smile. Lu Zhi raised her chin somewhat proudly. I just miss him. All right, you miss him. Lu Qi responded dismissively. Lu Zhi is such a biased person. Yes, I also favor you. Lu Zhi reluctantly shared a large piece of meat to Lu Qi's mouth, casually saying like coaxing a child, Eat more meat to gain strength. Eat more meat to gain strength. Lu Qi smiled meaningfully. After all, spring has arrived in the starry sky. That night, the fox carried Lu Zhi out of the blanket, and before she could finish her meat, it was half taken by the white tiger that barged in. After much effort, the fox and the tiger managed to lull her to sleep and generously let the snake come in to keep her company. In the study, is she asleep? He Jingchuan leaned lazily on the single sofa, a hint of weariness unconsciously showing on his face. His dark green shirt was casually unbuttoned, revealing sexy muscle lines, and the sleeves rolled up, exposing strong arms with a hollow nutrient syringe pinched between his long fingers. He Lanqing replied, sitting down opposite He Jingchuan. What major event occurred that kept you, General He, so busy until now? Lin Xian casually placed 2 neatly organized reports on the table and poured himself a glass of water before sitting down. The Black Panther has appeared on planet G485, and the black market on G485 is circulating the Z582 hallucinogen on a large scale. Many families believe that the Z582 hallucinogen is a powerful tool for cultivating death warriors, and they are secretly competing for it. He Jingchuan rubbed his brow, feeling a bit tired. He lowered his eyes. The slave market on planet G485 has surged, with many young beastmen missing, including females. More terrifying than the Z582 hallucinogen is desire. He Lanqing's tone was laced with cold sarcasm, fearing that it would lead to even bigger troubles in the future, requiring Zhiyi's powers to deal with it. This was expected, but the threat posed by the Z582 hallucinogen is far greater than we anticipated. Wu Sheng needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Lin Xian glanced at He Jingchuan. You're more adept at this kind of thing. Do you have any good plans? He Jingchuan shot Lin Xian a meaningful look. What do you mean by this kind of thing he is good at? He Lanqing looked at the reports on the table, his expression darkening as he gently rubbed the edge of the report, his brows knitting tighter. Fortunately, the Z582 hallucinogen circulating in the black market was a defective product shipped out a year ago, which is still far inferior to Wu Sheng's newly improved version. At the latest, in half a month, I will personally go to planet G485. He Jingchuan felt irritable at the thought of temporarily leaving Lu Zhiyi because of this matter. He caught a glimpse of the red marks on Lin Xian and He Lanqing's necks and felt even more annoyed. Lin Xian, The military district hopes you can develop an inhibitor against the Z582 hallucinogen within this half-month. Lin Xian replied. As long as he didn't have to go out, everything was negotiable. Moreover, he had this plan even without the military district's reminder. Then Wu Shang will be handled by me and Lu Qi. He Lanqing interjected, his gaze sharp and inscrutable. He Lanqing and Lu Qi. One bright and one dark, it's convenient for them to act. No one expected that although the seemingly troublesome Idisha was annoying, her little tricks were harmless. However, after the dark zone was destroyed, they suddenly realized that darkness had already spread. Wu Sheng, under the guise of helping Idisha, obtained a large amount of funds and resources, recklessly conducting his experiments. The starry sky seemed calm, but internal and external troubles loomed. As the ice and snow melted, the insect race was already stirring. Cough, cough. He Jing Chuan lightly coughed, and He Lanqing and Lin Xian's gazes fell on him. Thinking this general, he was about to announce some major decision. Unexpectedly, he said with an air of nonchalance, "So during this time, you all have to let me be. Who can outdo you? This wolf, on ordinary days." Lin Xian was helpless, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. "I'll go rest first. We can discuss anything tomorrow." He Lanqing waved his hand, treating He Jing Chuan's request as if he hadn't heard it. With General He's abilities, he would be back in half a month. What difference would a few days make? He Lanqing casually dropped this remark and stood up to leave. He Jing Chuan certainly wanted to return, but how many of the tasks that required him to take action personally were simple? He Jing Chuan smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Recently, he had an uneasy premonition, with too many variables and uncertainties, not knowing which would come first. Lin Xian had fought alongside He Jing Chuan many times and understood the cruelty of it best. He suppressed his smile, patted He Jing Chuan's shoulder, saying everything must be planned carefully, not to act rashly, and especially not to worry Zhiyi, to state a fact they least wanted to admit. Lu Zhiyi was most biased towards He Jing Chuan. The reality of first come, first served was evident. This wolf had taken the time advantage, leaving a unique mark in Lu Zhiyi's heart long ago. I know everything. He Jing Chuan now valued his life, wanting to occupy a position by Lu Zhiyi's side, unwilling to give it up to others. Chapter 205. Idisha boldly announces O44 inhibitor the head of the Idisha family. Idisha boldly announced the O44 inhibitor and hosted a banquet for the nobles and politicians of the entire central city in the central building. She even personally sent an invitation to Lu Zhiyi, filled with provocative implications. This high-profile move by Idisha was a challenge to Lu Zhiyi, and the outcome of this smoke-free struggle would impact the entire interstellar power dynamics. On the Star Network, spectators began to emerge, as everyone knew that Lu Zhiyi had brought back some initial experimental data, leading the military hospital to specially form a research team led by Lin Xian to develop the L37 inhibitor. This inhibitor had successfully saved many out-of-control orcs, and a group of neutral drifters had also received aid. Although the L37 inhibitor was effective, the treatment cycle could be as short as half a month or as long as 6 months. However, if any orc experienced abnormalities after receiving the L37 inhibitor, Lu Zhiyi would personally step in to ensure there were no worries about the aftercare. Idisha's warm invitation meant that Lu Zhiyi had to attend in grand fashion. Lu Zhiyi had attended many banquets before, typically dressing in a low-key luxurious style, but this time, she arrived in a stunning red evening gown, radiant like a flame, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Her exquisite makeup and red lips enhanced her beauty, while her seaweed-like curls cascaded down her chest, contrasting beautifully with her snow-white skin. The hem of her long dress revealed glimpses of her beautiful legs, exuding silent allure. The diamond ring in Lu Zhiyi's hand was hard to overlook. At its center, a delicate nebula flower bloomed, seemingly encapsulating the mysteries and romance of the universe. Surrounding it, tiny diamonds sparkled under the gentle light, resembling a cascade of stars, breathtakingly beautiful. This ring was custom-made by the top interstellar jewelry designer, Ryan, half a year ago, with Lu Zhiyi's main ring designed around the nebula flower. The rings for He Jing Chuan, Lin Xian, He Lanqing, and Lu Qi all contain subtle designs unique to their work forms. Across the entire interstellar community, only Lu Zhiyi's family could gift rings to their partners. The 4 orcs accompanying Lu Zhiyi were overjoyed, especially the boastful wolf. Even the usually aloof He Lanqing showed a rare smile, while only Simon appeared somewhat dejected. To clarify things with Wu Sheng, Simon had followed Lu Zhiyi to this banquet. Initially excited, He felt out of place, standing next to them. He wished he could stand by her side as her partner. Did you see that? The rings Zhiyi and her partners are wearing. I really want to steal one. He lamented. I don't have one. I feel like ruining theirs, but I'm too scared. Why is Marshall Simon standing next to Zhiyi? Could they be involved in something? Someone speculated that good news was about to spread again. Aren't you jealous of Zhiyi's partners? What a coincidence, me too. You shallow orcs. How can you be so infatuated with Zhiyi's beauty? The main event tonight is the inhibitor. This is a matter of life and death. In my opinion, how could Idisha's inhibitor possibly compare to Zhiyi's? Dr. Lin is the most talented physician of the younger generation. And with Zhiyi's unique abilities backing it up, Idisha is already losing at the starting line. But I heard that the O44 inhibitor developed by the Idisha family can not only lower the out-of-control value in a short time, but also enhance one's mental strength, potentially upgrading from A level to S level. That can't be real. Using cheats will get you banned. The guests at the banquet whispered among themselves, glancing at Zhiyi and then at Idisha. Zhiyi was indeed radiant, but they wondered if she could handle the fall from the clouds. Idisha secretly gritted her teeth, a smirk of mockery curving her lips. Her hands clenched into fists, and, as if recalling something, she took a deep breath and gently placed her hand on her abdomen. Head of the family, why bother getting angry over these ants like Zhiyi? She will be crushed by the head of the family, even if she arrives late. Only Yin Sui was beside Idisha, proudly standing next to her, his large hand wrapped around her waist, exhibiting his possessiveness. Unfortunately, the guests did not pay him any attention. To them, while Yin Sui was an S-level mental power user, he lacked any significant background or uniqueness, merely possessing a handsome face and a brief affection from Idisha. Zhiyi's noble status makes it truly difficult to invite you, Idisha said, shaking her beautiful wine glass, elegantly stepping towards Zhiyi in her high heels. Her chin held high, showcasing her prestigious identity as the head of the family. If I don't come, Idisha's little show will inevitably be rather dull. Zhiyi chuckled lightly, her expression calm and indifferent, seemingly not taking Idisha seriously. Idisha's gaze darkened. This Zhiyi actually regarded her meticulously prepared banquet as a stage. Dull? Does Zhiyi think she is some important character? Truly arrogant. Idisha scolded Zhiyi inwardly, though her face showed no signs of disturbance. Idisha was very prideful. Unless pushed to the extreme, cracks would only appear on her exquisite mask. This was also a point where Zhiyi played along with Idisha. Idisha was like a ninja turtle, incredibly patient. Indeed, with so many beauties accompanying Zhiyi, it would certainly not be dull. Idisha's gaze swept over the 5 orcs standing behind Zhiyi, each one in S level, with He Jingquan and He launching even breaking through to SS level. It was truly a desire to destroy. Idisha's peripheral vision fell on Yin Sui beside her. Only she knew that Yin Sui's S level was achieved through the O44 inhibitor, and he couldn't compare to them at all. This Zhiyi was truly fortunate, with the few strong figures of the younger generation kneeling at her feet. Idisha compared He Jingquan and the others to beauties, subtly belittling their identities. I've heard that the head of the family and Mr. Yin have a good relationship, Zhiyi said lightly, not sounding sarcastic and definitely not complimenting. That is only natural, Idisha said, actively linking her arm with Yin Sui's, gently brushing aside the stray hair by her face. Beautiful, yet dangerous. Even Marshall Simon seems to be captivated by Zhiyi, doesn't he? He better work hard to win a title soon. Idisha's gaze inadvertently swept across a corner of the banquet, her eyes narrowing slightly. From the earlier intelligence received, Simon and Zhiyi's relationship was not ordinary. Now, she clearly saw Simon gazing at Zhiyi with infatuation, his love evident in his eyes. No wonder there had been no news of Simon and Zhiyi falling out. Idisha's annoyance towards Zhiyi rose another notch. Chapter 206 The Miracle. In Idisha's words, the patriarch has too many titles to give, and I am also looking forward to the next Mr. Yin. Zhiyi casually helped Simon deflect the conversation. Simon's heart was filled with joy, and the golden light in his eyes sparkled, sweeping away the previous despondency. The onlooking orcs were also surprised, enviously looking at Simon, as even Deacon Lu personally defended Marshall Simon. It wouldn't be long before Marshall Simon ascended to power. Meanwhile, Yin Sui's face instantly turned ashen, his dark gaze fixed firmly on Zhiyi. Idisha wanted to say something more, but was lightly silenced by Zhiyi's words. Are all the guests gathered? Isn't the patriarch's grand performance about to begin? In Zhiyi's eyes, The dignified patriarch of the Idisha family was merely a director of a show. She definitely wouldn't let Deacon Lu down. Idisha's expression froze for a moment as she tried hard to maintain her elegance and composure. She tossed her hand and strode toward the high platform. Yin Sui looked at his empty arms, feeling an increasing hatred for Lu Zhiyi. If it weren't for him, the patriarch wouldn't have angrily left him behind. This Yin Sui was somewhat of a nuisance. Jingchuan watched Yin Sui follow Idisha's back, his eyes narrowing with a chilling killing intent surging within him. The orcs, caught off guard by this remark, immediately distanced themselves, eager to cover their ears, fearing that Jingchuan, the living king of hell, might actually take action against Yin Sui and inadvertently deal with him too. Why not skin him piece by piece and present the meat to Idisha for her to savor? He would surely be delighted. Jingchuan's words seemed to activate some switch in Lu Qi, his sinister voice echoing, and his eerie green gaze coiled around Yin Sui like a venomous snake. Restrain yourself, Lu Zhiyi reminded helplessly. Lin Xian and He Lanqing remained silent, but were secretly planning how to deal with Yin Sui, especially since he had just cast an unfriendly glance at Zhiyi. Simon also thought, if Yin Sui were eliminated, would Zhiyi be a bit happier and give him more glances? Yin Sui sensed something and paused, countless hostile gazes falling upon him. He felt inexplicably hesitant to turn around. Idisha stood under the dazzling lights, proudly raising her chin, her arrogant gaze resembling that of a superior bestowing grace upon a subordinate. Everyone, we shall witness a historic moment together. A miracle capable of rewriting the fate of the galaxy. The O-44 suppressor. Lu Zhiyi led the applause, the deafening claps directed at Idisha. Yet Idisha felt uncomfortable. This Lu Zhiyi really treats her like a performer. Clang. The sound of iron chains clashing instantly attracted the attention of the entire banquet. As a crimson-eyed brown bear was dragged onto the stage, it struggled fiercely, clearly having lost its sanity, its furious roars attempting to scare off the onlooking orcs. Yin Sui raised the O-44 suppressor in his hand, and amidst the bear's roar, he plunged it deep inside. The brown bear struggled helplessly for a few seconds before collapsing heavily onto the ground. The clamoring of the banquet froze into silence as everyone held their breath, waiting for the miracle Idisha had mentioned to appear. 10 minutes later, the fallen brown bear slowly transformed into a human shape, opening its eyes to reveal clarity. Confused, it stood up from the ground, surveying its surroundings. The patriarch saved you, Yin Sui kindly reminded. Upon hearing this, the brown bear suddenly knelt in front of Idisha, its eyes filled with excitement and gratitude, tears streaming down its face as it bowed to Idisha, reverently like a believer. Thank you, patriarch. Thank you, patriarch. Lu Zhiyi silently released a thread of energy into the brown bear's body to test it, shaking her head slightly. This fool Idisha was being silently used and still felt proud. This O-44 suppressor would indeed push Idisha to the top, but within 10 days, that high ground would surely collapse. Why had this O-44 suppressor been so effective? Because it devoured mental energy, consuming life force even faster. Was Wu Sheng already impatient? Soon, a group of doctors in white coats rushed in, using the most advanced interstellar instruments to measure the cold values displayed on the instrument screen. 10. Long live the patriarch! Long live the patriarch! The banquet erupted, with orcs shouting and waving their arms, eagerly wanting to showcase their loyalty before Idisha. Many nobles chose to observe, their gazes flickering between Lu Zhiyi and Idisha, calculating in their hearts where the greatest benefits lay. The forces that originally belonged to Lu Zhiyi's faction stood behind her in silence, quietly rejecting Idisha's invitation this time. They were sober enough to know that no matter how powerful this O-44 suppressor was, it could never compare to Lu Zhiyi's healing abilities. Even if one gained many benefits, they would have to pay a significant price. They could not guess what this O-44 suppressor would take away from the brown bear. Deacon Lu, what do you think? Idisha looked at Lu Zhiyi with the posture of a victor, her lips curling upwards, believing she had defeated Lu Zhiyi. Not much. Sometimes excessive force can backfire. Lu Zhiyi responded leisurely, her indifferent demeanor clearly showing she did not regard Idisha as a threat. It was indeed a good performance. I just wonder how it will end. I am very much looking forward to it. Some clever orcs caught the hint in Lu Zhiyi's words, believing she must have sensed something was off, and they suppressed their restless hearts, deciding not to rush into action just yet. Of course, there were also those not so clever. TCH, Lu Zhiyi must be jealous of the patriarch, especially since previously only her suppressor could shine so brightly. Lu Zhiyi surely wasn't pleased. She saw that the O44 suppressor was even more effective than hers, and felt envious. TSK, TSK. Fewer dogs wagging their tails at Zhiyi now. Father is finally saved. He had been waiting for over half a year for a slot at the military hospital, truly thinking that the suppressor in their hands was some kind of elixir. I no longer have to look at Zhiyi's face. A vile seed like your father waking up would actually be a disaster, okay? Zhiyi listened to the cold mockery around her, yet her eyes showed no ripples. Do you need me to silence them? He launching whispered in Zhiyi's ear. Let them be. It's their choice. I won't involve myself in a thankless task. Zhiyi understood human nature too well. They would only see what they wanted to see and hear what they wanted to hear. They had already become immersed in this play and could not escape. If an A-level mental power user like the brown bear could still hold on for 10 days, what about the weaker ones? Chapter 207. Revelry before death. The rivalry between Zhiyi and Idisha had been well known throughout the galaxy for years. Zhiyi had always held the upper hand over Idisha. But it was indeed rare to see Idisha surpass Zhiyi for the first time. The banquet gradually turned into a celebration for Idisha's followers. She even brought out 10 O44 suppressants for live auction, with the highest bid reaching 3.8 million star coins. Healer Lin Xian felt powerless witnessing this. He couldn't wake them up. Let's go. Zhiyi turned to leave, taking away most of the guests from the banquet. Note down the names of those who left and blacklist them. Yin Sui ordered a nearby attendant, glaring at the exit. A bunch of fools choosing Zhiyi. Tell Wu Sheng I want the latest test report on that bear tonight, to be distributed online in the name of the Idisha family. Idisha was in high spirits and didn't want to dwell on these fools. They would soon realize how wrong and foolish it was to choose Zhiyi over her. Understood, Yin Sui replied. After the banquet ended at midnight, the official account of the Idisha family announced the latest health report of the brown bear, stating that all health indicators were stable, and its mental strength had actually increased significantly since the previous loss of control. Meanwhile, Idisha sold another 20 O44 suppressants and randomly gifted 10 to orcs. For a time, the Star Network was filled with praises for Idisha. Even the Alliance president Wen Hao took the opportunity to retaliate against Zhiyi for his previous disrespect. Wen Hao, perhaps one day in the future, the term loss of control will end in the hands of the Idisha family, and suppressants will no longer be limited antidotes. Old man Yin San, who rarely stayed up late, felt as if the sky had fallen when he opened his light brain and quickly messaged Zhiyi. Yin San, Zhiyi. The orcs from other hospitals in Central City that we divided with are requesting to stop the injection of L37 suppressants. They say Idisha's suppressants are better. Yin San, this is infuriating. Why are they all so spiteful? They actually claim our developed suppressants are inferior to Idisha's and call them garbage. Yin San, I kindly accepted them back then, and now that they're only halfway recovered, they think they're clear-headed and capable. Yin San, unread messages 99. At midnight, the Yuan was still brightly lit. Not only were 5 orcs gathered around Zhiyi, but the forces siding with her had also followed over from the banquet. The luxurious reception room was filled with big shots from the galaxy, all dressed in suits and glamorous gowns, their gazes focused on Zhiyi. They either stood or sat, engaging in quiet conversations, but unconsciously centered around Zhiyi, as if she were the brightest star in the sky. Deacon Liu, what should we do? Asked an elegant female, the head of the Su family in Central City and an A-class mental strength powerhouse. Let them entangle themselves, Zhiyi replied casually, watching Yin San's barrage of messages, already imagining a flustered little old man. Zhiyi, confirm with him again, record the video, and conduct a health test before leaving to prove that our L37 suppressants have no issues. Yin San, understood, I'll arrange it right away. With just 2 sentences, the military hospital staff were called back to work overtime, but at such a critical juncture, no one complained. After all, it could lead to real casualties. Yin San then used the official account of the Central City Military Hospital to issue a reminder, subtly advising caution when injecting O44 suppressants. The official accounts of the A905 Military District, Huaxing Military Academy, and X856 Planet also stepped in to advise caution. In the eyes of Idisha's followers, these words were seen as Zhiyi's unwillingness and jealousy. Without Idisha needing to lift a finger, Wu Sheng personally manipulated various accounts online to stir up trouble, and the previously harmonious Star Network erupted into chaos. This is the testing report for orcs who previously injected the O44 suppressants. I have to admit, the O44 suppressants can indeed quickly lower the loss of control value, but at the cost of depleting life force. Lin Xian raised his hand to knock in the air, and a massive light screen unfolded beside him, displaying shocking data. Is this true? An orc gasped, looking at Zhiyi in disbelief. Has Idisha gone mad? Is she not afraid of destroying herself with such a suppressant? Not only would she destroy herself, but the entire Idisha family would be buried with her. Gasps of astonishment filled the room as they read the report over and over, doubting whether their eyes were deceiving them. Idisha would never commit such a suicidal act. But the developer of this suppressant seemed intent on killing the entire alliance, and this noble head of the family was being used without realizing it. Simon smirked with irony. His uncle was indeed ruthless. A wave of bitterness suddenly rose within Simon as he glanced out the window at the dazzling stars in the night sky. His mother might be one of those stars, watching her brother go mad, feeling both heartbroken and disappointed. He wondered what means Wu Sheng had used to deceive Idisha into believing this suppressant had been successfully developed. Was he that impatient? Underneath Idisha's mask, countless cracks had already formed. She seemed calm on the surface, but her resentment and thirst for power were only growing. Idisha had tasted the joy of defeating Zhiyi, and this exhilaration spurred her on, making her blind to any inconsistencies with Wu Sheng, leading her down a path of no return. The brown bear that had injected the 44 suppressants at the banquet would not survive more than 10 days. Zhiyi's tone was calm as she sat there, her authoritative presence causing all the orcs present to unconsciously submit. You all should have no shortage of 10 days. Why not wait a bit? You will naturally find out whether my words are true or false. As soon as Zhiyi finished speaking, the hearts of the orcs present all sank. If I'm not mistaken, the Idisha family will continue to sell suppressants over these 10 days, and may even gift a large number of suppressants to the Alliance. I've said what I needed to say. The rest depends on your choices. Although Zhiyi claimed to respect others' fates, she didn't want to be a solitary commander. If she could save one, she would. Please believe everything is in my hands. We wouldn't want Wu Sheng and Idisha to fall, only for the bug race to reap the benefits. Yes, believing in Zhiyi is not a bad idea. Besides, there's no need to rush. In an instant, the reception room erupted. They hurriedly sent messages to their families and subordinates, repeatedly advising against injecting 44 suppressants. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 208. The night chat of 5 beasts that gathered nobles in a Yuan gradually dispersed. Although it was already spring, the night breeze brought a chill. Little Q dashed back and forth, panting as she collected teacups to wash, while the fully charged floor cleaning machine swept back and forth. The drowsiness hit Zhiyi, and she casually collapsed on Lin Xian's chest, stretching her legs over Lu Qi's thigh. Do you think Editha was injected with a small amount of hallucinogen by Wu Sheng? Otherwise, how could she do something so foolish to kill herself? After saying this, Zhiyi lazily yawned. It's not impossible, He Lanqing responded after a moment of thought. For now, you should arrange for the Dark Guards to secretly track the beastmen who purchased the 44 suppressants. If they are those naive ones who are easily deceived, just swap their suppressants. But if they're the kind that are stubborn and malicious, then respect their fate. Zhiyi closed her eyes, mumbling softly, her breathing shallow as she succumbed to sleep. Our Zhiyi is still too kind. While she watches the world's evils with cold eyes, she quietly mends this world. Lin Xian gently brushed aside the stray hair from Zhiyi's forehead, his fingertips lightly tracing her delicate eyebrows and eyes, filled with endless affection. I'll take care of this matter, Lu Qi spoke first, taking on the responsibility. Apart from the time he had been lurking in the dark zone, Lu Qi believed he hadn't done anything good, but for Zhiyi, he would do anything. Then I'll continue to focus on developing the antidote for the hallucinogen. When it came to serious matters, Lin Xian couldn't help but look grave. The time left for him to prepare was indeed limited. In 2 days, I will secretly go to G485 planet. Wu Shang's minions have not only reached there, but traces of the insect race have also appeared. He Jingchuan's gaze lowered, the cold folding knife spinning on his fingertips, his heart growing heavier. You all shouldn't be too busy. Keep an eye on Lulu. This mission could be more dangerous than ever, and he wasn't sure when it would end. I can help too. The big lion, sitting at the edge, spoke up quietly. Then Wu Shang will be left to you. He Lanqing's words lightly drifted into Simon's ears. Do you want Z to wake up and beat you? He Jingchuan shot a speechless glance at the perverted tiger. If it weren't for the distance, he would have kicked He Lanqing. Don't worry about me too much. There's no relationship between him and me. Simon's hands were clasped, his fingertips rubbing together as nervous sweat formed in his palms. He wanted to join this family in the future, so he didn't want them to have a prejudice against him because of Wu Shang. There were no feelings between him and Wu Shang. This was the truth. Family feuds didn't require him the uncle, to take revenge, he would handle it himself. Even if you have no feelings for Wu Sheng, Zhiyi wouldn't want you to personally kill your uncle. He did wrong, and the universe will naturally make him pay the price, Lin Xian said slowly. All right, just manage your own vendetta. There'll be chaos in a few days, and you can take the opportunity to stab the Alliance a few times. He Lanqing pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, his cold gaze reflecting as he looked at Simon with a glaring distance. He Lanqing sent Simon the information about the secret party. The list included those who participated in the cleanup plan against his family years ago, with red names indicating the deceased and black names marked with locations where they had recently been seen. He had organized this information a few days ago and was secretly shocked. Several members of the secret party had survived, lingering on the edge of light and dark. They had made many deals with the dark zone and were regulars in the black market. This once sharp knife of the Alliance had been shattered into pieces and thrown back at the Alliance itself. While they faithfully committed one evil deed after another for the Alliance, they probably never expected to be abandoned one day. His mother, Lady Zhiyi, had dismantled the secret party bit by bit to cover up Wen Li's wrongdoings and to reshape Wen Li's image as a white moonlight. Zhiyi tried to cover this up, to forget it. It seemed she hadn't done anything wrong. After all, this evil was secretly planned by Wen Li, but it was indeed related to Zhiyi, as Wen Li wanted to pave the way for her, naively offering this love. Lanqing took a deep breath, not wanting to dwell on his mother's rights and wrongs. Is this Zhiyi's investigation? Simon opened the document, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably, hate and affection intertwining in his eyes as he couldn't help but gaze at Lu Zhiyi. The enemies lay before him, yet his first reaction was to ask if it was Lu who investigated it. TSK, love-struck brain, hopeless, Jingchuan secretly complained to himself, even though he was also love-struck. Yes, Zhiyi threatened when how to obtain the S-level authority from the Alliance for you. At the mention of this, Lu Qi glanced at Simon, tugging at the corner of his mouth, speaking in a somewhat sarcastic tone. That day, Zhiyi was clearly trying to vent for him. Yet later she helped this lion by kidnapping Wen Hao and barging into the Alliance. Lu Qi felt jealous just thinking about it. Jealous, jealous, jealous. Angry things said 3 times. I will repay her well. As soon as Simon finished speaking, Jingchuan quickly added, no need to offer yourself. What happens between me and her is not up to you, Simon retorted. You just take care of your own problems. Having me around Zhiyi is enough. Lanqing, who had not been assigned a task, naturally blocked the job of protecting Lu Zhiyi. The wolf, fox, and snake had no objections. The lion had objections, but didn't know how to refute. Lin Xian rubbed his forehead helplessly. Weren't they discussing serious matters? How did it veer so far off? Moreover, while Zhiyi was asleep, she wasn't dead here. They really weren't afraid of her waking up suddenly. I'll take Zhiyi to bathe and rest first. Lin Xian chose not to participate in this childish argument and preferred to take the opportunity to get close to the fragrant Lu Zhiyi. Stinky fox. Jingchuan lamented how shameless this fox had become and quickly got up to follow. Lanqing and Lu Qi followed closely behind, leaving Simon staring blankly at the information. Lanqing was right. He should first deal with his own issues, cut off everything from the past, and leave the future for Lu Zhiyi. In the quiet of the night, Wen Hao received a delivery from the Editha family, containing over 100 O44 suppressants. Dear, Wen has secretly helped you so much. It's time for you to repay. Wen Hao laughed arrogantly, already fantasizing about becoming the greatest Alliance chairman in the galaxy. He planned to distribute these suppressants to the out-of-control beastmen imprisoned on various planets, and when they woke up, they would surely be grateful to him. Chapter 209. The wolf feast before leaving spring rain drizzled softly over the central city. Lu Qi successfully intercepted batch after batch of O44 suppressants in the dark. But many of Idisha's followers still had to pay for their wrong choices. The military hospital was in chaos. As they increased the input of L37 suppressants and temporarily opened 10 treatment pods, capable of accommodating over 500 uncontrollable orcs. The truth about the O44 suppressants, which consumed life force as a cost, inadvertently leaked out, but this truth was fanned into a storm by hidden hands, turning it into an accusation against Idisha out of jealousy, provoking a wave of curses. A group of self-righteous fools, who wouldn't listen to advice, would later want to kidnap Deacon Lu to help them clean up their mess. The advanced surfing player, Rabbit Orc, saw the endless abusive comments about Deacon Lu on Starnet, and his ears went stiff with anger. Idisha put on a show, said a few words, and they really lost their minds. In the words of Zhiyi, Respect their fate. Simon stood by the window, looking at the misty rain outside. His gaze darkened, as if seeing through the murderous intent behind this calm storm. Idisha's performance was indeed successful. Within half an hour, she managed to restore an uncontrollable orc to normal, an effect that even L-37 suppressants couldn't achieve, which was quite shocking for the entire star sector. Yet, it couldn't compare to Deacon Lu's healing abilities. The rabbit muttered softly. So you would find that the insults directed at Zhiyi on StarNet were all from that same group. They were inherently evil and greedy, mostly on the military hospital's blacklist, and Idisha was the lifeline they had longed for. Simon scoffed lightly, with mockery and irony, that if a better suppressor appeared, the Idisha they once idolized would also be trampled underfoot. Human nature, beastly instincts, the existence of orcs was essentially a contradictory combination. The rabbit orc nodded, as if understanding. This central city was too complex, and the little rabbit was beginning to think. Jing Chuan. Deacon Lu knocked on the door, but received no response for a long time. Can I come in? Deacon Lu tilted her head in confusion. Clearly having seen Jing Chuan's starship parked neatly on the landing pad. This was his first mission outside since they became partners. The secret party, Z5. 82 hallucinogen. The insect race, too many uncertainties gathered there. Deacon Lu felt a bit reluctant and uneasy. The door was pushed open. The curtains in the room were tightly drawn, and a faint light seeped through the gaps, plunging the entire room into darkness. Huh, Jing Chuan gasped, causing Deacon Lu's heart to sink. Hurt? Following the sound, she walked towards the dressing room, but the scene before her made her pause. This was no injury. Deacon Lu bit her lip. She should have turned around, but she couldn't help but want to take a few more glances, her ears flushing. Normally, male orcs would have a mating period, and when it arrived, their mental power would also become restless, desires released infinitely. They craved comfort. Jing Chuan's eyes were red at the corners when he saw Deacon Lu, struggling to suppress the beastly instincts in his gaze, while love uncontrollably overflowed, his eyes misty. This big wolf had secretly brought Deacon Lu's clothes and that white wolf plushie, piling these items that carried her scent on a round blanket on the floor, as if building a nest for himself, hiding inside. A wolf. Jing Chuan let out a low growl, his tail curling around the white clothing. Wolf ears perked up. Jing Chuan. Deacon Lu called softly. Jing Chuan's breathing grew heavier as he stood up, unconsciously tugging at his shirt. A few buttons popped off his shirt, revealing well-defined abs, like the shackles on a cage for ferocious beasts being smashed apart, staring fiercely at the treasure he had long desired. The hem of his shirt swayed gently as he moved, this already tattered shirt still clinging to him, not obstructive, but adding an inexplicable allure. Jing Chuan didn't know whether the sudden arrival of his mating period before leaving was good or bad. Lulu. Jing Chuan's hands wrapped around Deacon Lu's waist, burying his head in her neck and gently rubbing against her, like a spoiled big cat. Deacon Lu squinted her eyes, seeing the wildly wagging tail behind the wolf, marked with that hint of white. She knew all too well whether it was a cat or a wolf. I've already started thinking about you. Jing Chuan left one burning mark after another, his eyes filled with obsessive love and possessiveness. Deacon Lu's nose suddenly tinged with a sourness. Her lover was an SS-level mental powerhouse in the star sector, the most outstanding commander, with too many honors beyond his control, not just for him, not just for her. No, Jing Chuan was as noble as Deacon Lu thought. He used to climb desperately just to escape Ying's control, and now he guarded this star sector only because it had Deacon Lu, his Lulu. The temperature around them suddenly rose, and Deacon Lu felt a tingling sensation in her neck. It seemed her energy was being drained by this tormenting fairy, and under the heat of love and desire, Deacon Lu turned into a puddle of water, powerless. For some things, there was absolutely no reason for a serious partner to refuse. Deacon Lu was dizzy from Jing Chuan's enchantment, unable to distinguish whether it was day or night outside the room. She vaguely seemed to hear knocking at the door, but the words she intended to say were blocked by this wolf. The scent of the stinky fox and the perverted tiger approached, causing Jing Chuan's mental power, which had been difficult to calm, to stir again. Then a sickly snake followed. The wolf sharpened its teeth, eyes turning red. They must be doing this on purpose. Deacon Lu's consciousness was a bit hazy. She felt her soul being led by Jing Chuan, completely unaware of who was passing by outside the door or who knocked. I will miss you very much, so you must return safely. If you're really hurt, you must tell me. Don't be afraid that I'll get hurt going over. Wounds can heal. My Jing Chuan is the only one. Don't be so foolish. And don't be so stubborn. I don't want to fall into infinite regret one day. I don't want to have the ability to save you, but be unable to do anything. That is even more painful than being powerless. Deacon Lu was lost in the gentle world created by He Jing Chuan, unconsciously revealing her love for him. Good. A deep, hoarse voice entered Deacon Lu's ears. I want to let any other wolf replace my position. He Jing Chuan, would occupy Deacon Lu's place as the first partner for a lifetime. Chapter 210. The storm arrives early. He Jing Chuan looked at the exhausted person in his arms and reverently placed a kiss on her forehead. As usual, he took care of everything that needed to be handled. He donned his military uniform, the brim of his cap pressed down on his tousled hair, emanating a cold aura. His features becoming sharp. He stepped into his military boots and left this tenderness behind, heading to the battlefield he must reach. Lin Xian had experimented with several little white mice and finally developed a purifier for the Z5. 82 hallucinogen. He didn't even have time to catch his breath before contacting his research team for help in producing 10,000 doses of the purifier. Fortunately, the interstellar instruments were advanced. Otherwise, even if the fox wore its claws down, it wouldn't have been able to produce so many purifiers for He Jingchuan in such a short time. Lin Xian still hadn't had the chance to change out of his white coat, fatigue written all over his face. You didn't come down for dinner. So now you can only drink nutrition supplements, Lin Xian joked. In the next moment, the nutrition supplement that He Jingchuan hadn't had time to open was shoved into Lin Xian's palm. I see you've been quite tired these past 2 days. So here is some replenishment for you. He Jingchuan then boasted, that little dinner of yours is nowhere near as good as what Lu personally feeds you. Well, fill up one meal and starve for a month, Lin Xian retorted. I'm leaving. He Jingchuan suddenly felt deflated, waved his hand to Lin Xian, and stepped onto the starship without looking back. The next morning, Lu Zhiyi, still lost in sleep, reached out to pat the big wolf beside her, but found nothing. She turned over, grabbed his pillow, and hugged it tightly. Her eyes narrowed as she lost all sleepiness. All right, my Jingchuan has set off to fight monsters. Good morning, little master. Little Q, originally a bit downcast after He Jingchuan's departure, instantly perked up upon seeing Lu Zhiyi. Lu Zhiyi looked simple and capable. Her long hair tied up in a bun, wearing a clean white shirt and neat wide-leg trousers, her face free of makeup, exuding an indescribable pure beauty. Good morning, little Q. Healan Qing helped Lu Zhiyi pull out a chair. Just as she sat down, little Q came over with a steaming bowl of seafood porridge. Lu Zhiyi pushed the porridge forward, waiting for it to cool before eating. She opened her light brain to reply to messages from yesterday, but before she could scroll down, an urgent news alert popped up. Lu Zhiyi's expression froze for a moment before quickly regaining composure as she placed her hand on Healan Qing's arm. What's wrong? Healan Qing paused his movements and glanced at Lu Zhiyi. Not 10 days, it has already arrived early. Lu Zhiyi adjusted her light brain, and the cold screen began to play a video. Lin Xian and Lu Qi also put down what they were doing, their expressions turning serious. The view count of this video had reached 10,000 in just 1 minute, and the number continued to rise, making it too late for the Edie family to delete it. In the video, the black fox was the son of a businessman from Huaxing, a B-level psychic who died 3 days after taking the O44 suppressant. The black fox's skin was wrinkled, resembling old tree bark, his complexion dark, blood and flesh seemingly drained, leaving only a shriveled corpse, a grotesque sight. The businessman knelt beside the body, weeping, holding up the proof of purchase for the suppressant from the Edie family, screaming in madness and hurling every curse he could think of at Yiddisha. The businessman had been kicked out by his former partner for having a son with low psychic abilities, viewing the black fox as his lifeline. The two relied on each other. During their most difficult times, a collateral branch of the Edie family inadvertently saved them, leading to unwavering loyalty to the Edie family afterward. The Edie family casually tossed them a bit of sweetness, allowing the businessman to earn quite a few star coins, further solidifying his loyalty. Yiddisha, if you want my life, just say so. Why take my son's life? I've already willingly knelt before you like a lapdog, bowing my head to you, wagging my tail. If you want my life, I would offer it without a second thought, but why harm my son? Yiddisha was the most vicious female in the entire interstellar. This O44 suppressant was clearly poison. It turned out everything Lu Zhiyi said was true. No, Lu Zhiyi wasn't a good person either. She actually knew the truth about the O44 suppressant. Why didn't she come out to stop it? She clearly had abilities. Why wouldn't she save us? I know this is all your upper-class people's twisted amusement, wanting to watch us ants struggle to death. It's disgusting. Huh, I'll send him to his death right away. Lu Qi sneered, lazily lifting his eyelids, his cold, sinister gaze seeming to look at a dead thing. He knew this shameless creature, the unremarkable dog at Yiddish's feet, was a relatively wealthy businessman with no power and low psychic ability. Lu Qi had already thought of a way for this businessman to die in his mind. He didn't plan to tell Lu Zhiyi, not wanting to dirty her ears. Self-imposed entrapment. Heelan Qing withdrew his gaze, coldly spitting out these words. Not watching anymore. Lin Xian brought back the bowl of warm seafood porridge and spooned a small mouthful toward Lu Ziyi's lips. A 30-minute video. Crying for 30 minutes, cursing for 30 minutes. Attacking He Jingchuan, Yiddisha, and Lu Zhiyi indiscriminately. Lu Zhiyi felt helpless. She had already reminded them at the banquet. Later, her subordinates spread the news, and she turned a blind eye, not intercepting the information. While accepting Lin Xian's feeding, Lu Zhiyi shifted her gaze to Lu Qi. Before she could swallow the seafood porridge in her mouth, Lu Qi already knew what she wanted to say. The O44 suppressants I intercepted are all stored in the warehouse, each with corresponding coded data. I can also trace the identities of the buyers of this batch of intercepted suppressants. Lu Qi raised his chin, looking adorably eager for praise. He managed to intercept 300 doses of the suppressant, swapping them all for pure water, saving 300 lives that were indeed foolish but innocent. Besides these 300 doses, the Edie family had 150 doses of suppressants already leaked out on the surface, and there would only be more in the shadows. Lu Ziyi's delicate hand lifted slightly, and Lu Qi proactively leaned closer to her, bending down. Hard work, little snake. Lu Zhiyi rubbed Lu Qi's ears, the places her fingers had touched slowly turning pink. Compared to the warmth and harmony of the E-Garden, the outside world had already descended into chaos. Yiddisha could no longer maintain her elegance and composure. She tore off her mask and smashed everything in her laboratory. Damn Wusheng, how dare he deceive her? This laboratory, which Yiddisha had expended a great deal of effort to rebuild, had originally supported her boundless ambition, but was now set to completely destroy her. And Wusheng had also vanished without a trace. One case after another of deaths, due to the O44 suppressant emerged, all involving forces under Yiddisha, like cutting various bloody scars on Yiddisha's arm, turning her eyes crimson. Yiddisha felt no sorrow for their deaths. Instead, she resented their burden. Push Wusheng out. Minimize the impact. Chapter 211. The death of the Alliance chairman. The death toll caused by the O44 inhibitor continues to rise, and Yiddisha has been pushed to the brink, with Wen Hao also facing significant repercussions. To maintain his good image as a caring chairman, Wen Hao specially transported a batch of O44 inhibitors to a small, marginal city in Huaxing, where many out-of-control ordinary orcs were imprisoned, their mental powers mostly at B level. Just as Wen Hao began to enjoy the reputation he earned, he suddenly fell heavily from grace. To prevent Lu Zhiyi from retaliating against him for his remarks and ruining his good deeds, he specifically dispatched the Alliance's strongest elite guard team to live stream the entire process, from the transport of the O44 inhibitors to the injections. He indirectly caused the deaths of 103 ordinary orcs. It's over, it's all over. Ha ha ha. Wen Hao laughed maniacally, and as he laughed, he began to cry. Such despicable beings have died, so what? But buried in the ground are not only their corpses, but also the power he fought for his entire life. Yiddisha, in a fit of rage, Wen Hao swept everything off his desk, shattering it all on the ground. His gaze was fierce, resembling a bloodthirsty monster crawling out from underground. You destroyed me. Wen Hao bit each word with extra force, as if this would tear apart Yiddisha's flesh and blood. And that Lu Zhiyi, Wen Hao felt utterly innocent. He had become a victim in the game between Lu Zhiyi and Yiddisha. Hatred shattered on Wen Hao's lips. His eyes were bloodshot, glowing red, looking terrifying. Wen Hao staggered, rushing out of his office, colliding with an assistant running towards him. Without looking back, he sprinted towards the docking bay. His speed was astonishing, as if he had expended all his energy, his mental power operating wildly within him. The assistant was stunned. In just a blink, Wen Hao's figure had vanished. Realizing too late, the assistant frantically pulled the alarm, his voice echoing throughout the building. The chairman has gone mad. No, Wen Hao has lost control. Immediately, the Alliance dispatched a team to pursue and intercept Wen Hao's starship, only to discover that his flight path was towards the Yiddisha estate. At this moment, Yiddisha, for the sake of her family's interests and development, had to go live to apologize to the interstellar community. Everyone, I am the head of the Yiddisha family, and I apologize to the entire interstellar community. The Idisha family feels deep sorrow and guilt for the disaster caused by the O44 inhibitor and has let everyone down. The Idisha family will also take on the necessary responsibilities, doing everything possible to remedy and recover all losses that can be salvaged. This noble and elegant Idisha, with her lips tightly pressed, bore this immense humiliation, reluctantly bowing to the camera to apologize. Subsequently, she displayed records of Wu Sheng's experimental research, along with the monitoring footage where Wu Sheng assured her repeatedly that the latest modified O44 inhibitor had no side effects. Idisha tried to scrub away the dirt on her, portraying herself as a complete victim. The Idisha family's original intent was merely to save every out-of-control orc, hoping to free everyone from the shackles of fate. But they ended up being deceived and used. Idisha spoke beautifully, yet she dared not look at the responses below. She pretended to cry, wiping away her fake tears. As soon as the live stream ended, Idisha's face twisted into a snarl, and she casually grabbed the exquisite teacup from the table, filled with rage, and threw it at the screen. The teacup shattered loudly as it hit the ground. Get out of here, except for Yin Sui. No one dared to stay and accompany this madwoman, Idisha. A sharp pain shot through Idisha's abdomen, and she gritted her teeth, bending over. Head of the family. Yin Sui's pupils tightened, and he hurriedly held Idisha in his arms, softly comforting her. Head of the family, don't let that despicable creature anger you. It's just 100 or so useless lives lost. Once this storm passes, it will soon be forgotten. The Idisha family has accumulated power for 100 years. It cannot be shaken by their few words. You're right. A metallic taste filled Idisha's mouth as she took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. If those useless creatures could wake up for just a day or two, it would be a mercy granted by the Idisha family. If it weren't for the head of the family, they would never wake up until death. Yin Sui continued, following Idisha's train of thought. Idisha's hand rested on her abdomen, her gaze suddenly calming down significantly. The child inside her would be the hope for the Idisha family's future. Even if she fell, this child would lead the Idisha family back to its peak. Boom! One-How piloted his starship straight into the Idisha estate, creating a breach in the defensive shield, and the starship exploded in self-destruction. The energy shock from the damaged shield caused the ground to tremble. What is happening? Yin Sui shouted angrily, tightening his hold on Idisha. Head of the family, Mr. Yin, One-How has rushed in. An Idisha guard rushed in quickly. He has lost control, rambling about wanting the head of the family to accompany him in death. He dares. Idisha reacted as if she had heard the biggest joke. Stop him. One-How, all alone, could not possibly break through the carefully trained guards of the Idisha family. His mental power grew more agitated, unwillingness and hatred clouding his eyes. He became numb, unable to feel any pain from his wounds. Out of control, One-How could barely speak, having forgotten why he came here. He transformed into beast form, raised his claws, and engaged in one fight after another. With a roar from the beast, One-How self-destructed, creating a large crater in the luxurious courtyard of the Idisha estate. Shattered stones falling onto his corpse. One-How lived his entire life for his ambition, plotting meticulously, finally obtaining what he desired, only to lose it in an instant. The energy wave from the self-destruction of an A-level orc also caused a slight tremor for Idisha. Idisha placed her hand on Yin Sui's arm, intending to go out and laugh at the stupidity of this ant. The interstellar community did not execute him. He hadn't even had time to revoke his position as chairman before he impatiently sought death, sentencing himself to death. How foolish. However, for One-How, until his last breath, he remained the Alliance chairman. In a certain sense, he still possessed the power he desired. One-How. Idisha casually curled her lips into a cold smile. Smoke and ash swirling, obscuring her vision. It seemed she saw Zhiyi. Chapter 212. Wu Sheng's death livestream. All the attention of the Star Network saints was drawn to Idisha's apology while in an unnoticed corner. Wu Sheng started a death livestream. One-How, Idisha, the Alliance, the nobility. These seemingly powerful figures are all hiding disgusting desires that you cannot see. We are all thoroughly sick, so we might as well die together. If we all die, this world will be clean again. It will restart and usher in a new era. Crazy? Are you talking about me? Then I am indeed a madman driven to ruin by the Alliance. Welcome to my death livestream, my first audience. On the other side of the camera, Wu Sheng meticulously styled his hair, dressed in a well-tailored suit. Seemingly the same nobleman in his 20s who wholeheartedly pursued his dreams with exceptional medical talent. But the hatred and madness in his eyes exposed him as a mad doctor. He seemed to have split into two halves, one half living in the past, the other dead in the future. Z, our plan has begun. Sister, look, they will all pay the heaviest price. Wu Sheng's fingertips moved slightly, and he pulled out a folding knife from somewhere, stabbing it into his chest without hesitation. The blood blurred the camera, and he left with a mad smile, collapsing on an unknown small planet. Characters who are this crazy are the most terrifying. He died, burying his plan along with him. Bang! The tea that Zhiyi had brought to her lips was suddenly slammed back onto the table, the warm tea splashing and wetting her fingertips. What's wrong? Zhiyi noticed the serious expression on Zhiyi's face, and he instinctively furrowed his brows, leaning a little closer to her. Lin Xian and He Lan Qing had left for work, leaving only Shishi to accompany Zhiyi, and oh, there was also a big lion in another small building. Can you deduce which planet this is? Zhiyi unfolded a light screen in front of Zhiyi. The light screen projected Wu Sheng's live streaming room, the background filled with the low buildings commonly seen. Wu Sheng lay on the ground, blood pouring from his chest. Three beastmen suddenly barged into the frame, their eyes dazed, movements clumsy, like marionettes on strings, clearly having lost their consciousness due to the Z582 hallucinogen. There are too many small planets like this. Zhiyi shook his head. There are countless such small planets in the universe, far more backward than the prosperous Huaxing. Some of them are just a bit cleaner than garbage. Let's go find Idisha. Zhiyi suddenly remembered that Idisha had hidden two small planets, which could very likely be used for Wu Sheng's experiments. After all, they had previously done such insane things as experimenting on living beastmen. She had to find his planet and stop the death live stream. Simon, wait for me by the starship. Zhiyi hurriedly sent a voice message to Simon without much explanation and pulled Zhiyi outside. Do you care about their lives and deaths? Zhiyi and Zhiyi stood on the aircraft, the wind rushing past his ears, blowing her hair. Zhiyi pressed her lips tightly together, worry hidden in her brows, her delicate face tense. No. Zhiyi shook her head. The fear brought by this live stream was more terrifying than death. They all didn't know what lay behind this plan, how many planets were included in its scope, and where Wu Sheng had hidden his secret weapon. A single speculation, a chaotic thought, deepened the fear in the hearts of the beastmen. This fear was an abyss without bottom, under which could be anything, or it could be empty. Fear would cause order to collapse, plunging the entire starry sky into chaos. Just like when the apocalypse suddenly descends, people struggle to seize resources to live longer. They might even think that if one person dies, the resources shared would decrease, and the hope of survival would increase. By the starship, Simon was already waiting there. Simon's face was heavy, his tail stiff. He had seen the live stream and witnessed his last relative's suicide. Simon had thought for a long time that Wu Sheng would come find him, would try every means to use him. But he did not expect him to be so decisive, to leave resolutely. Z. Simon forced a bitter smile, helplessness occupying his heart. Let us go. Zhiyi glanced at Simon, and there was no time to soothe this lion's little emotions. The starship door opened, and Zhiyi entered first. Activating the starship control panel, her fingertips pulling up a light circle on the screen, setting the target location at the Idisha Manor. Zhiyi sat in the pilot seat, while Zhiyi and Simon sat in the back row. Marshal Simon, I know your heart is in turmoil right now, but there is no time to vent. When the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. There are some things we must do, and this is also your responsibility. Her voice was cold and calm, slowly pulling his reason back. Perhaps feeling her tone was too stiff, Zhiyi tried to soften her voice, gently coaxing the lion, saying, if you want to cry, after this live stream ends, my shoulder is there for you to lean on. Zhiyi's eyes widened instantly, darting back and forth between Zhiyi and Simon, his mouth opening and closing, wanting to say something but stopping short. A bit jealous. Forget it. This occasion doesn't seem suitable. Randomly getting jealous, Z would scold Shishi. Simon replied in a low voice. In a short few minutes flying to the Idisha Manor, the number of marionettes gathered in the live stream increased, seemingly dividing themselves into two factions, with a clear dividing line in between. Wu Sheng wants to control them, to kill each other. This thought flashed in Zhiyi's mind, and she gasped in shock. A bloody scene seeming to appear before her eyes. This planet had fallen into chaos. They raised weapons, stabbing their companions, neighbors, friends, teachers. The sunlight slanted over this ruined building complex, but could not penetrate the depths of the souls that were about to vanish. The air was thick with the scent of blood and despair, each collision accompanied by broken bones and wails. And all of this seemed to become the cruelest data on Wu Sheng's experimental table. Zhiyi shook this image from her mind, her gaze growing colder. Warning. A powerful energy fluctuation detected ahead. The starship accurately locked onto the scene unfolding at the Edisha Manor. One house self-detonation. Zhiyi parked the starship outside the manor, with Simon and Lu Qi like loyal knights guarding her left and right as they stepped into the chaos. Dust and smoke rose, and she saw Edisha looking disdainfully at Wenhao's corpse, a contemptuous smile on her lips. Edisha seemed to sense something, gazing back at her from afar. Chapter 213. The arrival of Lu Zhiyi at the Edi Manor. Lu Zhiyi. The smile on Yidish's face instantly froze as she glared fiercely at the uninvited guest before her. Lu Zhiyi, a person who should not exist. If it weren't for her, she would be the strongest and most noble female in the entire star realm, and everything would be within her grasp. You're going too far. This is Edi Manor, not your own territory. Yidisha scolded sharply, the anger in her eyes ignited. Her apology video had just been released, and now how had shown up. But what was Lu Zhiyi doing here? Was she here to watch her make a fool of herself? Lu Zhiyi must be feeling quite pleased with herself. Yidisha took a step forward, intending to put Lu Zhiyi in her place, but she did not expect Lu Zhiyi to rush directly in front of her, raising her hand to grip her neck. The sudden feeling of suffocation left Yidisha's mind blank, and she looked at Lu Zhiyi in shock, her pupils trembling. Lu Zhiyi. Yin Sui's face darkened ominously. His pent-up rage was suppressed by the mental pressure from Lu Qi. Yin Sui, a pseudo-S level boosted by drugs, could never compare to Lu Qi, an S level who relied on his own strength. Let go of the head of the family. The guards of the Edi family raised their laser pistols high. In the distance, chaotic footsteps were heard, and more cold gun muzzles were aimed at Lu Zhiyi. Lu Qi had subdued Wenhao, while another S level, Simon, was absolutely dominant over this group of A-level guard from the Edi family. Even though Yidisha had the advantage in numbers, she felt suffocated in the face of absolute strength. Yidisha. Lu Zhiyi's fingertips loosened slightly. But before Yidisha could breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Zhiyi's next words plunged her into an ice cave. For the child in your belly, I advise you to cooperate a little. How do you know? All the sharpness on Yidisha seemed to break, and for the sake of the child in her womb, she had no choice but to negotiate with Lu Zhiyi. She had had other children before, but they were too mediocre, with the highest only being A-level, unable to lead the Edi family to greatness. Lu Zhiyi did not answer. All of Yidisha's bodily conditions were within her psychic detection. However, this child was indeed worthy of Yidisha's expectations, with very active mental energy, and was likely to reach S-level in the future. Unfortunately, Wu Sheng had secretly injected Yidisha with the Z582 hallucinogen, and the residual effects of the drug had already affected this child. Over time, this child might become dull and foolish, just a simpleton. Lu Zhiyi, if you lay a hand on the head of the family or the child, I will definitely kill you. Wenhao yelled hoarsely. TSK. Lu Qi grabbed the back of Yin Sui's head, raising his knee to slam into his abdomen, causing Yin Sui's face to turn pale with pain. Yin Sui felt as if a venomous snake was staring at him, a chilling fear enveloping him. As a sinister voice echoed in his ear, you better be smart, otherwise I will make you die in front of them. Wenhao struggled and resisted, but after 3 moves, he was subdued by Lu Qi once more. Yidisha secretly resented Yin Sui's ineptitude. The male she had carefully selected was still inferior to Lu Zhiyi. I ask you, is the small planet where Wu Sheng conducted the death livestream under your name? Lu Zhiyi's gaze was cold, her fingertips pressing heavily against Yidisha's neck. I don't know what you're talking about. Yidisha gritted her teeth. How would I know what that madman Wu Sheng is doing? He ran away long ago, destroyed the Edi family, and played me like a fool. Lu Zhiyi shifted her hand from Yidisha's neck to her cheek, gripping it tightly and turning her face to the side, forcing her delicate features to twist as her eyes widened in shock. With her other hand, she waved, and a light blue screen unfolded before Yidisha, blue light, symbols leaping and quickly weaving into the horrifying death livestream of Wu Sheng. Yidisha squinted. She could naturally recognize that small planet. Why should I tell you? Lu Zhiyi, aren't you capable? Then go find it yourself, one planet at a time. Yidisha, I don't have that much time to waste with you. You'd better tell me the location of this planet right now. Lu Zhiyi suddenly pushed Yidisha back, then pulled out a folding knife from her spatial wristband and unhesitatingly stabbed it into Yidisha's arm. Yidisha fell to the ground in disarray. If it weren't for her mental protection, that child would likely be gone. Lu Zhiyi, Yidisha, hot and cold gazes collided. Yidisha was burning with rage. She truly wished for Lu Zhiyi to die quickly. Ugh, Yin Sui opened his mouth to angrily curse at Lu Zhiyi, but was struck hard by Lu Qi. Lu Qi casually tore Yin Sui's shirt, crumpled it into a ball, and forced it into Yin Sui's mouth, instantly silencing him. The loyal guards of the Ed family saw their head of the family injured and bravely endured Simon's mental pressure to advance. The fastest-charging beastman was seized by Simon and slammed heavily to the ground, his head bursting open, falling unconscious from severe injuries. Lu Zhiyi, I see you don't care about their lives at all, so why do you insist on being the savior? Is it to earn enough fame to become the president of the alliance? Yiddisha glanced at the useless man beside her, her inner fury burning even more fiercely as she bitterly mocked, raising her hand to cover the blood hole on her arm, blood spilling from her fingertips. A small planet only has about 10,000 beastmen at most. If they die, so be it. Do you know the saying, when the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold? Once the seed of fear is sown, the entire star realm will fall into chaos. When all the small planets are destroyed, the next one will be Huaxing. The insect race will take the opportunity to invade, and you, Yiddisha, will eventually die. Lu Zhiyi stepped on Yiddisha's chest, looking down at her with disdain. Yes, Lu Zhiyi believed she was truly selfish. What she cared about most was the life and death of her loved ones. He Jingchuan, Lin Xian, and He Lanqing, Lu Zhiyi's three lovers were all intricately connected to the military. Once disaster struck, her lovers would have to charge into battle, risking injury or even death. They each had their own responsibilities, and she had no right to demand they be selfish. So even if things had already happened, she had to extinguish the sparks before they had a chance to spread. Yiddisha sensed Lu Zhiyi's cold gaze fall on her abdomen, her breath caught, and a sharp contraction pain radiated from her belly. Lu Zhiyi could insult her, but she could not touch this child. I once entrusted planets X584 and X586 to Wu Sheng. I don't know which one is depicted in this scene. You can find out yourself. Yiddisha clenched her fists tightly and then loosened them. She had endured countless humiliations on this day, yet felt powerless to resist. But suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Was the old Lu Zhiyi not interested in competing with her? It seemed that she always took the initiative to strike, and all her tricks and schemes were effortlessly dismantled by Lu Zhiyi. After Lu Zhiyi obtained the information she wanted, she strode away. They were wary of Lu Zhiyi and her two S-level companions, and could only watch helplessly as they stepped out of the ED Manor's gates. Chapter 214, she came towards the light, like a visitor from beyond the heavens. The starship streaked across the night sky like a meteor, leaving behind brilliant trails of light. Lu Zhiyi personally piloted the starship towards planet X584, pushing the speed to its maximum as she navigated through the galaxy. Her gaze was fixed on the constantly flickering coordinates ahead, her hands gripping the control stick tightly. Outside the window, the dazzling nebula unfolded like a scroll, vibrant in color. Yet it seemed to separate her from two different worlds. Once, she loved to lean by the window to gaze at the starry river, but now she had no mind to appreciate it. Zhiyi sent a message to Xian, telling him to bring the purifier to the military district. Just say that Wu Shang's live broadcast is very likely happening on planet X586. He will know what to do next. Simon, have a little rabbit take Yi Yuan and a shadow guard to monitor the Eddy Manor. I've already sent a message to Xiao Q. It will help open the permissions. Lu Zhiyi spoke quickly, her words clear as she arranged everything. Lu Qi and Simon both nodded in acknowledgement. The sound of Zhiyi and Simon fell on Simon's ears, and the sensitive little lion felt a sudden sense of loss. He imagined Lu Zhiyi leaning close to him, softly calling out, "Lion, lion, no, wait, little lion." He hoped this would all end soon, so he could chase after Lu Zhiyi. Or perhaps, if one day he died on the battlefield to protect the galaxy, could Lu Zhiyi always remember him? Before the camera of this death livestream, puppets were already filled, and the orcs pouring into the live broadcast room surged into the millions, with half the galaxy watching this livestream. Neo Jiama, is this title for real? Who is messing around? Doggy working at SU. It really feels like something's happened. You all know Dr. Lin from the military hospital, right? He asked Lu Zhiyi's partner. He was in a meeting, but suddenly received a message and hurriedly left, his expression so serious it looked like the sky was about to fall. That message is most likely related to this live broadcast. Black and white bear. Their eyes are too terrifying. It feels like they're the living dead. Strawberry pie. I'm a bit breathless just watching. Goo. The eagle orc standing in front of the camera suddenly pulled out a dagger, emitting a low growl. All the orcs in front of the camera mimicked the eagle orc, pulling out their own weapons, daggers, laser pistols, energy bullets, electromagnetic pulse pistols. Countless cold and hot weapons were drawn. How can an ordinary orc have so many weapons? Strawberry pie. Oh my god, so scary. Are they going to massacre? My hands are shaking as I type. Gullah Beast, this death live stream? Is this Wu Shang the madman who created the 044 suppressor according to Eddie Shaw? How could his mind be twisted to this extent? Can a big shot come and stab him to death? Fishing Air Force. Wu Shang committed suicide at the beginning of the live broadcast. That little bit of blood on the ground is Wu Shang's blood. Damn it. I was slacking off at work watching a live stream, and I've been watching since it started. Timid Mouse. They VE started. Where's the Alliance? Hurry and save us. Zila. A sharp dagger pierced flesh, then was pulled out violently, the sound of the dagger scraping against flesh sending chills down one spine. In the live broadcast room, whether big or small orcs, they all turned into screaming beasts. They didn't know about the Z582 hallucinogen. Some speculated whether Wu Shang had cursed the orcs here, making it so eerie. It seemed this death live stream was just starting. A tiger orc suddenly pounced on a nearby leopard orc, its sharp claws instantly tearing open the opponent's chest, blood gushing out like a fountain, staining everything around. More orcs fell into this endless slaughter, their gazes hollow, movements mechanical. Every attack was accompanied by flying blood and flesh, the air thick with the smell of blood, almost suffocating. Suddenly, a white figure burst into the camera. It was not that Lu Zhi intentionally ran in front of the camera to show off, but the position of the live broadcast camera was set up by Wu Shang as a blood platform for them. She stood in the void, the vehicle behind her unfolding like wings, coming towards the light like a visitor from beyond the heavens, sacred and untouchable. Her eyes were tightly closed, her hands slowly spreading apart. In an instant, countless streams of green light erupted from her fingertips, like the most dazzling fireworks in the summer night sky, brilliant and eye-catching. These streams of light danced lightly in the air, like living spirits, exuding a life-affirming and healing aura. They fluttered down upon the orcs who were struggling painfully on the brink of death, covering the bloodstains, driving away death. The orcs touched by the streams of light gradually lost the ferocity and madness on their faces, their hollow gazes reigniting with the light of life. The blood from their wounds slowly congealed, and their injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid rate. Even the leopard orc, whose chest had been pierced and was barely breathing, began to regrow flesh, having clearly crossed the line of death, only to be pulled back sharply by Lu Zhi. The Z582 hallucinogen in their bodies was gradually purified by Lu Zhi, and they looked around in confusion, the blood on their weapons clearly telling them what had just happened. The warm green light attracted the spiritual power within them, making them unconsciously draw closer. They stared blankly at Lu Zhi in the sky. Lu Qi and Simon, silently guarding behind Lu Zhi, were also stunned in place. They knew Lu Zhi's abilities were powerful, but they had no accurate concept of how powerful. This force, though devoid of any lethality, felt terrifying, a shock that could not be expressed in words. I know her. She is the Steward Lu. Why did Steward Lu come to our small planet? Why is there so much blood here? Doggy working at SU. Wow. It's still our Steward Lu. Add cheese. Why do I want to cry when I see their blank expressions? They don't know they were almost dead. They don't know why Steward Lu appeared here to save them. And they don't know that this madman Wu Shang is live streaming their deaths. Timid Mouse. To be honest, I almost died from fright. If one day my friend is also controlled like this, wielding a knife against me, what should I do? Should I fight back? Strawberry pie. Your words give me chills down my back. The energy within Lu Zhi was rapidly depleting, her lips turning pale, and cold sweat beating on her forehead. Her body was nearing its limit, yet she continued to struggle desperately. Planet X584 had tens of thousands of orcs, and the deranged Wu Shang had injected them all with the Z582 hallucinogen. Each orc's injury was merely a matter of a finger-s flick for her. But when they gathered together, it was like countless stars in the vast sea of the universe, each needing her abilities to guide, to bridge, to awaken one by one. If they truly were the twinkling stars in the cosmic sea, then from today onwards, there would be 10,000 stars shining because of Lu Zhi. Just hold on a little longer, Lu Zhi. Chapter 215 to them. It seems like the sun, after the last orc on planet X584, returned to normal. Lu Zhi finally couldn't hold on any longer. She lost consciousness, and the fragments of the star stone in her hand were blown away by the wind. The out-of-control spacecraft fell rapidly like a kite with broken wings. Lu Zhi. Deacon Lu. The orcs below opened their arms, trying to catch Lu Zhi, but a figure was quicker than them and embraced Lu Zhi. Simon instinctively rushed towards Lu Zhi, But when he realized that Lu Qi was more qualified than him, he hesitated, only able to watch his beloved fall into Lu Qi's arms. It felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart. Yet he cruelly fixed his gaze on the scene of the two people in the air. The sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, casting a mottled glow on Lu Zhiyi and Lu Qi, enveloping them in a soft golden hue. Lu Qi looked up at the sunlight above, while the orcs around him cheered Lu Zhiyi's name again and again. To Lu Qi, Lu Zhiyi was like the moon, but to them, she seemed like the sun. Lin Xian, is Zhiyi okay? I watched the live broadcast. Her condition doesn't seem good. Lin Xian, an accident did occur on planet X586, and the amount of purifying agent I brought is insufficient, so I can only forcefully separate and detain them. Lin Xian, the military district hopes that Hope Zhiyi can also come over, but I hope she is safe first. Lin Xian, there was such a big accident on planets X584 and X586. Even though this is personal property of Idisha, the Alliance has already monitored Idisha. Helanqin, how is Zhiyi doing now? When do you plan to return? He Jingchuan. Take good care of Lulu. Lu Qi felt for the first time that his light brain was so lively, all thanks to Lu Zhiyi. Lu Qi, Zhiyi's body has collapsed from overexertion. Don't worry, I will take care of her. When he looked down at her, his gentle eyes were almost overflowing with tears. He slowly lowered his head, lifting the person in his arms slightly, the warm wind blowing his bangs gently swaying, and he placed a soft kiss at the corner of her lips. He also wanted to learn from He Jingchuan, to showcase his love for Zhiyi before the entire starry sky. The live broadcast room exploded. Catfishing. What are those two dots in the upper right corner? Deacon Lu and Lu Qi? What are they doing? Little snow leopard. Did they kiss? Or not? Cheesecake. I don't like watching death live broadcasts, but I can watch this. Lu Qi, please don't treat us like outsiders. Lu Qi took Lu Zhiyi back to the starship to rest. He glanced back at Simon, who was following them, and suddenly felt he was somewhat in the way. Big lion, big light bulb. In the starship's resting cabin, Lu Zhiyi lay on the soft couch, and Lu Qi sat by her legs, their fingers tightly intertwined. Simon sat on the small sofa opposite, his gaze fixed directly on Lu Zhiyi. Lu Qi felt a bit of a headache. Did this lion think he was invisible? Simon, let's go outside. Don't disturb Zhiyi's rest. As soon as Lu Qi spoke, he was interrupted by Simon's inexplicable remark. Lu Qi's eyes flashed with confusion. After all, who was Zhiyi's partner, him or Simon? You should go out first. Zhiyi needs me. Being easily swayed by Simon's words was not Lu Qi's style. Simon remained silent, sitting still on the small sofa. How could this Simon be even more unreasonable than he was back then? Marshal Simon, your identity shouldn't be lingering here. Lu Qi raised an eyebrow. His straightforward words seemed like a sharp blade piercing Simon's heart. I'm going to check the situation on the planet. Message me when Zhiyi wakes up. Simon lowered his gaze, his fingertips trembling slightly. He picked a good excuse for his departure. All right, Lu Qi replied, refraining from saying anything too excessive in front of Lu Zhiyi. The reborn planet X584 gradually returned to its liveliness. Simon walked despondently through the old city streets. The cobblestone path uneven, each step echoing heavily. He arrived at the place where the live broadcast had started. The broadcasting equipment had been destroyed, and a smell of blood lingered, unable to dissipate for a long time. Perhaps feeling that this place was ominous, none of the awakened orcs dared to approach. The ground beneath his feet was stained red with blood, and in a daze, he saw Wu Sheng's body kicked into a corner, the corpse mangled and bloodied, trampled on repeatedly during that chaotic death scene. He really wanted to ask, Uncle, was it worth it to do this? Wu Sheng, do you have any backup plans? Hey, you there, get away from the spot. A booming voice interrupted Simon's thoughts. Whose orc is this? This place is so ominous, and they still dare to walk over. The man looked at Simon without turning back, muttering to himself as he strode forward. The man grabbed Simon's sleeve and yanked him hard. When he finally saw Simon's face, he was astonished and let go. Marshal Simon. Oh, this place is filthy. You should leave quickly. Bah. The man spat towards Wu Sheng's direction. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have turned into things that are neither human nor beast. Fortunately, we still have Deacon Lu, the man muttered softly. Let's go. Simon turned his head, not looking back at Wu Sheng. It was strange. When Wu Sheng was alive, he had no feelings for him, but after Wu Sheng's death, there was an inexplicable sentiment deep in his heart. The bond of kinship can be ignored, but it can never be severed. All right. The man followed closely behind Simon, his face full of worry, with a deep wrinkle on his forehead. Is Deacon Lu okay? I hope nothing happened to her while trying to save us. Are you talking about Deacon Liu? How is she? It's Marshal Simon. Marshal Simon, can you tell us about Deacon Liu's current situation? Deacon Liu is so powerful. She must be fine, right? The man's words attracted all the surrounding orcs, surrounding Simon tightly. Each orc asked a question or two, making it a bit noisy. Some orcs clasped their hands together, silently praying. Others gently touched their chests, where deep admiration and gratitude for Zhiyi were hidden. Some couldn't help but redden their eyes. Clearly, Simon hated such noisy scenes the most, but every word they spoke was about Zhiyi. Hearing it made him feel less resistant. Quiet. The man raised his voice and shouted, "Let's listen to what Marshal Simon has to say." Under the hot and expectant gazes, Simon simply stated, "She's a bit tired and needs to rest." The orcs all collectively breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was okay, they were all fine, which was great. Chapter 216. Under the dusk of Planet X-584, Simon initially planned to buy some ingredients to cook for Zhiyi. But as soon as the orcs guessed it was for her, they threw the food at Simon's feet and ran away, looking as if they had just stolen something. During the months controlled by the O44 inhibitor, they really didn't have anything good to offer. They just browsed through Zhiyi's preferences on the Star Network repeatedly and finally pieced together 3 or 4 items to hand over. "I hope you don't mind." An elderly woman, over 100 years old, bent down and spoke to Simon in a hoarse yet rich voice. Surviving to her age and enduring such misfortune was already a stroke of luck bestowed by fate. She wouldn't mind. A faint smile crept on Simon's lips. The person he liked was delicate, seemingly unable to endure any hardship, yet sometimes capable of bearing so much. Zhiyi was just delicate, but she was never a weakling. In the blink of an eye, dusk fell. Simon set up a simple kitchen outside the starship, a setup he had during his previous military campaigns. However, he had always lived quite roughly, so nutrient supplements were more convenient for him. Zhiyi slowly woke up, feeling a heavy head, as if she had slept for a full day and night. "You're awake." Zhiyi noticed the movement beside him and reached out to support her shoulder, helping her sit up while he changed his position to let her lean against his chest. Zhiyi thoughtfully handed a cup of warm water to Zhiyi, who lifted her hand, drank eagerly, and soon emptied the glass. Zhiyi didn't say anything. He had changed the water several times. He didn't know when Zhiyi would wake up, but she would need a glass of water when she did. "Do you want more?" Zhiyi buried his head, affectionately nuzzling her cheek. Seeing Zhiyi awake, the heavy stone in Zhiyi's heart finally lifted. He finally understood why the heroines in ancient Chinese love novels would worry about their heroic partners despite knowing they were strong warriors. Love was indeed hard to describe. Zhiyi couldn't say that when he watched Zhiyi exhaust her powers to save those orcs, he was barely able to suppress the restlessness in his heart. "No more." Zhiyi gently pushed the cup away, leaned up to kiss the corner of Zhiyi's mouth, her voice soft and drifting into his heart. "But I'm hungry. That lion is cooking outside." Zhiyi buried his head beside Zhiyi's ear for a while, leaving light red marks that made her feel a tingle. "All right." Zhiyi's strength had mostly returned. She pushed this clingy little snake away and stood up to head outside. "Oh, so eager to eat his food," Zhiyi murmured. Zhiyi didn't know where this snake's sourness came from. She could only turn back and take the little troublemaker's hand. "Sigh, I have to indulge the snake I chose." Simon was busy in his little kitchen. The golden-haired lion, paired with the orange sunset, exuded a unique tenderness. There was also a subtle feeling of being a husband that was hard to articulate. "Zhiyi, you're awake." Upon hearing soft footsteps behind him, Simon's tail paused, and he joyfully turned around, still holding uncooked meat skewers. "How do you feel?" "Me fine. You don't have to worry too much. I just exhausted my energy and need a bit of rest." Zhiyi sat down on a folding soft chair at the wooden dining table, propping her head up to look at Simon. When Zhiyi opened her light brain, she was startled by the overwhelming number of messages. There were over 99 from her other 3 beast companions. "Zhiyi, I'm fine, don't worry." Lin Xian had already reached Planet X-586, where the situation was similar to here. The supply of purification agents was insufficient, and they had temporarily controlled the hallucinogenic orcs. Zhiyi moved a small stool beside Zhiyi and sat down, his long legs awkwardly placed, obediently relaying Lin Xian's words. "Then we will set off tomorrow. You need to rest well." As Zhiyi was halfway through her sentence, Zhiyi anticipated what she wanted to say and finished it for her. Zhiyi opened her mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but hesitated. However, when she met Zhiyi's stubborn gaze, she knew she couldn't go against this little snake. "All right, tomorrow it is. The situation over there has been controlled anyway. So doesn't it matter if we wait a bit longer? Okay. Lu Zhi nodded. We'll spend the night in this tent. As Lu Zhi and Lu Qi chatted in the back, Simon listened, gradually becoming a bit distracted. Be careful. Lu Zhi unexpectedly appeared behind Simon, her hand slipping around his waist and directly holding his large hand. Simon's heart skipped a beat, and the meat skewer in his hand trembled. He suddenly realized that if it weren't for Lu Zhi, his hand might have been burned by the charcoal below. What are you thinking about? Lu Zhi naturally took the meat skewer from Simon's hand, the meat pieces already cooked, emitting a faint aroma. She placed the skewer on a clean plate and casually picked up some seasoning to flavor it. Her series of actions left Simon a bit dazed. They resembled lovers doing ordinary things in everyday life. He thought about what they would do without her. Simon casually threw out a sentence. The lion subtly shifted closer to Lu Zhi, just about to lean in when suddenly a snake squeezed in. The lion felt a bit displeased but knew he couldn't say anything due to his identity, so he just lowered his tail and shook it, silently venting his little temper. So fragrant. Lu Qi deliberately leaned in affectionately against Lu Zhi's cheek. In the next second, Lu Zhi directly tore off a piece of meat and stuffed it into Lu Qi's mouth. Lu Qi's eyes darkened, gently biting Lu Zhi's fingertip, filled with unspoken love and teasing. There is still a lion nearby. Lu Zhi helplessly withdrew her hand, her fingertip damp, which she directly wiped on Lu Qi's clothes. Try it, how does it taste? Simon looked intently at Lu Zhi, his expression inexplicably tense. Lu Zhi was not used to nutrient supplements, so her four companions often prepared delicious food for her, each one better than the last. Tonight's dinner was prepared in a hurry, with ingredients bought last minute. Simple and unsure if it would please Lu Zhi's palate. Lu Zhi took a small bite of the roasted meat, the juices bursting in her mouth. She nodded to Simon, her eyes sparkling like stars. Marshal Simon's cooking is quite good. I'm lucky to share a meal today. Simon felt a bit lightheaded from Lu Zhi's praise. His previously drooping tail perked up instantly, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face as he brought a skewer to his mouth. The taste is okay. Lu Zhi was just flattering him. No, Lu Zhi was willing to flatter him. The lion had a satisfying day. Chapter 217. Gifting her nebula flowers the moonlight scattered like silver. Draping a layer of soft gauze, Lu Zhi stepped down from the starship, gazing at the two tents closely huddled together, her expression a bit astonished. The relationship between the snake and the lion shouldn't be that good, right? The snake had a little bit of cunning, and it couldn't be ruled out that he was deliberately trying to annoy the lion. It was unclear what they had been secretly competing over just now. Lu Qi looked like a victorious knight, standing tall and walking towards Lu Zhi with purpose, extending his hand in earnest. Simon glanced at Lu Qi and then looked at Lu Zhi with longing, and Lu Zhi could sense a hint of grievance in Simon's eyes. The lion's ears drooped on his head, making her unable to resist looking at him a few more times. The knight, the snake, noticed Lu Zhi staring at the lion in a daze and took a step forward, holding her hand in his palm. Lu Qi disliked one of Lu Zhi's little quirks, her fondness for touching fluffy ears and tails, because he didn't have any, but he didn't dare to say it. Don't look at me, Lu Qi muttered quietly. It was hard for Lu Zhi to finally get rid of those three stinky creatures at home and spend time with him, only to still have a stinky lion around. Thinking of himself as the rightful partner in front of Simon, Lu Qi straightened his back and raised his chin. Zhi, we have set up a defensive system around us. You can sleep peacefully tonight. Simon's lips curved into a gentle smile, automatically ignoring the bothersome Lu Qi beside Lu Zhi. Lu Zhi looked up to see the moonlight flowing like water, gently spilling over the carefully arranged defensive light shield, casting circles of ethereal blue halos. Who are you calling we? Lu Qi muttered again. His words were soft, but Simon heard him clearly. Whatever, he wouldn't argue with this childish snake. After all, this snake was indeed a few years younger than him. You've worked hard. You should rest early too. Lu Zhi was being led by Lu Qi towards the tent when she suddenly halted, glancing at Simon. What do you plan to do with Wu Sheng's body? Should I handle it? Simon was momentarily taken aback. Wu Sheng could be considered a sinner of the entire star system. He had fleetingly thought about bringing Wu Sheng back to the old house for burial, but then felt he didn't deserve it. He was utterly rotten. However, perhaps their mother would want to personally teach this bad brother a lesson, or maybe their grandmother would feel pity for her younger son, manipulated by hatred. Lu Zhi responded softly. What is there to be entangled about? Maybe Wu Sheng's body will be torn apart tonight. In this world, no one doesn't hate him. If there's a hand left by then, just burn it to ashes and take it back. maybe there will be nothing left. Lu Qi said coldly. His words were too realistic that Simon could not refute them. Just follow your heart. Lu Zhiyi waved her hand. In her view, a villain like Wu Sheng should go to hell after death. But for Simon, Wu Sheng's identity was a bit complex. Under the moonlight, only Simon remained. Lu Zhiyi was exhausted today, and Lu Qi obediently held her without disturbing her. To stimulate a rival and make his partner uncomfortable, Lu Qi would never do such a thing. In Lu Qi's heart, Lu Zhiyi was the most important. Even if one day she truly accepted Simon, he would only feel jealous and a little emotional, but wouldn't he do anything excessive? Simon felt wide awake. He sat on the ground and slowly emptied his mind. After an unknown amount of time, he heard a rustling sound coming from the nearby bushes. A little squirrel cautiously poked its head out, clutching a nebula flower. And it wasn't he the only one hiding in the grass. It was just the one that got pushed out. The little squirrel carefully lifted its paw and stole a glance at Simon. As its golden eyes met Simon's, a sense of pressure from the beast washed over it, making the little squirrel tremble. However, despite its fear, it believed that Marshal Simon, who was beside Lu Zhiyi, would not harm it. Gathering its courage, the little squirrel took a few steps forward. Don't come any closer. If you want to give it to her, just leave it there. Take one more step, and you'll get hurt by the defensive system. Simon spoke softly, his voice just loud enough for the little squirrel to hear clearly. The little squirrel gently placed the nebula flower on the ground, tilting its head in a daze as it looked at Simon, grateful for his earlier reminder. But puzzled as to why Marshal Simon wasn't he sleeping and was sitting outside. Was Lu Zhiyi not allowing him? Before long, a group of beasts emerged from the shadows, cautiously lifting their paws to step on the grass. They approached quietly, afraid of waking Lu Zhiyi. They all had a nebula flower in their mouths. Wanted to gift it to her. Simon had investigated this planet on the way here. Their location was in the middle of the planet, while the nebula flowers grew best in the south. This meant that this group of beasts had spent the entire afternoon and evening picking the nebula flowers from the south. On such a small planet, there were no rare treasures, so they could only clumsily express their gratitude for Lu Zhiyi's life-saving kindness. More and more nebula flowers gathered on the ground, shimmering under the silver light, with starlight flowing over the petals, twinkling. The faint sounds outside the tent eventually woke Lu Zhiyi. She let out a soft hum, turned over, and since the defensive system hadn't been triggered, she lazily didn't want to get up. I'll go check it out. Lu Qi gently lifted the blanket. Lu Zhiyi turned over, snuggling into the blanket and rubbing her pillow. Although the spring night breeze was gentle, leaving Lu Zhiyi's warm bed made Lu Qi feel a bit cold. He opened the tent flap to go outside, only to be dazzled by the sea of nebula flowers before him. Eek! A little rabbit was startled by Lu Qi's sudden appearance. Its left paw stepped on its right paw, causing it to trip and roll backward, crashing heavily into a large tree, stars dancing in its eyes. Lu Qi looked bewildered, although the snake liked to eat rabbit meat. He would want to swallow one upon seeing it. Was it really that scary? Lu Qi glanced to the side and saw a group of sneaky beasts. He turned around to see a lion that was still awake. What's wrong? Lu Zhiyi sensed that Lu Qi had been standing outside the tent for a long time without making sound. She found it a bit strange, rubbed her sleepy eyes, lifted the blanket and walked outside. Why aren't you wearing shoes? Lu Qi looked down, a pair of delicate, fair feet catching his eye, and his brow furrowed slightly, though he did so deliberately. The sleepy Lu Zhiyi didn't react. Her gaze was hazy, lazily resembling a little kitten, with a red imprint pressed onto her fair little face. Lu Qi wrapped his large hand around Lu Zhiyi's waist, lifting her up and letting her step into his shoes. Nebula flowers? Lu Zhiyi's consciousness gradually returned, and she was surprised by the scene before her. Are these for me? The nebula flowers surrounded the area like a circle, as if the galaxy had spilled over. The gentle breeze swayed the sea of flowers, intertwining starlight and silver light to form a dreamlike picture. Owo, a slightly bold gray wolf, howled, and then disappeared in a flash. They brought the most beautiful nebula flowers on this planet and gifted them to you. Simon acted as a translator for the wolf. Lu Zhiyi deserves the best nebula flowers, but these flowers cannot compare to you in the slightest. The last sentence was added by the lion himself. Chapter 2:18 Arrival at Planet X 586. Lu Zhiyi slept soundly until she woke up naturally, filled with sweet dreams. Lu Qi and Simon woke up early, working together to collect the nebula flowers because Lu Zhiyi expressed her desire to gather them to create a wall of dried flower treasures. Simon specifically went to check on Wu Sheng, but found nothing. Even the bloodstains had been cleaned up completely. Forget it. He had already set up a tombstone for Kairan at the old residence. So Wu Sheng could just be like this. Lu Ziyi's starship departed from planet X-584. Unbeknownst to her, at the moment she left, a little squirrel reported her departure to the whole planet, and they all looked up at the sky. They did not know that the momentary white light in the sky was left by Lu Ziyi when she departed. They were bidding her farewell while also looking forward to her return. Many from planet X-584 even boldly opened their microphones on the star network, asking if the Alliance could arrange for Lu Ziyi to manage them, not Idi Shah. In contrast to the somewhat oppressive atmosphere of planet X-586, a small number of orcs were slowly waking up with the help of purification agents. However, those who woke up first stared blankly at their friends and family as their homeland fell into chaos, a sense of powerless sorrow flooding their hearts in an instant. Lu Ziyi's starship landed at the camp of the Tsanglong Special Team in the A905 military district. The Tsanglong Special Team, composed of 95 Wolf Tribe orcs, was an elite team specially trained by He Jingchuan, with all members holding A rank or above. This team was originally supposed to accompany He Jingchuan to planet G485 for a mission, but He Jingchuan specifically kept them in the military district for Lu Ziyi's safety, ready to be mobilized at any time. Deacon Lu. A deep voice entered Lu Ziyi's ears as the team leader, Piyun, stood straight and saluted her. Just as Piyun was about to report the situation, Lin Xian unexpectedly appeared behind him. Zhiyi. Lin Xian quickly crossed over Piyun to stand in front of Lu Ziyi. He suppressed the urge to pull her into his arms under many gazes. Even though he had already heard news of her safety, he still needed to see her in person to feel at ease. I'm Yufina. Lu Ziyi understood Lin Xian's worries. Her brows arched with a gentle smile. That's good, that's good. Piyun estimated that Lu Ziyi and Lin Xian had no intention of continuing the conversation, and was just about to speak when he was interrupted again. Zhiyi has arrived. The appearance of Hong Yin was something Lu Ziyi had not anticipated. The old general was spirited, his gray hair slicked back. The relationship between Hong Yin and Idi Shah was quite delicate, although Hong Yin usually helped reason over emotion. The trouble caused by Idi Shah this time was indeed a bit too big. If it weren't for Lu Ziyi's intervention, countless lives on both planets would have been lost. Old General. Lu Ziyi's smile faded somewhat, replaced with a mix of distance and slight respect. Thank you for handling this matter. Hong Yin stood with his hands behind his back, revealing several new scars on his palms, and he voluntarily lowered his posture towards Lu Ziyi. Since I have this ability, I can't just watch them die. Lu Ziyi said calmly, let me go see them first. Okay, Hong Yin replied, raising his hand to guide Lu Ziyi's direction. Piyun hesitated to speak, but silently followed behind the group of big shots, thinking it was better not to say anything here. Outside the makeshift rescue pod, a group of awakened orcs stood their ground, unwilling to leave even a step. The soldiers blocked them, their cold faces hiding their helplessness. Deacon Lu, it's Deacon Lu, an orc exclaimed. Deacon Lu, please, save my daughter. A mother knelt down with a thud upon seeing Lu Ziyi, her swollen eyes a testament to countless tears shed. She had been waiting for the Savior's arrival, like waiting for the stars and moon, in the face of life and death. Even the usually noble females in the galaxy felt powerless. Lu Ziyi felt a ripple of emotion in her heart and walked towards the mother. Deacon Lu. Piyun wanted to step forward to stop her, but was held back by Lin Xian. But Piyun's mouth opened slightly, but the rest of his words were tactfully swallowed. Lin Xian simply shook his head, saying nothing further. Don't worry, I'm here, they'll be fine. Lu Ziyi helped the mother up, taking out a clean handkerchief and handing it over. Wipe your tears. Lu Ziyi's composed demeanor and gentle words unconsciously reassured the orcs present. No, it was from a moment they saw Lu Ziyi that their anxious hearts began to slowly settle. Thank you, thank you. The mother clutched the handkerchief tightly, overwhelmed with gratitude, but unsure how to express it. With this mother stepping forward, the other orcs paused, rationally suppressing their anxious hearts. They knew that Deacon Lu had saved the entire planet X-584 by herself, and respect for her naturally arose. They dared not rush her or morally pressure Lu Ziyi, fearing they might anger her. Lu Ziyi stepped into the rescue pod, closely followed by Lin Xian, Lu Qi, Simon, and Hong Yin, with Piyun lagging behind, feeling humble. Rows of cold iron bars stood like merciless barriers, firmly imprisoning those orcs under the influence of hallucination. Their eyes were hollow and dazed, mechanically grasping at the nearby railings, their thin fingers desperately reaching out as if trying to grasp a glimmer of hope for rebirth. Kill, kill. Lu Zhiyi had not closely observed the orcs below when she released her abilities yesterday. Now, as she saw the tall male orcs, her expression was calm. But the deeper she went inside, the more she saw females, younglings, and the elderly. Lu Zhiyi cursed again and again in her heart. Wu Sheng should die. And so should Idisha. Quite pitiful. The usually cold-blooded Lu Qi inadvertently saw a youngling and couldn't help but sigh. The youngling, in a half-human, half-snake form, should have been in its parents' arms at a time for cuddling, but had instead become a killing machine. Lu Zhiyi walked for a long time before reaching the end. And this was just one of the rescue pods. Z, why don't you take a break today and plan for tomorrow? Hong Yin suggested. No need. Lu Zhiyi raised her hand. She merely stood there, her unspoken aura of authority pressing down, causing even Hong Yin to unconsciously breathe more lightly. The energy surged within Lu Zhiyi, her fingertips gently moving, her palms slowly opening, a brilliant light sphere coalescing, dazzling like the rising sun. The light sphere quickly transformed into flowing light, scattering like stars across the sky, illuminating the entire rescue pod. The powerful wave of abilities summoned the wind, which danced with her hair, the strands brushing across her delicate features, her slightly parted lips, her eyes casually closing, her hands slightly raised, enough to make all the orcs here bow to her in submission. Chapter 219. Hong Yin wants to protect the Edie family. The situation on planet X586 was relatively well controlled, and Lu Zhiyi didn't intend to restore the thousands of orcs on the planet to normal in just one day. There was no need to challenge her physical limits. When tired, she would take a break. That would be enough for today. Lu Zhiyi rubbed her somewhat sore wrist, feeling the scorching gazes around her almost igniting her. She left the aftermath to Piyun and slowly walked away. At first, she thought everyone on the planet was smart enough to understand the current situation, but there were still some who didn't know when to back off. Deacon Lu, you can't just leave like this. You have to save my son. The Black Panther orc rushed over, but was stopped by soldiers outside the rescue pod, a cold gun barrel aimed at his head. He was so frightened that he took several steps back, but his eyes remained fixed on Lu Zhiyi. We understand your feelings, but Deacon Lu needs to rest right now. If she becomes ill from overexertion, it won't be something you can afford, the soldier explained, his tone not particularly cold but patient. Just save my son. It's very simple for you. It won't tire you at all. The Black Panther orc clearly wasn't listening. He had been waiting patiently at first, but as time passed, he still didn't see Lu Zhiyi come to the rescue pod where his son was. Having already saved so many, what difference did one more make? Lu Zhiyi hated hearing such coercive remarks. Her brows furrowed, and her expression showed displeasure. The old general has resolved the issues. Although your granddaughter, Idisha, was used, this is a mess she created. She shouldn't just be directing me. Lu Zhiyi said lightly and strode away. Lu Qi glanced at Hong Yin and the Black Panther orc, his dark gaze momentarily filled with either murderous intent or a warning, or perhaps both. Upon hearing the sound, Hong Yin could only let out a heavy sigh. This little girl now held a status above his own, if it weren't for the help he had given her in the past. Plus his identity as Jingchuan's former student, he would likely be receiving a scornful look from her due to the Idisha incident. He had no intention of protecting Idisha, but he had to leave something of the Idi family, even if it was just a shell. He owed it to his long-gone partner. I am very sorry for the misfortunes you have faced. I can understand your feelings as a father, Hong Yin said, pushing aside the gun aimed at the Black Panther orc. His body sank slightly, as if bearing a heavy burden. But if every father acted like you and rushed in front of Deacon Lu, which one would she choose to save? Then save them all. The Black Panther orc blurted out, his eyes red with urgency. You should be aware that Deacon Lu is not obligated to be responsible for your lives, especially since your planet is not under her jurisdiction. If your actions cause her to lose hope in the entire X586 planet, can you take responsibility for the thousands of lives that remain? How can I take responsibility? This is something Deacon Lu should do. Hong Yin laid the blame on the Black Panther orc with just a few words, and the Black Panther orc shouted in desperation, his mind blank. If you cause Deacon Lu to become disappointed and leave, you must take responsibility. Hong Yan's words were somewhat harsh, having fought in countless battles. He didn't know how much blood he had on his hands. His eagle-like eyes glinted with killing intent, making the Black Panther orc too afraid to breathe. After hearing this, the surrounding orcs, who were supporting each other to leave, couldn't help but look at the Black Panther orc, their mouths moving in astonishment. Who is this guy? And how did it come to this? If I were his son and woke up to find my father causing such a scene, I would definitely be embarrassed. Number 3, please take this gentleman back and convey a message. The Edie family will compensate each orc with 100,000 star coins for mental distress. If there are any further needs, feel free to come to me. Hong Yin clearly heard the chaotic sounds behind him. For slap, he would naturally offer a piece of candy as well. 100,000 star coins was no small amount for orcs from such a small planet. It was a huge temptation. Sure enough, the Black Panther orc immediately quieted down and scurried away with his tail between his legs. Number 3, whom Hong Yin referred to, was a member of the Songlong team. Lin Xian bought a decent little villa near the rescue pod specifically to ensure Lu Zhiyi could rest well. Spending less than 3 million to make up for the Edie family's mistake seemed overly optimistic for this old general. Lu Zhiyi lazily leaned on the sofa, her long hair casually falling over her fragrant shoulder. Under the cold and jealous gaze of a certain snake, Number 3 dared only to look down at the floor. Focusing on his military boots. Lu Qi, will Li Jingchuan care about his soldiers? He came here late at night to report a mission. Does he not know that Zhiyi already has a partner? Thinking that Hong Yin was a breath of fresh air for the Edie family, Lu Qi was surprised to find him to be hypocritical. He scoffed lightly. It was expected that the old general would step in to protect the Edie family. After fighting in interstellar battles for most of his life, taking a step back now would surely earn him some face from the Alliance. Lin Xian analyzed. What face could the Alliance give? They didn't even have a chairman now. It was already a mess. Lu Qi raised his chin, eyebrows slightly raised. Isn't Simon looking for revenge? Now is the perfect time to take down the Alliance. Number 3 swallowed hard. Although he was indeed a wolf, he didn't want to boldly speak in front of him. He didn't want to hear about wolves at all. I have no experience in this matter. It's better to leave it to Leader Lu. Upon hearing this, Simon's expression became somewhat complex, his voice low and helpless. Damn it, I won't let a single one escape. I don't want to drag the innocent into this either. The Alliance indeed needed a chairman to take charge. When Lin Xian said this, he instinctively looked at Lu Zhiyi. He felt she was the most suited to sit in the highest position in the entire star system, but he also didn't want her to be too tired. You can leave now. Lu Zhiyi waved her hand at Number 3. Yes. Number 3 let out a sigh of relief in his heart, respectfully bowed to Lu Zhiyi, and retreated, eager to cover his ears and run away. Hong Yin could do whatever he wanted as long as it wasn't excessive. The Edie family was of no concern to her, but Edie Sha and Yin Sui must not be harmed. Lu Zhiyi's gaze suddenly turned cold, her fingertips tapping lightly as she secretly calculated Idisha's deadline. Hong Yin compensated in the name of the Edie family, instantly attracting a lot of attention for this respected old general among the entire star system. Some orcs felt it was too little, accusing Hong Yin of using 100,000 star coins to buy a life. Most orcs, however, chose to forgive him due to his status. Forgive? What right did they have to forgive for the suffering of the planet's residents? Edie Sha mistakenly thought that Hong Yin was trying to help her and began to stir restlessly. Chapter 220. Enchanted Flower. 3 days later, Planet X586 returned to normal. The surviving orcs, with the support of Hong Yin, held a banquet for Lu Zhiyi and also invited 1,000 ordinary orcs, with all expenses covered by Hong Yin. Due to space constraints, this banquet resembled the feasts Lu Zhiyi had as a child when returning to her hometown for the new year. Red carpets laid out, rows of tables stretching endlessly. Hong Yin placed Lu Zhiyi in the most prominent position at the top, with others arranged on either side of her. The corners of Lu Zhiyi's mouth twitched, suddenly feeling that this meal was a bit hard to swallow. She could see that Hong Yin was trying to please her. However, did Hong Yin flip through some old films from 20th century Huaxia? Sitting in this position felt like a feast in the imperial palace, with her subjects below her. This planet was still under the name of Edie Sha, and Edie Sha would probably be furious at this scene, unable to eat. Wow, how generous. Luo Qi was dressed in a dark green suit, and with a bit of cunning, he had carefully styled his hair into a slick back. A few rebellious strands lightly falling on his smooth forehead, casual yet dignified. As a result, Luo Qi glanced at the distance between his seat and Lu Zhiyi's, which was as large as the head of a mutant tiger. He was absolutely willing to be beneath Lu Zhiyi, whether in the room or outside. But did they really need to be separated during a meal? And sitting opposite him was still Hong Yin. Luo Qi had taken this seat from the not-so-tempered fox and the voiceless lion. TSK. No wonder he felt sarcastic. Serpents had never had such a terrible feast. Woo-woo, he wanted to snuggle with Zhiyi. What kind of tea is this? It smells so good. Lu Zhiyi exclaimed, drawing the attention of everyone below. The sweet and not overly rich flower tea spread in her mouth, its floral fragrance fresh and rich. just like a hint of fragrance that wafts by the nose in early spring, gentle yet intoxicating. Zhiyi felt a bit addicted, but this flower tea was served in small cups, and it was gone in one sip. Zhiyi, this is our planet's unique enchanted flower tea, which can nourish the body, but should not be overindulged. An elder at the banquet stood up and respectfully explained to Zhiyi. Zhiyi was slightly taken aback, murmuring the 4 words enchanted flower tea in her heart. This was likely a tea to assist in romance. No wonder it couldn't be drunk excessively. It was indeed a good tea, made with care. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Zhiyi's mouth as she suddenly felt that the cup in her hand was a bit hot, and she discreetly switched to the fruit wine beside her. Zhiyi raised her wine glass in a toast to the elder. Suddenly, she thought of something and glanced sideways at her beast partners. Sure enough, the serpent's teacup was already empty. After noticing Zhiyi's gaze, he even deliberately turned his cup upside down to show her he had finished drinking. The fox, who had originally hesitated, quickly downed the enchanted flower tea as well, fearing he would lose out after seeing Luoqi's cup was empty. After the lion finished drinking, he carefully glanced at Zhiyi, as if hinting at something. Zhiyi felt that the wine in her hand was also a bit hot. I would like to toast to Zhiyi. Thank you for everything you have done for us. If we have the opportunity, we will definitely repay you. Cough, cough. A young female, around 16 or 17, stood up, her hands tightly gripping the wine glass, her face flushed with nervousness. Perhaps fearing Zhiyi would refuse, she quickly drank the wine after finishing her sentence, choking on it a few times. The young female stared blankly at Zhiyi, her eyes filled with admiration and reverence. When her gaze met Zhiyi's, she shyly lowered her head. Zhiyi's body is not convenient for drinking too much. I will drink this cup for her. Lin Xian stood up to toast. Zhiyi felt touched that her fox was so considerate and would block the wine for her. Soon, she noticed something was off again. With the young female breaking the ice, other orcs also mustered the courage to toast to Zhiyi. The fox and serpent took turns standing up to block cup after cup. When the lion tried to stand for the first time, he was quietly pushed back down by the fox. Zhiyi noted she saw that. The lion was not discouraged. How could he back down because of a small act from a rival? He wanted the whole star system to know he and Zhiyi were a perfect match. The orcs attending the banquet felt that Zhiyi was truly wonderful. No wonder so many excellent orcs liked her. By the end of the banquet, Zhiyi had already imagined many vivid scenarios. Just as the banquet was about to conclude, Hong Yin, the admired old general of the entire star system, seemed to see through many things. Over these 3 days, he finally made up his mind to go back and guard the Idisha family for his partner, putting aside his own honors and pride, and showed goodwill to Zhiyi. Zhiyi Hong, toast your cup. With Hong Yan's status, he could have cleanly distanced himself and continued to guard his honors until death. This time, he did not speak the words little doll as he did when they first met, nor was it the elder's words to the younger. It was the respect and goodwill of a lower position to a higher one, Zhiyi. The old general's drink. Zhiyi was unsure if she could handle it. Zhiyi seeked softly. Of course, she could handle it. In the future, Hong would need to rely on Zhiyi more. Hong Yin drank the wine in his cup in one go. With the wine finished, the banquet dispersed. The 3 beast steps were a bit unsteady, their forms slightly swaying, unsure if they were drunk on tea or wine. Zhiyi only knew that she needed to keep her distance from them. It was clearly still spring, yet the evening breeze felt a bit hot. Cough, cough, you all sit at the back. Zhiyi entered the starship first and plopped down in the pilot's seat. Perhaps to supervise Simon, Lin Xian and Luoqi appeared particularly united, flanking Simon in the back seat. Their breaths were a bit heavy, as if igniting certain desires. In the closed cabin, the male scorching breaths were about to envelop Zhiyi. Her hands on the controls were a bit unsteady, silently switching to autopilot mode, fearing the air conditioning would be turned down to the lowest. Zhiyi and her drunken little husbands in the back wait. Zhiyi pressed her hand against her forehead. Did she just include Simon in that? Zhiyi, I'm so hot. Zhiyi rarely felt that her name being called by Lin Xian could be so affectionate, as he intentionally elongated the last syllable. Lin Xian's face matched the tip of his tail, both a faint shade of red. Stop calling me. Zhiyi is also hot. The concept of being rarely referred to certain specific situations. Cough, cough. Chapter 221. Hard to withstand. As soon as she disembarked from the starship, Zhiyi didn't care about her image. Although she appeared to be walking, her little feet moved as if she were running, as if there was some kind of flood or beast behind her. You scared her. The fox raised its chin, disdainfully looking at the two ugly beasts beside it. No way. She loves fluffy beasts the most. Simon smiled faintly. He caught sight of Lu Qi's somewhat stiff expression and quickly added, I didn't mean what you think. The hairless snake just wanted to stew that lion. It's fine. After all, your words don't work on her. Lu Qi curled his lips in a cold smile, knowing how to jab at Simon's heart. Simon hesitated, wanting to curse in a vulgar manner, but what he said was indeed the truth. In the moment Lu Qi and Simon were bickering, the clever fox had already caught up with Lu Zhiyi. Lu Qi caught a glimpse of a fiery red silhouette in the night. The 9 big tails were indeed eye-catching. He pushed the obstructive lion aside. Go away, solitary male. Halfway through, Lu Qi meaningfully glanced back at Simon. If he wasn't mistaken, Simon's heat cycle had also been triggered early due to that tea. Simon would have to solve it himself, and he was about to compete with Lin Xian for that position. Even if there were 2 portions, he wanted to eat the biggest one. The X584 and X586 planets had returned to normal order, celebrating all week. Tonight's floral tea was enchanting, and the moonlight was intoxicating. The sound of water splashing came from the bathroom, and a graceful figure was faintly visible behind the frosted glass. Lu Zhiyi casually locked the door, but this ordinary lock wouldn't stop her beasts. This villa only had 4 floors, with the largest master bedroom on the 3rd floor for Lu Zhiyi, while the fox, the snake, and the lion stayed on the 2nd floor. Simon leaned against the door, sliding down to sit on the floor. He felt extremely hot, his face flushed, and his shirt was soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to his toned muscles. He gasped for air, his chest heaving. Simon clenched his fists tightly, the tail behind him stiffening. His throat was parched, yearning for sweet dew. Lu Zhiyi. This feeling was not pleasant at all. If he still didn't have a female he liked, this phase would just pass. The soundproofing of the villa was average, and footsteps came from the hallway. Simon's eyes darkened. It was that fox and that snake. They were going to find her. Stinky fox, how much fragrance did you add to your bath? It stinks. Lu Qi raised his hand to cover his nose with some disdain. No wonder the books scold fox spirits. They are annoying everywhere. Lin Xian did indeed smell fragrant all over, but it was the scent emitted by their fox clan during their heat cycle to have a wonderful night with seducing their partners. Are you going to leave those few drops of water in your collar to drink? Usually gentle, Lin Xian wouldn't back down on certain matters. What do you mean? Leave it to drink? That's called temptation. Don't you understand, you stinky fox? Hiss. Lu Qi raised his chin, letting out a low growl, somewhat displeased. Didn't that fox usually use its tails to entice? Look at the snake's deadpan expression. One would think Lin Xian was keeping it as a secret male pet. I'm afraid if I show myself, that snake won't even get a taste. The fox could rest assured. In these matters, I naturally have the upper hand. The voices of the fox and the snake grew softer, and Simon could hear their banter clearly through the door. Bang! Simon slammed his fist against the wall beside him, creating a small dent and causing some small stones to fall. His dark thoughts, which should remain hidden, were stirred up. Clearly, they all drank that cup of tea on this day. Why could they have it? Simon's rationality began to be overtaken by desire. He suddenly stood up, swaying, his large hand pressed against the door. The desire inside him clamored for him to rush out and take Lu Zhiyi away to hide her. A woo! Simon let out a series of low howls, his tail slapping behind him, his body temperature rising sharply. Simon, Simon, little lion, come here. In a daze, he seemed to hear Lu Zhiyi calling his name. Come, put your hands down. Simon obediently lowered his hands slowly, his desire captured, sinking under her gentle coaxing. Click! The first to reach Lu Zhiyi was Lu Qi, twisting the doorknob, but it wouldn't open. Let me. Lin Xian pushed Lu Qi aside, took out the spare key he had prepared earlier, and quickly unlocked the door. Where did you get the key? Lu Qi pressed his lips together slightly. Lu Zhiyi can't possibly give this stinky fox special treatment. This set of rooms is mine. Lin Xian replied calmly. I anticipated that you would look so thirsty that it would scare her, so I took the spare key before coming upstairs. TSK. Lu Qi previously didn't know this fox could be so cunning. Wolves and tigers are the worst. In contrast, he used to think this fox was quite kind. None of them are good. Top, top. Just as Lu Zhiyi came out of the bathroom, she and the entering fox and snake exchanged glances. She was wearing a thin spaghetti-strap nightgown, bare feet on the carpet, her watery eyes filled with a hint of confusion. Together? Lu Zhiyi swallowed. Opft. There aren't 2 of them. One snake is worth 2. No, that won't do. Lu Zhiyi took a small step back weakly. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Are you really going to make me solve this myself? Lu Qi's eyes flickered, appearing innocent. Cough, cough. Lu Zhiyi cleared her throat a couple of times. The moonlight tonight is nice. How about we all have a drink together? Since she couldn't escape, she might as well enjoy it. I brought the wine. Lin Xian took out the prepared fruit wine from his wrist space. The fruit wine wasn't intoxicating. They could savor it slowly tonight. If you want something stronger, I have it. Lu Qi's tongue brushed against his fangs, the innocent mask shattered, a glimmer in his eyes. He smirked, raising a wine bottle that had mysteriously appeared in his hand, the red liquid swaying inside. They all came up wrapped in white bathrobes, the collars casually opened. In the middle, belts loose, seemingly ready to fall at a touch from Lu Ziyi's fingertip. But there are no cups. Lu Ziyi crossed her arms over her chest, her brows gently raising, her gaze sweeping across those broad chest muscles. Indeed, they were different in height and build, each angle hitting her sweet spot. As long as you want, I can be. The fox's tail revealed itself, and without Lu Ziyi needing to beckon, the tail swept open the robe's tie. And in the next second, the cold snake tail wrapped around Lu Ziyi's legs, the tip of the tail slowly moving upward. Our Zhiyi can be too. Chapter 222. The lion who was getting better at playing the victim. The next morning, Lu Zhiyi groggily woke up, kicking the fox on her left and the snake on her right. Hiss! Lu Zhiyi suddenly inhaled sharply. The force of her kick was too strong, worsening her already fragile condition. The fox and the snake, knowing they had done something wrong, transformed back into their beast forms and lay on the ground, trying to diminish their presence. The fox raised a paw and slapped the snake on the head. Look at the good things you've done. The snake lazily lifted its eyelids. Aren't you involved? Didn't you eat the first piece of meat? Shameless. The fox glanced at the lower half of the giant python. One piece of your meat is worth two of mine. And didn't you drink the first bowl of soup? The snake bared its teeth. By your logic, you, the fox spirit, have been marked by Zhiyi the most. Exactly. Proudly, the fox began to wag its 9 tails. Zhiyi even let its tail wrap around her waist. Get out of here. A pillow fell from the bed, hitting the snake squarely on the head. The snake felt a bit wronged, thinking that Zhiyi would just discard her after using her. The next second, the fox picked up the pillow and walked out. Hiss! The snake's pupils constricted, cursing in its heart. That was Zhiyi's pillow. It wanted it too. It couldn't stay to warm the bed, and the pillow was out of reach. The snake was bitter. The fox was bad. After hearing the sound of the door closing, Lu Zhiyi flipped over and fell back asleep. Lu Zhiyi slept until noon, tying her hair into a bun and coming downstairs in simple loungewear. The considerate Lin Xian and Lu Qi had prepared a table full of nourishing dishes. Where's Simon? Lu Zhiyi casually asked. Lin Xian shook his head, while Lu Qi lightly replied, still alive. Wasn't he also? Lu Zhiyi hesitated. Lin Xian pulled out a chair, but before Lu Zhiyi could sit down, his little female companion waved her hand and went upstairs. I'll go up and help him with my abilities. We'll return to Central City after lunch. We can't delay our schedule because of his health. Oh, Lu Qi responded softly, muttering that this lion definitely wouldn't behave. This lion was getting better at playing the victim to deceive Zhiyi. Lin Xian sighed helplessly. Lu Qi suddenly felt like he was being accused by Lin Xian. He seemed to have been like that before. Simon. Lu Zhiyi raised her hand to knock on the door, but it opened automatically. Are you here to see me? Simon was hiding behind the door, his voice hoarse, desires restraint, and pull nearly driving him mad. My abilities can help you. Through the narrow gap of the door, Lu Zhiyi vaguely saw the messy floor inside. Why do they have everything, and all I have left is my abilities? Simon pressed his lips tightly together. He knew he shouldn't have such thoughts, but he couldn't control himself. Come in. Simon casually picked up a towel that had fallen on the floor and wrapped it around his abdomen before stepping out from behind the door. The beauty before her maid, Lu Zhiyi, didn't want to look a little longer. She bit her lip, forcing herself to look away, but then noticed an obvious small black item among the scattered clothes. How was that cup of enchanting flower tea last night? Not good at all. I'm about to die. Simon actively sought out Lu Zhiyi's gaze, making her see only him, forcing her to retreat repeatedly until she was pressed tightly against the door, slamming it shut with a bang. The straightforward Simon before her was completely different from the one she remembered who would carefully groom himself. His unresolved desires were becoming increasingly heated because of her. I can help you with my abilities. Lu Zhiyi pressed her hands against his chest, feeling the heat radiating from him, which also warmed her heart. She felt the rise and fall of his chest, unconsciously matching her breathing to his rhythm. Is it only your abilities? Simon could feel the coolness from Lu Zhiyi's palms, with her abilities flowing within him. Desire could forcibly suppress abilities, but love could not. Lu Zhiyi nodded. But you're indulging me bit by bit. Simon lowered his head and rubbed against her cheek, his thin lips slightly parted. Lu Zhiyi's eyes widened. This lion actually bit her. What a beast with a habit of biting faces. It doesn't hurt, she said. But Simon frowned slightly, thinking he had hurt her, gently blowing on the mark he left. Zhiyi felt that she had also been teased enough by the three of them. Stop blowing. Zhiyi felt a tingle on her face, and she covered the lion's mouth with her hand. His tongue hadn't retracted in time, leaving her palm damp. Zhiyi suddenly pulled her hand back, green light flowing slowly toward him. Useless. How could that be? Because I love you. Simon bent down towards Zhiyi, the proud Lion King lowering his head, kneeling before her on one knee. No. Zhiyi shook her head. What do you mean no? Simon retorted. Our identities don't allow it. Zhiyi pressed down on his upright lion ears. Seeing them flop down, she couldn't help but feel pity. Don't be like this. Hurry up and get ready. We need to return to Central City. Zhiyi squatted down to meet Simon's gaze, unable to resist reaching out to caress his face, her fingertips rubbing against the redness at the corner of his eyes. Those golden eyes should not show such a pitiful expression. Why was she indulging Simon? Maybe it was because he was so good-looking, with golden hair and eyes, resembling a war god from Norse mythology, and this war god was kneeling before her. Zhiyi was someone who was attracted to looks. All her partners were handsome in different styles, and there was no alternative in this star system. Simon pressed down on his bent knee, completely kneeling before her, willingly submitting, placing all his pride and dignity at her feet. You provoked me first. You have to take responsibility, Simon said pitifully. How did I provoke you? Zhiyi couldn't help but laugh at his words, playfully lifting Simon's chin, just like teasing a cat. The first time you comforted me, I was already marked by you, Simon said honestly. But Zhiyi didn't believe it. Thousands of beast men had been comforted by her. Surely, they couldn't all be marked by her? Simon didn't like hearing that. How could she compare him to those beast men? He should be different. There was only one lion like him. You don't believe me? The lion bit her fingertip, his gaze both stubborn and pitiful. His eyes were getting redder, almost on the verge of tears because of Zhiyi. Clearly, she had provoked him first. Clearly, he had restrained himself well for the past 2 years, but stop teasing him like this. Chapter 223. The last hope of Idisha shattered afterwards. Simon, with red-rimmed eyes, tidied himself up and went downstairs. Lin Xian and Lu Qi's jealousy was almost overflowing, and Zhiyi innocently shrugged her shoulders, insisting she really hadn't done anything. Forget it, they wouldn't believe her anyway. After a meal, the fox, the snake, and the lion had conjured up many ideas, thinking further and further away. On the way back, Zhiyi hid in the rest cabin, which she locked, leaving her with a moment of quiet, as there was no spare key. What on earth was Ronghong doing? He actually represented the entire ITI family to show goodwill to Zhiyi. What qualification did he have to represent the ITI family? Idisha smashed the room where Ronghong once stayed in the old house, her anger boiling over, her voice trembling as she shouted, each word seeming to squeeze out from between her teeth. The precious calligraphy and paintings in the room were shattered into worthless scraps, and the butler robot stood outside, too afraid to make sound. Yin Sui looked at Idisha's mad state with a heart full of pity. If it weren't for Zhiyi and that damned Ronghong, his lover wouldn't have turned into this. They should have been waiting for the birth of their child, hand in hand, reaching the pinnacle of power, happily growing old together. A piercing scream suddenly came from Idisha, her eyes wide open, staring in disbelief at her lower body, bright red blood flowing down her legs, stinging her eyes. Head of the family. Head of the family. Yin Sui rushed forward in a leap, bending down to pick up Idisha, feeling the wetness in his palm that made him lose his reason. Call ITICU and quickly. The butler robot urgently sent out a message, hastily leading Yin Sui to a relatively clean bedroom next door. Once the sterile isolation cloth was laid out, Yin Sui carefully placed Idisha on the bed. Child, my child. Idisha desperately covered her abdomen, screaming hysterically, my child. Head of the family, let's calm down. It will be fine. The child will be fine. Yin Sui knelt beside the bed, his eyes turning red in helplessness, his body trembling slightly. ITICU rushed over, barely catching his breath, when he suddenly found Yin Sui appearing in front of him, dragging him to the bedside. If this child cannot be saved, I will kill you. Yin Sui's voice was dark and terrifying, scaring ITI-Siyuan into gasping. Seeing the large pool of blood before him, ITI-Siyuan knew he wouldn't survive. The doctors of the ITI family were always chosen from the younger generation, primarily responsible for taking care of the health of each head of the family. If anything happened to the head of the family under their watch, they would have to accompany them in death. Okay. ITI-Siyuan swallowed hard, his face turning pale. Mr. Yin, please step outside and wait. What did you say? Yin Sui merely swept his gaze over, and Iti-Siyuan retreated repeatedly in response. I didn't say anything. Didn't say anything. Idisha was injected with anesthetic, her gaze dimly fixed on the ceiling. An hour passed, and Iti-Siyuan pushed aside the instruments before placing the stillborn fetus on the tray. When he detected that the stillborn was a female, his face turned ashen. The smell of blood covered by the pungent scent of disinfectant. He calmly wiped the blood from the surgical knife, secretly planning where to stab himself to die more painlessly. This death was not just a fetus, but the next head of the family that Idisha had given hope to. What do you mean by this? Even though Idisha had already fallen into a deep sleep, Yin Sui unconsciously lowered his voice, fearing to wake her. It is Siyuan's incompetence for not being able to save the young lady. Please punish us, head of the family and Mr. Yin. Without Yin Sui needing to act. Iti-Siyuan was already kneeling before him. What good is your incompetence? Yin Sui gritted his teeth, glancing at the stillborn, then at Idisha, tears in his eyes finally overflowing. Yin Sui dragged Iti-Siyuan out of the room, swinging his arm and slamming Iti-Siyuan against the wall. Isn't the head of the family an S-class? How could something happen to her? The head of the family is indeed S-class, but for nearly half a month. The head of the family has had extreme emotional fluctuations that have caused turmoil in her mental power, which greatly affected the young lady. The most important thing is, I found a toxin in the head of the family's body, and the young lady absorbed most of it. So even if the young lady could successfully come into this world, she would likely suffer damage in intelligence and mental power. Iti-Siyuan sat weakly on the ground, stating this cruel fact. We have a daughter, but she is dead? Yin Sui's heart suddenly felt as if a large hand was gripping it tightly, causing him immense pain. He cried and laughed, the S-class mental pressure spreading in his rage. Iti-Siyuan's breathing became increasingly labored, the pressure from Yin Sui's mental force making it hard for him to breathe. He secretly scoffed, closing his eyes. Idisha, this madwoman, would surely kill many clan members to accompany her in death. So he had injected something into Idisha. She would completely become a madwoman, no longer the esteemed head of the family. He could die, but he wanted his family to live on. The night enveloped the Iti family, and the entire manor fell into a deathly silence. Where's my child? Idisha woke up, instinctively reaching to touch her abdomen. We will have children again. Yin Sui softly comforted her. She will be a beautiful little girl, right? Idisha stared at her abdomen, her gaze terrifyingly gentle. Yes. Yin Sui's one sentence completely chilled Idisha's heart. We will have a second child. No, you useless waste. You can't even protect your own child. Idisha raised her hand and slapped Yin Sui. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the room, and Yin Sui stood there at a loss. This dead child was never born from love. Leaving early was better. She was an S-class weapon painstakingly cultivated by her mother for the family. A tool used by her father to bind her mother. Her coming was never pure. You are already S-class, yet you still cannot compare to them. If it weren't for Zhiyi taking away so many things, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to stand by my side. Each of Idisha's words seemed to turn into sharp blades, stabbing fiercely into Yin Sui's heart, leaving it riddled with wounds. He certainly knew who Idisha referred to as them. He Jingxuan, Lin Xian, Yilanqing. This group of young S-classes had once been Idisha's targets. Idisha liked no one. She only cared about the honor of the Iti family. For Idisha, these top breeding tools had been taken away by Zhiyi, forcing her to settle for him, a wanderer. It's okay, he thought. I love her, and I will use my last value to help her with something. Chapter 224. Yin Sui's self-detonation. Yilanqing is injured, unable to investigate Lu's itinerary. Yin Sui had no choice but to focus on Yilanqing, the only one left in the stars. An S-class Yin Sui against an SS-class Yilanqing was undoubtedly like striking a rock with an egg. So he targeted the Huaxing Military Academy instead. In Wu Shang's laboratory, he discovered a large number of defective hallucinogens. He didn't care about the consequences, as long as they could drive those students insane. A qualified professor must protect his students. Beep. Identity verification. Warning, non-students of this academy are not allowed to enter. Beep. Ancient Academy student Xia Yin, ID 294210. Warning. The Academy's detection system has been compromised, and the defense system is activated. A black-clad beast-man wearing a chrome mask swaggered into the military academy, and in front of him was an army of puppets made up of dozens of students. First year, second year students retreat, and those fools from the Ancient Academy and the Liberal Arts College step back. Nuclear Engineering Academy, Mecha Academy. All gather at the front gate. Quickly notify the professors. Several senior students hurriedly evacuated. They had combat experience, so they weren't panicking and just screaming for help. After all, those who could enter this academy were not weaklings or cowards. Before the black-clad Yin Sui could say anything, the puppet army in front of him dispersed, all drawing their weapons and turning into tools of slaughter. The drawback of this batch of hallucinogens was that the hallucinated puppets would not obey any commands. Their internal killing factors were activated, and all that remained in their consciousness was murder. Two puppets unexpectedly left through the academy's main gate, charging into the bustling streets. With a swing of their long swords, a little boy holding an ice cream fell into a pool of blood. The military academy students have gone mad. They killed a child. A bystander, shocked by the incident, dropped what he was holding and waved his arms, desperately fleeing. Helan, Professor Helan. We have students controlled by hallucinogens. Professor Oldcat rushed into Helanqing's office, leaning against the door frame and gasping for breath, having not exercised for years. His old back felt like it was about to break. Inside the office were not just Helanqing, but also other important figures from the academy. Let's proceed with this plan. I will distract that crow-masked one, and you all control the hallucinogenic students. Helanqing's expression was calm as he arranged everything. The red button on the central control panel beside him was pressed down, and all the academy's gates were closed. This military-grade defense system could not be forcibly broken even by an S-class. They would trap the evil beast inside the academy and eliminate it. You ancient academy students stay hidden and do not run around. Helanqing took off his glasses resting on his nose and casually placed them on the table. His originally cold gaze slowly revealing a hint of murderous intent. He stood up and walked directly toward the door, a small screen appearing on his wrist, showing the red indicating the intruder's location. What about me, Old Cat? I can't just hide with those kids. What should I do? Professor Old Cat saw Helanqing about to pass him and, unable to stop him, could only shout loudly. Helanqing had no time to pay attention to him. Old Cat stroked his white whiskers, his drooping tail tapping the door frame. Old Cat can help contact Deacon Liu. White Tiger helplessly. My partner still needs you to contact him. Old Cat. Deacon Liu, the academy is in danger. Return quickly. Professor Old Cat felt that this message wasn't strong enough, so he added another. Old Cat. Professor Helan is injured. The sky is falling. Yin Sui treated the hallucinogens as weapons. Some students had nowhere to escape, and when the cold syringes pierced their skin, their bodies trembled, and they couldn't even hold their weapons steadily. Boundless darkness swallowed their consciousness, controlling them to aim their weapons at their companions. A group of students in their 20s, no matter how talented, could not possibly compare to Yin Sui, who crawled out of a pile of bones. Yin Sui? A useless person dons a mask and thinks he is the leader of the Dark Zone. A cold laugh came from behind Yin Sui, and a fierce wind carrying SS-class mental pressure rushed toward him. Helanqing. Yin Sui dodged desperately, but despite his speed, he still received a heavy blow from Helanqing on his shoulder. His figure swayed, his eyes filled with endless hatred. What an SS class. Professor, be careful, a student shouted. Helanqing caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and saw a hallucinogenic student trying to attack him from behind. Yin Sui watched with interest, thinking Helanqing would severely injure the student, or even kill him, or maybe take the hit to maintain a good professor's image. But unexpectedly, Helanqing turned around, directly grasping the student's wrist, twisting it behind them, and knocking him unconscious. Helanqing's movements were fluid and without a ripple of emotion in his eyes, while Yin Sui's tactics seemed unworthy of note. Which academy are you from? Note it down. When you wake up, write a 20,000-word self-criticism. Students hiding in the dark and watching the battle gasped at this. How tragic. Their consciousness was controlled, and when they woke up, they would have to write a self-criticism. With Helanqing's words, the farce seemed less terrifying, just a group of inexperienced students encountering a scam, losing their money, and then having to face education. Other professors arriving in succession quickly controlled their students and dragged them away, fearing that once they sat down in the office, they would hear, your student was controlled by hallucinogens. Your student? Is your student? The training intensity needs to be strengthened. The SS class mental pressure was even more terrifying than Yin Sui had imagined. Only He Jingquan and Helanqing had broken through to SS class in the entire star sector, which made Yin Sui completely unaware of the vast gap between them. Yin Sui struggled desperately, but was easily subdued by Helanqing in just a few moves. I was going to let you breathe for a few more days, but you came to your death early. He Lanqing tightened his grip around Yin Sui's neck, his fingertips tightening. Indeed, a good dog of Idisa. He Lanqing, even if I can't kill you, I will become a vengeful spirit and cling to you, making you restless. Yin Sui's breathing became increasingly difficult. He turned red in the face and spat out a ridiculous threat. Then, Yin Sui's body temperature suddenly skyrocketed as if he were about to be ignited by a great fire. His face twisted, pulling out a mad smile. He Lanqing sensed what Yin Sui was about to do and dragged him away from the gathering place of students. The energy shock from an S-class self-detonation made the floor tremble, and He Lanqing was surrounded by flames, while the students behind him remained unscathed. Chapter 225, You Left Me Behind, He Lanqing. When Lu Zhiyi hurried back to Central City, He Lanqing had already been sent to the military hospital. The good news was that He Lanqing's injuries were not severe. He had just lost quite a bit of blood. The nursing robot had just finished changing He Lanqing's dressings when Lu Zhiyi rushed in and tore off He Lanqing's clothes. The robot tilted its head in confusion. It was unclear whether Lu Zhiyi was stronger or if the hospital gowns were of poor quality. With a tearing sound, a piece of fabric was now in Lu Zhiyi's hand, exposing the bandages on He Lanqing's chest. Cough, cough. Yin San, who had hurriedly arrived, peeked in and was met with the fear scene of Lu Zhiyi, resulting in an awkward feeling as if he had accidentally witnessed someone else's intimate moment. Does the director have something to say? Lin Xian teased, glancing at the old man by the door, who looked guilty. Though I'm on your side, it seems inappropriate for us to be here right now. Yin Sen raised his hand and placed it on Lin Xian's shoulder, pulling him out as he spoke. Sigh. Professor Heelan has been alone in Central City for so long and has even been injured. It's really not easy. Yin San's not-so-light-hearted remark drifted back as he walked away. When I was left in Central City, why didn't you feel sorry for me? Lin Xian felt helpless. You make it sound like I cherish your sympathy. Yin Sen was at a loss for words. Lu Qi hadn't left, but after receiving Lu Zi's glance, he pouted reluctantly and went out to wait. Simon went back to Yuan to check on the lonely little rabbit, so he didn't follow. Professor Old Cat mentioned that a black-clad beast man wearing a crow mask had invaded, causing many students to be affected by hallucinogens and resulting in casualties outside the school. Lu Zi gently touched the large bandage on He Lanqing's chest, a look of heartache appearing on her face. She unconsciously bit her lower lip, her brow furrowing, and her eyelashes trembling slightly. He Lanqing had taken on an S-class mental explosion. My professor is truly impressive, but you left me behind, so I had to handle it myself. He Lanqing rarely showed this kind of slight grievance. He was always strong and never put himself in a difficult position. He Lanqing firmly grasped Lu Zi's small hand and pressed it against his wound, the strong smell of medicine stinging the nose, causing ripples in Lu Zi's heart. It's my fault, Lu Zi replied in a muffled voice, lowering her gaze as her ability gathered at her fingertips, quickly healing He Lanqing's wounds. Sigh. He Lanqing suddenly sighed lightly, his large hand resting on Lu Zi's back, gently pulling her into his embrace. He then took her small hand and placed it over his heart. I don't mean to blame you. I just want you to care for me. You took them away, leaving me with only a simple message. It's hard here. The fierce white tiger during the day returned to the cold Yuan at night. Just a lonely little cat waiting for its owner to come home. Zhi, kiss me. He Lanqing lightly kissed Lu Zi's forehead, his eyes filled with tender affection. Lu Zi stepped back, her hands bracing against his sides. Seeing this, He Lanqing lowered his head and willingly presented himself to Lu Zi. The softness of He Lanqing's lips was not enough for him. He wanted more. We're still outside? You should hold back. Lu Zi covered He Lanqing's eyes, his eyelashes fluttering slightly, scratching her palm playfully. The gaze of the tiger was too intense, as if he wanted to devour her. Isn't this the territory of our Lu Zi? We want to be discovered. He Lanqing smiled, a low chuckle escaping his lips. He Lanqing grasped the restless little hand in front of him, pulling it to his mouth, his sharp fangs grazing her fingertips. Not painful, but a teasing invitation from the Tiger King to his partner. No, no. Lu Zi glanced back at the surveillance camera, shaking her head. Although with her around, the footage would definitely not leak, it still felt strange. He Lanqing bit her fingertip, secretly venting his small temper. Then, in front of Lu Zi, he opened his light brain, directly controlling the surveillance of the room and erasing it. He Lanqing knew he had done something wrong and casually transferred 100,000 star coins to Yin San as compensation. You've changed. Lu Zi's gaze was deep, her mouth slightly agape in surprise. That means you haven't paid enough attention to me over the years. The tiger countered. He was never a good tiger, especially in front of her. He Jingxuan, speak up. Not a single word about the perverted tiger is innocent. Little white tiger, you become quite bold after just a few days. Lu Zhi pinched Helan Qing's chin. Then with a twist of her wrist, her fingertip lightly brushed against his Adam's apple with a mischievous touch. Zhi. Helan Qing's breath hitched, his voice slightly hoarse. He looked deeply at Lu Zhi, desire swirling within him. He just wanted Lu Zhi to kiss him. Such things certainly couldn't be done in a hospital bed. This was not a place for seeking thrills, nor was it a fitting setting for intimacy. I just wanted to kiss me. Helan Qing poured out the longing he had kept bottled up over the past few days. I miss you, worry about you, and hate myself for not being able to take care of you while you were unconscious. Don't you miss me? The white tiger's tail peeked out from beneath the thin blanket, wrapping around her waist, teasing her tail. If she didn't take the initiative, he would take matters into his own hands. I miss you so much. Lu Zhi quickly grabbed the white tiger's tail, tilting her chin up to press her lips against his. Though she initiated it, she ultimately fell under his control. Longing clamored amidst desire as Helan Qing greedily inhaled her scent, dominating every corner and feeling her heart pounding for him at that moment. Lu Zhi endured his possessive affection, her fingers intertwined with his. His rough fingertips gently rubbed against her hand, sending an undeniable sensation through her. Having tasted the sweetness, Helan Qing knew when to stop, leaving the rest for later at home. You know I love you. The white tiger obediently laid his head on her shoulder, occasionally rubbing his face against her neck. I know, Lu Zhi replied, so don't leave me behind again. The white tiger felt a bit wronged remembering that incident. It was an emergency, and you were busy, Lu Zhi explained, playing with the tip of the white tiger's tail, pressing it playfully with her thumb. I could have finished and then come over. The white tiger was dissatisfied with this reasoning. All right, next time I'll definitely bring you along. Lu Zhi could only coax him. Chapter 226. Breaking into the Edie Manor, by the way. Who is that chrome mask supposed to be? It can't be Z coming back from the dead, can it? The hallucinogenic student killed an innocent child on the street and injured several beastmen. Although it wasn't their intention, punishment was inevitable. This Wu Sheng, even in death, is still so annoying. Lu Zhi muttered to herself. After calming down the big white tiger, she naturally had to come out and tidy up the situation. Yin Sui, who knew what kind of madness he was in, was on the verge of losing control. When talking about this matter, Helan Qing's eyes darkened, and his tone became a bit colder. Helan Qing knew that although Yin Sui's target this time was him, it was only because Z happened to be absent from Central City. However, it was fine for him to block this disgusting matter. But it's okay, he's already dead. When Helan Qing's gaze fell back on Lu Zhi, the earlier coldness quickly dissipated. His gaze towards her was always gentle and full of love, even if he had many little emotions and grievances himself. Yin Sui was dead, but Editha was still alive. Lu Zhi's cheeks puffed up, looking like she wanted to stab Editha. Is my Z going to avenge me? Helan Qing reached out and poked Lu Zhi's puffed-up cheek. Of course, you just obediently go home and wait. Lu Zhi patted Helan Qing's shoulder. This Editha has indeed lived too long. Some things are indeed easier to do once night falls. Under Rong Hong's instigation, many side branches of the Edie family turned to support him, not because they trusted Rong Hong, but because those with eyes could see that Editha had really brought about her own demise this time. Wu Sheng, using Editha's hand, had threatened countless lives. What if she was an S-class female? When their lives were threatened and you couldn't provide protection, they could only seek help elsewhere. Z, they have already been dealt with. Lu Qi was wiping the blood from his hands with a handkerchief, his eyes flashing with excited killing intent. After Helan Qing cracked the defense system of Edie Manor, a tiger, a fox, and a snake wiped out the few loyal guards left in the Edie Manor. The snake's poison was very domineering, taking the lives of most of the guards. Not to mention that Lu Qi was somewhat excited. Lu Zhi felt both thrilling and novel for the first time, doing something that only villains in novels would do. Lu Zhi couldn't wait for the interstellar law to deal with Editha. Editha's mother was still alive, who happened to be Rong Hong's daughter. Although Rong Hong was disappointed in Editha, maybe one day he would soften his heart because of a few words from Editha's mother and spare Editha's life. After all, blood relations are really hard to sever. As long as Editha was alive, her annoying little schemes would never stop. Editha was the best at using others to do her dirty work. Who knows, perhaps in 10 years, Editha would return to the public eye. After all, she was indeed an S-class mental power user. You all wait for me here. Lu Zhi waved her hand and moved towards Editha's location. Okay, Helan Qing responded and then activated the surveillance of the entire Edie Manor. The fox and the snake leaned their heads to the sides of Helan Qing. Now the entire Edie Manor was under their control. Bang! Lu Zhiyi kicked down the door to Editha's bedroom, and the strong smell of medicine made Lu Zhiyi frown. Editha was injured? No wonder she didn't know the sky was falling. Get out. Editha, lying on the bed, looked as pale as paper, and even her angry roar was light and powerless. Editha, are you dying? Lu Zhiyi probed Editha's body with her powers, raising her eyebrows in surprise. Oh, she couldn't help but laugh. Editha not only lost her child, but new toxin had also invaded her body, spreading rapidly and already seeping into her heart. She was indeed dying. Lu Zhiyi. Editha suddenly opened her eyes, her pupils constricting as she forced herself to sit up, her face filled with resentment and disbelief. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? I walked in through the manor's front door. Lu Zhiyi approached Editha, arms crossed over her chest, looking down at her condescendingly. The once annoying enemy was now trapped in her own web without her needing to lift a finger, which felt a bit lacking. Yin Sui, get her out of here. Editha grabbed a glass from the bedside table and threw it at Lu Zhiyi. Lu Zhiyi easily dodged by tilting her head, raising an eyebrow and smiling, revealing a cruel fact to Editha. The head of the Edi family must be in a stupor. Your Yin Sui is already dead. Dead? Editha was stunned. Although she didn't love Yin Sui, she never thought about wanting him dead. It's you killed him, right? Editha shouted angrily, her voice hoarse. Ever since losing her child, she often acted in a frenzied state. Yin Sui blew himself up. Lu Zhiyi grabbed Editha's hand, which was swinging toward her, and yanked her down to the floor. Editha fell onto the floor, the sudden pain making her body feel even worse. Editha, you are really ridiculous. Lu Zhiyi squatted down in front of Editha, grabbing her neck. The pressure wasn't enough to kill her immediately, but it made it hard for her to breathe. When he was alive, you didn't love him. Now that he's dead, you miss him. You deserve to lose Yin Sui. You still don't know, do you? Yin Sui went crazy at the military academy. He injured many students with hallucinogens, but couldn't even touch a hair on Yilanqing's head. For the sake of his non-existent dignity, he didn't want to implicate you and chose to self-destruct in the end. The self-detonation power of an S-class mental power user is indeed not small, but my partner is Yilanqing. I have the ability to heal his wounds. And you couldn't protect Yin Sui. You, who are no longer that glorious head of the family. Lu Zhiyi was clearly choking Editha, but Editha felt a severe pain in her heart. You dare to humiliate me. A strong sense of humiliation surged in Editha's heart. She wished she could eat Lu Zhiyi's flesh and drink her blood, desperately trying to push Lu Zhiyi away, but she couldn't muster the strength. Is this humiliation? I'm just telling you a fact. Lu Zhiyi tossed Editha aside, her wrist turned, and in the next second, a folding knife was gripped in her hand, gleaming with a cold light. Editha, I'm not very good at torturing people. There will be quite a bit of blood. You didn't manage that mad dog, Yin Sui, well. Letting him run loose and hurt my people. Now that he's dead, I can only come to you to settle this score, along with our previous one. A cold smile played at the corners of Lu Zhiyi's mouth as she raised the folding knife, descending upon Editha's terrified gaze. Screams echoed in the room, and the evils Editha committed in the past were now repaid in full upon her. Chapter 227: The Decline of the Edi Family Deer of Intent. Edisha lay in a pool of blood, her weak breath coming in and out. Suddenly, she cried and laughed at the same time. Deer of Intent. I have an S-class daughter. Even if I can't compare to you, my child will trample you underfoot. She opened her bloodied hands and dragged her broken body, crawling slowly on the ground. The blood-soaked area beneath her was truly horrifying. Edisha picked up a pillow from the ground and held it in her arms like a treasure, patting it gently and whispering, "You will be the strongest psychic in this star system, the noblest head of the family. You will lead the Edi family to the peak. Ha! You will kill Deer of Intent and avenge your mother." Every word was unchained, yet every word was a shackle. Deer of Intent watched the insane Edisha, turning the folding knife in her hand, her fingertips brushing against the sharp blade, her expression somewhat complex. To be honest, if Edisha hadn't used those disgusting schemes on herself, she would have admired her. Edisha was indeed a powerful S-class psychic, never fixated on so-called love, but intoxicated by power. What a pity. Edisha always saw her as an enemy, so she had no choice but to retaliate. Edisha suddenly screamed, interrupting Deer of Intent's thoughts. She threw the pillow away, and the large movement pulled at her wounds, stimulating her nerves. You worthless piece of trash. You useless waste. Just a second ago, she was cherishing her daughter, and the next second, she was being thrown away as a waste. Deer of Intent. Deer of Intent. Edisha's gaze suddenly locked onto Deer of Intent. a hint of clarity amidst the muddiness. Deep down, she instinctively hated this superior deer of intent. Why don't you just die? I'm the strongest in the entire star system. It should be you who dies. You deserve to die. She wanted to lunge at deer of intent, but she no longer had the strength or means. With every word Idisha spoke, she had to cough up blood, her mouth wide open. Every exposed inch of her skin was drenched in blood. Idisha, why do you always want to compete with me? You are clearly much luckier than I am. Deer of intent gently lowered her eyelids, her gaze falling on her blood-stained hands, and she let out a slow sigh. From the moment she was born, Idisha lived in the empire built by the Idi family for her. She grew up recklessly, having endless resources at her fingertips. She knew from a young age that she would become a noble head of the family. But what about deer of intent? She was merely the only daughter of a middle-class family, not particularly wealthy, but not in need either. In an apocalyptic world, she lost her family, helplessly watching her loved ones die. She transformed from a weak college student who couldn't lift heavy objects into a battle-hardened ability user in the apocalypse. Max-level abilities can't be summarized in a single sentence. The resources in the apocalypse were snatched away. If you were a moment too late, you would die. Forget it. Let us just end it here between us. Deer of intent used her abilities to assess Idisha's condition. She was already not long for this world, and after being stabbed a few times, she wouldn't survive until tomorrow. Idisha, from now on, we are even. Deer of intent cast a faint glance at Idisha, her eyes calm and unruffled, and turned to leave. The faint yet distinct sound of footsteps echoed in the empty manor. 3 tall, handsome male beastmen stood under the bright moonlight, waiting for her to appear. Is it handled? Zhiyi took the folding knife from Deer of Intent's hand first, offering a prepared handkerchief, only to find that 2 other hands had the same intention. This is a medical disinfectant wipe. It will be cleaner to use. Lin Xian offered the wipes in front of Deer of Intent. Okay, being fair, Deer of Intent chose to accept them all. She liked cleanliness and could wipe her hands 3 times. The starship slowly sailed away, and the Idi Manor ultimately disappeared into the night. Do we need to notify Rong Hong to collect the bodies? Lin Xian kindly asked. No need. Deer of Intent shook her head. A family of this size would naturally notice something was wrong the next day after their defense system was breached. Idisha, Yin Sui, Wu Sheng, Zhi are all dead, leaving behind a mess. Even in death, they cannot rest in peace. Deer of Intent leaned back, slumping weakly in her seat, playing with the seatbelt with her hands, and sighed helplessly. I don't want to try anymore. But her beast's identity and responsibilities were intricately linked to the survival of the entire star system. Thank you for your hard work, my dear. Lin Xian wrapped his arm around Deer of Intent's shoulders, pulling her closer to him. Zhiyi stubbornly held Deer of Intent's small hand, while he Lan Qing, piloting the starship, hesitated to speak. Forget it, let her rest for a day. Tomorrow, we'll get back our principal and interest. 3 days later, Rong Hong personally announced Idisha's death on the Star Network. Idisha's funeral was not grand. She was simply cremated and buried. At this simple funeral, the only one who cried heart-wrenchingly was Idisha's mother. As for Idisha's dozens of partners and children, there was no sorrow on their faces, only worry about where to go from here. After all, most of them had initially been drawn in by Idisha's power. Father, are you satisfied with the outcome now? Idisha's mother, grief-stricken, struggled to support her own body, leaning against the cold tombstone as she sat down repeatedly. Her tears flowed to the corners of her mouth, tasting bitter. If you were willing to help Sasha, she wouldn't have been bullied like this. Isn't this result caused by your own hand? Idisha was a weapon you crafted yourself, a self-satisfied, ruthless weapon blinded by power. A hint of helplessness appeared on Rong Hong's face. I warned you long ago. Not me, not me. Idisha's mother shook her head, her mouth opening and closing, already unable to speak. Her long black dress spread out on the stone slab like a delicate flower being buried. As for Sasha's children, I will personally raise them. And her partners, those who are willing to stay can stay. Those who are not willing, give them some money and let them go. Rong Hong's body slightly bent, and his hair seemed to have turned a few shades whiter. He gazed deeply at the tombstone, his face lined with layers of wrinkles, hiding an indescribable bitterness and helplessness. After Idisha's death, the entire Idi family seemed to have lost its famous psychic powerhouse. The Idi family's industries were gradually being pushed out behind the scenes. This big cake was casually placed on the table, and anyone who reached out would take a piece. At Deer of Intent's suggestion, Lin Xian secretly seized many of the Idi family's industries and continuously expanded. This once glorious family in the star system gradually faded into the river of time. Losing its towering power, but relying on the wealth accumulated by the Itty family. Even a starving camel is bigger than a horse. Chapter 228. The lion's brief departure. Idish's death was slowly forgotten in the galaxy, with few orcs mentioning it. Because compared to Idish's death, they cared more about themselves. Recently, students from a military academy caused injuries to many innocent orcs on the streets, creating a wave of panic in the central city. They feared that the next moment of that deadly live broadcast could happen right next to them. The position of the Alliance chairman has been vacant for some time, with important affairs being handled by the vice chairman, Zhiyi. The current Alliance's status in the galaxy is diminishing, with some influential figures disregarding it, and ordinary orcs feeling disappointed in the Alliance. The highest call for the new Alliance chairman in the galaxy is for Zhiyi, as they desperately seek her protection. This year's spring in the galaxy is somewhat cold. The Zerg are stirring, and Jingxuan has not returned home yet. Across the various planets far from Huaxing, incidents of casualties caused by hallucinogenic orcs have occurred, and these seemingly insignificant ants are gnawing at the entire galaxy. Under Lin Xian's leadership, the military hospital is desperately producing purifiers, distributing them to various planets, while the Alliance mobilizes the armies of entire planets to suppress the situation. After a surge in death rates caused by hallucinogens, there was a temporary alleviation. During this time, Zhiyi feels that her body seems to have changed, as if something extra has been added. She didn't voice her suspicions, planning to get a thorough checkup at the hospital tomorrow. She moved her rocking chair to the garden, gently swaying under the warm sun. She casually plucked a petal from a nebula flower, which easily crumbled between her fingers. It should be a vibrant spring day, yet life feels increasingly fragile. Shimeng? Zhiyi. You noticed the light in front of her dimmed slightly. She lazily lifted her eyelids to meet a pair of golden eyes. Zhiyi, I need to go to planet G485. Shimeng squatted down beside Zhiyi, resting his hand on the rocking chair. Survivors of the secret faction are gathering there, and I want to put the past to rest. Then I wish you success in clearing everything away completely. Zhiyi looked down at the little lion squatting beside her, seeming small and obedient. The corners of her mouth involuntarily curled up. The lion shimmered under the sunlight, warm and dazzling. If I clean up the past thoroughly, can I stay by your side forever? Shimeng gazed at Zhiyi with deep affection, cautiously reaching out a fingertip to touch the back of her hand. Reminiscent of a stray cat choosing a master, gently extending its paw to ask, "Can you take me home?" Shimeng, you are already clean. Being trapped in the nightmares of the past was never your fault. Zhiyi hooked Shimeng's finger, smiling lightly, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Then, Shimeng's eyes brightened, the unreal sensation in his fingertips causing him to hold his breath. Go ahead, I'll be waiting for you in the garden. Zhiyi felt a flutter in her heart toward Shimeng, an emotion whose origin she couldn't pinpoint. It might just be that she was a sucker for looks. That all feelings arose from attraction. Okay, Shimeng stared at her, a smile blossoming on his lips. His tail couldn't help but wag behind him, and his soft ears twitched slightly in the gentle spring breeze. Can you say that again? Shimeng felt a surreal sense of happiness, fearing that Zhiyi was just teasing him. Zhiyi elongated her tone, feeling playful. What do you want me to say? Say you will wait for me. Shimeng knew Zhiyi was teasing him, but seeing her appear so indifferent, as if nothing mattered to her, made his heart race. Oh, did I really say that? Did you not hear it clearly? Zhiyi responded, closing her eyes and settling back into the rocking chair for a nap. Shimeng pressed his lips together, his tail curling into a circle. Zhiyi is good. Zhiyi is bad. Zhiyi is both good and bad. Are you teasing me? Shimeng grasped Zhiyi's hand and pulled it towards him. Where did you learn to say that? Zhiyi suddenly opened her eyes, disbelief written all over her face. This impulsive lion, who only knew how to go to battle, could actually say such things. The Starnet says so, Shimeng answered honestly. The orcs gossiping on Starnet, with nothing better to do all day, often spouted nonsense. It was normal. Zhiyi absolutely did not belong to the category of putting such words on herself. She sat up, tugging at her hand vigorously. Fine, the lion was stronger than her, and she couldn't pull it back. Ahem. Zhiyi cleared her throat, preparing to lay down the facts with the lion. I'll let you stay in the garden. Didn't you initially think of finding an old acquaintance in the central city? The Alliance was keeping a close watch on me, and since you and I were in the same camp, you would be implicated. To ensure your safety, I arranged a safe residence for you. Did I do anything wrong? No. The lion shook his head. Later, when you returned from the dark zone, you sought out Wu Sheng to verify Ziyi's words and continued to stay in the garden. This time, it was your choice, right? Yes. The lion nodded. Then later, Wu Sheng started the deadly live broadcast on Planet X-584. Wu Sheng is your uncle. Shouldn't you be involved in handling it? Should be, right? The lion hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. But at that time, his heart was more for Lu Zhiyi than for Wu Sheng. Isn't that right? How could I be teasing you? Lu Zhiyi reached out to gently trace Xi Ming's outline, and as the last word fell, lifted his chin. If you think I'm teasing you, then why not take this opportunity to switch me out for another lion to tease? Lu Zhiyi's amusement involved teasing ears, stroking tails, and provoking beasts. To be continued, no. Xi Ming suddenly stood up, leaning over to press against Lu Zhiyi until their noses touched, their breaths mingling. He spoke each word clearly. There cannot be other lions. Xi Ming's weight caused the rocking chair to sway heavily, nearly knocking Lu Zhiyi into his chest. You can't dictate my decisions. Lu Zhiyi pressed her fingertip against Xi Ming's lips, leaning back casually. A few strands of her hair fell onto Xi Ming's face, and as the wind blew, her black hair mingled with his golden fur. Absolutely not. If you do, I'll bite you, Xi Ming threatened, actually biting Lu Zhiyi's fingertip, his tail raised, clearly agitated by her words. Oh, the lion is quite easy to provoke. One word can set him off. She hadn't teased many beasts, but Xi Ming was the easiest to rile up. All right, I'll be waiting for you in the garden. Lu Zhiyi repeated this sentence, instantly calming the agitated lion. Chapter 229. She's going to have a baby military hospital of Central City Life Sciences Department. Please come in. Dr. Yang, who was quietly surfing the Star Network at work, was startled by a sudden knock on the door. He hurriedly tidied his clothes. Deacon Lu. Doctor. Yang was slightly surprised and instinctively put on a respectful expression. How can I assist you? The Life Sciences Department in the Starry Sky mainly handles the gestation and health checks of new cubs. Even in the Starry Sky, female births are painless and have no side effects, but due to the rarity of females, the Life Sciences Department has become one of the less popular departments in the hospital. I need to have a detailed checkup. Deacon Lu Zhi sat down opposite Dr. Yang, her delicate hand resting on her abdomen, her brows and eyes curved with an indescribable tenderness. Dr. Yang immediately realized that Deacon Lu must be pregnant. Shall I call Dr. Lin to check on you? Dr. Yang chuckled awkwardly, afraid Deacon Lu might misunderstand that he wanted to slack off, and quickly added, I think it's more meaningful for Dr. Lin to come personally for such an important matter. Even though Dr. Yang was 10 years older than Deacon Lu, he felt a bit nervous in front of such a prominent figure, his sheep tail hidden behind him, remaining motionless. This is just my guess. I'll tell him the good news once it's confirmed, Deacon Lu said softly. Okay. After hearing Deacon Lu's words, Dr. Yang took on this significant task with a serious expression. Ahem, it's actually just a small checkup, but because it's Deacon Lu, it has become important. This is Deacon Lu's little cub. It is likely to become the most gifted psychic powerhouse in the entire Starry Sky in the future. Deacon Lu Zhi, wearing protective clothing, walked into the examination room. The circular detector surrounded her. As the detector started with a slight humming sound, the entire room seemed to be activated by an invisible force, with faint blue light swirling around the detector, completely enveloping Deacon Lu. In the interplay of light and shadow, Deacon Lu heard her own heartbeat thumping, her fingertips rubbing together, and her palms began to sweat. The detector slowly shrank, gently pressing against Deacon Lu's abdomen. Beep, beep. On the screen, blue light was sliding. A few minutes later, the detector slowly released its hold. Deacon Lu came out of the examination room, having removed her protective clothing, which she casually draped over her arm. Congratulations, Deacon Lu. You have a little cub. Dr. Yang joyfully poked his head out from behind the screen. However, the cub is only 1 month old. If you need to check who the cub's partner is, further tests are required. As for the gender, it will take at least 3 months to find out. No need. Let's keep this surprise a little longer, Deacon Lu said, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she casually placed the protective clothing aside. Unable to resist looking down and gently stroking her still flat abdomen, where new life was being nurtured. As for who the father of the cub was, that was hard to say. First was he Jingchuan's heat before their parting, then the night with Lin Xian and Lu Qi, and after returning to Central City. She had spent the whole night comforting He Lanqing. Deacon Lu silently counted on her fingers. If this was a little wolf cub, then those few times afterward might have been too wild. This cub was quite resilient to all the fuss. But as for whose cub this was, it was hard to determine, because in the days leading up to He Jingchuan's departure, she had been quite fair in her affections. Ahem, Deacon Lu, why are you always unable to resist temptation? Here is the test report from earlier. Dr. Yang quickly organized a report and handed it to Deacon Liu with both hands. Thank you for your hard work. Deacon Liu took the report and flipped through it several times. The cub in her belly was still just a small lump of flesh. Perhaps it was the filter of having a biological mother, but she found this little lump adorable no matter how she looked at it. Not hard work, not hard work. Dr. Yang spoke lightly, grinning widely, embarrassedly touching his own sheep horns. Deacon Liu actually said, I worked hard. This matter. I hope you can help keep it secret for now, Deacon Liu instructed. Of course, I have professional ethics. Dr. Yang assured Deacon Liu, patting his chest. Deacon Liu carefully placed the test report into her wristband space, treating it like a treasured possession. After returning to her, she spread the test report out on the bed, took several photos of it, and when she opened the chat box, she deleted and revised her words several times. Shocking. Deacon Liu appeared in the Life Sciences Department of the military hospital. Ding dong, your adorable cub is being packaged for delivery and is expected to arrive in 9 months. Guess the identity of the cub. No prize. Forget it. Let us just say it directly. Group chat. Liu and her beasts. Lu Zhiyi. I heard that a Yuan is getting another beast, hee. Before Deacon Liu could send the photo, Lu Qi and he Lanqing replied in seconds. Lu Qi. Oh, the lion is about to rise. Deacon Liu felt a bit guilty as she touched her nose. Although there was a possibility later that wasn't what she was referring to right now. He Lanqing. Simon, you seem very happy about his arrival. I'm definitely happy, but he is really not Simon. Deacon Liu quickly sent the photo. Lu Zhiyi. It's a beast that isn't T-formed yet. Lu Qi, whose is it? Is it a snake cub? Lu Qi. I'm heading to the military hospital right now. Lu Qi was excited, her snake tail wagging furiously. Could it be a snake cub? He Lanqing, who was grading papers, fell silent. He calculated the time. Could it have been that night? He Lanqing. I'll come over after I finish reading 2 papers soon. He Lanqing. I'm coming right now, wait for me. Lin Xian hadn't replied yet. Deacon Liu guessed he was still in the lab, tried to improve his purifier. As for He Jingchuan, she had received his message yesterday. The bug race was continuously harassing planet G485, and there were already signs of impending war. He was likely busy and hadn't seen the messages. Half a month ago, a large amount of starstone resources had been detected underground on planet G485, and the energy produced by this batch of starstones could sustain a large planet like Hua's star for 500 years. The bug race would be hard-pressed not to be tempted. Such news should have been sealed off, but was somehow learned by the bug race. Either there were beastmen colluding within planet G485, or they had been rendered unconscious by hallucinogens and thus exploited by the bug race. After all, the high-level bugs possessed human-like thinking and could even speak human language. Deacon Liu lay on her bed, the curtains not drawn, bright light streaming through the window onto her. She squinted her eyes, half of her small face buried in the blanket, her fingertips gently pinching a report, the words becoming clearer under the light. She was going to have a cub. This was perhaps one of the few pieces of good news in recent times. She hoped that on the day the cub was born, this chaotic world would be cleansed anew. Chapter 230, all about the fawn's bang. The cup fell on the table, spilling water that dampened the long, clean hands like white jade touched by dew, adding an unspoken charm. What is wrong with Dr. Lin? He seems a bit tired. Lin Xian's assistant walked over, a hint of worry in his eyes. It's nothing, just learned some very happy news. Lin Xian smiled lightly, his deep and magnetic laughter spilling from his throat, his chest noticeably rising and falling as he was trying to suppress the joy in his heart. Let's stop here for today and produce 100,000 units of the second-generation purifier first, prioritizing shipments to the fringe planets. Lin Xian closed his light brain, the detection report reflecting uncontrollably in his mind. He has a little one, perhaps a cute little fox. He quickly arranged his work and left the laboratory. What is wrong with Dr. Lin? It's rare to see him so happy. The beastmen in the research team looked curiously at Lin Xian's departing figure. One nudged his assistant with his elbow, asking a bit gossipingly, it should be related to the dear steward. The assistant shrugged, as just an assistant. How much could he know? That is not helpful. The beastman mumbled and returned to his position to continue the experiment. Zhiyi. Lin Xian knocked on the door, but received no response. Luckily, he had access to the dear Zhiyi's lounge. Faint sounds of breathing came through, and Lin Xian unconsciously slowed his steps. Passing through the small living room, the bedroom door was slightly ajar, and he easily pushed it open. Zhiyi lazily nestled in bed, her small hands pulling the quilt just enough to cover her belly, her slender legs crossed beneath her skirt. One hand tightly clutched one of the report sheets, which had a photo of the little meatball. Even before their little beast officially entered this world, they already had their first photo. Lin Xian slowly approached Yi, sitting at the edge of the bed, wrapping his fingers in her long hair. Twisting it around his fingertips, his eyes filled with indescribable love and happiness. Xian. Zhiyi sensed Lin Xian's arrival, drowsily opened her eyes, turned over, and her small hand touched a foxtail, tugging it and pressing her face against it. I'm here. Lin Xian moved in closer, offering his own tail to her. Zhiyi hummed softly, closing her eyes again. Lin Xian pulled the report from Zhiyi's hand, the texture of the paper under his fingers, and the clear writing on the report told him unmistakably that they were indeed having a little one. The lounge door chimed with a successful identity verification, and Lin Xian looked up to see a tiger and a snake entering his view. Both wore expressions of joy and naturally ignored Lin Xian, their gazes solely on Zhiyi. Jing raised his chin at Lin Xian, who understood and handed over the detection report. Jing looked at the report repeatedly, while Lu Qi leaned in a peek. It really looks like a little snake. Lu Qi whispered with a silly smile. Not at all. Jing shot Lu Qi a glance, thinking he was a bit blind. Those sharp points were clearly the ears of a white tiger cub. It was rare for Jing to show such childishness. The usually aloof white tiger was now arguing with Lu Qi over a little meatball. Lin Xian thought, from his professional medical perspective, that it should be a little fox. Just then, Jingchuan popped up in the group chat, but unfortunately, their attention was entirely on Zhiyi, ignoring him. Jingchuan, really? Lu is having a little wolf cub. Jingchuan, wait for me to get home. Jingchuan wiped the blood on his clothes, chuckling at the messages. Meanwhile, outside the situation, Xiao Taihui looked bewildered at the living Yama before him. Just a second ago, he was torturing a captured traitor, the bloody knife dripping with lines of blood, his eyes not blinking. The next moment, he directly stabbed the knife into the traitor's chest, ignoring the piercing screams, smiling with a face full of spring breeze. All right, it must be a message from the dear steward. Is it good news? Xiao Taihui smiled as he leaned in. I want to explain it if you don't understand. Jingchuan suppressed his smile. Xiao Taihui had already had a little one before him, so it was better not to boast. He would show off once the cub was born. His and Zhiyi's little one would definitely be cuter than Xiao Taihui's. Zhiyi was half awake, quietly listening to their childish argument. What if it's a wolf cub? Zhiyi rubbed her sleepy eyes and casually said. The soft argument quieted down, and the whole room fell silent. Just when Jingchuan was around, she wanted to know how they would react. After all, there were 4 beasts but only 1 cub, and surely 3 would feel disappointed. I was just joking. It might not be a wolf cub. Zhiyi, being stared at, woke up a little, burying her head in the 9 tails of the fox. A small sense of disappointment was inevitable, perhaps even envy, but compared to the cub, they wanted her more. As long as she was by their side, that was enough. So next time, can the fox cub line up? If there are a few, it doesn't matter how long it takes. As long as it's by your side, I will enjoy every moment. We are all like this. Lin Xian gently patted her shoulder. As long as it's your cub, we will treat it well. Don't worry too much. Jing had love written all over his face, sitting at the foot of the bed, his white tiger tail wrapped around her ankle. Lu Qi, feeling exasperated, thought they were bullying him for not being able to keep his tail attached at all times. Snake cub, fox cub, white tiger cub, white wolf cub. They were all Zhiyi's cubs, and as long as they were hers, it was all the same. Lu Qi smiled, counting each cub. Our love has never been a burden to you. Yes, all the same. If it's a male cub, they would fight without caring whose it was. After all, in the star realm, there are really too many male cubs. If it's a female cub, they must be well loved. All right, surrounded by love. Zhiyi's eyes curved happily, as if starlight was flickering within them. Then let us go home. Zhiyi sat up, lazily stretching her arms, and Jing took the opportunity to pick her up horizontally. His arms went under her legs, securely cradling her in his embrace. Lin Xian flicked his tail, glancing at the tiger. His tail was covered in the fire that Zhiyi had rubbed against it, and before he could snuggle in, she was swept away by the tiger. Indeed, the love among beasts seemed like a fade. Once they became partners, they still had to fiercely compete. Chapter 231 The Flames of War on Planet G485 have completely ignited ever since Lu Zi had her cubs. The beasts at home have been more cautious around her. They want to keep a close watch on her 24 hours a day, every minute and second, and come up with various ways to accompany her. At first, Lu Zi thought they were just nervous about becoming fathers for the first time. This kind of life lasted for only about a week, and Lu Zi finally understood why they were so overprotective. The insect race had completely emerged, igniting the flames of war on planet G485. Z and Wu Sheng had long colluded with the insect race, hiding millions of Z582 hallucinogens in the insect's lair. The advanced insect race was parasitizing the beastmen, devouring their will, and mimicking their every move and action. Quietly, in a few inconspicuous villages on the edge of the planet, they injected a large number of Z582 hallucinogens into both females and cubs without sparing anyone. All the hallucinogen-infected beastmen were transported to planet G485, where the puppet army spoken of by Z was realized in the hands of the insect race. The survivors of the secret party had already become the black households of the entire star system, living in darkness like wanderers, abandoned by the Alliance. The goodness in them had long been completely worn away. A few days ago, Simon stained the secret party's hiding spot on planet G485 with blood, and coincidentally, one managed to escape in a sorry state. He was the Black Panther. The Black Panther knew Simon's hatred for him, but he had survived for so long. How could he willingly accept death? So he sought refuge with the insect race. The insect race had a strong reproductive ability. A single insect queen only reproduced once a year, giving birth to tens of thousands of insects at a time. Coupled with the puppet army, the insect race's attack on planet G485 was a massive force of millions, a dense swarm of insects that made one's head spin. Although Zhiyi had sealed off information about planet G485, some whispers still managed to leak out. I want to go to planet G485. Zhiyi had already changed into a set of combat gear, her long hair neatly tied into a bun, her eyes bright and determined, as if no one could stop her. No, Zhiyi was the first to stand up and oppose. Snake realized that his tone was a bit harsh and paused for a moment, softening his voice. In the midst of war, danger could strike at any moment. It doesn't matter that you have cubs now. Even in the past, I absolutely wouldn't want you to go. Why? Is it for Zhiyi or for planet G485? He Lanqing maintained his usual calm demeanor, holding an academic report, the crumpled paper under his fingertips revealing his unsettled heart. If you have already decided to do this, then nothing we say should change that. Lin Xian's smile turned somewhat bitter, his nine tails drooping behind him. He had just contacted Zhiyi yesterday. In the situation, there was far worse than expected. That wolf was also injured. If it's my selfishness, then it's for Zhiyi. Zhiyi sighed slowly. She had thought about it all night yesterday, and she must go. Looking at the entire star system, I am the best solution to this puppet army. Zhiyi cannot aim his gun at the puppet army. He is a soldier. Once he fires this gun, it will catalyze the growth of fear. Every ordinary beastman fears that the hallucinogen will fall on them, and they fear even more that the army they trust is not there to save them, but to kill them. Every word Zhiyi spoke was particularly heavy, her voice becoming low. Then we will go with you. Lanqing casually set aside the report in his hand, his eyes half squinted, his tone gentle yet domineering, not allowing Zhiyi to refuse. Lu Qi and Lin Xian's gazes were also firmly fixed on Zhiyi. Whether she agreed or not, they would definitely follow her closely. Okay, Zhiyi replied. Then let's pack up and set off after lunch. She didn't intend to leave any of them behind. The family had to be together, and no one wanted to be the one left at home worrying. Little Q, sad little expression, what about me? Zhiyi specifically went to the underground starship hangar to find a starship that could balance strong defense systems and attack capabilities. With just her family's chief executive officer and a military academy professor, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the top starships in the entire star system were here. Before departing, Zhiyi remembered the little rabbit that Simon had left in Yiyuan and casually transferred some money to the little rabbit so it could keep little Q company. The starship flew across the sky of Central City and disappeared in a flash of white light. It wasn't until the following night that, in a vast cosmic starry river, Zhiyi saw the shadow of planet G485. Zhiyi stood in front of the light screen, gazing at the gradually clear outline of the planet, a hint of worry appearing in her eyes. Detection. There are hundreds of starship activity signals within 100 miles. Detection of insect life forms. Automatic activation of Level 1 defense system. The starship's defense system activated, and the energy shield instantly enveloped the entire ship. A protective shield that was difficult to see with the naked eye, automatically hiding its own signal. The southern part of the planet was ablaze. A swarm of black insects flitting through the flames. Standing in front of the insect race were military ships, electromagnetic pulse cannons, psionic cannons, energy bombs, tractors. Countless weapons were raining down on the insects. We'll land from the north. Lanqing controlled the starship to avoid the flames of war. The starship ignored the detection system of planet G485 and headed straight for the camp, where He Jingchuan's army was stationed. Sure, He Jingchuan doesn't know Lu Zhiyi is coming. This information was obtained when Lu Zhiyi sneaked into the military district and pried it out of Zhanyuan. The starship traveled from the north to the south, continuously monitoring the casualty numbers of the cities it passed. Even at night, the sky was always lit with flames. Every household had their doors closed. Even those who ventured out to look for food were wrapped up tightly, wearing defensive equipment piece after piece, frightened into fleeing at the slightest sound. Does the Alliance know about the situation here? Lu Zhiyi turned away, unable to bear watching the scenes and data on the screen any longer. High-ranking officials like Zhiyi know, but they've done nothing. Lin Xian spoke with a calm tone, softly revealing the cold reality. The current alliance is just a shell. Zhiyi is old, and many high-ranking officials no longer take him seriously. Small and medium-sized planets are secretly hoarding their supplies, fearing that one day the flames of war will reach them, and they will be powerless, while the large planet's resources are held by the powerful elite. They won't spare any to support a small planet. The supplies currently aiding planet G485 are primarily sent by the A905 military district. After all, the A905 military district dares to challenge the Alliance, gathering the top military forces in the entire star system, so they naturally have the confidence. Chapter 232. Close off. The starship landed boldly on the military's docking area, positioning itself right at the front. Soldiers repeatedly checked it on the detection platform, concluding that it belonged to their Commander He, but it didn't look like this when Commander He left during the day. Could it be that Commander He's starship was stolen? The patrolling soldiers surrounded the starship, gripping their guns tightly. If a private came down, they would shoot on sight. Deacon Liu. When the soldiers saw who was coming, they all froze for a moment, then uniformly raised their hands in a standard military salute, their loud and synchronized voices echoing in the night. The arrival of Lu Zhiyi was like a timely help for them, as the troublesome puppet army would soon be resolved. Lu Zhiyi, wearing high boots and a black tight-fitting outfit, had sleeves that hug her arms, accentuating her smooth lines. The hem of her outfit swayed gently in the wind, each rise and fall resembling the dark currents of the night. The moonlight cast a silvery glow upon her, making her look even more heroic, like a war goddess emerging from the darkness, instilling a sense of awe. Her calm gaze swept over the soldiers in front of her, reassuring them not to be overly formal, as she was there to help. Xiao Tai Hui hurried over after receiving a message from his subordinates. He had just returned from the front lines, and Henti even had a moment to catch his breath. Deacon Liu, what brings you here? Does Jingchuan know about this? Xiao Tai Hui's heart raced. Their ancestor had arrived, and she had brought her companions along. This ancestor was not only the strongest support, but she also brought along S-class powerhouses. As Xiao Tai Hui thought about this, his heart immediately settled, and a silly smile broke across his serious face. I'll arrange accommodations for you right away. Jingchuan went out, and probably won't be back until late at night. Xiao Tai Hui led Lu Zhiyi towards the main camp, where He Jingchuan was stationed. There was still empty space behind the main tent, enough to set up a few tents. The tents here weren't luxurious. They were like two-story small buildings. He Jingchuan would never shortchange his soldiers. Little Zhu is very worried about you. Lu Zhiyi glanced at her friend's partner, who had a silly grin on his face, giving her the impression that the situation wasn't too dire. When mentioning Shun, Xi, and Zhu, Xiao Tai Hui's expression stiffened for a moment. Don't mention my situation to her. I'm afraid she'll worry. Jingchuan. This time the insect race is quite cunning. He inevitably got a bit hurt. Xiao Tai Hui paused in front of the main tent, recalling how his friend always carefully hid his wounds whenever he video called Lu Zhiyi, and couldn't he help but add, by the way, make sure to let Zhu know you're safe. Lu Zhiyi waved her hand, and the energy from her fingertips instantly healed the wounds on Xiao Tai Hui. He jumped in joy, quickly waving to Lin Xian and the others. Come on, let us go rest. Then I can video call little Zhu. Ha, finally no more hiding. Lu Qi glanced at Lu Zhiyi, but was pulled away by Lin Xian. Let us go. Let that wolf be happy tonight. When He Jingchuan heard the news of Lu Zhiyi's arrival, he was both surprised and delighted. He shamelessly went to Xiao Tai Hui's tent to wash the blood off himself, tended to his wounds, and changed into a clean military uniform. He wandered in front of the main tent for a long time, then peeked in to see a small lamp left on in the meeting hall on the first floor. His eyes inexplicably feeling a bit teary. He headed up to the second floor, where the person he had been thinking about was sitting on the soft couch by the bed, the evening breeze tousling her hair. Zhiyi. Close off. He Jingchuan's remaining words were caught in his throat. The wolf lowered his head, appearing shy. How about tomorrow night? I'm too tired tonight. Zhiyi let out a light snort. Did this wolf actually know how to feel shy? It had been over half a month since they last met, and he was still putting on an act. Have you become a disciple of Zhiyi? If you don't take your clothes off, I'll leave. If you're unwilling, they might be more than willing. Zhiyi, still in her tight outfit, crossed her legs, raising her chin. She beckoned him with her finger, the corner of her mouth carrying a hint of threat. Come here, take your clothes off. She wouldn't mind taking them off herself. Take everything off? Jingchuan lowered his gaze, feeling a bit guilty. Lu wants to see your wounds. Damn it. Why did he have to make her worry? It was the first time Zhiyi had seen him hesitate. He usually stripped off his clothes faster than anyone else. Zhiyi stood up and strode towards the door, pretending to leave. Lu. The wolf sounded a bit wronged. His coat, shirt, and belt. One by one, his clothes fell to the ground with soft sounds. After waiting for silence behind him, Zhiyi turned back. Actually, it's not necessary to take everything off. Just put on something to go back. Although she wasn't in the mood for it at the moment. It felt strange. Jingchuan obediently put his underwear back on, being quiet and not daring to speak. Zhiyi had always thought that Jingchuan was an exquisitely crafted piece of art by the creator, but now this art piece had flaws. Jingchuan's injuries weren't serious, mostly minor ones, but even small wounds piled together could be alarming. Zhiyi's gaze swept over scar after scar. Some freshly treated, while others had already scabbed over. Her heart felt as though it had been cut by sharp knives, aching faintly. Her pupils suddenly contracted as they landed on the hidden wolf tail. Turn around. The wolf obediently complied. The fur on one section of his tail was missing, indicating an old injury that had healed, but the fur hadn't grown back yet. The insect race isn't my match, but they dragged innocent residents into this. To save them, I inevitably got hurt. The wolf's tail drooped down, and he turned his back to Zhiyi, the mighty commander of the interstellar forces appearing before her like a little wolf that had done something wrong, speaking softly. I've been taking care of myself as you instructed. My tail will grow back soon. Please don't despise it. The wolf's pitiful appearance tugged at Zhiyi's heart even more. Just when Jingchuan felt helpless, Zhiyi hugged him from behind, her delicate hands resting on his strong waist, her small face pressed against his back, hot tears falling onto his heart. I'm very worried about you. But you won't say anything. Her voice was slightly choked. The warm energy soothed Jingchuan's wounds, but it couldn't calm his heart. His heart had already been in turmoil the moment he saw her. Don't cry. Jingchuan turned around helplessly, wiping her tears away. He leaned down, gently kissing the corners of her reddened eyes. Lulu, don't cry. It pains my heart. They held each other tightly, feeling their hearts beating in unison. In this land shrouded in death, Jingchuan finally tasted warmth. Chapter 233. The Council Hall of the Southwest Eagle Tribe. Report to Chief He. The water source of the Southwest Eagle Tribe has been contaminated with hallucinogens. The soldier walked into the main hall with a grave expression. His face reddened with anger at the insect race's actions, and also amused by the chaotic situation in his own territory. The perpetrator is a 45-year-old B-level psychic orc named Eagle Chi, who has no mate and lost his father early. He is a rogue. Eagle Chi is suspected of having reached some agreement with the insect race, and after releasing the hallucinogens, he vanished. Planet G485 is not comparable to a major planet like Huaxing. The entire planet's detection and monitoring system is far behind, and it can only capture a vague video of the incident. After Jingchuan arrived on the planet, he only had time to strengthen monitoring in some key areas. The Southwest Eagle Tribe is located just 100 miles from the main battle zone and the insect race's stronghold. Jingchuan had personally advised the eagles there to temporarily relocate until the war ended. But they stubbornly believed this was a holy site chosen by their ancestors and could not easily leave. The tribe is surrounded by mountains, providing a natural barrier. But such a barrier is hardly worth mentioning in the face of interstellar high technology. Eagle Chi doesn't trust us, and instead seeks refuge with the insect race. He must have lost his mind by now. Xiao Taihui's head buzzed with anger. Don't they have purifying agents? Lin Xian asked. Jingchuan waved his hand, signaling the soldier to step back. He remained silent, his hands crossed over his chest, brows furrowed, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Xiao Taihui continued to speak, worried that their noble bloodlines would be tainted by the purifying agents, rejecting such unknown substances. The young ones were forcibly injected while the older ones refused to comply, with one even crashing into a pillar on the spot, wasting their time to rescue him. Lu Zi couldn't believe what she was hearing. Does bloodline still matter in the interstellar era? Isn't this a world where strength speaks? Even back then, Edisha, despite her disdain for wanderers. Accepted S-level wanderers to be close to her for the sake of breeding the next S-level generation. He Jingchuan looked at Lu Ziyi's wide eyes, his originally stern face softening slightly. Many tribes still worship beast gods, clinging to some foolish beliefs, stagnating in their ways. Some things are hard to do, but given our status, we have no choice but to act. Digging their own graves. Lu Qi scoffed. Even if they dug their own graves, they would drag the whole situation down with them. Even if the grave is already dug, we must go and bury it. He Lanqing said unhurriedly. In that case, let me go. Lu Ziyi turned to He Jingchuan, and with no outsiders around, she grasped his wrist firmly, her determined attitude forcing the chief to look at her. You need to stay here to guard, and I am the best choice. Give me a small team, and I will handle it with Lu Qi and the professor. Chief He, helplessly, I don't want Lu to go. I just don't want her involved in the fight with the insect race. What about me? The little fox who hadn't been mentioned spoke up. Xian will stay to treat the wounded, Lu Ziyi replied. Although Lu Ziyi had spent the entire morning treating all the injured in the camp, danger lurked everywhere, and injuries had become a common occurrence. Lin Xian's presence could fill the gap left by Lu Ziyi's temporary departure. All right, the obedient fox nodded. There are certainly insect races lying in ambush around the tribe. Once they know you are here, they will do everything possible to hunt you down. He Jingchuan's voice was low and serious, his brows furrowed, and complex emotions flickered in his deep eyes. Over the years, he had hardly refused any of Lu Ziyi's requests, but the premise was that it could not endanger her safety. Superbugs like Lu Ziyi are exactly what the insect race would love to tear apart, launching reckless pursuits like sharks smelling blood. They understand the threat posed by Lu Ziyi's abilities. As long as she lives, they cannot dominate the entire star system. As long as they are dead, they can shut up. Moreover, news of my arrival at planet G485 will inevitably reach the insect race. The benefits and risks coexist, and my assistance to you on the battlefield is immeasurable. Lu Ziyi stood up, not backing down in front of He Jingchuan. She looked at the stubborn white wolf before her, feeling a bit helpless. Here, you're the chief, and the overall situation is paramount. My purpose in coming here is to help you, not to take a vacation. The situation fell into a momentary stalemate. Xiao Taiwei felt somewhat uncomfortable in this atmosphere. He turned to see Lu Ziyi's other 3 silent partners. They all remained silent, as if they felt it was inappropriate to say anything. But in front of you, there is only He Jingchuan. The tough He Jingchuan softened. He was not a saint. How could he separate his feelings from public affairs? Then He Jingchuan should listen to me. Lu Ziyi raised her chin. It's just a small tribe, with Lu Qi and me here. There won't be any major problems. He Lanqing analyzed, and sending Lu Ziyi is the quickest way to resolve the issue. All right, I will arrange a small team. He Jingchuan grasped Lu Ziyi's hand in return, gently rubbing the back of her hand, slowly calming the ripples in his heart. I know Lu is very capable, but you also need to protect yourself. Nothing is more important than you. Lu Ziyi looked at him, a hint of warmth flashing in her eyes, and she slowly nodded. This is probably the worry that comes from having a powerful partner. She wants to soar in the vast sky, and he cannot keep her confined to a small space. She does not need a greenhouse. 10 minutes later, a well-equipped small team assembled and was ready to set off. Lu Qi and He Lanqing flanked Lu Ziyi, while the small team closely followed. The target of the starship was too large. They could only use aircraft to travel, even though there were fewer than 100 people. Due to Lu Ziyi's presence, they managed to carry the momentum of thousands of troops. The wolf stared blankly at Lu Ziyi's departing figure, his ears drooping slightly. A faint tremor caused by the gentle breeze. The surrounding soldiers couldn't help but glance at He Jingchuan. Is this still the fierce king of hell they knew? Why did Chief He become so gentle as soon as Lu Ziyi arrived? Don't you think there are a lot of spectators? Lin Xian lightly nudged He Jingchuan with his shoulder, and the foxtail also gave him an unceremonious flick. Let us go. I'll take you to the dungeon. He Jingchuan's tender expression instantly vanished, a cold chill rising in his deep gaze. This is the limited edition dungeon personally crafted by He Jingchuan, specifically for detaining insect race prisoners. The fox felt helpless. Without Zhiyi here, this stinky wolf was taking advantage of the situation. Chapter 234, A Bug, 2 Bugs. All killed alarm, detecting 107 bug life forms in the vicinity. Lu Ziyi flew in the air, using the towering ancient trees to conceal her figure. Her wristband projected a palm-sized light screen, densely populated with moving red dots. This forest was eerily quiet. Apart from the bug race in themselves, no other life forms appeared. As long as they flew over the towering mountain in front of them, they would be able to see the eagle tribe. A faint smell of blood wafted up from below, indicating that the bugs had already slaughtered the creatures in this area. Zhiyi estimated the time. After the eagle tribe mistakenly ingested the hallucinogen, it would take about 10 more hours for the effects to kick in, giving them ample time. If they first dealt with the eagle tribe and then moved against the bugs, their actions would inevitably be implicated. Xiao Tian, you arranged for 5 members to infiltrate the tribe first to scout the situation. If anything unusual happens, report immediately. The rest will follow me to deal with this group of bugs. Zhiyi found a sturdy branch to steady herself, retracting the flying device behind her. Her voice came through the tiny intercom to every beastman's ear, reassuring them that if they unexpectedly encountered bug poison during subsequent actions, there was no need to panic. Everything was under her control. Yes, Xiao Tian replied quietly. 5 figures quietly infiltrated the tribe, while the remaining beastmen spread out around Zhiyi. The light blue wristbands they wore could detect information within 100 miles and mask their presence, making it impossible for the bugs to detect them. Although this was ineffective against higher-level bugs. Rustling sounds came from the ground as the bugs stepped on the branches and leaves, swinging their scythe-shaped forelimbs. Leading them was a mid-level bug with dark purple fin wings. SSS, Zhiyi softly called out, gesturing with her hands in the air. Qi immediately understood, leaping down and transforming into a giant python, hiding in the forest. He set up a deadly trap in the direction the bugs were advancing. With a ghostly green venom devouring the tender grass, the scent of death spreading like a green monster waiting for its prey to walk into its web. 107 bugs might sound like a large number, but there were only 7 mid-level bugs. The rest were low-level. It was like having 100 ants crawling in front of you. Although it looked daunting, you could easily burn them away with a single fire. Xiao Tian, you and the brothers stay here to ambush. Wait for them to fall into the poison pit before acting, Zhiyi instructed. Yes, Xiao Tian responded, lowering his body further and readying his gun. Let us go. I'll take you to level up by hunting monsters. Zhiyi turned and patted Qing's shoulder. Before her flying device opened, Qing had already wrapped his arm around her waist. No need to be so troublesome. Qing lightly pushed off the ground, effortlessly taking her through the forest. The wind howled past her ears, and the towering trees rushed by her eyes, without a flying device. Everything was so easily trampled beneath their feet. This tiger beside her was the king of the forest. Zhiyi and Qing quietly arrived at the back of the bug formation, dense foliage concealing them. They stepped onto a sturdy branch, and Qing leaned down to whisper in her ear, his deep voice making her heart flutter. Master, what should we do next? Zhiyi elbowed him back without hesitation. Be serious. The big white tiger looked innocent. When Qi arrived to join them, Zhiyi raised her chin and said seriously, we'll ambush them from behind. The low-level bugs are mindless, basically one shot each. Of course, the key is to kill the mid-level bugs, without their commanders. These little bugs might just go down with a single shot. Understood, Master, Qing said, then quickly sidestepped to avoid Zhiyi's attack. With such a cold face, being so unserious at this moment made Zhiyi's heart unsteady. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Qing released her slender waist, twisting his wrist to hold a cold laser pistol. Qi was in a half-human, half-beast state, his snake tail wrapped around the tree trunk, its hard scales glistening coldly. The bugs quickly entered their line of sight. This time the target was the last 10 bugs. Once we take care of them, we'll hide. Zhiyi raised her pistol, pointing at the 10 unfortunate ones at the back of the formation. From their angle, this group of bugs looked like a mass of black objects moving. With a wave of Zhiyi's hand, Qing and Qi instantly transformed into white light, and the sound of deafening gunfire erupted from all directions, causing the 10 bugs to fall directly. The originally orderly bug formation suddenly scattered. They could not determine where the deadly lasers were coming from, as if countless enemies were hiding in the dark, surrounding them. Gug! The winged bug roared in anger, desperately flapping its wings, stirring up a whirlwind that lifted sand and branches, blinding it with dust. It left deep scars on the surrounding trees with its wings. But this was merely its impotent rage, as it could not detect any enemy presence. It only knew that it was those damned beastmen. Zhiyi silently lowered her raised pistol, as if she didn't need to take action. All right, the real big shots only need to command from the shadows. Qing and Qi quickly returned. Qi, perhaps feeling his snake tail was too conspicuous, transformed back into human form. They positioned Zhiyi in the center. quickly changing their positions amidst the swirling sand and dust. Lu Qi carefully took out a mask for Lu Zhiyi to wear, covering half of her small face. Don't choke. They were well concealed. No matter how the winged bug searched, it could not find their trace. Gug, gug, gug. The winged bug, both angry and helpless, had no choice but to eat the 10 corpses. For the bug race, companions were a great supplement. High-level bugs increased their power by devouring low-level bugs. Crunch, crunch, crisp biting sounds echoed. This was merely the somewhat disgusting process of their feeding. The fluid from the bug bodies flowed everywhere. Lu Zhiyi had finally gotten used to watching zombies feed in the apocalypse, but in the interstellar world, she was met with a new, disgusting scene. If only they were not in the forest. Otherwise, Lu Zhiyi would definitely burn their corpses to ashes with a fire. When they relaxed their guard, another round of gunfire rang out, repeating continuously. Gug! The winged bug looked back at the dwindling team, letting out a piercing roar. Its eyes bloodshot as if they would bleed. Just as its mental defenses crumbled, a cold laser pierced directly into its left eye. The intense pain causing it to emit a shrill scream, its wings flapping uncontrollably as its body rolled in the air. Lu Zhiyi couldn't help but smile slightly, dispersing the white smoke from the gun's muzzle. Chapter 235 Professor Heelan said, "You still need to practice." The insect race, in a panic, fell into the poison pit that had long been prepared for them, the venom engulfing them as they struggled helplessly in the mire. The ambushing team quickly seized the opportunity to launch an attack, strong laser beams piercing into the poison pit, the splashed venom resembling the Grim Reaper beckoning to them. Only 4 intermediate winged insects flying in the air managed to escape, angrily scanning their surroundings until they finally discovered the hidden enemies. Goo! Goo! The strange cries of the insects echoed throughout the mountains and forests as they flapped their wings vigorously, launching an attack against the enemy using the fierce winds. This elite group of soldiers had already figured out the insect race's attack patterns. They skillfully activated their defensive shields, unafraid of the approaching insects. Lu Zhiyi also intended to join in, but was stopped by Heelan, who raised a hand. Although this is a good practical opportunity for you, Lu. It's enough for them to handle these small insects. While the intermediate insects were indeed somewhat troublesome, they were manageable for this trained group of soldiers, especially since the situation had turned from being outnumbered to having the upper hand. The winged insect, whose eyes were shattered by Lu Zhiyi, fell down, and the remaining 3 winged insects, seeing the situation becoming increasingly dire, bared their sharp teeth, disgusting black liquid oozing out. The soldiers were momentarily stunned, but thinking of Lu Zhiyi behind them, they charged forward fearlessly. This black liquid emitted a strong foul odor as they opened their mouths, trying to bite the enemy. Knowing they had no way out, the winged insect used its last bit of strength to flap its wings, targeting what it thought was the weakest soldier, extending its claws fiercely toward him. The soldier dodged to the side, watching as the claws grazed past his eyes, but in the next moment, the cunning insect spat a mouthful of venom at him. The venom splashed onto the soldier's face, like scalding lava pouring down, causing him to squint his eyes in pain and tense his muscles. Enduring the pain, the soldier directly snapped the insect's neck. No need to be nervous. The team assigned to you by He Jingxuan is definitely one of his best. Not to mention this small task, encountering insect venom attacks on the battlefield is inevitable. Heelan Qing's eyes showed little fluctuation. His large hand rested on Lu Zhiyi's shoulder, clearly not using much force, yet it kept her in place. To Lu Zhiyi, the familiar Professor Heelan had returned. He had always been strict, even to her in the past. His voice was cold, each word pronounced clearly. Neither He Jingxuan nor I were born into our current positions. What you are experiencing now, we have all gone through countless times. Knowing the cunning of the insect race, yet still falling into their traps, you still need to practice. Lu Zhiyi watched the fierce battle in front of her, lost in thought. It took several A-grade, specially trained elites to deal with just one intermediate insect. So it was no wonder that the war against the insect race in the galaxy was always so heavy. Insect venom is the most powerful weapon the insect race uses against the orcs, but now, everything is in her hands. Xiaodian covered the insect corpses with a special powder. Before long, the insect bodies would vanish completely. Report to Deacon Lu. The insect race has been cleared. Xiaodian saluted Lu Zhiyi respectfully. Even though his arm had been severely corroded to the point of being bloody and mangled, he stood tall, gritting his teeth. Out of 50 soldiers, more than half had been affected by the insect race. They were mostly from the military academy and had all attended Heelan Qing's classes. His previous words rang in their ears, making them feel somewhat ashamed. He Jingchuan and Helan Qing were the only two SS-level beings in the entire galaxy, a level they could hardly hope to reach in their lifetime. Opportunities to accompany Deacon Liu on missions were rare. They had to make a good impression. With this in mind, the soldiers straightened their backs even more. "You've worked hard." Zhiyi nodded. She had no reason to drag them down to suffer, so she gently waved her hand, and in the blink of an eye, healed all their wounds. Zhiyi noticed that since she had exhausted all her strength to save an entire planet last time, her limits seemed to have increased significantly. The soldiers couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh of relief as the cool energy flowed through their bodies, lightening their heavy frames. Their arms, once bloodied and showing white bones, rapidly healed at a speed hard to perceive, as if time had reversed, leaving no trace of pain. A group of male soldiers, long exposed to the sun during training, had skin that was partly dark yellow and partly as white as jade, resembling the skin of newborn cubs, the contrast oddly amusing. "Rest for 5 minutes. Shout Eon. Arrange for some team members to stay behind to monitor the situation in case the insect race comes again. The rest will continue with me towards the Eagle tribe." Zhiyi lowered her gaze to the wristband. Although no insect life forms could be detected nearby, she remained vigilant. Though this group of Eagle tribe was a bit foolish, they possessed naturally superior flying abilities, and the insect race would undoubtedly seek to recruit them to strengthen their puppet army. "Yes," Xiao Dian replied loudly. After a brief rest, Zhiyi deployed her aircraft, flying through the mountains and heading straight for the mission's destination, the Eagle tribe. "Chief, what should we do?" A young orc looked helplessly at the Eagle tribe leader. The Eagle tribe leader's gaze gradually became dazed, his vision blurred. He couldn't hear what the surrounding orcs were saying, merely mumbling softly, "This is the punishment of the Eagle God. This is the punishment of the Eagle God." Who would have thought that the only ones fully awake in the entire tribe were an old grandmother and a group of young ones? They were the ones who had voluntarily or been forced to inject the purifying agent, allowing them to escape disaster. "Grandma, what should we do?" "Let's ask that General He for help. I've checked him on the Star Network. He's very capable and shouldn't be a vicious beast. Besides, that purifying agent seems to really work. What they said is true." The young orc's expression was bitter, his hands hanging down like a deflated balloon. "Weren't you all adamant about not injecting the purifying agent, even threatening to die? Now that you're dead, isn't it?" "Aegon," a calm voice floated in, interrupting the outspoken Eagle tribe girl Aegon. The grandmother shook her head, signaling them to stop talking. "They act as stiff as a block of wood, stubborn to death. The insect race has invaded our planet, and they still think it's the Eagle God's punishment," Aegon muttered under her breath. "If they are soldiers, then they must come back to save us. That's what they should do," another blue-haired Eagle tribe youth said defiantly. "But there are no guarantees or shoulds. If they really die in this mountain, as long as Jingchuan wants to conceal it, the entire galaxy won't know." Chapter 236. Repairing the Stubborn Eagle's Grandma. "They're here. They've come back to save us," Aegon exclaimed, bouncing on the spot and pointing towards the distant light. "I recognize her. She's the partner of the Grand Officer, Zhiyi, the steward." "I told you." The blue-haired boy raised his chin, looking down on her with a self-important disdain. "Someone like you shouldn't be saved." Aegon rolled her eyes, unceremoniously retorting, "You." "Oomph." The blue-haired boy waved his hand, deciding not to argue with her since she was a female. As Zhiyi landed steadily on the ground, Aegon couldn't wait to wave at her, but then realized she should behave more composed in front of such an important figure. She forced herself to suppress her excitement. She had seen Steward Liu before. With just one glance, Zhiyi felt a sense of goodwill towards the lively girl. Aegon was still a minor, her eyes pure and clean, and she was an A-class with decent potential. "Report, Steward Liu. There are 67 beastmen in the Eagle tribe under the influence of hallucinogens, while 52 others are unaffected due to having been previously injected with a purifying agent." A soldier who had come to scout ahead emerged from the shadows, respectfully saluting Zhiyi and reporting clearly. "When did you arrive?" The blue-haired boy exploded, eyes wide as he pointed at the soldier. "All right," Zhiyi nodded. Get out! Get out! Get out of our sacred land!" The Eagle tribe leader suddenly lunged towards Zhiyi, but after only a few steps, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes losing color as he was completely robbed of consciousness. "Leader! Leader!" The blue-haired boy was startled and hurried to support the fallen leader, who was over 100 years old and couldn't withstand the strain. He had managed to endure a collision with a pillar earlier. "Zhiyi, that was a light statement," someone remarked casually. Zhiyi was puzzled, wondering how she knew. "That Xiao Taiwei talks too much." Zhiyi shrugged helplessly. This stubborn type only learns after experiencing some pain. Lu Qi's words were rough but contained some truth. The blue-haired boy wanted to argue, but to his shock, the leader in his arms suddenly opened his mouth wide and bit off a piece of flesh from his arm. The leader chewed the flesh and spat it out, opening his bloody mouth to continue biting. Get away. The blue-haired boy was helpless in the face of the leader, using his mental power to temporarily push his kin back and escape in a hurry. The other conscious beastmen, seeing the situation, felt grateful that they had been injected with a purifying agent and developed a fear of the hallucinogen. Grandma, let's stay back, Agon said, holding her grandmother's hand and moving away. Take care of your grandma and those kids. Lu Zhiyi tossed a laser pistol to Agon, pointing her chin toward the group of 5 or 6-year-old eagle chicks behind Agon. Okay. Agon tightly gripped the laser pistol, feeling an inexplicable excitement. Steward, Lu had spoken to her. This was someone she could only see on the Starnet. To the eagle tribe, lively Agon seemed quite rebellious, with only the elderly grandma favoring her. Yet, she was also very capable, and despite the tribe's dislike for her, they couldn't do anything about it. Agon suddenly hoped that she could follow Steward Lu out of this forest. She was really capable and could learn seriously. Bind the hallucinogenic beastmen, Lu Zhiyi commanded, and the well-trained soldiers quickly dispersed. He Lanqing and Lu Qi did not leave even a step, still tightly guarding Lu Zhiyi's sides. A series of screeches echoed throughout the eagle tribe. Some of the conscious beastmen had been cautiously watching Lu Zhiyi and her group of outsiders. But after being bitten by their kin, they became obedient. They covered their bloody wounds, thick skinly hiding behind Lu Zhiyi. There was no choice. Their doctor had also been affected by the hallucinogen but was toughing it out. The hallucinogenic beastmen were bound and thrown onto the tribe's plaza, initially thinking that being restrained would make them behave, but they instead crawled on the ground, wriggling like worms. Some of the timid ones in the eagle tribe were already trembling in fear. Steward Lu, can you save us? A timid eagle chick encouraged by his siblings. Post-Apocalyptic Lu Zhiyi. He had some blood on his face, and his eyes were red, looking very pitiful. I already saved you, didn't you refuse? Lu Zhiyi looked at the little chick lazily. Don't worry, the eagle god will come back to save you. But the eagle god doesn't want to care about us anymore. Why should we believe in him? The young beastman said weakly. The young beastman was not as rigid and ignorant as the older ones. The so-called eagle god didn't seem so lofty in their hearts. They just wanted to survive. The hallucinogenic beastmen were blocked by soldiers in a makeshift iron cage, violently crashing against the bars, injuring themselves, and then starting to bite each other again. Steward Lu doesn't need to feel troubled. They can pay for their mistakes, Grandma sighed softly, her eyes clear and frighteningly bright despite the wrinkles. It is indeed difficult. But if they fall into the hands of the insect race and meet my soldiers on the battlefield, whether to kill or not will be a burden for us. Lu Zhiyi's straightforward words hit them like a heavy stone, leaving them breathless. For thousands of years in the stars, no race wanted to bear the stigma of colluding with the insect race. Lu Zhiyi's gaze slightly narrowed, her fingers curling and green light intertwined in the air, floating above the iron bars, scattering into a meteor shower that restored half of the hallucinogenic beastmen to consciousness. What happened? Dad? I'm the youngest. Why did you bite me? Get away, all of you get away. Crazy, the leader is insane. The soldiers did not stop them, calmly watching as they were harmed by their uncontrollable kin, desperately trying to escape. It was Steward Lu who saved you. You were almost turned into puppets of the insect race. Grandma was highly respected in the eagle tribe. Regardless of right or wrong, her words would always be heard by some eagle beastmen, with the help of the caring eagle beastmen who supplemented the truth of the incident. The sting of their wounds forced them to face reality. Steward Lu, please save my dad, I beg you. We know we were wrong. Please, save us. We have never left the tribe in our lives. We really don't know what an inhibitor is. It was our mistake. What nonsense, eagle god. I just want my mom and sister to be safe. A few stubborn ones still refused to speak. Lu Zhiyi looked at the kneeling figures before her, took a few steps back, unable to bear their overwhelming gratitude. Throw those stubborn ones back in. He Lanqing rubbed his forehead helplessly, wondering when Zhiyi learned such methods. Lu Qi's gaze was somewhat excited. Zhiyi is so cool, so handsome. Lu Zhiyi knew that with such old, stubborn ones, ordinary methods wouldn't work. Her wolf had little patience. Either they would yield, or they would be killed. He tortured traitors for no more than a day before sending them to their deaths. For a tribe like the eagle tribe that valued certain beliefs, they also placed great importance on their blood relatives. Only when they saw their kin harmed and felt the pain themselves would they become obedient. The more stubborn they were, the more bites they would receive. Chapter 237. Advanced insectoid emergent. Xiaotian was surprised to receive news from the brothers stationed at the edge of the forest. Just as he intended to report to Zhiyi, she raised her delicate hand slightly, her brows furrowed, but her expression showing little fluctuation. No need, I already know. Jingchuan, an advanced insectoid, is heading towards the tribe. I'm being held back by another nasty bug here. Lulu, be careful, don't engage. Let that old tiger and the snake handle it. Jingchuan, the foolish lion has already gone to assist. Simon, the Black Panther is heading your way. Be cautious. I'll be there soon. The insectoids suddenly ignited the flames of war, and Jingchuan was restrained by the battlefield ahead. Meanwhile, the Eagle tribe had dispatched 1 advanced insectoid, 3 intermediate insectoids, and 1,000 low-level insectoids, marching vigorously towards them. It seemed they were unwilling to let the Eagle tribe escape easily. Jingchuan also sent soldiers to intercept, managing to kill hundreds of small bugs, so the situation for Zhiyi wasn't too bad. Advanced insectoids were rare, much like S-level psychic power users, and the insectoids rarely sent them out. However, they were unaware that waiting for them in the Eagle tribe were the fully leveled ability user Zhiyi, SS-level psychic power, user Qing, S-level Lu Qi, and S-level Simon, who was on his way. Zhiyi's gaze darkened, and even if she had to shed some blood this time, she would ensure that this advanced insectoid would come and go without return. Deacon Lu, what should we do? Xiaotian's nerves tightened at the sight of the approaching enemy. Is the insectoid invading us? I can help. Aegon stepped forward, looking at the somewhat tense atmosphere, her fists clenched, ready to fight the insectoids. Aegon's enthusiasm contrasted with the silence of the other eagles. Oh, it was no wonder they were silent. The group of beastmen who had been hallucinated were injured to varying degrees, looking half dead. Having the adult eagles help deal with some low-level insectoids was a good idea. We could provide them with weapons. We can't just pray for the so-called eagle goddess protection when the insectoids are at our doorstep. Zhiyi's gaze swept over the eagles hiding in the corner. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, not avoiding the eagles present. Some young eagles in their 20s, full of vigor, could hardly accept Zhiyi's words. We eagles are brave beasts, kings of the sky. How can we shrink back from mere insectoids? Moreover, they dare to use such disgusting things on us. If we don't avenge this grudge, I am a coward. Zhiyi raised her eyebrows and smiled. She waved her hand and took out 2 large boxes from her wrist space, one filled with laser pistols and the other with high-quality painkillers. Xiaotian, you will be in charge of these. You have 2 tasks. One is to protect the young and elderly of the Eagle tribe, and the other is to clear out the low-level insectoids. As the captain, how you arrange your team should not need my instruction. Xiaotian, I guarantee to complete the task. Xiaotian replied. Deacon Lu, can I go with you? Aegon's gaze was fixed on Zhiyi. Your life is your own responsibility. There's no need to seek my opinion. Of course, I would be pleased to see a female continuously grow, shining like the stars. Zhiyi had already turned to leave. She heard a voice behind her, but didn't look back, casually waving her hand. Zhiyi activated her flying device, treading upon the mountains, her wristband continuously scanning the surroundings. Zhiyi, you don't understand advanced insectoids. That bug is best dealt with by me. If you really want to take a few shots, practice on those intermediate ones, but remember to protect yourself and not get hurt. Qing stood in front of Zhiyi, his words gentle yet conveying an undeniable authority. But Zhiyi opened her mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating. However, thinking of the cub in her belly, her earlier restless thoughts immediately subsided. I will protect myself and the cub. It's fine. I'll keep an eye on her. Lu Qi gently wrapped his arm around Zhiyi's shoulders. He exchanged glances with Qing, nodding and giving a reassuring look. Lu Qi's strength was already considerable, and he was particularly attentive to matters concerning Zhiyi. Qing suddenly felt that having a cub would help Zhiyi settle down. After all, sometimes she could be too lively. For Zhiyi, as long as her life wasn't threatened, nothing else mattered. They stayed in place for a moment when a dark shadow rushed in. The advanced insectoid was a black-winged bug, its wings as hard as iron, spanning about 2 meters wide. Its crimson eyes looked like those of a hellish creature, wickedly wanting to take innocent lives. The other 4 intermediate insectoids were black beetles. While their attack power was low, their defense was extremely strong, constantly emitting a foul odor that made one feel dizzy. As for the group of low-level bugs, they lagged far behind the black-winged bug. Winged bugs held a high status among insectoids. Flying bugs lived well among them. Black-winged bug, Zhiyi murmured under her breath. Her wristband projecting a small screen that captured the image of the black-winged bug clearly. Those pesky soldiers, come out. The black-winged bug spoke human language. Its voice heavy and unpleasant, devoid of any emotion, the awkward pronunciation sounding like a machine imitation. Zhiyi had heard bugs speak before, but she couldn't help but scrutinize it a bit more. Its weakness must be in the lower abdomen, Zhiyi speculated, clearly analyzing the head, neck, and back of this black bug are as stiff as steel, glimmering coldly. However, the concave area where its abdomen segments intersect has some fine hairs, looking quite different. Good analysis, let me verify that. Zhiyi raised an eyebrow proudly, lightly tapping her forehead with his index finger. Zhiyi is indeed the best student I've ever taught. After Zhiyi spoke, the smile on his face was instantly replaced by a coldness, the SS-level psychic power fluctuation spreading out. A warning from a strong individual to an intruder. He slowly approached the black-winged bug, his gun spinning between his long fingers. A fierce roar echoed, driving the forest's intruders away. Zhiyi, the black-winged bug pronounced the 3 words heavily. Zhiyi has also come here, hasn't she? Its voice echoed throughout the forest, shaking the branches and leaves. Alas, my partner is too outstanding, always being remembered, making me feel anxious. Zhiyi sighed softly, resting his head on Zhiyi's shoulder. Zhiyi narrowed her eyes, looking at the calm snake. I can't see any sign of you being anxious. Chapter 238. Lulu. Bio one shot. One bug. The insect army marched majestically into the forest, and Xiao Tian led his team to ambush, while Zhiyi forced the black-winged bug to the other side of the forest. It was Xi Ming. An invitation popped up on Zhiyi's wristband, featuring a silly and cute lion head that she had drawn casually. Zhiyi accepted the invitation, and among the dense red dots on the light screen, a golden dot appeared, indicating Xi Ming's location. Xi Ming, the Black Panther, is hiding in the insect army. He has already been parasitized by a mid-level bug. If his mental power is completely consumed, that bug will likely advance to a high level. In that long sentence, Zhiyi saw a few words. The Black Panther must die. They didn't have enough S-level fighters to restrain high-level bugs, so they had to kill any they encountered and never let any bugs return to their nest. Zhiyi, hide your position well. Remember, do not engage in close combat. I will lure those 4 black beetles to a relatively open area. Zhiyi repeatedly reminded Zhiyi, I won't be too far from you, so you have to protect me. Okay. Zhiyi nodded. Now occupying a high position, she had an advantageous shooting spot. Zhiyi took a deep look at Zhiyi before leaping down from the ancient tree. He transformed into a giant python, blocking the path of the 4 black beetles. Goo! The forelimbs of the black beetles scratched a deep mark in the moist soil, and it snorted in dissatisfaction at the obstructing snake. Bang! Zhiyi directly hit a low-level bug, killing it with one shot. This was the signal for battle, and gunfire echoed throughout the entire forest. The Eagle clan spread their wings, charging down towards the bugs on the ground with rage and hatred, shaking the entire forest. Although the Eagle clan lacked combat experience, their brutal offensive style and mental power attacks tore apart one foul low-level bug after another. Zhiyi switched to an electromagnetic pulse pistol, fully charged with energy, placing heaps of star stones beside her, her lips pressed tightly together, ready to annihilate the bugs. Zila. A strong electromagnetic strike hit the black beetle shell, scorching a black hole into it and emitting a wisp of white smoke. Goo! The anger of the black beetle was ignited, shaking its head furiously. It hadn't finished its threatening words. These despicable beasts dared to attack it. Hiss! The giant python flicked its tongue, coiling around the 4 black beetles tightly. Taking advantage of this moment, Zhiyi shot at the fist-sized eyes of the black beetle, firing multiple shots without pause, her shooting fluid and seamless. Goo-goo! The eyes of the black beetle suffered severe damage, plunging into temporary darkness. In those moments on the battlefield, it was enough to cost them their lives. The giant python tossed them into the air and violently whipped its tail, smashing them into the ground, creating a huge pit. The giant python pulled out several energy bombs from somewhere, one for each pit, and with a few loud bangs, the ground shook violently. Several newly sprouted seedlings were broken as a result. The giant python proudly flicked its head towards Zhiyi, seeking praise. A small mid-level black beetle, easily dealt with. Goo! One stubborn black beetle emitted a foul black gas, crawling out of the pit like an unkillable cockroach. Hiss! The giant python was somewhat annoyed. This stinky bug was ruining its show. The foul smell irritated the giant python, revealing its sharp fangs. If not for this bug being too disgusting, it would have poisoned it to death. Zhiyi silently fired again, and the black beetle fell with a bang. Nearby, Xiao Tian, who had just witnessed the death of the black beetle, felt immense pressure. Normally, General, he would strike them down, and none following Zhiyi were easy to deal with. If they hadn't recently fought mid-level bugs, the not-so-bright little head might really think that high-level bugs were easy to handle. The giant python climbed back up the ancient tree, returning to Zhiyi's side. Having dealt with the black beetle, Zhiyi continued to shoot at the group of low-level bugs, one shot per bug, as if she were playing a shooting game. Having a great time, Zhiyi alone killed over 100 bugs, showcasing the strength disparity between the strong and the weak. I want to see that blackwing bug. After easily eliminating the 4 black beetles and tiring of the shooting game, Zhiyi felt somewhat unfulfilled, her big watery eyes blinking, her voice soft and charming. Lu Qi shook his head. I need to understand the combat characteristics of high-level bugs. The situation on planet G485 changes rapidly. If one day I'm targeted by a high-level bug, I won't be in a passive position. Zhiyi said seriously. Lu Qi, helpless, could not find a reason to refuse Zhiyi. He wrapped his arms around her waist, searching for the scent of a certain tiger. Qing's beast form couldn't fly. He could only engage the blackwing bug while wearing a flying device. He had to guard against the insect tribe's insidious tactics and prevent the flying device from being damaged. Another SS level. You're as annoying as that Zhiyi. The blackwing bug was somewhat impatient. It had been evaded by Qing several times in the air. Suddenly, the blackwing bug flapped its wings, stirring up a gust of wind, then spat out a large mouthful of black liquid, skillfully controlling the wind to carry the black liquid towards Qing, closely following like a shadow. Qing agilely dodged, the wind howling in his ears, fiercely whipping against his exposed skin. Suddenly, Qing sensed something and turned to see the Black Panther joining the battle. The Black Panther's right arm was severed, the bloody wound exposed, and the insect's body was wrapped around its exposed white bones. Ow! The Black Panther attempted to attack Qing, but was stunned by a lion's roar. Qing seized the Black Panther, using him as a meat shield to block the black liquid. The black liquid corroded the Black Panther's back, and the few remaining consciousness within him surged violently. He was in agony, but powerless to retaliate. The bug parasitizing the Black Panther realized the body was now useless, decisively slashing open the Black Panther's neck and crawling out. Covered in blood and flesh, the bug, along with the Black Panther's body, fell. Zhiyi had just arrived nearby and witnessed this scene. She quickly raised her gun, her eyes narrowing. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, dappled on her focused face, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Bang! A dark blue laser sliced through the air, filled with fierce killing intent, accurately piercing through the bug's body, while also penetrating the lifeless body of the Black Panther, blood bursting in the air before rapidly dissipating in the wind. Chapter 239, Folding Space Who. The blackwing insect raised its voice, wondering when so many enemies had been lurking around it. Lu Qi stepped out to take the blame for the shot. Qing casually glanced behind Lu Qi, and Simon also noticed, his expression momentarily startled. But he did not turn back. S-Class. The blackwing insect felt as if it had poked a hornet's nest of S-Class beings. It was already not very talkative, but now it seemed as if countless loudspeakers were repeating the words S-Class, making its mentality unstable. Its original intention was to take over the newly created Eagle Tribe puppet army, and it had not planned to get its hands dirty. The 3 beast companions tacitly released their mental pressure, the powerful mental force compressing the air around, the pressure threatening to tear the black wing insect apart. Qing controlled the wind blades with his mental power, grinding against the black wing insect's wings again and again. The black wing insect could initially hold on, but when a scar appeared on its wings, the wind blades felt like a dull knife cutting flesh, tormenting it to the point of unbearable pain. The blackwing insect raised its head and shouted in anger, spraying black liquid that spread out like dark fireworks bursting in the night sky, emitting a corrosive stench that filled the surroundings with blackness. This was insect poison, the pride of the insect race's weaponry, and countless beastmen died each year in the galaxy due to this poison. The black liquid dripped onto the ground, sizzling as it corroded small pits. Qing, closest to the blackwing insect, rolled in the air to dodge, but still had a few drops of black liquid fall onto his sleeve. His eyes darkened, and the hidden Lu Zi also gasped, an unusual energy already gathering in her palm. He launching unhesitatingly tore apart the fabric of his sleeve. If he had been any slower, the skin beneath would have been corroded by the insect poison, the toxin rapidly spreading within him. Are you okay? Lucci asked on behalf of Zhiyi, not wanting her to worry from the shadows. I'm fine, he launching replied. The situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for the black-wing insect. Initially, it could only result in he launching getting injured while it died. Now, with the three beast companions working together to besiege it, the countdown to the black-wing insect's death had accelerated. Simon directly pulled out a large knife and swung it at the black-wing insect. The high-level insect's defense was strong, and the impatient lion chopped faster and harder. The black-wing insect's wings were broken, its body covered with countless knife wounds, and the blood it oozed was not red, but black liquid. Simon retreat. He launching sensed something was amiss, his brows tightening, his clear voice carrying an undeniable urgency. No, if it self-destructs here, it will be troublesome. Simon's arm muscles bulged as he thrust the large knife into the black-wing insect's body. Gurgle. The black-wing insect struggled violently, the energy within it making it uncontrollable. If the black-wing insect were to self-destruct in the air, the insect poison would rain down like black rain, harming not only the beastmen below, but also corroding the surrounding forest. Folding space, let us package it up for further study. Lu Zi's voice reached He Launching's ears through a mini-communicator. He Launching's eyes flickered, and he smiled faintly, as he had just thought of this. Snake, cover the professor and distract that insect. Lucci also received the order from Lu Zi. Okay. Lucci raised his hand and fired several shots at the tail of the black-wing insect. Gurgle. The black-wing insect let out a sharp, piercing scream. It raised its head, looking at the troublesome lion and snake, momentarily unsure of which to tear apart first. The damned beastmen. A light blue cube floated in He Launching's palm, and he pressed the center of the cube, causing the light blue cube to suddenly emit a dazzling light, as if a small planet had exploded in his hand. The surrounding space within 10 miles shook with this intense energy wave, as if the very heavens were about to collapse. The cube was dismantled, instantly expanding outwards like ripples on water, forming in just a few breaths. The black-wing insect instinctively trembled, sensing an unprecedented threat, desperately flapping its wings to escape, but already battered and bruised. It was unexpectedly kicked into this small space by the lion. The entrance to the folding space suddenly expanded, like a giant beast opening its mouth, swallowing the black-wing insect, the powerful suction preventing its escape. Click, the folding space closed, shrinking to a cubic meter, squeezing the black-wing insect so tightly that it could not even spread its wings. The folding space trembled violently, making noise for a while before settling down. At the same time, the folding space suddenly heated up as if filled with molten lava. The outer walls of the folding space began to show a hint of red, as if being scorched by fierce flames, with hissing sounds coming from within like rolling lava. Streams of black mist seeped out through the cracks in the space, carrying a strong corrosive quality that made the surrounding air foul. Let us encapsulate another space. Lu Zi activated her flying device, emerging from the shadows, and hurriedly threw the cube in her hand. They probably didn't expect that in the end, all the burden would fall on the folding space. A seemingly insignificant little cube. The light of the folding space gradually dimmed, leaving only a layer of faint glow. Sigh, 2 folding spaces. 30 million star coins just gone like that. Lu Zi silently calculated these figures in her heart, becoming increasingly vigilant about the power of the insect race. The value of the folding space was considerable. Its most important material was black mysterious iron, which was not easy to fold, with countless stellar materials smashed inside. He Launching's gaze was fixed on this small space before him. A high-level insect's self-detonation could actually burn the folding space. Lucci continued He Launching's words. There were very few records about high-level insect self-detonations in the galaxy. High-level insects would not easily appear, and even in death, they would try to preserve their bodies as much as possible, allowing the insect race to retrieve their bodies for the next generation of strong ones to devour. The lion's tail flicked irritably. He felt somewhat distressed that his large knife had been sealed along with the black-wing insect and probably could not be retrieved. Let us go. We need to clean up the battlefield. Lu Zi looked up at the melting gold of the setting sun, the evening clouds merging beautifully. Such a backdrop made her feel somewhat oppressive. The high-level insects sent by the insect race had gone and not returned. She wondered if they would be forced to abandon their plans to expand the puppet army and instead choose to act recklessly. Chapter 240. He Jingchuan has not returned after the battlefield was completely cleared. The sky had darkened. The mountains and forests were illuminated by bright lights, and the originally tender green leaves clearly showed signs of being corroded by insect poison. Thank you, dear steward. Thank you for healing our wounds. Woo woo woo. I thought I was going to die for the insect poison, as long as the orc was injured while repelling the insect race. Even if they were from the eagle tribe, dear Zhiyi waved his hand and healed all their wounds. Dear steward, can I join you on the battlefield? Aegon, with a face full of ash, spoke up. It was her first battle with the insect race, and even though they were low-level insects, she had been tainted by insect poison. This little female bit her teeth and swallowed the pain without saying a word. That can't be you. Simon's heart raced, but he was covered by dear Zhiyi's hand over his mouth, blocking the rest of his words. Feeling the warm touch at the corner of his lips, Simon's brows relaxed and his lion tail swayed. He was no longer concerned about whether that underage eagle female should go to the battlefield. After all, she wasn't a soldier, and now his eyes were only on dear Zhiyi. What's your name? Dear Zhiyi smiled broadly, nudging Simon behind him. Zhiyi probably doesn't know you're also a regular in the small black room. He Lanqing glanced at the disdainful Simon. Anyway, I haven't gone in as much as he Jingchuan. Simon responded with confidence. Then you're quite proud. Luo Qi, who was hit by the lion tail, silently stepped aside. I hate all beasts that expose their tails at all times. What was a small black room, anyway? Luo Qi, as a drifter leader who wandered outside the interstellar regulations, had never experienced it. I was there to meet Zhiyi and protect myself. Simon raised his chin. After all, a handsome male is also quite dangerous. Dear Zhiyi spoke in front while the three beasts behind were secretly competing. My name is Aegon. Aegon became a fan of dear Zhiyi in one day and managed to get her idol to remember her name within that day. She couldn't hide her excitement, gripping her hands tightly with sweat forming in her palms. Aegon, you are at the prime age, full of unlimited and unrestrained imagination and expectations. You're great just as you are, but this battlefield will be much more brutal than you can imagine. Its weight is something you can hardly bear. In a daze, dear Zhiyi seemed to see her 18-year-old self, just after the college entrance examination, waiting with boundless hope for an admission notice, wanting to create an irreplaceable university youth. But reality told her that her university life indeed could not be replicated because the apocalypse had come. When the Interstellar needed a group of 16 or 17-year-old underage beasts to go to the battlefield, that would be true despair. Dear Zhiyi didn't know if Aegon would become braver in the face of danger on the battlefield or she would fall in a shadow. She didn't want to be responsible for other people as children. Besides, those who could go to the battlefield were all trained through thousands of days and nights. She couldn't just rely on her identity to arrange for a little female to go in. Oh, okay. Aegon sensed dear Zhiyi's polite refusal. And no matter how beautifully dear Zhiyi spoke, she still couldn't help but feel disappointed. But you can form a small team in the tribe to help nearby cities and villages. Just do what you can. Don't push yourself too hard. The weapons I distributed to you should still be enough. All right. Dear Zhiyi couldn't bear to see the beautiful little female disappointed. Her voice gradually softened. When you have the confidence to act freely, I will wait for you to come find me. As soon as dear Zhiyi finished speaking, she sent a friend request to Aegon on the light brain. Good. Aegon's eyes lit up with joy, and the little flame in her heart was reignited. She secretly vowed to become a powerful mentalist and step-by-step walked to dear Zhiyi's side. Then I will go with you. Count me in. Many orcs from the Eagle tribe also thought about being able to protect their planet instead of being trapped in the mountains. Let us go. Dear Zhiyi turned around, listening to the crisp and pleasant voices of the young boys and girls behind her, softly sighing. Being young is great. You're only 25. He Lanqing casually chimed in. Zhiyi is only 25 and already feeling sentimental. What does that make me, over 30? Not good, not good. Luo Qi inexplicably flashed a scene in his mind of dear Zhiyi raising a delicate 17-year-old male pet, startling him to a stop. Simon hesitated, unsure what to say. Dear Zhiyi felt helpless. What kind of things were they filling their heads with all day? The Eagle tribe's meeting came to an end. When dear Zhiyi returned to the camp, the main tent was pitch black, and he Jingchuan had not yet returned. Dear Zhiyi felt a bit stuffy in her chest. After a quick shower, she took a walk in the camp. Unknowingly, she walked to the training ground. The night was dark as ink, and the flames in the training ground flickered. The soldiers were still training hard, sweat soaking their clothes, stray hairs sticking tightly to their foreheads. On the high platform were several bees from her family and Xiao Taiwei. The clouds tonight were very thick, obscuring the stars and the moon. Dear steward, Xiao Taihui quickly stepped aside when he recognized her. Jingchuan hasn't come back. Dear Zhi felt the spring evening breeze was slightly cool. She looked up at the dark night sky, her thoughts drifting far away. The fox, white tiger, snake, and lion are all standing by her side. Now only a wolf is left. Don't worry, the all-powerful He Commander 1T have any accidents. He might return soon. Xiao Taihui pretended to be relaxed, hoping to reassure Dear Zhi. I know he will come back. I was just wondering what could possibly bind Jingchuan. Dear Zhi's voice was a bit hoarse and sounded somewhat tired. The wind gently stirred her hair, leaving her heart in a mess. The evening breeze is cool. It's better to go back and rest. Lin Xian's hand fell on Dear Zhi's fingertips, smoothing her furrowed brows. Our dear steward is already very tired today. Let us come back to save the world tomorrow, okay? Don't treat me like a child. I'm thinking about serious matters. Dear Zhi muttered softly. So what serious matter is the esteemed steward thinking about? He Lanqing's hands were crossed on the railing of the high platform. He casually leaned over, and the stern instructor from before now overflowed with tenderness in his eyes. I was wondering if the insect race would be driven to desperation and come out in droves. Dear Zhi voiced her speculation. They will. Simon nodded. Living in the dark, without food, they can only come out to snatch. Luo Qi leaned against the railing, arms crossed over his chest. We have already applied for reinforcements from the military district yesterday. They should arrive by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Xiao Taihui's words further confirmed Dear Zhi's speculation. The insect race had been invading the orcs' territory for survival. After all, no one willingly lived in dark corners, and the orcs driving away the insect race were also for survival. This was indeed a deadlock of mutual destruction. Chapter 241. The Insectoid Swarm Moves. A life-and-death game that knows no end as dawn broke. He Jingchuan returned, his military uniform soaked with morning dew, carrying a chill with him. General He. The soldier stationed at the camp gate saluted and let him pass. On He Jingchuan's arm hung a wound. Beneath his torn military uniform was a scabbed-over injury. He personally executed a high-ranking insectoid, which should have been a morale-boosting event for the troops. However, on their way back last night, they observed that the insectoids were secretly gathering more forces at the edge of planet G485, with countless bugs following behind the puppet army. Even after years of battling on the front lines, He Jingchuan had never seen such a massive mobilization of insectoid forces. It seemed that the insectoids were betting everything on this, fighting for their future. He Jingchuan, with a half-smile, asked, what would they do if I killed the insect mother? His adjutant was startled by this insane thought, fearing they would retaliate crazily, not stopping until they were all dead. However, if the insect mother died, even if the insectoids were not completely wiped out, they would be subdued for hundreds of years. After pondering for a moment, the adjutant found the idea feasible and hurriedly agreed. He knew that although their general he was a bit mad, every plan was not just a wild thought. Last winter had undoubtedly frozen countless bugs to death. In order to survive and seize resources, they would expend all their energy to attack the stars this spring. He Jingchuan lazily lifted his eyelids, cold, killing intent suddenly emerging. After all, if they missed this opportunity, there would be no Z and no Wusheng to provide them with equipment next time. He Jingchuan infiltrated the insectoid army, taking advantage of their unpreparedness to blow up most of their food supplies. The lone wolf had accomplished a significant task during the night, buying time for their reinforcements to arrive. 2 days later, the reinforcements sent by Huaxing had arrived, and Simon had also dispatched 5,000 elite troops from planet X856. In these 2 days, planet G485 fell into an eerie calm, a storm brewing. Drive the insectoid invasion away. Swear to defend our homeland. Kill. The training ground had expanded to twice its previous size, and the soldiers wore matching deep blue uniforms, deep as the starry sky. Their expressions were heavy, aware of the difficulty of this battle. They shouted loudly, waves of sound clashing in the air, echoing and rising up to the heavens. Lu Zhiyi felt an indescribable shock in her heart. No matter the era, there would always be a group of people who touched the softest part of her heart. She lowered her eyes, and the green orb of light in her palm condensed into a flower of life, its petals gently swaying, dropping starlight. Her fingers suddenly clenched tightly, the light orb transforming into streams of light that overflowed from her fingertips, her gaze growing more determined. As long as they still had a breath left, she would pull them back from the edge of death, and then return home together. In the early morning, the blazing firelight was like a hell on earth, rampaging under the sky. The insectoids almost emptied their nest, launching a large-scale attack on the southern part of planet G485, while also harassing the cities in the north. Lu Zhi happened to be awake that night, sitting atop the starship, gazing up at the stars, but the gentle starlight was tinged with red. She could see a layer of terrifying red light spreading across the nearby sky. She vaguely sensed the ground shaking violently, and the camp alarms were sounded. Lulu. Jingchuan was calling her. Lu Zhi lowered her eyes. Simon was also standing beside him, both dressed neatly in military uniforms, their shoulder insignias radiating a cold light. I will stay in the camp and not run around. Lu Zhi knew what Jingchuan wanted to say, her long eyelashes trembling. But the premise was that they could return safely. If they fell into danger, she wouldn't care about any cubs or safety. She would charge into the flames of battle to bring them back, and only she could do that. Of course, it wasn't just for her own beasts, but also for the soldiers and the puppet army. Okay. Jingchuan looked deeply at Lu Zhi before striding away. At such a critical moment, there was no time for them to say more "I miss you" or "I love you." Wait for me to come home. Simon hurriedly dropped such a sentence before leaving. The insectoids are on the move, and this was a life-and-death game that knew no end. Jingchuan and the others had already encountered the insectoid army. Lu Zhi sat in the main command center, facing the situation projected on the screen, a suffocating feeling washing over her. Both sides were dark and oppressive. The eerie howls of the insectoids echoed in her ears, disturbing the hearts of the people. The puppet army? No, something was wrong. Lu Zhi's gaze darkened as she saw layers of flesh shields in front of the insect army. Those deluded beastmen had dark purple complexions, their faces terrifyingly emaciated, with only a thin layer of skin barely covering their bones. There was no need to prepare the aircraft. Lu Zhi suddenly felt powerless, resting her hand on her forehead, her brows tightly knitted. These bugs were truly disgusting. Lu Zhi had anticipated that the insectoids would use the puppet army as meat shields on the battlefield, putting the soldiers in a morally difficult position. She planned to secretly go to a location 10 miles away from the battlefield to release her abilities, awakening the puppet army from a distance, secretly aiding them while ensuring her own safety. However, these damned bugs had directly parasitized the puppet army, having already drained their life force completely. The insectoids were insidious and unpredictable. Throughout the millennia of interstellar conflict, they had caused significant suffering. Every year, beastmen from remote planets fell victim to insectoid parasitism, but the Alliance had always concealed the real death toll to avoid causing panic. Heilin Qing handed a cup of warm water to Lu Zhi. On the screen, Jingchuan also noticed something was wrong with the puppet army. He no longer hesitated and led the soldiers towards the insectoids. Blood splattered, staining the land red. Severed limbs, torn blood-stained clothing, insectoid corpses scattered everywhere. Under the dawn, endless slaughter ensued. When Heilin Qing glanced at the screen, there was little fluctuation in his eyes. He had been on the battlefield before and was already familiar with its brutality and bloodshed. However, when he turned to look at Lu Zhi, waves of ripples rose in his gaze, and he said with some pain, "Actually, from the moment they fell into the hands of the insectoids, we had already prepared for the worst outcome of not being able to rescue them. Don't put too much psychological pressure on yourself. I won't put shackles on myself. I just find the insectoids disgusting." Lu Zhi sighed softly, her gaze returning to the screen. On the first day and night of the life-and-death game, Jingchuan and Simon still held the front line, not returning. Of the 10,000 soldiers who went to the battlefield, only 100 had died, but over 1,000 had been injured by insect toxins. Lin Xian buried himself in studying the corpse of a black-winged insect, attempting to develop a temporary agent to contain the expansion of the toxin for the soldiers. Meanwhile, Lu Zhi took on the heavy responsibility of treating the insect toxin. Although it was an easy task for her, day after day, she felt increasingly stifled. Chapter 242, Shadows in the Midst of War. Time seemed to stretch unusually long. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Deacon Liu, here are the latest casualty statistics. Xiao Taiwei handed a few thin sheets of paper to Lu Zhi. Fortunately, they're SU. That group of insectoids is really tenacious. Otherwise, with their numbers, we would eventually be worn out. Every time Xiao Taihui came to report to Lu Zhi, he had to curse a few times. And Lu Zhi had become immune to it by now. But you don't know that the internal situation among those bugs has become chaotic, their ultimate weapon. Insect venom has surprisingly failed. For the first time, I saw shock on a bug's pitch-black face. Xiao Taihui clicked his tongue, feeling that he was back to normal. However, Xiao Taihui suddenly looked serious. Those high-level insectoids should have guessed your existence. You need to be careful and never go out alone. Don't worry, I'm not foolish enough to deliver myself to them. Lu Zhi smiled lightly. She glanced over the casualty data, and the continuously decreasing numbers relieved her heart. How are Jing Chuan and Simon doing? Lu Zhiyi casually asked. In the past month, Lu Zhiyi had very little time to meet and talk with Jing Chuan and Simon. They basically rushed back and left in a hurry. The busiest one was still that general. The war zone was only 10 miles from the military camp. Although Lu Zhiyi had promised Jing Chuan not to wander around, she still secretly threatened Lu Qi to take a look, only to be caught and taken back by Helan Qing with a cold face. They were fine when I left this morning. Xiao Taiwei didn't dare to say too much, for fear that Lu Zhiyi would sense something was off, just that the lion got its abdomen scratched, and the wolf's arm was bitten with 2 bloody holes. Moreover, Jing Chuan suspects that there is an existence hidden among the insectoids that is even more powerful than high-level insectoids. To prevent Lu Zhiyi from worrying, Jing Chuan kept this suspicion to himself. All the beasts around Lu Zhiyi, except for her, knew. Kill. Goo. The soldiers became increasingly ferocious, chopping the foul insects under their blades and shooting them down. To the insectoids, this group of beastmen seemed insane, as if they had taken stimulants. They appeared oblivious to pain, their eyes flashing with a strange light. Even when facing insect venom, they did not shrink back. After all, they wouldn't die right away. So they gritted their teeth and swallowed the pain, hoping to hold on until they could see Deacon Lu again. If they couldn't hold on, they would kill a few more foul bugs. Even if they died, it wouldn't be in vain. After all, they had already written their wills before going to battle. Simon, look at that shadow at 3 o'clock. Jing Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, the intense fierceness and killing intent in his gaze not diminishing at all. His long fingers lightly tapped on the gun body. Jing Chuan tilted his head slightly, a hint of blood on his handsome face, his gaze locking onto that shadow, revealing a cold smile. Simon pulled the large knife out of the bug's body. Unleashing his S-class mental pressure, he pushed back the surrounding bothersome insects. We don't yet clearly understand its strength, so don't act rashly. Following Jing Chuan's gaze, he indeed caught sight of a shadow. The shadow provocatively waved at them before disappearing among the insect army. We have to test the enemy's strength. You, this crazy lion, are even more reckless than I am. Yet you tell me not to act rashly. Jing Chuan returned the pistol to his waist, his voice low and pointed, fearing that its target was not him. Let us retreat. Jing Chuan took one last look at that position, which was clearly empty, but he still felt a pair of eyes watching them closely from behind. He feared that the Shadow's target was his Lu. In the eyes of the insectoids, their greatest obstacle in occupying the galaxy was no longer the madman Jing Chuan, but Lu Zhiyi, who possessed healing abilities. This extraordinary support had disrupted all of the insectoids' plans. According to the value placed on females in the galaxy, Lu Zhiyi should not have appeared on planet G485. The temporary tents set up behind the war zone could not compare to the military camp. Jing Chuan casually sat on a large rock, with a few new wounds added to his body, but he had no mind to care. Jing Chuan, I know you want to infiltrate the insect nest. Simon sat down opposite Jing Chuan, his outer garment already ruined and tossed aside in the tent, the collar of his dark green shirt wide open, revealing layers of bandages wrapped around. I can go alone, the army needs. I'll go. Before Jing Chuan could finish his sentence, Simon interrupted him. Jing Chuan's gaze froze slightly. He rolled up his sleeves, casually resting his arm on his bent knee. Its strength must be above that of high-level insectoids. If you go, you might not return intact. No beastman has ever come back unscathed from the insect nest. There are too many unknowns and dangers waiting for them there. Mutual fighting among foot soldiers is meaningless. What matters most is the struggle between kings. The strongest on both sides will eventually meet. Jing Chuan did not want Lu Zhiyi to be involved. Jing Chuan, my strength may indeed be inferior to yours now, but what if something happens to you? What will happen to Zhiyi? After Simon spoke these words, he felt a hint of bitterness in his heart. He still mixed personal feelings with official business. He loved her, and couldn't help but look at her more. He also thought that such thoughts were stupid, senseless, and laughable. Then you can't replace me and go. Jing Chuan scoffed, raising an eyebrow, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Although we haven't registered as partners yet, I know Lu has already accepted you. If this lion really dies in the insect nest, Lu will remember it for a lifetime. Don't think of such good fortune. Although Simon was not Lu Zhiyi's white moonlight, the dead would always be remembered. Just like the relationship between Helan Zhi and Wen Li, Jing Chuan did not find it beautiful. Wen Li died to pave the way for Helan Zhi. But during the years of his death, Helan Zhi had not stopped looking for a substitute. Such good fortune. I'm determined to have it. Simon seemed not to understand the sarcasm in He Jingchuan's words. He suddenly thought that this arrangement was also good. Besides, can't I safely return with intelligence? He Jingchuan glanced at Simon indifferently, not continuing the topic. Marshal Simon, when you've separated public and private matters clearly, come talk to me about this. As if He General has separated them clearly. Simon's tail lightly tapped the stone behind him, feeling inexplicably displeased. Being displeased is just right. Why not go kill a few bugs to vent? The white wolf and the lion exchanged glances. A month of fighting side by side had allowed them to understand each other's intentions. Tonight, we attack the insectoids. Let us not talk about who infiltrates the insect nest. Before that, we need to ease the pressure on the front line a bit. Chapter 243. Camp under attack. He Jingchuan was planning a surprise attack on the Zerg, but unexpectedly, the Zerg had the same idea. The war began in a stalemate. But later the Zerg gradually fell into a disadvantage, suffering heavy casualties. The Zerg believed that all of this was due to Zhiyi, and they were unwilling to let this battle end in defeat. They regarded Zhiyi as the key to turning the tide of the war. So they secretly arranged for 5 high-level Zerg to infiltrate from a northern part of the planet to attack the military camp. They aimed to capture Zhiyi to become food for their king. The high-level Zerg were ruthless, and the moment they approached the military camp, they were detected by the defense system, triggering the alarm. They pretended to be low-level Zerg and blindly crashed against the defensive energy shield time and again. 2 station soldiers stepped just outside the energy shield to test the waters, but were directly killed by the Zerg, their necks broken. Ah! Screams echoed through the night, blending with the alarm. No one in the camp dared to act recklessly. With He Jingchuan absent, they could only run to seek advice from He Qing. Zhiyi, the target of the high-level Zerg's attack on the military camp should be you. No matter what happens outside, you must stay in the main tent and absolutely cannot go out. He Qing placed his hands on Zhiyi's shoulders, his tone growing heavier, his tall figure trapping her in a wooden chair. Zhiyi's gaze froze, her mouth slightly opened, but was blocked by He Qing's next words. No matter how many die or injured outside, it has nothing to do with you. You have saved them countless times, and you owe them nothing. It is they who should protect you. He Qing's eyes grew colder, but he still tried to maintain a gentle demeanor in front of Zhiyi, as if afraid she would refuse. His voice became softer. I beg you, please temporarily set aside your identity as the steward Lu and hide for a while. Okay. Zhiyi felt a heaviness in her chest, but couldn't articulate her feelings. Her gaze shifted between Lin Xian and Lu Qi, both of whom were staring at her, fearful of any accidents. Then, her gaze returned to He Qing, and she unconsciously uttered this word. The beast's excessive tension towards Zhiyi always affected her emotions. She actively took out a breath ring and clasped it around her wrist, completely masking her own aura and instead emanating the aura of the white wolf. This was crafted by He Jingchuan himself in the past, and he had insisted she wear it many times. She never expected it would be useful now. Zhiyi did this to reassure He Qing. He Qing turned and strode away, his coat billowing with his movements. As the door closed, he disappeared from Zhiyi's sight, gradually fading away. Hiss! The giant python coiled around Zhiyi, taking a defensive posture. Lin Xian leaned against the dark corner by the window, his pale face growing darker, and the 9 tails behind him tensed up. Zhiyi closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them again, her gaze was clear, without a trace of turmoil. She sat cross-legged and activated the holographic screen to analyze the situation outside. 5 high-level Zerg were a gamble for the Zerg, but for them, it was an opportunity that could not be missed. As long as they could eliminate all 5 high-level Zerg, the defeat of the Zerg would be certain. He Jingchuan. The 6 legs of the poison ant Zerg were covered in countless sharp spines, and venom flowed from those spines, seeping into the soil. It wanted to see how long the orcs hiding behind the energy shield could last as turtles. Look, it has drawn out the SS-class He Qing. Are you going to take on 5? The Black Scorpion Zerg mocked He Qing's naivety. TSK, is this He Jingchuan's army? The strongest army in the entire star system is nothing but this. A group of useless cowards who dare not come out. The black-winged Zerg circled in the air. He Qing. It's time to pay for the life of my brother you killed. The black-winged Zerg that died in the Eagle Clan's forest, or hand over Zhiyi, and I will spare one of you. The blood Zerg, covered in blood red, had sharp serrated antennae on its head. Come out. The black beetle Zerg crashed against the energy shield again and again, the loud bangs echoing around. The soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their nerves taut, determined not to be disturbed by the 5 filthy bugs. They were not turtles. The soldiers' every word and action in their army were most taboo against being controlled by their emotions. The soldiers were poised, but they were still waiting for one person's command. The 5 filthy bugs really thought they could make splash. Heelan Qing curled his lips in a disdainful smile, his pace unbroken as he casually rolled up his sleeves, revealing a strong arm with bulging veins. The soldiers responded to his voice, parting to give Heelan Qing a clear path. Heelan Qing's mental pressure pushed outward through the energy shield, causing the 5 Zerg to instinctively take a step back, secretly cursing that Heelan Qing and He Jingchuan were both troublesome mad dogs. Mad? Heelan Qing thought that at least among that pile of fierce beasts in the garden, he was the most normal. Soldiers, the bugs can't get in. Can your shells not shoot out? High-level bugs, low-level bugs, all disgusting bugs. With an SS class paving the way for you, what is there to fear? Frost Wolf Division's projectile biological lock on the Poison Ant Zerg. Shadow Leopard Division's projectile biological lock on the Black Scorpion Zerg. A cold female voice came through the soldiers' mini-communicators, their gazes growing firmer, no longer swayed by the Zerg. As Lu Ziyi's last words fell, the soldiers raised their weapons in unison, signaling that they had fully received the command. A howl shook the heavens and the earth as the white tiger swaggered out of the energy shield, its claws leaving powerful imprints in the soil. Bang! The black-winged Zerg hovering in the air dove down, intending to crash into the unaware tiger, but was deflected by a pulse energy projectile. The white tiger's paw landed on the back of the blood Zerg, exposing its sharp fangs as it pressed the blood Zerg into the ground, creating a large pit despite its front paw being clamped tightly by the blood Zerg's antennae. The poison ant Zerg tried to strike at the back of the white tiger, but sensed a sudden rise in temperature behind it. Gulp! The poison ant Zerg was jolted by mental power and involuntarily rolled aside, but was still hit by the energy projectile. These damn orcs have invented some sort of strange thing. You hold this old tiger down, I don't believe this energy shield can't be broken. The black beetle Zerg disregarded the pain from the artillery fire hitting its body, crashing against the energy shield again and again. The defensive energy shield shook violently, and box after box of star stones was fed into the energy supply device, causing the previously weak starlight to suddenly become dazzling. Countless fireballs shot through the energy shield, whistling through the air, creating waves of violent airflow, like a rain of stars falling heavily onto the Zerg. The air was filled with a mix of burning and foul odors, the unique scent emitted by the burning bodies of the Zerg, nauseating yet impossible to ignore. Where the fireballs landed, the ground was scorched as if iron had been pressed against it, leaving deep marks. The powerful energy collisions generated waves of heat, soaking the soldiers' uniforms with sweat, their faces turning red as they gritted their teeth to endure. Nearby trees were uprooted, and even large rocks were swept into the air before crashing down, shattering into dust. Chapter 244 this time, thank you. Oh, the white tiger bit down on the bloodworm's head, allowing the worm's poison to seep into its mouth, a roar escaping through its teeth. The white tiger tilted its head back, and the bloodline traced an arc in the air as it tore the bloodworm's head off. The white tiger shook off the grotesque worm's head from its mouth, and the disgusting black-green liquid sprayed out, the head rolling on the ground before being covered by dust. The white tiger turned to tear apart the black-winged worm that had been bothering it, using its mental power to control the wind and squeeze the black-winged worm, pulling the flying insect down from the air and stomping it underfoot. Heelan Qing. The black-winged worm died with a cry of unwillingness. The white tiger panted heavily, quickly locking onto its next target, its white fur already stained with blood, its eyes like cold stars in the abyss, flashing with sharp brilliance. Just as the white tiger lunged at the black beetle, the light shield was struck, creating a crack. With a crisp shattering sound, the crack in the light shield broke open, becoming a gap. The poisonous ant worm and black scorpion worm took the opportunity to crawl in. Even though they were already covered in multiple wounds, the long and sharp scorpion tail still emitted a chilling light. The black beetle tightly dragged the white tiger with its super strong defense. Poisonous ant, we cannot lose, even if we die. We must take the will of the deer with us. The black scorpion worm flicked its tail, directly sweeping up the soldiers in the front row, its anger and unwillingness long exceeding the pain from the artillery fire hitting it. They could not lose. If they lost, the insect race would be half defeated. Kill. If I can perish together with a high-level insect race, I have lived in vain. Oh, whoa, if I can survive and go back. I must make my mother write my name on the top page of the family record. The soldiers had no time to grieve for their fallen brothers and forcibly suppressed their sorrow for their injured comrades, shouting hoarsely to encourage themselves. their artillery fire not weakening in the slightest. Gulp. The poisonous antworm ignored the artillery fire hitting it, charging through the smoke of the shells, searching for the scent of the deer's will. Fortunately, the snake has arrived. Suddenly, a thick snake tail coiled around it, tightening more and more, trying to strangle the stinky bug to death. The poisonous antworm bit fiercely at the giant python, but its sharp teeth were broken against the hard scales, and the giant python's mental pressure made its movements sluggish. The white tiger directly tore the black beetle in half, looking back at the chaos in the army, and rushed towards the poisonous antworm, transforming into a blur. When the poisonous antworm was pinned down by the white tiger, the soldiers collectively breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. 5 high-level insect races were killed by their hands. Although they only contributed a little, they looked incredibly cool. The white tiger threw the insect corpse aside, glanced at the giant python, and let out a low roar of "whoa." Hiss! The giant python received the white tiger's signal and swam back to the side of the deer's will. The white tiger patrolled around the military camp, not detecting the presence of other insects, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. The soldiers cleaned the battlefield, tended to the wounded, and buried the dead. They cremated their fallen comrades, placing them in clean boxes and writing down their names. This time, thank you. The deer's will slowly walked out of the main camp. Her voice was soft, yet it carried an incomparable weight in the hearts of the soldiers. Compile a list of the fallen warriors for me. The dead cannot return to life, but at least I can ensure that their loved ones live worry-free in their next lives. The same goes for the soldiers who sacrificed themselves on the battlefield. The deer's will added. They knew they could not bear the gratitude from the deer's will. Without her, their casualties over the past month would have been even heavier. And the promise from the deer's will brought comfort to the soldiers' hearts. Jingchuan had treated them well, and their struggles on the battlefield were not only to protect their homeland, but also to earn honor with their lives, ensuring their loved ones could live without worries. Even without the deer's will, these insect races would find ways to trample them underfoot and swallow them whole. Dear Steward, dear Steward, the soldiers raised their arms and shouted, seeing the vibrant green light burst open in the night. Countless streams of light more lively than brilliant fireworks falling on them, and all their pain vanished in an instant, even their bodies feeling stronger than before. Such a dear steward, let alone Heilin Qing forbidding her from coming out, they themselves were reluctant to let her suffer even a scratch. The deer's healing powers were like Pandora's box of desires. They wanted to open the box, but also struggled to maintain their reason, not wanting to be controlled by desire, by greedy desire. Perhaps with the deer's will, peace could be maintained in the interstellar realm for 100 years. On the other side, Jingchuan and Simon launched a night raid on the insect army, easily defeating most of their forces, causing the insect race to retreat again and again, almost leaving this planet. But when Jingchuan and Simon received the news of the camp being attacked, their hearts sank. Jingchuan could only leave the aftermath to Xiao Taiwei to clean up, the wolf and lion maximizing their flight speed, their hearts already flying back. Heilin Qing. The deer's will sighed softly. She rarely called his name directly. The deer's will sat cross-legged in a rocking chair, her body gently swaying with the chair. Even though the wounds on Heilin Qing and Lu Qi had completely disappeared, her heart still ached uncontrollably. When Heilin Qing transformed back into human form, his face was pale, covered in cold sweat. His abdomen, chest, and back were all marked with the gruesome bites of insects, the poison corroding his flesh. Even the blood turning into a shocking black. Several wounds had already rotted away under the corrosion of the insect poison, emitting a foul stench of decaying flesh, revealing the aura of death. The deer's will could picture that scene even with her eyes closed. I'm sorry for making you worry. Heilin Qing leaned down and gently kissed the forehead of the deer's will, the cool touch trailing down until their lips met. Heilin Qing's nose brushed gently against her cheek. Then he stepped back and crouched in front of her, his large hand covering her soft abdomen. I was worried you would overthink, so I wanted to say something. Our protection of you may have been excessive and suffocating, but it's not just because of this child. The most important thing is you. Now that most of the insect race's power is gone, our dear steward, let us wait a bit longer. The war will soon end. Lin Xian walked around to the back of the deer's will, gently massaging her shoulders. If it weren't for the dear steward, the insect race's scheme might have swept away planet G485. Lu Qi was also by the deer's will's side, softly comforting her. They reviewed the records of the reproduction in Huaxia, noting that females are the most sensitive after conceiving and giving birth. They must take good care of her. The corners of the deer's will's mouth curled slightly, The deer steward was magnanimous and chose not to hold it against them. However, if anything happens to any of you, you absolutely cannot stop me. Otherwise, my heart will remember it for a lifetime. The deer will lightly huffed a few times, her gaze carrying a small threat. Even if they did not agree, she acted as if she hadn't heard it. All right. Heelan knew he could not win this argument against the deer's will. It was better to give in appropriately and not push her too hard. Between them, at worst, they were at S level. Protecting themselves was not a problem. But it wasn't long before Heelan thoughts were slapped back in his face. The deer will charge into the insect nest just to save the beast that hadn't had the chance to register with her yet. The strongest king of the insect race had yet to reveal itself. Chapter 245 Between Us. 1 must go. The insect race lost 5 high-level insects overnight, and the army was attacked, just like the sunset sinking below the horizon. Although the afterglow still lingers, it will ultimately be submerged in the endless night. But what will the situation be like under the night? When Zhiyi and Simon returned to the camp, the 5 insect corpses had not yet been cleared away. The soldiers were helping to pour bucket after bucket of agents into the soil, diluting the insect poison that seeped into the ground. At least for the next 6 months. Nothing could be grown in this area. Zhiyi's face was terrifyingly dark. He strode forward but paused in front of the main tent, not stepping inside. This time it was 5 high-level insects. What about next time? That shadow? Zhiyi disliked the feeling of being manipulated by the enemy. Why should they strike when they want? He caught a glimpse of Simon, who was silent beside him, and knew that their thoughts were aligned. Between us, 1 must go. Simon's voice was slightly hoarse, tinged with a bit of fatigue. Without us, there's only me. Simon, your relationship with Lulu can't even be considered legitimate. Zhiyi's gaze turned cold, and his possessiveness over his beloved female surged within him. Most importantly, he didn't want Lulu to feel indebted to this crazy lion. But if you encounter danger, won't your heart be filled with worry and pain? Simon's lips curled into a bitter smile. The love she gave me is the least, so it's most suitable for me to go. Zhiyi inexplicably felt that this lion had become very pretentious, his wolf tail twitching irritably behind him. Simon, I'm the strongest one. I know. Simon's serious reply left Zhiyi speechless. This lion is so annoying. If he goes and can't come back, then this lion is just walking to his death, only to be parasitized by the insect race, adding more trouble in the end. In the white wolf's heart, lion pretentious, annoying, stupid. Zhiyi didn't want to continue the conversation. He directly pushed open the main tent door and shut the lion outside. The matter of infiltrating the insect nest could not be delayed any longer. He had to quickly investigate the specific location of the insect nest, and the military affairs had to be sorted out and temporarily handed over to Heelan. Coincidentally, Simon thought the same way. This matter couldn't be delayed any longer. For decades, Simon had mistakenly placed the enemy with the insect race, secretly collecting information about the insects. What he knew was no less than Zhiyi. As for the location of the insect nest, he vaguely had a guess. Zhiyi was indeed very strong, but he was the backbone of the entire army. He could go, and Heelan, Lu Qi, and Lin Xian were also close to it, but Zhiyi could not, for both public and private reasons. Simon felt that he was the most suitable to infiltrate the insect nest. As the red sun rose, the soldiers gathered in the main tent to discuss further battle plans. The current situation was excellent, and the soldiers shook off the gloom of the past, their faces filled with a desire for victory. Lu Zhi's gaze swept across the round table, but did not see Simon's figure. She suppressed her doubts and only asked after the meeting, "Where's Simon?" "I don't know." Zhiyi felt a headache. He had analyzed the location of the insect nest last night and had not slept at all, yet early in the morning. He couldn't find that stupid lion. He probably went to sleep somewhere. Zhiyi casually made up an excuse. Heelan kicked Zhiyi under the table. Even the dignified general, he could come up with such a reason? It would be better not to say anything. I am his rival in love, off the battlefield. Why would I care where he went? Zhiyi looked innocently at Lu Zhi, his wolf tail raised behind him. There were no other beasts around. Anyway, they all knew what he was like in front of Lu Zhi. Lu Zhi felt that something was off. She leaned back slightly, her eyes narrowing. "Zhiyi, are you hiding something from me?" This wolf of hers, just a twitch of its tail revealed something was wrong. "I really don't know," Zhiyi said helplessly, spreading his hands. "Forget it." Lu Zhi stood up, gently patting the wrinkled hem of her clothes, pretending to be nonchalant. "I don't know what you all are plotting, but don't joke with your own life. No matter what happens, we will bear it together." After saying that, Lu Zhi cast a lingering glance at the nearby beasts and turned to the small study next door. "Speak, what happened? Are you still kicking?" He Qing was about to give this stupid wolf a kick when he Jingchuan sensed something and pushed off the ground with his long legs, causing the chair to slide back a few steps. Is it related to the shadow you mentioned earlier? Lu Qi looked at He Jingchuan leisurely. He Jingchuan glanced towards the study. The main tent had excellent soundproofing, and the door to the study was tightly closed, so Lu should not be able to hear. He Jingchuan gave a soft grunt. Insect nest? He Qing raised an eyebrow, but there was no smile in his eyes. He Jingchuan grunted again. Have you all planned it out? He went in. How should we support him? How will the message be communicated? Lin Xian followed up with questions. This time, He Jingchuan fell silent. After all, their opinions were not in agreement. How could they plan? How could they support? Simon should leave you a message. You should look for it again, Lin Xian said, with a trace of barely noticeable worry. He patted He Jingchuan on the shoulder and stood up if you need me. Call me. I'll continue researching those insect corpses. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, He Jingchuan looked helplessly towards the study. That's it. Xiao Taiwei delivered a document from Central City to my study before the meeting, and I haven't had a chance to look at it. Coincidentally, the information Simon left was just inserted in this report. He Jingchuan's study was never on guard against Lu Zhiyi, let alone the confidential documents in a military district that Lu Zhiyi also had the right to access. Lu Zhiyi casually picked up the pen and white paper on the desk, quickly sketching out a rough map of the current southern battle zone. The study was very quiet. Only the sound of the pen scraping against the paper could be heard. The king of the insect race. Lu Zhiyi murmured to herself, her hand pausing. She rested her chin on her hand, tapping her head with the pen absent-mindedly. The insect race revered the insect mother, which is very similar to how the interstellar world reveres females. Previously, she had not heard of any existence of a king above the high level in the hierarchy of the insect race. Moreover, the insect from yesterday said it wanted to capture her and offer her to their king. The target of the insect king is her. So, will Simon go looking for the insect king? Lu Zhiyi seemed to realize this and began searching through He Jingchuan's study for records about the insect race. But there was nothing which made Lu Zhiyi feel it was odd. Influenced by Lu Zhiyi, the beast had developed a habit of keeping handwritten records. Lu Zhiyi's gaze fixed on the still-open report on the desk. Her delicate hand landed on it, flipping through it casually, and inside, there was obviously a note. 10 days. 0044. 1682. Midnight. 0109. 0221. Lu Zhiyi recognized this as Simon's handwriting. A series of scrawled numbers danced on the paper, with the word 10 days circled, while midnight was marked with a big cross. Lu Zhiyi suddenly had a bold guess. The first string of numbers was a rendezvous point for Simon and He Jingchuan 10 days later. If Simon had not appeared before midnight, it meant he had encountered danger, and He Jingchuan would go to the location represented by the second string of numbers to rescue Simon. And Simon did not use his light brain to send information to He Jingchuan because he was afraid his light brain would fall into the hands of the insect race and be searched. Lu Zhiyi did not know if her reasoning was correct, only that her head was aching severely. Chapter 246. Simon missing Dear S. Intent pointed at the void with her fingertip, and a holographic screen unfolded before her, characters spinning and jumping, quickly forming a topographic map of planet G 485. 0044. 1682. A faint blue cold light reflected on her face, adding a touch of chill to her demeanor. Her long, curled eyelashes resembled two small brushes, casting a faint shadow over her eyes. She whispered softly, her fingertips quickly entering the string of characters on the holographic screen. The images on the screen changed rapidly, a red light flickering, and then the light point was rapidly magnified. The first location left by Simon was the misty forest, which Dear S. Intent marked, and then she quickly located another spot, the desolate ridge. The desolate ridge. Dear S. Intent zoomed in on this location. The mountains were bleak, with dead trees creaking, and not a blade of grass grew, devoid of any signs of life, a realm of silence. The desolate ridge stretched southward to the southern edge of the planet. Why did the insect race choose planet G 485 as their main battlefield? Was it merely because of the abundant mineral resources buried beneath this planet? Or was there a spatial passage leading to the insect nest here? The insect nest. This lion entered the insect nest alone? That is too dangerous. But such things happening to the beasts around her seemed rather normal. Outside, Lin Xian was just a step away from leaving the main camp when the door to the study was suddenly swung open, and Dear S. Intent's voice drifted into their ears. In an instant, the resentful gazes of the lion, fox, and snake all landed on the white wolf. However, despite the commotion, they were particularly reliable when it came to serious matters. The four beasts obediently lined up in front of the desk, and Dear S. Intent handed them the note. Simon went to the insect nest, didn't he? Dear S. Intent looked at He Jingchuan, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Yes. The wolf's tail drooped slightly, a bit guilty. You all knew about this, didn't you? Dear S. Intent's gaze swept over the other three beasts. We privately discussed the situation regarding the insect race. Initially, we only wanted to kill the insect mother. But later there was an unforeseen change, the insect king. A complex thought flashed in He Launching's eyes. At this point, his voice paused slightly. One of us will eventually have to do this, but Simon went ahead without saying a word. So you kept it from me. Dear S. Intent looked at their faces, which were all too concerned for her own good, and felt a headache coming on. I only know a little. Lu Qi quietly stepped aside, distancing himself from the other three beasts, while not forgetting to gesture with 2 fingers towards Dear S. Intent. Is it because the insect king's target is me? So you wanted to strike first? Dear S. Intent sighed softly and said slowly. Their silence was the best answer. Since it has already been done, do not hide anything from me going forward. As a family, we should advance and retreat together. After saying this, Dear S. Intent gently placed her hands on the edge of the desk and stood up. I hate it when you act like mutes. Perhaps seeing their expressions made her angry. Dear S. Intent slammed her hand on the table. The sound not too loud, but enough to make the beast's tail stiffen. Time is tight. We need to discuss the next plan. He Jingchuan took a big step towards Dear S. Intent, his fluffy tail wrapping around her waist in a friendly manner. 10 days later, in the misty forest, with the moonlight as her guide, Dear S. Intent watched the time on the holographic computer slowly turn to 0000. She narrowed her eyes, her expression unchanged, but her heart was already churning with waves of anxiety. Even the S-class Marshal Simon could not exit the insect nest. How powerful could that king be? Dear S. Intent had an inexplicable premonition that the insect king was waiting for her. As if by fate's arrangement, something still had to be faced by her personally. Let's go, Desolate Ridge. As Dear S. Intent turned, she felt her steps unusually heavy. The aircraft behind her unfolded its mechanical wings, the silver metallic sheen glimmering with a cold light under the sunset. Xiao Taiwei had already led troops to ambush at the Desolate Ridge, and the remaining insect army had become sacrificial pawns, utterly decimated. He Jingchuan's earpiece received the latest news. Everything was in place. They followed the plan and infiltrated the Desolate Ridge. 5 figures disappeared under the silver light, dressed in specially made black tactical suits. This seemingly thin and cool fabric could conceal their presence and withstand intermediate insect attacks. Most importantly, this outfit could adapt to changes in environmental light, achieving a degree of invisibility. Dear S. Intent remained as agile as ever, showing no signs of her 2-month-old pregnancy. Hidden within the Desolate Ridge was a 2-meter-high cave, cold and gloomy, with gusts of cold wind piercing through like icy blades. The pervasive aura of death made Dear S. Intent feel uneasy. The extraordinary energy within her was working to help her resist the cold that tried to invade her body. The deeper they went into the cave, the stronger the insect aura became, the cave walls slick with undried venom. They seemed to merge with the darkness, their eyes sharp, even their breathing becoming light, each step cautiously surveying their surroundings. He Jingchuan led the way, He Launching brought up the rear, while Dear S. Intent was sandwiched between Lin Xian and Lu Qi. At the end of the cave was an endless abyss, within which countless forces seemed to be tearing apart, the powerful energy collision causing a distortion in space. In a daze, Dear S. Intent seemed to see the insect nest in this dark abyss. The insects had carved their nests from giant stones, with thick mucus hanging from each entrance. And beneath the mucus, she seemed to see countless larvae wriggling. It resembled a mirage. Dear S. Intent unexpectedly saw images from another space here. The nauseating scene made her feel slightly queasy. She wrinkled her nose, suppressing the discomfort within her. It seemed this was the spatial passage leading to the insect nest. The beasts simultaneously released their powerful psychic energy to protect themselves, preventing being torn apart by the distorted space. After He Jingchuan left a marker, he wrapped his large hand around Dear S. Intent's waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. A sudden sense of weightlessness struck, and Dear S. Intent felt the fierce wind howling past her ears, the nauseating scent of the insects assaulting her nostrils. Dear S. Intent silently buried her face in He Jingchuan's chest, alleviating the intense discomfort caused by the foul smell. After an unknown period, they landed steadily. The wristband on Dear S intent vibrated violently. She withdrew from He Jingchuan's embrace and glanced at the signal from the wristband. The holographic screen displayed a dense cluster of red dots, all indicating the locations of the insects. She looked up at this world devoid of sunlight, the insect nest. This was a place where no interstellar beastmen had ever successfully set foot before. Chapter 247. The mother bug is dead using the detection from the wristband. Zhiyi and her group successfully avoided the patrols of the insect race. Upon closer observation, Zhiyi noticed that most of the detected insect life forms were larvae still feeding on nutrients in the slime, while the adult insects were less than half of the larvae count. This was not surprising. The insect race had almost emptied their nest for this battle, suffering heavy casualties on the battlefield, including a significant loss of even the already rare high-level insects. The fox casually raised her hand, sprinkling white powder onto the larvae. The powder quickly transformed into a transparent state, invisibly infiltrating the larvae's bodies. Zhiyi took note of the fox's small actions, wherever the fox went. She poisoned every single larva equally. The cunning fox was quite adorable. Ghoul, an intermediate ant insect, was dragging another insect desperately in one direction. Zhiyi didn't understand, but she knew it was right to follow. They arrived at a larger stone cave, guarded by 4 intermediate insects outside, with the presence of high-level insects detectable inside. Given the current situation of the insect race, being able to deploy such forces for defense meant that inside was either the insect king or the mother bug. Zhiyi raised her chin, and the 4 beasts understood their roles, quickly knocking out the 4 insects guarding the entrance. Inside the cave lay an insect that was 4 to 5 times larger than a typical insect, resting on soft cotton cloth. That was the mother bug. However, a gruesome gash was torn open on the mother bug's abdomen, with rough surgical stitches that failed to stop the flow of blood, turning the originally white cloth blood red. The 1 human and 4 beasts hid behind a thick stone pillar. With their strength, a high-level insect, and an injured mother bug wouldn't even notice their presence. That damned lion actually severely injured you. The high-level insect, a bone-armored bug, gritted its teeth and lowered its head devoutly to the mother bug, filled with endless hatred for Simon. Hearing news of Simon, Zhiyi instinctively perked up her ears. I want to eat him. I want to eat her. The mother bug roared hoarsely, but the more agitated she became, the more blood flowed out. Useless. Quickly heal the mother bug. The small insect that the ant insect had pulled was directly grabbed by the bone-armored bug by its antennae and dragged in front of the mother bug. This was the insect race's natural healer, the bug doctor. The bug doctor had no insect venom in its body, but its saliva could heal. The bug doctor carefully approached the mother bug, gently touching the wound, which elicited a scream from the mother bug. Ah! The entire cave trembled. The bug doctor, trembling in fear, crawled low to the ground, desperately shaking its head. It couldn't heal her. It couldn't heal her. Zhiyi secretly twisted Lu Qi's arm, and Lu Qi pursed his lips, feeling wronged after being glared at by Zhiyi. Zhiyi detected with her abilities that the mother bug was first severely injured by Simon, and more fatally, Lu Qi's snake venom had spread throughout her body. This snake claimed to only know a little bit. The venom had already been released, and it was only a little bit. The snake felt wronged. The lion had asked for the poison a week before setting out, and at that time, the snake really didn't know it would be used on the mother bug. The mother bug suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, propping herself up and glaring at the bug doctor, a useless waste. As soon as the words left her mouth, the mother bug directly swallowed the bug doctor. Zhiyi was stunned. Did this mean the mother bug had eaten back the little insect she had given birth to? The insect race gained energy by devouring their kind, and the mother bug was no exception. Ghoul. The mother bug suddenly let out a piercing screech. Zhiyi sensed something and looked toward the entrance of the cave, where a large group of low-level insects surged in, crawling beside the mother bug, willingly becoming her food. Not enough, not enough. The mother bug's vitality was draining far too slowly compared to the energy gained from devouring low-level insects. Disregarding her pain, she writhed in agony, dragging that damned lion over. Drag? Upon hearing this word, Zhiyi's pupils constricted, and her fingers clenched into a fist. He Jingchuan lowered his eyes, extending a finger to press in her palm, easing her clenched fist silently. He Lanqing instinctively wanted to wrap her tail around Zhiyi's wrist, but recalled that they had hidden their ears and tails to conceal their presence. But the king. The bone-armored bug hesitated for a moment, but when it saw the mother bug in such pain, it hurriedly dashed toward the cage holding Simon. The king is not more important than the mother bug. If the mother bug dies, the insect race is finished. Every 100 years, a highly superior mother bug is born. And given their current situation, they wouldn't be able to wait 100 years. Inside the cave, only the mother bug remained. The others of her kin had been devoured clean. Zhiyi restrained herself from rushing forward to give the mother bug a bit of help. She pressed her lips tightly together, suppressing the killing intent in her eyes. Wait a bit longer until the lion comes out first. Zhiyi's long fingers played with the folding knife stained with snake venom, his gaze cold, a smirk of amusement curling at the corner of his lips. This was his first time breaking into an insect nest, and the snake was somewhat excited. When Zhiyi dealt the final blow to the mother bug, could he get a stab in first? Get in there quickly. Accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, the voice of the bone-armored bug echoed back. Zhiyi followed the direction of the sound, and just one glance made her eyes ache fiercely, the corners turning red. This lion was reckless, always unable to control his own injuries. But the proud Lion King was actually bound hand and foot by the insect race with iron chains covered in spikes, which pierced through his flesh and bones, causing pain to radiate throughout his body. Blood stained his clothes, and the exposed skin was covered in insect bite marks. Even though he was battered and bruised, when Simon looked up at the mother bug, his eyes still held disdain. His face was already pale as snow, but his golden eyes in the dim cave still burned with an unquenchable fire like the sun. Simon, you should die. The moment the mother bug saw Simon, her inner hatred surged. Bring him over, I want to eat him. But in an instant, the folding knife flew from Zhiyi's fingers, cutting through the air in a sharp arc, directly embedding itself into the mother bug's eye. Blood gushed from the mother bug's eye. Simon glanced toward the direction where Zhiyi was hiding, and he chuckled softly, joy masking the pain he felt. She has him in her heart, but this is too dangerous. She shouldn't be here. What if she gets hurt? Mother Queen, the bone-armored bug stared in shock at the suddenly flying folding knife. Frozen in place. By the time it realized what had happened, all the wounds on Simon's body had vanished with a breath. Simon shattered the iron chains with his mental power, rubbed his wrist, and retaliated directly against the bone-armored bug. A lioness punch was no joke. The bone-armored bug felt its vision blur. It saw Zhiyi take out a gun and shoot at the mother bug's heart. And that damned Zhiyi pulling the folding knife out of the mother bug's eye and stabbing into the other side. And it was directly crushed by the combined mental pressure of the lion, the white wolf, and the white tiger. When they all gathered together, even a high-level insect was but an ant. This lion's mental power seemed to have grown stronger once more. The mother bug is dead, and the entire insect nest let out a mournful, desperate, and piercing wail, causing the entire space to tremble. Chapter 248, the finale. Insect King. The ground trembled slightly as all the adult insectoids in the nest rushed toward this direction. Hide quickly. Zhiyi casually stuffed 2 remote-controlled energy bombs into the opened abdomen of the insect mother and then pulled the closest Zhiyi to her. Her gaze scanned the surroundings, intending to find a concealed hiding spot, but Zhiyi pulled her wrist back and embraced her. Zhiyi observed the uneven surface of the cave wall and leaped agilely, decisively. In just a few breaths, he brought Zhiyi to a small, damp cave entrance high above. The other beasts quickly found their hiding places as well. They exchanged glances from above, their eyes inevitably landing on the corpse of the insect mother. Rescuing Simon was one of their plans. More importantly, they wanted to wipe out the insect race entirely. Even if they couldn't exterminate them, severely injuring them would ensure a century of peace in the stars. Zhiyi felt her heart racing. The last time she experienced such a tense battle was when she fought the zombie king. She keenly sensed a powerful force approaching, a strange power that carried an indescribable familiarity. The insectoids stumbled toward the insect mother, their antennae trembling, sending out chaotic and desperate signals. 203 low-level insects, 4 mid-level insects, 1 high-level insect. Zhiyi lowered her gaze, receiving the feedback signal from her wristband. Her eyes darkened, her brows furrowed. This power was not possessed by high-level insects. She took hold of Zhiyi's large hand resting on her waist, her fingertips lightly touching his palm as she clearly wrote 2 characters. Insect King. A formidable opponent they did not understand, a life form that even the most advanced wristband in the galaxy could not detect. Zhiyi nodded, confirming Zhiyi's suspicion. Simon. It must be Simon. The last high-level scorpion insect of the insect race roared, its rage manifesting as waves of powerful energy surging within it. crashing against the lower-level insects behind it like waves. Gulp! One mid-level insect could not withstand it any longer. It painfully arched its body, struggling toward the scorpion insect. Get away! The scorpion insect flicked the mid-level insect aside with its antennae and slowly approached the insect mother. The queen is dead. The scorpion insect paused, deciding to offer itself to the king, to fulfill its final value. The insect race was always cold-blooded. All respect was built on strength and value. Gulp! The other insects gathered around. Zhiyi could not understand insect language, unsure if they were in agreement or opposition. But she knew they all had to die. Zhiyi tapped on her wristband, detonating the energy bombs she had left behind. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the massive body of the insect mother suddenly exploded, shattering into pieces, flesh and venom mixing into an indescribable form that sprayed out like a toxic rain, dense and rapid. The entire cave shook violently. Small stones fell from the ceiling, and cracks appeared in the cave walls. Lu Qi's large hand tightened around Lu Zi's waist. Amidst the explosion's noise, he whispered in her ear, "Be careful." The low-level insects surrounding the insect mother were killed by the shockwave of the energy bombs, and the mid-level insects were severely injured. Even as the scorpion insect desperately tried to escape, it was caught in the blast heat wave and fell heavily to the ground. A friend comes from afar. But before I could offer a cup of tea, it is I, the host, who has not been hospitable. This voice sounded as if it had been burned by fierce fire, roughly pulled, making it unpleasant enough to want to cover one's ears. TSK. Still an insect king with Chinese culture. Lu Zi inwardly scoffed, suddenly realizing something, her breath catching. Had this insect king been observing her for a long time? The chaos below was paused. The surviving insects dragged their broken bodies and lay down before their king. The shadow became clearer. This insect king had transformed into a humanoid form, behaving just like an interstellar beastman. It had 2 antennae on its head, a strong body, dark skin, exuding an air of death. Lu Zi suppressed her shock. This aura of death made her feel uncomfortable, and a black fog in her mind became clearer. Zombies. Only zombies carry this aura of death. But this creature before her was undeniably a member of the insect race. Is Lu Zi feeling that this place is too dirty? Well, it is true. Such a place is not suitable for you. The insect king's mouth curled into a stiff, eerie smile. Go down, Lu Zi said softly. Since the insect king had already noticed them, continuing to hide would only make them look like turtles retracting their heads. Lu Qi jumped down with Lu Zi, looking disdainfully around before gently placing her in a relatively clean spot. Insect king? Jingchuan took a large step forward, secretly blocking Lu Zi behind him. He raised an eyebrow and smiled, lifting his eyelids. Beneath his indifferent gaze lay a surge of killing intent. An SS grade of the stars? You and that lion barely qualify to be my enemies. The insect king arrogantly raised its chin, lifting its hand to rest its fingertip against its fangs, casting an aggressively invasive gaze over Jingchuan toward Lu Zi. Lu Zi, a healer, indeed impressive. No male could tolerate such a gaze on his female. The irritable lion released its mental power, warning the insect king that a filthy insect was not worthy to mention her. Do not disrespect the king. The scorpion insect, ignoring its own wounds, loyally came up to protect its king. Unfortunately, its king did not appreciate it. You stupid thing. The insect king directly grabbed the scorpion insect by its weakest neck and began to feast. Lu Zi did not know how to describe this disgusting scene. This insect king, wearing a human skin mask, was eating an insect. Waiting for its enemy to devour energy and upgrade was a foolish act Lu Zi could not perform. She shoved aside Jingchuan and fired several shots at the insect king. The loyal little insects rushed up one by one, willingly sacrificing themselves for their king. Lin Xian was well aware that his combat ability was not on par with the others. He released his mental power, firmly gripping his gun, and took out the troublesome little insects one by one. Simon drew his large knife and aimed it at the insect king, a fierce wind suddenly coalescing to block the strike. Seeing this, Lu Qi quickly mobilized his mental power to intercept several other wind blades. Jingchuan and Lanqing attacked the insect king from both sides, forcing it to abandon the meal it had been halfway through. Wind ability? Lu Zi's expression froze, whispering, "Why would a wind ability appear on the insect king? You once used the time-space turbulence to return to the apocalypse, just in time to encounter the death of the wind-type zombie king and devoured his crystal core." This was the only answer Lu Zi could think of. No wonder the insect king could be so arrogant. It was indeed somewhat different. Chapter 249, The Conclusion. Insect King 2 having abilities in the interstellar realm is indeed a violation of rules, especially when it comes to max-level abilities. No wonder Simon was so severely injured inside the insect nest. But it's alright. Zhiyi brought the beasts over without considering a one-on-one fight. What is there to talk about in terms of martial ethics with a bug? The smart deacon Lu thought it best to work together with me. The Insect King was caught off guard as he received a kick from Zhiyi, the imprint of the shoe like a shameful nail heavily hammered onto its face. You don't deserve it. Zhiyi felt that his own child had been dirted. Simon swung his large knife, cutting through one wind blade after another, pressing forward towards the Insect King. The fox, who had maintained a calm demeanor since entering the insect nest, finally lost it. After killing the last low-level insect, he fired several shots at the Insect King. Zhiyi casually raised his hand to glance at the bloodstains on his arm, the blood red in his eyes deepening. All of his mental power surged out, looking determined to not rest until the Insect King was dead. Zhiyi seized the opportunity and suddenly threw a punch. The Insect King barely dodged Zhiyi attack and took a punch from Zhiyi to the chest. Their anger did not diminish after hitting the Insect King. When the Insect King evaded their attacks, their anger only intensified. Cough, cough. The Insect King was forced back a few steps, using a wind array to build a defensive wall, giving itself a moment to breathe. It wiped away the blood at the corner of its mouth. Zhiyi was right. You orcs are all a bunch of lunatics. It seems Zhiyi talked quite a bit with you. Was that his last word before he died? Zhiyi coldly snorted, the bloodstains on her beasts stinging her eyes. Her abilities had not stopped since they struck, but new wounds kept appearing. Indeed, he had a lot to share. Every time he delivered those test subjects to my mouth, he would share the experiences of these little pitiful creatures. The Insect King's smile grew increasingly twisted. This is probably a common trait of evildoers, loving to flaunt their achievements built on the suffering of others. No wonder its wind abilities were so domineering, having devoured countless of its kind and orcs on the foundation of a max-level wind crystal core. Under the assault of 3 S-level and 2 SS-level orcs, it could still hold on, truly difficult to deal with. Zhiyi did not listen to the Insect King's nonsense. Her gentle gaze fell on her beasts, who nodded in understanding. Your wind abilities are indeed impressive, but in the abilities duel of the apocalypse, the key to victory lies in the hands of healers. A smile rippled across Zhiyi's lips, like a beautiful flower, bright and flamboyant. The Insect King certainly knew this. Just like the plan that Zhiyi and Wu Sheng carefully arranged was going smoothly. Yet there was a Zhiyi who easily destroyed all their plans. Since I can't have it, I will destroy it. The Insect King's eyes turned blood red as it spread its arms and howled in rage. A fierce wind swirling in from all directions, buzzing loudly. Ah, bury it for the Empress Mother. The howling wind was bone-chilling. The entire stone cave shook violently, and rocks continuously fell, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. The wind blades grew denser, falling upon them like a heavy rain. Hiss! Zhiyi's figure moved slightly, a flash of white light, and he transformed into a giant python, charging towards the Insect King. Lin Xian also transformed into beast form, a vivid red flame mark appearing on his forehead, 9 tails swaying behind him. The 9-tailed fox bent down before Zhiyi, who understood the signal. She placed a hand on its back and, using its strength, flipped onto its back. Zhiyi leaned down, and the 9-tailed fox skillfully dodged the fierce wind blades. They seemed to drift outside the battlefield, yet they were invisibly dispersing the Insect King's wind abilities attacks. Zhiyi felt like a moving rescue station, the flowing light entwined around her fingertips growing more intense. Zhiyi. The Insect King's gaze locked onto Zhiyi, raising its hand to condense a sharp wind ball. But it was interrupted by a sweeping snake tail. The Insect King sidestepped, only to be swept by Zhiyi's leg. Zhiyi broke through with a punch, and Simon swung his large knife. One punch is no match for 4 hands. The Insect King was taken aback. The strength it was proud of had no effect before them, retreating step by step, unaware it had already been forced into a corner of the cave. A bunch of lunatics. Lunatics. A bunch of lunatics. Even if Zhiyi could help them heal their wounds, the pain had undeniably existed, and the blood that flowed would not return. Yet they stubbornly endured their attacks, seemingly oblivious to the pain, not regarding themselves at all. The Insect King's mentality had completely collapsed. Zhiyi noticed that the Insect King no longer focused its attention on her. It was nearing its end. She quietly lowered her body further, taking out an electromagnetic pulse pistol, the electric energy set to maximum. Xian, follow my instructions. Lu Zhiyi lowered her voice, the things in her eyes spinning rapidly, yet her gaze grew clearer. Duck! Lu Zhiyi's eyes suddenly became sharp. Her fingertip pressed down just as the nine-tailed fox lowered its head. He Lanqing sensed something and sidestepped, while the giant python wrapped its tail around the insect king's legs. In a flash, a pale blue electromagnetic impact crashed fiercely into the insect king's chest like a ferocious dragon. Ah! The insect king felt as if its heart was being forcibly torn apart, its body trembling in extreme pain, veins bulging like vines. Dense blood vessels weaving in a twisted pattern on its surface, like the most eye-catching curse in the night, recording this silent yet brutal struggle. It was going to self-destruct. Just as Lu Zhiyi's words fell, Simon raised his hand and delivered a knife, completely piercing the insect king's heart. Head. Its head has a crystal core. Lu Zhiyi felt inexplicably excited. This is the crystal core of a wind system zombie king. Although it didn't hold much value for her, it was still good to collect. Perhaps it could be sold for a good price. The snake understood, swinging its tail and striking the insect king's eyes, making it dark. He Jingchuan picked up a stone from the ground and smashed it towards the insect king's head. With the backing of immense mental power, he directly crushed the insect king's head, disgusting flesh and blood spraying out. The insect king completely ceased to breathe, its eyes wide open, unable to understand why it had met such an end even in death. The cleanliness-obsessed, nine-tailed fox quickly transformed back into its orc form, while Lin Xian held Lu Zhiyi and retreated repeatedly, a look of disgust evident on his face. The fox's claws had gotten dirty, but its fur absolutely could not. Rumbling, without the support of the insect king's power, the entire insect nest began to collapse. The six figures calmly deployed their flying devices to evacuate. Lu Zhiyi looked back, smoke rising, seemingly sealing the past of this race in dust. Just as she was reflecting, He Jingchuan picked up the unwashed crystal core, still stained with the insect king's brain fluid. The wolf felt disdain, but since Lu Zhiyi wanted it, he could only begrudgingly take the crystal core along. The insect king was indeed powerful. Any one of them would have been defeated if they faced it alone, but the undeniable fact remained. Unfortunately, they were not alone. They were tightly intertwined in a web of relationships as family. Chapter 250. The spoiled lion, the bug king, and the bug mother are dead, and the bug nest has collapsed. Any one of these news would be enough to send the entire starry sky into a frenzy. The soldiers can finally put down their weapons for a brief moment and celebrate around the bonfire. They managed to get Lu Zhiyi out with great difficulty. But after having a drink, Lu Zhiyi hurriedly left, leaving the chief officer who was seated in the main position, feeling bored as well. Burp. After finally resolving the troublesome bug race, at least you could smile a little. Xiao Taihui directly grabbed a bottle of wine and plopped down beside He Jingchuan, his face flushed, unable to suppress a burp. Don't come here and act drunk. Just thinking about Lu being with that crazy lion at this moment made He Jingchuan feel sour, and he found Xiao Taihui's playful demeanor annoying. Sigh, you find me annoying. Xiao Taihui pretended to be sad, raising the wine bottle to take a swig. The aroma of the wine made his head sway slightly. Why go back this time? You must give me a long vacation. I want to spend time with Xiao Zhu. Oh, Wolf also wants to accompany Lu. Xiao Daiyu, annoying Wolf. Wolf doesn't want to hear this. Go away. He Jingchuan frowned slightly, and considering their many life and death experiences together, he restrained himself from giving Xiao Taihui a slap. Fine, I'll go find Xiao Zhu for a video call. Xiao Taihui still chose to act foolishly in front of He Jingchuan. Get lost. He Jingchuan used his mental power to push Xiao Taihui away, sending him crashing to the ground with a thud, landing on his backside. Inside the tent, Simon. Lu Zhiyi called out softly. The next moment, Simon kneeled in front of Lu Zhiyi with a thud. Lu Zhiyi looked puzzled. I was wrong. I should have gone to the bug nest alone, and... Simon proactively admitted his mistake, recalling how he was captured after being defeated by the bug king, feeling too ashamed to speak. Lu Zhiyi hesitated, wanting to show concern. After all, the proud lion had been captured by the bug race and humiliated, so he must be feeling terrible. But why did he kneel so readily? Who taught him that? I'm useless. Please don't abandon me, the lion said with a grievance. The lion thought about how that snake had told him that Zhiyi was very angry about his actions, and the more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. He felt so useless. You can get up now. Lu Zhiyi, helpless, reached out her hand to Simon. Simon placed his hand on hers, easily covering it completely. Such a small hand, soft and warm, but he didn't dare to apply too much pressure. Simon obediently stood up, lowering his head. Lu Zhiyi patted the space beside her, motioning for him to sit down. When Simon sat down, the narrow little sofa suddenly felt crowded. He was very close to her, able to clearly feel her breath. Simon. Lu Zhiyi initially wanted to ask Simon what he experienced in the bug nest. But she thought better of it. It's best not to reopen old wounds. We will be returning to E-Garden soon. Do you have any plans? Will you come back with me? Simon tilted his head, gently leaning against Lu Zhiyi's shoulder. The little sofa was too cramped, and the lion's tail struggled hard to wiggle to the front, the tip of his tail brushing against Lu Zhiyi's palm. It tickled. So, you want to go home with me? Lu Zhiyi turned her hand to hold his tail. Yes. Simon's uneasiness disappeared, and he buried his head in Lu Zhiyi's neck, rubbing against her. The lion was scared to death, thinking that Zhiyi would dislike him because of this incident. That rabbit is still in E-Garden. Simon thought of this and inexplicably felt a bit jealous. You treat him better than you treat me. I just think he is very cute. I can't help but want to tease him occasionally. Lu Zhiyi's eyes curved with a smile as she turned to cup Simon's face, gently tracing his features. Also, I just wanted to show concern for you. I feel sorry for the lion. Oh, woo. Simon let out a sound. His ears perked up, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift, rubbing against Lu Zhiyi's palm like a big cat. You just asked me what my plans are. So, can I register as your partner? Simon's courage grew a bit. His passionate eyes were filled with love, entirely focused on Lu Zhiyi. Sure. Lu Zhiyi nodded. Lu Zhiyi saw Simon's face suddenly magnifying in front of her until their noses touched. He closed his eyes, gently pressing his lips against hers. Simon's kissing skills were still quite inexperienced compared to the other beasts. He gently explored, brushing over every inch with tenderness. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door came unexpectedly. Lu Zhiyi gasped softly, her body leaning back slightly, and was pushed back by Simon. Go open the door first. Lu Zhiyi nudged Simon's chest. Wait a moment. Having tasted the sweetness, Simon was not going to stop. He buried his head to rub against Lu Zhiyi's face and then rubbed down a bit more. He knew who was standing outside. He could smell that stinky snake. Simon didn't dare to press Lu Zhiyi for too long, quickly getting up, scooping her up in his arms, holding her tightly. He felt that this was not the right time for him to take the lead, especially since Zhiyi was just pregnant. He didn't know if he would have that chance. He just needed to be gentle. He would search on the Star Network later. Knock, knock. The knocking sound came again. Lu Zhiyi is doing this on purpose, Simon muttered. They could be a bit petty. Lu Zhiyi simulated helplessly, each one more childish than the last. This lion is no different. So, when are we going back? Simon secretly cursed the annoying snake, pulling Lu Zhiyi's hand and intertwining their fingers. It depends on how the army arranges things. We still need to clean up the battlefield and comfort the residents here. It will take at least 7 days, Lu Zhiyi estimated. A long time. Simon sighed lightly, but we agreed that you wouldn't go back on your word. Lu Zhiyi kissed Simon's face several times to reassure the lion. Simon reluctantly set her down, unwillingly going to open the door for Lu Zhiyi. TSK. Outside the door, Lu Zhiyi looked at Simon with annoyance and clicked his tongue, pushing Simon aside. Upon seeing Lu Zhiyi, his expression changed, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Look what I brought you. Lu Zhiyi raised the fruit wine in his hand, a small bottle, just the size of a palm. I saw you weren't satisfied with what you had, so I specially brought this for you. It's sweet and one tea get you drunk. Lu Zhiyi opened the bottle and handed it to Lu Zhiyi. Seeing that this snake was practically wrapping around Lu Zhiyi, Simon silently cursed. Shameless. He quietly closed the door, feeling that he was a good lion. I couldn't stay down there, so I came up to find you. Lu Zhiyi explained for himself. Although he was indeed a bit jealous of Simon being with he just didn't like overly noisy situations. Thank you, snake, for bringing me the fruit wine. Lu Zhiyi tilted her head back to take a sip, narrowing her eyes in satisfaction as the fragrance of the wine tickled her heart. It's normal for beasts to have little quarrels after finally driving all the enemies away. Lu Zhiyi was ready to completely relax and enjoy. Chapter 251. Triumphant Return. This is the greatest victory in the interstellar war against the insect race over the past millennium, achieved at the lowest cost. Everyone knows that the greatest contributor is Lu Zhiyi. It is said that Lu Zhiyi and her beasts will return triumphantly today with their army. And the orcs in Central City are crowding at the gates of the A905 military district, eager for a chance to catch a glimpse up close. They only see one starship after another flying across the sky of Central City, all marked with the A905 military district insignia. They didn't even catch a glimpse of Lu Zhiyi, let alone the esteemed General He. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan had long prepared a celebration banquet. just waiting for the soldiers to return and reward them for their merits. In the solemn hall, all eyes are focused on the person on the stage. She is dressed in a black cheongsam, with red lips accentuating her elegant presence as she walks gracefully on high heels. Next to her, General, he has a grin that seems to split his face, his smile never wavering. Question: why is General he still standing on stage while Zhiyi speaks? Answer: Lang Lang just wants to show off that such an outstanding person is his partner. He has no bad intentions. Below the stage, the foxes, white tigers, snakes, and lions see Zhiyi and smile, but when they see the white wolf, they don't smile. In the end, may the interstellar world enjoy peace for 10,000 years. May the years be tranquil, and may you and I be safe. Zhiyi smiles lightly, slightly bows, and slowly walks down the stage amidst the thundering applause. Since becoming the chairperson of Planet X-856, Zhiyi has become increasingly at ease in such occasions, and her own strength gives her the confidence to stand at a high position, receiving the admiration of thousands. She sits in the front row, flanked by Zhang Yuan and He Jingchuan. According to past years, Zhang Yuan's position should have been reserved for Hong Yan. But Hong Yan had sacrificed too much to protect Yiddisha. What a formidable young woman. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. He has watched this little girl step by step rise to a high position. To be recognized by General Zhang is also my honor. Zhiyi glanced sideways, humbly smiled, and placed her hands on her lap. Zhang Yuan then looked at the group of young men beside Zhiyi, regretting that he couldn't have a capable grandson like them. Looking at the entire interstellar realm, all the powerful mentalists have rushed to Zhiyi's side. Who else could possibly stand beside her? The old man thought he should go up and say a few words. Zhang Yuan adjusted his collar. He often joked about being old, but this vigorous and healthy general, aside from his gray hair, really doesn't seem old in any other respect. Zhang Yuan went up to reward the meritorious deeds. Aside from military honors, the A905 military district has plenty of money and weapons, and the rewards are quite substantial. The A905 military district is truly impressive. Zhiyi looked at the extra zeros in her account, her little money-loving eyes sparkling as she propped her chin and glanced at He Jingchuan beside her. Lulu is such a little money lover. He Jingchuan affectionately tapped Zhiyi's nose, saying, I've turned in my rewards. You should take good care of me. TSK, as if anyone else isn't the same. Zhiyi interjected with a hint of teasing, clearly showing that he had heard everything. Zhiyi, I recently bought a small planet and registered it under your name. The seether is quite nice. I've contacted a construction team to build a mansion there. I'll send you the design later to see if you want any changes. The asset-rich Lin Xian quietly added another asset for Zhiyi. All right, thank you, Xian. Even though Zhiyi is already a little wealthy lady, she will never refuse to have more assets. She wants to save money for her offspring. She doesn't know how high their mental strength will be in the future or if they will surpass their father. But as long as there is money, her children won't have to suffer too much. After the award ceremony comes the banquet. The military district's banquet is not like the 4 seasonal banquets of Central City. There are no nobles strutting around with airs, just people eating meat and drinking wine heartily. Unexpectedly, a drifter like me can still mix into the A905 military district. Zhiyi closely followed Zhiyi, and the soldiers around them showed no hostility or disdain towards the drifter. Instead, there was genuine warmth and respect. This was both because he is Zhiyi's partner and because he contributed to this victory. Zhiyi discovered that the goodwill this world offered him began when he met Zhiyi. Where's the drifter? I don't see anyone. Zhiyi feigned surprise, looking around. Then she affectionately linked her arm with Zhiyi's, her voice soft and gentle. I only see my snake. Her snake is definitely not a drifter. And soon, there will be no more drifters in this interstellar world. Yours. Zhiyi couldn't help but lean down and kiss Zhiyi on the forehead. A gasp arose from the crowd, and several soldiers who had never been in love looked curiously at Zhiyi and Zhiyi. Zhiyi inexplicably felt a bit shy. She thought her skin was thick enough. Wow, do you think General he will get mad? Probably. I heard from the Canglong team that General he loves to show off his relationship with Zhiyi. He clearly has a small heart. Is that true? What is he showing off? Go search General he's account on StarNet. There's a ton of stuff. The young soldiers thought their voices were quiet, but trained in the army. They usually spoke in loud tones. Their whispers were not the same as ordinary orcs. Zhiyi hurriedly pulled Zhiyi's hand and quickly walked to another place. They went to a small hall nearby, which was empty except for 2 soldiers standing guard. Did their words make you blush? Zhiyi looked at Zhiyi's soft red ears, his large hand honestly pinching them. Don't mess around. Zhiyi swatted away his disobedient hand. playfully glaring at Lu Qi. There were so many eyes on us just now. They had kissed before. It was just that their mouths couldn't be kept shut. Lu Qi, looking at the hand that Lu Zhiyi had swatted away, earnestly defended himself. I'll just let He Jingchuan take care of them later. I suspect He Jingchuan really wants to deal with you. He Lanqing also came over, casually draping his coat over his arm. The usually aloof He Lanqing seemed more relaxed and lazy tonight after having a few drinks. He Lanqing had also been pulled into drinking several glasses. And now he couldn't get away for a while, giving this pesky snake the chance to stick by Lu Zhiyi's side. How much did you drink? Lu Zhiyi asked, noticing He Lanqing smelled of alcohol. Not much, not as much as He Jingchuan. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be drunk tonight. He Lanqing lazily leaned back on the sofa. Lin Xian and Simon have also had quite a bit. Okay. Lu Zhiyi thought about taking care of the drunkards tonight and felt a headache coming on. Chapter 252. Simon. A long-awaited dream come true for Simon. Everything today was enough to savor for the rest of his life. He clumsily tied his tie, the well-tailored black and white suit fitting him perfectly, his golden short hair styled neatly. He smiled foolishly at the mirror, feeling a sense of unreal happiness. His long-held wishes had finally come true. Marshal, Marshal. The dear steward is almost at the dock. The rabbit beast man knocked on Simon's door, sounding even more anxious than Simon himself. The rabbit revealed its 2 front teeth. Its long ears perked up, quivering with excitement, as if it wanted to bounce in place. Simon opened the door and casually patted the rabbit's head. I probably won't be back tonight. Take care of yourself. This implied that there were arrangements for tonight. Simon had been anticipating this since last night before going to bed. All right. The rabbit had already gotten used to being left behind by the marshal. It was okay. It could still go find little Q. The orc at the information registration office had changed a batch, and during the month that Deer left, internal conflicts within the alliance had been intense. UE, under pressure, had finally managed to clean up the alliance from top to bottom. Dear Steward, Marshal Simon, this way please. The newly employed dog beast man was fortunate enough to assist his idol with the registration, inevitably shaking his tail with excitement. Thank you. Deer nodded and took a seat at the dog's gesture. She was already familiar with the process of registering partner information. After 5 times, she could close her eyes and know what the next step was. However, the large lion beside her was so happy that his hands were shaking. Congratulations to Deer, Steward, and Marshal Simon. Wishing you both a long and happy life together. The dog beast man presented the newly made red booklet in front of them. Simon opened the booklet in front of him and looked at the photo inside, where they were closely leaning against each other, handsome and beautiful, every color still radiating happiness. He held the red booklet tightly, afraid of wrinkling it, but also worried about losing this hard-won happiness. Let's go. Deer casually placed the red booklet in her bag and tugged at Simon's sleeve. You need to take good care of it. After seeing Deer's action, Simon couldn't help but remind her a few more times, mumbling to himself. The tail behind him, whether intentional or not, gently tapped Deer's back. The red booklet could only be considered a commemorative item in the interstellar world. The most important thing was still the network of relationships. But Simon didn't care. Anything related to them had to be well protected. I'm going back to lock it up, Deer said with a smile. Then I'll watch you lock it. Simon took her seriously. How's the locking system? Do you need my help designing it? Deer just chuckled softly, her light laughter as pleasant as a bell. Find her lion truly adorable. Don't laugh, I'm serious. Simon carefully placed the red booklet into a pre-prepared redwood box, his eyes eagerly staring at Deer's bag, as if he were about to reach out and grab it at any moment. All right, let's see how you perform. Deer caught a glimpse of the staff hiding in the shadows and laughing, and she helplessly pulled Simon's hand, forcibly leading the lion away. Simon quickly placed the redwood box into his wrist space, obediently following Deer, making her feel as if she was selling the lion, and he would still foolishly help count the money. Today, the lion was fully in love, with only Deer in his mind. What are we going to planet X856 for? Simon looked at the locked destination in the starry sky, somewhat puzzled. Is there something particularly romantic there, suitable for a date? Simon couldn't think of anything. He was somewhat looking forward to it, but couldn't help himself from checking the star web. I'm taking you home. Deer playfully winked, her eyes sparkling like stars. Simon's heart skipped a beat. His heart had long been held in Deer's hands. He thought she was going to take him back to the old house. But his feelings for that home had faded. However, if it was to go home with her, the old house would still hold some significance. When the starship came to a steady stop, Simon looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar manor in front of him, feeling a bit lost. This was definitely not the old house, just somewhat resembling it. I don't know how the past is to you now, but for the future with me, I will. Deer suddenly felt a bit shy, looking up as they unknowingly arrived beneath a flowering tree, pink petals falling like bursts of laughter. Confusing flowers dazzle the eyes. Her eyes narrowed slightly. I will become your beautiful dream, and you must not be trapped in past nightmares. Simon's former home had been burned to desolation, and after being rebuilt, it was now cold and quiet. He had evaded that old house, since it was not as good as before. But rather than that, it was better to rebuild and give it a new meaning. Under the sturdy branches of the flowering tree hung a swing, green vines wrapping around it. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappled and warm, casting a dreamlike glow over the scene. "You're already my beautiful dream." Simon felt his heart racing. He couldn't help but lift her up and gently place her on the swing. His hand rested on the back of her head, supporting her as she leaned back. He sincerely bent down and placed a kiss on her forehead, then slowly moved down. Deer responded, her hands climbing up to his neck. The flowering tree seemed to hear the soft sounds of water, shyly shaking its branches and letting down a shower of pink rain. Simon looked down at her glistening soft lips and couldn't help but steal a kiss. The swing swayed as well. Deer let go of her hands, intending to grasp the sides of the swing, but was intercepted by his large hand midway. "Why'd you let go?" The lion tilted his head, perfectly positioned in the intersection of light and shadow, warm sunlight shimmering on his golden hair. "I'll take you on the swing." Simon wrapped his arms around Deer's waist, lifting her up and sitting on the swing himself, placing her on his lap. "When I was young, my father often pushed my mother on the swing." Simon used his mental power to sway the swing, holding her tightly in his embrace, feeling the spring breeze brushing against them, his body relaxing in rare comfort. Deer was momentarily stunned, then broke into a smile. Simon rarely mentioned his past, and most of it was not very pleasant. "Is it like this now?" "No. My father was just pushing my mother from behind, but I want to hold you instead." "And you?" "I was watching them from the side." Deer imagined a little lion watching his father and mother with a dazed expression, and unconsciously replaced that pair of beautiful people with their likeness, realizing that she and he would also have a little lion. Chapter 253. The cub is being delivered. The flower tree in the manor had shed its delicate pink blossoms for a whole day, and the petals lay scattered on the ground. The next morning, the tender petals were adorned with glistening dew, gently swaying in the morning breeze. Simon's eyelashes fluttered as he slowly opened his eyes, looking down at the person in his arms, who was still asleep and looked sweet. Simon recalled last night, a flush creeping up his ears. He squinted his eyes, feeling increasingly shy. He had been a bit unable to control himself last night. And just when he thought he couldn't hold back any longer, he remembered that she was carrying their cub. He suddenly snapped back to reality. He was about to pull away, but she held on to him, saying, it was okay. She cared for him, although they didn't go all the way. She actually bent down to help him. The blush spread from his ears to his face, still warm. As Simon reminisced, he couldn't help but hum softly, and his tail, which had been hidden under the blanket, emerged, its tips swaying back and forth. The little lion ultimately found it hard to control his desires. He turned over and buried his head in her chest, nuzzling like a spoiled child. Zhiyi let out a soft sound, slightly waking up. She looked at the time. It was 6:07 a.m., and her delicate hand gently rested on his head, rubbing his lion ears. "Don't make a fuss," she murmured, and fell back asleep. "Forget it. Let him make a fuss. It wouldn't go too far anyway." 6 months passed in the blink of an eye, and it was late autumn. Zhiyi had just celebrated her 26th birthday, and her belly had rounded out, the cub inside her still over 8 months along. Whenever she wanted, she could check the cub's gender and species, but she preferred to keep it as a surprise, waiting for the day it would be revealed. The position of the Alliance president had been vacant for a long time, and the name that was most frequently mentioned was Zhiyi's. She neither accepted nor refused. She only said that she wanted to spend more time with the cub for now. Looking across the entire star system, no noble dared to bypass Zhiyi for that position, nor could anyone guarantee their capabilities were better than hers. They could only continue to burden Vice President Yu with more work. Zhiyi stood on her tiptoes, one hand gently resting on her round belly, while the other reached for the holographic gaming glasses hidden on the top shelf. She cautiously glanced back, looking quite sneaky. There was no way around it. That group of beasts was too naughty. They controlled her snack intake, and even cut back on her mental nourishment. A gaming addict could skip chips, but not a whole month without playing games. Zhiyi was rebellious. If they said she couldn't do something, she would insist on doing it. This was the perfect opportunity. He Jingchuan was in a military meeting. Lin Xian had taken on an important research project. He Lanqing was teaching at the academy, and Simon had gone to the neighboring planet for business, while the easiest to fool, Lu Qi, had been tricked into going to buy small cakes. If she didn't act now, when would she? Cough, cough. A light cough was heard nearby. Dear Zhiyi's body stiffened as she silently pushed away the items she had acquired. Turning around, she found the easiest to fool, Lu Qi, standing behind her. When did he come in? That unreliable little Q had said he would keep watch at the door. Seeing Lu Qi's empty hands, Dear Zhiyi decided to take the initiative, placing her hands on her hips, exuding confidence. Where's my little cake? Downstairs, Lu Qi replied, amused by her righteous demeanor. He crossed his arms and lowered his head to look at her. But, dear steward, shouldn't you explain why you're here? What is wrong with me just taking a stroll? The entire manor is mine. Where can I go? There's a who fit, racing herchin defiantly. Not the least bit ashamed, even if she was caught. Actually, I wouldn't stop you. Lu Qi poked her little face. He wasn't a strict, perverse tiger. TSK. After the fact, in Dear Zhiyi's eyes, Lu Qi just wanted her to get the game, and then take pictures to show the other beasts. So naughty. Not at all. You're wronging me. Lu Qi blinked innocently. Dear Zhiyi lightly pushed him away and swaggered downstairs. Lu Qi shrugged helplessly. Thanks to her high-level abilities, Dear Zhiyi's body was in excellent condition. Since becoming pregnant, she had not experienced any discomfort, even during the chaos in the insect nest. The cub hadn't caused her any pain. No wonder in the star system, females with stronger mental powers were more willing to bear cubs. Painless childbirth and male partners to care for them avoided the difficulties and challenges women faced in her era. Dear Zhiyi held the small cake and plopped down on a large white wolf plush toy in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Leaning against the big white tiger behind her, with the fox and lion on either side and a snake underfoot. Dear steward, I was wrong. Lu Qi didn't know what he had done wrong, but was already very skilled at kneeling and admitting his faults in front of Dear Zhiyi. You're not wrong. Dear Zhiyi took a small bite of the cake. Lu Qi's head buzzed. He really hadn't done anything. He silently handed Dear Zhiyi another piece of cake, this one mango-flavored. Dear Zhiyi finished it in a few bites and shoved the empty plate back into Lu Qi's hands, her big, watery eyes blinking. I only bought 2. Lu Qi said honestly. I'm sleepy. Dear Zhiyi casually grabbed a large plush toy and held it close, wanting to sleep right after eating. How about I secretly bring the game console over for you to play? Lu Qi decided to please this little ancestor, but you can't take it away, otherwise. You'll end up playing all night, and that's really too much. Thinking about it, if their future cub did the same as Dear Zhiyi and played games all night, it would be a headache. Without her abilities, Dear Zhiyi's body wouldn't withstand such torment. Respectful, but fake. Dear Zhiyi instantly perked up, tossing the toy aside, sitting up with her eyes sparkling, her lips pouting slightly in a deliberately spoiled manner. But they were all too familiar with her act. What's real and what's fake? He Lanqing slowly walked over from the living room. Dear Zhiyi silently complained. Why were they both back so early today? The strictest white tiger had returned home, and her little schemes would have to pause. Nothing, just that the little cake is gone, and the snake didn't buy it for me. Dear Zhiyi's body softened again, sinking back in her pile of soft plush toys, feeling weak. Lu Qi was puzzled. Why didn't he buy it for her? Was that how it worked? Naughty. Lu Qi leaned down and bit her little face, then stood up to help this little ancestor clean up the empty plates. 2 cakes are quite enough. If you eat too much, you want to be able to eat dinner later. He Lanqing glanced at the 2 empty plates in Lu Qi's hands and bent down to pick her up, holding her steadily in his arms. What do you want to eat tonight? You. Dear Zhiyi replied casually. Okay, I'll remember that. Once the cub is out, I'll clean myself up and deliver myself to your bed. A low, husky chuckle came from above her head, and Dear Zhiyi looked up to see his exquisite collarbone and the rolling Adam's apple, sexy yet tempting. You're not being honest. Dear Zhiyi buried her head in his chest, the corners of her mouth slightly rising. These past few months, they had been considerate of the cub, often making themselves all hot and only able to take cold baths. But she wanted to do the same. She wanted to be playful, but they never gave her the chance. Dear Zhiyi crossed her arms. Chapter 254. Little Wolf Cub as autumn waned and winter approached. The little cub in Butler Lu's belly was about to be born, and the entire star system was filled with anticipation. Outside the operating room, 5 beastmen looked anxious. If it weren't for Yin San personally blocking them outside the surgery room, they would have likely rushed in. How could they not worry? There was a 10 risk involved in the surgery. Sigh. Lin Xian, can you say something? And you're a doctor too. So please calm your heart and wait patiently. Okay? Yin San tugged at Lin Xian, who was sitting in a chair but couldn't move him. He sighed helplessly. It's not your partner, so of course you're calm. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Yin San was momentarily speechless. He let go of his hand and began to reflect on himself for some reason. It seemed to make some sense. After all, it was Butler Lu who was inside, so it was indeed something to worry about. Yin San inexplicably started feeling anxious too. The surgery was very successful, and Butler Lu was safe. The door of the operating room opened, and a robot in a white coat walked out. Upon hearing that there was nothing wrong with Lu Zhiyi, the beastman let out a heavy sigh of relief. Lu Zhiyi was still under the effects of the anesthesia, drowsily sleeping on the bed, being pushed back to her room by two robots. The beastmen instinctively followed her, seemingly forgetting there was a cub. It's a little female cub, a very cute little wolf cub. Congratulations. A mechanical arm hurriedly tugged at He Jingchuan, with its small robotic head filled with big question marks. The cub was still with it. Why were they running away? A little female? The beastmen paused, and the other medical beastmen in the corridor cast envious glances, especially at He Jingchuan. Not only was he Butler Lu's first partner, but the first cub born to Butler Lu was also his, and it was a female. But He Jingchuan was certainly delighted, but he wanted to see Lu first. A cub was placed into his arms, small and soft. He didn't even dare to hold it tightly. The cub is entrusted to you. Lin Xian patted He Jingchuan on the shoulder, glancing at the little cub with undisguised envy. They had long agreed that, regardless of whose cub it was, they would raise it with care. However, the first priority would always be Lu Zhiyi. Be good, the father will go see the mother first. He Jingchuan looked at the cub in his arms and made a rather unkind decision. Little Q, come here. Little Q is here. Little Q had already installed the program to care for the cub and was on standby at any time. Yin San watched in disbelief as He Jingchuan handed the cub over to Little Q. The old man exploded. He had never seen such an irresponsible father. He Jingchuan, this is not just a little female. This is your daughter. No wonder he was the male who had been in the little black room the most in the entire star system. Even though He Jingchuan hadn't been inside since following Lu Zhiyi, his record was still hard to break. The five beastmen sat around Lu's bedside, and the last one to arrive, He Jingchuan, could only sit at the foot of the bed. Little Q was carefully holding the little cub in its arms, and the rabbit beastman looked on curiously, wanting to poke the cub's face but afraid of getting its rabbit paw chopped off. It was a peaceful moment, and the warm winter sun gently shone down, with the beauty on the bed lost in a sweet dream. Lu Zhiyi let out a soft hum, her powers flowing slowly within her, healing the stitches from her surgery. Her hand slowly lifted, only to be grasped by a fox. Zhiyi, Lin Xian called softly. Cub. Lu Zhiyi squinted her eyes, and after a moment of dazedness, she opened them. Cub. Lin Xian was slightly taken aback, only then remembering this matter. He looked at He Jingchuan's empty hands and swallowed his words. How do you feel? He Lanqing, as if he hadn't heard anything about the cub, kindly helped Lu Zhiyi sit up, placing a soft pillow behind her. I'm fine. Did you all forget what my powers are? Lu Zhiyi looked at their concerned gazes, a faint smile appearing on her lips, and warm feelings flowed in her heart due to her partner's care and company. Then her tone shifted. Where's our cub? With Little Q. He Jingchuan felt a bit guilty. It was him who had handed the cub over to Little Q. The little rabbit was also helping to look after the cub. She was very well behaved. Simon handed Lu Zhiyi the prepared warm water. The five beastmen inexplicably felt a sense of unity. Normally, they would be stepping on each other. Lu Zhiyi instantly realized that they had forgotten about the cub, feeling both amused and helpless. She gulped down more than half a cup of warm water, then handed it to He Lanqing. She stretched out her hands. Little Q, let me see the cub. Coming. Little Q walked over with small steps, tilting its mechanical head. Little master, are you okay? I'm fine. Lu Zhiyi replied softly. Hearing this, Little Q handed the little cub over to Lu Zhiyi, muttering, the little master's cub, little master? It seems so. It's a little wolf cub. A female cub. Just as Lu Zhiyi's fingers were about to lift the soft cloth wrapping the cub, He Jingchuan shook his big tail behind him, his eyes brimming with joy. Lu Zhiyi shot He Jingchuan a slightly disdainful glance. Now he knows to be happy. He didn't see him holding the cub earlier. Lu Zhiyi paused her fingers. Cough, cough. She almost used the most straightforward human method to determine the cub's gender. It's a little wolf cub. Lu Zhiyi gently tapped the cub's ear, soft and smooth. She just didn't know about its tail. However, holding the cub in her arms felt truly magical. Lu Zhiyi couldn't help but lower her head to touch the cub's little face. Her heart seemed to be gently tugged by this little being. She had her own child now. She was becoming increasingly attached to this world, to this home. It's a little wolf cub. That's good. Her Jingchuan gained another family member. A blood-related family member. In the past, He Jingchuan was an unfortunate little wolf. But the little wolf of He Jingchuan and Lu Zhiyi would be the happiest and luckiest little wolf in the entire star system. Within half a month of the cub's birth, the name had to be reported to the Information Bureau. Zhiyi, have you thought of a name? Lin Xian gently tucked the hair that was stuck to Lu Zhiyi's cheek behind her ear, but when his fingertip touched the cub, his heart softened. They had discussed names before, considering both female and male names, but they hadn't settled on one for a long time. We can start with a nickname. He Lanqing looked at Lu Zhiyi's slightly furrowed brows, not wanting her to think too much right after giving birth. What if she got tired? Let's call the nickname October, the cub born in October. Lu Zhiyi fell into thought, feeling that no name could match her cub's future. Lu Zhiyi, Zhiyi. Lu Zhiyi's brows suddenly relaxed, and she smiled broadly. Her Zhiyi would shine as brilliantly as the rising sun, living a smooth life. Because, you see, her parents had already paved the way for her. She just needed to move forward boldly. Chapter 255. The Beast Baby Record 1. The entire star system had been on tiptoes, eagerly waiting for a week, and finally, Lu Zhiyi released a group photo on the Star Network. Lu Zhiyi, the little princess, says good morning to the world. In the photo, Lu Zhiyi is sitting on a wooden chair, surrounded by nebula flowers, holding Lu Xie in her arms, while He Jingchuan and Lin Xian sit on her left and right. And behind the wooden chair stand Simon, He Linqing, and Lu Qi in order. Lu Zhiyi's first cub is a little female, which caused a stir throughout the star system, with many beastmen speculating about what kind of powerful being she would become when she grew up. Outside the garden, there was a sky full of envy and sighs. While inside the garden, things were a bit chaotic. At 6 in the morning, woo, little Lu Xie was crying loudly, pulling at her little mouth, her small hands flailing in the air, and even without opening her eyes, she had already squeezed out a few tears. The rookie dad, He Jingchuan, instantly woke up, scooped up the little cub from the bed, put on his slippers, and didn't he forget to tuck Lu Zhiyi in before leaving the room. Lu Zhiyi was awakened by the crying. She turned over, and logically, she should be feeding the little cub, but unfortunately, her eyelids were fighting against each other. She was really sleepy. Most of the time, Lu Xie was quiet and well-behaved, but when she cried, it was also quite a hassle. Here, the milk foam is ready. Lin Xian was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. He heard the crying becoming clearer and skillfully picked up the pre-prepared milk and handed it back. He Jingchuan grunted softly, placing the nipple at Lu Xie's mouth, and the crying gradually stopped. Only the sound of the little cub drinking milk could be heard. Lin Xian took off his scarf. Wearing a white shirt with rolled-up sleeves, he prepared 2 sandwiches and brought them out. He Jingchuan squinted his eyes, still in his pajamas, sitting on the sofa, looking a bit tired. Did she cause a fuss again last night? Lin Xian reached out to take Lu Xie, accidentally tilting her little milk bottle in the process, which made her grunt a little unhappily. He Jingchuan spoke with a hint of heartache. Little October sometimes only recognized Lu and sometimes cried at night, causing Lu not to rest well. If it were a male cub, if he dared to disturb Lu, He Jingchuan would just throw him into his own room and let little Q take care of him. But unfortunately, it was a little female cub, and her crying made people soft-hearted. Ahem. Actually, He Jingchuan had thought about it too, but Lu wouldn't allow it. However, today it's hard work for you. He Jingchuan patted his good brother Lin Xian on the shoulder, casually picked up a sandwich from the table, and headed upstairs. The thought of not having this little thing blocking him in between made him feel much happier about being able to cuddle Lu again. Little October, tomorrow you'll meet your white tiger father. Lin Xian teased with a smile, placing the empty milk bottle on the table, and took Lu Xie out to bask in the sun. That's right. In facing the noisy little cub, Lu Zhiyi implemented a shift system, with each beast taking turns for a day. After all, she couldn't suffer alone. The newborn Lu Xie was slightly disliked by her fathers, and, at 7 months old, her little face had opened up a bit, vaguely showing Lu Zhiyi's little shadow, which made her fathers curious again. However, the premise was that she must not disturb Lu Zhiyi. After all, Lu Zhiyi was always the priority. The garden was covered with soft, fluffy blankets, and little Lu Xie was crawling around. October, call Mommy. Mommy Lu Zhiyi sat on the blanket with a little bell, attracting Lu Xie's attention, her mouth opening and closing, her already soft and delicate voice becoming even more so, filled with affection for the little cub. Lu Zhiyi felt that the terms mother and father in the star system were still too unfamiliar, so she called them according to how she did when she was little, and her beasts had no objections. Lu Xie was wearing a cute onesie with a big white wolf design, and the onesie originally came with a fluffy tail, but unfortunately, Her hands-on father, specifically naming he Jingchuan, had taken that tail off, revealing Lu Ziyi's own little tail. The little cub, with her pink face and a little tail swaying behind her, looked like a little jelly when she crawled, with her ears on her little head bouncing softly. Lu Ziyi felt her heart melting. Her cub was so adorable. Lu. After much effort, Lu Ziyi crawled to Lu Ziyi's front, hugging her legs and calling out cutely. Lu Ziyi looked around lazily for he Jingchuan's figure. How many times had this wolf shouted Lu in front of the cub? It's mommy. Lu Ziyi lowered her gaze, placing the little bell in front of Lu Ziyi, gently coaxing her. However, Lu Ziyi hit the little bell with her small hand, disliking this obstructive thing that blocked her view of mommy, her big sparkling eyes looking a bit confused. Lu mommy. All right, Lu Ziyi accepted it. After all, it was still mommy. Little October, mommy kiss. Lu Ziyi picked up Lu Ziyi and gave her a big kiss on her round, chubby face. Hee Lu. Lu Ziyi giggled, blowing bubbles from her mouth, and called out another Lu. He Jingchuan. Lu Ziyi was helpless. Coming. He Jingchuan brought the prepared milk to Lu Ziyi's side. Hold her, your daughter. After Lu Ziyi finished enjoying this fragrant and soft cub, she stuffed her into He Jingchuan's arms. Where's Lu going? He Jingchuan looked at Lu Ziyi, who was trotting upstairs, somewhat puzzled. I'm going shopping with little Bamboo. Lu Ziyi's voice came, and she had already disappeared from sight. All right. He Jingchuan's wolf tail drooped. He poked Lu Ziyi's little face and said, Lu is going to dress up beautifully to go shopping. You quickly cry out and keep Lu here. Lu Ziyi didn't understand. She just gurgled and drank her milk. He Jingchuan also didn't understand why some male protagonists in Chinese romance novels thought they could keep the female lead by using a child. He saw that even with a child, Lu was quite free. Just like now, she was strutting out in a little black skirt. Little October, goodbye. Wait for mommy to come home. Mua Lu Ziyi blew a kiss to little Lu Ziyi from afar. What about me? This time he Jingchuan couldn't help it. He didn't care that he was still holding a little cub in his arms and leaned in. Wait for me to come home. Lu Ziyi looked at the wolf who had bent down, his handsome face magnified in front of her eyes. She raised her head, her soft lips gently pressed against his, her tongue accidentally brushing against him, leaving a bit of moisture. He Jingchuan's gaze darkened, already planning how to climb in her bed tonight. Lu. Wolf. Little Lu Ziyi reached out toward Lu Ziyi's figure, and when the little cub grabbed nothing, she didn't fuss. She just touched her own ears. Chapter 256. The Adventures of Beastie and her cub 2 at 12 a.m. Hoo and Lu Ziyi crawled around in the study. She hugged He Lanqing's thigh, feeling a bit bored. Lu. Mama Lu. Lu Ziyi tilted her head, wondering why Mama wasn't there. She should be cuddling her and sleeping. Mama was tricked away by the wolf. He Lanqing adjusted his glasses and twirled a black pen between his fingers. He smiled lightly, looking down at the little one beside his leg. Oh, there's also a fox. He Lanqing picked up Lu Ziyi and placed her on his lap. That white tiger, he thought, recalling how the fox dared to flirt with it in the cold winter, and that wolf, who had the audacity to intervene even when it wasn't his night, made him quite annoyed. Fortunately, he had this little cub to keep him company. Lu Ziyi looked at the flickering blue light in front of her, the dense characters dancing, and felt sleepy, yawning slowly. Sleepy? He Lanqing raised an eyebrow, finding it quite strange that this little one would feel tired. He turned off the screen and adjusted her position to make her comfortable. Hoo. Lu Ziyi instantly perked up again, patting He Lanqing's chest with her small hand. You're just like Zhiyi. He Lanqing's mind drifted back to the days when he attended classes with Lu Ziyi. She occasionally felt sleepy while looking at large blocks of theoretical text. Lu Ziyi made a dazed sound, seeing He Lanqing smile, and she grinned back with her small mouth. He Lanqing, who had felt a bit tired while looking at papers, now had his eyes filled with the little cub, forgetting about work. In the future, except for him, he wouldn't trust any professors or experts outside to teach Lu Ziyi. Little October, how about going to school with Daddy tomorrow? He Lanqing coaxed softly. As soon as he finished speaking, whether by intention or accident, Lu Ziyi waved her small hand and hit He Lanqing's face, the force just right, as if protesting that she shouldn't go to school without weaning off milk first. Little October. He Lanqing's gaze softened as he looked at the little cub who was being a bit noisy in his arms. He hesitated to speak. Don't hit like that, okay? If you hit hoo, you can't hit mama. He Lanqing lifted the cub with one hand while pulling out a handwritten paper with the other. Not long after, the large study was filled only with the sound of pages turning and Lu Ziyi's shallow breaths. Under the warm orange light, Lu Ziyi tugged at the white tiger's tail, her small eyes tightly closed, dreaming a good dream. In her dream, she turned into a big wolf. Even a big wolf would hide in Mama's arms to sleep. In winter, Zhiyi was dressed in various adorable onesies by Zhiyi every day. When dressed as a little wolf in a little white rabbit outfit, she looked cute and silly, but upon seeing the wolf tail behind her, it evoked a strange feeling of a rabbit being eaten by a wolf in a fairy tale world. Perhaps inheriting her father's strong mental power, after learning to crawl, Zhiyi quickly learned to sit up properly and could even walk a few steps while holding onto something occasionally, and could say simple repeated words. Woo woo woo. Snake daddy, it hurts. Zhiyi suddenly crawled over crying, clumsily bumping her head against the half-closed door, looking at Zhiyi with a face full of snot and tears. She learned the word hurt because she had cried in the middle of the night and accidentally bitten Zhiyi, which resulted in her father giving her a slap on her tender little bottom. At that time, Zhiyi had comforted her, saying, "Little October, it doesn't hurt anymore." Clever Zhiyi remembered that this feeling was called hurt. "Little October, don't cry." Zhiyi put down the half-finished small comb she was polishing and quickly picked up Zhiyi. She looked down at her little cub, covered in snot and tears, feeling both heartbroken and helpless. Zhiyi took out a wet wipe from the side and wiped Zhiyi's dirty little face, but it seemed impossible to clean it completely. "What's wrong with Snake Daddy?" Zhiyi carried Zhiyi towards the room of Zhiyi. Zhiyi's small room next door contained medicines, ointments, gauze, and bandages. Basic medical supplies were all arranged by Lincian here. Zhiyi pushed the tightly closed door and then directly opened it using her fingerprint access. Zhiyi was sitting sideways on a soft couch, one leg bent up, with a palm-sized blood mark above his knee. The wound had already been treated and was wrapped in bandages. When Zhiyi saw Zhiyi, he awkwardly tried to cover his wound, saying, "I seem to have scared little October into crying." Little October knows you are hurt and crawled over crying, "Call me." Zhiyi placed Zhiyi in the middle of the soft couch and gently pointed at Zhiyi's wound with her fingertip. Zhiyi was momentarily stunned, feeling warmth in his heart, and sighed. He really didn't suffer in vain for this little one. All those bottles of milk in the middle of the night weren't wasted. Zhiyi glanced at the crying little cub with red eyes and a red nose. "Mama will cast a magic for little October, okay?" Zhiyi untied the bandage, and the blood mark had disappeared. If it weren't for the blood-stained handkerchief in the trash can, it would really seem like nothing had ever happened. Zhiyi tugged at Zhiyi's knee to stand up, and when she saw the blood was gone, her little eyes widened in surprise. "Mama, woo." Zhiyi didn't understand this magical phenomenon. She only knew that Mama was amazing. She clapped her little hands and dove into Zhiyi's chest, giggling foolishly. Zhiyi's soft spot was hit directly by Zhiyi, making her gasp in pain. My goodness. No wonder this cub was a combination of a max-level ability and SS-level mental power. So strong. "Are you all right?" Zhiyi quickly pulled Zhiyi into his arms, looking worried as he reached out. His intention was just to help her rub her sore spot, but that area seemed a bit off. As Snake's breathing grew heavier, the little one in his arms tugged at his collar, bringing him back to his senses. "Zhiyi, let Xiaoqiu take little October to the garden to get some sun." Inappropriate. Zhiyi looked at the hand, still reluctant to retract from her chest. Then at Zhiyi's clean, bright eyes, feeling somewhat guilty as she covered those little eyes, inexplicably flustered, her little face turning red. These rascals never knew to avoid the little cub. Zhiyi realized too late that she should have swatted Snake's hand away instead of covering Zhiyi's eyes. "Take good care of the baby." Zhiyi playfully glared at Zhiyi, leaving Zhiyi with him and walking away. "Mama?" Zhiyi tilted her head, not knowing what had happened. "Let's go get some sun." Zhiyi lifted Zhiyi high. Zhiyi opened her little mouth and laughed, her attention instantly diverted. As Zhiyi carried the little cub, he began to plan how to get Zhiyi to take care of the baby tomorrow while he entangled with Lulu. Chapter 257. Beast babies taking care of their young. 3. The central city welcomed its first snowfall, with snowflakes drifting down all day, accumulating a thin layer outside the courtyard. Little dear Zhiyi, just over a year old, was puffing and running around. "Little October, your little feet are getting cold." Dear Zhiyi helplessly picked up the little wolf on the ground. "Oh, whoa, it's snow." Dear Zhiyi waved her little hand towards the heavy snow outside the window, her small eyes sparkling with excitement. "Mommy, Mua." Dear Zhiyi cupped Dear Zhiyi's face in her little hands and playfully splashed her with saliva. Dear Zhiyi was a clever little wolf. She knew that every time her dads did this to her mom would be very happy, and her dads would be happy too. So, Dear Zhiyi wanted to cheer up her mom so they could go out and see the snow. "Lion Dad, let's go see the snow." Seeing that dear Zhiyi was unresponsive, she leaned on dear Zhiyi's shoulder and reached out to Simon. This little one was getting better at being cute. Even little Q in the courtyard loved her antics. The beast cubs weren't that fragile. And since the defense system isolated most of the cold, it was fine to let little October go out to play. Simon reached out to take the little one. Her soft and adorable appearance almost melted his heart, and the lion's tail unconsciously swayed along with the little wolf's tail. However, without dear Zhiyi's approval, Simon didn't dare to take dear Zhiyi outside. Go on, dear Zhiyi waved her hand helplessly. Let's go. Simon lifted dear Zhiyi high, letting her sit on his shoulders. Charge. Dear Zhiyi waved her little hands. Both the lion and the wolf were very happy. Dear Zhiyi watched the duo leave, their figures becoming a colorful part of the vast white landscape. Have some warm tea. Zhiyi poured a cup of warm tea for dear Zhiyi. She held the cup in her hands, feeling warmth seep into her heart. Let's go out and take a look. Zhiyi wrapped a scarf around dear Zhiyi's neck and tied a pretty little knot. Next spring, there will be another big election in the Interstellar Alliance. Please help me submit my application. Dear Zhiyi took a small sip of tea and slowly stepped into the snow. She had rested for a whole year for the little one, while the beastmen of the Interstellar Alliance had waited for her for an entire year. The position of Alliance chairman had remained vacant since Wen Hao's death. Dear Zhiyi's reputation in the entire Interstellar Alliance had long surpassed that of the former Lady Helanji. She paused to watch the falling snow, suddenly realizing she wanted to cover her cup, worried about snowflakes falling in, only to find that Zhiyi had already held up an umbrella for her. This oil paper umbrella was made by the snake after studying ancient texts. It took him a month due to his clumsy hands. All right, Zhiyi responded. Oh, well, I caught it. Dear Zhiyi pitter-pattered in the snow, leaving one little footprint after another. She pounced toward Simon and grabbed the lion's tail. This little one resembled her mother, enjoying playing with tails and ears. The lion's tail intentionally brushed against her little face, tickling her, making her laugh heartily. Little October's eyes sparkled as soon as she saw the tail. Zhiyi felt a bit sour for no reason. No matter how much time passed, he still felt jealous because of the furry-eared and tailed beasts at home. It was the same for the big ones and the little ones. Snake's tail is nice too. Dear Zhiyi skillfully wrapped her arm around Zhiyi's, softly coaxing him. Then you can touch the tail more. I also want a little snake. Zhiyi leaned down beside dear Zhiyi, his demeanor lazy, his voice slightly hoarse, laced with a faint smile. That's not something I can decide. Dear Zhiyi's waist was pinched lightly by a certain mischievous snake, causing her to feel inexplicably soft, mumbling softly. Since having dear Zhiyi, her body had become more sensitive. I haven't been avoiding pregnancy. It's been a year without any cubs, so you all need to reflect on yourselves. Dear Zhiyi poked Zhiyi's chest firmly, looking righteous. Huh, you weren't so bold in bed. Zhiyi's lips curled into a meaningful smile, a hint of danger flashing in his eyes. They had been particularly restrained this past year, caring for the little one, but unexpectedly, this person had become more carefree. Little October, dear Zhiyi noticed something was off with the snake and quickly went to find her protective charm. Mommy, hearing dear Zhiyi's voice, dear Zhiyi let go of the lion's big tail and ran towards her with her short legs. She hugged dear Zhiyi's big thigh, took a heavy breath, and plopped down on dear Zhiyi's shoes, cradling her small face with both hands. October is tired. The little one had just been playing snowball fights with Simon, but the snow was too thin, and she couldn't make snowballs, leaving her little hands frozen and red. Two large hands reached out towards dear Zhiyi, but the snake was quicker. Little October, don't sit on mommy's feet. Zhiyi frowned slightly, lifting the little one and placing her on his arm. Finding her quite heavy, Simon withdrew his empty hands and instead picked up dear Zhiyi, lowering his head to nuzzle her face like a big lion being affectionate. Daddy Snake says October is heavy. Dear Zhiyi pouted, displeased. Zhiyi noticed the person beside him had been taken away by the lion and suddenly found that the dear Zhiyi in his arms didn't seem as appealing anymore. Is that so? Zhiyi was slightly taken aback. When did he say that? October isn't heavy. It's just that what you did earlier would tire mommy. Zhiyi pinched dear Zhiyi's pouting mouth with his hand, teasing her deliberately. October slanders daddy. October is naughty. Dear Zhiyi leaned back against Simon. Her gaze slightly narrowed as she watched them playfully tussle in front of her. Not naughty, not naughty. Dear Zhiyi shook her head, mumbling a few words. Dear Zhiyi's little head quickly got wrapped up in Zhiyi's antics. She really thought she had hurt dear Zhiyi with her earlier fall. Tugging at Zhiyi's collar with a worried look at her mother. Mommy doesn't tea hurt. October, ISN tea heavy. Dear Zhiyi's voice grew softer, her little eyes darting around. At dinner, Lin Xian prepared dear Zhiyi's favorite meat, but she only had a few teeth and couldn't chew it. So she just savored the flavor. I don't want to eat. Dear, Zhiyi was afraid of gaining weight, silently drinking her little millet porridge. Late at night, dear Zhiyi climbed up, hugging her wolf toy, and went at dear Zhiyi's feet. Little October. Jingchuan lowered his voice, thinking this little one was going to disturb dear Zhiyi again, planning to take her to the next room. Daddy, mommy's feet hurt. The wolf is soft. Dear, Zhiyi held up her wolf toy. Jingchuan's lips twitched. He knew right away that his daughter had been tricked. He put dear Zhiyi down, watching her place her wolf toy beside dear Zhiyi's legs, then tiptoed back into bed. Dear Zhiyi clutched the quilt with both hands, satisfied, and fell asleep. Meanwhile, her wolf dad picked her up and gently placed her on the small bed beside. Jingchuan rested his chin on the top of dear Zhiyi's head, wrapping her in his arms, his large hand encircling her waist, and his large tail draped over her legs. Outside the window, the heavy snow continued to fall, while they nestled together, tightly wrapped in each other's warmth. Chapter 258. Finally, she arrived at that position. In the spring of 3025 in the interstellar world, Zhiyi was elected as the president of the Alliance with a 95 approval rating. It was the busiest day in Central City, filled with residents from various planets, all wanting to see Zhiyi in person rather than through the cold light screen. On that day, Zhiyi wore a red suit adorned with a star map embroidered in golden threads at the cuffs, and the Alliance's badge pinned on her chest, making her stand out. She stood on the podium as the sunlight streamed through the transparent dome, casting a dazzling glow around her. Cheers erupted from the beastmen, who waved their arms with admiration and anticipation in their eyes. Her companions stood on both sides of the stage, bowing their heads reverently. Lucia, dressed in a small suit, held hands with Jingchuan, quietly gazing up at her mother. The little one couldn't fully understand what it meant to be the president of the Alliance. She only knew that her mother was the most powerful female in the entire interstellar world. Thank you all for your support and trust, allowing me the honor to hold this noble position. Her red lips parted, her voice neither delicate nor charming, flowing like a gentle stream in the forest. A clear spring flowing through every corner of the interstellar world. Zhiyi's emotions were somewhat complex. She had entered the Alliance, a place once disappointing to the entire interstellar community. The black and white intertwined, making it hard to clearly define many things. She had her own desires, wanting to grasp power in her hands, to stand in an unshakable position, to pave the way for her offspring, to ensure there were no more wanderers in this world, and to make the world a little warmer. Zhiyi, in the end, had her kindness and love worn down in the apocalypse, yet slowly found again in the interstellar world. Since Zhiyi took office, she cleared out the pests within the Alliance, welcomed wanderers, vigorously supported and developed inhibitors, and reduced the out-of-control rate of the interstellar beastmen to its lowest point in history. She also established many shelters, adopting numerous orphan beastmen, not expecting them to become powerful in the future, but simply not wanting them to be disappointed in this world. Due to her own beast's unfortunate experiences, Zhiyi mended the world. The majority of the interstellar community were Zhiyi's loyal fans, while a small portion of beastmen hated her but felt helpless, watching her block their path without being able to do anything. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Zhiyi's appearance had not changed much. She was now 32. President, this summer, several small planets are facing severe drought, and the finance department has proposed aid funds that require your signature for confirmation. An assistant adjusted a small light screen in front of Zhiyi, which flickered with red light, signaling the drought-stricken planets. Zhiyi casually tapped, and images popped up: cracked land, dried rivers, and emaciated beastmen. Add 1 million star coins for each planet, and arrange it as soon as possible. Zhiyi glanced over, her eyes sweeping through, and finally pressed her fingerprint and signed her name. The additional funds will come from my personal account. All right, I will arrange it as soon as possible. Though the assistant was already accustomed to the sight of their president's wealth, he was still shocked each time. After all, the entire Alliance combined was not as wealthy as the president. The salary issued by the Alliance was less than the small red envelopes the president occasionally gave. There is also a construction project in Central City this year that needs a review. The assistant handed over another document. Zhiyi took the document, which detailed the construction plans for Central City this year, from towering skyscrapers to well-planned ecological parks, each line sketching out a picture of technological prosperity in the interstellar city. Her fingertips slightly tapped, and a light blue glow emerged, as if traversing between the virtual and the real. Those cold numbers and lines gradually came to life in her eyes, turning into towering buildings. No problem. Zhiyi closed the document. Good. The assistant put the document away, but hesitated, yet he did not hide the truth from Zhiyi, saying, "The second young master and young master are outside." Got it. Zhiyi waved her hand, her expression calm, without much fluctuation. Over the past 5 years, Zhiyi had given birth to a tiger cub and a snake cub. She planned to leave one child for each of her beastmen, and now only the fox and lion were left. The tiger cub, Zhiyi, was the second child, now 4 years old, and took after Qing, being a cool little handsome boy. The snake cub, Zhou, was the third child, now 3 years old, and seemed to have activated some hidden traits, being a bit mischievous and teasing, yet maintaining a cold expression towards things he did not like. Meanwhile, 6-year-old Xie would turn and run upon seeing her 2 troublesome younger brothers. At that moment, the little white tiger and little snake were standing outside Zhiyi's office, pressed against the wall as punishment. The reason was that they had injured a small cheetah in kindergarten that day, and the call had gone to Qing. Qing had brought the 2 cubs to the political affairs center, instructing them to reflect in front of Zhiyi. However, neither of them wanted Zhiyi to think of them as bad cubs, so they stood silently outside. Such handsome cubs. The Eagle Clan girl Aegon, an A-level psychic, was currently studying at the Huashing Starship Military Academy and was learning to assist Zhiyi's assistant in her spare time. Aegon was holding documents in her arms, her eyes fixed on the 2 handsome cubs, her legs seemingly glued to the ground, unable to move. It was her first time seeing the president's cubs. Zhou's dark green eyes narrowed slightly, feeling uncomfortable under Aegon's gaze, and quietly turned his little body away. Such a strange female. Brother, will Mom come out? Zhou poked Zhiyu's shoulder. She will. Zhiyu's cold little face puffed up. The assistant uncle will tell Mom we're here. But I didn't do anything wrong. That cheetah is so annoying. The more Zhou thought about it, the angrier he became, showing his still developing little teeth. Daddies all say we can fight back if someone bullies us. Fight? Aegon was taken aback. Can such a small body really fight? However, she quickly imagined a scene of the little cubs waving their tiny hands in a fight, which was still very cute. We can't let anyone hear us. Zhiyi said each word very seriously. Then should I go in and call the president for you? Aegon gestured to where Zhiyi was. No. Zhou shrank his neck. Just mentioning Zhiyi made him a bit cowardly, although he felt he was in the right. He knew his mother would be angry if there was a fight. When Mom was angry, all the daddies would be angry too. Sigh, being a snake is so hard. Chapter 259. Little cubs can be jealous. Zhiyi finished her work and leaned back lazily in her chair, her toes lightly tapping on the ground as she turned to the large floor-to-ceiling window behind her. The midday sun was just right, gentle and bright, cascading over her and making her comfortably squint her eyes. The professor tossed the cubs over, but why did he run away himself? Zhiyi sent a video invitation to Qing, and the image on the screen flickered for a while before it connected. Qing stood in formal attire in front of a plain wall, and it took Zhiyi a moment to realize he must be busy. It's my oversight. Whatever punishment the chairman wants, I'll accept it when I get home tonight. The cold expression on Qing's face quickly faded, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, a low, husky laugh spilling from his throat. But Simon should be about to arrive. From the butler to the chairman, the variety of words they used was increasing, while the affection in their eyes grew deeper with time. Beasts have long lifespans. 5 years and T left too many marks on Qing's face, just a bit more mature, yet in some ways still so unserious. Hello. I want T disturb the busy Professor Heelan. Zhiyi joked. A seminar is not as important as you. Qing said indifferently, as if the meeting were unimportant. If the old professors at the meeting heard Qing's words, they would have to quietly speak up on the StarNet. This seminar gathered top scholars from across the galaxy. They had been eagerly waiting for Professor Heelan to share a few words, only to find out that a phone call from Chairman Liu was more important. Alas. All right, you go ahead and be busy. Zhiyi couldn't keep him from goofing off, so she hung up the video call after a parting remark. Zhiyi pulled up the surveillance of the corridor outside, watching 2 silly little cubs standing against the wall. Zhiyi managed to stay calm, while Zhou turned his head after being teased by Aegon. Not long after, Simon hurried over, still in his military uniform. The lion had just returned from planet X-856, and after a hard day's work, he and T managed to embrace the sweet scent he longed for and was now here to deal with the troublemaking cubs. The white wolf was there to pick up little October from school, the fox was buried in the laboratory, and the snake had run off to the neighboring planet to auction a collection that caught his eye. If it weren't for the arrangements made long ago, The lion would almost think they all disliked these two cubs for not coming to see their parents after fighting. Daddy Lion. Lu Jinyu saw Simon coming from a distance and obediently called out, Daddy Lion. Lu Linzhou turned his little face towards the sound after hearing it. I heard you guys did something big. Simon knelt down on one knee to look at the two little cubs at eye level, teasing them with a smile. His tail swaying gently behind him, as if eager to watch the fun. I didn't do anything wrong. Lu Linzhou puffed up his cheeks in anger, recalling what the little cheetah had said, looking quite justified. He and Qing only knew the general situation, mainly because these two stubborn little ones wouldn't say anything. So when he conveyed it to Simon, he only mentioned that the two little ones had fought. Little you, come tell Daddy what happened. Simon's gaze fell on Lu Jinyu. The cheetah said he wanted our mommy to be his mommy. My little brother got angry and fought him. I want to protect my little brother. Lu Jinyu said seriously, occasionally glancing at his snake brother beside him. Daddy, we were wrong. Please don't let mommy be angry. Okay? But Simon couldn't see a trace of guilt on his face, though he truly didn't want Lu Zhiyi to be upset. When Lu Linzhou thought of Lu Zhiyi, his puffed-up little face deflated, and he buried his head in Simon's embrace, clutching Simon's clothes. Daddy Lion, please don't let mommy be angry at Jojo, okay? Lu Linzhou's little skill of being spoiled was as effortless as building blocks. But Daddy also has to listen to mommy. Okay, Simon consoled, lifting Lu Linzhou with one hand while holding Lu Jinyu's hand with the other. Just as Simon was about to push the door open, Lu Linzhou got timid again and mumbled into Simon's neck, I'm scared to see mommy. Lu Jinyu tightened his grip on Simon's hand. The fierceness they displayed while fighting was now replaced by timidity. It was said that the little cheetah cried after being beaten, while the two cubs remained unscathed, truly brothers united. Simon released Lu Jinyu's little hand and took off his military cap, placing it directly on Lu Linzhou's little head. Lu Linzhou clutched the cap tightly, the brim covering most of his little face, resembling an ostrich. Lu Jinyu looked at his empty hands and silently grabbed Simon's tail, his little face aloof while his little hands were honest. The office door was pushed open, and Lu Zhiyi met Simon's helpless smile. The two little ones lowered their heads, not daring to look at her. She pretended to be surprised. Oh, little you and Jojo, how did you come here? Mommy. Lu Jinyu bit his lip, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Little you. Lu Zhiyi responded and slowly walked towards the two little ones. Jojo. Simon looked down at Lu Linzhou, who was still acting like a turtle, and gently patted his little bottom. The little snake let out a small, aggrieved sound. He asked jealous. Why does that little cheetah want to compete with him for mommy? He didn't do anything wrong, and neither did his brother. The little cheetah deserves to be beaten. Why didn't mommy call him? Is she angry? The little snake felt a bit helpless. But he knew that fighting was indeed not right. A faint sobbing sound came, and Lu Zhiyi paused, her gaze falling on the little snake whose body was trembling slightly. The little snake thought he was hiding it well and wouldn't be discovered. Hearing his brother cry, Lu Jinyu couldn't help but feel his eyes redden, silently raising the lion's tail to cover his little face. No matter how aloof the little handsome boy was, in front of mommy, he was just a little white tiger. Simon felt helpless. If it were Lu Xie crying, he would feel heartbroken. But if it were these two little ones, well, so be it. Daddy will talk to mommy. Lu Jinyu gently tugged on the lion's tail, clearly having spoken so clearly to Simon outside, but now couldn't say anything. The little white tiger was filled with his brother's low cries, and his little head was overwhelmed by his brother's tears. Okay, Simon wanted to laugh, but was afraid that if he did, they would cry even louder. He cleared his throat and repeated what Lu Jinyu had said. Lu Zhiyi looked at a series of messages on the light brain, where Jingquan had investigated the little cheetah's family. Lu Zhiyi had enrolled the little cubs in a kindergarten affiliated with the A905 military district, where all the students were young beasts of military personnel, and the teachers were all rigorously selected. The little cheetah's parents had an incompatible relationship, so they entered into a partnership. The little cheetah followed his father. The mother rarely saw the little cheetah aside from sending child support on time, and the little cheetah often heard the little snake bragging about his mother. After hearing it for a long time, he said, I really wanted mommy to be my mommy too. A purely innocent statement led the little cheetah to face a mixed double attack from the brothers. Little cheetah, aggrieved, at a loss. Chapter 260. Nab Jojo, that's right. Lu Linzhou said with a choked voice. Is fighting also wrong? Lu Zhiyi lifted the military cap from Lu Linzhou's head and rubbed his little head. Lu Linzhou dared not speak anymore. We were wrong. Sorry, Mom. Lu Jinyu put down the lion's tail and ran over to hug Lu Ziyi's leg. Lu Jinyu's eyes were red, but he didn't let the tears fall. He mimicked how Dad usually comforts Mom, wrapping his little tail around Mom's leg. Zhou was wrong, but that cheetah wanted to take Mom away. He was also wrong. Lu Linzhou cried even louder when he talked about this. Lu Linzhou usually didn't cry when being spanked by Lu Qi, but today, just a question from Lu Ziyi made him cry. Simon put Lu Linzhou down with some disdain because his clothes were soaked with tears. Lu Linzhou stumbled and almost fell to the ground. The little cheetah just envied Xiaoyu and Zhou for having such a loving mom. He didn't really want to take her away. Lu Ziyi squatted down, holding the two little ones in his arms and softly comforting them. Lu Jinyu let out a small grunt, hugging Lu Ziyi without speaking, while his little tail tried hard to get closer to Lu Linzhou, patting his brother's back to soothe him. All right. Lu Linzhou wiped his tears with the back of his hand, clearly the one who started the fight. But his little eyes were red, bright with tears, looking as if he had been wronged. Zhou would apologize and Wu Ti cause trouble for Mom and Dad. But Zhou still thought the little cheetah was bad. That's Zhou's mom. Xiaoyu would also apologize. Lu Jinyu nodded his little head obediently, his white tiger ears bobbing along. That cheetah's father is a subordinate of Jing Chuan, and Jing Chuan will arrange the apology over there. Lu Ziyi rubbed the heads of the two little ones and looked up at Simon. All right, Simon replied, then I'll take them home first. So I want tea to disturb your work. Upon hearing this, the two little ones obediently withdrew from Lu Ziyi's embrace, though Lu Linzhou reluctantly hooked Lu Ziyi's finger. It's fine. I'll order some snacks to be sent over, and we can have a nap together later. After Lu Ziyi finished speaking, he opened his light brain to search for the dessert shop he usually frequented. You haven't rested properly. You haven't even had lunch yet, have you? Simon frowned slightly, a mix of heartache and helplessness. It's just that work piled up at the same time, not too much. I just wanted to finish it before resting. Lu Ziyi softened his voice, and after speaking, he winked at Simon. But it's all done now. The little ones are still here. Let us give her some face-you. Simon lowered his eyes and chuckled, his gaze flowing with tenderness and favoritism. Lu Ziyi ordered a huge pile of desserts, filling the small table in the break room. Lu Jinyu liked sweets, just like Lu Ziyi, his little face looking cool as he used a small spoon to dig into a small cake. Lu Linzhou wasn't very interested, but seeing what Lu Ziyi was eating, he picked up a little to try. Marshal Simon, try a sip of this full sugar, no ice milkshake. Lu Ziyi held the milkshake up to Simon's lips. Simon's thin lips parted slightly, leaving a lip mark on the straw, and even before tasting it, he felt it was sweet. But is it cold? Simon raised an eyebrow, a meaningful smile appearing. Didn't you say it wasn't over yet? Ahem. Lu Ziyi shifted his eyes guiltily. That was careless. I exposed myself. What do you mean it's not over? Little Linzhou asked in confusion. Dad Tiger said, don't ask about adult matters. Lu Jinyu reminded his brother seriously. Lu Ziyi rubbed his forehead. What did He Linqing say to the little ones behind my back? Oh, Dad Snake seems to have said something too. Lu Linzhou nodded. Mom, do I need to close my eyes? Lu Ziyi clenched his fist. One He Linqing, one Lu Qi, both directly criticized. Just keep eating the little cakes. Don't listen to your dad's nonsense. Lu Ziyi hurriedly stuffed food into the mouths of the two little ones. Lu Ziyi heard Simon laughing beside her. She elbowed him playfully and shot him a glare. How are you better than them? Simon didn't answer, because after the little lion was born, he would also trick like this. Mom is tired. Lu Linzhou patted his round little belly and leaned his head on Lu Ziyi's shoulder. Little you is tired too. Lu Jinyu rubbed his little ears and couldn't help but yawn. Simon got up to make the bed, adjusting the room temperature to a comfortable level and drawing the curtains. When the break room darkened, the two little ones became even sleepier. Go to sleep. Lu Ziyi rubbed their little heads, and when she stood up, the two little ones obediently followed her like little tails. Lu Ziyi propped her head to the side, looking at her two adorable and handsome little ones, her heart melting like water. Indeed, having a handsome partner comes with many benefits. Even the little ones look pleasing to the eye. Simon tidied up the remnants on the table and found the bathrobe he had left in the wardrobe, then slipped into the bathroom. Lu Ziyi's break room wardrobe took up an entire wall, with 6 cabinet doors, one for Lu Ziyi, and the rest for her beast companions. One for each, specially customized by her at the beginning. I need to wash myself clean before hugging Fragrant Ziyi. However, Lu Ziyi saw Simon's bathrobe open. The loose tie around his waist tied very carelessly, as if it would fall apart at a touch. The droplets of water on his chest hadn't dried yet, sliding down his sexy muscle lines, disappearing from sight. Lu Ziyi's gaze flickered, and she instinctively looked at the two little ones who were already fast asleep beside her, inexplicably feeling a bit guilty as she sighed in relief. Simon. Zhiyi opened her mouth, silently accusing Miss Lion. Simon watched her red lips part, seeing her hiding under the quilt, looking like a fluffily angry little cat. Under the nurturing of healing-type abilities, Zhiyi's body was much better than other beastmen. Her skin smooth like white jade. Every slight touch would make him addicted. Simon approached step by step, the bathrobe tie swaying, his lion tail raised. Like a victorious general eyeing his spoils. Simon stopped in front of Zhiyi, leaned down, and rubbed his nose against her neck, his warm breath causing her to feel a tingling sensation. Don't mess around. Zhiyi lowered her voice. You clearly finished lying to me. Little liar deserves to be punished. Simon glanced at the two little ones who were already fast asleep, becoming even more unrestrained. He lowered his gaze, burying his head in that soft area. Change places. Zhiyi grabbed Simon's ear, her body's honest reaction making her feel embarrassed. Okay. Simon picked her up, making sure to cover the two little ones with their quilt. There's really nowhere else to go in the break room, except the bathroom. Chapter 261 Epilogue. They will love forever one over the years. Under the promotion of Zhiyi, the interstellar community has increasingly valued the Spring Festival. This year is unique for Zhiyi. The garden has gained two little beasts, the fourth little lion Lu Huai and the fifth little fox Lu Shuiyao. This year, Lu Shiyu is 8 years old. Lu Jinyu is 6 years old. Lu Linzhou is 5 years old. Lu Huai is 3 years old. And Lu Shuiyao is just 8 months old. Daddy. Little fox Lu Shuiyao drags her tiny 9 tails and crawls on the ground, accidentally burying her head into the carpet, rolling around and ending up sitting right on Lin Xian's feet. Chirp! Lu Shuiyao's little face looks dazed as she simply hugs Lin Xian's leg and refuses to move. Lin Xian, who is writing, accidentally shakes his hand and spills a few drops of ink, smudging the couplet he just finished. Yao Yao. Lin Xian smiles helplessly, his lips slowly curling into a gentle smile. Daddy. Lu Shuiyao tilts her head, completely unaware of what she has done. Fox Daddy, the paper is here. Lu Jinyu runs over holding several rolls of red couplet longer than himself, with a paintbrush wrapped around his tail. Meanwhile, He Lanqing follows behind the little white tiger, empty-handed and unhurried. The little white tiger has grown up, so naturally, he should be put to work. Brother. Lu Shuiyao's eyes light up as she turns to find a new target to bother. Yao Yao, be good, your brother is still holding something. He Lanqing directly intercepts the little fox who is climbing halfway. It's not that he's afraid of the little fox causing trouble, but he's worried that the little white tiger might drop something and hit the little fox. Tiger Daddy? Lu Shuiyao blinks her eyes, sitting on He Lanqing's arm, her 9 little tails swirling behind her. Lin Xian rolls up the 20th scrap red couplet and places it in the nearby paper basket. It's rare to see Dr. Lin so lacking in composure. He Lanqing glances at the full paper basket and teases, with a mini version of Lu Zhiyi, the playful and adorable Lu Shuiyao around. How can it not be influenced? Taking advantage of the few seconds Lu Shuiyao is under He Lanqing's control, Lin Xian quickly writes a simple Fu character in one go. He carefully places the Fu character in a position where the little fox can't reach. So I need Professor He Lan support. Lin Xian brings his daughter back, giving the spot to He Lanqing. Here, this year's couplets for the garden rely on you. Brother. Lu Shuiyao waves at Lu Jinyu, but is carried away by her father. The little fox is a bit dissatisfied, resting on Lin Xian's shoulder and using her little tail to sweep Lin Xian's face. Daddy, take Yao Yao to see the fireworks prepared for Mommy. Lin Xian grabs the mischievous little tail. Hearing Mommy, Lu Shuiyao's attention is instantly diverted. Meanwhile, Lu Jinyu, who has been forgotten by Lu Shuiyao, piles the red couplets on the table and brings a small chair to step on. Daddy, what are we going to write? Lu Jinyu holds the paintbrush wrapped around his tail and looks serious as he watches He Lanqing bring a piece of paper to him. Right? The red thread binds our feelings. May we grow old together and never part. He Lanqing dips his brush in ink, turning his wrist, each stroke flowing like clouds and water. Yet the sharp brush tip hides infinite tenderness. Where he writes, each character is like a pearl, stringing together heartfelt lines. Lu Jinyu is puzzled. The characters pasted in front of the garden last year didn't seem to have this style. Is this for Mommy? Seeing He Lanqing's tenderness, which is something only Daddy shows in front of Mommy, the little boy quickly finds an answer for himself. Lily wants to learn. Daddy, teach me. Lu Jinyu, being a good little tiger, raises his small face and looks at He Lanqing seriously. He Lanqing suppresses his smile. raising his hand to poke Lu Jinyu's nose. This is not what a little white tiger should write. Lu Jinyu purses his lips, knowing that Daddy would say this. But his nose is itchy, and he wants to wipe it. Forget it. He'll let Mommy help him wipe it. Thinking of this, his tail behind him wags happily. Helan Qing looks down at the little white tiger beside him, wondering what this little creature is happy about. Come on, write with me. Helan Qing gently taps Lu Jinyu's forehead, unrolling a new couplet and slowly starting to write. To help Lu Jinyu keep up, he deliberately slows down his speed. Fortune fills the home. Spring warmth arrives. Clear sources flow far. New years arise. Lu Jinyu articulates each word clearly. The little white tiger glances at what Daddy wrote, then at his own writing. Although it seems childish in comparison, the little white tiger unconsciously puffs out his chest, feeling proud of himself. Helan Qing sees his cub's little actions and chuckles softly. Daddy, it's crooked. Lu Linzhou watches as Lu Qi sticks the window decorations crookedly, jumping up and down anxiously. Daddy's silly. Lu Qi pauses with the window decoration in hand, wishing he could immediately give this little brat a smack on the bottom. This is Mommy's favorite floor-to-ceiling window. We need to stick it nicely. Lulin ou sans danger. Swallows hard and hugs the plush toy that Lu Zhiyi often holds, feeling Mommy's scent to boost his courage. How about this? Lu Qi squints and gestures a few times. A little higher on the right? Lu Linzhou suggests in a small voice. Lu Qi believes him. Give me another one. Okay. The father and son work together, one sticking and the other handing over. Finally, when Lu Qi comes down from the flying vehicle, he sees the decorations stuck up, all sticking up at the edges, and his mouth twitches. This is what you call a little higher on the right? Isn't it right? Lu Linzhou tilts his head. Oh, it seems a little crooked. Lu Linzhou silently takes a step back, not daring to look at Lu Qi. Zhou didn't do it on purpose. Forget it. Let's go to the next one. Lu Qi pats Lu Linzhou's head and points to the paper box on the ground. All right. Lu Linzhou nods and happily picks up the paper box. Inside the box are various cute little decorations for the new year that Lu Zhiyi specially selected. Wolves, foxes, tigers, lions, and snakes, all in equal numbers. Fair as a bowl of water. When Lu Linzhou picks up the box, only his dark green eyes are visible. But the little guy doesn't feel tired because these are what Mommy bought. Let me do it. Lu Qi lifts the box. Zhou can do it. Lu Linzhou looks at his empty little hands and raises his little face to look at Lu Qi. Then he accidentally drops the box, hurting his little hand and breaking some of the little things inside. Lu Qi looks down, teasing his little brat. As a result, neither of us can enter Mommy's room. Daddy scared Zhou. Lu Linzhou doesn't believe it. Mommy will only feel sorry for Zhou. All right, the little one has grown 2 years older. Not so easy to fool anymore. Zhou also doesn't want Daddy to be too tired and wants to help him. This is the little guy's honest thought. Take these. Lu Qi picks out 2 little snake ornaments and hands them to Lu Linzhou. Lu Linzhou takes them, his little feet quickening as he closely follows Lu Qi. Chapter 262 Epilogue. They will love forever. 2 Gulu Gulu. Lu Huai was rolling a snowball bigger than himself with the little lion. The little lion shook his head and was very satisfied with his work, saying, Mom's body is all piled up. Lu Huai stood on a small stool, using his little hands to fix and mend the snowman. Dad, does it look good? Lu Huai hopped on the snow and came to Simon, proudly showing off his creation. It looks good. Simon hesitated to say more. This round, silly little snowman was indeed lovely, but it didn't really resemble its intended form. Then I'll go wrap a scarf around Mom, so she won't be cold. Lu Huai waved a scarf he had prepared earlier, trying to tie it around the snowman. Dad, my hands aren't long enough. Lu Huai stood on tiptoe, stretching his little hands, swaying his body, and almost knocked the snowman over. The little lion pouted, his little tail tense, afraid of accidentally ruining the gift he was preparing for Mom. Hearing his little one calling, Simon reluctantly put down the carving knife, walked over, and picked up the small creature. Perhaps due to the misfortunes of childhood, Simon was particularly fond of this little cub that was connected to him by blood. However, he treated all 5 little cubs of a Yuan as if they were his own, and the little cubs had a good relationship with each other. Mom is beautiful. Lu Huai clumsily wrapped the scarf around the snowman's neck and tied a loose bow. He touched his little head, feeling it wasn't enough. So he took off his little hat and placed it on the snowman's head. I want to make one for myself too. Lu Huai counted on his fingers. There are 5 more. Dad, sister, 2 brothers, and a sister. Lu Huai waved his small hand at Simon, just finishing counting to 10. Simon looked down at his silly little cub, raised his hand to brush off the snowflakes on the cub's head, and place him down again. Go on, keep making snowmen. Okay. Lu Huai jumped in place, patted the snow on the ground, and started rolling snowballs again. Simon picked up the carving knife again, deftly spinning it between his fingers. As the icy blocks in his hands slowly took on warm lines, his eyelids lifted slightly, and his eyes were filled with affection. This was the last ice sculpture he wanted to complete. He had sculpted their home, and he just needed to finish the figure of their beloved. "Der Zhiyi," Simon murmured softly, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. He carefully carved her likeness into the ice sculpture. She wore a long dress, her eyes lively and bright, her skirt gently swaying in the wind, each strand of hair fluttering softly, carrying endless tenderness. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, shining on the ice sculpture, and in that moment, the sculpture seemed to be given life, bathed in a warm and gentle glow. "Mom is so beautiful." Lu Huai opened his mouth wide, looking at the little snowball in his hands, then at the ice sculpture his dad had carved. Dad's mom looks so good. Lu Huai pressed his little face against the ice sculpture. "Birar, it's a bit cold. But Mom's hug is warmer." Lu Huai went to find his own little ice sculpture, raising his little hand to measure, just as tall as me. Just as tall as me. Simon was satisfied as he looked at his work. 11 ice sculptures, all perfectly proportioned, a complete family. Outside Iyuan, He Jingchuan was holding Lu Xie's little hand, helping little Q set up fireworks. The firework shells were all marked with Iyuan's logo. Passing beastmen secretly took a photo and posted it on StarNet. They were already used to these fireworks. Every year during the new year, the partners of Chairman Lu would light up the city with fireworks. It was said that last year's fireworks were specially customized, worth 10 million star coins. Males sought a smile from the beauties, and they could enjoy the fireworks without spending money, which was something to look forward to. It must be said that the partners in Chairman Lu's family got along quite harmoniously. Dear Zhiyi whispered, "You can't see the scene when they argue." "Who?" Lu Xie placed down the last firework, marking the spot on her wristband. "Dad, the fireworks are ready. When the time comes, no matter where Mom looks, she can see the sky full of fireworks." General He, "Miss, here is the overall effect diagram." Little Q patted his belly, and the screen on his belly turned, showcasing the brilliant fireworks lighting up the entire central city. Colorful fireworks reflected dazzling lights in Lu Xie's eyes. She gently shook her head and smiled widely at the thought that dear Zhiyi could see the fireworks prepared by her and Dad. The position of No. 3 needs adjustment. No, the wolf's firework is crooked. The voices of father and daughter sounded simultaneously. He Jingchuan drew a circle on the screen, and Lu Xie restrained her smile, shaking her head. Little Q looked down at his belly. The firework with the white wolf pattern seemed to be a bit off. But should be fine, right? Little Q scratched his head in confusion. However, thinking of his two masters being wolves, he understood. "Dad, hurry up. The sun is going down." Lu Xie unfolded the flying device on her back, gently urging He Jingchuan while holding his hand. "Okay." He Jingchuan's lips curled up as he flew with Lu Xie toward the position of number 3. "Wait, Little Q." Little Q watched his two masters disappear with a swoosh in front of him, anxiously shutting off the screen on his belly and hurriedly following. At point number 3, a row of fireworks with custom beast patterns was set up, and Lu Xie had specially designed a cute little deer for dear Zhiyi. Although Mom was purely human, her surname was Lu, and little deer was very cute. "Dad, come adjust it." Lu Xie chose to call on her old father, fearing she might mess it up. He Jingchuan squatted down, adjusting the fireworks again and marking them anew. "Little deer." Lu Xie squatted in front of the little deer firework, cradling her face in her hands with a curvy smile. He Jingchuan felt a bit displeased hearing this name. Although she was his daughter, he still needed to remind her. "It's Mom, not little deer." "Lu Xie, you're already 8 years old. Listen, even little October doesn't call you that anymore, just calls you Lu Xie." He Jingchuan somewhat regretted calling her little deer so many times when she was younger. Little deer was his exclusive term, and even Lu Xie couldn't use it. "Immature," Lu Xie muttered. This big wolf was actually quarreling with her, an 8-year-old little wolf. "Sister." The voice of Lu Xiuyao came from afar. "Fox Dad Yao." Lu Xie chose to leave her childish old father behind. "Wait." Lu Xie turned back to glance at the fireworks. "Okay, no problem." He Jingchuan watched his cub's back as she ran in the sunset, her shadow stretching long. In a daze, He Jingchuan seemed to see little deer cub. Everything was ready, waiting for nightfall. Because they loved her, they would carefully arrange everything, tirelessly, year after year, preparing the ceremonial moments she deserved. They wanted to see her smile, wanted to see her. Already thinking of her. Chapter 263 Epilogue. They will love forever 3 as night fell. Central City was adorned with brilliant lights, and even the tranquil Liani Garden was enveloped in this radiance, resembling scattered stars descending to the mortal realm, shining brightly. Xian. Lu Zhiyi wrapped her arms around Lin Xian's waist from behind, peering curiously as the aroma of meat made her swallow hard. Is my meat ready? Just a little longer. Lin Xian turned to look at the little greedy cat behind him, his smile growing wider, and his movements became more careful, fearing that she would get splattered with oil. Clearly already a mother of 5 cubs, Lu Zhiyi seemed to still be in the mindset of 25, the year they first became partners. Perhaps love nurtures a person, like caring for flowers. The more effort you put in, the more delicate they become. Does Zhiyi only have eyes for Xian and meat? A sour voice floated in from the side. It was Lu Qi. That's right, tonight's chefs are Lin Xian and Lu Qi. The cooking skills of the beasts at Lu Zhiyi's home are top-notch. Well, of course, there's also Shi. Lu Zhiyi leisurely approached Lu Qi, pouting her lips. Lu Qi instinctively brought his face closer to hers. Since Shi was so proactive, of course, she had to satisfy him. Mua Lu Zhiyi tiptoed and affectionately rubbed her nose against his cheek, her delicate hand brushing against the back of his neck. Just as the desire in Lu Qi's eyes was ignited, her soft lips gently touched his, and her body quickly leaned back. Lu Qi had long anticipated Lu Zhiyi's intentions, and he grabbed her wrist, intending to demand some compensation, when he caught sight of 5 little cubs peeking from the kitchen doorframe. What are Mommy and Snake Daddy doing? Lu Huai asked curiously, his little face filled with wonder. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh, although his voice was clear and jade-like. Lu Zhiyi and Lu Qi could still detect a hint of schadenfreude. After all, for the past few years, they had been secretly affectionate while hiding from this group of little cubs. Mommy, this little greedy cat came in looking for food. Lu Qi loosened his grip and secretly patted her waist. Lu Zhiyi silently pinched him back and whispered, not proper. Oh, Yu is hungry too. Lu Huai stared intently at the meat in the pot. Yao Yao. Lu Shui Yao patted her little belly. And big sister Lu, you always felt that something was off. Mommy and Snake Daddy just had a kiss. Quick, give me a piece of meat to send me off. Lu Zhiyi returned to Lin Xian's side, leaning close, her little eyes eagerly glancing at the pot. Unable to control herself. One can't just enter the kitchen without getting anything to eat. All right. Lin Xian sampled the flavor of the meat slices and, confirming there were no issues, picked up a large piece with clean chopsticks. Who? Lin Xian gently blew away the steam from the meat slice before bringing it to the mouth of a certain little greedy cat. Here, what little greedy cat? I'm a carnivore. I love you. Lu Zhiyi stuffed her mouth full, making it hard for her to speak clearly. Satisfied, Lu Zhiyi left the kitchen, taking along a little tail. The dinner under the starlight was a blend of love and romance. He Lan Qing trimmed several branches of star-cloud flowers and placed them in a vase. Simon lit the ambient lights. And He Jing Chuan coaxed the 5 little cubs to a spot slightly farther away from Lu Zhiyi. Anyway, the other fathers tacitly agreed to this wolf's actions, since there were only 2 spots next to Lu Zhiyi, and they didn't want a few little ones competing with them. Lu Qi and Lu Qi untied their aprons and casually rolled up their sleeves, exuding a relaxed laziness. The table was filled with delicious food, and the aroma was tempting. Little Q also brought his star stone and sat beside the little cubs. Cheers! Lu Zhiyi raised her wine glass high, the deep red wine gently swaying, adding an alluring charm under the warm yellow light. Cheers! The cubs lifted their milk, and little Q raised his star stone. Cheers! But the way those 5 beasts pronounced those words held a profound meaning. Lu Zhiyi brought the wine to her lips, her little face puffing up from the wine. I knew you wanted to get her drunk. Try some big meat bone. He Jing Chuan, as usual, fed Lu Zhiyi, noticing that her mouth was still occupied, and held up the meat bone without complaint. Some things had already become habits, becoming natural. The evening breeze brushed past with a hint of coolness. The snow had quietly stopped for the night, and the sky was free of thick clouds, allowing the twinkling stars to be seen, covering the entire deep sky. Her hair gently lifted with the wind, and she squinted her eyes, enjoying the comfort of her partner by her side. The empty wine glass was refilled, and she already felt a bit tipsy. A slight intoxication was perhaps the best state. Everything seemed just right, and anything she looked at was veiled with a layer of mist, whether it was the twinkling stars, the bright moon, or her beasts and cubs, all appearing similarly enchanting. Look at you. Lu Zhiyi leaned back, softly resting against He Jing Chuan's chest, her fingers gently tapping the red wine glass in her hand. Another year has passed. She raised her wine glass high, seemingly wanting to toast with the stars. Her long, fair neck glistened under the moonlight, shining brilliantly. Bang bang. The fine wine rippled gently as Lu Zhi looked through the glass, seeing colorful fireworks quietly blooming at the edge of the sky, lighting up the entire central city. Even after 1,000 years, fireworks never lose their charm. Beautiful and romantic things are always so captivating and intoxicating. Lu Zhi stood up, her shawl slipping off, her long hair cascading over her fragrant shoulders, her red lips and delicate arms, perhaps due to a bit of drunkenness. Her eyes shimmered with a watery glow. She took a few steps forward, wanting to lean against the railing of the terrace, but remembered her little cubs and left some space in front of her. And behind her were naturally her beasts. Keep drinking. Lu Zhi turned around, her body slightly swaying, crashing into a warm chest. You're a bit drunk. He Lanqing supported the little wine lover, a lazy smile on his lips. The night is still long. No rush. Lin Xian snatched her wine glass away, and under the astonished gaze of the little wine lover, downed the fine wine in one go. Lu Zhi pouted, but He Jingchuan pinched the soft back of her neck, his rough fingers rubbing against her skin. Lulu shouldn't get too drunk. You all have bad intentions. Lu Zhi held her forehead, lowering her gaze, and then opening her eyes, trying to wake herself up a bit. No, we don't. Simon fixed her wind-tousled hair, but his tail was scratching her thigh. Lu Qi also helped her put on her shawl again, his brows slightly raised, tilting his head. Aren't you going to look at the fireworks? Or do you want something else? Tonight? It seemed they had woven a net for her. Clearly, the night wind was cool, but she felt extremely hot. Suddenly, she turned around and happened to see dazzling flames intertwining in the night sky, forming the shapes of beasts: wolves, foxes, white tigers, snakes, and lions circling around Lulu. Her eyes sparkled, not knowing whether she or the brilliant fireworks were more dazzling. Mommy, Happy New Year! Lulu, Happy New Year! Zhiyi, Happy New Year! No matter how many years pass, they will always be together, and they will always love each other. In the galaxy, there's only one Lu Zhi. Once caught, one doesn't want to let go. Chapter 264 Extra. Their Love Diary 1. The weather was clear, and Lulu was approached by a silly dog as she went out. The dog was bad and wanted to hit her. He Jingchuan, you look so youthful and energetic in that outfit. It's hard to tell you just gave birth to a little cub. Shun Xinju stared at the beauty in front of her. Clearly, just a simple white dress. With long hair casually falling down, her unadorned little face still exquisite, effortlessly attracting many gazes as she leaned back. You're not bad either. You must have had a pretty good time yesterday. Lu Zhi teased, after all. Someone stopped messaging me halfway through our chat yesterday and only replied after the sun was up the next day. That can't compare to you. Shun Xinju shrugged. I'm a 1, and you're a 5. The topic between sisters was just a hint. Both understood well enough. Sister, can we get to know each other? The white-haired boy wagged his fluffy big tail, his eyes clear, seemingly untouched by any dust. Sister? Shun Xinju was momentarily taken aback and exchanged a meaningful look with Lu Zhi. Lu Zhi had just given birth to Lu Xie, and although she hadn't yet taken the position of alliance president, her fame throughout the star sector was considerable. Did this little dog really not know her, or was he just pretending? Samyed? Lu Zhi looked at the fluffy big tail and then at the adorably innocent eyes, and a guess began to form in her mind. Yes. The white-haired boy lowered his head, wagging his tail even more, his ears turning red. How old are you? Lu Zhi asked curiously. Just turned 20. The white-haired boy thought he had a chance, and suddenly raised his head, grinning widely. Samyeds are indeed smiley angels. A 20-year-old puppy still carries a unique vibe. Just turned 20, huh? He Jingchuan's voice came through gritted teeth. Sensing the wolf's aura, the white-haired boy's tail instantly stiffened. General He. Shun Xinju quietly lowered her presence. General He? The white-haired boy was momentarily stunned. Sister, I mean no harm. I'm sorry for the interruption. The white-haired boy scampered away, and his final words genuinely darkened He Jingchuan's face. Jingchuan, should you be at the military district? Lu Zhi blinked. I didn't do anything. Just asked a couple of questions. Did I disturb you? The wolf huffed slightly, leaning down to trap Lu Zhi beneath him. Lu Zhi leaned back slightly, the cold touch of the chair back clearly reaching her. This isn't appropriate in public. Lu Zhi noticed more and more gazes falling on her. This was Central City, and 9.5 out of 10 beastmen knew her. Out of the corner of her eye, Lu Zhi glanced to the side, and Shun Xinju had already vanished. As expected, sisters were a mystery. They could be unreliable at crucial moments. Oomph. He Jingchuan lifted his chin, and directly Princess carried her away, striding off. Well, General, he is getting jealous in public, carrying away Lu Zhi. Lu Zhi had already imagined the trending topic on the Star Network. By the way, why are you here? Lu Zhi poked at his chest. Lulu said she likes the mango milfai here. So, I came to buy it, and then I saw that silly dog flirting with you. He Jingchuan felt a bit aggrieved. What to do if his partner was too popular? Where's my mango milfai? Lu Zhi opened her palm. How about white wolf milfai? He Jingchuan turned a corner, setting her down tightly against the wall. This corner had walls on 3 sides and was blocked by tall potted plants, making it rather concealed. 1,000 white wolves? Lu Zhi's fingers traced around on his chest. Do you still want 1,000? He Jingchuan's chest heaved violently. Unsure if it was from anger or from her teasing. Although he knew it was just a joke, he was genuinely getting jealous. Just one is enough for you to handle. He Jingchuan buried his head in her neck, biting down in a teasing manner, neither too heavy nor too light, causing her to feel a ticklish sensation. He Jingchuan spent an entire night putting into practice one thing. Lu Zhi indeed couldn't handle even one white wolf. And this white wolf could only be He Jingchuan. 2. Can I report that group of males on the Star Network who don't know how to dress? But I have 9 tails. ISNT that's still less than one of theirs. Linxian Luni occasionally browset videos. Although those beastmen didn't have physiques like the beasts at home, it wasn't a loss to watch. Click! The door was pushed open, and Lu Zhi instinctively turned off the light screen, but the indescribable background music and panting sounds still drifted into Lin Xian's ears. What is Zhi watching? Lin Xian's smile remained unchanged, seemingly unaware of anything amiss. Just some gaming videos, Lu Zhi answered honestly. She sat cross-legged on the bed, to Lin Xian. She looked so small, not at all like a little female who would do bad things. All right, Lin Xian smiled and unbuttoned his shirt. Just as Lu Zhi thought he was going to do something, he headed straight into the bathroom. Lu Zhi breathed a sigh of relief. See, the fox is the gentlest in the family. But the sound of water coming from the bathroom was exceptionally clear, and Lu Zhi then noticed that the bathroom door wasn't closed. Intentionally or accidentally. Obviously, this kind of accidental occurrence would not happen with Dr. Lin. Lu Zhi tiptoed off the bed, daring not to put on her shoes, and slipped away barefoot. Where is Zhi going? The sound of water from the bathroom had not stopped, but footsteps sounded behind her. All right, even the gentlest fox can be unkind in some aspects. Getting water. Lu Zhi paused her steps, not daring to move. Is she going to continue watching that group of males who don't know how to dress? Lin Xian suddenly pulled Lu Zhi into his arms. He was still wet, droplets of water sliding down his muscular lines. Her back pressed tightly against his chest, and that sheer nightgown quickly became damp, turning translucent. Lu Zhi felt a bit hot. They don't know how to dress. Can you, fox? 9 foxtails wrapped around her thighs and waist, the damp fur causing her body to tremble. Zhi, do you like my 9 tails? I like. Lu Zhi forgot how to satisfy this fox, but she vaguely remembered waking up in a daze in the middle of the night and kicking the fox once. Xian, I am hungry. Probably around 3 or 4 in the morning. All right, Lin Xian got up and went downstairs to cook her a bowl of noodles. But when he brought the noodles back to the room, she had already drowsily fallen asleep again. He wasn't angry. He simply disposed of the noodles. He set another alarm, planning to prepare food for her in advance when she woke up. This little lazy bug always slept until noon. That wasn't good. He might as well get up at 6 to make breakfast. If it got cold, he would make it again, always needing to be prepared in advance. Chapter 265 Extra. Their Love Diary 2, 3. Whenever she gets angry, she calls me Heelan-Ching, but I seem to prefer when she calls me Professor. Heelan-Ching. Huaxing Starship Military Academy, Faculty Dormitory. Heelan-Ching had been busy with seminars for 2 consecutive days, relying mainly on a nutrient solution to get by. However, Lu Zhi felt sorry for him, so she decided to cook a meal to feed him. Click! The sound of the door unlocking came. Lu Zhi glanced at the half-cooked steak and casually said, Professor, wait a moment. I'll handle it. A pair of large hands reached from beside Lu Zhi, taking over the spatula, and his unique scent invaded her nostrils. Are you done over there? Lu Zhi took off her apron and tied it around his waist. Heelan-Ching hadn't changed out his shirt yet. He had just hung up his suit jacket on a rack by the entrance. The cuffs of his shirt were rolled up slightly, and a pair of half-frame glasses rested on the bridge of his nose. His expression was cool and aloof, reminiscent of the bright moon in the sky. But this moon had descended into the mundane, and those long, beautiful hands had already taken care of her countless times. Well, many things she had only started, the rest still had to be done by them. Crunch, the crisp sound of potato chips being bitten into came. Heelan-Ching raised an eyebrow and turned around helplessly to look at the little glutton behind him who was sneaking snacks. I don't remember having these here. So I brought my own, Lu Zhi said, sitting on the sofa with potato chips in hand, swinging her legs. Eating too many snacks, isn't good. But I haven't had any for over half a month. All right. Even knowing that her pitiful look was feigned, Heelan pretended to believe her. After all, he couldn't be too strict. The ingredients that the carnivorous Zhiyi brought were very simple. Steak and pasta with not a single green leaf. No vegetables? Heelan frowned slightly. He could be casual, but Zhiyi couldn't. Nope, I'll make up for it when I get back tonight. Zhiyi tossed the empty bag of potato chips into the trash can and wiped her fingers, which were covered with the smell of chips, with a wet wipe. Without Heelan calling her, she had already sat down at the dining table, waiting for food. Heelan sighed helplessly. The biggest challenge he faced in his life was with Zhiyi. He casually took off his glasses and placed them on the table. When his gaze fell on her, it was mixed with helplessness, indulgence, and affection. Warm sunlight poured through the window, casting a beautiful interplay of light and shadow in the room. They sat at the dining table, simple yet warm. I remember the first time I came to your dorm, you had a scent that smelled pretty good. Why hasn't Tia been around since? Zhiyi twirled the noodles to her mouth, clearly recalling that the sunshine had been just as lovely that day. It's all used up. Heelan expression froze slightly. He hadn't expected that his first possession of love, acquired through some dark means, would be remembered by her. Has it been discontinued? If not, you should buy some more. Zhiyi was focused on the large steak in front of her, completely unaware of the change in Heelan expression. No, if you like it, I'll prepare some more. The corners of his lips lifted slightly, and beneath his deep-set eyes, there seemed to be something requiring courage, as he said meaningfully. Zhiyi's intuition told her that the scent was a bit off. But, don't say anything yet, let me finish my meat. Zhiyi chose to continue eating. Okay. Heelan leaned back in his chair, resting his hand on the back of hers, his gaze on her growing more intense. He had only eaten half of the food on the plate, and he had already lost interest. The tiger patiently watched its prey, waiting for the little prey to fill its belly. Go ahead. Zhiyi had filled herself up, and even drank a glass of juice to calm her nerves. Heelan leaned closer and whispered beside her, slowly recounting what he had done that day. The scent was indeed harmless. It was just a calming fragrance, but the white tiger beside her had issues. Heelan, just as Heelan had expected, his little Zhiyi had exploded in anger. She puffed up her cheeks, clearly intending to scold him, yet she looked so soft and tempting. I'll buy the fragrance back tonight and let you punish me. He chuckled softly, the white tiger's tail wrapping around her wrist, but showing no sign of admitting his mistake. The white tiger would turn into a big cat in front of her, so she occasionally had to act like a little cat too. Punishing the morning hare, in the end, was punishing whom? 3. Why do they both have wooden combs? Equal hatred for all furry animals. Clearly snakes are great too. Zhiyi. Zhiyi called her name with the most aggrieved tone, the sour jealousy emanating from him as he looked at her, his eyes full of grievance. Why do they both have wooden combs? Because they need to comb their fur. Zhiyi said weakly. She looked down at the snake tail wrapped around her, its cold, smooth scales harder than a wooden comb. And she really couldn't balance this bowl of water. Zhiyi felt small and helpless. Then I want one too. Zhiyi huffed. He could choose not to comb his fur, but he had to have one. All right. Zhiyi agreed, gently stroking his tail, just wanting to quickly appease the snake. The snake transformed into a little supervisor, pulling Zhiyi back to his room, wrapping her with his tail, obediently lying on the table, watching her work. If one ignored the twisted and domineering possessiveness in the snake's eyes, the starry instruments were exquisite, and it wouldn't take long to make a wooden comb. All right. Zhiyi's fingertips rubbed against the engraved snake on the wooden comb, ensuring there were no issues before placing the comb on the tip of Zhiyi's tail. She hooked his neck and gave a gentle kiss, trying to soothe the grievance in the snake's heart. But you'll still comb their fur. They have it. I don't. Zhiyi was clearly not satisfied. He was always greedy when it came to Zhiyi, his cold fingertips pinching the soft flesh at the back of her neck. What should I do then? Zhiyi rubbed his ears. Zhiyi took the opportunity to press his face against her palm and rubbed it. If one ignored his dark gaze, the snake really looked quite obedient, with a face full of grievance and a hint of coaxing. My tail can't be combed. Then help me wash my tail, and after washing, you can dry it yourself. Zhiyi understood. It was just like giving her a little pet a bath. However, when Zhiyi lay in the bathtub, Zhiyi realized she had misunderstood. Whether intentional or not, the water slowly flowed over him, soaking his white shirt, which clung tightly to his body. The skin and lines beneath the thin fabric becoming faintly visible, adding a touch of hazy and alluring beauty. Zhiyi had pale skin, and the pink on his chest stood out exceptionally. Zhiyi wanted to look away, but her body was annoyingly honest. Zhiyi. He leaned over the edge of the bathtub, the snake tail splashing water. Zhiyi took a deep breath, repeatedly brainwashing herself with the mantra that it was just giving her pet snake a bath. But beneath the scales of the snake's tail, it seemed to hide. Zhiyi felt herself turning red and hot. Chapter 266 Extra. Their Love Diary 3-5. At first, I wanted her to love me, and later, I wanted her to love me more and more. Simon didn't know when it started, but like the other four beasts, he enjoyed showing off. From planet X-856 to the entire starry sky. He wanted all the beastmen to know that he was with Zhiyi. However, at certain times, he still wanted to hide her away for himself. So, Simon secretly brought Zhiyi back to planet X-856 for their sweet little world. By the sea, on the beach, with Zhiyi and the big lion. Simon, bare-chested and only wearing shorts, had his golden hair dampened and casually swept back, though some rebellious strands still fell on his forehead. Bathed in sunlight, his solid and muscular chest showcased clearly defined abs, resembling a meticulously crafted artwork. His broad shoulders contrasted sharply with his tight waist, exuding an irresistible wild charm. Zhiyi lazily nestled on a bench, her knees bent and legs casually crossed. Juice. Zhiyi slightly opened her mouth, and the lion immediately brought the juice to her lips. Warm sunlight, the blue sea, refreshing juice, and a handsome man. What a delight. Simon leaned down, feeding her juice, while Zhiyi squinted her eyes, overwhelmed by the beauty before her. Pretty? The lion's tail wagged. Pretty. Zhiyi honestly nodded. Do you like it? The lion's tail gently wrapped around her thigh. I like it. Zhiyi nodded again. Do you like this body? Or, do you like me? The lion moved a bit closer. I like you. Zhiyi did not hesitate in the slightest, but her heart was filled with love for both. I like you too. The satisfied lion nuzzled against her neck. However, taking her out was not just about changing places to sleep. Simon had done his homework. One of the top 10 recommended dating spots on the Star Network was the beach. Get up and move. Simon lifted Zhiyi effortlessly. She wasn't wearing shoes, and her bare feet sunk into the sand, unexpectedly feeling soft and warm. Simon, do you know what it's good to do by the sea? Zhiyi lowered her gaze, her little feet playfully scooping sand onto Simon's feet. What? Simon chuckled at her little antics, his gaze focused and gentle, watching the sunset, holding hands while walking. Zhiyi slightly raised her head, her soft lips brushing against his chin. Now we can hold hands, and the sunset is almost here. Simon gently hooked her fingertips, then boldly intertwined their fingers. I really like being intimately connected with you like this, even if it's just our fingertips touching. In Simon's eyes, only her image reflected back, and sweet words spilled from his lips. This is getting sweeter and sweeter. Zhiyi arched her beautiful eyes and smiled lightly at him. Then let us hold hands and take a walk, little lion. It's the truth. Simon felt inexplicably shy under her gaze, his ears probably flushed red from the sun. They strolled hand in hand along the beach, letting the cool sea water gently lap at their ankles, bringing a refreshing and subtle chill. Suddenly, Simon's hand slipped away from her small hand, and before he could react, she splashed water at him. Simon. The sea breeze carried her crisp, cheerful laughter. Marshal Simon was caught off guard. Can I ask for a reward if I win? Before Simon finished speaking, another splash of water hit him. Little beauty, as long as you have fun with me, any reward is negotiable. Zhiyi lightly hummed, beckoning him with her finger. Okay. Simon bent down and retaliated with a splash of water. The sunset poured down like molten gold, dyeing the horizon a soft orange red. They played and chased on the delicate, soft sand, their shadows stretching in the afterglow. The cool sea breeze gently brushed past them, failing to cool the fiery emotions in their hearts. Instead, it acted like a catalyst, making their love surge even more. Tired from playing, Zhiyi simply lay down on the beach, not caring that her back would get sandy. It's okay. The lion would take care of her. Just then, the sunset in front of her was blocked, and she saw the lion looming over her. Hands on either side. His chest was dusted with fine sand, yet it didn't diminish his beauty at all. Can I ask for my reward now? You won? You won. Then give me a little comfort. In front of him, the winner was always her. 6. The apocalypse taught me indifference and survival. But the starry sky made me regain kindness and love, and all my love comes from them. Zhiyi in the love garden, besides loving her white wolf, fox, white tiger, snake, lion, cubs, and little Q, Lu Zhiyi also cherished the large windows, rocking chair, and beast plush toys. However, the beast occasionally got jealous of the rocking chair. The white wolf gently tapped Lu Zhiyi's calf with its tail. What's wrong? Lu Zhiyi, lying on the rocking chair, soaking up the sun, looked a bit confused. The white wolf opened its mouth and gently nibbled at Lu Zhiyi's calf. Lu Zhiyi got up, and the next second, the wolf pushed the rocking chair away. Oh, the white wolf laid down on the ground. Lu Zhiyi understood and unceremoniously used the white wolf as a pillow. Zhiyi. The fox came over with a wooden box in its mouth and nudged it towards Lu Zhiyi's hand. Is a Xian going to groom? Lu Zhiyi raised her hand, and the fox lowered its head, presenting its ears to Lu Zhiyi's palm. Zhiyi. The fox nodded. Ah, the wolf also wanted some. Its tail was wildly thumping the blanket. Don't forget you're still using a wolf as a pillow. All right, I won't forget you. Lu Zhiyi sat up, and the white wolf quickly lay down on her legs. Zhiyi. The fox glanced at the shameless, stinky wolf and squeezed onto Lu Zhiyi's legs. Lu Zhiyi only saw two fluffy heads rubbing against her. Oh, the voices of the white tiger and lion came simultaneously. After all, they wouldn't miss this scene of vying for affection. The white tiger, unlike the two childish white wolves and the fox, elegantly laid down beside Lu Zhiyi, its tail wrapping around her arm, its head resting on its paws. The big white cat squinted its eyes, enjoying the aura of Lu Zhiyi surrounding it. The lion shook its head, sitting behind Lu Zhiyi and gently resting its big head on her shoulder. What about the snake? The snake doesn't have fluff to groom. Hiss. The snake could only press its big head tightly against Lu Zhiyi. After they finished grooming, the snake wants Lu Zhiyi to wash its tail. Lu Zhiyi gently held the wooden comb in her hand, brushing through the soft fur. Warmth enveloped her, and she couldn't tell whether it was the sunlight sneaking in from outside or the beast beside her. They were all such proud beasts, the strong spiritual beings of a younger generation, yet they liked to lower their heads in front of Lu Zhiyi, to wrap their tails around her, to have her touch their ears, and to rub their heads. Because they loved Lu Zhiyi. Mommy, daddies. October, Xiaoyuzhou, Zhouyu Yao Yao are back from school. Little Master, Little Q is going to prepare dinner. The word love is the most unsolvable. Their love is also a redemption for Lu Zhiyi, who came from the apocalypse. In the end, Lu Zhiyi will always love her beasts, cubs, and Little Q. And the beasts, cubs, and Little Q will forever love Lu Zhiyi. Synopsis. Lu Zhiyi was originally a healer with supernatural powers in the apocalypse. During a battle with the zombie king, she accidentally got swept into a vortex and crossed into a futuristic starry world. Picked up on a garbage planet, it's okay. My life is saved. Can't use my powers, it's fine. I'll just hang on for now. There are few females here, so they need to be protected, great. She fits the bill perfectly. The Alliance is arranging guardians, and she thinks this werewolf is quite good. With a wave of her hand, Lu Zhiyi bids farewell to the life of starvation and feast in the apocalypse, happily rolling around in the interstellar beast world, calling all the little wolf cubs, little foxes, little tigers, and little lions to come into her arms.